top female guest who could earn tens of millions of yuan from a single commercial performance is now lying in front of man in a sorry state, barely able to salvage her last shred of dignity, and has no choice but to place her hopes in his hands. And this man was none other than Xiang Kun, the poor boy who could only look up at her from behind a screen. Looking at the female guest who had once made him lose his composure, Xiang Kun did not hesitate and took control of the situation. What's even more outrageous is that afterwards, this once aloof female guest didn't resist at all. Instead, she asked him to help her again. All of this happened because hundreds of beautiful female guests who participated in the event woke up to find themselves transported to another world. They were stranded on a deserted island, surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings, with no cell phone signal, unable to contact the outside world, and rescue seemed a long way off. Just when everyone was in despair, Xiang Kun unexpectedly awakened a proficiency system. As long as he repeated the same task, he could quickly master skills such as building houses, hunting, farming, and making fire. However, Xiang Kun had some wicked intentions. He deliberately told the group of female guests that his system was called the Many Children, Many Blessings system, and that they would receive rewards if they gave birth to children. At that moment, 3 female guests stood beside him, staring intently into Xiang Kun's eyes, and asked, word by word, What did you say? Xiang Kun shrugged, pretending to be serious. He already said that this system isn't very legitimate. It's like the kind of setting you see in novels where the more descendants you have, the more rewards you get. He doesn't know how he got bound to it. Maybe it's because he's been single for too long. He appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already laughing his head off. Bai Lu was stunned for a while before she reacted, her voice trembling slightly. So, you now. Not now. The system isn't fully activated yet, so nothing can be changed. Xiang Kun pointed to the pile of oysters. Eat first, don't think too much, we'll talk about it after it's activated. Maybe the functions will change. The phrase, let's talk about it after it's activated, made the atmosphere even more awkward. Tian Shui blushed and subconsciously took a half step back, squeezing next to Bai Lu and Chen Duling. The 3 of them had different expressions, but none of them dared to ask any further questions. The next meal of oysters was unusually awkward for the 4 of them. No one cared about the taste anymore. They just tasted like wax. Tian Shui ate with her head down, taking small bites, her mind filled with the phrase, many children, many blessings, and the more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Bai Lu would steal glances at Xiang Kun every now and then quickly lower her head again. Chen Duling ate the slowest, appearing calm on the surface, but the blush on the tips of her ears never faded. Only Xiang Kun was the most at ease, prying open one food at a time and eating it, looking extremely relaxed. He felt quite at ease. Since he had already spoken, he let others think what they wanted, and even the more they thought, the better. In any case, this kind of misunderstanding wasn't a bad thing for him. After they finished eating, none of the 3 mentioned the system again, but the incident had clearly left a mark on their minds. Coupled with a day spent in the sun and having eaten quite a few salty, fishy oysters, they were all quickly parched. Tian Shui licked her lips, wanting to speak, but holding back. Chen Duling stood up and looked towards the woods on the island. The sun was shining brightly, and the entire forest stretched from the beach all the way in, seemingly without end. The most eye-catching sights were the coconut trees. They grew at varying heights and crookedly along the edges, their gray-brown trunks smooth and straight, topped with a cluster of feathery leaves swaying in the wind, and below them hung coconuts of green and yellow hues. Xiang Kun, she's thirsty. Tian Shui's eyes lit up, her voice hoarse. Xiang Kun originally wanted a joke that the system could solve everything, but thinking of the ability that hadn't been activated yet, he could only give up. Let's go. Let him see if he can pick a few. He walked ahead, and the 3 girls slowly followed. By now, they were exhausted, their legs aching, and every step felt like dragging a heavy burden. As they approached the woods, the surroundings became more complex. Besides coconut trees, there were many thick, large trees with moss-covered bark. The ground was covered with thick shrubs and vines, intertwined and tangled, making it almost impossible to find a place to step. Along the beach, there were also groves of pandanus trees, their trunks resembling forked claws, topped with clusters of slender, thorny leaves. Some had already borne greenish-blue fruits that looked like pineapples. Can we eat those? Bai Lu couldn't help but ask. Chen Duling glanced at it and replied indifferently, It's edible, but it's troublesome to prepare. Further inside, there were several wild banana plants with huge but somewhat withered leaves, and hanging below were clusters of unripe green fruits that looked as hard as stones. Tian Shiwei could barely walk a few steps before she was at her limit. Her pale yellow dress, originally intended for the red carpet, was now soaked with wet sand and felt as heavy as a sack. She gritted her teeth and continued walking, but one foot slipped on the hem of her dress, causing her to stumble forward and fall heavily onto the beach. Ouch! She lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while. Bai Lu and Chun Juling quickly helped her up. Both her palms were scraped and red. She looked down at her sand-covered dress, then at Xiang Kun in front of her, and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to hold it in, but the more she tried, the more uncomfortable she felt, and finally she burst into tears. Wah? Xiang Kun heard the crying and turned around. He saw Tian Shiwei squatting on the ground crying, with Bai Lu and Chun Juling comforting her. He had no choice but to stop and turn back. "Did you fall?" he asked. Tian Shiwei ignored him and continued to cry, looking exactly like she had been wronged and was waiting for someone to comfort her. Bai Lu explained from the side that she had tripped over her skirt and scraped her hand. Looking down, Xiang Kun saw that the pale yellow dress was dragging on the ground, wet and dirty, and indeed in the way. Looking at the other two, Chun Juling had already tied her long dress up to her legs, and Bai Lu was wearing a short skirt, so her movements were not affected at all. Only Tian Shiwei was still wearing that floor-length dress, stumbling with every step, looking utterly disheveled. He almost burst out laughing, but forcibly held it back. "Your dress." "She knows." Tian Shiwei looked up, tears still streaming down her face. "She's the worst off. You can all laugh at her." Xiang Kun could only soften his tone. "It's his fault. He didn't help you deal with it sooner." After he finished speaking, he took out a folding knife and squatted down. Tian Shiwei was startled. "What are you doing?" "I'm cutting the hem of your skirt. Otherwise you won't be able to get to the coconut tree." She paused, then stopped moving. Xiang Kun grabbed the hem of the skirt and ripped it open below the waist. With a few tearing sounds, she carefully tore away the excess gauze along the opening. Bai Lu and Chun Juling also came forward to help, and soon the long skirt was transformed into a much lighter short gauze skirt. But the next second, they all froze. Her silhouette was faintly visible beneath the thin veil. Tian Shiwei looked down, her face instantly turning bright red. She gasped and frantically tried to cover herself. Bai Lu laughed so hard she almost doubled over. "This is so embarrassing." Chun Juling also suppressed a laugh. Xiang Kun quickly looked away and coughed lightly. It was a mistake. He really didn't expect it to turn out like this. "You're still looking." Tian Shiwei was both embarrassed and anxious. He wasn't looking. He's already turned away. Xiang Kun immediately turned his back. The two quickly used safety pins to secure her skirt, but the tear was too large, and any movement would cause problems. Chun Juling shook her head. "No. It's still difficult to walk like this." Bai Lu comforted her softly. "It's not like you can't wear it all. There are only a few of them on this island." Tian Shiwei's face was still red, but she could only grit her teeth and accept it. Xiang Kun, however, put away the torn fabric. Bai Lu asked in confusion, "Is this rag still useful?" Chun Juling took the fabric and shook off the sand. "It can keep you warm, and it can also be used as a net to catch fish." Tian Shiwei immediately chimed in. "They can also be used as bandages." After a quick discussion, the group realized that the fabric had become a useful resource. Xiang Kun rolled up the fabric and tucked it under his arm, saying, "Let's go find some water first." One sentence made their mouths dry again, and they continued on their way under the scorching sun. Tian Shiwei stared at the coconut trees ahead and couldn't help but urge herself to quicken her pace. Only when they got closer did they realize that the coconut trees were tall and slippery, the tallest even reaching over 10 meters. Tian Shiwei looked up, troubled. "How are we supposed to pick them?" Chun Juling pointed to a slightly shorter coconut tree next to him and looked at Kuin. "Let him try." He tied his shoelaces into loops and put them on his feet, imitating the way he had seen in the movies, and began to climb. At first, his movements were a little clumsy, but he quickly became more and more skilled, and his hands and feet coordinated more and more steadily. He seemed to be glued to the tree trunk as he climbed upwards. Tian Shiwei was stunned. "Is this the same person from before?" Bai Lu couldn't help but exclaim. "He looks like he's practiced in a movie." Chun Juling kept staring at him, reminding him to be careful. Halfway up the tree, Xiang Kun looked down and saw the three people looking up at him. A smile crept across his face, and he continued climbing. Soon, he reached the coconuts, hugged the trunk tightly, and told them to step back. Then, he used his knife to cut down several coconuts in one go. Although his arms ached terribly, it was noticeably easier than before, and his stamina seemed to have improved considerably. The coconut tree bore a good amount of fruit, more than 20 in total. Xiang Kun didn't intend to keep any. He cut them all down, one by one. Coconuts fell onto the beach one after another, and system notifications kept ringing in his mind. The three women under the tree were busy picking them up. He hugged the trunk and looked down to make sure nothing was left behind. After confirming he had picked all the coconuts, Xiang Kun began to slide down. This time, his movements were noticeably more practiced. He loosened his grip on the tree trunk, his hands gripping the branches, and slid to the bottom in a flash. His legs gave way upon landing, but thankfully he didn't fall. Another system notification popped up. He brushed the bark off his hands and walked towards the pile of coconuts. The three women's gazes toward him changed. Tian Shiwei's eyes lit up. You slid down so fast just now like you practiced. Bai Lu also nodded in praise. Xiang Kun waved his hand and said it was nothing, but inwardly he was extremely annoyed. He had acted too smoothly just now, leaving no room for feigning weakness. He grew angrier the more he thought about it. He could have staged a scene where he almost fell and they worried about him, which would have at least won them some goodwill. But now, he acted like a survival expert the whole time. How was the system supposed to trigger? He'd ruined such a good opportunity himself. Tian Shui leaned closer and asked what he was daydreaming about. Xiang Kun forced a smile. He's thinking about how to open these coconuts. More than 20 hard-shelled coconuts. A small knife alone certainly wouldn't be enough. Chen Juling had already gone to find a stone and quickly brought back one with sharp edges. Xiang Kun took the stone, told him to step back, and then smashed the coconut several times. The shell cracked, and coconut juice flowed out through the cracks. Tian Shiwei exclaimed, "It's flowing out." Xiang Kun handed the coconut to her, then smashed a few more, and the four of them simply drank from it. The coconut juice was sweet and refreshing, and the group tilted their heads back and gulped it down, making gurgling sounds in their throats. Xiang Kun drank half of it in one go and let out a long breath. Refreshing. Bai Lu drank it so fast that the coconut juice dripped down the corner of her mouth without her having bothered to wipe it away, only saying that she had never thought coconut juice was so delicious. Chen Juling sipped her coconut slowly, without stopping for a moment. Tian Shiwei hugged the coconut, squinting her eyes like a kitten finally getting a drink. Soon the coconut was empty, and the four of them sat on the beach, looking at the distant sea, the atmosphere unusually quiet. Not long after, Tian Shiwei put down the empty shell, hugged her knees, and looked out at the sea. Her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and then suppressed sobs escaped her lips. Bai Lu sensed something was wrong. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? But she kept her head down and didn't speak, only crying harder and harder. She misses home. When she looked up, her face was covered in tears. She misses her mother, her own bed, ordering takeout, scrolling through her phone. She doesn't want to stay here. She wants to go back to Beijing. She wants to eat hot pot. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and her emotions completely broke down. Bai Lu, her eyes red, hugged her to comfort her. Chen Juling couldn't hold back either, and the three of them soon embraced and cried together. Xiang Kun was initially moved, but quickly recovered. Compared to the hardships of life in reality, he even felt that staying on this island might not be all bad. His gaze swept over the three of them, his thoughts drifting. Just as he was about to step forward to comfort them, a hurried female voice suddenly came from afar. "Hey!" The group of people were startled at the same time and turned to look. At the end of the beach, two figures stumbled and ran. In front was Yu Shuxin, her black dress disheveled, and she didn't bother to tidy herself up. She waved and shouted as she ran. "Someone's here! Someone's here!" Behind her was Aunt Lu, who followed barefoot with difficulty. Tian Shui was stunned. Yu Shuxin, Bai Lu was also surprised. Chen Juling's expression tightened. Their appearance meant there might be more than just them on the island. The situation seemed to be getting complicated. Xiang Kun had just finished drinking coconut juice, which had quenched his thirst, but now he felt parched again. He subconsciously swallowed, put his hands in his pockets, gripped the tools inside tightly, and silently reminded himself not to embarrass himself. Yu Shuxin ran over breathlessly, and after a while, she looked up, her eyes red and swollen. "Wah, I finally see you all." Her voice trembled as she said that she was alone on the beach after waking up, and her phone was gone. She called out for a long time, but no one responded, so she could only follow the footprints to find her way here. She wiped away tears as she spoke. Her makeup was ruined, her face a mess. She cried so hard, her body trembling, clearly terrified. Bai Lu and Tian Shiwei exchanged a glance, their expressions complicated because they had never really liked Yu Shuxin's usual behavior. Chen Dueling frowned slightly, subconsciously stepping in front of Xiang Kun and gently comforting him. "Don't rush. Since we've met everyone, let's act together first." She turned to look at Xiang Kun and saw him nod before helping Yu Shuxin straighten her slipped dress. Yu Shuxin blushed, quickly straightened her clothes, and thanked him softly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she turned around and pointed behind her. Oh right, she also ran into Aunt Lu on the way. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure staggered over. Aunt Lu was bent over, panting heavily. Her clothes were covered in sand, indicating she had also fallen, but her demeanor remained gentle and elegant. She looked up at the group, her gaze sweeping over them before revealing obvious disappointment. "Have you seen her daughter? Xiaoqian is missing." Everyone was taken aback. Xiang Kun then realized that the Aunt Lu in front of him was the mother of a famous actress. A thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Tian Shiwei and the others shook their heads, indicating that they had only encountered each other along the way and hadn't seen anyone else. Aunt Lu's eyes instantly reddened. Her voice trembled as she recounted how she had fainted after the light appeared last night, and how she was separated from her daughter upon waking. Xiang Kun stepped forward. "Aunt Lu, don't worry. No news is good news. She might be nearby." He continued his analysis, saying that they hadn't finished exploring the island yet, and Xiaoqian might be on her way, citing the example of Yu Shuxin finding her. Aunt Lu's emotions calmed slightly after hearing this, and she asked softly, "Really?" Xiang Kun nodded, suggesting they rest first, then start a fire and wait for the signal. Aunt Lu finally burst into tears, but quickly wiped them away and forced a smile as she thanked him. Bai Lu helped her sit down and offered her coconut water to rest. Yu Shuxin immediately interjected, "She's dying of thirst too, and hasn't eaten yet. Is there anything to eat?" Bai Lu and Tian Shiwei frowned slightly, but didn't react. Xiang Kun didn't think much of it, cracked open a coconut and handed it over, adding that there were oysters to eat over there on the reef. Yu Shuxin took a few sips and complained that she had only seen inedible green bananas along the way. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately took Xiang Kun's arm and leaned against him, saying sweetly, "Little brother, they've been starving all day. Why don't you go and help them dig up some oysters?" Her actions were intimate and unabashed. Seeing this, Tian Shiwei's face immediately turned cold. "Xiang Kun, she wants another coconut." Her gaze at him was like a knife. Yu Shuxin didn't let go, but instead hugged him even tighter, her smile meaningful. She continued to plead, "Her legs are so weak, please help her." Xiang Kun couldn't resist, quickly withdrew his hand, and said awkwardly, "Fine, fine, he can go dig, okay?" Yu Shuxin smiled smugly. "Thank you, little brother." Xiang Kun took a few steps back, but was then stared at coldly by Tian Shiwei. Bai Lu suppressed a laugh beside her, and Chen Juling also revealed a slight smile, making the atmosphere suddenly become subtle. Aunt Lu was a little embarrassed and whispered a word of advice, but Yu Shuxin acted as if she didn't hear her and only urged Xiang Kun to hurry up. Xiang Kun first smashed a coconut for Tian Shiwei, explaining quietly that he was looking for something for Aunt Lu to eat, but she just snorted coldly. Feeling awkward, Xiang Kun picked up the cloth and tools and headed towards the rocks. As he passed Yu Shuxin, she even winked at him. He pretended not to see it and quickened his pace. After Xiang Kun walked away, the atmosphere on the beach instantly tensed, and the tension between the group grew increasingly palpable. Tian Shiwei put the coconut down on the ground, sneered, and directly addressed Yu Shuxin by name, her tone full of sarcasm. "Yu Shuxin, you're really something, calling me brother this, and brother that the moment we met, you act all familiar." Yu Shuxin was taken aback at first, but quickly realized what she meant. Her smile remained, but her tone was sharp. "She's hungry and asking for help. Can't she be a little nicer? Besides, she calls him brother, and he's willing to listen. What's it to you?" Tian Shiwei blushed from the retort, and Bai Lu tried to comfort her, telling her not to take it to heart. Unexpectedly, Yu Shuxin seized the opportunity to chime in, even poking at her sore spot. She didn't steal your thunder. Why are you so upset? These words directly reopened old wounds. Tian Shiwei should have become a huge star last year, but she lost all her resources because she refused to follow certain rules in the industry. Many of her opportunities were taken by Yu Shuxin, which is common knowledge in the industry. She suddenly stood up and retorted, "Who's getting impatient?" Yu Shuxin, however, asked innocently, "If you're not impatient, why are you glaring at her? She just asked Xiang Kun to dig for some oysters. Is it really that big of a deal?" The atmosphere was about to explode, but fortunately Chun Juling stepped in time to calm things down, reminding everyone that the current situation was not suitable for infighting. Yu Shuxin then calmed down a little, but a smile still lingered on her lips. On the other side, Xiang Kun was busy by the reef. He used his gauze skirt as a pouch, washed it in the seawater, and then used it to hold oysters. He pried them open one by one with a knife, and the prompting sound in his mind kept ringing. Before long, he had dug up 50 or 60 oysters. As he walked back carrying a heavy bag of oysters, he mentally counted the number of people in the group and unconsciously recalled the feeling of Yu Shuxin holding his arm earlier, soft and with a faint fragrance, which made him feel a little intoxicated for a moment. Back under the coconut tree, Yu Shuxin was already there to greet him, smiling sweetly. "Brother, you're so amazing. You dug up so many." While praising him, her eyes were fixed on the bag of oysters. Xiang Kun was a little overwhelmed and could only respond politely. Yu Shuxin deliberately raised her voice to praise him, and then glanced behind her. Tian Shiwei was staring coldly at them, her eyes like she was looking at a traitor. Xiang Kun felt a little uneasy under her gaze, so he had no choice but to share the oysters with everyone. Yu Shuxin was already starving and started eating right away. The fresh and tender taste made her eyes light up. As she ate, she laughed and said, "Brother, you're such a good person. You can climb trees and dig for oysters." If she had someone like you by her side, she would feel so much more at ease. Her words were ambiguous and clingy. Tian Shiwei finally couldn't help but sneer. "If you think he's so great, why don't you help him unlock the system?" Her words instantly silenced the room. Yu Shuxin was stunned. "What system?" Tian Shiwei simply told her everything. Xiang Kun has a system which can only be activated by forming a family with a woman and having children. Didn't you call him that so affectionately? Come on then. These words elicited various reactions from the crowd. Xiang Kun felt awkward, yet secretly hoped for something more. Bai Lu couldn't help but laugh. Chun Juling lowered his head, pretending not to hear, and Aunt Lu looked embarrassed. Yu Shuxin was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. "So this is the kind of system." She wiped her mouth, walked up to Xiang Kun, looked up at him, and gave him a meaningful look. This kind of setting wasn't unfamiliar to her. In fact, she found it rather interesting. She took a step closer and asked softly, "So, brother, how do you plan to activate it?" Xiang Kun was already wavering, but due to the gazes of others, he could only pretend to be serious and take a step back. Yu Shuxin, however, pressed on relentlessly, and he quickly retreated to the coconut tree with nowhere left to go. The two were no more than half a meter apart, and Yu Shuxin stared at him with a smile, her tone playful. "Tian Shiwei asked me to help you activate the system. Tell me, should she help or not?" Ultimately, Yu Shuxin's plan to help Xiang Kun activate the many children, many blessings system failed. At the crucial moment, Chun Juling interrupted the farce. "Shuxin, stop fooling around. We'll talk about the system later. Let's start a fire so Qianqian can see it." With one sentence, he directly brought everyone's attention back to the important matter. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoli visibly breathed a sigh of relief. She had been extremely anxious since the beginning. Her daughter was missing and hadn't returned, yet this group of young people were causing a ruckus around Xiang Kun. She couldn't get a word in edgewise, and she was afraid that the commotion would delay the search. Chun Juling's words had conveniently saved her from this predicament. Yu Shuxin stopped, but she was well aware of the current situation. Chun Juling and Bai Lu were already biased towards Xiang Kun, and she only had Lu Xiaoli by her side. If even Lu Xiaoli was pulled in, she would be completely at a disadvantage. So she immediately changed her tone. "I'm just worried for Annie. Maybe the system can really help find someone." Bai Lu was still grinning foolishly to the side, while Tian Shiwei simply watched coldly, oblivious to the underlying meaning in Yu Shushin's words. Only Chun Juling realized that Yu Shushin's words were actually meant to sow discord between Tian Shiwei and Yu Shushin. She didn't expose her, only giving Yu Shushin a faint glance before continuing to tidy the branches. Yu Shushin felt a pang of anxiety at that glance, but she still wouldn't give up and continued to stir things up. Aunt Xiaoli, what do you think? What if the system really is activated? Maybe it will have a function to find people. Lu Xiaoli didn't know how to respond for a moment, and could only subconsciously look at Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun could only manage a wry smile. This woman was truly eloquent. She was clearly fooling around, yet she managed to package it as helping to find someone. Tian Shiwei couldn't help but retort. When you were pestering him earlier, I didn't see how anxious you were. Yu Shushin immediately feigned innocence. I was just asking him to dig for oysters to replenish his energy. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Lu Xiaoli finally spoke up to smooth things over. All right, stop arguing. Let's find Shanshan first. Her voice was soft, but it immediately quieted everyone down. Xiang Kun also chimed in. Right, let's light the fire first. The group divided the work. Xiang Kun squatted down and worked with Chun Juling to arrange the wood, while Lu Xiaoli went to find firewood. Yu Shushin sat to the side, staring intently at Xiang Kun's back. Tian Shiwei was seething with anger, but Bai Lu held her back, so she could only suppress it. Chun Juling picked out a few suitable branches and handed them to him. These should be able to be used to start a fire by friction. Give it a try. Xiang Kun took the branches, but he had a little plan in mind. As he rubbed them, he deliberately controlled the rhythm, trying to appear serious but not actually start a fire. Feed started producing. The experience notifications kept popping up, and his movements became more and more skillful. The wood soon began to emit wisps of smoke, and Lu Xiaoli's eyes lit up instantly. There's smoke. Xiang Kun quickly stopped, and the smoke soon dissipated. What happened again? Lu Xiaoli asked anxiously. Xiang Kun explained, we're still missing kindling. Chun Juling added, ideally it should be dry, fine fluff like grass cores or down. Xiang Kun nodded. Even with a spark, we need these things to actually ignite it. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoli thought of something and tentatively asked, would a sponge work? Xiang Kun hadn't reacted yet, but Chun Juling already understood. She glanced at everyone's formal attire and said softly, if it's cotton or sponge, it should be fine. The next second, Lu Xiaoli turned around, unbuttoned her bra from under her shirt, and pulled it out from the collar. The room fell silent instantly. Xiang Kun was stunned, and the expressions on the faces of the others varied. Shock, embarrassment, and amusement were all written on their faces. Chun Juling coughed lightly. Auntie just put it on the ground. Lu Xiaoli then realized what was happening. Her face slightly flushed and pushed the underwear in front of Xiang Kun. See if you can use it. Xiang Kun took a deep breath and had no choice but to bite the bullet and pick it up to inspect it. He used a knife to pry open the inner layer, but at that moment the system notification popped up, sewing +1. He almost lost his composure, but after finally managing to open the stuffing, he quickly suppressed his expression. He pretended to be a little regretful and said, Aunt Xiaoli, this isn't cotton. It seems to be latex. It can't be used. Lu Xiaoli froze, staring at the removed breast pad in Xiang Kun's hand. It was her bra, but it was made of latex, not cotton or sponge. Her face flushed red and then paled, and she muttered to herself that she had forgotten that this thing couldn't be burned. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Xiang Kun squatted on the ground, clutching the piece of latex in his hand, momentarily at a loss. Lu Xiaoli was even more embarrassed. She had been so focused on lighting a fire to call for help that she hadn't paid attention to these details. Now, the fire hadn't even started, her bra was ruined, and to make matters worse, several young men had seen it. She wished she could disappear immediately. Xiang Kun coughed lightly, breaking the awkward silence. Aunt Xiaoli, why don't you tidy yourself up first? It's getting dark, don't catch a cold. Lu Xiaoli then came to her senses and quickly turned around to button up her shirt, but without the lining, it looked a bit awkward. She lowered her head and apologized, while Xiang Kun offered a few words of comfort, and the atmosphere eased slightly. He tossed the branches into the fire, then casually put away the latex, suggesting they find something to start a fire before it got completely dark. Lu Xiaoli immediately offered to go with them, and Chun Juling also wanted to follow, but Xiang Kun arranged for them to search on the other side to prevent them from getting separated. As the two entered the woods, it was already dark, and visibility was decreasing. Xiang Kun led Lu Xiaoli through the forest, deliberately avoiding areas where their target might be. Lu Xiaoli grew increasingly anxious, constantly looking up to search, but she couldn't make out what was on the treetops, and her restlessness intensified. She couldn't help but urge him on, but Xiang Kun insisted on slowing down, reminding her that the environment was unfamiliar and safety was the most important thing. Lu Xiaoli could only force herself to suppress her anxiety, but the sky was getting dark quickly, and the more she thought about it, the more panicked she became. Her pace quickened unconsciously, and she accidentally tripped over a vine and almost fell. "Watch out!" Xiang Kun caught her, and the two were instantly very close. Lu Xiaoli froze on the spot, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. She quickly steadied herself, and both of them were somewhat at a loss. They could only hurriedly apologize and continue walking forward, but the atmosphere had clearly changed. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiaoli quietly asked about the system. Xiang Kun pretended to hesitate, vaguely explaining that the system did exist, but the activation conditions were somewhat special, before stopping at the crucial point. Lu Xiaoli understood, and her face flushed even more. She lowered her head in deep thought, her mind filled with thoughts of her daughter's safety. If this system could truly help find her, perhaps it was their only hope. Reason told her this was inappropriate, but her emotions kept forcing her to make a choice. After a long while, she seemed to have finally made up her mind, her voice trembling slightly. Then, "Annie will help you open it." "Okay." Xiang Kun looked at her with feigned shock, while Lu Xiaoli had already turned around and slowly unbuttoned her shirt. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on her, but she didn't turn around, only whispering, "Auntie is getting old. Please don't mind." Suddenly, a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Dual cultivation +1, and it wasn't just once, but a continuous barrage. It lasted for almost 20 minutes, making his scalp tingle, yet he couldn't stop it at all. He didn't even bother to count how many points had been added. As the final warning faded, the chill of the evening air swept through the forest, causing Xiang Kun to shudder and snap back to reality. He sat bolt upright, gasping for breath. The last rays of the setting sun still lingered, falling on Lu Xiaoli beside him. She lay on her side with her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. Xiang Kun's throat was dry, and he managed to speak with difficulty. "Aunt Xiaoli." He called her name twice before she slowly sat up, bent down to straighten her disheveled clothes. Her movements were somewhat flustered, and she never dared to look at him, her fingers even trembling slightly. After a long while, she finally finished tidying up and looked up at him. That look was silent, yet incredibly complex. Xiang Kun didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only make up an explanation. "Annie, the system has responded, but the progress has only increased by 1%. Lu Xiaoli froze, the light in her eyes dimming little by little, and she murmured, "Only 1%. She seemed to have all her strength drained away. Her face turned pale, and she leaned against the tree, lost in thought and speechless, despair spreading rapidly. Seeing that something was wrong, Xiang Kun quickly supported her. "Auntie, listen to me. Although there's not much progress, my body is changing." He quickly added that he felt a warm current in his body and his senses were getting stronger, trying to sound as certain as possible. Lu Xiaoli slowly looked at him, stared for a few seconds, and then tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "Really? You're not lying to Andy?" Xiang Kun gritted his teeth and nodded. "Really, it works. It's just a little slow, but the direction is right." She finally broke down and covered her mouth, crying. After a while, she managed to calm down and nodded, saying, "Good. It's good that it works." She leaned against a tree to stand up, her legs a little weak, and her body swayed slightly. Xiang Kun quickly picked her up. "I'll take you home first, then I'll start the fire." Lu Xiaoli leaned on his shoulder, her emotions gradually calming down, but she still couldn't help but ask softly, "Kuin, was Auntie in too much of a hurry just now?" She smiled bitterly, saying she had no choice but to be so worried about her daughter. Before she could finish speaking, her voice trembled with tears. Xiang Kun tightened his arms around her. "It's not your fault. It's my fault." The two walked silently out of the woods. As they walked, Lu Xiaoli suddenly hugged him tightly, her body trembling slightly. Xiang Kun sensed something was wrong and stopped. "Auntie," she asked. She frowned and whispered, I think I can feel that warm current too, from my lower abdomen upwards. It's very obvious. She looked somewhat dazed, yet clearly surprised. Xiang Kun immediately realized that this change wasn't unique to him. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, this proves it really works. Lu Xiaoli looked up at him, her eyes regaining their light. She responded softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle, and the earlier oppressive feeling gradually dissipated. Just then, a shout suddenly came from afar, breaking their silence. Lu Xiaoli was startled and quickly got out of his arms, composing herself as she did so. She called out to Kuin Chao outside the forest. "We're here." As soon as she finished speaking, the other person seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and told them to hurry over and join her. The two exchanged a glance and walked out in unison. Lu Xiaoli's expression relaxed a little, even with a faint smile, and she whispered, "Kuin, thank you." Xiang Kun was taken aback. "Thank me for what?" Her voice was very soft. "Thank you for not disliking Eddie." The rest of her words were almost inaudible. Xiang Kun felt a little uncomfortable and quickly changed the subject, urging her to quicken her pace and prepare to go back to start the fire. On the way, she whispered again about the system, asking if the progress would be faster next time. Xiang Kun felt a little guilty and could only give a vague answer. The two didn't say anything more and quickened their pace towards the edge of the forest. Chun Juling found a clump of reed flowers in the woods to the east. The thing was a fluffy clump that crumbled into fluff with a gentle rub, making it even better for starting a fire than the downy feathers from a bird's nest. She also broke off 2 wild banana leaves, intending to take them back and use them as a paving stone. As dusk settled, she looked up at the sky and then gazed into the distance. Tian Shiwei and the others were still there, but Xiang Kun and Lu Xiaoli were nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease crept into her heart. Logically, given Xiang Kun's skills, he shouldn't have been delayed this long. Worried that something might have happened to the two, she didn't alert anyone else, but instead walked in that direction while calling out. Soon, she heard a response, stopped and waited for a while, and sure enough, she saw the two walking out of the woods side by side. At first glance, the two seemed normal, but Chun Juling keenly sensed something was amiss. The distance and atmosphere between them were noticeably closer than before. Her gaze sharpened slightly and fell on Lu Xiaoli. The other person's shirt was buttoned crookedly, their hair was a little messy, and their cheeks had an unnatural flush. The glowing complexion didn't look like fatigue, but rather like some kind of indescribable satisfaction. She'd seen that expression before. Some actors who had just started dating occasionally showed similar expressions on set, but seeing it on Lu Xiaoli felt particularly out of place. Chun Juling didn't point it out, simply saying, "I've found some reeds, enough to start a fire. This forest is too dense, and it's getting late. Let's go back first." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoli's eyes lit up instantly, and she snapped out of her earlier confusion. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "This can start a fire?" "Yes, it's even better than hay." Chun Juling nodded. Lu Xiaoli's eyes reddened, and she grasped Chun Juling's hand, thanking her repeatedly. Chun Juling gently comforted her for a few moments, urging her to go back together. Xiang Kun stood to the side, feeling a little uneasy. He subconsciously took a half step to the side, then walked back to Chun Juling's side, pretending to be calm, and said, "Then let's hurry up and go. It's getting dark." Chun Juling glanced at him sideways, her expression calm, yet made Xiang Kun feel inexplicably guilty. He felt that glance seemed to see through something, yet also seemed to say nothing at all. The three walked back one after the other, the atmosphere somewhat awkward. After a few steps, Chun Juling suddenly spoke. "Xiang Kun, how many bird nests did you just raid?" Xiang Kun was taken aback, then immediately made an excuse. "I couldn't find it. The woods were too dark. I couldn't see clearly." "I see," Chun Juling said indifferently. "Then you should also take care of Aunt Xiaoli. Her neck is all red from insect bites." After saying that, she quickened her pace and walked ahead. Xiang Kun stood there, stunned, his mind going blank. Lu Xiaoli walked up to him and asked softly what was wrong. Xiang Kun pointed to her clothes and neck, and she instantly understood, her face turning bright red. Back on the beach, Tian Shiwei was the first to spot them and immediately stood up. Bai Lu also breathed a sigh of relief, complaining that they had been gone for too long. Yu Shu Xin, wrapped in her dress, looked pale, but she didn't mince words. I thought you'd been carried off by wild animals. I was even ready to run away. No sooner had she finished speaking than she rushed out and threw herself onto Xiang Kun, clinging to his neck, her voice soft and aggrieved. Brother Xiang Kun, you're finally back. Xiang Kun stumbled slightly from her sudden movement and quickly told her to get down. But Yushushin refused to let go, burying her face in his shoulder and acting coquettishly, saying she had been terribly worried. Tian Shiwei watched from the side, her face darkening. She herself had been too afraid to enter the woods, yet now she was acting like the one who cared most. Lu Xiaoli stood behind, observing this scene with a complex expression. She forcibly suppressed her earlier thoughts and reminded everyone to light a fire first. Yushushin finally let go, but still clung to Xiang Kun's arm, extending her hand and saying she was freezing. Xiang Kun was a little embarrassed, so he took the reed and changed the subject, saying that Chun Juling had found it. Yushushin immediately thanked them with a smile, and the group walked towards the stone together. Tian Shiwei followed behind, staring intently at the hand that was linked with Xiang Kun's arm, her teeth clenched. Bailu leaned over and whispered teasingly, "If you don't like it, just go and snatch it." "No way," Tian Shiwei retorted stubbornly, and the two followed after her, muttering to themselves. Fire-starting prompts kept popping up. With reed fluff as kindling and Lu Xiaoli's attention, Xiang Kun didn't hold back this time. He rubbed his hands together, and sparks quickly landed on the fluff, which was then fanned by the wind into a small flame in the blink of an eye. He stuffed the burning reeds into the pile of firewood, and the dry leaves quickly caught fire, the flames gradually growing stronger, the warm light illuminating their faces. Yushushin couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, we have a fire!" She immediately went over to warm her hands, and the others followed suit. As the sun set and a sea breeze blew, the temperature difference became immediately apparent. It had been unbearably hot and humid during the day, but now it was so cold that everyone was shivering. The formal they were wearing was rather thin, with bare shoulders and backs, and the wind made their skin break out in goosebumps. Bailu rubbed her arms and leaned forward, saying, "It's too cold." Tian Shiwei hunched her shoulders, covering her legs with the torn hem of her skirt, stealing a glance at Xiang Kun before quickly looking away. Yushushin was even more direct, practically pressed herself against the fire for warmth, constantly complaining. Chun Juling remained relatively calm, but the backless dress still made her tremble slightly. She looked towards the distant woods, thinking about what she needed to do to keep warm tomorrow and, ideally, to build a sheltered place to stay. The flames burned brighter and brighter, the dry wood crackled, and smoke drifted upwards on the wind. Lu Xiaoli stared intently at the wisp of smoke, murmuring softly, "I must make sure Qian sees this." She clasped her hands together, as if in silent prayer. About 10 minutes later, Xiang Kun suddenly perked up his ears. His senses had become noticeably sharper, and he could vaguely hear sounds coming from afar. It wasn't the sound of waves or the wind, but rather intermittent shouts. "Help! Someone help me!" He suddenly stood up. Lu Xiaoli reacted almost simultaneously, her voice trembling. "Listen, isn't someone shouting?" The group immediately quieted down, holding their breath to listen carefully. Soon, the sound came again, this time even clearer. Chun Juling had already circled around to the other side of the rock and was looking around. Sure enough, on the distant beach, two blurry figures were approaching. Lu Xiaoli's emotions instantly collapsed, and she stumbled forward, crying, "Qian! It must be Qian!" Xiang Kun quickly followed, turning back to warn, "You guys stay by the fire and don't wander off." The two people were supporting each other, one of them clearly limping. As they ran closer, Lu Xiaoli suddenly shouted, "Qian, it really is you." She rushed over and hugged the other person tightly. The person was Lu Yifei. Her white dress was tattered and dirty, her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in dust and sweat, yet her delicate features still shone through. When her mother hugged her, she almost lost her balance, but then she hugged her back tightly. "Mom," her voice choked, trembling with the shock of surviving an ordeal. Lu Xiaoli cried as she checked her injuries, asking incoherent questions. Lu Yifei gently comforted her. "I'm fine, I just twisted my ankle." There was another person nearby, equally disheveled. It was Zhao Lucy. Seeing everyone, she smiled with relief. "Luckily we met you all, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do." Chun Juling asked her with concern, and she pointed to the soles of her feet, saying they were just blisters. Zhao Lucy said, "Sister Qianqian supported me the whole time, and she was injured herself." Lu Yifei immediately pulled her back. "Don't say that. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make it." The two looked at each other, and there was indeed a tacit understanding between them after going through hardships together. Lu Xiaoli was overjoyed to finally find her daughter, her whole body trembling with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She hugged Lu Yifei tightly, repeatedly confirming that this was not a hallucination. The feeling of having found her again made her almost unable to stand. A sea breeze suddenly blew in, making the night's chill particularly noticeable. Lu Xiaoli then realized that her daughter, dressed in a thin dress, must be freezing after being at the beach for so long. She quickly supported her, saying, "Qianqian, are you cold? There's a fire over there. Mom will take you there." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yifei took a step and cried out, "Ouch!" as she fell to the side, her face turning pale instantly. Lu Xiaoli was terrified and quickly squatted down to check on her, only to find that her ankle was badly swollen and covered in a large bruise. How did this happen? Lu Xiaoli's tears welled up again. Her daughter had hardly ever been injured since she was a child, and seeing the scene now, she felt both heartache and panic. Her hand hung in midair, and she didn't even dare to touch it. Lu Yifei glanced down and said softly, "It wasn't this swollen before. It's probably because I walked for too long." She tried to move, her brows furrowing slightly, but she still endured the pain without crying out. Lu Xiaoli was completely at a loss. She subconsciously looked for someone in the crowd, and her eyes quickly fell on Xiang Kun. She called out urgently, "Kuin, what should we do about Qianqian? Please help your auntie think of something." Xiang Kun snapped out of his daze, suppressed his distracting thoughts, and went over to squat down to examine her. Looking at the swelling, he wasn't entirely sure what to do, so he could only say, "A cold compress would be best, but we don't have the resources right now. Let's carry her back first and then figure out what to do." He finished speaking and squatted down. Lu Yifei glanced at her mother, hesitated slightly, but her legs were too weak to walk, so she could only hold on to Xiang Kun's shoulders and slowly lean over him. As soon as she pressed herself against him, Xiang Kun's body visibly stiffened. The dress was too thin, and the two were too close. He instantly tensed up, but he managed to keep his composure and didn't show it. Lu Yifei's face flushed instantly, realizing that the position was somewhat awkward. She tried to move away slightly, but she had no strength at all and could only say in a low voice, "Thank you for your trouble. Let's go." Her tone remained gentle and restrained. Xiang Kun helped her up by the knees and started walking towards the camp. His steps were steady, but the sensation on his back kept coming with the bumps, forcing him to grit his teeth and try not to think about anything else. Lu Xiaoli carefully supported her from the side, constantly reminding her, "Slow down, don't bump her feet." Her eyes were full of concern, and she was completely unaware of the subtle atmosphere between the two of them. Behind them, Chun Juling helped Zhao Lucy follow slowly. She had noticed Xiang Kun's gaze from the beginning, and now, looking at the two figures in front of her, she felt a mix of emotions. She glanced down at her figure beneath her dress, then looked up at Lu Yifei, her gaze lingering for a moment before shifting away. Her face remained calm, but a hint of inexplicable concern lingered in her heart. On this deserted island, without cameras or filters, everyone returned to their most authentic selves. Chun Juling gently pursed her lips and shifted her gaze into the distance. The sea breeze blew, carrying the coolness of the night, and also dispelled the strange emotions in her heart. Zhao Lucy, straightforward and naive, was completely unaware of the undercurrents around her. Watching the group of people walking further and further away, she couldn't help but pout and complain. "Why are they walking so fast? It didn't even wait for me." The abrasions on the soles of her feet were throbbing painfully. Every step felt like walking on knife points. She had been barely able to walk without Chun Juling's support, and now that the group had spread out, she was even more anxious. Chun Juling glanced ahead and suddenly said calmly, "Of course they walk faster when their family is reunited." His words carried a hint of emotion, yet he spoke them very softly. Zhao Lucy didn't think much of it, assuming she was referring to Lu Xiaoli and Lu Yifei's reunion. She nodded in agreement. "That's right. Annie searched all day. She must have been so worried." As she spoke, she limped forward, her tone tinged with envy. She murmured softly, Sister Qian is so lucky to have a mother who cares about her so much. If my mother were here, she would definitely look for me like this too." This sentence made Chun Juling pause, and she suddenly felt that her previous phrase, family, seemed a bit superfluous. Meanwhile, fires had already been lit in the camp. Bai Lu added firewood to the fire and casually asked, "Who's back this time?" Tian Shiwei sat beside her, hugging her knees, and shook her head, saying she couldn't guess, since there were too many people on the cruise ship. Yu Shuxin leaned against the rock, her tone somewhat matter-of-fact. "No matter who it is, since they're here, they have to listen to us." Just as she said this, Tian Shiwei was about to retort when she suddenly saw a figure moving in the distance. The next second, Xiang Kun carried someone into the firelight. Tian Shiwei recognized her at a glance. It was Lu Yifei. She was clinging to Xiang Kun's back, looking weak and dependent. The sight was hard to ignore. Tian Shiwei was stunned, a strange emotion welling up inside her. When she was injured during the day, Xiang Kun hadn't taken such good care of her, but now he was being exceptionally attentive to Lu Yifei. This contrast made her feel suffocated. She lowered her head and stared at the fire, her eyes gradually reddening, but she didn't say a word. In contrast, Yu Shuxin reacted very quickly, immediately going up to greet Lu Yifei warmly, and even taking the opportunity to portray herself as a hero who had accompanied Lu Xiaoli on her search. Lu Yifei was somewhat surprised, but still politely thanked her. "Thank you for taking care of my mother." Her tone was sincere, and she didn't think much of it. Lu Xiaoli nodded in agreement, but felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone quickly sat down to rest. Bai Lu gestured for Lu Yifei to sit down and reminded her to be careful of her foot injury. Tian Shiwei remained silent, hiding in a corner. Xiang Kun stood to the side, watching everything with a thoughtful expression. He silently weighed the current situation in his mind. More and more people were coming, and the relationships were becoming increasingly complex. If he didn't act soon, once everyone had become fully familiar with each other, opportunities would become fewer and fewer. He looked them over one by one. Lu Yifei had just arrived and was injured, so she wasn't suitable. Zhao Lucy hadn't recovered yet, so she wouldn't work either. Bai Lu was easy to get along with, but lacked an opportunity. Chun Juling was too smart and difficult to deal with. Yu Shuxin was proactive, but her mind was clearly not simple. Finally, his gaze fell on Tian Shiwei in the corner. She sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, her eyes red-rimmed, and remained silent. The firelight illuminated the tear tracks on her face. Her emotions were impossible to conceal. Xiang Kun stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. She wasn't tired, nor was she cold. She was simply feeling unwell. He made a decision. The oysters were quickly devoured by Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, the shells piling up in a small heap. Zhao Lucy licked her lips, still staring blankly at the empty shells, and muttered, "This was so delicious. I'm still not full." Xiang Kun glanced at her, but his gaze quickly fell on Tian Shiwei in the corner, and he already had a plan in mind. He stood up and said that there was still some over there on the reef, but it was dark and cold now, and Lu Yifei's injured foot made it inconvenient for her, so he planned to go and dig some more. Just as Yu Shuxin was about to speak and follow, Xiang Kun called out first, "Tian Shiwei, bring some gauze skirts, we'll go together." Upon hearing this, Tian Shiwei was stunned for a moment. The firelight reflected her reddened eyes. She hesitated for a moment, but still silently followed. Yu Shuxin's smile froze, while Chun Juling seemed lost in thought. Lu Xiaoli was busy taking care of her daughter and didn't notice what was happening. After the two walked away, the moonlight shone on the beach, the sea breeze was cool, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. After walking a short distance, Tian Shiwei suddenly stopped and asked directly, "Why did you call me?" Xiang Kun wanted to say something nice, but after holding back for a while, he could only take off his vest and hand it to her, saying that her skirt was too thin and she would be cold at night. Tian Shiwei glanced down but didn't take it, instead asking, "What's our relationship? Why would I wear your clothes?" Her tone was slightly stubborn. Xiang Kun was stunned by the question, and even his explanation seemed somewhat clumsy. Seeing that reasoning with her wouldn't work, he simply stepped forward to help her put it on. Tian Shiwei was startled and quickly pushed him away. After a few tugs of struggle, she suddenly squatted down, hugged her knees, and burst into tears. "You're bullying me." Xiang Kun panicked completely and hurriedly explained that he was just worried she was cold. Tian Shiwei looked up and questioned, "When I was unconscious during the day, can you honestly say you didn't touch me?" This question left him speechless. Xiang Kun's face turned red, and he stammered, unable to speak. Seeing his silence, Tian Shiwei became even more agitated, and with a sob in her voice, she said that she had been bullied for no reason. The grievances she had been suppressing finally burst forth, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiang Kun quickly squatted down to explain, blurting out in his haste, "It's because you're too beautiful." This sentence stunned Tian Shiwei. Even her tears stopped for a moment, and she stared blankly at him. He forced himself to finish his sentence, saying that he had only wanted to check on her condition but had lost control for a moment, though he stopped quickly. Finally, he solemnly expressed his willingness to take responsibility and care for her. His tone was clumsy but earnest. After listening, Tian Shiwei remained silent for a few seconds, then lowered her head to wipe away her tears and whispered, "Who wants you to take responsibility?" But she immediately added, "Now everyone is the same. There's no difference in status anymore." Xiang Kun tentatively asked her if she didn't mind him. Tian Shiwei glared at him and asked if he wanted to continue saying those awkward things. The next second, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, and with tears in her eyes, she scolded, "Fool." The atmosphere immediately eased. This time, Xiang Kun carefully helped her put on the vest, and then used a gauze skirt as a rope to secure it around her waist. After he finished, he asked her if she was warm, and Tian Shiwei nodded gently. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and said he would continue digging for oysters, extending his hand to her. Tian Shiwei glanced at the hand, hesitated for a moment, but still took it, letting him pull her up. Just as the two were about to leave, Tian Shiwei suddenly asked, "What did you call me just now?" Xiang Kun was taken aback and said, "Tian Shiwei." She shook her head, asking him to say it again. Xiang Kun had a sudden inspiration and tentatively called out, "Wei Wei." As soon as he said it, Tian Shiwei's lips curved into a smile, gentler than moonlight. The two walked hand in hand on the beach, their shadows stretched long in the moonlight. Tian Shiwei wore Xiang Kun's vest, which was so oversized it looked somewhat comical, but she was in a good mood and would occasionally glance at him. As they approached the rocky outcrop, she whispered, "Brother Kuin." This call sent a shiver down Xiang Kun's spine, making him feel slightly dizzy. Tian Shiwei smiled and casually inquired about the system. While shaking his hand, she asked curiously, "Besides the activation conditions, are there any other bonuses? Like becoming stronger or running faster?" Xiang Kun looked into her bright eyes, and his guard immediately relaxed a lot. He nodded in agreement. Yes, although it's not fully activated yet, he's definitely much stronger than before. Climbing trees and starting fires are much easier for him, and he's also stronger. Upon hearing this, Tian Shiwei immediately became excited. She pulled him along, wanting to verify it on the spot. Xiang Kun led her to a rock about half a person's height and said that it was definitely impossible to move, but they could try pushing it. He took a deep breath, gave a strong push, and the boulder actually tilted slightly. That alone was enough to be astonishing. Tian Shiwei exclaimed in surprise and went up to try it herself, only to find her face turning red, but the stone remained completely still. She turned to look at Kuin, her face filled with disbelief. Xiang Kun shrugged and smiled, a hint of smugness in his eyes. System bonus. Tian Shiwei was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly grabbed his arm, her voice excited. "You really have a system? That's great." These words startled Xiang Kun, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. Was she testing him by agreeing to get closer to him so quickly? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and his expression gradually froze. Recalling how she had cried her heart out on the beach, he suddenly realized that she was an actress after all. It wasn't surprising that she could cry on cue. His earlier heartache seemed to have come too easily. Just as he was feeling frustrated, a notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Idiot one. Xiang Kun's expression changed instantly. He cursed the system in his mind, but received no response, only a strange sense of mockery. Tian Shiwei sensed something was wrong and realized she had let something slip. She quickly adjusted her expression and asked innocently, "Brother Kuin, what's wrong?" Xiang Kun stared at her, his tone becoming serious. "Were you really crying just now, or were you faking it?" Under the moonlight, Tian Shiwei was silent for a few seconds before answering softly, half and half. She slowly revealed her true feelings. She was indeed wronged at the time. Seeing him carrying Lu Yifei on his back, but not caring about her like that made her feel very sad. Later, being ignored and compared to others made her unable to hold back her emotions any longer. But she also admitted that there was an element of acting in her later emotions. It wasn't until Xiang Kun comforted her, gave her a shield, and offered to take responsibility that she truly fell for him. She sniffed and whispered, "The crying was real, and my feelings for you are real too." She even confessed that from that intimate encounter on the beach, his image had already taken root in her heart. These words stunned Xiang Kun, and his guard gradually lowered. Tian Shiwei lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. "If you feel uncomfortable, you can punish me." She tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and the moonlight fell on her face, quiet and soft, as if waiting for his response. Xiang Kun watched this scene, his emotions gradually calming down. Regardless of the process, their relationship had reached this point, and he didn't want to dwell on it any longer. He lowered his head and gently kissed her. At first, it was just a tentative touch, like a sea breeze brushing across the water, soft yet restrained. Tian Shui trembled slightly, but did not pull away. Xiang Kun reached out and cupped her face, their shadows slowly overlapping in the moonlight. Tian Shui blushed deeply, her breathing becoming erratic. Suddenly, she stiffened and muttered softly, "Brother Kuin, what's that in your pocket? It's hard and poking me." She couldn't help but glance down, her expression becoming even more flustered. Xiang Kun panicked and quickly pulled something out of his pocket, holding it up. "It's not what you think, it's this." A silver fork gleamed in the moonlight. Tian Shui paused for a moment, then laughed. "Why do you carry a fork around?" Xiang Kun explained that he had grabbed it casually at the banquet and hadn't had a chance to use it before it ended up on the deserted island. Tian Shui laughed, so hard her shoulders shook. "Then what did you take it for?" He said helplessly, "When you have no tools, it's better than having nothing at all." The atmosphere immediately relaxed, and the two continued walking. But after taking only a few steps, Xiang Kun suddenly stopped. Looking down, he saw that the sand beneath his feet was already soaked with seawater. When he looked up again, the sea was clearly much closer than before. His face changed. "Oh no, the tide is coming in." Before Tian Shui could realize the problem, Xiang Kun had already pulled her back. The next second, a wave crashed in, instantly submerging the spot where they had just been standing. He pointed to the rocks and said, "If we don't leave now, this whole place will be flooded." Tian Shui panicked and grabbed his hand tightly. The two turned and ran, the seawater quickly washing over the beach, soon reaching their ankles, icy cold. She couldn't keep up, so Xiang Kun simply scooped her up in his arms and sped back. As he ran, he pondered where to retreat. The beach was certainly unsafe, and the woods were too dangerous at night. Suddenly, he remembered the high slope he had seen during the day. There was a higher spot to the east that should offer shelter from the tide. By the time they returned to camp, the tide was already approaching the large rocks. The others were still resting, completely unaware. Xiang Kun rushed over, put Tian Shui down, and shouted, "Get up! The tide's coming in! Get out of here!" Everyone snapped out of their daze. Shun Juling was the first to get up, and Bai Lu also panicked. Lu Xiaoli helped Lu Yifei to her feet. Lu Yifei winced in pain as soon as her foot touched the ground, but she still endured it without making a sound. Yu Shuxin and Zhao Lucy also groggily got up. Xiang Kun didn't have time to explain. He simply picked Lu Yifei up and said, "Follow him to the high slope to the northeast." He gave directions as he led the way forward. The others helped each other up, stumbling and falling as they followed. The seawater rushed closer behind, turning the beach into a vast expanse of water in the blink of an eye. They hadn't run far when a wave nearly knocked Yu Shuxin over. Shun Juling turned back and grabbed her, shouting, "Don't stop! Keep running!" The 8 men rushed forward with all their might until they reached the top of the slope, where they collapsed one by one, panting heavily. No one cared about their appearance. Their clothes were covered in mud and water, and they looked utterly disheveled. Xiang Kun, without taking a break, first put Lu Yifei down and checked her feet. "Are they wet?" She shook her head and forced a smile. "No, you carried her very steadily." After saying that, she lowered her head, looking somewhat unnatural. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Kun's brows immediately furrowed. Her feet were even more swollen than before, with bruises spreading outwards. They looked painful. He gently pressed on one foot, and Lu Yifei shuddered, but gritted her teeth and endured the pain without uttering a sound. Lu Xiaoli's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Ah, Kuin, is there any way?" Xiang Kun suddenly realized he still had the system. He took a deep breath and said, "Let him try, you bear with it." After saying that, he grasped Lu Yifei's ankle with both hands, preparing to try to treat the injury. Xiang Kun knelt down in front of Lu Yifei, gently pressing her ankles with both hands. He wasn't just touching randomly, but probing along the bones little by little. System notifications kept ringing out: bone setting +1, medical skill +1, and then a strange yet incredibly clear memory flooded into his mind. The feeling was as if he had truly studied bone setting for many years. Everything from the bone structure to the repositioning techniques was crystal clear. Xiang Kun's hands unconsciously followed the movements from his memory, gently massaging Lu Yifei's ankle. She only felt a slight stinging pain, but didn't pull away. When the notification sounded again, Xiang Kun had already assessed her condition, a severe sprain accompanied by a minor fracture. He felt reassured and suddenly looked up, saying, "I like you." Lu Yifei was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, she heard a soft crack and felt a sharp pain in her ankle, making her cry out softly. But the next second, the throbbing pain subsided significantly, and she was completely dumbfounded. He released her hand and gently put her foot down. "Is it any better?" Lu Yifei tried to move and nodded in surprise. "It's really much better." Her tone was full of surprise and gratitude. Lu Xiaoli watched the whole process and excitedly grabbed Xiang Kun's hand. "Ah, Kuin, Annie knew you had a way." "Thank you." Xiang Kun felt a little awkward and gently pulled his hand back. He explained, "It's just been repositioned for now. There's still a minor fracture, so she can't walk for the time being. I'll go find some tree branches to help stabilize it. She'll need to rest and recover properly afterward." Lu Xiaoli nodded repeatedly, her emotions gradually calming down. Xiang Kun stood up and looked around. Located in the middle of a hillside, the wind was largely blocked and the ground was relatively dry, making it much warmer than the seaside. He bent down and touched the grass, secretly relieved. This place could serve as a resting spot for the time being. He turned to the group and said, "Everyone, rest here for now. I'll go down and find some branches." Lu Yifei looked up at him and whispered, "Be careful." Her voice was soft but gentle. Xiang Kun nodded, and after taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a gaze behind him. He turned around and saw Tian Shui staring at him, mouthing silently, "Be careful." Her expression clearly showed some awkwardness. Xiang Kun smiled helplessly and quickened his pace down the hillside. As soon as he left, the atmosphere gradually quieted down. Lu Yifei sat on the grass, her gaze still fixed on the direction he had gone. After a while, she turned to look at Lu Xiaoli and asked softly, "Mom, what's this system you were talking about?" These words made Lu Xiaoli freeze instantly. She looked visibly flustered and stammered. "There's no system, I was just saying it offhand." But the more she explained, the more unnatural she seemed, completely unlike her usual composed self. Lu Yifei watched, her doubts deepening. Her mother was always composed and rarely lost her composure like this. She couldn't help but press further. "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" Lu Xiaoli quickly denied it, lowering her head and avoiding eye contact. She could only change the subject. "Don't overthink it. Does your foot still hurt?" Her tone was clearly evasive. Lu Yifei remained silent for a moment, but ultimately did not ask any further questions. She leaned against the side, her gaze falling once more on the distant woods. The image from earlier involuntarily resurfaced in her mind. Xiang Kun carrying her, tending to her wounds, and that sudden "I like you." She gently closed her eyes, forcibly suppressing those thoughts, and whispered to herself, "We just went through danger together. There's no need to think too much." But the lingering warmth of her heartbeat never completely dissipated. On the other side, Tian Shui sat on the grass, keeping a close eye on the commotion. Seeing the mother and daughter's reaction, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "The system belongs to my brother Kuin. What does it have to do with you?" Hearing this from the side, Bai Lu couldn't help but laugh and nudged her, saying, "All right, stop being jealous." Tian Shui snorted and didn't say anything more, but her gaze kept drifting towards the woods. Using the moonlight, Xiang Kun reached the edge of the forest. Ahead lay a dark, dense expanse, the shadows of the trees layered upon each other, the wind mingling with birdsong, a sound that sent chills down his spine. He stood still, hesitant to venture further. This environment was too dangerous. Even with his current abilities, he might not be able to handle any wild animals he might encounter. After weighing his options, he decided to stay on the periphery. He found a tree that wasn't too thick, climbed it, and broke off 2 sturdy branches for later use. He was quite pleased that he could also improve his abilities while doing so, and thinking about his considerable gains tonight, his mood lightened considerably. But just as he rounded the pile of stones, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes, and he froze on the spot. The branch in his hand fell to the ground, and he instinctively stopped, as if frozen in place, completely unaware of what had happened. It turned out that the other group of people, exhausted from their journey, couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the rocky slope to relieve themselves. They thought it was safe because of its low and secluded location, but they didn't expect to be blocking Xiang Kun's way back. Upon seeing him, the scene instantly spiraled out of control. Bai Lu was the first to spot him, her screams exploding out loud, and the others reacted in quick succession. A cacophony of exclamations and panic filled the air, creating utter chaos. Xiang Kun, what are you doing? Turn around. Several people shouted, both embarrassed and angry, as they straightened their clothes. Xiang Kun suddenly snapped out his daze, quickly turned around, and repeatedly explained, I really didn't mean to. He heard a rustling sound of commotion behind him, and someone kept accusing him of pretending to be stupid. Xiang Kun stood there, too afraid to move, his mind filled with the image of that moment, which he couldn't shake off, and the more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. After a while, the noise behind them gradually subsided. Tian Shiwei, somewhat annoyed, called out to him that he could turn around. Xiang Kun slowly turned around and saw that the group had already straightened their clothes, but their faces were all red, and the atmosphere was indescribably awkward. Yu Shushin wanted to press him to reveal what he had seen, but Xiang Kun stammered and could only give a vague answer in the end. Tian Shiwei couldn't help but punch him lightly, which eased the atmosphere a little, but the awkwardness still lingered. At this crucial moment, Chun Juling calmly spoke up, telling everyone to go back first. She took the lead, and the others followed her up the slope. As they passed Xiang Kun, some glared at him, some lowered their heads in silence, and some couldn't help but steal a glance at him. Xiang Kun stood there and sighed, dragging the branch as he slowly walked back, feeling incredibly uneasy, unsure how he would face them when he got back. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the top of the slope, he felt several pairs of eyes fixed on him, the atmosphere becoming extremely tense. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoli spoke up in time, changing the subject and asking him to help treat Lu Yifei's foot injury. Xiang Kun felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly got to work, using tree branches to stabilize her ankle. His movements were exceptionally focused, which also eased the awkwardness from before. After finishing, he simply laid down to the side pretending nothing was wrong, staring blankly at the moon in the sky, not daring to say another word. The surroundings were quiet at first, but suddenly someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughter quickly spread, gradually dispelling the tense atmosphere. Xiang Kun couldn't help but laugh along with them, and the tension in his heart finally eased. A night breeze blew by, the sound of the waves mingled with soft laughter, and everything slowly returned to calm. Someone muttered "fool" under their breath, the voice so soft, yet it added an indescribable meaning to the night. Xiang Kun didn't dare to sleep soundly that night. After all, this was a strange, deserted island, and no one knew if wild beasts would suddenly appear in the night. The more he thought about it, the more awake he became. He simply sat up and used the moonlight to survey his surroundings to make sure it was safe. On the hillside, several people were asleep in various positions. Yu Shushin was curled up in a ball, Bai Lu slept in a carefree posture, and Zhao Lucy was using her arm as a pillow, looking rather cute. Tian Shiwei lay on her side, her face turned towards him, her expression much calmer than during the day. Lu Yifei leaned against Lu Xiaoli, her injured foot immobilized. Both of them had slightly furrowed brows, clearly not sleeping soundly. Chun Juling lay on her side, a little further away, her breathing relatively even. After confirming that everyone was all right for the time being, Xiang Kun decided to take the night watch himself. He found a slightly higher spot to sit and stared at the dark forest below. The sound of the waves came intermittently, and he would occasionally get up and stretch to pass the time. After some time, he suddenly heard a slight noise behind him. He turned around and saw that Chun Juling had woken up. She walked over and asked softly, "Are you on watch?" Xiang Kun nodded, saying he was a little worried. She sat down next to him, and the two of them looked into the distance together. After a moment of silence, Chun Juling took the initiative to tell him to go and rest, and that she would keep watch for the rest of the night. Xiang Kun was a little surprised, feeling that it was not appropriate for a girl to keep watch, but she calmly analyzed the current situation. She said that water, shelter, and food all needed to be secured, and there weren't many people in the team who could actually contribute. Xiang Kun was the only key player. If he didn't get enough rest, many things would be affected the next day. This clear and logical analysis impressed Xiang Kun. He chuckled and teased her, praising her sharp mind. Chun Juling felt a little embarrassed by his words and urged him to go to sleep. Xiang Kun didn't insist any further and found a patch of grass to lie down. Before falling asleep, he glanced at her one last time. In the moonlight, her back looked serene, and the tips of her ears were slightly red. He felt a stirring in his heart, but was quickly overcome by sleepiness. Before long, his breathing gradually calmed down. Chun Juling glanced at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, before quickly looking away and continuing to watch her surroundings, forcing herself to stay awake and keep watch. As night deepened, the sounds of waves and insects mingled together, and her eyelids began to droop, forcing her to pinch herself occasionally to stay awake. And so, intermittently, the night slowly passed. At dawn, Xiang Kun suddenly opened his eyes. The sunlight was already shining on the hillside. He sat up and found Chun Juling still sitting there, but her head was nodding, clearly very sleepy. Feeling a little guilty, he walked over and saw her almost fall, so he quickly reached out to support her. Chun Juling woke up with a start, saw that it was already dawn, and looked somewhat embarrassed. I fell asleep. Her voice was still sleepy as she said she couldn't stay awake. Xiang Kun comforted her, saying she had already done very well. She tried to stand up, but her legs gave way, and she almost fell again. It turned out she had been sitting all night, and her legs were already numb. Seeing this, Xiang Kun didn't hesitate. He simply picked her up and carried her to rest. Chun Juling was stunned, but she didn't have the strength to resist and could only lean against him. Even through his clothes, she could feel his body temperature and heartbeat. That reassuring feeling slowly relaxed her nerves, which had been tense all night, and her fatigue seemed to lessen considerably. She gently closed her eyes, a barely perceptible smile appearing on her lips. Xiang Kun gently placed Chun Juling on the haystack where he had just slept, where a little warmth still lingered. He carefully gathered some dry grass and placed it under her head as a makeshift pillow. Chun Juling squinted as she watched him bustle about. After Xiang Kun finished tidying up, he squatted down beside her and said in a low voice, "You can sleep peacefully. I'll make sure the shelter is set up today, so you won't have to work so hard anymore." His tone was serious, without a hint of perfunctoriness. She responded softly, a warm feeling rising in her heart, and quickly closed her eyes to rest. The sky was already bright, and the others gradually woke up, bringing life to the camp. Zhao Lucy was the first to sit up, rubbing her eyes, her hair disheveled. She immediately cried out, "Brother Xiang Kun, I'm so hungry." Her cry woke everyone up slowly. Bai Lu yawned. Tian Shiwei saw Xiang Kun and wanted to greet him, but then pretended not to see him. Yu Shuxin stretched, looking disgusted with her sleeping environment from the previous night. Lu Yifei also woke up, and Lu Xiaoli quickly checked her foot injury. Zhao Lucy became increasingly aggrieved as she spoke, clutching her stomach and complaining of hunger. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. The oysters from last night had long since been digested. Xiang Kun looked towards the sea and noticed that the tide had receded. Large stretches of sandy beach reappeared, and the rocky area also came into view. He suddenly thought of beachcombing. These uninhabited islands were rich in resources, and low tide was the perfect time to collect seafood. He immediately made a decision. "You guys wait here, I'll go check the beach. There should be some fish and shrimp stranded." As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Shiwei stood up, indicating that she wanted to come with him. Yu Shuxin also got excited, saying she had never experienced beachcombing before. Bai Lu was about to speak when Xiang Kun stopped her with a look. He quickly made arrangements. The wounded would stay, Chun Juling would rest, and Lu Xiaoli would take care of the injured. Then he looked at Bai Lu and said directly, "You stay here to gather firewood. We'll need to start a fire later." Bai Lu was a little reluctant, but finally agreed. Xiang Kun ultimately set off with only Tian Shiwei and Yu Shuxin. The two women, one on each side of Xiang Kun, linked arms and walked excitedly towards the sea. Xiang Kun, sandwiched in the middle, felt a surge of pride. He would never have dared to dream of such treatment before. Upon reaching the rocky area, the scene before me was completely different from the night before. The rocks were all exposed, covered in seaweed and barnacles, glistening wetly. The beach appeared empty, but the real key was in the puddles. Xiang Kun briefly assigned tasks, instructing the two to search separately, but not too far apart. However, they first went to a secluded corner to take care of personal matters, showing no sign of rushing to start work. Xiang Kun began searching himself, and soon found a sea base in the puddle. He took off his shoes and waded into the water, carefully approaching and reaching out to grab it, but the fish darted away in an instant, splashing water all over his face. Although he failed to catch it, the system still notified him of fishing +1, and a fishing technique flashed into his mind. Xiang Kun immediately realized that his method was wrong. After adjusting his approach, he approached again. This time, his movements were slower. He circled around to the side to the fish's head, aimed at the gills, and suddenly pinched hard. The sea base struggled violently, but he held it firmly in his grasp. Xiang Kun lifted his hand and successfully caught the fish, and the notification sound rang again. He couldn't help but laugh. Afterward, he threw the fish into a nearby large puddle to keep it alive for a while. Watching it regain its vitality and swim around, he felt more confident. With the sea base as a starting point, Xiang Kun's confidence soared. He stood up and looked into the depths of the reef, where he saw numerous pools of water, indicating that there was still much to be gained. Just as he was about to continue forward, he suddenly remembered his two companions and turned back for a glance. Tian Shiwei emerged from behind the rock, her face still glistening with water droplets, clearly having just washed her face briefly with seawater. She didn't bother with tidiness, quickly wiping her face a couple of times before running towards them, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Brother Kuin." Xiang Kun reached out and caught her, reminding her to slow down. Tian Shiwei naturally took his arm. "I'll help you look. 2 people will be faster." Xiang Kun didn't refuse, and the two of them searched side by side among the rocks. They hadn't gone far when Tian Shiwei suddenly stopped, pointed to a crevice in the rock, and said in a trembling voice, "Look over there." Xiang Kun looked in that direction and saw 2 large blue crabs facing each other with their pincers raised, their shells each the size of a palm. Blue crab, what a find! Tian Shiwei was both excited and scared, only daring to hide behind Xiang Kun and urge him to make a move. Xiang Kun moved quietly, swiftly striking from behind and pressing down on the large blue crab's shell. Its pincers flailed wildly, but it couldn't grab him no matter what. "Got it," the notification sounded. Tian Shiwei jumped up and down excitedly beside him. Xiang Kun tied the crab claws with a strip of cloth, threw them into the puddle, and then grabbed another smaller one, putting it away as well. Tian Shiwei squatted by the water, smiling happily as she looked at her catch. Just then, Yu Shuxin's voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Come and see. This octopus is so beautiful." The two quickly rushed over. Upon closer inspection, she was holding a small octopus with blue rings. Xiang Kun's expression instantly changed, and he immediately shouted, "Throw it away. That's a blue-ringed octopus. It's highly poisonous." Yu Shuxin turned pale with fright and screamed as she flung the octopus away. Xiang Kun rushed over and kicked it back into the sea. After checking her hand and confirming there were no wounds, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she wasn't bitten. Yu Shuxin's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed, hugging Tian Shiwei and crying. Xiang Kun said helplessly, "Don't touch things you don't recognize in the future. Ask me first." She nodded repeatedly, never daring to act recklessly again. After that, she became noticeably more obedient, closely following behind Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun continued his beachcombing, and in a large puddle, he found a hard shell. With a burst of strength, he pulled out a large lobster, its antennae still flailing wildly. Lobsters! The two women were stunned. Xiang Kun told them to tie up the lobsters and put them in the puddle. He continued to search and soon caught grouper, wrasse, and a handful of sardines, and the harvest kept increasing. Hidden among the crevices of the rocks were many sea snails, which he scooped out handful by handful. There were spicy snails, cat-sized snails, and bitter snails. In another puddle, he even found several large conch shells, which were quite heavy. After a busy round, their catch was piled high. Grouper, parrotfish, sardines, 2 blue crabs, a large lobster, and dozens of sea snails. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiang Kun finally stopped. The 3 of them wrapped their catch in their gauze skirts, carrying the larger fish in their hands and packing the smaller ones away, returning home laden with their bounty. When everyone returned to the hillside, Chun Juling was still fast asleep, while the others spoke in hushed tones. Bai Lu had already gathered a pile of firewood and neatly stacked it beside them, enough to burn for a long time. Zhao Lucy was the first to see them, and her eyes lit up instantly. She was starving, and as soon as she saw the bulging bundle in Xiang Kun's hand, she immediately rushed over. "Let me have a bite. Even raw is fine." Xiang Kun untied the bundle, revealing fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails. Zhao Lucy swallowed hard, and Bai Lu was also astonished. "You've brought the whole sea back?" Lu Xiaoli helped Lu Yifei over, her face full of relief. Yu Shuxin said proudly, "We spent the whole morning going to the beach." Tian Shiwei immediately retorted, "Was that going to the beach, or were you scared by the seafood?" Xiang Kun ignored them and squatted down to skillfully start a fire. Soon, sparks appeared, and with a touch of dry grass, the flames quickly leaped up. He skewered the lobsters and placed them on the fire, then threw the conch shells directly into the flames. The aroma quickly spread, and Zhao Lucy stared at the fire without blinking. "Is it ready yet?" Xiang Kun flipped the lobsters. "What's the rush? They're not fully cooked yet." Before long, the lobster shells gradually turned red, and the oil sizzled. He split the lobster open. "Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, you eat first." Zhao Lucy took it and bit into it, panting as it was burned, but still said it was delicious. Lu Yifei took a small bite and whispered thank you. The conch was quickly grilled, and Bai Lu nodded repeatedly as he ate. The group finally caught their breath. Tian Shiwei leaned closer and asked, "Brother Kuin, aren't you going to eat?" Xiang Kun shook his head. "You guys eat first." He glanced at Chun Juling, who was still asleep but didn't wake her. Instead, he continued processing the fish. With a knife in hand, the cleaning went exceptionally smoothly, and he quickly cleaned all the fish. The grouper was skewered on a tree branch and grilled over a fire, its oil dripping and the aroma even stronger than before. System notifications kept popping up saying, "Cooking skill +1," and Xiang Kun continued to flip the fish while gradually mastering the heat. As soon as the fish was cooked and set down, several hands reached out simultaneously. Zhao Lucy grabbed the belly, Bai Lu took the back, Yu Shuxin got the tail, and Tian Shiwei only managed to grab a small corner, but she ate with great satisfaction. Lu Yifei didn't try to grab any. Lu Xiaoli got her piece. She ate slowly, her gaze unconsciously falling on Xiang Kun, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they rested against rocks or lay on the grass. The warm sunshine shone down, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. At this moment, Xiang Kun stood up and said seriously, "Listen to me, everyone." Everyone looked at him, and his expression was noticeably more serious than before. They're on a deserted island now. They need to be prepared for a long-term stay. The atmosphere immediately turned somber. Yu Shuxin was somewhat skeptical. "Surely there will be a rescue, right?" Xiang Kun shook his head. That aurora was too unusual. The cruise ship and everyone else have disappeared. We can't just rely on rescue. They have to find a way to survive first. He then explained his plan. "We need to find stable accommodation, fresh water, and stock up on food. We can't just rely on beachcombing. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble if the weather changes." The group fell silent after hearing this, their emotions clearly suppressed by reality. Zhao Lucy asked softly, "So what do we do now?" Xiang Kun was about to continue when Yu Shuxin suddenly laughed, her tone light but with a hint of sarcasm. "Isn't it simple?" She looked at Xiang Kun, a smirk playing on her lips. "Brother Xiang Kun, don't you have a system? Just find someone to help you activate it, right?" Yu Shuxin's words caused an uproar on the hillside. "What system?" Zhao Lucy looked blank. She had just arrived and knew nothing about the situation. Yuan, however, spoke casually, revealing the activation conditions of the many children, many blessings system in front of everyone, her tone as if chatting casually, yet the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Zhao Lucy blushed instantly upon hearing this, and Lu Yifei froze on the spot, vaguely recalling her mother's unusual reaction before finally understanding the reason. Xiang Kun was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he still pretended to be embarrassed and tried to change the subject, but Yuan clearly had no intention of stopping. She even half-jokingly told Xiang Kun to choose whatever he wants, making the matter even more direct. Tian Shui immediately objected and stood up to refute her, and the atmosphere became tense. Yuan, however, remained calm and instead emphasized that the system was beneficial to everyone, steer the conversation towards survival needs. This step had practically paved the way for Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun remained silent for a moment, his mindset shifting accordingly. He realized that further avoidance would only appear weak, so he simply stepped forward, explained the situation clearly, and spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. The system does exist, and it does require someone's cooperation to activate. But Xiang Kun won't force anyone. Those who are willing can discuss it privately. He spoke directly, yet left room for maneuver, giving everyone a way out. After the words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, none daring to speak. Bai Lu pretended to stir up trouble. Zhao Lucy blushed and lowered her head. Lu Yifei's breathing became slightly erratic, and Lu Xiaoli held her daughter's hand, unsure what to say. Tian Shui's emotions were the most obvious. After standing for a while, she turned and walked away. Yuan, on the other hand, was stunned. She originally thought Xiang Kun would panic, but she didn't expect him to stabilize the situation, which completely disrupted her rhythm. For the first time, she lost control. Looking around, she realized that everyone was in chaos, except for Xiang Kun, who remained the calmest. She opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She could only pretend to be nonchalant and regain her composure. Xiang Kun glanced at the sky, then stopped dwelling on the topic and brought up the important matter of finding a place to build a shelter. The atmosphere eased slightly, giving everyone a chance to shift their focus. Yuan was the first to step forward and say she wanted to go, her smile returning. Tian Shui immediately stepped forward and took Xiang Kun's arm, clearly not wanting her to come alone. There was a subtle sense of rivalry between the two. Bai Lu stood to the side, somewhat hesitant. She had been rejected before, and this time she didn't dare to speak up. Xiang Kun noticed this and simply called her name, inviting her to come and get some fresh air. Bai Lu's eyes lit up immediately, her face beaming with joy. Tian Shui noticed, but didn't say much, only moving closer to Xiang Kun. Yuan pouted, but tacitly accepted the arrangement. Of the remaining people, Lu Xiaoli had to take care of her daughter, Zhao Lucy's foot was still injured, and Chun Juling was resting, so none of them were fit to move around. After giving a brief explanation, Xiang Kun led the three of them down the hillside. Xiang Kun led the three women into the woods. As soon as they stepped inside, the light immediately dimmed. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, but inside the forest, shadows were heavy, and sunlight could only slant in through the gaps in the leaves, like beams of light falling to the ground. The surrounding trees were incredibly tall, with thick trunks and bark covered in moss. The air was humid and stifling. Vines twined around them, climbing upwards like snakes. The ground was covered with withered leaves and moss, soft and slippery underfoot, mixed with rotten wood and tangled branches. The low-lying plants grew densely, some with enormous leaves, others with leaves as thin as needles. The three of them unconsciously moved closer to Xiang Kun. Tian Shui even grabbed his arm and whispered, "This place is way too deep." There was practically no path along the way. They could only push through the bushes as they slowly made their way forward. Every now and then, a few startled birds would give them fright. Xiang Kun used a knife to mark the trees along the way, just in case they got lost, adding an extra layer of safety. Along the way, they encountered many strange plants. The purplish-red berries looked eerie, and Yuan was about to pick one when Xiang Kun stopped her. There were also red flowers that smelled of decay and brightly colored mushrooms, which Xiang Kun avoided, not daring to take any risks. As they ventured deeper, the air grew drier, and the surrounding vegetation thinned out. The white deer lifted a large leaf, startling a half-meter-long lizard that screamed and retreated, causing a moment of chaos. After walking for a long time, Xiang Kun pushed aside the last patch of bushes, and suddenly the view opened up before him. A hillside bathed in direct sunlight appeared, with a huge, flat rock in the middle, standing there like a natural barrier. What's even more surprising is that there's a huge banyan tree in front of the stone. The trunk is thick, and the aerial roots intertwine to form a semi-enclosed space, creating a natural tree hole with an area of about 20 to 30 square meters, which is practically a ready-made shelter. Xiang Kun couldn't help but exclaim that this place was simply a gift from heaven. The three women were also stunned and went inside to investigate. The ground was soft, and the canopy of trees provided some shelter. Although there were still some gaps, they could be easily sealed off later. After a quick look around, Xiang Kun already had a plan in mind. Stones for the back wall, banyan trees for the perimeter wall, and mud and leaves to seal the gaps. This place could easily serve as a long-term campsite. The three of them quickly accepted the location. Tian Shiwei was beaming with excitement. Yu Shuxin nodded in agreement, and Bai Lu immediately began clearing the ground, moving the dead branches out. Seeing this, Xiang Kun began to assign tasks, instructing them to clean the ground, lay grass, and find water sources, while he prepared to go back and fetch the others, especially the injured, who needed to be evacuated as soon as possible. Before she could finish speaking, all three objected. Tian Shiwei was the first to shake her head. "You're going back alone?" "No way." Yu Shuxin also quickly followed suit, expressing her concern, afraid that they might encounter danger if left alone. Although Bai Lu didn't say much, she stood directly next to Xiang Kun, making her stance clear. The three of them were unanimously unwilling to separate, for a simple reason. This forest was too dangerous, and none of them felt comfortable leaving it alone. Xiang Kun was somewhat helpless. His attempts to persuade them were to no avail. Tian Shiwei blushed and insisted on going with him, while Yu Shuxin refused to back down, creating an awkward silence. He looked around and could only give a wry smile in resignation. Since no one was willing to stay, they would all go back together. It would be more troublesome, but at least it would be safer. I walked very slowly on the way there, afraid of getting lost. The return trip was much easier. There were footprints on the ground and markings made by Xiang Kun on the tree trunks. I just had to follow the original path. The four quickened their pace noticeably, no longer bothering to examine the previously intimidating lizards and strange plants. Soon, the light ahead brightened, and the familiar meadow came into view. Chun Juling was already awake and sitting by the fire eating grilled sardines. Seeing them return, her eyes lit up, and she immediately stood up to greet them, her expression noticeably more relaxed. Before Xiang Kun could even speak, Yu Shuxin eagerly took credit, excitedly describing the large tree hollow they had found, speaking vividly and praising the place to the skies. Chun Juling was pleasantly surprised and turned to Xiang Kun for confirmation. Xiang Kun nodded and explained that the place was high up, dry, and had natural shelter, so it could be habitable with just a little repair. As he spoke, he casually inquired about Chun Juling's rest and meals. When Chun Juling heard him mention the promise from last night, her heart stirred slightly. It turned out he really had remembered it. She lowered her head and chuckled softly, her tone softening. "I've eaten and rested well. Thank you." Her smile was clear and natural, leaving Xiang Kun momentarily stunned. Just then, a cold snort broke the silence. Tian Shiwei stood to the side, arms crossed, her eyes clearly displeased. Chun Juling understood and quietly took a step back, creating some distance. Xiang Kun snapped out of his daze and quickly changed the subject, suggesting they move to a new shelter immediately. However, how to transfer the wounded became a problem, especially Zhao Lucy. He had a sudden inspiration and used the gauze he had cut off earlier to wrap Zhao Lucy's feet, layering it thickly to make walking less painful. Zhao Lucy tried it and found it noticeably easier, thanking him repeatedly. After taking care of the situation, Xiang Kun carried Lu Yifei on his back, as usual. Lu Xiaoli watched from his side, her expression showing more relief. The others helped Zhao Lucy, and they set off together. The group crossed the grassland and entered the woods, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense yet novel. They hadn't gone far when Yu Shuxin was startled by a giant spider hanging there and jumped back. Xiang Kun explained that it was a spider with a human face and wouldn't harm anyone unprovoked. Further on, a large toad suddenly croaked, startling Bai Lu and causing everyone to tense up. A lizard then darted out of the grass, startling Zhao Lucy, who grabbed Chun Dueling tightly. Xiang Kun continued to reassure them, saying it was just a harmless little animal, and everyone relaxed slightly. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew increasingly lively overhead, filled with the calls of various birds. The tapping of woodpeckers, the chirping of thrushes, and the fluttering of flocks of sparrows brought the entire forest to life. Gradually, another sound overwhelmed everything, the chirping of cicadas. At first, it was just a few scattered chirps, but then they joined together like waves crashing one after another, making one's ears tingle. Zhao Lucy couldn't help but cover her ears and complain about the noise. Xiang Kun, however, smiled and explained that this was actually a good sign, indicating that they were heading deeper into the island. He added, places with many cicadas are generally wetter, and there's likely a water source nearby. This remark lifted everyone's spirits, and hope rekindled on their faces. With this anticipation, the group continued deeper into the forest, the cicadas chirping louder and louder, as if guiding their way. When the enormous banyan tree came into view, the group, all first-time visitors, were stunned. Its hollow trunk formed a spacious hollow, a perfect natural shelter. Xiang Kun gently placed Lu Yifei on a rock at the entrance of the hollow. She looked around and couldn't help but whisper, "This place is really nice." Chun Dueling helped Zhao Lucy over, and Zhao Lucy tiptoed to look inside, her eyes shining. "We'll live here from now on?" Xiang Kun nodded in confirmation, but quickly added, "But it still needs some renovations." He pointed to the gaps that let in light, clearly indicating that it wasn't safe enough yet. He quickly assigned tasks. Chun Dueling and Tian Shui were to find a water source. Bai Lu would take Yushushin to clean the tree hole, and he would go find stone slabs to seal the cracks. Lu Xiaoli was responsible for looking after the injured. After the arrangements were made, everyone went about their respective tasks. Xiang Kun searched for suitable stone slabs along the hillside. These thin, flat stones were not common and required careful selection. After walking about 200 meters, the vegetation gradually thickened, and suddenly he heard the sound of water. Parting the grass, a stream appeared before them. The water was crystal clear, flowing gently and shimmering in the sunlight. "We found a water source." Xiang Kun's eyes lit up, and he casually picked up a stone from the stream bank. Just as he was about to call for help, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Brother, Xiang Kun?" He turned around and saw Yushushin. She explained that the tree hole had been almost cleaned up, so she came to help, but her gaze lingered more on Xiang Kun. The two walked along the stream when Yushushin suddenly stopped and asked in a low voice, "Do you really have a system?" Xiang Kun's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he walked to a boulder. He bent down and, with a mighty effort, lifted the several hundred-pound rock, then gently set it down. "What do you think?" This scene completely stunned Yushushin. She was clearly taken aback. Xiang Kun added that the system not only improves oneself, but also benefits those around them, such as enhancing their physical fitness. On this deserted island, this advantage means a greater chance of survival. Yushushin was silent for a moment, then her eyes gradually hardened. She realized that in this environment, only by taking the initiative could she secure a place. She looked at Xiang Kun and said earnestly, "I can help you cooperate with the system, but you can't forget about me." Xiang Kun agreed without hesitation. Yushushin then smiled, a mixture of pride and shyness in her eyes, and gestured for him to go upstream to a more secluded spot to discuss the matter further. The two left the stream, surrounded only by the sounds of cicadas and water. With her improved physical fitness, this process lasted significantly longer. It ended half an hour later, and Yushushin clutched her leg, frowning, "Ouch, my leg is injured." Xiang Kun looked down and saw a shallow bloodstain on the inside of her thigh, which was beginning to stop bleeding. He crouched down to check and confirmed it wasn't a big problem. "It's just a minor scrape. It'll be fine after washing it." There was a stream nearby with plenty of water. Yushushi nodded, holding onto the stones as she slowly walked over, her legs still a little weak. She squatted by the stream, cupped her hands in the water, and gently rinsed her wound. The cool water washed away the blood and stickiness. She washed very carefully from her thigh to her ankle, leaving almost no spot untouched. After washing, she realized she had nothing to dry herself with. She hesitated for a moment, then simply used her own clothes to clean herself. The whole process was quiet, and she was more attentive than usual. Xiang Kun observed the wound from the side, and only after confirming that it had closed did he feel relieved. Sunlight streamed down, and Yu Shushin's figure, usually so flamboyant, appeared quieter. After finishing, she stood up, her face still slightly flushed. "Okay, stop looking." Xiang Kun smiled. "I didn't lie to you, did I? Doesn't your body feel different?" Yu Shushin clenched her fist and carefully felt her body. Despite all the exertion, she should have been exhausted, but instead, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, and she didn't feel weak at all. She nodded. "It's definitely different." Xiang Kun said, "The more we do this, the better the effect will be." Yu Shushin rolled her eyes at him, but didn't argue, and the atmosphere eased. At this moment, Xiang Kun suddenly had a new plan in his mind. He looked at Yu Shushin and felt that she was outgoing and spoke directly, making her very suitable to play the role of the one who takes the lead in the team. If she were to test and push others, while Xiang Kun himself remained restrained and measured, one taking the initiative and the other holding back, it would be easier for the situation to develop naturally. He whispered his thoughts to Yu Shushin. Yu Shushin was taken aback for a moment after hearing this, then laughed out loud. "Brother Xiang Kun, you're quite the schemer." Xiang Kun said seriously, "This is called division of labor and cooperation." Yu Shushin glanced at him and asked, "What benefits do I get?" Xiang Kun thought for a moment and said, "I guarantee that no matter how many people come in the future, you will always be at the front of the line with me." His words were somewhat vague, but the meaning was clear. Yu Shushin was initially a little smug, but she quickly realized what was going on and frowned, asking, "What's the ranking?" After doing the math, her expression immediately changed. "I'm only fifth?" She became increasingly indignant, comparing each of the other people one by one, her emotions clearly rising. Xiang Kun, however, remained calm, simply adding slowly, "Think about it. There might be more than just us on this island." He casually mentioned that others might be attracted later. Upon hearing this, Yu Shushin's expression froze, and her earlier dissatisfaction vanished. She remained silent for a few seconds, then sighed, "Fine, top 5 it is." Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, but it was an acceptance. Xiang Kun nodded. "Then you'll help me play this role well." Yu Shushin looked at him, bit her lip, and finally nodded. "Deal." Sunlight shone on the stream, and their shadows were very close. One was calculating the situation ahead, while the other was half resigned and half compromising. A new tacit understanding was forming without them even realizing it. The two agreed on a division of labor, one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop, and then they started collecting stones along the stream. Xiang Kun specifically chose the thin, flat stones, stacking them one by one until they were shoulder-high, swaying slightly as they walked. Yu Shushin, not yet strong enough, only carried a few small stones and followed behind. As they collected more and more stones, the two began to head back. Just as they passed through the bushes, they bumped into Tian Shiwei and Chen Juling coming towards them. Tian Shiwei's eyes lit up, and she ran up to them, surprised to see how many materials they had gathered. Chen Juling explained that they hadn't found a water source and were preparing to come and look for someone. Yu Shushin immediately chimed in, making up a story, saying that she had accidentally discovered a stream while relieving herself and had also helped Xiang Kun move stones, her tone so natural it sounded like the truth. Chen Juling glanced at her, and seeing that she seemed normal, she didn't suspect anything. She simply nodded, indicating that finding a water source was a good thing. She wanted to help move the stones, but Xiang Kun refused, telling them to stay by the stream and mix the mud for later use. So the two stayed to continue working, while Xiang Kun and Yu Shushin continued on their way back. Back in front of the tree hollow, Bai Lu was clearing the ground with branches, having already swept up a pile of dry grass. Lu Xiaoli was watching over Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, while also tidying up the firewood. Seeing the two return, Lu Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed Yu Shushin. Before she could ask anything, Yu Shushin greeted her with a smile. Bai Lu, however, couldn't help but complain about her sudden disappearance, worried that something had happened to her. Yu Shushin skillfully repeated her previous explanation, her tone relaxed and natural. Bai Lu, though still somewhat dissatisfied, didn't pursue the matter further, only reminding her not to run around recklessly next time. The atmosphere quickly returned to normal. Xiang Kun checked the cracks in the tree hole and found that there weren't enough stones, so he decided to go again. He had just opened his mouth when Yushushin suddenly stopped, clutching her waist and pretending to be exhausted. She complained that she had worked all morning, clearly implying that someone hadn't contributed. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, who immediately understood the implication and looked somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yifei spoke first, sincerely stating that she would definitely make it up to her after she recovered. Zhao Lucy quickly followed suit, saying that she was willing to do any kind of work after she recovered, showing a very positive attitude. Yushushin waved her hand and smiled, saying she wasn't blaming the injured. But then she shifted the focus to the system, saying that if the system could be activated, they might be able to obtain supplies directly, and everyone wouldn't have to work so hard. She looked at the two of them and added meaningfully, "If you really want to help, why not start from this angle?" Upon hearing this, their faces instantly turned red, and the atmosphere became awkward again. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Yushushin was secretly pleased with herself. She turned around and resumed her relaxed demeanor, urging Xiang Kun to continue moving the stones. She even pretended to be soft-hearted and continue to help. Xiang Kun saw all of this and understood that she was helping him move things forward. He couldn't help but feel a little more respect for her. After Xiang Kun and Yushushin left, the tree hollow fell silent. Lu Yifei lowered her head. The blush on her face not yet completely faded, and she unconsciously fiddled with the grass blades, as if lost in thought. Lu Xiaoli sat to the side, watching her daughter's reaction, and immediately became alert. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but she didn't want to speak up directly. Some things, once said, would only make things more complicated. She weighed the options repeatedly in her mind. The conditions on the deserted island were unique, and Xiang Kun was practically their only hope. He was capable of working, finding food, and possessed crucial skills. Several girls were slowly gravitating towards him, and the situation was quite clear. Thinking about this, Lu Xiaoli's feelings became extremely complicated. If they were truly to be trapped on this island for a long time, her daughter's choices seemed limited. She sighed, ultimately saying nothing more, and simply gazed silently at Lu Yifei, lost in thought. On the other side, Xiang Kun led Yushushin back to the stream, where they soon saw Chun dueling busy in the water. She rolled up her clothes and used stones to create a semicircular structure. When Xiang Kun went over to take a look, he realized that she wanted to build a small pond to raise fish. This way, once the fish swam in, they wouldn't have a good chance of getting out, and it would be much easier for them to find food, saving a lot of effort. This idea caught Xiang Kun's eye, and he couldn't help but praise her for her thoughtfulness. Chun Juling was a little embarrassed by the praise, but she continued to carefully arrange the stones. Just as Xiang Kun was about to go and help find more stones, a smack sounded from the side. Tian Shiwei threw the mud in her hand on the ground, clearly upset. "I want to go too." Without waiting for a response, she washed her hands and stood next to Xiang Kun, her attitude resolute. Her words were laced with questioning why Yushushin could go with them while she had to stay behind. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Seeing this, Chun Juling offered to let her go with them, saying she would stay behind to continue dealing with the mud, her tone gentle and considerate. Xiang Kun understood that the two had started competing. One was jealous, and the other was watching the show. He didn't say anything, and simply led them forward together. What followed was like a competition, with both frantically picking up stones, neither willing to give in. Xiang Kun didn't bother. Carrying more stones was always a good thing. As they walked, Yushushin suddenly pointed into the distance. "Look, isn't that a deer?" The two looked in the direction she pointed, and sure enough, there was a sika deer drinking water by the stream. Tian Shiwei said with some regret that without tools, it would be impossible to catch it. But Xiang Kun had already made up his mind. He weighed the stone in his hand and locked his eyes on the target. "I'll give it a try." He approached slowly and quietly, stopping at the last possible distance and then hurling the stone. The next second, the stone struck the deer's head precisely, causing the deer to stagger a few steps before collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. "We won!" Yushushin exclaimed excitedly, and Tian Shiwei immediately rushed over, her face full of excitement. When the two looked at Kuin again, their eyes changed, filled with surprise and admiration. Upon closer inspection, Xiang Kun found that the deer was dead. This deer was quite large, enough to feed them for several meals. After a quick estimate, he decided that the excess meat could be smoked and preserved. He then processed the prey on the spot, first bleeding it, then preparing to butcher it. As he continued, some experience in processing wild game gradually became clear in his mind. At this moment, Xiang Kun was no longer the ordinary person he once was, but was gradually adapting to the survival rhythm of this deserted island. The process of processing the sick deer was quite bloody. Tian Shiwei squatted to the side, her eyes fixed on the scene, clearly somewhat frightened, but still forcing herself to watch. Xiang Kun glanced at her, and she honestly admitted, "I'm scared, but I have to get used to it." This made Xiang Kun change his opinion of her somewhat. On the other hand, Yu Shushin avoided eye contact the whole time, clearly not daring to look. After draining the blood, Xiang Kun began to peel the skin. The tip of the knife sliced from the chin down to the abdomen, the movements slow but steady, making a soft sound as the skin separated from the flesh. Tian Shiwei couldn't help but swallow, but continued to watch intently. Soon, the entire deerskin was peeled off. Xiang Kun spread the deerskin out and put away, intending to use it for warmth later. Then he began to disembowel the animal, the strong smell of blood making him wince involuntarily. Fortunately, thanks to the experience gained from the system, he managed to keep his hand steady, keeping the heart and liver while processing the other internal organs separately. The intestines and stomach were discarded, and the rest of the debris was cleaned up. Yu Shushin accidentally glanced at the pile of internal organs, her face instantly turning deathly pale. She covered her mouth and ran away to dry heave. Xiang Kun ignored her and continued processing the venison. At that moment, he noticed the unusual quiet around him. Turning his head, he saw Tian Shiwei staring calmly at the pile of entrails, showing no fear whatsoever. They locked eyes for a moment. Then she seemed to suddenly realize something, immediately covering her mouth and running to Yu Shushin to feign vomiting, and she did it quite convincingly. Xiang Kun, watching this scene, immediately understood what was going on. He recalled how Tian Shiwei's emotions had changed so quickly before, and couldn't help but think that this seemingly delicate girl was actually quite bold and shrewd. After processing the last piece of meat, he washed the venison and piled it up. In the distance, Yu Shushin was still gagging, and Tian Shiwei patted her back while secretly glancing over in their direction. Just then, urgent shouts came from downstream. Chun Juling stumbled over, her skirt covered in mud, and she had even lost a shoe. She was clearly in a panic. She explained breathlessly that she saw the stream turn red and thought something had happened to them. Xiang Kun then realized that it was deer blood flowing down the stream that caused the misunderstanding. He quickly explained the situation, his tones softening unconsciously. Seeing Chun Juling's disheveled appearance, he felt a pang of tenderness. After confirming that they were all right, Chun Juling finally breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of embarrassment on her face. All her previous composure had vanished, replaced by belated awkwardness. Xiang Kun wanted to say a few words of comfort, but because his hands were covered in blood, he had to give up for the time being. That feeling of wanting to get close, yet being unable to make the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Tian Shiwei couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted, saying it was getting late and they should go back. There was a hint of bitterness in her voice. Xiang Kun nodded, quickly wrapped the venison in banana leaves, tied it tightly with vines, and packed it up along with the stone slab to take away. After the distribution was completed, Tian Shiwei carried the heaviest pile and walked to the front, looking quite natural. Yu Shushin also recovered and followed behind, carrying the stone. Chun Juling wanted to help, but Xiang Kun stopped her, telling her to wash her hands first. She looked down at her muddy hands and didn't insist. After walking a short distance, Tian Shiwei suddenly stopped and found the missing shoe in the grass. Chun Juling went over, picked it up, sat down, and put it back on. The group didn't rush her, waiting until she finished tidying up before continuing their return journey. Passing through the familiar thicket, the tree hollow soon came into view. Bai Lu was squatting at the entrance, organizing firewood. Seeing them return, she was about to complain when her gaze was drawn to the banana leaf bundle in Xiang Kun's arms. Xiang Kun put down the package, untied the vines, and lifted the leaves, revealing fresh venison. The white deer froze on the spot, and Zhao Lucy limped over, speechless with surprise. So much meat? Where did it come from? She blurted out the mention of the system, and the atmosphere immediately became somewhat awkward. Tian Shiwei quickly explained that Xiang Kun had hit the deer's head with a stone from a distance, knocking the deer down on the spot. Yu Shuxin nodded in agreement, confirming that she had witnessed it herself. The group still found it hard to believe. Lu Yifei asked softly if it was due to a system boost, but Xiang Kun simply nodded, his tone indifferent. However, to everyone else, it was already shocking enough. Without saying anything more, he began processing the venison. The tenderest slices of the back were cut into small pieces, skewered with thin branches, and neatly arranged on the side. Soon a fire was lit, and he handed the meat to Bai Lu and Chun dueling to roast. He then turned to deal with the gaps in the tree hole. He used mud and stone slabs, stuffing them into the gaps one by one. Some stones were not suitable, so he simply broke them apart by hand and used them, trying to fill the gaps as tightly as possible. As the gap was gradually sealed off, the light inside the cave dimmed, but also became more sheltered from the wind and kept warm. Sweat streamed down Xiang Kun's face, but he didn't stop, and system notifications kept beeping. Just then, the aroma of barbecue wafted over, and Bai Lu handed him a skewer. Xiang Kun took a bite, but couldn't help frowning. There was no salt or any seasoning, and the meat had a very strong gamey smell. The others reacted similarly. Yu Shuxin spat it out immediately. Tian Shiwei had a complicated expression. Lu Yifei frowned slightly, and only Chun Juling managed to swallow it. Xiang Kun put down the meat skewers, recalling his experience in wilderness survival, and decided to find some seasoning plants. He stood up and said, "This meat can still be saved. I'll go find some wild onions, wild ginger, or something like that." Tian Shiwei wanted to go with him, but he refused outright. You don't know each other, and picking things randomly could easily lead to trouble. The others were speechless, as none of them truly had the ability. After giving a few brief instructions, Xiang Kun left alone. The fireside fell silent again, and the group exchanged complicated glances. Bai Lu hugged her knees and whispered, "He seems to know everything." Yu Shuxi nodded in agreement. Tian Shiwei muttered something under her breath, her tone tinged with admiration. Lu Xiaoli watched this scene, knowing full well that Xiang Kun had gradually become the backbone of this group. Chapter 35, The Uninvited Guest. There are two sides to the story. Elsewhere, three women were walking downstream along the stream that Xiang Kun and his companions had found. It's called along, but it's not really a road at all. The stream was overgrown with weeds and littered with jagged rocks. The three of them trudged along, their skirts already torn to shreds by the thorns. "Ingbao, I really can't walk anymore." Zhang Hanyan supported her legs, bent over, and gasped for breath. She was wearing a sequin miniskirt, which, while called a miniskirt, was more like the no-top look common in the fashion world. A wide elastic band hugged her hips, densely sequined onto it, shimmering with her movements, like a galaxy wrapped around her waist and hips. But that only covered that little bit. Further down, her two straight, long legs were completely bare from the thighs all the way to her ankles, completely exposed. Sweat slid down her forehead, down her neck, past her collarbone, and into the deep groove in her chest. Her upper body was a small, strapless top, also sequined, barely covering her vital parts, leaving most of her breasts exposed, rising and falling with her breath, making people dizzy. She bent over, supporting herself on her knees. This posture caused her already pitifully short skirt to ride up even higher, making the two rounded curves at the bottom of her buttocks almost break free of their restraints. The sequins shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight, as if deliberately enticing people to take a second look. She took a couple more breaths and then plopped down on a nearby rock. "I'm so tired and hungry my legs are practically giving way." The one called Ingbao is Zhao lying. She turned around, holding a tree branch she had picked up from somewhere as a cane. She wore a white strapless dress with checkered embroidery, which made her look more dignified and elegant. The fitted design perfectly showcased her slender and graceful figure, and her S-shaped curves were simply breathtaking. The lower half of her outfit featured a cutout design, subtly revealing her long, slender, and fair legs. The skirt was now torn above her knees, and a knot was tied on the other side for easy walking, revealing a section of her fair calves. She glanced at Zhang Hanyun, her eyes darting around, and then she cracked a joke. "You fatso, I've always told you to take care of your health, but you never listen. Now you regret it, don't you?" Zhang Hanyun was exhausted, but upon hearing this, she felt a surge of energy and jumped up. A woman cannot tolerate others commenting on her figure. The word fat is a complete minefield, especially Zhao Liying. She stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes wide. How dare you say that to me? Aren't you round too? I just have a round face. Zhao Liying replied slowly, glancing at her. You're round all over. You. Zhang Hanyun was so angry that her face turned red, but she couldn't say anything to refute it. Wang Xinling, who was standing next to her, laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up, clutching her waist. She wore a black strapless dress, looking like a dazzling pearl in the night. This black strapless dress can be said to have been tailor-made for Cindy Wang. The strapless design perfectly showcases her beautiful collarbone and charming shoulder and necklines, making her both sexy and elegant. The dress was adorned with delicate sequins and fine lace, which shimmered as she moved, like stars in the night sky. The tight-fitting cut accentuated her slender waist, and the gorgeous belt further highlighted her tiny waist, making people marvel at how impeccable this sweetheart queen's figure management is. The design of the large skirt allows it to flutter gracefully as you walk, resembling a blooming black flower. The only regrettable thing was that after the long journey, the black skirt was covered in mud and water stains, and her hair was disheveled. A few strands of hair were stuck to her face with sweat, which added to her charm. She laughed until she couldn't breathe. Are you guys killing each other? You still have the energy to argue even in this state. Zhao Liying glanced at her, then at Zhang Hanyun, and blinked. That's great. Look, she could barely walk, but after I said that, she perked up again. Zhang Hanyun then realized that she had been used as a tool. She stomped her foot angrily, but her legs were no longer weak. She was full of energy from anger. Wang Xinling stopped laughing and pointed ahead. This stream keeps flowing downstream. It will definitely lead to the sea. The view from a sea is wide open. You might even see people. Zhao Liying nodded and continued walking forward, leaning on the tree branch. Zhang Hanyun followed behind, muttering things like round face and round body, but her steps were indeed much lighter. The three women walked slowly downstream along the stream. Soon, the three of them arrived at the place where Xiang Kun was dealing with the sick deer. Zhang Hanyun suddenly stopped, pointed ahead, and her voice was trembling. Ingbao, look, what's that? Zhao Liying looked in the direction she pointed and saw a dark red blood stain on a large rock by the stream, which was not completely dry yet. Beside the stone lay a pile of bloody entrails, intestines and stomach tangled together, with flies buzzing around them. The muddy ground by the stream was covered with footprints, big and small, deep and shallow, clearly made by several people. Zhao Liying and Wang Xinling exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. Someone's there. Wang Xinling walked quickly over, squatted down, picked up a twig, and carefully poked at the pile of internal organs, her voice trembling with excitement. The cut is very smooth. It was made with a knife, not by a wild animal. Someone used a knife to process the prey. Zhao Liying also squatted down, looked at the footprints, and her eyes immediately reddened. The bloodstains are fresh, just dried. Given the current weather, they shouldn't have dried for long. She stood up and looked into the distance, following the direction of the footprints. Through the gaps in the trees, she could vaguely see a wisp of smoke rising gently. It's cooking smoke, a place where people light fires to cook. Zhang Hanyun also saw the wisp of smoke. Her legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. Oh my God, finally, I saw people. She covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak coherently. Wang Xinling supported her, her own eyes also reddening, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall. I knew it. There were definitely more than just a few of us who survived that aurora display. There were definitely others. Zhao Liying took a deep breath, held back her tears, and walked forward, leaning on a tree branch. Let's go find them. Zhang Hanyun was pulled along by the two women, staggering as she followed, still muttering to herself. You have no idea how I've survived these past 2 days. Yesterday, I only ate 2 bird eggs and they were raw, and a few unripe berries, so sour they made my teeth ache. I was so hungry my stomach was practically sticking to my back, and I felt like crying after just a few steps. Upon hearing this, Cindy Wang couldn't help but chuckle. The fact that you still have the energy to cry means you're not hungry enough. Wang Xinling. Zhang Hanyun glared at her angrily, but her steps didn't slow down at all. Instead, they quickened. Zhao, lying, walked to the front, her eyes fixed on the wisp of smoke that was getting closer and closer. Stop arguing. Save your energy for walking. You'll be able to eat something hot soon. The three women, supporting each other, stumbled along the path towards the smoke rising from the chimneys. Not long after they left, the spot became quiet. The stench of blood still lingered in the air, attracting even more green bottleflies that buzzed around the pile of entrails. The intestines lay spread out on the stone, glistening slightly in the sunlight, with several pieces of meat scattered haphazardly beside them, and the blood had congealed into a dark red color. A fox peeked its head out from the bushes. With its reddish-brown fur, pointed ears, and a twitching nose sniffing around to make sure there was no danger, it cautiously slipped out. It walked carefully, each step landing on the blades of grass with almost no sound. When it reached the pile of entrails, it stopped, sniffed it again, then lowered its head, picked up a piece of intestine, tilted its head back, and swallowed it. The second bite, the third bite. It ate very quickly, making soft, whimpering sounds in its throat as if it were starving. It didn't care that there was blood on the corner of its mouth, and just kept swallowing. Suddenly it stopped. His ears perked up, his whole body tensed like a bow, and he kept his head down, while his eyes darted around rapidly to the side. There was nothing there, but its front paws have already begun to retract. The next second, it darted away like a red lightning bolt and disappeared into the bushes in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36, The Villain Appears. Wait. Xiang Kun had already returned from the stream, with his catch fully loaded. In my left hand, a handful of wild scallions, vibrant green and exuding a faint scallion fragrance. With a handful of wild ginger in my right hand, the roots and stems are plump. I break off a piece, and the spicy aroma hits my nose. He also had a few fennel stalks in his arms. Their small, green leaves smelled wonderful. He returned to the tree hollow, where several women were gathered around the fire, staring longingly at the tasteless meat skewers. Found it. He put the seasonings on the ground and began processing them. Cut wild scallions into sections, slice wild ginger, and crush fennel seeds. Then, use a stone to crush the ginger slices to extract the juice. Spread it evenly on the meat slices, sprinkle with wild onions and chopped fennel, and marinate for a while. Put back on the grill. In no time, the aroma was completely different. It's no longer just the aroma of meat, but carries a fresh herbal scent, spicy with a sweet aftertaste that whets the appetite. The egret was the first to grab a grilled meat skewer, took a bite, and its eyes lit up. Delicious! This is delicious! Zhao Lucy took a bite, and as she chewed, she almost swallowed her tongue. It's completely different from before. Brother Xiang Kun, you're amazing. The others also took small bites, nodded, and showed satisfied expressions. Is it delicious? Not necessarily. However, since everyone was stranded on a deserted island and could no longer enjoy the delicacies of the past, being able to eat these slightly seasoned ingredients was already a blessing. 8 people sat around the fire, eating heartily, their mouths greasy, in a rare, relaxed atmosphere. Bai Lu swallowed a mouthful of meat and suddenly asked, Xiang Kun, what are we going to do next? We can't eat barbecue every day, can we? Xiang Kun threw the bones into the fire and wiped his hands with leaves. Next, a few things. First, we have a water source, right there by the stream, which makes cooking and washing much more convenient. Secondly, I have just patched up the gaps in the shelter. Later, everyone can bring back some dry grass to spread on the ground, and then put the gauze skirts on top so it won't feel uncomfortable when you sleep. Thirdly, food. This venison can only last for a day or two. It's hot and doesn't store well. To make it easier to eat in the future, we should focus on finding rice. Chun Juling was about to add a few more words, such as the issue of heating in winter. Xiang Kun's eyes suddenly narrowed. I felt like I was being electrocuted, and the hairs on my body stood on end. Is there danger? He suddenly stood up and shouted. Who? The sound was as loud as thunder, making the ears of the women nearby ring. The egret dropped the meat skewer in its hand to the ground, its face turning pale with fright. Zhao Lucy instinctively shrank back and bumped into Lu Yifei. Tian Shiwei paused for a second, then decisively stood up and moved closer to Xiang Kun while looking around. Yu Shuxin almost choked on the meat in her mouth and stared wide-eyed around. Xiang Kun stared intently at the bushes in the distance. There was a rustling sound inside. Something was clearly moving. His heart raced instantly, and a series of possibilities flashed through his mind. A wild boar? A wolf? Or some even bigger beast? Just as he was about to pick up the stone next to him, the other side of the bushes was suddenly parted. Wah, I've finally found you. 3 figures stumbled out from inside. The man and 7 women were all stunned. Zhao Lying? Zhang Hanyan? Cindy Wang? Zhang Hanyan was the first to run close. When she saw the bonfire, the roasting meat, and the living people, she completely broke down. Her legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. Wow, I finally saw living people. I thought I was going to die on this island. 2 days. 2 whole days. I only ate 2 bird eggs and a few green berries. I'm so hungry my eyes are blurry. She was crying so hard she could barely breathe. Her makeup was long gone, and her tears mixed with mud made her look like a little kitten. You have meat to eat? You actually have meat to eat? Wah. Zhao Lying and Wang Xinling also came over and stood beside her, looking at Zhang Hanyan's appearance, feeling both like laughing and crying. That was really tough. They all simultaneously recalled yesterday evening. The 3 people walked downstream along the stream. As darkness fell, the light in the forest grew dimmer and strange noises rose and fell. Animals came to drink water by the stream in waves. First came a few wild rabbits, hopping around, which frightened them so much that they dared not breathe. Then came a few creatures that looked like deer and sheep, much larger than rabbits. They lowered their heads to drink water, and then slowly walked away after finishing. They had just breathed a sigh of relief and were about to continue walking when they suddenly heard a series of heavy footsteps. A wild boar, weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds, emerged from the forest. It had long tusks and was covered in black hair. It grunted and snorted as it walked toward the stream. Behind them followed 8 or 9 wild boars of varying sizes. The 3 men froze on the spot, hiding behind a large rock, covering their mouths, and not daring to even breathe. The wild boar drank water for a long time, grunted, and then slowly led the piglet away. It was completely dark. The 3 of them dared not go any further. They managed to find a spot by the stream where 3 sides were rocks and squeezed together, each person clutching a stick they had picked up some time earlier, saying they would take turns keeping watch. As a result, no one could fall asleep. They would wake up at the slightest sound and huddle together at the slightest cry, their palms sweating from gripping the wooden sticks so tightly. They finally made it to dawn, but all 3 of them had swollen eyes and were stiff all over. Hungry. I was so hungry that my stomach was practically touching my back. Continuing along the stream, we were lucky enough to find a bird's nest under a clump of bushes. I don't know if it was a pheasant or a wild duck's egg. There were 6 eggs inside, and they were warm, probably just laid. The 3 of them squatted there, each taking 2 bottles, and knocked them open to drink. Raw. It tasted so fishy I almost threw up. But no one vomited, they swallowed it all. Later, we found a few wild fruit trees. The fruit was green, and when we took a bite, it was sticky and sour that our faces scrunched up. But I'm hungry. You have to eat it even if it's sour. They walked and searched, falling countless times and getting scratched by thorns countless times, until I saw that wisp of smoke. Zhao Lying snapped out her thoughts, looked at Zhang Hanyan who was still crying, and then at the large group of people watching them from beside the fire. Some I knew, some I didn't. But at this moment, status and identity are no longer important. She took a deep breath, took a step forward, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Hello, it's the 3 of us. We've been walking since we woke up yesterday, following the stream downstream. We found this place when we saw the smoke. Could we join?" Wang Xinling nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Compared to Zhao Lying, she had even less of a relationship with these people. It would be better for Zhao Lying to say the same thing rather than for her to say it. When Lu Yifei saw Zhao Lying's gaze fall on her, she didn't reply and turned her attention to Xiang Kun. Chen Juling also looked over. Tian Shiwei, Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, Yu Shuxin, Lu Xiaoli. All eyes fell on Xiang Kun without prior arrangement. Although they're all familiar with each other, some of whom even worked together for a long time as the 2 female leads in a certain drama, and are all women, they should theoretically form a group here and have a lot of say. But in the past 2 days, climbing trees, making fires, finding water, hunting, and building houses, everything was done by Xiang Kun. Who is it that allows them to sit here comfortably and eat meat? Following everyone's gaze, Zhao Lying involuntarily looked at the young man dressed as a waiter. She was suddenly startled. This group of people, Lu Yifei, Chen Juling, Tian Shiwei, Yu Shuxin Bai Lu, and Zhao Lucy are all well-known figures in the entertainment industry. They have plenty of traffic and search volume, consistently dominating the trending topics list. Their new dramas always cause a sensation in the entertainment industry. Logically, they should be the ones making the decisions in such situations. But everyone's eyes were on the same person. A young man wearing a dark vest with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his body covered in charcoal, ash, and mud. Waiter? Various possibilities flashed through Zhao Liying's mind. Who was this person? She remained completely expressionless, a slight smile curving her lips as she gave Xiang Kun a gentle nod. That smile was clean, polite, and carried a hint of naivete, typical of someone new to the place. Xiang Kun stood there, taking in all these gazes. A feeling I couldn't quite describe suddenly welled up inside me. Look, in just 2 days, my position as the backbone of society is becoming more and more secure. Lu Yifei looked at him, Chen Juling looked at him, Tian Shiwei looked at him, Yu Shuxin looked at him, even the newcomer Zhao Liying was looking at him. Everyone was waiting for him to speak. This feeling of being relied upon is fucking awesome. What could he say? I said I didn't want you guys to join, so all 3 of you left? That would be too heartless. He couldn't do such a thing, and he couldn't bear to let them go. What if you take the opportunity to make a condition, saying that you must accompany him once in order to stay? That would be too despicable, and you'd offend 3 people at once. No, you might offend everyone here. It's not worth it. In the past, he could only sigh in vain. He could dream about it, but dare not say it or do anything about it. But things are different now. He glanced to the side, discreetly. Yu Shuxin was standing there, her eyes sparkling, a knowing smile playing on her lips. If there's anything that can't be said, she'll say it. There's nothing she can't do, so she does it. With Kuin's special permission, he acted first and reported later. Xiang Kun withdrew his gaze, and a warm smile appeared on his face. Welcome, welcome. We're all on the same side. It's just a matter of having one more pair of chopsticks and one more mouth to feed. He took 2 steps forward to greet him, his tone incredibly sincere. Come, sit down and rest for a while, have something to eat, and I'll tell you the details about the situation here later. Zhao Liying visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and Wang Xinling also smiled. Zhang Hanyun ignored everything else and moved closer to the fire, her eyes fixed on the sizzling, oily meat skewers. The others also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In the midst of this harmonious atmosphere of mutual agreement, a clear voice suddenly rang out, neither too loud nor too soft, but enough to startle everyone. Etc. Chapter 37 Minority Obeys Majority. Etc. A crisp sound rang out, neither too loud nor too soft, but enough to make everyone freeze in shock. The owner of the voice, Yu Shuxin, stood there with her arms crossed and a smile on her face, but something about that smile seemed off. Bai Lu was taken aback. Su-Xin, what's wrong? Yu Shuxin ignored her, her gaze falling on Zhao Liying, and slowly spoke. Sister Liying, I wasn't targeting you personally. She drew out the last syllable of her voice, her smile incredibly sweet. What I'm saying also includes everyone here. We all know that things are different now than before. This is a deserted island with very few supplies. We were lucky to find this venison. We don't know what we'll face next. The 3 of you joining us will only waste resources. We need to weigh the costs and benefits, right? Zhao Liying's smile froze. Wang Xinling had just breathed a sigh of relief, but now she's tense again. Zhang Hanyun didn't dare to bite into the meat skewer in her hand, her eyes darting back and forth between Yu Shuxin and Zhao Liying. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Xiang Kun quickly stepped in to smooth things over, his tone incredibly sincere. Shuxin, don't say that. There's strength in numbers. Let them stay. I'll just have to work harder and hunt a few more deer. Yu Shuxin glanced at him, a smile playing on her lips, but her words were sharp. Brother Xiang Kun, I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but there are some things I need to make clear. She turned to the other women, her tone neither hurried nor slow. I contributed to the shelter, I helped clean the tree holes, and I certainly did a lot of work moving stones. I did the most work here, so I hope no one has any objections. No one spoke. Yu Shuxi nodded, her smile growing even sweeter. Then I think I should also have this decision-making power, even if it's only part of it. Zhao Liying took a deep breath, steadied herself, and looked at Yu Shuxin. Then tell me your conditions. This is exactly what Yushushin was waiting for. Her eyes lit up, and she smiled like a flower, saying slowly, "It's nothing really, you're just new here and don't know." She pointed towards Xiang Kun. "Xiang Kun, look, he's the only man here. He has a system." Zhao Liang was stunned for a moment, while Wang Xinling and Zhang Hanyun looked at each other in bewilderment. System. Yes, the system of many children, many blessings. Yu Shushin said this without even blinking. As the name suggests, it requires a woman to activate. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the three newcomers in front of her. Just thinking about what she was about to say made her stomach churn with laughter. We've experienced it firsthand. Xiang Kun really does have a system. He wasn't lying. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Zhao Liang was stunned. Wang Xinling was stunned. Zhang Hanyun was completely stunned as she held the meat skewers. But it wasn't just the three of them. Tian Shiwei almost dropped the meat skewer in her hand, and her face flushed red. The egret had its beak open and its eyes wide open. Zhao Lucy froze, as if struck by lightning. Lu Yifei lowered her head, but the tips of her ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. Chun Juling still had that blank expression on her face, but her eyelids twitched noticeably. Lu Xiaoli almost dropped the wooden stick in her hand. What does it mean to have experienced it all personally? This is utter nonsense. Tian Shiwei opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but swallowed the words back. If I were to jump out and refute them, wouldn't that be walking right into the line of fire? But she didn't refute it, and neither did anyone else. Bai Lu dared not speak. Zhao Lucy did not know what to say. Lu Yifei lowered her head and pretended not to hear, and Chun Juling remained calm, but his heart was pounding. Lu Xiaoli dared not speak. If she did, wouldn't she expose her affair with Xiang Kun? They are all people who attract attention and know the power of online public opinion. As long as they don't name names, the best way to deal with a seemingly plausible rumor is to let it go. As long as you ignore these rumors, everything will pass once the hype dies down. But once you're out of the game, it's like getting mud on your pants. Even if it's not shit, it's still shit. Countless people have fallen victim to this, so they habitually remain silent, but only they themselves know their true thoughts. The scene fell silent for a moment. Silence means consent. Looking at the reactions of the group of women opposite her, Zhao Liang felt a huge surge of emotions. Oh my god. So it turns out they all. Her gaze swept from Lu Yifei to Chun Juling, from Chun Juling to Tian Shiwei, then from Tian Shiwei to Bai Lu and Zhao Lucy, finally landing on Lu Xiaoli, who was the most unbelievable to her. 7 women, all with that waiter. She couldn't help but glance at Xiang Kun again. Who is this person? How'd he do it? Does he really have some extraordinary talent? Wang Xinling was also stunned. Her mind was buzzing, and she couldn't figure it out for a long time. Zhang Hanyun was the most erect. The meat skewer in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and her mouth was wide open, big enough to fit an egg. Yushushin looked at them and was laughing so hard she almost cramped up inside, but she still kept a smiling face. So, Sister Liang, if you want to join, you have to help out, even if it's just one person for now. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense, right? Zhao Liang opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Yushushin's smiling eyes and the others looking down at themselves, she had no choice but to swallow her words. She looked at Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun stood there, looking completely innocent, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. But Zhao Liang isn't stupid. This man is the one who truly calls the shots. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. We will think about it. Yu Shushi nodded, her smile growing even sweeter. Okay, I'll think about it slowly. Anyway, there's still plenty of meat here. We can't finish it all in a short time. As she spoke, she picked up a skewer of meat and began to happily gnaw on it. The embers in the fire were glowing red. 10 women and 1 man. The atmosphere was quite subtle. Zhang Hanyun was pulled to a nearby corner by Zhao Liang and Wang Xinling, her mind blank, with only one thought in her mind. 7 of them. And then with those 3, that makes 10. Can we handle that? She turned her head to steal a glance at Xiang Kun, then quickly looked away, unable to resist asking, Yingbao, what should we do? Zhao Liang leaned against the tree trunk, her arms crossed over her chest, and her expression was not good. I don't want to agree. Her tone was harsh. Let's keep going and rely on ourselves. This island is so big. I don't believe we can't find another place or other people. At worst, we can walk for a few more days and eventually find a way out. Wang Xinling sat next to her, rubbing her sore calves, without saying a word. Zhao Liang glanced at her. Xinling, what about you? Wang Xinling raised her head, her face still bearing that sweet smile, but her eyes were a little red. I'm actually a little too weak to walk anymore. Ingbao, I know you're capable and can endure hardship, but we walked for a whole day and night yesterday, and then walked for most of today. My legs are about to break. Didn't you hear what you Shushin said? They have water, shelter, and meat to eat. She spoke softly and lowered her head. I can't hold on much longer. You don't know my body. Zhao Liang opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. She looked at Zhang Hanyan. Zhang Hanyan shrank back and whispered, I think, actually, there's nothing wrong with saying yes, right? Zhao Liang frowned. Zhang Hanyan quickly explained. Look, all 7 women over there have agreed. Even Aunt Lu Xiaoli and Lu Yifei are in there. They're not afraid, so why should we be? And that Xiang Kun, he really has a system. If we join, life will definitely be easier from now on. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, because Zhao Liang's expression became increasingly grim. You sold yourself just to have a stutter? Zhang Hanyun muttered aggrievedly. That's not what I meant. I just felt, since things are already like this, even if we continue down this path and meet other men, wouldn't he stop making the same demands? The 3 of them were silent for a few seconds. This is reality. When survival becomes unsustainable, they themselves become a unique resource. Wang Xinling raised her head, looked at Zhao Liang, and suddenly spoke, her voice still soft. Ingbao, Yu Shushin said that even if only one person agrees, it's fine. How about we vote? The minority shall obey the majority. If they agree, we stay. If they disagree, we leave. Zhao Liang was stunned for a moment. Vote? On this deserted island? Looking at Cindy Wang's tired face and then at Zhang Hanyun's, I can't hold on any longer expression, she suddenly found a little funny. Okay, vote. She raised her hand. I disagree. Zhang Hanyun quickly raised her hand. I agree. The 2 of them looked at Cindy Wang at the same time. Wang Xinling bit her lip. She remembered the night before, when the 3 of them huddled in a crevice between rocks, listening to the howls of wild animals outside, their hands trembling as they gripped the wooden stick. She recalled that morning, squatting by the stream drinking raw bird eggs, which tasted so fishy, she almost vomited. She almost knelt down and cried when she remembered seeing that wisp of smoke. She opened her mouth. Zhao Liang looked at her with a complicated expression. Sister Xinling, think it through. Wang Xinling lowered her head and remained silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up and gave a bitter smile. Yingbao, I'm sorry. She raised her hand. I agree. 2-1. Zhao Liang closed her eyes and sighed deeply. All right, the minority shall obey the majority. Chapter 38A, Casual Remark, the battle for number 1 spot. Having decided to stay, the most crucial question now is, who will help Xiang Kun activate the system? The 3 of them looked at each other, their faces flushed. We had no choice but to resort to the simplest and most primitive method. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan have been on show together and have a very good relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have teased Zhang Hanyan as a fatso just now. Although she didn't intend to cheat or deceive Cindy Wang, she subconsciously played the same game as Zhang Hanyan on the show before. 2 pieces of cloth and a fist. Unsurprisingly, Cindy Wang lost. Zhang Hanyan blinked and whispered a reminder. Sister Xinling, you lost, so you go first. Wang Xinling's face flushed red. The 3 of them remained silent for a few more seconds. Zhang Hanyan suddenly whispered, Actually, have you guys noticed that Xiang Kun is quite handsome, almost as good-looking as Daniel Wu? Zhao Liang glared at her. Shut up. Wang Xinling couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, she sighed. She stood up, brushed the grass clippings off her skirt, and walked towards the fire. Behind her, Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan watched her back. Zhang Hanyan whispered, Ingbao, you mean Xinling Shi? Zhao Liang interrupted her. Stop talking. Let's go. Let's go together. The 2 of them stood up and followed behind Cindy Wang. The atmosphere around the fire remained strange. The strangeness stemmed from being stunned by Yu Shushin's bold statement earlier. The 7 women sat there, but no one spoke, only the occasional crackling of firewood. If you look closely, the 7 people are sitting in 2 groups. On the left, Chun Dueling, Tian Shiwei, and Bai Lu were grouped together. The three of them were the first to follow Xiang Kun, and they've been with him since the beach, so their bond is naturally special. Chun Juling drew circles on the ground with a twig, looking thoughtful, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Tian Shiwei leaned against Xiang Kun, glancing at the newcomers every now and then with a complicated expression. The egret lowered its head and poked at the fire, occasionally looking up at this and then at that, as if it wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. On the right, Yu Shuxin, Lu Xiaoli, Lu Yifei, and Zhao Lucy sat together. Of these four people, Yu Shuxin is clearly the leader. Yu Shuxin took the initiative and from yesterday to today, used the favor of helping Lu Xiaoli search for her daughter to her advantage. Lu Xiaoli remembered her kindness and naturally wouldn't argue with her about anything. Lu Yifei is someone who dislikes competing with others, and out of respect for her mother, she turns a blind eye to many of Yu Shuxin's excessive actions. As for Zhao Lucy, needless to say, she has supported Lu Yifei all the way and is naturally close to Lu Yifei. She is also an innocent and romantic person, and as long as it does not involve matters of principle, she will not oppose Yu Shuxin most of the time. That's why Yu Shuxin was so fearless just now. It was not only because of this special permission given by Xiang Kun, but also because of the confidence of this small group. Xiang Kun sat between the two groups of people, looking to his left and then to his right, realizing it was his turn to make his appearance. Yu Shuxin, wasn't what you did just now a bit inappropriate? After all, they just arrived and don't know anything. Yu Shuxin glanced at him and smiled. Of course, she knew that Xiang Kun was playing the good cop. Just cooperate. Brother Xiang Kun, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. Think about it. If the system isn't activated, we're fine right now. It's hot in the summer, and it's not cold sleeping on the grass at night. But what about autumn, or even winter? No one spoke. Yu Shuxin continued, her tone becoming increasingly serious, perhaps reflecting her true thoughts. Everyone's wearing formal dresses, so thin they're practically paper thin, without even a bra. At least you're wearing a vest. What about us? She pointed to the wrinkled dress she was wearing. What kind of wind protection can this thing provide? How are we going to survive when it gets cold? Won't we just freeze to death? Those few words silenced everyone present even more. Because what Yu Shuxin said is true. Tian Shiwei opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but looking at her own clothes, she realized that because it was difficult to walk, her dress had been torn down to only the last 3 or 4 layers, and her purple underwear was faintly visible. She was used to it. Although Chun Juling was wearing a long jumpsuit, it was a backless style, leaving her entire back bare. Because she slept on the grass, there were still traces of dry grass on her back. Bai Lu's skirt reached her knees, which was only slightly better than Tian Shiwei's, but when she squatted down, she could see even more clearly than Tian Shiwei. As for Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, they were wearing similar styles of dresses, and the dresses were held in place by the tight zippers at the back. Everyone sat there blankly, already imagining what it would be like to have no clothes to wear in winter. Yu Shuxin took in everyone's reactions and felt secretly pleased with herself. Having said all that, who can say she's wrong? She looked at Xiang Kun, blinked, and clearly said, "How about it? Isn't my reason strong enough?" Xiang Kun's lips curled up, becoming increasingly unbearable. He couldn't help but want to burst out laughing, so he quickly punched his chest with his fist, pretending to choke, and coughed. Cough, cough, cough. This cough drew everyone's attention. Tian Shiwei quickly came over and patted his back. "Brother Kuin, are you all right? Did you eat too fast?" Xiang Kun waved his hand, coughed twice more, and took the opportunity to suppress the smile on his face. Fortunately, Zhao Liying, Wang Xinling, and Zhang Hanyan arrived at that moment. Xiang Kun immediately raised his head, a warm smile on his face, and changed the subject. "Come on, the meat is all grilled. Come and eat." Yu Shuxin was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. That was said flawlessly. Of course, he wasn't afraid that Zhao Liying and the other two would take advantage of the situation and go back on their word. With Yu Shuxin there, she would roast them alive. Sure enough, Yu Shuxin sat next to her, a smile on her lips, her eyes sparkling, with an expression that said, "You guys figure it out." Zhao Liying knew perfectly well what was going on. She wasn't stupid. This man appears sincere on the surface, but that's because he's the one who reaps the rewards without sowing. He's the one enjoying the fruits of others' labor. But since you decided to stay, be decisive and don't drag things out. She took a deep breath, took a step forward, looked at Xiang Kun, then at Yushushin, her voice neither humble nor arrogant. Since everyone is treated equally and has gone through this process, there's nothing for us to be pretentious about. We agree to what Yushushin just said. Yushushin's eyes lit up, and her smile became even sweeter. So, who's going first and who's going last? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lying blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. She didn't say anything, but she and Zhang Hanyan both looked at Wang Xinling. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Wang Xinling's face flushed red. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but when she met the eyes of those two people, she swallowed her words. Okay, we've already lost, so we accept it. The three people sat down by the fire. Xiang Kun wanted to offer the barbecue, but then he thought that these three people were in an awkward situation and that any extra action he took would only make them more embarrassed. He sat still. Chun Juling, on the other hand, took a few skewers of freshly grilled meat from the fire and gently handed them to them. Let's eat something first. You must be hungry after walking all this way. Zhao Lying took the meat skewers, glanced at Chun Juling, and nodded. Thanks. Wang Xinling also took it, eating it in small bites, keeping her head down and not daring to look at anyone. Zhang Hanyan didn't care about anything else, took the meat skewer and started eating. After a couple of bites, she suddenly remembered something and looked up at Yushushin. What should we call each other from now on? Zhao Lying subtly nudged Zhang Hanyan with her elbow, but Zhang Hanyan didn't notice and still looked innocent and sweet. Yushushin was stunned for a moment. She looked at the three people beside her, then at the three people opposite her, and the three newcomers. Each of them was prettier and more elegant than her. Lu Yifei, with an ethereal beauty, is a national goddess. Chun Juling is aloof, intellectual, and possesses a unique temperament. Tian Shiwei is lively, cute, and stunningly beautiful. Zhao Lucy is sweet and charming with a soft, gentle voice. Egret, innocent and sweet, obedient and diligent. This is the type men like the most. Lu Xiaoli possesses a mature and alluring charm, captivating and mesmerizing. Now we have Zhao Lying, resilient and poised. Wang Xinling, the queen of sweetness, and Zhang Hanyan, lively and adorable. Xiang Kun's promise to always be in the top 5 suddenly seemed less reliable. Yushushin felt a growing sense of crisis. No, we have to strike while the iron is hot. I just led that scene, and that was my peak moment. I need to seize this momentum and solidify my position as the top female star. Chapter 39, A Brief Battle for the Top Spot. A casual remark completely tore away the veil of pretense. Yushushin looked around, cleared her throat, raised her head, and wore a smile that said, I'm so lucky. Since you asked how to address me, I'm Brother Xiang Kun's person. I'm the oldest. You can just call me Big Sister from now on. She pointed to Lu Xiaoli next to her. Aunt Xiaoli is my second sister. It then pointed to Lu Yifei. Consort Yi is the third sister. Then he pointed to Zhao Lucy. Lucy is the fourth sister. She paused for a moment, glancing across the other side. Chun Juling is the fifth sister. Bai Lu is the sixth sister. And Tian Shiwei is the seventh sister. Finally, he looked at the three newcomers and smiled meaningfully. You three are new here, so we'll put you in line for now. We'll promote you later if you perform well, or when new people join. The room fell silent upon hearing this. Xiang Kun's heart skipped a beat. It's over. We've stirred up a hornet's nest. Sure enough, the next second, fart. Without hesitation, Tian Shiwei stood up, threw the meat skewers in her hand to the ground, and glared at Yushushin as if she were about to breathe fire. What's your relationship with Brother Kuin? How dare you call yourself the number one sister? She took a step forward, put her hands on her hips, and looked aggressive. Kuin and I have been in a relationship for a long time. That night on the beach, he told me himself that he would treat me well and take care of me. As she spoke, her face flushed slightly, but her momentum remained undiminished. If we're talking about who came first, I'm the first one. I'm a number one. You're nothing but a usurper. What right do you have to rank us here? Yushushin's smile froze. She didn't expect Tian Shiwei to get so angry so directly. Why don't I have the right? She stood up and looked at Tian Shiwei. In that scene just now, who spoke up for Brother Xiang Kun? Who handled the newcomer? She gave a cold laugh. What did you do? All you do is get jealous, act cute, and throw tantrums. Tian Shiwei's face flushed red, and then turned pale as she was told this, but she refused to admit defeat. So what? As long as Brother Kuin likes me, that's enough. And you? Who do you think you are? The two of them argued back and forth, their argument escalating. The women around them looked at each other, none of them daring to interrupt. Xiang Kun stood to the side, watching the scene, feeling utterly bewildered. He knew Yushushin would cause trouble, but he didn't expect it to be this big. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, if he didn't speak up to stop it, all this great progress would be ruined. Enough! A cold shout stunned both sides who were arguing. Xiang Kun stood there, his face darkening, his gaze sweeping from Tian Shiwei's face to Yu Shushin's face, and then back again. What's all the noise about? Aren't you ashamed in front of so many people? Although the voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable force. Tian Shiwei then realized that she had acted impulsively once again. She clearly promised to be a lady, gentle and considerate. But how come she turns into a firecracker the moment she meets Yu Shushin? She lowered her head, muttered something under her breath, sat back down, crossed her legs slightly, and placed her hands on her knees, behaving as obediently as could be. Yu Shushin didn't care. She was given the role of the good cop, so what couldn't she say? She even felt she hadn't said enough or been harsh enough. Moreover, that bold and outrageous statement I just made was not without its merits. Her gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Lu Yifei had her head down. Chun Juling was grilling meat. Zhao Lucy was staring blankly. Bai Lu was at a loss. Lu Xiaoli was hesitant to speak, and the three newcomers had expressions of watching a good show. Apart from Tian Shiwei, who got all worked up, the others didn't say a word. Yu Shushin's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. That's right. She probed and found out that everyone either had no interest in the number one position, or they had the idea, but were too embarrassed to openly admit it. Regardless of which one, if you haven't said anything yet, you're already at a disadvantage. If anyone tries to argue with her again, she'll have something to say. You didn't say a word when I asked you. Why are you jumping out now? She won this round by 80%. As for the remaining 20%, she glanced at Tian Shiwei. The girl was pretending to be well-behaved, with her legs together, hands on her knees, and her eyes blinking, looking all gentle and sweet. Yu Shushin sneered inwardly. Keep pretending. You weren't this well-behaved when you were all puffed up earlier. But it's okay. There's plenty of time, we'll see. Xiang Kun had finally managed to stop the farce, but his head was still buzzing. He glanced at Tian Shiwei, then at Yu Shushin, and then at the women around him with their various expressions. He felt a deep sense of unease. If this goes on every day, he'll be exhausted just mediating conflicts, let alone hunting for food. No, the harem must be built into a united and loving place. There can't be any palace intrigue or backstabbing, or I'll suffer the consequences. He cleared his throat, straightened his face, and began the lesson, which was essentially brainwashing. We've all fallen to this point, and we should be like sisters. Now is the time for us to work together and overcome this difficult time, but instead you're arguing. That's really not right. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, beans are boiled with beanstalks. Before he could continue reading, a hand was raised high. I know. Tian Shiwei answered questions like a primary school student, her eyes sparkling, the slight grievance on her face gone, replaced by eager anticipation. Boil beans and roast bean stalks. The beans are squealing in the pot. One father at the same time. Why kill me first? She recited it with a swaying head and a regional accent, dragging out the last and for a long time. Combined with her adorable face, it was simply, well, let's just say it was quite something. Xiang Kun was stunned. The entire audience was stunned. Then, puff! I don't know who laughed first, but then it was like firecrackers going off one after another. Looking at Tian Shiwei's smug little face, Xiang Kun's worries instantly vanished. This girl is truly his source of joy. He reached out and ruffled Xiaoyan's hair. You! Tian Shiwei tilted her head back, stretched out her arms, and made an exaggerated expression. My lord, I am innocent. What happened just now was Yu Shushin's fault. She kept talking about first sister and second sister. I was just acting in self-defense. As she spoke, she blinked, giving me an expression that said, look how innocent the first am. Xiang Kun was amused by her. All right, the master understands. Yu Shushin is indeed not a good person. Yu Shushin pursed her lips, but didn't refute it. After all, she was playing the good cop, and it was perfect for her to take the blame at this time. Tian Shui nodded in satisfaction, made a face at Yushushin, raised her hands, and her delicate face looked even cuter in the firelight, while she shouted, "Your Honor, the upright official." "Your Honor, sir." Laughter echoed in waves, spreading in the summer breeze. The tense atmosphere and awkward, dull feeling from just now were completely washed away by the laughter. The embers glowed red in the fire, reflecting on everyone's faces. Some are laughing, some are making noise, some are shaking their heads, and some are peeking. But in any case, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. Chapter 40. I am naturally suspicious. After eating, everyone drank water, which was stored in coconut shells, and each person drank several mouthfuls. The stream water is mountain spring water, very sweet and refreshing, much better than mineral water. Xiang Kun sat by the fire, feeling extremely uncomfortable. I've been sweating a lot these past 2 days. Just now I was moving stones, blocking a wall, and even had a fight with Yushushin by the stream. My clothes got wet and dried repeatedly, and now they're sticky to my body like they've been glued on. He stood up and dusted himself off. You guys rest here for a while. If you want to sleep, go to the tree hollow. I'm going to take a shower by the stream. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Taking a shower? Bath. The egret was the first to get restless and instinctively scratched its arm. She had been itching all over for a while. These past 2 days, she had been running for her life and working hard, sweating profusely. Her dress was sticking to her body, making her extremely uncomfortable. Zhao Lucy couldn't help but shift her body and mutter softly, "I want to take a shower too." Before, when did they not shower every day? They would spray themselves with fragrant perfume and apply layers of skincare products and sunscreen. But ever since I ended up on this island, let alone cosmetics, even brushing my teeth and washing my face has become a luxury. Now that they had spoken to Kuin, they suddenly felt even itchier. Lu Xiaoli, being the oldest, spoke first. She glanced at her daughter, then at Xiang Kun, her tone very natural. "Ah, Kun, look, we're all covered in sweat too." Although the words were not spoken further, everyone understood the meaning. Looking into those bright eyes, Xiang Kun immediately understood. He hadn't showered for 2 days and knew how uncomfortable that sticky feeling was. If he, a man, felt this way, one could only imagine how uncomfortable these delicate women must feel. That's true. You haven't showered for 2 days either. It's so hot. You must feel uncomfortable. Here's a good idea. Did you just build a big puddle by the stream? You can wash your clothes there and wash them too. Then bring them back and dry them over the fire. They'll be more comfortable to wear. I'll go wash somewhere further upstream, where I'll make sure you won't see me. Call me when you're all washed and dressed, and I'll come back. That's very thoughtful of you. This approach not only catered to everyone's need for showering, but also proactively avoided any appearance of impropriety, leaving no room for gossip. Bai Lu's eyes lit up first. It really can wash clothes? Then I can finally get this dress clean. Zhao Lucy was also incredibly excited, tugging at her dirty skirt. I'd almost forgotten what color it was originally. Tian Shui wanted to say something more, but after hearing Xiang Kun's arrangement, she couldn't find fault with it. She just muttered softly, "Then don't peek." Yushushin rolled her eyes. He already said he was going upstream, which is so far away, he can't see anything even if he wanted to. Lu Xiaoli nodded, her eyes full of satisfaction. Ah, Kuin is so thoughtful. Although Lu Yifei and Chun Juling did not speak, their gazes towards Kuin softened considerably. Even the 3 newcomers softened their expressions. Zhang Hanyun whispered to Wang Xinling, "This person is quite thoughtful." Wang Xinling nodded, glancing at Xiang Kun with a hint of goodwill. Zhao Liying leaned against the rock, watching Xiang Kun's departing figure, and her guard gradually relaxed a little. This guy's definitely something. After Xiang Kun finished speaking, he didn't wait for their response and turned to walk down the hillside. After taking a few steps, he turned back and called out again. "Don't shower for too long. Be careful, and call me when you're done." Then it disappeared into the grass. The 10 women stared at each other for a few seconds by the fire. Then, someone chuckled, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. Let's go take a shower. I can finally wash my skirt. Does anyone have that gauze fabric? I can borrow it as a towel. Don't grab, one at a time." The chirping sounds drifted in the summer breeze. Wang Xinling was also covered in dirt, sweat, mud, and grass clippings. She was about to go with everyone when she felt something strange on her back. Someone was quietly poking her with their finger. She turned around and saw Yushushin. Although Yushushin didn't speak, she gestured with her lips in the direction Xiang Kun had left, making it clear that she couldn't go back on her promise, and it was time for him to catch up. Wang Xinling blushed, wanting to back out, but unable to say it. So, when no one was paying attention, she quietly followed Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun walked upstream along the stream, his feet on the familiar stone path, his ears filled with the sound of rushing water. The sunlight was just right, shining on the stream and making it sparkle. He wasn't walking fast. He was still thinking about those women. They must all be in the water by now, right? I wonder what they look like. I really want to see. Just then, I heard a soft footstep behind me. Stepping on the fallen leaves, it rustles softly, very lightly. Xiang Kun paused, then turned around to look. In the sunlight, a figure emerges from the grass, head down, walking cautiously. Cindy Wang. She was still wearing that short black battle robe, but the hem of the skirt was a bit dirtier, and her hair was messy, with a few strands falling on the side of her face. The sunlight shone on her face, and you could see the blush that spread from her cheeks all the way to her ears. Xiang Kun was stunned for a moment. He was still thinking about whether he should wait until everyone was asleep at night before quietly waking up Cindy Wang to fulfill that promise. I didn't expect her to be so proactive. She's already following me. When Wang Xinling walked up, she still kept her head down, not daring to look at anyone. Neither of them spoke. Xiang Kun didn't urge him, turned around, and continued walking forward. At this moment, silence was more appropriate. Wang Xinling followed behind, keeping a step or two's distance, her footsteps soft. After walking uphill for several dozen meters, a familiar spot appeared by the stream. Several large rocks formed a semicircle, and the grass in the middle was trampled into a mess, with the grass swaying and leaning to one side or the other, clearly indicating that someone had rolled around here during the day. The place where I fought with Yushushin this morning. The battlefield does not appear to have recovered yet. Xiang Kun stopped and looked back at Wang Xinling. This will do. Wang Xinling looked up at the messy grass and blushed even more. But she didn't say anything, nor did she run away. She simply lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her skirt. Xiang Kun stood there, watching Wang Xinling with her head down and her fingers clutching the hem of her skirt, and he was secretly overjoyed. But he didn't say anything to comfort him. That would be too fake. It's better to be straightforward. He quickly took off his shirt and threw it on a nearby rock. Then his pants, his movements swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Wang Xinling lowered her head and could only see the clothes piled up in front of her feet. Her face turned even redder, so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She whispered, her voice barely audible. I'm not feeling well. Maybe next time? Xiang Kun was waiting for Wang Xinling to catch up with him when he heard this, and he was completely dumbfounded. What? Inconvenient? He looked at Cindy Wang's flushed face, then looked down at his own body, which had already begun to pay homage. You've already taken your pants off, and you're telling me you're having your period? Are you kidding me? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I need to have my license checked. Knowing she couldn't avoid it, Wang Xinling bit her lip and slowly untied the belt around her waist. Her black dress slipped down and piled up at her feet. The sunlight shone on her, revealing some mud spots and black weeds stuck to her fair skin, but that wasn't the point. The main point is the wound, which is indeed covered in blood, dried to a dark red color, in streaks that are shocking to the eye. Especially in an area where the baby is being cared for, the sanitary pad was soaked through, the red color turning black, clearly indicating it had been used for a very long time. He glanced at Kuin, and the disappointment in his heart was instantly replaced by another emotion. It's been 2 days. Wang Xinling had nothing to change into, so she had to wear this, and the bloodstains accumulated more and more, becoming thicker and thicker. Wang Xinling lowered her head and spoke even softer. I don't have any new ones. This is all I can do. Xiang Kun was truly unwilling to let her off so easily, seeing her so cautious. This is Cindy Wang. When one plan failed, he devised another. He reached to the side and pulled something out from between 2 big trees, a microphone that had somehow fallen there. Yes, it's a microphone he had in his pocket on the cruise ship. It probably fell out during the fight with Yushushin during the day, and it's still there. He handed the microphone to Cindy Wang and asked her to hold it. Then sing me a song. Wang Xinling was stunned, staring at the microphone, unable to react for a long time. Sing? Xiang Kun nodded and laid down in the grass next to him. Since we're already here, we can't just leave empty-handed. Let me sing a song to show we've done our job. Wang Xinling gripped the microphone, feeling her palms burning. On the way to catch up, she had already imagined countless possible endings in her mind. Fortunately, Xiang Kun didn't make things difficult for her and let her go. There were bad ones. Xiang Kun became even more ruthless, showing absolutely no mercy. But now this, neither good nor bad. It's still acceptable. She took a deep breath, gripped the microphone, and began to sing softly. Her voice was very soft and gentle, with resonance in her chest, throat, and mouth, several resonances resonating simultaneously. Her voice was incredibly beautiful, as if it came from a professional recording studio. Xiang Kun lay in the grass, closing his eyes to feel. The song drifted on the wind, mingling with the sound of water, and sounded indescribably beautiful. Chapter 41, Bathing in Fairy Lake. The song ended. Wang Xinling put down the microphone, looked at Xiang Kun, and her eyes showed a hint of nervousness. Xiang Kun could no longer hear the singing, and opened his eyes, meeting those shy and timid eyes. He didn't speak, he just looked at the other person. Wang Xinling felt a little flustered under Xiang Kun's gaze, thinking that Xiang Kun was not satisfied with her singing just now. Just as she was about to lower her head, Xiang Kun suddenly spoke. No need. From now on, you and Zhang Hanyun's voices are only for singing. Wang Xinling was taken aback. Xiang Kun rubbed his stomach, his tone completely natural and without the slightest embarrassment, and then made another request. I didn't eat enough when I was in the tree hole, and now I'm hungry again. You must have brought food with you on your escape, right? Steamed buns or something, and even some candy dates. Can I have some? Wang Xinling was silent for a few seconds, then turned around with her back to Xiang Kun, reached in her clothes, unfastened the hidden button, and then turned back around. Looking at Xiang Kun, he saw 2 round steamed buns and 2 reddish-brown dates that gleamed slightly in the sunlight. He picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. It's a bit soft, but still has a wheat flavor, and it's actually quite fragrant as you chew it. He picked up another jujube and popped it into his mouth. Sweet. So sweet. Downstream, sunlight spills onto the water's surface, scattering into silvery spots of light. The puddle that Chun Juling made with stones wasn't very big, but if you squeezed in, 9 people could just sit down. The water wasn't deep. Sitting in it, it just reached my chest. The cool stream water washed over my skin, taking away the stickiness and heat of the past 2 days. Ah, that feels so good. The egret was the first to exclaim, leaning back against the rock, closing its eyes, its face full of satisfaction. Zhao Lucy scooped up some water and poured it on her arms, laughing as she did so. How come I never thought taking a bath could be so blissful before? Tian Shiwei squatted in the water, using the fabric of her gauze skirt to dab water on her neck and shoulders, muttering, "It itches here, it itches there, I haven't washed for 2 days, I feel like I'm gonna rot." Yu Shuxin leaned against the other side, unusually not arguing with her, just closing her eyes to enjoy the moment, occasionally splashing water with her hand and letting out a soft sigh. Zhang Hanyun was completely submerged in the water, with only her head above the surface. A few leaves floated on the surface, but she didn't bother to brush them away. She kept sighing. This is what a human life should be like. This is what a human life should be like. Zhao Lying sat next to her, wiping her arm with a piece of gauze from her skirt. Hearing her complain, she couldn't help but laugh. Are you really that serious? Absolutely. Absolutely. Zhang Hanyun opened her eyes, her face serious. Ingbao, you don't know, I was sitting by the fire just now, and my inner thighs were so itchy like ants were crawling on them, but I was too embarrassed to scratch them in front of so many people, especially a man. How embarrassing. Zhao Lying was amused by her, and casually splashed a handful of water on her. Zhang Hanyun exclaimed, "Ouch," and splashed it back. The two started arguing, splashing water everywhere, and people around them dodged and laughed and cursed. After making a fuss for a while, Zhang Hanyun suddenly stopped and looked around. Where's Sister Xinling? She blinked and looked around. There were 9 people in the puddle, but one was indeed missing. Zhao Lying's smile faded. She glanced at her, and then casually splashed a handful of water on her. Just wash it. Why ask so many questions? And also, you can't say anything later. Zhang Hanyun was stunned when she was splashed, but when she met Zhao Lying's gaze, she suddenly understood something. She stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, I understand, I won't tell you unless you ask. Several women nearby also heard it, but none of them said anything. Their gazes, without prior arrangement, all glanced upstream. Then she quickly pulled herself back and continued taking a shower. After washing for a while, Chun Juling was the first to stand up, walk to the shore, and pick up her clothes. That's about enough. Time to do the laundry. Everyone then realized what was happening and stood up, picking up their dirty dresses. Squatting by the stream, I started rubbing with my hands. No one complained. Although no one had ever washed their own clothes before, at this moment, no one cared about that. The mud was rubbed off, the grass clippings were washed away, and the sweat was carried away by the stream. Although it wasn't particularly clean, at least the sticky feeling was gone. Bai Lu held up her short skirt to the sunlight, looked at it, and nodded in satisfaction. It's all right, I can wear it now. Zhao Lucy finished washing, wrung out her clothes, and placed them on the stone next to her. Then came Chun Juling, Tian Shiwei, Yushu Xin, Zhang Hanyun, Zhao Liang. After washing herself, Lu Xiaoli squatted on the bank and used the fabric of her gauze skirt to dab water on Lu Yifei's upper and lower body little by little. Lu Yifei's foot was still swollen and couldn't get wet, but her mother's hands were very gentle, avoiding the injured area and cleaning the rest of the foot thoroughly. Mom, I can do it myself. Don't move. Mom will help you. Lu Yifei didn't say anything more, but just looked at her mother, her eyes a little hot. After washing, it's time for the final step. Clothes-fitting underwear. 9 women stood by the stream, looking at each other, clutching the small piece of cloth in their hands, none of them making the first move. The egret burst out laughing. What are we doing? We're acting like elementary school kids. That smile seemed to flip a switch, and everyone laughed. Zhang Hanyan laughed, so hard she couldn't stand up straight. It reminds me of when I was little, my mom made me wash my own socks, and I would stand there holding the socks for ages. Zhao Liang smiled and shook her head, then squatted down first and soaked her underwear in the water. The others also squatted down and started washing themselves. 9 women squatted in a row, washing their own underwear. The scene was so beautiful that it was beyond words. After washing, wring it dry and hold it in your hand. It's time to go back. Everyone instinctively glanced upstream. There was no sign of anyone. Xiang Kun and Wang Xinling hadn't returned yet, and it was unclear how far things had progressed. It's unclear who moved first, but the first person, naked, covered their chest and body with their clothes and ran towards the tree hole. Then came the second, the third. Under the sunlight, 9 white figures ran or walked on the grass, their laughter startling several seabirds. I ran to the entrance of the tree hollow. The fire was still burning, casting a warm yellow light. Everyone gathered around the fire, holding up their clothes to dry. Skirts, underwear, gauze fabric, one by one hung on the tree branches, emitting a faint mist of moisture in the firelight. The egret was the first to dry, then eagerly put on its skirt and let out a satisfied sigh. Finally, I can wear clean clothes. The others also got dressed one after another. 9 women sat around the fire, their hair still wet, their faces flushed, and their bodies exuding moisture and a faint fragrance. There was silence for a few seconds. Bai Lu spoke up. We're all done washing. Shouldn't we go call Xiang Kun back? The atmosphere suddenly became quite subtle. Who's going? Xiang Kun and Wang Xinling are clearly being intimate. They might even be fighting. What if we run into them? How embarrassing. The egret belatedly realized what was happening, opened its beak, but dared not speak. Just then, snort. A cold snort broke the silence. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. Tian Shiwei sat by the fire, her hands clasped in front of her knees, her face puffed up like a steamed bun. His eyes, fixed on the direction upstream, were like knives, as if he wanted to pierce through the dense forest and see something he shouldn't have seen. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. I've been in a relationship with Xiang Kun for 2 days now. It's been 2 days, but it was just holding hands and kissing. The most crucial step hasn't been taken yet. Xiang Kun was always busy, always looking for shelter, searching for stones, cooking. She had already planned in her heart that once things settled down, she would find an opportunity to get this done. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease with these women, especially Yushushin. And what was the result? As a result, Wang Xinling only stayed for half a day before going upstream with Xiang Kun. Tian Shiwei bit her lip, her eyes reddening slightly. It wasn't that I felt wronged, it was that I was angry. His own official girlfriend was beaten to the punch by someone else. What's this? Yu Shushin looked at her and secretly laughed, but her face maintained a calm expression as she slowly spoke. How about, Shiwei, you go and call them. Tian Shiwei suddenly looked up and glared at her. Why should I go? Yu Shushin shrugged. Aren't you his girlfriend? You're the most suitable person to go. Tian Shiwei was speechless. Girlfriend? Yes, she's my girlfriend. But it's precisely because she's my girlfriend that it hurts so much. Let me go and shout, in case I run into Xiang Kun and Wang Xinling. She dared not think any further. I'm not going. She turned her head to the side, her voice muffled. Whoever wants to go can go. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. There was a few more seconds of silence. Zhang Hanyan muttered to herself. Then, should I go? Zhao Liang glanced at her without saying a word, but her eyes clearly said, Were you going there for? To deliver something? Zhang Hanyan stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Chun Juling finally raised her head, her face expressionless, but her neck, which was not visible, was slightly flushed. I'll go. I'll call out as I walk. They should be able to hear me. After she finished speaking, without waiting for anyone's reaction, she turned around and walked upstream. Sunlight shone on her back, and the backless dress clung to her body, outlining her slender waist. Tian Shiwei hugged her knees, staring at the direction where Chun Juling disappeared, her lips pouting so much they could hang an oil bottle. Because she regretted it again. Chapter 42 Danger approche. Chun Juling walked upstream along the stream. The stones under her feet were warm from the sun. She walked slowly, looking around as she went. After walking about 100 meters, we saw Xiang Kun sitting on a rock, and Wang Xinling squatting by the stream, splashing water with her palms and wiping her arms little by little. Because the stream water was flowing and hadn't had time to be heated by the sun, it was quite cool. Since Wang Xinling's body was not in good condition, she naturally couldn't go into the water directly. This is the only simple cleaning I can do. Chun Juling stood there, watching this scene, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't disappointed. But she didn't show it on her face. She had honed this skill long ago, having spent so much time in front of the camera. She took a deep breath and walked over. Xiang Kun, Xenling, we're all done washing up. You can come back now. Xiang Kun had already seen her. Upon hearing this, he nodded and said, Okay, let's go back right away. Wang Xinling had almost finished washing, mainly her arms and legs. She glanced at Chun Juling, a fleeting hint of unease crossing her face, but she quickly composed herself. I'm done washing up. Let's go home. Just as Chun Juling was about to turn around, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Right where Wang Xinling had been squatting, there was something lying in the pile of stones next to her. It was small, crumpled into a ball, and its color had darkened, but you could still vaguely tell that it was originally white. Sanitary napkin. Used. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. Wang Xinling has physical inconvenience. That means there was no real contact between her and Xiang Kun at all. After all, in this situation, it can't happen even if you want it to. Chun Juling suddenly felt relieved. It was like a small stone pressing on my chest, which was then gently moved away. She even felt that the afternoon sun was a little warmer than before. The three walked back, with Xiang Kun leading the way, still thinking about what had just happened. Wang Xinling could only watch for now. The main thing was that they still had to deal with Tian Shiwei, that little jealous pot, when they got back. As he was thinking, his gaze inadvertently swept over a patch of grass beside him. Suddenly, their steps stopped. This is the place. He suddenly remembered something. Before Zhao Liang and the other two arrived, he was grilling meat with everyone and inexplicably felt a dangerous aura. The feeling was like something was watching him from the shadows, making his hair stand on end. He shouted loudly, and then Zhao Liang and the others stumbled out from the other side of the bushes. At the time, I thought it was a false alarm and was so busy greeting the newcomers that I forgot about it. But now, walking back here, Xiang Kun's heart tightened, and he subconsciously parted the bushes. The grass was tall, above his knees, so he parted it with his hand and looked down inside. He didn't even realize what was happening the moment he saw it. The next second, he froze. There was a clear mark on the ground, a long groove pressed into the grass, extending from a distance and then out in another direction. The groove was wider than his thigh. It wasn't trampled by wild animals, it was snake path. The hunting skills knowledge in Xiang Kun's mind were instantly activated, and all sorts of information rushed in. Traces of snake activity, imprints left by crawling, and subtle marks left by scales. He squatted down and reached out to touch the mark. It wasn't the roughness of grass blades being crushed, but rather something crawling over them and smoothing them out. So big, so thick, so long. It's a giant python. Xiang Kun's pupils suddenly contracted. Xiang Kun, what's wrong? Chun Juling's voice came from behind. Chun Juling walked over and saw him squatting there staring blankly at the grass. She felt a little strange and followed Xiang Kun's gaze to carefully observe the ground. That long groove, the smooth indentation, the winding path. Images from documentaries she had watched before flashed through her mind. Traces of activity from Amazonian anacondas, African rock pythons, reticulated pythons, and various other giant snakes. Is it a python? She opened her mouth wide, her voice trembling. Xiang Kun stood up, his face grave. Yes, it's a python, and a very large one at that. Look at this indentation. It's so thick and so long. It's definitely not from an ordinary python. I estimate it must be over 8 meters long. Chun Juling gasped. 8 meters? How heavy would that be? More than 200 kilograms, or even heavier. Chun Juling remained silent. She knew all too well what an 8-meter-long, 200-kilogram python meant. A snake of that size could swallow a whole deer, strangle an adult wild boar, and easily kill a person. We're in trouble. When Xiang Kun said those words, his voice was calm, but Chun Juling could tell that there was more calm than calm. Wang Xinling stood behind. Although she couldn't see what was in the bushes, the expressions and discussions of the two people said it all. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a step back, keeping a distance from the bushes. Xiang Kun stared at the snake-like path for a few seconds, then turned around and patted the dirt off his hands. Let's go back first. Chun Juling followed and said, we must tell everyone about this so that they can be prepared. Otherwise, they won't even know when danger comes. Also, someone must keep watch at night to prevent the python from attacking under the cover of darkness. You're right. I'll explain later. When the three returned to the tree hollow, the atmosphere was still a bit awkward. Tian Shiwei was squatting at the entrance of the tree hole with a pout, while Yu Shuxin had a smile on her lips as if she was watching a good show. The others were either sitting or standing, with different expressions, clearly having prepared a few teasing words, waiting for Xiang Kun and Wang Xinling to return. But when they saw the expressions on the three people's faces, all those words got stuck in their throats. Xiang Kun's face was grave, his brows furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. Chun Juling looked flustered, and for the first time, obvious panic appeared in his usually calm eyes. Wang Xinling was even worse. Her face was pale, and she was walking unsteadily. She was a completely different person from when she left. Tian Shiwei was the first to notice something was wrong and stood up. Brother Kuin, what's wrong? Xiang Kun walked to the center of the open space, glanced around at the people present, and took a deep breath. I have some bad news to share with everyone. We're in trouble. Tian Shiwei blinked. What trouble? I just found traces of python. It's not a small snake. It's a large python, probably 8 meters long and over 200 kilograms. The color drained from everyone's faces instantly. 8 meters! Zhao Lucy screamed and grabbed Lu Yifei's arm next to her. Lu Yifei's face also turned pale, but she managed to remain composed, patting Zhao Lucy's hand to comfort her. Zhang Hanyun's legs went weak, and she plopped back down on the rock, muttering, 8 meters, that's enough to swallow a person. Zhao Lying frowned and looked at Xiang Kun, seemingly doubting the truth of his words. Are you sure? I'm sure. Chun Juling stepped forward to testify, her voice still trembling slightly. I saw it too. The snake trail was very obvious. It wasn't something an ordinary snake could leave behind. With Chun Juling's testimony corroborating their claims, no one dared to gamble anymore. They looked at each other, their faces filled with fear. What should we do? What should we do? Zhang Hanyun paced anxiously. If that snake crawls over at night, we'll all be swallowed up. Bai Lu's face was pale, but her mind was still working. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she looked at Xiang Kun. Brother Xiang Kun, you just went out with Sister Xinling. So did the system activate? Her reminder drew everyone's attention to Xiang Kun. Zhao Lucy chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. System. Hurry up and exchange for weapons from the shop. Guns, cannons, and stuff like that. Even if we don't have guns, we can get some knives. If that's not possible, we can get some snake repellent powder. It's better than having nothing at all. Bai Lu nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. The system must have a shop, right? That's what it says in novels. Tian Shiwei, no longer able to feel jealous, grabbed Xiang Kun's arm. Brother Kuin, quickly check the store. Do you have anything that can deal with pythons? Standing there, facing pairs of expectant eyes, Xiang Kun suddenly felt caught in a dilemma. System? Online store? He doesn't have that kind of thing. The many children, many blessings system was made up by him. His own broken system, besides gathering, climbing, and making fire, is just dual cultivation and skill addition. It doesn't even have an inventory function. Where are you going to find a store? But can you really say that? If I tell you, won't I be exposed? What should we do? What should we do? Chapter 43, Zhao Liying makes her debut. Xiang Kun stood there, facing pairs of expectant eyes, imagining several explanations and rehearsing various outcomes in his mind, but ultimately decided to remain half true and half false. In any case, the many children, many blessings system must never be exposed. Nothing actually happened between me and Sister Xinling. Tian Shiwei was stunned for a moment, and the jealousy in her eyes instantly turned into confusion. Nothing happened? Then you were gone for so long. Xiang Kun pointed to Wang Xinling, his expression calm. Sister Xinling is not feeling well. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Cindy Wang. Wang Xinling's face flushed red, and she lowered her head without saying a word. No one dared to ask her to take off her clothes for the examination, since they were all women and knew how embarrassing this kind of thing was. Wang Xinling bit her lip, knowing that no one would believe her if she didn't explain. So she raised her head, reached to her waist, and lifted a corner of her skirt. On the light-colored underwear, because no sanitary napkin was used, there was a faint stain, not much, but noticeable enough. Everyone present could see it clearly, and then they looked away. We're all women, and we all understand what this means. All right, hurry up and cover it up. Zhao Liying waved her hand, signaling her to put it down quickly. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Yu Shuxin was the first to react. Her eyes darted around, and she resumed her smiling expression. Since Sister Xinling is not available, then the three of you can switch to another one. Her gaze fell on Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun, and the meaning couldn't be clearer. Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun looked at each other in bewilderment. They never imagined that, after going around in circles, it would ultimately fall on their own heads. This, Zhang Hanyun opened her mouth, completely dumbfounded. Zhao Liying's mind was in a jumble, thinking about this and that. When she met Yu Shuxin's smiling eyes, she suddenly remembered something crucial and looked up abruptly. That's not right. She stared at Yu Shuxin, her eyes sharpening. Didn't you just say that you all experienced it firsthand? If Xiang Kun has a system, he should have activated it by now. The air froze for a second. Then, the egret couldn't help but laugh out loud. She covered her mouth, laughing so hard her shoulders shook, and tears were almost streaming down her face. That's all nonsense from Yu Shuxin. We have nothing to do with Xiang Kun. She couldn't stop laughing, explaining haltingly. She's just trying to scare you. Ha ha ha. Zhao Liying's face changed from white to red, and then from red to green. I've been scammed. I was completely fooled by that vixen Yu Shuxin from beginning to end. All that talk about having experienced everything and being the top sister or the second best sister is fake. Your grandma's leather jacket. She looked at Yu Shuxin with eyes as sharp as knives. Yu Shuxin shrugged, looking completely innocent. Oh, I'm doing this for everyone's good. I want to activate the system as soon as possible, so we have some security, right? Zhao Liying was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't find the words to refute her, because when they joined, they did agree to the conditions. Going back on your word now would be a breach of fidelity. She took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Hanyun. Zhang Hanyun was also looking at her. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, and both saw the same thing in each other's eyes. Frustrated. But there's nothing we can do. We can't leave now. There's still the danger of giant pythons outside, and going out means certain death. Zhao Liying gritted her teeth and said in a hard voice, Fine, let's go. Zhang Hanyun opened her mouth, still reeling from what had just happened, when Zhao Liying pulled her into the tree hollow. As she passed Xiang Kun, she paused for a moment, glanced at him casually, and then went into the tree hollow. Xiang Kun looked completely innocent, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. But in his heart, he had already given Yu Shuxin 100 thumbs up. He thought his move was absolutely brilliant. Seeing that Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun had already crawled into the tree hole, Xiang Kun, filled with excitement, stepped into the tree hole amidst the various gazes of everyone. Those gazes were like sharp swords, piercing my back, some sour, some spicy, some complex, and there was also Yu Shuxin, who was smiling and watching the show. My steps felt a little unsteady. But then I thought, I went there on a mission. This is the task everyone has been looking forward to. A mission to save everyone from the python. What's there for me to be embarrassed about? Thinking about it this way, Xiang Kun straightened his back a bit more. He took a deep breath, bent over, and walked into the tree hole. Behind her, Tian Shiwei's fists were clenched so tightly they cracked. She watched helplessly as Xiang Kun disappeared into the tree hollow, her teeth grinding so hard they were practically sparking. She's the official girlfriend, and before she even gets a turn, someone else has already snatched her away. She wanted to offer to help activate the system, but surrounded by women, she couldn't bring herself to do it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he clenched his teeth even louder. Hearing the sound, the egrets nearby were startled and moved to the side. Yu Shuxin, on the other hand, laughed happily, her eyes curving into crescents. She felt quite pleased with herself, thinking that playing the bad guy was really fun. Inside the tree hollow, the light was a bit dimmer than outside. Only a few beams of light leaked in from outside the cave, illuminating beams of light, with dust floating inside them. Xiang Kun stood at the cave entrance and immediately spotted the figure. Zhao Liying stood with her back to him at the deepest part of the tree hole. The white dress had slipped off her shoulders and fallen to her knees, piling up at her feet. The sunlight shone in from behind and fell directly on her. Her back was laid bare before Xiang Kun's eyes. Smooth and fair-skinned. Not the kind of gaunt and emaciated, but rather perfectly plump. Her shoulder blades were beautifully shaped, rising and falling gently with her breath like two shallow crescent moons. Her waist was slender, but then tapered down to a full, rounded shape. That silhouette was enough to make it impossible to look away. She seemed to sense Xiang Kun's burning gaze, and her body trembled slightly, but she did not turn around. Only the base of her ears was subtly tinged with red. As Xiang Kun stood there, he suddenly remembered what she looked like when he saw her on the cruise ship before. Back then, she was a glamorous superstar, while I was just a waitress carrying a tray, separated by an entire banquet hall. I didn't even dare to look her in the eye. What about now? She stood before me, stripped of all her glamour, revealing only her most authentic self. Xiang Kun suddenly felt a pang of emotion. But I only felt that sentiment for a second. He took a step forward, his broad body completely obscuring Zhao Liying's figure. Inside the tree hollow, the light became even dimmer, but that white was still blinding. Dual cultivation +1. Dual cultivation +1. Outside the cave, 8 women sat together, each with a different expression. The chirping of birds and croaking of frog from the weeds were incessant and disturbing. The egret finally couldn't hold back any longer and muttered under its breath. That sound, that noise, it's way too loud. As she spoke, she glanced at the tree hole before quickly looking away. I thought it was all just acting in the movie. Zhao Lucy blinked and asked softly, "What movie? What's it about?" The egret was stumped by the question, opened its mouth, and its face flushed red. "It's that one." She couldn't continue, and only made a vague gesture with her hand. Zhao Lucy was even more confused. Which one? If Zhang Hanyun were still here, she would probably be laughing out loud. Unfortunately, she is currently in the tree hole, watching this scene with a bittersweet feeling. Bai Lu panicked and whispered, "It's like, oh dear, haven't you seen movies? When the male and female leads are doing that, they're all moaning and groaning, not like this, like this." She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a suitable word. Yu Shuxin laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight, and continued for her, "So real." The egret nodded vigorously. Yu Shuxin smiled even more happily, her eyes curving into crescents, feeling incredibly smug. "I think I really put on a worthwhile show." Tian Shiwei's teeth chattered even louder. Chapter 44 this time, it really was dual cultivation. Inside the tree hollow, Xiang Kun was indeed in a state of unspeakable torment. It's not because of Zhao Liying, she's very good, better than expected. It wasn't because of the system notifications, Dual cultivation +1, dual cultivation +1 again. He was already used to those notification sounds. It's because there's someone else beside me. Zhang Hanyun squatted in the corner, hugging her knees with both hands, her eyes wide open, staring at them without blinking. She's not the type to peek. If she does peek, she'll at least try to hide. She stared at him openly, without even blinking, her expression shifting from shock to curiosity, from curiosity to thoughtfulness, and then from thoughtfulness to blushing. Every time Xiang Kun looked up, he would meet those bright, sparkling eyes. That look in her eyes, how should I put it? It felt like watching a live lesson. Xiang Kun was in agony. On one side is Zhao Liying, and on the other side is Zhang Hanyun. Outside the tree hollow, 8 women were watching. Tell me, which man could resist that? He could only focus all his attention on what was in front of him and pretend that Zhang Hanyun didn't exist. But that gaze was just too noticeable. Dual cultivation +1. Dual cultivation +1. The notification sound is still ringing. Zhang Hanyun's eyes were still looking. Xiang Kun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Fine, I'll watch it then. Anyway, it will be her turn in 20 minutes. Outside the cave, the chirping of birds could be heard. Hearing the sound and glancing towards the tree hollow, the egret suddenly asked a profound question. So, how long are we going to listen? No one answered her. The faces of the 8 women were all redder than the last, because everyone could tell that the noise was intentional. Xiang Kun had ulterior motives and was going all out to create a huge commotion so that everyone would hear it. His intentions were obvious. The egret covered its face, peeked through its fingers toward the tree hole, and then quickly closed its eyes again. Zhao Lucy buried her head in her knees, her ears turning bright red. Yu Shuxin laughed uncontrollably, but as she laughed, her face turned red. Chun Juling kept her head down, and the fire poker in her hand was almost broken in two. Tian Shiwei's teeth have stopped grinding. Her cheeks are sore from biting so hard. She stared at the tree hollow, her eyes filled with complex emotions, anger, resentment, jealousy, and an inexplicable expectation. Lu Yifei closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently, her fingers tightly gripping the dry grass beneath her. Lu Xiaoli had her arm around her daughter's shoulder, her face flushed, but her eyes were unfocused, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Wang Xinling sat in the corner, listening to that voice, her blush never fading. She had been there before and knew what it felt like, but listening to others, she was still incredibly embarrassed. Finally, Zhao Liying's voice stopped. The people outside the cave had just breathed a sigh of relief. Another voice rang out. Zhang Hanyun's. Her voice was very special, melodious and plaintive, completely different from Zhao Liying's. The voice was thin and soft, with a hint of grievance and an indescribable charm, like a kitten's meow, or like what? No one could describe it. The 8 women looked at each other in bewilderment. The egret whispered, "What? What's that noise now?" Zhao Lucy covered her face and said sullenly, "Don't ask me, I don't know." Yu Shuxin's smile finally vanished. Her lips twitched, and she muttered under her breath, "That brat Zhang Hanyun is quite a loud voice." Tian Shiwei stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do but cover her ears. But as soon as she let go, the sound came in again. Everyone else covered their ears as well. Some were covered up completely, while others had a small gap left open. The sound continued inside the tree hollow. The cries were gentle and mournful, one after another. Outside the cave, 8 women covered their ears, their faces flushed, listening to the sounds that could not be concealed at all. They are facing a new round of challenges. The fire crackled and popped, as if providing accompaniment to the strange sound. The storm-like noise finally ended. By this time, more than half an hour had passed. The 8 women sat outside the tree hollow, completely dumbfounded. After such a long time, are they even human? They're more like livestock. It really makes one's mind wander. Xiang Kun was the first to come out. He was already dressed neatly, but his hair was still a little damp, obviously from sweating a lot. He met 8 pairs of eyes and couldn't help but touch his nose, a subconscious reaction of guilt. Before he could even speak, Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun helped him out as well. Both of them had their heads down, were drenched in sweat, their hair plastered to their faces, and their clothes were wrinkled. They clearly needed to take a shower again. Zhang Hanyun's legs were still a little weak, and she could only stand up by leaning on Zhao Liying. Zhao Liang was not in much better shape either. Her face was as red as fire, but she stubbornly held on and did not fall down. At this moment, no one dared to speak up. Even Lu Xiaoli didn't dare to ask about the system. The atmosphere was so awkward you could dig a hole in it. It was the egret that broke the silence. This carefree girl, with her innocent eyes wide open, looked at Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun, you've had your fun. So how's the system? Is it activated? That's such a blunt question that it makes you want to cover your face. But everyone perked up their ears. Xiang Kun sighed and shook his head. Sorry. The system says there's only 2% progress, and it hasn't started yet. All 10 women were dumbfounded. What? Only 2%? Is your system the Pinduoduo version? Bai Lu was stunned. 2% for 2 people combined? Is it 1% per person, or 1% per person? If it's 1% per person, wouldn't that mean we need 100 people? Zhao Lucy counted on her fingers and was also dumbfounded. When will we get here? There are only 10 people here in total. Yu Shuxin and Lu Xiaoli looked at Xiang Kun simultaneously, and they both understood what was going on. She had already had relations with Xiang Kun, and with Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan today, there should be 3 people involved, which is 3%. But now Xiang Kun is saying 2%. That only proves that Xiang Kun is protecting himself and hasn't revealed what happened to him. After all, it's a shameful thing. Just look at Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan now. They're hiding their heads like ostriches and quails. Yu Shuxin felt a surge of emotion, and her gaze towards Xiang Kun softened. Lu Xiaoli also lowered her eyes, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Bai Lu couldn't hold back any longer. She stared at Xiang Kun, her eyes filled with suspicion. Xiang Kun, you're not lying, are you? Everyone was stunned by these words. Bai Lu continued, her tone very serious. We all trusted you so much, but now, at this crucial moment, do you not even have a system at all? And have you been lying to us all along? Who said egrets are silly? See, isn't she quite smart? None of the people who become hugely popular in the entertainment industry are fools. Xiang Kun, having prior experience in dealing with such situations, remained calm and composed, pointing to Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan. I'm not lying to you. I really do have a system. Although it wasn't activated just now, the progress increased, and the strength in my body also increased significantly. I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan have already truly felt the changes in their bodies. How to put it? My limbs and bones felt warm and cozy, like I was soaking in a hot spring, or like the internal energy flowing in martial arts novels. I was so tired just now, my legs were weak, but now I feel energetic and not weak at all. Hearing Xiang Kun's words, the two were too ashamed to face anyone, but they still nodded. Zhao Liang's voice was soft, but very clear. It's true. Our bodies are different now. There's a noticeable warm current that's constantly circulating. Zhang Hanyan nodded in agreement, her face as red as an apple. Me too. It's so warm and cozy. I'm not tired at all. The egret was stunned. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Yu Shuxin seized the opportunity to speak, her tone light and airy. I told you, Brother Xiang Kun would never lie. If you don't believe Brother Xiang Kun, you should at least believe the two of them, right? They've experienced it firsthand. These words made Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyan blush even more. The egret scratched its head, a little embarrassed. Then I misunderstood you. I'm sorry, Xiang Kun. He waved to Kuin, not paying any attention. He glanced at the sky. The sun was already beginning to set. All right, we can talk about the system later. Right now, the most important thing is that giant python. He pointed to the tree hole. Someone needs to keep watch tonight, taking turns. Me and a few of the men know, just me, the only man. I'll keep watch for a few more rounds. A playful remark made the women laugh, and the atmosphere lightened up a bit. Chapter 45, Flirting in the Water. Louis Fei has been virtually invisible since she first appeared. She had a foot injury and couldn't walk or work. Whenever something happened, others would rush to the front, and she could only sit on the sidelines and watch. Although no one said anything, she always felt guilty. At this moment, she finally spoke up. Brother Xiang Kun, you don't need to keep watch tonight. Her voice was still soft, but it had a firmer quality than usual. You're the only man here, so all the burdens are on your shoulders. If you have to keep watch at night, you'll collapse from exhaustion. I'm injured now and haven't been able to help much, which makes me feel really bad. I'll take the night watch since I have nothing to do during the day anyway. and can sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lucy quickly replied, Yes, yes, yes. I'll go with consort E. The way she raised her hand was like a primary school student eagerly answering a question, her eyes sparkling. We'll take turns keeping watch, each of us covering half. That'll be perfect. Xiang Kun was surprised that Lu Yifei would take the initiative to keep watch. Her feet were still swollen, and although she could move slightly, she still needed someone to help her walk. Why was she asked to keep watch? Are your feet okay? Lu Yifei nodded, a rare smile appearing on her face. You don't have to walk while keeping watch. You can just sit. If there's any noise, I'll shout. Zhao Lucy also patted his chest and guaranteed. Don't worry, brother Xiang Kun. My ears are very sharp. I can hear the slightest noise. Besides, consort E is with me, so I'm not afraid at all. Xiang Kun thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you. You stay here and keep watch. Zhao Lying, Zhang Hanyun, and I will go to the stream and bring back some big rocks to block the cave entrance. When Zhao Lying and Zhang Hanyun heard Xiang Kun call their names, their faces turned red again. Zhang Hanyun didn't react, but Zhao Lying understood. Why invite just the two of them out of so many people? Isn't it because they were all sweaty and needed to wash up by the stream? The three of them walked towards the stream. Although they didn't speak, the atmosphere was completely different from before. Zhao Lying kept her head down, her face still flushed, but her steps were much steadier. She could feel the warm current still flowing through her body. Her limbs and bones felt warm and cozy, and she even had more strength to walk than before. All the fatigue from the previous 2 days of running around had disappeared without a trace. Is this the effect of the system? She glanced at Xiang Kun secretly. Is this guy truly blessed by God? Otherwise, why is he the only one with a system? And such a bizarre system at that. Zhang Hanyun followed behind, glancing up at the backs of the two people in front of her every now and then, before quickly looking down again. The image of the tree hole was still stuck in her mind, and she couldn't shake it off. But strangely, she didn't feel any regret. On the contrary, I'm kind of looking forward to it. The three of them soon arrived at the stream. Xiang Kun looked around and saw that the tree hole in the shelter was about 1.5 meters high. If the stone was too short or too narrow, it probably wouldn't be able to block the way. He looked around and picked out a relatively tall and wide rock, which was larger than the tree hole and could be used to block the entrance of the tree hole. He bent over, braced his hands against the bottom of the rock, took a deep breath, and exerted force. He picked up the stone. Zhao Lying and Zhang Hanyun stood to the side, their eyes wide with amazement. That rock weighs at least 800 or 900 pounds, and he just picked it up like that? Xiang Kun moved the stone to the shore and put it down, patted the mud off his hands, and looked at them. Let's wash together, so we can go back sooner. Zhao Lying and Zhang Hanyun exchanged a glance. Their faces still flushed, but neither of them said anything. Being coy? What's there to be coy about? Just now, in the tree hole, everything that should have happened and everything that shouldn't have happened happened. And it happened in front of so many people, and the voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Why be so coy about taking a shower now? Moreover, the danger posed by the python has not been eliminated. If Xiang Kun leaves and the python reappears, the two of them, with their small bodies, will be doomed. Zhang Hanyun first walked to the stream, squatted down, and tested the water temperature with her hand. The sun was already setting in the west, and the water temperature was a bit cooler than at noon, but it was just right. Zhang Hanyun felt relieved and began to undress. Zhao Lying also walked to the stream and took off her white dress. Sunlight shone on the two people, and their graceful shadows were reflected on the water. They squatted in the puddle, cupped their hands in water, and washed their bodies little by little. The sweat was washed away by the stream, and the sticky feeling disappeared, replaced by a refreshing coolness. The warm current still flowed through my body, intertwining with the coolness of the stream, creating an indescribable feeling of comfort. Xiang Kun was also in the puddle, not far from them. The puddle wasn't very big to begin with. Even if the three of them spread out, it was only a few steps away. He leaned against a rock by the pit, letting the cool stream water wash over his chest, and close his eyes to enjoy this rare moment of comfort. The sunlight slanted in from the west, shining through the clear water and illuminating everything on the bottom. Fine sand, pebbles, and a few small fish swimming around. Xiang Kun opened his eyes, his gaze casually sweeping to the side. Then, it couldn't be moved. The sunlight shone on the water, making it sparkle, but that's not the point. The key point is the two figures that are faintly visible beneath the clear water. Zhao lying squatted in the water, her white dress removed, leaving only her fair skin. Sunlight pierced through the water, casting a patch of light and shadow on her. The water rippled, and her figure swayed with it, appearing and disappearing, which was even more mesmerizing than the unobstructed view from the tree hole earlier. Zhang Hanyun was next to me, a little further away, but still clearly visible. She was washing her arms with her head down, her movements gentle, and ripples spread out of the water, spreading from her to the entire puddle. Xiang Kun's gaze lingered on the two of them for a few seconds, then looked away, then looked back. Move it away, then move it back. In the end, I simply stopped pretending and just watched. Since I've already gotten it, why pretend to be a gentleman? As Zhang Hanyun was washing, her body suddenly stiffened. Oops! She let out a soft cry and jumped up, bringing with her a clump of black algae from the bottom of the water. What's wrong? Zhao Lying was startled and turned to look at her. Zhang Hanyun blushed and pointed to the water. There are fish. A crucian carp the size of a palm swam past her legs, flicking its tail and splashing tiny droplets of water. Zhao Lying was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. It's just a fish. What's there to be afraid of? It's not that I'm scared. Zhang Hanyun explained softly, her face flushed. It just swam past me. As she spoke, she gestured with her hand to indicate the location of her thigh. Zhao Lying laughed even louder. Xiang Kun smiled, stood up from the water, and took a few steps toward them. There are quite a few fish in this puddle. The circle that Chun Juling made this afternoon has trapped them all here. He squatted down, reached into the water, grabbed a white fish, pinched it between his fingers, and threw it onto the shore. You guys wash yours, the fish won't bite. Zhang Hanyun watched him catch the fish, and then looked at the fish swimming around her. The blush on her face hadn't faded, but she wasn't so nervous anymore. It just swam right through me. It tickled me. She explained quietly, not knowing why she needed to explain. Zhao Lying laughed so hard her shoulders shook. It was rare to see Zhang Hanyun so embarrassed. Xiang Kun smiled, scooped up another fish, and threw it ashore. Next time you swim over there, grab it and you'll have it as an extra treat tonight. Zhang Hanyun imagined the scene and burst out laughing. I'm not going to use it. If I'm going to use it, it'll be... She was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something. Her face flushed red, and the rest of her sentence got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't get it out. Xiang Kun looked at her, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he chuckled softly. What should I put in my pocket? Zhang Hanyun opened her mouth, met Xiang Kun's half-smiling eyes. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't say a word. What should I put in my pocket? What could she say? You mean fish sandwich? Why did you blush just now? There's no way to salvage the situation, no matter what you say. She could only lower her head, her gaze unfocused, finally settling on the water in front of her. Xiang Kun stood in front of her, the stream water just reaching his knees. On the clear water, the outline of her double-modified body was clearly visible, sometimes visible and sometimes not. Chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and muscles further down. Zhang Hanyun's gaze lingered for a second, then she abruptly looked away as if she had been burned. But that 1 second of the image is already etched in my mind. Her face turned even redder, burning red. Zhao Lying watched this scene from the side and couldn't stop laughing, but as she laughed, she also blushed, because her gaze involuntarily drifted in the same direction for a moment. Seeing the reactions of the two people, Xiang Kun's desire to tease them intensified. He took a step forward, and ripples spread across the water. Why did you stop talking? Zhang Hanyun lowered her head, wishing she could bury her face in the water. I don't know. The sound was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Xiang Kun smiled and didn't ask any further questions. There's no time to spare. There's still several women waiting at the main camp. Okay, if you don't know, that's fine. Go upstairs after you're done washing. It's getting dark. He patted Zhang Hanyun's head, then scooped all the fish out of the stream and threw them ashore. Zhao Lying and Zhang Hanyun exchanged a glance, and both saw the same thing in each other's eyes: shyness and a little bit of indescribable emotion. The two silently finished washing, then went ashore, wiped themselves with the fabric of their gauze skirts, and put back on the two dresses that they hadn't had time to wash yet. Although I was still a little wet, I couldn't care less about that now. Before, everyone was naked and no one laughed at anyone, but now if the two of them run back naked, the gazes from the other side of the tree hole would probably knock them to the ground. Chapter 46, Open Toilets. After taking a shower, Xiang Kun picked up the large rock, and the three of them walked back along the path they had come from. Back in the tree hollow, the fire was still burning. Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy had already discussed keeping watch and were sitting at the entrance of the hollow, each holding a wooden stick, solemnly keeping watch. When she saw them return, Zhao Lucy's eyes lit up, and she waved to them. Xiang Kun placed the stone next to the cave entrance and gestured to indicate its position. Although the stone could cover the cave entrance, it did not completely block it, and some gaps were still visible at the bottom. It seems we need to use something else to plug it up to prevent small, crawling insects and mosquitoes from getting in, but we can't completely block it. Otherwise, all the oxygen in the hole will be gone, and everyone will die. As he was pondering whether to use weeds or vines, he looked up and saw Chun Juling and Aunt Xiaoli squatting not far away, pointing at the surrounding weeds and whispering about something. Chun Juling pointed to the dense grass around the tree hole and said, "We have to clear all this grass. It's too thick. If something crawls over here, we won't be able to see it at all." Lu Xiaoli nodded and reached out to tug at a clump of bushes. And these small trees, though not thick, block the view. If we could clear an open space with moonlight at night, we could see more than 10 meters ahead. Xiang Kun's eyes lit up when he heard this. He walked over and stood next to the two of them. "That's a good idea. If we cultivate this land, we'll have a better view, and we can detect any disturbances earlier." Chun Juling looked up at him, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. "You also think it's feasible? That's a great idea. Let's get started before it gets dark." Xiang Kun turned around and shouted at the women who were watching the fish around the banana leaves. "Stop looking. Come and help. Clear away the grass and bushes around here." The egret was the first to respond, rushing over as fast as it could. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Xiang Kun pointed around and said, "Pull out the weeds. Clear all these things out to make room for the outside world." Yu Shuxin pouted, but still came over. Without saying a word, Tian Shui squatted down and started working. Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyan had just returned from showering and were still damp, but they joined in anyway. Wang Xinling also came over, squatted down, and started pulling weeds. Suddenly, the area around the tree hole became lively. The women squatted in a circle, pulling weeds and shrubs with their hands, working enthusiastically. Some grass roots are so deep that one person can't pull them out, so two people have to pull them together. Xiang Kun was not idle. He walked up to a small tree, about the thickness of his calves and over 3 meters tall, which blocked the side and front of the tree hole. Bend over, hug the tree trunk with both hands, and take a deep breath. He gathered all the power of the dragon and elephant in his body and unleashed it with a sudden burst of strength. Snap! The sound of tree roots cracking. He pulled that sapling out of the soil with his bare hands. The women around them were stunned. Bai Lu gaped. This works? Could be Lu Zhishin reincarnated. Yu Shuxin dropped the grass in her hand, her eyes widening in surprise. Tian Shui's eyes lit up, and she almost wanted to applaud. Chun Juling's mouth was slightly open, her face filled with disbelief. As Lu Xiaoli watched this scene, those complicated feelings resurfaced, but she felt mostly at ease. With such a man by her side, she truly felt safe. Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyan exchanged a glance, both seeing the same thing in each other's eyes. This person is incredibly strong, with the same reckless and impulsive energy as he did in the tree hollow earlier. Xiang Kun tossed the sapling he had pulled out aside, patted the bark off his hands, and started pulling out another one. Snap! 1, 2, 3. He pulled out the saplings, each as thick as a calf, one by one, and threw them far away to dry and die, keeping them as firewood. The women cleared away a large patch of weeds, revealing the dark brown soil underneath. The sun was sinking lower and lower, and the horizon was tinged with orange-red. Half an hour later, a clearing had been created within a dozen meters of the tree hole. The weeds were gone, the saplings were gone, and a view suddenly opened up. Standing in the center of the open space, looking at the area he had cleared with his own hands, Xiang Kun felt much more at ease. All right, that's enough for today. It's getting dark. Everyone should rest. The women stopped, some rubbing their backs, some shaking their hands, and some sitting on the ground panting. The egret was exhausted, but she smiled and said, "It's much safer now." Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy sat at the entrance of the cave, watching all this, and smiles appeared on their faces. After finishing all the work, a more practical problem arose. The egret was looking for a place to relieve itself when it looked up and was stunned by the barren landscape around it. What happened to that patch of grass where we relieved ourselves earlier? Then everyone realized that all the dense grass from before was gone. Before there were bushes, these female celebrities would hide in the bushes, whether they were big or small, which provided a high degree of privacy and no one could see each other. But now, all the weeds have been pulled out. Within a radius of 10 meters, everything was clean and bare, with the top of the ground visible at glance, and only remnants of excrement on the ground. There are bushes further away, but you have to walk dozens of meters there. It will be fine during the day, but it's getting dark now. What if that giant python is hiding in the bushes some distance away? Who dares to go? The women exchanged glances, their expressions quite subtle. Lu Xiaoli spoke first. She glanced at Xiang Kun, then at the girls around her with their various expressions, and spoke very naturally. Kun, what do you think we should do? Xiang Kun scratched his head, thought for a moment, and then pointed to the large rock behind the tree hole. How about we build a latrine on the rock behind the tree hole? Several women shook their heads in unison. No. The egret was the first to object. That's too far, and it's pitch black behind the rock. We can't see anything. What if there's a snake? Zhao Lucy nodded in agreement. Yes, it's reassuring to be able to see people directly in front of you. Although it's more secluded behind a rock, the safety is much less. Tian Shiwei imagined the scene. A pitch-black night, unable to see anything, crouching alone behind a rock, not even a light in sight, when a snake slithers out from under her feet. She shuddered. It's too scary, I'm not going. Yu Shuxin, unusually, agreed with her. I'm not going either. What if that giant python crawls over halfway through? I won't even have time to run away. Xiang Kun looked at their I'd rather die than go expressions and thought about it again. Then let's do it by the tree hole. He pointed to the open space to the right of the cave entrance, which was within the fire's line of sight. I'll move a few big rocks and make a circle around it, enough to cover it up. It won't be as secretive, but it'll be safe. Besides, it's right next to the fire, so you can see the firelight whenever you need to, so you won't be afraid. The women exchanged glances and nodded. Lu Xiaoli said, this is fine. It's right next to us. If anything happens, just shout, and everyone can come to our rescue. The egret breathed a sigh of relief. As long as I can see the firelight, that's good. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to go. Xiang Kun acted immediately. They moved several large stones back from the hillside and placed them on the right side of the cave entrance, about 4 or 5 meters from the fire. They used the stones to form a semicircle, waist-high, just enough to cover a person who was squatting down, so that they could see outside when they looked up. An opening was left for easy entry and exit. They used a broken tree trunk to dig a small pit and placed 2 small stones under the squatting spot. In this way, a simple toilet was built. Several women crowded around to take a look, and their expressions were quite satisfied. The egret, having waited so long, couldn't wait any longer. It squatted down inside the circle of stones, only its head sticking out, its face flushed, and waved to the people outside. Hey, you guys get out of the way. I need to use the restroom. Several women who had originally wanted to take a look at the newly built luxury toilet laughed and walked away after she shouted that. Xiang Kun didn't leave. He stood by the fire, looking at the egret with only its head sticking out, and couldn't help but laugh. Why are you hiding? It's just going to the toilet. Bai Lu glared at him. You watch, I can't get out. He shrugged at Kuin and turned away, but his mouth didn't stop talking. Let me tell you, in my hometown, there's a place where the toilets are completely open. They're built right by the roadside, with a water tank underneath, so people can relieve themselves while chatting. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuxin scoffed. Nonsense, there's no such place. Xiang Kun said seriously. It's true, why would I lie to you? Men and women can chat in that place. It's very common for a father-in-law to eat while his daughter-in-law is on the toilet. Upon hearing this, the women were stunned. Could there really be such an outrageous thing in the world? Tian Shiwei's face flushed red. You're talking nonsense. Xiang Kun shrugged. I'm not making this up. This custom really exists. It's a pity we can't go back now. Otherwise I would take you on a trip so you can see for yourselves. Zhang Hanyan blinked and asked softly, then, don't they feel awkward? It's like getting used to it. Just like us now, It might feel awkward at first, but you'll get used to it. Zhang Hanyan chuckled. So you mean from now on, you'll just sit next to us and watch us go to the toilet? Xiang Kun quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. I just meant that privacy depends on the situation. Right now, on this deserted island, safety comes first. Think about it. Even though this toilet faces the fire, at least you can see the firelight and people, which makes you feel at ease. If it were facing away from you or to the side, with nothing but darkness in front of you and no light, you would still be scared. The women fell silent. Although Xiang Kun's idea of fully open toilets sounds like nonsense, his last few sentences are indeed reasonable. Chapter 47, a mountain range seen from one side, a peak from another. Lu Yifei sat at the entrance of the cave, holding a wooden stick, listening to the conversation, and couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Lucy leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sister Yifei, do you think what Brother Xiang Kun said is true? That, eating while going to the toilet. Lu Yifei shook her head and said softly, I don't know, but it sounds like it's made up. I also think it's made up, Zhao Lucy chuckled, but it's made up quite convincingly. The two men touched heads and chuckled softly. Once everyone was seated back around the fire, the egret finally felt at ease. She hugged her knees, looking at the flickering flames in front of her. Although she was still facing them directly in everyone's line of sight, the awkwardness in her heart had slowly subsided. There's a saying that goes, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Besides, we were stranded on this unfamiliar island, surrounded by only these people. We even took a bath together and ran back naked. What was there to be ashamed of? With that moment of relaxation, a soft sound came from the toilet. She stood up after relieving herself, straightened her skirt, and came out. Although her face was still a little red, she was able to speak normally. All right, it's your turn now. The women looked at each other, then lined up one by one to go to the makeshift toilet. When Zhao Lucy arrived, she pulled Chun Juling along to walk to the edge of the rock. Although it was only a few steps, having someone with her made all the difference. Yu Shushin arrived most naturally, swaggering in, squatting down, and even calling out. Does anyone have tissues? Can I borrow some? Where did this place get tissues? The egret handed her the few clean leaves it had collected. When Wang Xinling went there, she was very careful, looking back every few steps, but fortunately nothing happened. When Zhang Hanyan arrived, she joked with Zhao, lying, keep an eye on things for me. Don't let the fish swim over. Zhao lying rolled her eyes at her. This isn't water. Where would there be fish? Just in case. Zhao Lucy couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to the conversation and whispered in Lu Yifei's ear. Sister Yifei, look at them. It seems they've already gotten used to it. Lu Yifei glanced at the stone-walled toilet, then at the women chatting and laughing by the fire, and smiled. You'll get used to it. Dinner was still roasted venison, but with a few more roasted fish added. The firelight reflected on everyone's faces, flickering on and off. Some people were laughing, some were making noise, and some were whispering. The atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed than yesterday. After finishing their meal, it was time to rest. Xiang Kun walked to the side and picked up a handful of mugwort that had been prepared beforehand. I deliberately left this when I was clearing weeds this afternoon. It's good at repelling mosquitoes. He lit the mugwort near the fire and waited for it to emit thick smoke. Then he took it into the tree hole and waved it around a few times. Smoke filled the cave, making him cough twice, but the effect was immediate. Several mosquitoes that had been hiding in the corner buzzed and flew out. All right, come in. One by one, the women crawled into the tree hole. Xiang Kun walked to the cave entrance, picked up the large rock, and blocked the entrance. He also plugged the gaps at the bottom with the vines and mugwort he had prepared that afternoon, leaving only some gaps for ventilation to ensure air circulation. Outside, the fire was still burning, and the firelight shone through the cracks in the stones, making it possible to vaguely see some figures. Inside the tree hollow, the dry grass was thickly laid out, and it felt soft and spongy underfoot. Several layers of tulle fabric were placed on top. Luckily, Tian Shiwei's dress was thick, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to cover the entire area. Although it couldn't completely eliminate the discomfort caused by the hay, it was much better than sleeping directly on the grass. A dozen or so people squeezed inside. The space was just right, not too cramped but not spacious either. It was a bit stuffy inside. Summer is hot enough, but with so many people crammed together, it's even hotter. Bai Lu couldn't resist and lifted her skirt up, revealing her thighs. It's so hot. Zhao Lucy followed suit, lifting her skirt and fanning herself. Once someone takes the lead, others follow suit. Some unzipped their dresses at the back, pulled them down to their waists, and lay down wearing only their underwear. Others simply took off their dresses, spread them on the hay, and lay naked on them. It was pitch black inside the tree hollow, so no one could see anyone else clearly, which made it less awkward. Tian Shui hesitated for a moment, but still lay down wearing a skirt, though she lifted the hem of the skirt up to her thighs, which made her feel much cooler. Yu Shuxin was the most uninhibited, taking off all but her underwear, lying down on her skirt, and letting out a comfortable sigh. I'm exhausted after a long day. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Xiang Kun lay on the outermost side, with his back to the large rock at the cave entrance and his face towards the inside of the tree hole. The cave was indeed dark. To the average person, it was pitch black, and they could only see blurry silhouettes. But he is no longer an ordinary person. After several rounds of dual cultivation, his eyesight had long surpassed that of a normal person. At this moment, he could see the scene inside the cave clearly, no different from seeing it under the moonlight. Viewed from the side, it's a ridge. Viewed from the front, it's a peak. Its appearance varies depending on distance, height, and perspective. This line of poetry suddenly popped into Xiang Kun's mind. That's so apt. Those lying down on their sides, on their stomachs, fair-skinned, slender, plump, all kinds of shapes, all kinds of postures, all kinds of curves. Some were stretched out, some were curled up, some hugged their knees, and some spread their arms and legs. Some people used their skirts as pillows, some used them as pads, and some simply lay naked on their gauze skirts, letting the fine mesh leave faint marks on their skin. Xiang Kun looked at each one with his eyes, as if he were admiring a vivid and colorful painting. The egret lay on its back with its legs slightly apart, its sleeping posture quite unrestrained. Zhang Hanyun turned to the side, curled up in a ball like a kitten. Tian Shiwei, although wearing a skirt, had the hem lifted very high, revealing her legs to be so white they seemed to glow. Yu Shuxin lay there casually, completely unsuspecting. Zhao Liying is lying on her side, with one hand under her face in an elegant sleeping posture. Wang Xinling huddled in a corner, hugging her knees like a frightened little rabbit. Chun Juling was the most conservative. Although she also took off her skirt, she covered her body with gauze fabric, only revealing her shoulders and calves. Lu Xiaoli lay on her side, next to her daughter, clutching a piece of gauze fabric in her hand, as if ready to cover her daughter with something at any moment. Lu Yifei sat next to him, leaning against the cave wall, wearing a dress that she hadn't taken off. Her foot was still swollen, and the hem of her skirt covered her calves, revealing only her ankle, which was secured with a branch. Zhao Lucy sat next to her, the two of them very close, their heads close together, talking in hushed tones. Sister Yifei, do you think they'll feel embarrassed when they wake up tomorrow? Lu Yifei shook her head and asked her in return, if it were you, would you feel embarrassed in such a stuffy and hot situation? Zhao Lu thought for a moment, tilted his head, and showed a thoughtful expression, though it was not visible to him. I don't think so. I've even used open-air toilets before and didn't find anything wrong with it. So sleeping here like this doesn't seem so unacceptable. Lu Yifei said, that's settled then. I can just put it on tomorrow morning and treat it like wearing a bikini on the beach. Zhao Lucy, innocent and romantic, had only asked casually. Having received the answer from Lu Yifei, she stopped paying attention and instead inquired about another, more important matter. We only have one set of clothes. What if it gets worn out? She touched the hem of her skirt. The material was thin to begin with, and she had been covered in mud and sweat these past 2 days. Although she had washed it by the stream, it was only relatively clean, and some parts were torn by thorns. Lu Yifei's dress is the same. If it breaks, I'll have to wear a grass skirt. When Lu Yifei said this, her tone was calm and indifferent, as if she were saying that the weather was nice today. Zhao Lucy was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Grass skirts? Aren't those primitive people? Sister Yifei, if you wore a grass skirt, you would definitely be the most beautiful grass skirt caveman. Lu Yifei was amused by her and gently patted her on the shoulder. Stop being so cheeky. You'll have to wear it too when the time comes. The two people, heads touching and shoulders close, chuckled softly, and time seemed to fly by. Chapter 48 goddesses are also women. Xiang Kun lay down beside her, listening to Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy's conversation and fell asleep without her noticing. The hay was soft, and with my gauze skirt as a cushion, it was much more comfortable than sleeping on the grass yesterday. The soft breathing of the women could be heard, and occasionally someone would turn over, with the hay rustling. Outside the cave, the sounds of cicadas and frogs drifted in like a lullaby. He was sleeping soundly. He didn't know how much time had passed when he suddenly felt someone gently push his shoulder. Xiang Kun, Xiang Kun. The voice was very soft and cautious. Xiang Kun suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, a face loomed close to him. With his enhanced vision, he could see those eyes clearly. They were bright and held a hint of embarrassment. "It's Louis Fei." Xiang Kun instantly snapped out of his daze and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Is there any danger?" The image of the giant python flashed through his mind immediately, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. Louis Fei shook her head, her voice even softer. "No, I just need to use the restroom. Could you help me move this stone?" Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief before he realized what was happening. He turned his head and glanced at Zhao Lucy, who was leaning against the tree hollow, her head tilted to the side, already asleep, still clutching the wooden stick in her hand, breathing evenly. Louis Fei stayed up all night alone. Humans have to relieve themselves sometimes. She couldn't hold it in until dawn. Normally, she would simply wake her mother, Lu Xiaoli, to help her go, or she would go by herself. But now, a large rock, weighing at least 800 or 900 pounds, was blocking the entrance to the cave, and the two of them together couldn't move it. In the end, he still had to be called Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun sat up quietly. "Okay, wait for me a moment." He stood up straight, braced his hands against the large rock, and with about 30 to 40% of his strength, he gently moved the rock open, just enough for one person to pass through. Louis Fei leaned against a large banyan tree with one hand, while Xiang Kun supported her with the other and slowly stood up. Her foot was still swollen, and she was walking with a limp, but it was much better than yesterday. The two people squeezed out through the gap. The fire outside had burned out, leaving only scattered embers that flickered in the breeze. When a night breeze blows, it carries the scent of grass and trees, and it's much cooler than inside the tree hollow. Xiang Kun helped Louis Fei to the makeshift toilet surrounded by stones. "You squat down, I'll go and relight the fire. I'll be right back." "Good." Louis Fei nodded, leaned on the stone, lifted her dress, and slowly squatted down. Looking at the flickering embers of the fire not far away, she felt a little fortunate that it was nighttime. At least no one could see the expression on her face. Xiang Kun walked to the pile of embers. The embers hadn't completely died out. Many tiny sparks remained hidden in the ash heap, igniting briefly with every gust of wind. He crouched down, poked at the ashes with a stick, revealing more sparks, then grabbed a handful of dry leaves, gently covered them, and blew on them. "Call!" The flames shot up instantly, igniting the dry leaves and producing a soft, crackling sound. He added a few thin branches, then some thicker firewood, and the fire burned brighter and brighter, illuminating an area of more than 10 meters around it. As the flames rose, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated. Louis Fei had only squatted down for a short while, thinking she would have to wait a little longer when she saw Xiang Kun turn his head, walk directly to the edge of the rock, and squat down just one rock away from her. Louis Fei was stunned. The two of them squatted there, separated by a rock about a meter high. Although the rock was blocking their view, it was still, that's way too close. Although others used the toilet like this in the afternoon, she told Zhao Lucy that everyone would get used to it. But when it actually happened to her, she realized that the extremely embarrassing feeling was not so easy to suppress. Her face flushed instantly, burning red. He could only lower his head, wishing he could bury his face in his knees and let the pile of stones completely block him out. That's so embarrassing. She has lived for 20 years and has been known as a celestial being and national goddess since her debut in her teenage years. The way people looked at her was one of reverence, admiration, and distance, as if they were afraid of profaning something. What kind of man would just squat down next to her like that while she's using the toilet? Let alone men. Even her former personal assistant, even now that she has injured her foot, her mother wouldn't be there to take care of her. But unfortunately, she's encountered it now. Moreover, there's nothing we can say. After all, they were now on an unfamiliar island, surrounded by darkness. The forest was filled not only with eerie bird calls, but also with unknown pythons that could appear at any moment. Lu Yifei squatted there, her face buried in her knees, her ears bright red, moving with extreme caution, afraid that any noise she made would be heard by Xiang Kun. I should have woken my mother up, but she's been working hard all day, and Xiang Kun would have needed to help move the stones. Countless thoughts raced through Lu Yifei's mind, and the feeling that each day was like a year had become a tangible reality at this moment. Xiang Kun squatted outside the rock and felt that the current situation seemed, indeed, a little wrong. Too close. He cleared his throat, trying to break the awkward silence. Well, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Your foot needs a lot of rest. Tomorrow I'll boil some water in a coconut shell and have Aunt Shally give you a hot compress. A hot compress will improve blood circulation and help you recover faster. Lu Yifei finally lifted her face from her knees. The firelight reflected on her face, and although the blush hadn't faded, her eyes were no longer so panicked. She responded softly, her voice so low that Xiang Kun might not have been able to hear her if his hearing hadn't also improved. Xiang Kun added, once you're fully recovered, you'll be able to go to the toilet by yourself. After saying that, he himself felt that what he said was a bit silly. Lu Yifei never expected Xiang Kun to say such a thing, and she couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head and continued to squat, but the initial panic in her heart slowly dissipated. She suddenly remembered those who had admired her in the past, the way they looked at her, so cautious and hesitant, afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing. No one has ever been like Xiang Kun. Carry someone when you need to carry them, help someone when you need to support them, and stand by them casually when you should. It seems she's not some celestial being or national goddess, but just an ordinary woman with a foot injury who needs care. But she felt that this was fine too, because she is just a normal girl who needs to be loved. The wind rustled through the leaves of the banyan tree, like countless whispers. In the midst of this harmonious atmosphere, Xiang Kun suddenly felt a jolt. Cold. It wasn't the kind of cold that comes from the night wind blowing on your skin, but a chill that seeped into your bones, climbing up your spine to the back of your head, making every hair on your head stand on end. In an instant, he froze. That feeling was so familiar. He felt the same way here during the day, his hair standing on end. Xiang Kun suddenly turned his head and looked at the woods in the distance. The shadowy bushes a dozen meters away swayed gently in the breeze, but the python was nowhere to be seen. But he heard it. Rustling sound. It wasn't the sound of wind blowing through the leaves, but a lower, deeper, frictional sound coming from close to the ground, like something moving in the grass, pressing down on the withered leaves and weeds, and making a soft, rustling sound. The sound came from the distant woods, growing closer and closer. Xiang Kun's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately stood up, whispering to Lu Yifei, stand up slowly, don't make a sound, and walk behind me. Lu Yifei immediately became alert, dropped the green leaf in her hand, held onto the stone, slowly stood up, lifted her skirt, pulled Xiang Kun's arm, and moved step by step behind him. Xiang Kun stood in front of her, staring at the patch of grass. Rustling sound. That thing is getting closer and closer. Under the moonlight, the grass parted, revealing a dark shadow. Thick. It's very long. Like a giant tree trunk, it is slowly moving. It's a reticulated python, also known as a killer python. Chapter 49, let's work together and get it done. Reticulated pythons are typical nocturnal predators, hiding in bushes, caves, or water during the day and only coming out to hunt at night. During the day, it is attracted by the smell of blood by the stream. It processes the venison, leaving its entrails scattered all over the ground, and the blood seeps into the soil. For the predator, this is like a lighthouse in the dark. At this moment, it is slowly approaching. Under the moonlight, the grass parted, revealing a chilling body. It is over 9 meters long, with a body as thick as a bucket, and its scales gleam with a dark luster in the firelight. It didn't hiss. It simply slid quietly, the hollow of its upper lip precisely detecting the fluctuations in body temperature ahead. 2 people. One stood in front, and the other stood behind. They are all warm-blooded animals. Xiang Kun felt a chill run down his spine. The coldness that seeped from his very bones made him more alert than ever before. He stared at the snake, his hand already reaching for the knife in his pocket. But it was too fast. The python seemed to realize it had been discovered. It stopped hiding, suddenly raised its head, and opened its blood-red maw, revealing hundreds of backward-curving, hook-shaped teeth that gleamed coldly in the moonlight. The next second, it launched itself. It was incredibly fast, like a black lightning bolt, rushing straight towards Kuin. Xiang Kun's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively jumped to the side, grabbing Lu Yifei's waist behind him and narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The python's head brushed past his shoulder, leaving a foul stench. Ah! Lu Yifei's scream pierced the night sky, sharp and terrified. A python! Everyone wake up! The tree hollow instantly erupted into commotion, filled with women's screams and shouts. Before Xiang Kun could turn around, the python, having missed its attack, swiftly twisted its body and coiled towards them again. He was still holding Lu Yifei in his arms, which made it difficult for him to move around. If this continued, both of them would be entangled. Xiang Kun gritted his teeth, shoved Lu Yifei away, and pushed her toward the tree hole. Go inside. Don't come out. Lu Yifei staggered and fell to the ground. She turned to look at him, her face pale. Xiang Kun. Before she could finish speaking, the python had already pounced on Xiang Kun. This time, Xiang Kun didn't dodge. He reached out with both hands, and, just as the snake's head was about to bite, he grabbed the area below the snake's head tightly. The snake's mouth was wide open, and its hundreds of barbed teeth were only centimeters away from his face. He could even smell the foul odor coming from the snake's mouth, but his hands were like iron clamps, gripping the snake's neck tightly so that it could not bite off. The python, in pain, instantly coiled its thick body around the snake. The snake, as thick as a water bucket, coiled around Xiang Kun's body, from his waist to his chest, and then to his arms, tightening its grip. The scales scraped against his skin, and the immense pressure almost broke his ribs. Xiang Kun gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing. The force of 1,000 pounds was unleashed at this moment. His arm gripped the snake's head tightly, preventing it from biting him. The python writhed wildly, its tail whipping around, sending branches and grass flying, but couldn't break free from that iron-like grip. The snake's body was still tightening, trying to suffocate him. Xiang Kun's face flushed red, and his veins bulged, but he just wouldn't let go. The man and the snake remained locked in a stalemate. Lu Yifei fell to the ground, not bothering to check if she was injured, and grabbed a wooden stick to rush over. Her feet were still swollen, and she walked with a limp, but she couldn't care less about anything at the moment. She gripped the wooden stick with both hands and used all her strength to smash it against the snake. Bang! 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 The wooden stick struck the snake's body, but its thick scales remained unmoved. Lu Yifei didn't stop, striking again and again, her eyes red-rimmed, shouting, "Let him go! Let him go!" Lu Xiaoli was the second to rush out. When she saw her daughter fighting the python, she was terrified and grabbed her, saying, "Qian, are you crazy? It's dangerous. Mom, don't worry about me." Lu Yifei shook off her hand and continued smashing. Tian Shui stumbled out of the tree hole and immediately saw Xiang Kun being entangled by a python, his face covered in sweat, his whole body red, looking like a boiled lobster. "Xiang Kun!" she screamed, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." With red eyes, she glanced around, picked up a stone from the ground, raised it above her head, and smashed it hard against the snake's body. Bang! The stone struck the python's thick body, and the snake, in pain, suddenly contracted its body and tightened its coils. Ignoring her fear, Tian Shui continued to pound the ground, tears blurring her vision, while crying out, "I'm here to save you! I'm here to save you!" Bai Lu rushed out, clutching a thick branch in her hand. With her eyes closed, she lashed out at the snake, crying as she did so, "Xiang Kun, you can't die. What will we do if you die?" Zhao Lucy ran out. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell, but she still got up, grabbed a stone, and started throwing it. Chun Juling was about to put on her dress, but when she heard the urgent situation outside and that Xiang Kun seemed to be in danger, she kicked her legs wildly, kicked off the dress that was in the way, and ran out naked. When she saw the scene, she instantly sobered up. She reacted quickly, grabbing a burning piece of firewood from beside the fire, holding it high, and shouting to everyone, "Sisters, don't be afraid. Xiang Kun has trapped the snake. Let's work together to burn the snake to death and rescue Xiang Kun." Her voice was clear and bright, as if it possessed a reassuring power. "Burn its 7-inch spot. That's its heart." As she spoke, she first thrust the firewood into the thickest part of the snake's body, where its heart was. Flames burned the scales, and the python writhed in agony, its grip on Xiang Kun finally loosening slightly. Zhang Hanyan ran out, screamed, and her legs went weak so she couldn't stand. But seeing everyone fighting, she gritted her teeth, picked up a burning piece of firewood, and burned it on the python. Wang Xinling ran out. Her legs were shaking, but she still joined in. Yu Shuxin also came out, holding a piece of firewood glowing red by the fire. Her face was pale, but her hand was very steady as she poked the snake directly at it. Sizzle. A burnt smell filled the air. The snake writhed violently, and its scales were burned black. Zhao Liang was sleeping at the very back of the tree hole. She was the last to rush out. She immediately saw the situation and, without saying a word, grabbed a burning piece of firewood and started burning it on the snake. The python was in excruciating pain from being hit by the stone and charred black by the fire, writhing wildly. But Xiang Kun's hands gripped its neck tightly, like an iron clamp, and no matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. 10 women surrounded the 9-meter-long python, throwing stones at it, burning it with fire, and whipping it with sticks. The python finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the force that had been binding Xiang Kun completely loosened. Its body went limp and it slid down, trying to escape. But it can't escape now. Xiang Kun's hands never loosened their grip from beginning to end. He felt the pressure on his body disappear, took a deep breath, and suddenly exerted force with both hands. Snap! A crisp sound. He twisted the snake's head off. The 9-meter-long python became completely still. He released his grip on Kuin, and the snake's corpse crashed to the ground with a dull thud. He stood there, panting heavily, covered in sweat, his face and body stained with snake blood and scratches from scales. Ugh, there's still marks on my arm from when the egret was whipping me so wildly. It really hurts like hell, more painful than being wrapped in a python's arms. You can imagine how much force the egret used. The women paused for a second, and then, towards Kuin, Tian Shiwei was the first to rush over, hugged him tightly, and cried uncontrollably. You scare me to death. You scare me to death. Are you all right? Bai Lu cried, Zhao Lucy cried, and Zhang Hanyan's legs went weak, and she sat on the ground, crying and laughing at the same time. Lu Yifei stood to the side. The wooden stick in her hand fell to the ground. Her whole body was trembling, and her eyes were red. Chun Juling walked over, still clutching the charred firewood in her hand. She was naked, but no one noticed that at the moment. Are you all right? Xiang Kun, panting, shook his head. Fine. He glanced down at the dead snake on the ground, then at the disheveled women around him, their faces streaked with tears, and suddenly grinned. Tomorrow, we'll have snake meat to eat. One sentence made everyone laugh. I was laughing, but then I started crying. Chapter 50 want to learn? I'll teach you. They said they wanted to eat snake meat, but none of the women dared to eat it. The egret looked at the 9-meter-long python on the ground. Although it was dead, its thick body and ferocious head still made her shudder. How can I eat this? It looks terrifying. Yu Shuxin also shook her head. I won't eat it. Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Zhao Lucy whispered. How about we throw it away? Seeing their condition, Xiang Kun didn't force them. This island had a complete ecosystem and abundant resources. They could survive without python meat. Fine, I'll throw it into the sea tomorrow morning. He dragged the snake carcass and threw it into the grass some distance away, far from the tree hole, so that the smell of blood wouldn't attract anything else. When they returned to the campfire, Tian Shiwei rushed over, grabbed his arm, and looked him up and down. How badly are you injured? Let me see. Xiang Kun was pulled around in a circle by her, and suddenly hissed and grimaced. Ouch! Tian Shiwei was startled. What's wrong? What happened? Xiang Kun smiled wryly and pointed to the several red marks on his arm. I wasn't strangled to death by the python, but I'm going to be beaten to death by you guys. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then took a closer look. Xiang Kun's body was covered not only with bloodstains from snake scales, but also several red marks, some of which were already swollen. There were burn marks, marks from being hit with sticks, and even bruises from being hit with stones. It turned out that when the python was writhing, Xiang Kun twisted his body to dissipate the force. Everyone was so focused on saving him that they didn't pay attention to the force they used, and he ended up getting hit several times as well. Most of them are on the arms and back. The women looked at each other, their faces showing embarrassment. Bai Lu scratched his head. I typed it with my eyes closed, so I didn't see it clearly. Tian Shui blushed as well. I was too anxious. I just wanted to smash that snake to death. Standing to the side, Lu Yifei looked at the red mark on Xiang Kun's arm and suddenly remembered how she had been frantically hitting him with a wooden stick just now. Her face immediately turned red. Seeing their guilty expressions, Xiang Kun smiled instead. I was just kidding. In that situation, it was already very kind of you to come out and save me. By the way, Cece, I was so focused on fighting the python that I pushed you out. How's your foot? Lu Yifei felt a warmth in her heart and looked down at her swollen ankle. It's nothing, just a little sore. My mom is supporting me, so it's fine. As she spoke, she moved her feet, trying to prove that she was really all right. But Xiang Kun knew that she was most likely just trying to comfort herself. When she rushed up to attack the snake, she was limping, running faster than anyone else. Now that she's calmed down, that foot must be in a lot of pain, and the injury might even have worsened. Unless dual cultivation is used to enhance the healing process, and that mysterious power is used to repair it, this injury will not heal in a short time. But how can I bring myself to say that? He glanced at the women around him, then at Lu Yifei's faintly relaxed face, and swallowed his words back. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Having just been startled and frightened, the women were no longer sleepy and started chattering away in the tree hollow. The egret sat cross-legged on the hay, its eyes bright, gesturing wildly with its arms and legs. Did you guys see that just now? When I struck the snake with that stick, it made a loud, cracking sound. Zhao Lucy laughed and said, I saw it. You were smoking with your eyes closed. I won even with my eyes closed. Bai Lu declared confidently. I'm a python killer too. It's a pity I don't have a cell phone, otherwise I would definitely post it on WeChat moments. Today's achievement, killed a 9-meter giant python. Yu Shuxin rolled her eyes. Post on WeChat moments? Where are you going to post it? On the tree hole. Everyone laughed. Zhang Hanyan joined in the fun, saying, Me too. I threw several stones. Wang Xinling whispered, I smashed it too. Tian Shui puffed out her chest. I smashed the most. I even cried. Xiang Kun, did you see that? I was smashing and crying at the same time. Xiang Kun nodded with a smile. I saw it. She cried so terribly. Everyone laughed again. Laughter echoed in the tree hollow, dispelling the fear and tension from before. After chatting and laughing for a while, drowsiness returned, and the tree hollow gradually quieted down. There were only faint breathing sounds, the occasional turning over, and the rustling of the hay. Xiang Kun woke up early the next morning. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the rocks, shining warmly on the hay. Inside the cave, the women were still asleep, some curled up, some sprawled out, each in a different sleeping position, their breathing even. The sight of everything white was a feast for Xiang Kun's eyes, and even his cousin Xiao Kun perked up. He swallowed hard, quietly sat up, moved the large rock aside to let the sunlight stream in, and then slipped out. Outside, the air was very fresh, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees and a touch of coolness. The fire had long since died out, leaving only a pile of ashes, still emitting faint wisps of smoke. He walked to the stream, squatted down, and scooped up the cool water to wash his face. The water was very cold, which invigorated him. He scooped up a few more handfuls, rinsed his mouth briefly, and wiped the water droplets off his face with his sleeve. Back in the open space, Xiang Kun stood still, recalling a thought that had popped into his head the night before. Last night, after surviving the python's danger, as he lay sleeping on the hay, he remembered something. With his system, as long as one learns or practices a certain skill, one can truly master it. Climbing trees is like this, starting a fire is like this, and fishing is like this too. What about martial arts? If I could learn traditional martial arts, wouldn't it be much easier to avoid such crises in the future? I wouldn't have to fight back or risk my life. I could easily dodge and subdue my enemy. Do it as soon as you think of it. Xiang Kun stood still in the open space, assumed a stance, and prepared to perform a set of Tai Chi. Then he froze. How do you practice Tai Chi? During his high school PE class, the teacher did teach a few lessons, but that was several years ago. Back then, he was only focused on playing around with his classmates and never really studied properly. I only remember a few names: grasping the sparrow's tail, raising hands in a grip, as if sealed and closed. Actions? I can't remember a single one. Xiang Kun scratched his head and, forcing himself to speak, made a few gestures. First came the grasping the sparrow's tail. He imagined grabbing a sparrow's tail, making a circle with his hands, and then stumbled. Then came the lifting hands gesture. He raised both hands upwards, but it was unclear what he was lifting. The posture was quite awkward. Finally, there's the phrase as if sealed off. He pushes forward with both hands like pushing a door, but without any method or structure. After practicing a few times, I found it funny myself. The system notification sound didn't ring in my head at all. Xiang Kun was discouraged and was about to give up. Why are you practicing Tai Chi? A clear, crisp voice came from behind me. When Xiang Kun turned around, he saw Chun Dueling standing at the cave entrance, wrapped in the gauze fabric. Her hair was a little messy, but it couldn't hide her cool and broken scholarly air, and her unique temperament as resilient as moss. If she were to be described as an object, she would be an antique blue and white porcelain. Xiang Kun sweated. You're awake? I've been thinking about what happened last night for a long time. I have the power now, but I don't know how to use it. If I knew some martial arts, it would definitely be twice as effective if I encountered danger again. Chun Dueling walked over, stood next to him, and looked him up and down. Then you're practicing incorrectly. Xiang Kun asked in confusion. How did you know? Chun Dueling smiled slightly, but did not answer his question. Instead, she walked directly to the center of the open space, rolled up her dress to her knees, and stood still. Watch closely. She raised her hands slowly, but the movement was smooth and natural. Grasp the sparrow's tail. The starting posture should be stable. The center of gravity should be lowered, and the hand should draw an arc as if embracing something, but without using force. Her movements were slow, but each step was clear. The arcs drawn by her arms were smooth and natural, and her feet were steady and firm. Xiang Kun was stunned. Ew, how could you do that? Chun Dueling stopped, looked at him, and a little smugness appeared on her face. We learned it in high school PE class. Didn't your teachers teach it? I was taught, but I didn't remember it. I can't recall it. How could you not remember that? There are only a few movements. You'll learn it after practicing it twice. Xiang Kun was convinced. A top student is a top student. Even after all these years, he still remembers Tai Chi, which he learned in PE class, very clearly. Just as he was about to say something, Chun Dueling suddenly smiled, her voice lighter than usual, and said softly, You want to learn? I'll teach you. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on her face. She stood there, her dress clinging to her body, her hair a little messy, but her eyes were bright and curved, with a hint of playfulness, a hint of pride, and a hint of sincerity. It wasn't her usual faint smile, but rather the fragrance of jasmine blooming in the misty rain of Jiangnan, pure and elegant, with a gentle poetic quality hidden in her eyes. Bright eyes and white teeth, that's probably what it looks like. Chapter 51 Good Things Take Time. So Chun Dueling began to teach Xiang Kun Tai Chi. She walked to Xiang Kun's side, reached out, and held his wrist, gently lifting it up. Your hands are too high. Lower them a little, relax, don't be stiff. Her hands were slightly cool, and the sensation was very clear when I placed them on my wrist. Xiang Kun's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot to breathe. Lower your center of gravity and bend your knees a little more. She reached out and gently pressed on Xiang Kun's side, signaling him to sink down. It felt light and airy, but Xiang Kun felt that patch of skin burning up. Yes, like that. Then turn your body slightly to the left and draw an arc with your right hand. Her hand was still on Xiang Kun's wrist, guiding him to slowly turn it. The two were very close, and Xiang Kun could smell her faint fragrance. He confirmed that she hadn't used any skincare products or showered for 3 days, so it was just her natural body scent. The system notification sound was ringing in my head. Tai Chi Dalmot. Tai Chi Dalmot. But Xiang Kun didn't notice at all. His attention was entirely on the hand resting on his wrist, on the fingertips that occasionally brushed against his arm, and on Chun Dueling's slightly rising and falling breaths as he spoke. Too close. It's too soft. It's so moving. Xiang Kun. Chun Dueling's voice pulled him back to reality. He snapped out of his daze and met those bright eyes. How could you be so stupid? Chun Dueling was looking at him, her eyebrows and eyes smiling, her tone gentle, seemingly reproachful, but more so, a knowing teasing. Study carefully. I'll only teach you once. Xiang Kun's face flushed, and he quickly straightened up. I'm serious. I'm serious. He took a deep breath, suppressing the jumbled thoughts in his mind. and focused on following Chun Juling's movements. This time, he was really serious. Although his movements were still clumsy, at least he was no longer distracted. He knew exactly how high to raise his hands, where to place his feet, and how to turn his body, step by step, following Chun Juling's guidance. Tai Chi Del Mut. Tai Chi Del Mut. After completing the set of movements, Xiang Kun stopped and stood there, suddenly feeling refreshed all over. A large amount of unfamiliar information flooded into my mind. It wasn't fragmented or piecemeal, but complete and systematic. Just like when he first acquired knowledge of bone setting, someone had directly crammed the contents of an entire book into his brain. Tai Chi, the real Tai Chi. It's not a simplified version of gymnastics like in high school physical education classes, but genuine traditional martial arts. The starting posture should be relaxed, calm, and sinking. It's not just about squatting down, but about loosening all the joints in your body and sinking your chi to your dantian, lower abdomen. Grasp the sparrow's tail. The transformation of 4 kinds of force, warding off, pulling, squeezing, and pressing, is not done by the hands, but by the waist. The force originates from the soles of the feet, passes through the legs, waist, shoulders, and hands, flowing through each joint. The single whip is not simply about reaching out. It involves looking left and right, clearly distinguishing between feints and real attacks, and concealing both offense and defense within a single movement. The raised hand posture involves raising the hand while sinking the breath. The strength is subtly contained in the movement of raising and sinking the hand. Like sealing or closing. The hand are like sealing a door or closing a window, sealing off the enemy and closing the door, allowing for both offense and defense. Besides, cross hands, embracing the tiger back to the mountain, elbow strike, chasing the monkey back. The names of the moves flashed by, accompanied by clear instructions on the movements and the direction of the force. There are deeper things, such as intention without force, using the waist as the axis, clearly distinguishing between emptiness and fullness, continuous flow, and combining strength and softness. Those terms that he had never understood before suddenly became incredibly clear. He understood the meaning of every sentence and every word, and he knew how to practice and how to use them. There are even specific combat applications. How to grab someone with a grasp the sparrow's tail move, how to strike with a single whip move, how to break through the sealed and closed move. Xiang Kun grineth. Dudu, I've learned it. He picked up Chun Juling and spun her around in circles. I've learned it. Look, I really have. Caught off guard, Chun Juling was picked up and startled, instinctively grabbing his shoulders with both hands. Hey you. Sunlight fell on the two of them, dappling the shadows of the trees, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. Xiang Kun spun Chun Juling around several times, until her hair was all disheveled. Her laughter was as clear as a silver bell, tinged with a mix of panic and joy. Put me down, I'm dizzy. Xiang Kun finally stopped, but he didn't let go. The two people were facing each other, very close. So close they could see the curve of each other's eyelashes. So close they could feel each other's breath. Time seemed to stand still for a second. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting Chun Juling's hair and brushing against Xiang Kun's cheek. It's itchy. Chun Juling's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She lowered her eyelashes, which trembled gently like the wings of a startled butterfly. A faint blush rose on her face, spreading from her cheeks to her ears and then quietly climbing up her neck. But she didn't let go of Xiang Kun's shoulder. Those fingers instead tightened slightly. Xiang Kun wasn't completely stupid after all. He understood. My heart started pounding. He lowered his head and gently peered down. Chun Juling pursed her lips, her eyes already closed. Sunlight shone on her face, a face that was serene and beautiful, her eyelashes trembling gently, as if she were waiting for something. It's getting closer. We're closer now. Xiang Kun could feel her breath, soft and gentle, with a slightly fragrant and refreshing scent. Just a little closer and, oh dear, it's another new day. A sound came from the direction of the tree hole, carrying the languor and relaxation of someone who had just woken up. Yawn. The egret stretched and emerged from the tree hole, its eyes not fully open, rubbing them as it walked out. Like a startled rabbit, Chun Juling suddenly stepped back and broke free from Xiang Kun's embrace. She lowered her head, her slender fingers stroking her wind-blown hair, not daring to utter a single word. But the blush spread from her cheeks all the way down her neck, and even the tips of her ears were red. Xiang Kun's hand was still hanging in midair, and he stood there dumbfounded. The egret rubbed its eyes and walked over, still not quite understanding what was going on. Still groggy, it asked, "Oh, you guys are up too? You're up so early." She yawned again and then rubbed her stomach. "By the way, what are we having for breakfast this morning?" Xiang Kun's lips twitched, a surge of frustration welled up inside him, and he blurted out, "Eat, eat, all you do is eat. You might as well stuff yourself to death." The egret was startled by his shout, and its eyes finally widened. "No, did you eat gunpowder? I was just asking." He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but what could he explain? She said she almost kissed Chun Juling, but you ruined it? Is it okay to say that? He could only hold his breath, turn around, and face away from her. Bai Lu looked bewildered and turned to Chun Juling. Chun Juling kept her head down, still smoothing her hair, but the corners of her mouth were clearly turned up. She tried to suppress her laughter by pursing her lips, but her shoulders trembled slightly, and she couldn't hold it in at all. Finally, she couldn't help but burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth. The egret was even more confused. What are you two doing?" No one answered her. Only the warm morning sunlight shone on the three of them. From inside the tree hollow, rustling sounds came again. Someone had woken up. Standing there, watching Chun Juling's expression of wanting to laugh, but desperately holding it back, Xiang Kun felt a little relieved of the frustration in his heart. Oh well, there's plenty of time in the future. Chapter 52. Water is acceptable, but salt is not. In the early morning, several women, rubbing their sleepy eyes, emerged one after another from the tree hole. Zhang Hanyan yawned. Her hair was messy, and she stretched as she walked. Zhao Liang followed behind her. Her complexion was fairly normal, except her eyes were a little swollen. Wang Xinling slowly walked out, leaning against a large banyan tree. Her steps were much lighter than yesterday, but there was still a trace of fatigue on her face. Yu Shuxin was the last to come out, pulling her skirt up as she walked, muttering, "It's so hot. I slept in a sweat." The egret glanced back at the tree hole. "Where are Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy?" Chun Juling said, "They stayed up all night yesterday and are still sleeping. Don't disturb them. Let them sleep a little longer." Everyone went to the stream to wash their faces and rinse their mouths, and after a quick rinse, they returned to base camp. Tian Shui plopped down on a rock, clutching her stomach, her face pale. "What are we having for breakfast this morning? Grilled meat and fish again? I really don't want to eat that." Wang Xinling nodded, her voice soft. "Me too. I lose my appetite when I see meat." Xiang Kun glanced at them. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tian Shui shook her head, then nodded, unable to explain herself. "I'm feeling a bit weak, dizzy, and a little nauseous." Wang Xinling chimed in. "Me too. I felt weak all over when I woke up, and my stomach was empty, but I didn't want to eat meat." Bai Lu nodded eagerly in agreement. "Now that you mention it, I also feel unwell. I thought it was because I hadn't slept well." Chun Juling frowned slightly as she looked at them, her mind racing. After a few seconds, she suddenly spoke. "I see." Everyone looked at her. Chun Juling said, "You guys are lacking salt in your bodies." "Lack of salt?" The egret was taken aback. "Right." Chun Juling nodded, her tone resolute. "We've been on the island for 3 days, and apart from eating some raw oysters at the beginning, the grilled meat and fish we ate later weren't salted. This electrolyte imbalance can cause symptoms like fatigue, dizziness, and nausea." Zhang Hanyan blinked and asked innocently, "Then why am I perfectly fine? I feel great, and I don't feel uncomfortable at all." As she spoke, she stood up and jumped a couple of times to show that she was really okay. Chun Juling didn't speak, but his gaze shifted slightly, and he glanced at Xiang Kun. Zhao Liang followed the gaze to Xiang Kun, immediately realized what was happening, grabbed Zhang Hanyan's hand, and pulled her back to her side. All right. I'm glad you're okay. Stop jumping around." She spoke naturally, but used a little force in her hand to signal her to stop talking. Zhang Hanyan was startled by the tug, looked at Zhao Liang, met her gaze, and suddenly seemed to understand something. It must be because of the tandem flight yesterday. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, and obediently sat down. The atmosphere fell subtly silent for a second. Xiang Kun stood to the side, watching all of this unfold. He knew in his heart that the salt shortage needed to be addressed quickly. "I've heard people say that you can make sea salt by drying it at the beach. Why don't we give it a try?" Yu Shuxin was the first to respond. "Salt drying? I've seen videos of that. It's just about making a pool, putting seawater in it, and then scraping out the salt after it dries in the sun. Chen Juling said, it's theoretically feasible, but we need containers. We don't have any pots, so we can only find some coconut shells or large seashells that can hold water. Xiang Kun thought for a moment. Let's go to the beach first. If that doesn't work, we can boil it in a coconut shell. It's slow, but we can still get it cooked. There was nothing else anyone could do but follow Xiang Kun's instructions. So the team split into two groups, with Lu Xiaoli, Tian Shiwei by Lu, and Wang Xinling staying behind. Tian Shiwei wanted to go along, but Xiang Kun was worried that she would overwork herself and wouldn't let her go. Even though she repeatedly stated that she was fine and even wanted to show off her muscles, she was still rejected. The remaining Chen Juling, Yu Shuxin, Zhao Liying, and Zhang Hanyun went with him to the beach. Yu Shuxin was overjoyed and stuck out her tongue at Tian Shiwei, almost making Tian Shiwei furious. Chen Juling began packing her things, a few coconut shells and several layers of gauze fabric, which she could use to carry things. Zhao Liying pulled Zhang Hanyun along, and Zhang Hanyun was still bouncing around, in great spirits. Let's go to the beach. Xiang Kun walked to the bushes beside him, bent down, and hoisted the 9-meter-long python onto his shoulder. He originally wanted to cut off a large piece of snake meat and keep it, but these women were all pampered young ladies who naturally had a resistance to snakes. Even though Xiang Kun repeatedly said that it would taste very good after being roasted, they all shook their heads and said they would rather go hungry than eat it. Indeed, ever since they followed Xiang Kun, they have never had to worry about food or drink. Without experiencing the terrible situation of not eating for 3 days, they cannot understand the extent of the shortage of supplies. The snake carcass was heavy, pressing down on his shoulder. Its head drooped, and its tail dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail. Although the python died in the middle of the night, it was killed just last night, and since it was nighttime, the temperature wasn't as high as during the day, so the body was still relatively fresh. But now that the sun has risen, some natural reactions have begun to occur. A faint, fishy odor wafted from the snake, attracting many small flying insects, flies, and even wasps. Zhang Hanyun was the first to cover her nose. Ugh, it stinks. Yu Shuxin frowned and moved far away, saying, Stay away from us. It stinks. Xiang Kun felt extremely uncomfortable and quickened his pace. He carried a 9-meter-long python and walked the 3-kilometer-long rugged forest in just 20 minutes. The 4 women behind them had to jog to keep up, all panting, but none of them dared to fall behind. After all, they were in the middle of nowhere, and what if something else suddenly appeared? We finally arrived at the beach. Xiang Kun rushed to the seaside, swung his shoulder, and threw the giant python into the sea with a plop. A wave rolled over, and the snake's corpse flipped over in the seawater, drifting away with the tide. The fishy smell was dispersed by the sea breeze, and it finally felt a bit refreshing. Several huge birds were circling in the sky. The white-tailed eagle has a wingspan of over 2 meters, and its snow-white tail feathers are particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. There are also a few smaller but more agile Eurasian hobbies, circling higher in the sky, swooping down, and then rising again. They had their eyes on this python for a long time. Just then, the snake carcass drifted into the sea, and several sea eagles swooped down, landing on the snake's body and tearing at its skin with their sharp beaks. The falcons didn't dare compete with them, but circled around, waiting to snatch up any leftovers. And so, an aerial spectacle began. Xiang Kun washed his hands in the seawater, flicked off the water droplets, and turned to look at the 4 women. All right, let's find a place to dry the salt. Chen Juling was already surveying the coastline when she pointed to a flat area behind a group of rocks not far away. That area is flat, close to the sea, and won't be flooded by the tide. Let's go take a look over there. Several people walked over. It was a small flat area surrounded by natural reefs, with hard sand mixed with some gravel. It's about 30 meters from the sea, so the tide doesn't rise here, but it's close enough that it's easy to get water. Xiang Kun squatted down, pressed his hand against the ground, and dug into the sand below. This place is great. You need a place like this to dry sea salt. Zhang Hanyun leaned closer and asked curiously, How do you dry it? Do you just pour the seawater on the ground and let it dry? Chen Juling stepped forward, pointed to the flat ground, and began to explain to everyone. It's not that simple. Salt production is a technical job, and you have to do it step by step. First, we need to find a flat piece of land, like the one we're standing on right now. There shouldn't be any rocks or big pits, and it should be able to hold water. Then, the ground needs to be compacted, preferably by stepping on it or pounding it with stones to make the ground firm. Otherwise, the seawater will seep in and the salt cannot be produced. As she spoke, she pointed to the sea in the distance. Next, we need to dig a small ditch to bring the seawater over, or scoop the seawater over when the tide is high and pour it onto this land. Xiang Kun chimed in from the side. This is the first step, letting the seawater dry here so that some of the water evaporates and the concentration increases. Chen Juling nodded. That's right. Once it's almost dry, the water level will drop and the concentration will increase. Then we need to collect the concentrated brine and pour it into a smaller pit to continue drying. She pointed to a slightly lower spot next to her. The best kind of small pit is a stone pit, or a pit made of piled up stones, which can hold water and conduct heat. When the sun shines on it, the stones get hot and the water evaporates faster. Finally, when the water is almost dry, the salt will precipitate out. The first salt to precipitate is coarse salt, which has a slightly bitter taste and needs further processing. To get fine salt, it needs to be dissolved, filtered, and dried in the sun again, repeating this process several times. After listening, Zhao Liang seemed to understand something. So, this is a slow job. It can't be done in a day or two. Chen Juling nodded. Yes, we can't rush it. But we have a lot of people, so we can divide the work. Some people can dig ditches, some can scoop water, and some can watch over the salt drying. Yu Shushin was already pacing around, pointing to a pile of stones of various sizes not far away. Can we use these stones to build that little hole? Xiang Kun walked over and took a look. The stones were flat, square, and varied in size, but they all looked usable. It's usable. Let's clear this area first, compact it, and then build a few small pits with stones. Dudu, you're so smart. You plan it out. Where to dig ditches, where to build pits, and where to store water. Chen Juling made a gesture to indicate that she had received the message, and then began to draw a picture in her mind. Zhang Hanyin was still jumping around excitedly. Digging ditches? I can do that. I'm the best at digging holes. Zhao Liang pulled her aside. Take a break. You'll get tired later. The sun shines on the beach, and the sea breeze blows gently. In the distance, eagles and falcons were still fighting over the giant python, with occasional sharp cries escaping their lips. Here, the 5 people have already started getting busy. A new day begins with drying salt. Chapter 53 Teamwork makes the work easier. The 5 people worked on the beach for an hour, their backs soaked with sweat. Xiang Kun squatted on the chosen flat ground and used stones to pound the ground firmly to ensure that the seawater would not seep in quickly. Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyin were responsible for clearing away rubble and weeds. Yu Shushin ran up and down carrying suitable stones, while Chen Juling used a twig to mark the ground, planning the location of ditches and salt pits. The most troublesome thing is getting water. They only had a few coconut shells, so they couldn't scoop up much water at a time, and running back and forth was time-consuming. After one round trip, the seawater poured on barely covered a small patch of land. Yu Shushin was panting heavily and plopped down on a rock. When will this ever be finished? Xiang Kun frowned as well. This was indeed not going to work. Without a suitable container, the efficiency was too low. Chen Juling squatted there, and when he saw the banana tree in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. She walked over, broke off several large banana leaves, unfolded the fabric of her gauze skirt, placed the banana leaves on the fabric, and then tied them into a pouch by pulling up the 4 corners. Use this to scoop water. Upon seeing Xiang Kun, he was immediately filled with admiration. This bag is more than 10 times larger than a coconut shell. Although it still leaks a little, the banana leaves inside prevent much leakage. The water collected in one scoop is enough to fill a coconut shell dozens of times. Zhang Hanyin was the first to rush up and try. She grabbed a bag, ran to the beach, scooped up a full bag of water, ran back, and poured into the salt pan. Splash! A large area was soaked. She jumped up and down excitedly. It works. This works. Several people took turns working, some scooping water, some pouring it out, and some continuing to tidy up the salt fields, which immediately increased efficiency. After working for nearly an hour, the salt pan was finally filled with seawater, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, and it looked quite impressive. Xiang Kun stood by the salt field, wiped the sweat from his face, and smiled with satisfaction. All right, now we'll leave it to the sun. After a few days of sun exposure, the salt will be extracted. Chun nodded. I'll come back tomorrow and add more water if it's too low. Yushushin plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while. Zhang Hanyun, on the other hand, was full of energy and was even jumping around. Are we going back already? Are we going to do something else? Xiang Kun glanced at the sky. The sun was almost directly overhead. He pointed to the pile of rocks. Before we leave, let's dig up some more oysters to take back with us. Oysters contain salt, and eating them will help alleviate the salt deficiency in these women. Upon hearing this, the group perked up again. Zhang Hanyun was the first to rush over, squatting on the rocks and starting to pry them open. Zhao Lying followed behind her, squatting down to help. Yu Shushin was tired, but she gritted her teeth and kept working. Chun Juling was responsible for using the fabric of her gauze skirt to hold the oyster she dug out. Xiang Kun was strong and experienced, so he pried them off the fastest, one after another, and soon he had pried off a whole bunch. Collection +1. Collection +1. Collection +1. The notification sound kept ringing in my head. 10 minutes or so later, the fabric of the several gauze skirts was filled to the brim, containing nearly 200 oysters. There are 11 of them in total. If there were fewer, there probably wouldn't be enough food. Following the path that had been worn into the ground, the group returned to the treehouse. Before we even got close, we saw Tian Shiwei sitting at the entrance of the tree hole, listlessly resting her chin on her hand and talking to the egret next to her. Her eyes kept glancing towards the woods, and as soon as she saw a figure, she jumped up. Brother Kuin, you're finally back. She took off running, slowed down after a few steps, but still rushed up to Xiang Kun and looked him up and down. Are you all right? Did you encounter any danger? Seeing her nervous expression, Xiang Kun felt a warmth in his heart and reached out to pat her head. It's nothing, I just dug up some oysters and made a salt pan. Tian Shiwei then noticed the heavy gauze pocket in his hand, which was filled with white oysters. Oysters again? I'm so tired of them. Can you give me something else? There's no rice or flour here. We'll be lucky to have oysters. We'll only be able to eat staple foods once we find grains on the island. Inside the tree hollow, Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy also woke up and were helped out by Lu Xiaoli. Lu Yifei's feet were still swollen, seemingly even worse than yesterday. She helped her mother slowly walk to the fire and sit down. The crowd formed a circle, and Xiang Kun dumped the oysters on the ground, piling them into a small mountain. Come on, don't be shy. There's plenty for you today. He picked up an oyster, and with fluid movements, pried it open in 3 or 4 seconds, placing it aside for everyone to eat. Zhang Hanyun hadn't tried it before, so she was the first to grab a piece of tender, plump meat, bigger than her palm, and popped it into her mouth. Delicious. She squinted her eyes, looking completely satisfied. Others also joined in. 200 or so oysters were devoured by 11 people in a flash, with nearly half of them eaten by Xiang Kun. After finishing their meal, everyone leaned against the banyan tree or on the rocks, burping contentedly with satisfied expressions. The egret touched its belly and asked, "What are we going to do next? We can't just eat oysters and barbecue every day, can we?" This question opened up the conversation. Zhang Hanyun was the first to raise her hand. I think we should make some bowls and chopsticks. Eating with our hands every day is too primitive. Zhao Lucy nodded. Yes, and cups too. We need them to drink water. Yu Shushin chimed in. It would be great if we could make a few pillows. The hay is so uncomfortable. Tian Shiwei also commented. We need to prepare warm clothes. It's okay in the summer, but what if it gets cold in a couple of months? We need to hunt more sheep and deer and keep their pelts. Lu Yifei said softly. I think we should build a proper house. The tree hole is nice, but it's too small. With so many people crammed in, it's hard to even turn around. Aunt Lu Xiaoli patted her hand. Take your time. Do it one thing at a time. The egret chimed in, tools. It's inconvenient to do anything empty-handed. We need knives, axes, shovels. Zhao Lying hadn't spoken until now. Then she said, tools are indeed the most important thing. With tools, everything else is easier to solve. Xiang Kun listened carefully to everyone's opinions and finally turned his attention to Chun Juling. Duda, what do you think? Chun Juling thought for a moment and said, let's get the tools first. With tools, we can be several times more efficient at cutting down trees, digging, and processing game. Without tools, we can't do anything. We could try smelting ironware. This place is nestled between mountains and the sea, with plenty of iron ore, which can be forged into the tools we need. You also need to burn charcoal. Without charcoal, the temperature won't be high enough to smelt iron. You also need to build a furnace with yellow mud and make a few bowls and cups along the way. After she finished speaking, she looked at Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun nodded, agreeing with her. He stood up, dusted off his trousers, and began assigning tasks. Then it's settled. Let's start by getting the tools ready. Everyone should first go to the stream to dig up yellow mud, use banana leaves as padding, and carry in their gauze skirts. They can bring back a lot at once. Dudu, you're in charge of building the combustion furnace. You're smart, you know how to build it. I'm going to collect iron ore. On the way here, I saw some reddish-brown stones exposed at the foot of the mountain. They should be usable. Everyone responded and stood up to begin preparations. Tian Shiwei leaned closer to Xiang Kun and whispered, Brother Kuin, shall I go with you to collect? Or? Xiang Kun had already refused her once, not wanting her to be too tired, but now that they had eaten oysters and replenished their salt, and since the foot of the mountain wasn't far, he decided to take her along. Okay, with your help, I can move a few more stones. Below the hillside, wild grass grows luxuriantly, and pebbles are scattered everywhere. As Xiang Kun walked, he kept an eye on his feet and soon discovered the exposed stones. They were reddish-brown and different from ordinary stones. They were clearly iron-containing ore. Mining +1. Mining +1. A notification sound rang in my head. Xiang Kun squatted down and threw the iron where he had picked up aside. Tian Shiwei was in charge of gathering it up, and soon it was piled up. Chapter 54: Iron Smelting and Pottery Making. When Xiang Kun returned to the treehouse, carrying a huge pile of stones, Chinjuling had already started building a stove out of yellow mud. The stove was about half a person's height, cylindrical in shape, with an air inlet at the bottom, a fire opening on the side, and an open top. Although the design was simple, it looked quite decent. Xiang Kun put the ore down, circled the furnace, and nodded in satisfaction. That's good, but a combustion furnace alone is not enough. Chinjuling wiped the mud off his hands, then suddenly realized, you mean? Xiang Kun squatted down and began piling mud next to the furnace. That's right, we also need a blower, otherwise the temperature won't rise and the iron won't be smelted. He used yellow mud to form a small, stove-shaped circle, half the height of the stove, which was placed right next to the side of the stove. Then he took out a thin, flat stone from his pocket. It was the size of his palm, flat and smooth, which he had picked up while collecting or earlier. He found a sharp stone and slowly started drilling in the very center. The rock was hard and the drilling was slow, but his strength and focus made up for it. About 10 minutes later, a round hole about the size of a thumb pierced through the stone. Xiang Kun put the stone down, found a branch about the thickness of a thumb, compared its length, and used a knife to cut off the excess part, making it just the right size to insert into the stone hole. He picked up 2 pieces of hard bark from the side, cut them into circles with a knife, made a long slit in the middle of the branch, and stuck the bark onto the branch. A simple fan blade is now complete. He inserted the branch into the round hole in the middle of the stone, turned it around, and the fan blade started spinning, creating a whooshing sound. Construction +1. Xiang Kun grinneth. He stuffed the blower into the middle of the small stove he had just built, and then sealed the top with mud, leaving only a small air outlet that was directly opposite the air inlet at the bottom of the combustion furnace. The blower and the combustion furnace are connected. Will this work? Egret leaned closer to take a look, her eyes filled with curiosity. Of course, this is the equipment used by blacksmiths in ancient times, only a rudimentary version. As Xiang Kun spoke, he began to work with the mud. This time, he made a niche, shaping it into a circle out of clay, slightly smaller than the inner diameter of the stove, and then densely filled it with holes using sticks, like a honeycomb briquette. After it was finished, he placed the niche a little below the furnace, just above the blower's air outlet. In this way, the wind can blow upwards evenly, making the firepower more intense. Xiang Kun continued to raise the furnace until it became like a large coal stove, reaching his waist. Then he filled the firewood he had prepared inside and lit it. The blower started turning, and a whooshing sound blew in, causing the flames to leap up instantly and steam to billow. The stove made of yellow mud, when heated by the fire, slowly dries and hardens. Construction +1. Construction +1. The notification sound was ringing in my head. Xiang Kun squatted in front of the stove, watching the fire and planning his next move. A furnace alone is not enough. You also need charcoal. Without charcoal, the temperature won't rise and the iron won't melt. He stood up, walked to the side, and began working on another stove. This one is a large one, wider than the diameter of the combustion furnace, like a domed kiln. When Bai Lu and the others returned from digging mud, they saw Xiang Kun building things again and gathered around to watch. What is this? Zhang Hanyun curiously poked at it, but was pulled away by Zhao Liang. This is a kiln for burning charcoal. Xiang Kun only had time to explain once before continuing to concentrate on his work. After the stove was built, he began to fill it with firewood, neatly packed with thick branches and firewood. Then light a handful of dry grass and throw it in through the small opening. The fire started burning inside, and thick smoke billowed out of the opening like a small chimney. Xiang Kun squatted down and waited until all the firewood inside was burning and the fire was at its fiercest. Then he quickly grabbed a lump of wet mud and blocked the small opening at the top. Perfectly fitted. Zhao Lucy blinked. What's going on? Xiang Kun stood up and patted the mud off his hands. Burning charcoal. Charcoal. Wang Xinling was seeing it for the first time and scratched her head. How would you burn it? Xiang Kun pointed to the sealed mud kiln and explained. Burn the wood on fire, then seal all the openings to prevent air from getting in. In the oxygen-deprived state, the wood inside won't burn to ash but will slowly char. Let it cool naturally, then open it, and the wood inside will have turned into charcoal. The women listened, somewhat bewildered. Although they didn't quite understand, they all nodded. Xiang Kun looked at the oven that had been dried out. The next step is iron smelting. He poured the iron on the ground and smashed it into small pieces with stones, the smaller the better, so that it would be easier to melt. Only after finishing all this could he rest for a while. Burning charcoal takes a long time and cannot be done in a short period of time. Several women were still gathered around the charcoal kiln, looking around curiously. They had never seen anything like this before, so everything seemed novel to them. Xiang Kun rested for a while, looked at the pile of yellow mud next to him, and then stood up again. Since I'm just idling around anyway, I might as well do something else. He walked to the mud pile, squatted down, and began to mix the mud. This time it wasn't yellow clay, but a mixture of clay and fine clay, which is suitable for making pottery. Xiang Kun kneaded the clay until it was smooth, pinched off a large piece, rolled it in his hand, and began to shape it. First, shape it into a ball, then press down in the middle with your thumb, while rotating it to slowly create a dent. Keep turning and kneading. The indentation gets bigger and deeper, eventually forming the shape of a bowl. He looked at it and felt that the bowl was a bit thick, so he gently pinched it thinner with his hands to make the edges more even. Pottery +1. A notification sound plays. This made the women even more excited. The egret was the first to come over, squatting down next to him, eager to try. Let me try too. Xiang Kun said, sure, you can all try it. Each person can make their own bowl. Real. Zhang Hanyun rushed over, squatted down next to the pile of mud, and grabbed a large chunk of clay. Following Xiang Kun's example, I started to form a ball. Is this correct? Then press it. She poked her thumb into the middle of the mud ball and pressed hard, squeezing the mud out from the side, making it look completely crooked. The egret laughed out loud. Is this a bowl or a steam bun? Zhang Hanyun was unconvinced and continued to knead, muttering, it's my first time doing this. I'll get better after a few more tries. Chun Juling also squatted down, elegantly picked up a small piece of clay, and slowly began to shape it. She sculpted it meticulously and turned it steadily. In no time, a small bowl with a fairly regular shape came out. The egret peeked out and exclaimed, Dude, this one's pretty good. Wang Xinling also squatted down and quietly kneaded it. Her movements were very light and slow, and the bowls she shaped were small and thin, just like her. Tian Shiwei leaned close to Xiang Kun and whispered, Brother Kuin, could you make one for me? I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Xiang Kun was bending down, kneading the clay in his hands, preparing to make a pottery jar for boiling soup and water. Hearing Tian Shiwei's words, he looked up at her. Her eyes were bright, with a hint of coquetry and anticipation, like a kitten waiting to be fed. If my hands weren't covered in mud, I would have loved to reach out and gently scrape her delicate nose. Good. His voice softened, completely different from when he spoke to others earlier. I'll make you the best one. Tian Shiwei's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth turned up, which she couldn't suppress. Real. Real. Xiang Kun had already put down the half-finished pottery jar he was holding, and then tore off a new piece and began to mold it. Several women nearby reacted differently upon hearing this. Yu Shushin pouted and muttered under her breath. TSK, TSK, preferential treatment. Zhang Hanyan said with a grin, Xiao Tian, you have your own personal ceramic artist now. Tian Shiwei blushed, but instead of dodging, she moved closer to Xiang Kun, staring intently at his profile. Before long, the bowl was finished, and Xiang Kun gently carved a character on the rim of the bowl. Wei. When Tian Shiwei saw the word clearly, her face turned even redder, but she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. For me. Xiang Kun handed her the bowl. Try it and see if it suits you. Tian Shiwei took it with both hands, held it in her hands, and looked at it over and over. The bowl was just the right size to hold in my hand, and it felt very comfortable to hold. Beside her, Bailu said sourly, Oh dear, some people even have their bowls custom-made. Zhang Hanyan chimed in, That's right. Ours are all mass-produced, but Xiaoyan's is a limited edition. Despite their words, once everyone had finished making their bowls, they all wrote words on them with twigs. Xiang Kun then picked up the bowls one by one and placed them neatly on the opening of the stove. These bowls can't be heated directly, they'll crack. Just leave them to dry in the oven for a while, then flip them over, and they'll be ready to use this afternoon. There were more than a dozen bowls in total, and they couldn't all be placed in one batch, so they were baked in batches along with the newly made earthenware jars. The fire in the furnace never went out. One piece of firewood after another was added, the blower whirred, and the flames leaped high. The smoke rose upwards from the furnace opening, standing out conspicuously against the clear sky. A column of grayish-white smoke rose straight up, dispersing into wispy clouds against the backdrop of the blue sky. On this deserted island, the smoke is the most obvious signal. Chapter 55 Lu Tao, Song, Mao, Xiaodong. Apologies, the book was going to be banned because the female celebrity's name was too direct. I had to spend a lot of time revising it, which created a sense of disjointedness. I apologized to everyone. At the seaside at the edge of the woods, 3 women were squatting there, staring blankly at a small pile of shellfish and green bananas. A woman wearing a dark blue jumpsuit dress has an inverted triangle silhouette, with sharp shoulders and a slender waist, forming a golden ratio of wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. He has neither excess fat nor is he overly thin. His muscles are full and firm, giving him a very healthy appearance. Her long, slender legs and slim waist, combined with her smooth lines, exude an elegant temperament. In particular, her firm and shapely peach buttocks add a lot of charm to the look, making her appear very feminine. Lu Tao. The woman next to me was wearing a Chong Sam, her waist so slender it looked like a deadly knife, as if it could snap in two with a single pinch. The waist cinching design, 3 inches below the bust, perfectly accentuates the curves, making the waist appear as smooth as an A4 sheet of paper. The dark green satin Chong Sam highlights the softness and symmetry of the waist, with a butterfly bone outline subtly visible, further enhancing the woman's graceful temperament. Her figure was light and graceful, like a lady who stepped out of a painting from the Republican era. The skirt slits as she walks, revealing the lines of her calves, and paired with nude stockings, it creates a smooth and elegant look, exuding grace and dynamism. Her upright shoulders and neck, tall and slender frame complement the fitted design of the Chong Sam perfectly. The S-shaped cut of the Chong Sam fits her curves perfectly, and her waist-to-hip ratio is almost perfect. She can be described as absolutely stunning. Song Yi. Another woman wore a silver sequined slit dress, showing off her shoulders and collarbone. The dress also featured a slit at the hem, further revealing her slender, fair legs, which were already comparable to sausages. She sat on the beach, her skirt flaring out, further elongating her legs and making her incredibly eye-catching. Looking closely at the leg lines, they're straight and smooth, without the slightest bend, just like sausages. Bathed in sunlight, she shone brightly, exuding boundless sexiness. Combined with her sweet smile and innocent appearance, this created a striking contrast, making her appear both pure and alluring. Mao Xiaodong. She looked up at Lu Tao, her voice gentle and soft. We have to eat it raw, or we'll starve to death. But I've never seen such a small seashell before. It's only a little bigger than my fingernail. and I don't even know if it has any parasites. Song Yi put down the green banana in her hand and sighed softly. This thing is as hard as a rock. You can't even bite it, let alone eat it. Lu Tao is a strong female protagonist with a decisive personality. She and her two delicate companions have gone through 3 days of survival, and their patience has long been worn out. She put the few small seashells on the ground and said irritably, "These are seashells I found on the beach, not on land. Where would the parasites have come from? Eat it or not, it's up to you. If you don't eat it, you'll starve to death." Mao Xiaodong shrank back after being scolded like that, but she wasn't angry. She knew Lu Tao was telling the truth. If it weren't for Lu Tao leading the way, the two of them might have starved to death on the beach long ago. Moreover, she wasn't the kind of girl who was pretentious or affected. She was just so frightened by the sudden turn of events that she didn't know what to do and hadn't yet recovered from her escape. She looked down at the few small seashells. The little bit of flesh inside was white, soft, and covered in seawater. She took a deep breath, picked one up, closed her eyes, and put it in her mouth. The salty, fishy taste, the slippery texture, and the fact that it was mostly raw made me feel a little uneasy. She suppressed the urge to vomit, swallowed it without even biting it. Lu Tao glanced at her, his gaze softening slightly, but his tone remained firm. "Eat a few more, or you won't have the strength to walk. There are poisonous snakes and scary animals in the woods. Let's not go through the woods, but walk along the beach and see if we can find any other people." Mao Xiaotong nodded obediently, picked up another one, and this time swallowed it without closing her eyes and frowning. Song Yi sat beside Mao Xiaotong, looked at her expression, then at the green banana in her hand, and sighed. "We really can't do without fire. How about we try rubbing sticks together to start a fire again? Maybe this time it'll work." 99 out of 100 people have heard of the method of making fire by rubbing sticks together. However, there are also 99 people who have only heard of it but have never tried it themselves. It sounds familiar, but when you actually try it yourself, you realize it's not like that at all. Lu Tao was the most resourceful. He tried on the very first day. She found a dry branch and a piece of deadwood, but because she had no tools, she couldn't even sharpen the branch or carve a groove in the wood. She rubbed it for a long time until her palms were red, but she couldn't even see a spark. Then I tried again, changed the branch, but it didn't work, changed the location, but it still didn't work. In the end, I even changed the position, but it still didn't work. My arms are so sore I can't lift them, but I still haven't gotten angry. Song Yi and Mao Xiaodong were not giving up and tried a few more times. Song Yi rubbed for about 10 minutes, and a blister formed on her hand, but the fire didn't ignite. Mao Xiaodong was not strong enough, and after rubbing for a couple of times, she ran out of energy and had to give up. Hearing Song Yi suggested again, Mao Xiaotong whispered, "Why don't we try again? Maybe this time it'll work?" Lu Tao was seething with anger, not at Song Yi and Mao Xiaotong. She stood up, walked to the nearby woods, found a new branch and a piece of deadwood, squatted down, and began to rub them. 1, 2, 3. The muscles in his arms were tense, and sweat beaded on his forehead. But between the branches and the wood, there was only a faint wisp of smoke, not even a spark. After rubbing for about 10 minutes, Lu Tao stopped and threw the branch on the ground. No, she was panting, looking at her bright red palms, a hint of frustration flashing in her eyes. Song Yi also fell silent. Mao Xiaodong was in despair. She clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and muttered to herself, "Oh God, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please have mercy and let us light a fire." She bowed several times, her face full of piety. "I'll do anything as long as I can start a fire." Seeing her like that, Song Yi couldn't help but laugh and leaned over to joke. "Then you'd better be clearer. You want God to give you a super handsome guy and let him do all the work while the three of us just lie around." Mao Xiaodong opened her eyes, blinked, and actually thought about it seriously. "That works too. Saves us from working ourselves to death." Lu Tao squatted down beside them, looked at the two clowns, and shook his head. They even had the energy to joke around. She poured cold water on the idea. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. If there were a man here in the middle of nowhere, we'd be in real danger." Mao Xiaodong was taken aback and asked in confusion, "How could that be? Wouldn't having a man help with the work?" Lu Tao didn't answer directly, but looked at Song Yi. "Teasy, can you guess?" Song Yi had become numb to the nickname Teasy and just accepted it as her own nickname. She looked at the clothes the three of them were wearing and suddenly understood. She was wearing a cheongsam, although the hem was wet and dirty covered with sand and grass clippings, but at least it covered her body well. There was a slit at the thigh, so as long as she didn't move around too much, she couldn't see clearly. What about Lu Tao? That dark blue dress had only 2 thin straps hanging on her shoulders, and the bodice, whether it was naturally like that or padded underneath, was almost bursting out. Needless to say, Mao Xiaodong is another example. Her short skirt with a high slit revealed her long, fair legs. The skirt didn't even have shoulder straps. It just hung on her body. Although she was a little smaller than Lu Tao, she was still a sight to behold. Song Yi looked away and whispered, "A man has come, and we are unarmed. What if he gets any bad intentions? Be careful, or I'll eat you up." As she said this, she reached out with both hands to grab Mao Xiaodong's upper body, which startled Mao Xiaodong, who quickly covered herself. Mao Xiaodong then realized what was happening, and her face flushed red. She looked down at her legs, then at Lu Tao's chest, and then at Song Yi's slit Chong Sam, and couldn't help but smile. As long as I can eat my fill and sleep well. Let's just eat it then. Lu Tao was both amused and exasperated by her words, and shook his head. You? She turned around, preparing to pick up some more shellfish, her gaze inadvertently sweeping into the distance. Then she froze. Far, far away, behind a hillside, something seemed to be floating. Grayish-white pale like smoke? Lu Tao rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But that thing was still there, it didn't dissipate, and it became clearer and clearer. A wisp of smoke was rising gently. Lu Tao's mouth slowly opened, and his eyes widened. Xiaoran. Her voice trembled slightly. Mao Xiaodong looked up and Lu Tao pointed into the distance, emphasizing each word. Your wish has come true. Mao Xiaodong followed her finger and saw the plume of smoke. She paused for 2 seconds, then immediately stood up. Fire! It's fire! Song Yi saw it too, and was so excited that she threw away all the seashells she was holding. Someone's starting a fire. There are people over there. Lu Tao looked at the plume of smoke, then at Mao Xiaodong, and suddenly smiled. Here comes your food. Chapter 56, The Beginning of Primitive Life. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain makes your horse run itself to death. Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong saw that the smoke was very close, but even after walking for a long time, it still felt like they hadn't walked that far. Regardless, the smoke heightened the 3 men's survival instincts. They gritted their teeth, mustered their last bit of strength, and stumbled forward. On the treehouse side, the stove flames burned continuously, their light illuminating a large area around it. The earthenware bowls and jars had been fired, and Xiang Kun took them down from the stove and filled them with water by the stream. Several women formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on the bowls. The egret wrung its hands nervously, asking, Is it leaking? Is it leaking? Xiang Kun held the bowl level, and the water sloshed around inside, but not a drop leaked out. No leaky. He then tried all the other bowls one by one, and none of them leaked. Finally, we tried the large earthenware jar. We filled it to the brim with water and waited for a long time, but the water still didn't seep out from the bottom. Perfect. Zhang Hanyun was the first to cheer, picking up a bowl and looking at it from left to right, clearly delighted with it. I made this. The bowls I made don't leak. Zhao Lucy also held her bowl. From now on, I won't have to eat with my hands anymore, and I can even drink hot soup. Xiang Kun didn't have time to celebrate. He walked over to the mud kiln where charcoal was burnt. The mud outside the kiln had dried completely. When tapped, it made a hollow thump-thump sound. He gently tapped open the seal on top with a stone, and a wave of heat rushed out. Looking inside, the once neat branches had turned into black charcoal, some still retaining their original shape, while others had broken into small pieces. Smelting +1. Xiang Kun used 2 thin twigs as chopsticks to carefully pick out the charcoal pieces one by one and place them on the open ground next to him. The charcoal was still hot, but it would no longer burn. He didn't smash the entire clay kiln. He only opened the top and kept it for future use. With the charcoal ready, the next step is to smelt iron. Xiang Kun filled the furnace with charcoal, layering it with crushed iron ore, then another layer of charcoal, then another layer of ore, until it was completely full. Then it was lit, and the blower started blowing loudly. The flames shot up instantly, making a whooshing sound. Not content with all that, Xiang Kun started playing with mud again. This time it wasn't ordinary clay, but a special formula mixed with charcoal powder. He pounded some charcoal into small pieces and mixed it into the clay, preparing to make a container. Crucible. Otherwise, once the iron is refined, there will be no container to heat it into molten iron. He kneaded and kneaded until it became a small, thick-walled jar, slightly larger than a normal cup, with a rounded bottom and a closed opening. Smelting +1. After finishing, he put the crucible into the furnace and slowly burned it against the furnace wall to shape it. Once it's cooked, take it out and let it cool naturally before using it. There is still a lot of work to be done during this period. The blower cannot stop. It must keep running. Xiang Kun glanced at the women gathered around admiring the pottery bowls and called out, "Someone come here and help turn the blower on." Tian Shiwei was the first to run over. Me. She squatted down next to the blower, grabbed the branch, and started turning it. I turned around a few times, and it was alright, quite easy. But after a minute, my arm started to ache. In 2 minutes, the huge flames of the furnace were so intense that the hair on a person's body stood on end, and sweat beaded on their forehead. After 3 minutes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ugh, it's so hot, and my arms are so sore." The egret chimed in, I'll do it. She spun around for 2 minutes, and her face was sore from the soreness that she grimaced. "This thing is so tiring, it makes me so thirsty." Chun Juling took over, turning steadily, but her face flushed slightly. Zhao Liang took over, turning a little slower, but persisting for a longer time. Zhang Hanyun continued, panting as she turned, "I'm so tired. If it weren't for Xiang Kun, I definitely wouldn't have survived." Yu Shuxin took over, unusually without complaining, but after turning around, she swung her arms and muttered under her breath, "This job is inhuman. Did I even get the right script?" Each person rotates for a few minutes before being replaced. Their arms are so sore, they can't lift them. But no one dared to say they wouldn't do it, and no one wanted to admit defeat in front of Xiang Kun and the others, or be looked down upon. They were all holding their breath, determined to endure as long as they could. At this time, Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong were still on their way on foot. Xiang Kun squatted down beside him, making models with the remaining mud. Once the iron is smelted and melted into molten iron, it must be poured into a mold to take shape. The first thing he made was a model of an axe. On this island, the most practical thing is an axe, which can be used for smashing and chopping, and is very useful. Another chisel model was made to facilitate drilling and grooving. There was another knife, which was different from the small knife he carried. This knife was much larger and was a model of a woodcutter's knife. Nearby, several women took turns turning the blower, chattering and complaining. "How long will it take to process this?" "It'll be fine once the iron is forged." "Xiang Kun, when will the iron be ready?" Xiang Kun looked up at the stove. The flames were blazing, and the charcoal was glowing red. "It's still early. It will take several hours to burn." "Ah!" Another chorus of wails erupted. Xiang Kun ignored them and continued making models, needing several spoons of different sizes. Soon, a pile of models accumulated at my feet. He knew what was going on. Ever since the giant python was thrown away, he had been thinking about one thing. These women were being spoiled far too much. It's not that they shouldn't be pampered, but they don't seem to realize that on this deserted island, food doesn't fall from the sky. They have to earn it with their own hands. Since the system can't be used to exchange for resources, his small bonuses will allow him to gradually become someone who surpasses ordinary people. But if he were to feed these dozen or so mouths, he would be overwhelmed even if he worked himself to death. This base camp is only 3 kilometers from the ocean, which sounds far, but it's actually only a half-hour walk. Aside from Lu Tianxian and Zhao Lucy, who both had foot injuries, and Chen Juling, who was responsible, and Zhao Liang, who was always tenacious and hardworking, the others were afraid to even leave the dense forest alone. They waited, waiting for Xiang Kun to bring back the food, waiting for him to prepare the tools, waiting for him to arrange everything. Xiang Kun wasn't unwilling to do it, but this wasn't a long-term solution. The daily diet for 10 people is no small amount. Just digging for oysters alone requires him to dig up about 200, although he eats half of them. The soil here is saltier than that inside the island, and there are fewer animals. There are very few snakes in the forest, let alone rabbits or pheasants. But that's precisely why we need everyone to work together. A group of people can split up to increase efficiency. Some can go to distant places to find food, some can go to the beach to collect seafood, and some can go to the forest to hunt. Instead of him going wherever he goes, These women follow him everywhere. He remembered the giant python. That snake might have been attracted by Wang Xinling. It's because she had her period and the smell of blood was so strong. In the wild, the smell of blood is the most obvious signal, attracting all kinds of carnivores. Although pythons do not eat carrion, they are very sensitive to the scent of living creatures. That night, if his body hadn't been enhanced by the system, giving him immense strength, he, an ordinary person, would have been swallowed whole by the 9-meter-long reticulated python. But they don't seem to realize that yet. They're still complaining about how tiring it is to turn on the blower and how long they have to wait. Xiang Kun shook his head and got up to search for vines in the woods. It's good to teach them a lesson. Let them know that if they don't work, they won't eat. If they don't work hard, they'll go hungry. Chapter 57, The Axe, is born. Xiang Kun pulled back a lot of vines from a nearby banyan tree. These vines were long and tough, some as thick as a finger, some as thin as a chopstick. They hung down one by one, and he used brute force to tear them off and carry them back to the open ground to pile them up. Previously, I used lotus leaves to move mud, which was more efficient than carrying it directly by hand, but lotus leaves were easily broken, and I could only move a small amount at a time. In the end, it was not as good as using proper tools. He wanted to weave a few vine baskets, which would make it much more convenient to move things, store food, and transport firewood. Xiang Kun squatted down, picked out a few vines of uniform thickness, and began to process them. First, remove the small branches and leaves from the top. Then use a knife to scrape off the outer skin to reveal the smooth vine core inside. The thicker strands are used for the framework, and the thinner strands are used for weaving. Each strand is sorted and placed neatly. Several women were taking turns turning the blower, their arms aching from exhaustion. But when they saw Xiang Kun fiddling with the vines, they couldn't help but curiously come over to watch. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hanyan asked, tilting her head. "Weaving baskets." Xiang Kun's fingers had already started moving. He first took 4 thick vines, crossed them to form a cross, and then wrapped them with thinner vines to secure them. This formed the basic framework of the basket. Then, thread the thin vines in one by one, pressing and picking them up repeatedly, weaving them outwards in circles from center. Knitting +1, thin vines weave through the rough framework, slowly forming a circular base. The egret stared wide-eyed. "You can do this too?" Xiang Kun smiled and said, "Don't forget, I'm a man with a system." He's right, the system support is the key. As soon as my hands start moving, the steps and techniques of weaving automatically appear in my mind, just like they're engraved in my head. Once the bottom of the basket is woven, begin erecting the frame. He bent the thick vines that served as the framework, stood them up one by one, and fixed them to the bottom edge of the basket with thinner vines, forming the shape of a cage. Then continue weaving from bottom to top, round and round. Knitting +1, knitting +1. Thin vines weave through the framework, slowly filling all 4 sides. He wove slowly but evenly, pressing each loop tightly, making the basket walls increasingly sturdy. The women nearby were so engrossed in watching that they forgot to turn on the blower. This kind of gradual work, with results at every step, is like repairing a donkey's hoof. It inexplicably makes you want to keep watching. Over at the blower, it was Lu Tianxian and Aunt Huilin who took over. Lu Tianxian's minor foot fracture hadn't healed, and last night, while saving Xiang Kun, her injury worsened. She should have been resting in the treehouse. But seeing everyone else constantly turning the blowers, she felt embarrassed to keep watching. So she asked her mother, Lu Xiaoli, to help her to the side. She turned around for a while and was already a little tired, but she kept gritting her teeth and not letting go, try to persevere for a while longer. If you get really tired, Aunt Xiaoli will take over. As the sun began to set, the stomachs of the women, who had been working hard all day, started to rumble. Zhang Hanyan said, "Brother Xiang Kun, aren't we going to eat?" Xiang Kun stopped weaving the basket and replied, feigning helplessness. "We've finished the venison, lost the python, and almost run out of oysters. There aren't many small animals around, and I don't have time to search for food today. We're out of food." The women looked at each other in bewilderment. Indeed, everyone has been busy since morning, working on salt pans, iron smelting, and charcoal making. No one noticed that there wasn't even any food left in the base camp. The egret was the first to fall, rubbing its rumbling belly and saying pitifully, "What should I do? I'm so tired and hungry." She leaned against the rock, her long legs stretched out straight, completely exhausted. Zhang Hanyu nodded in agreement, looking aggrieved. I thought I'd be able to get something to eat at noon, but I've been waiting until now. Wang Xinling swallowed hard and whispered, Even the oysters are gone? Xiang Kun shook his head. The batch we dug this morning has already been eaten. Now it's high tide, and the reef piles are all submerged, so we can't dig for oysters anymore. Lu Tianxian sat next to the blower, her arms aching from turning it. Hearing that there was no food, she couldn't help but ask, What are we going to do tonight? Xiang Kun glanced at the sky and estimated that it was only around 2 or 3 o'clock, with 2 hours left before the tide went out. Why don't we wait for the tide to go out tonight? Go to the beach to collect seafood. Or wait until it gets dark when the cicada nymphs come out and then roast them and eat them. Wang Xinling blinked, looking completely bewildered. Cicada nymphs? What are those? Chun Juling explained from the side. It's a cicada larva, the kind that hasn't molted yet. It crawls out of the soil at night in the summer, climbs up a tree to molt, and you can catch it, roast it, and eat it. It's so delicious. You can hear the constant zhiliao chirping in this forest. That's the chirping of cicada nymphs after they molt at night. Wang Xinling frowned. So those are insects? Her face was filled with rejection. This is not her fault. Women generally have a fear of insects and worms. Not to mention insects, Wang Xinling doesn't even dare to eat rabbits. Once on a TV show, Zhang Hanyan was seen eating insects and was even called Zhang the Bold. Xiang Kun said, Cicada nymphs are high in protein, even more nutritious than meat. And you don't have to go far. You can catch them right at the edge of the forest. Tian Shiwei chimed in from the side. I ate it when I was little. It was really delicious. After frying, it's crispy and crunchy, almost like fried silkworm pupae. Wang Xinling's expression worsened. Silkworm pupae? Can you eat those? Lu Tianxian wasn't so resistant and asked softly, Is it really delicious? Xiang Kun nodded. You'll know once you've eaten them. The cicada nymphs should be crawling out when the sun goes down. Let's catch some around here before it gets completely dark. Then we'll catch some fish from the puddles by the stream, raid a few bird nests, and roast some green bananas to make do for the night. The egrets said. Then could we hunt something like yesterday? Rabbits, pheasants, or something? Hungry, she began to crave the taste of venison from the previous day. Xiang Kun shook his head and explained. We are close to the sea here, and the soil is highly saline, so there are naturally few land animals. Think about it. Animals need to drink water and eat grass. Although the vegetation here is lush, the truly suitable places for them to live are further inland on the island. After crossing that stream, walk a few miles further ahead, and the vegetation there will be denser, with a few small puddles. That's where the animals often appear. After hearing this, the egret's expectant expression turned into one of confusion. Then won't we have to move? She looked at the tree hollow, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Once someone steps into their comfort zone, they don't really want to move. Xiang Kun was silent for a few seconds, then said seriously, We should move. This place can only serve as a temporary shelter. There are 11 of us crammed into this tree hollow, and it's difficult to even turn around. Besides, although it's close to a water source, it's far from a food source. In the future, we still need to move further into the island and find a more suitable place to build houses. Upon hearing that a house was to be built, everyone else perked up. Tian Shiwei asked, Build a house? What kind of house? Xiang Kun thought for a moment. A wooden house or a bamboo house. Find a place that is high up, close to a water source, and near the hunting grounds. Build a frame with wood, plaster the walls with mud, and thatch the roof. We'll put up a kong, heated brick bed, inside the house, and when winter comes, we'll burn firewood in it to keep warm all night. If we also collect some animal furs, then this winter will be easier to get through. After hearing this, the egret's expression became complicated. She was both looking forward to the new house and a little reluctant to part with the tree hole that she had worked so hard to build. Wang Xinling asked softly, then, When are we moving? Xiang Kun shook his head. No rush. Let's make the tools and prepare enough supplies first, then slowly look for a suitable place. If we move rashly and can't find a better place, it will be troublesome. Don't think about that now. The furnace has been burning for several hours, and the iron ore should be smelted by now. He walked to the furnace, where the fire was still roaring, and the blower was being turned in turns by Lu Tianxian and Aunt Huilin, without stopping for a moment. Xiang Kun first used a long branch to clear away the ashes from the stove opening, then put on thick gloves that were temporarily woven from vines. Several layers of vines were tightly wrapped around the gloves. Although crude, they could at least insulate against the heat. He carefully used a long branch to pry the contents out of the furnace. Chunks of red-hot iron were pulled out and laid on the ground, sizzling with heat. These ores are no longer the hard rocks they used to be. They have become soft and pitted, with some areas even melted into clumps, gleaming with a dark red luster. Smelting +1. Xiang Kun used a twig to pick up the largest piece and placed it on the stone anvil next to him. The iron ore had completely melted into a lump, like a soft, burnt dough, reddish-brown, with impurities sizzling and bubbling on the surface. He picked up another stone and tapped it gently. Smack! The outer shell shattered, revealing a pure piece of iron inside. Xiang Kun patiently chipped away the black slag layer on the outside of all the iron ore. With each tap, fragments crumbled off, revealing an increasingly bright metallic luster underneath. Smelting +1. Smelting +1. He put all the pure iron into the crucible he had made earlier, added a lot of charcoal to the furnace, and placed the crucible on the hottest fire. The blower roared to life, and this time he did it himself, instantly engulfing the crucible in flames. Several women gathered around, their eyes fixed on the small crucible. Is that all? Zhang Hanyun asked softly. Xiang Kun shook his head. It's still early. It needs to be smelted into iron first. He stared at the crucible, watching the iron inside slowly turn red, soften, and finally begin to melt. A sliver of glistening liquid seeped from the edge of the iron block, like sweat, and slowly gathered into a small puddle. Then came the second beach, the third beach. The iron block gets smaller and smaller, while the molten iron increases. Finally, the entire piece of iron melted into a bright red liquid, sloshing around at the bottom of the crucible like molten lava from a volcano. Smelting +1. Knowing the time was ripe, Xiang Kun used a twig to pick up the crucible and carefully carried it out. The molten iron sloshed gently in the crucible, emitting an astonishing heat wave. He held the crucible, aimed it at the axe model, and slowly tilted it. The molten iron flowed out of the crucible like a thin thread and was precisely poured into the mold. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The heat wave hit them, but Xiang Kun's hands were steady, and he kept pouring until the mold was full. Then he put the crucible down, quickly picked up a coconut shell of cold water that he had prepared beforehand, and poured it onto the mold. Sizzle. White smoke suddenly billowed out, turning into a huge cloud of steam. Smelting +1. Once the white smoke dissipated, Xiang Kun flipped the mold over and poured it down. An axe lay quietly on the ground. The axe body is jet black and shiny. The back of the axe is thick, the edge of the blade is somewhat mottled, and the overall lines are smooth. Although the surface is still a bit rough, and it hasn't been sharpened, it's already a real iron axe. Chapter 58, Aunt Xiaoli is going to provide assistance. I suspect he was stubborn and an idiot. On his debut day, he changed a lot of names, which drew a lot of negative reviews. After that, he stopped changing names randomly. He just let the listings be taken down. He was really going all out. Tools are an extension of the human arm. With an axe, chopping down trees is no longer a matter of brute force, but a matter of skill. Xiang Kun squatted on the rock, rubbing the freshly forged axe back and forth on the rough stone surface. Swish, swish, swish. Once, twice, 3 times. After sharpening it a few times, he would rinse it with water to check the changes in the cutting edge. At first, it was jet black, but slowly it began to reveal a silvery white metallic luster. Foraging +1. Foraging +1. After sharpening it for about 10 minutes, he raised the axe and held it up to the sunlight. The blade was so bright it was dazzling. It wasn't the kind of blade that could cut a hair with a stab, but it was definitely enough to chop down a tree. It's finished grinding so quickly. Tian Shiwei squatted down and watched the whole time. The purple scenery under her gauze skirt was vaguely visible, but she was used to it. Let her watch. It's for her boyfriend Xiang Kun to see anyway. Xiang Kun nodded, picked up a tree trunk that had been prepared beforehand from the ground, a little thicker than the eye of an axe, shaved one end thinner, and left the other end as is. He shoved the thinned end into the hole of the axe, aimed it, and slammed it hard against the stone. Bang! The axe head and the tree trunk fit together perfectly. After hitting them with a stone a few more times to make them solid, a complete axe was made. Xiang Kun held in his hand, swung it around twice, and it made a whooshing sound. All right, get to work. His gaze fell on the banyan trees around him. I pulled out some of the smaller ones before, but there's still many large ones with deep roots that I can't pull out. Back then, we could only watch them helplessly, but things are different now. We have an axe. Xiang Kun walked up to the nearest banyan tree, which was thicker than a large bowl, and patted the trunk. Hey buddy, sorry, but you're the one. He swung his axe, aimed at the base of the tree trunk, and chopped down. Snap! Wood chips flew everywhere, leaving a deep gash in the tree trunk. Lumberjacking +1. Tian Shiwei stood to the side, watching without blinking. Xiang Kun swung his axe again. Snap! The gap deepened, and the tree trunk began to lean. The third axe blow. Crack! Boom! The banyan tree, as thick as a large bowl, lay upright on the ground, its branches and leaves scattered everywhere. Tian Shiwei was standing far away and had sharp eyes. Just as the banyan tree fell, she noticed something rolling down from the branches and leaves. Brother Kuin, wait a minute. She jogged over and squatted down, rummaging around on the ground for a few moments. Look, there's a bird's nest here. She held up her hand, with 4 eggs lying in her palm. One of the eggs had already broken, and the egg white and yolk had spilled all over her hand, making it sticky. The other 3 were intact, with grayish-white shells speckled with dark brown, smaller than chicken eggs, and round. It's a pity one of them broke. She looked at the sticky residue on her hands with a touch of heartache. It's all right. 3 is not too few. There are many birds on this island, and there will be plenty of opportunities to raid bird nests in the future. Xiang Kun took the 3 intact eggs and weighed them in his hand. This island is close to the sea, and the ocean is rich in fish, shrimp, and shellfish, providing ample food for birds. Various seabirds like to inhabit and breed here. Flocks of white-bellied frigate birds were on the reefs. Their wingspans were frighteningly large, and when they flew, they looked like small airplanes. There are red-footed boobies, which are clumsy and slow, but they are excellent at catching fish. There are also black-naped terns, light and agile, circling over the sea all day long. More commonly, there's a brown gull, which is not very big but is particularly fierce and dares to snatch food from the beaks of other birds. The eggs of these birds, some grayish-white with spots, others pale blue and translucent, are scattered in the crevices of the rocks, deep in the grass, and in the nests of these birds in the tree canopy. What Tian Shiwei is holding should be one of those brown seagull eggs. She stared at the 2 eggs, her eyes sparkling. Can we have an extra meal tonight? Xiang Kun nodded and carefully placed the egg into a wicker basket next to him. Keep them. We'll make bird egg soup later. Tian Shiwei smiled happily, then looked down at the remnants of the broken egg on her hand. Not minding the dirt, she wiped them on a leaf and continued following Xiang Kun to the next tree. Meanwhile, at the tree house, Chun Juling sat on a rock for a while, watching Xiang Kun and Tian Shiwei's figures disappear into the woods before suddenly standing up. Since I'm just idling around anyway, I'll go to the stream and fetch a few pieces of iron or to continue smelting iron. She picked up a freshly woven wicker basket from the side and prepared to set off. Bai Lu was taken aback for a moment. You just finished turning on the blower. Aren't you going to take a break? Chun Juling shook her head. Not tired. She started to walk towards the stream. Just as I took a step, a voice came from behind me. Wait for me. Chun Juling turned around and saw Zhao lying, standing up. This petite girl doesn't talk much, but she has a strong inner resilience. Her current top-tier status is never due to luck. He entered the industry at the age of 16, starting with minor roles. During the toughest times, he would run between 3 film sets a day, getting up at 4 in the morning and finishing work at midnight. He was so tired that he could fall asleep standing up on the set. She has been scolded by directors, trampled on by colleagues, and attacked by the entire internet, but she has never shed a tear in front of others. She swallowed all that bitterness, chewing it up and swallowing it down. What's a little tiredness like this? If she hadn't been held back by Zhang Hanyun and Wang Xinling yesterday, she would have preferred to continue forward and find new companions. Zhao Lying picked up a tree trunk about the thickness of a wrist from his side, compared its length, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. When a carrying pole is just the right size, it's easier for 2 people to carry it than for you to carry it alone. Good. Chun Juling already knew Zhao Lying's character, so she wasn't surprised. The 2 walked towards the stream, one after the other. Inside the tree hollow, Lu Yifei leaned against the stone wall, watching the 2 figures walk further and further away. She looked down at her still swollen ankle and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Everyone is busy. Bai Lu and Zhang Hanyun were tidying up tree branches. Chun Juling was moving, or Zhao Liang was helping out, and even Zhao Lucy, whose foot injury hadn't healed, was busy in front of the furnace. Wang Xinling's period hadn't ended yet. Her underwear was all red and raw, and she hadn't had much rest. She was the only one who couldn't do anything from beginning to end. Keep watch all night, and during the day you can only lie down. I rushed up and slapped the snake a few times, but my foot swelled up even more. Now we can't even go out to move, or... From her perspective, she felt that turning the blower was nothing special. She sighed softly. Mom. Lu Xiaoli was tidying up the hay nearby. Some of the hay had faint red marks on it, which were left by Zhang Hanyun and Zhao Liang yesterday, and some are left by Wang Xinling when she slept. All of these needed to be cleaned up. She looked up when she heard her daughter calling her. What's wrong, Cece? Lu Yifei looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. When will my foot get better? Lu Xiaoli sighed inwardly, then walked over and sat down next to her. Kuin said that this is a fracture, not a regular sprain. It takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, so it can't be that quick. But this can't go on forever. Everyone's busy. Everyone has things to do. Looking at her daughter's condition, Lu Xiaoli knew she felt guilty, but what could she do? Even if they returned to the old world, the doctor would only tell her to rest. Unless... A thought suddenly popped into her mind. I came up with an idea. That method will help my daughter's foot heal faster. She had personally experienced the magical energy of the dual cultivation system that Xiang Kun possessed, the feeling of that warm current flowing through her body, and the comfort that made all her fatigue disappear. If Cece could also... But how do I bring that up? He said, she, go and have sex with Xiang Kun, and your foot will heal faster. She opened her mouth, but there was no way she could say such things in front of her daughter. Lu Yifei raised her head and looked at her mother. Mom, what are you trying to say? Lu Xiaoli shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing. I was just thinking that when we eat later, I'll leave you more nutritious food so you can recover faster. In her heart, she still felt that it would be best to find a time to discuss it with Xiang Kun, but when would be a good time? As she watched the sunset gradually turn red, an idea came to her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong were still on their way. Chapter 59, waiting only for you to come and gather. Xiang Kun was completely unaware that his dear aunt was thinking of him. At that moment, he was swinging his axe and chopping down again. The banyan tree in front of us is thicker than the previous ones. Its trunk is almost as thick as a water bucket, making it quite difficult to cut down. He had already chopped the tree with his axe about 10 times, and a large gash had been opened in the trunk, causing it to begin to lean to one side. That's about it. Xiang Kun swung his axe again, took a step back, and prepared to wait for it to fall down on its own. Tian Shiwei had somehow appeared behind him, only a meter away, craning her neck to look up at the tree. Brother Kuin, after this tree falls, do you think there will still be bird nests on it? Xiang Kun was about to answer. Snap! The last bit of wood connecting the base of the trunk finally gave way under the weight of the crown and snapped. The enormous banyan tree crashed down, its branches and leaves whistling through the air. But no one expected that a small section of the broken tree trunk was still connected, and when pressed by gravity, it bounced back like a spring. The thick tree trunk, with a whooshing sound, lashed straight towards Tian and his companion. Ah! Tian Shiwei screamed in fright, frozen in place, unable to react at all. Xiang Kun had just jumped to the side when he heard the scream, and his mind went blank. Not good. Tian Shiwei is still there. He didn't have time to think. His body acted before his mind could. With a sudden burst of strength, he sprang back like a cheetah, grabbed Tian Shiwei by the waist, and rolled to the side with her. Bang! The tree trunk grazed their feet and slammed into the ground, splashing up a cloud of dirt. Xiang Kun rolled Tian Shiwei around twice before they crashed into a small tree and stopped. He was breathing heavily, his heart pounding, and he looked down at the person in his arms. Tian Shiwei looked terrified, her eyes wide open, and her whole body was trembling. Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief. Then a wave of lingering fear washed over him, and his tone unconsciously became heavier. Why are you following so closely? Don't you know it's dangerous? Tian Shiwei was stunned by a shout, and then her eyes instantly turned red. Tears streamed down her face, and she could barely speak. I just wanted to want to see. When Xiang Kun saw her crying, his heart softened, but he was still annoyed. What are you looking at? If you had been drawn that time, the banquet would probably have started already. Tian Shiwei's tears flowed even more fiercely, and suddenly she raised her hand and punched him hard. You're being mean to me. She spoke through tears, which streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls, her voice filled with unbearable grievance. Are you annoyed that I'm in your way? I knew it. I knew it. Now that you have Zhang Hanyin and Zhao Lying, you don't care about me anymore. Xiang Kun was stunned. What does this have to do with anything? When did I? Before he could finish speaking, Tian Shiwei buried her face in his chest and burst into tears. I just want to be closer to you. I just want to be with you. Wow. It said that even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. Throughout history, countless heroes have fallen at the feet of a beautiful woman, let alone a mere lad like Xiang Kun. Seeing Tian Shiwei's trembling shoulders and hearing her aggrieved cries, Xiang Kun's initial blame turned into heartache. Okay, stop crying. I don't dislike you. I'm just worried something might happen to you. Tian Shiwei looked up at him through her tear-filled eyes. Real. Xiang Kun reached out and used his sleeve to wipe the tears from her face. Next time, stand further away, okay? Tian Shiwei nodded, sobbing, and buried her face back in his chest. The two of them just lay there, embracing each other, neither of them saying a word. Xiang Kun was thinking about how to comfort her a little more, but he felt something was off. In this position, Tian Shiwei was lying on top of him, her chest pressed against his chest. When they were teleported here, most of the women were wearing formal dresses and no underwear. Now, with their necklines slightly open from his angle, two soft, white mounds were squeezed out of shape and spilled out from the edge of her collar, rising and falling gently with her breath. Xiang Kun felt a little itchy in his nose. No, it's not just my nose that's itchy. Other places are itchy too. His ambiguous relationship with Chun Juling that morning was completely ruined by Lu's words, and he had been holding back his anger ever since. Later, with the tree cutting and other work, we temporarily forgot about it. Now that Tian Shiwei has him lying down like this, his anger has surged up again, even more intense than in the morning. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Tian Shiwei, who was lying on Xiang Kun's chest, suddenly stiffened slightly. She sensed it. Something, like the handle of an axe, was pressing against her thigh. The two remained frozen in place, neither of them moving. A few seconds later, Tian Shiwei's muffled voice came from Xiang Kun's chest. Brother Kuin. Xiang Kun's throat was a little dry. So now, are you still using a fork? At this moment, what else can Xiang Kun say? Looking at Tian Shiwei's flushed face and her wet eyes, the anger in his heart made his throat dry. It's not a fork. His voice was a little hoarse. He lowered his head and leaned closer. Tian Shiwei's eyelashes trembled. Instead of dodging, she tilted her head back slightly. It's getting closer. We're closer now. Xiang Kun could even feel Tian Shiwei's breath, soft and warm, with a hint of girlish sweetness. Just then, Xiang Kun, Tian Shiwei. A shout came from the treehouse, growing closer and closer. Are you all right? Xiang Kun froze. Tian Shiwei also froze. The two remained in that almost kissing position for a second. Then Xiang Kun suddenly raised his head, his expression incredibly interesting. Egret. It's Egret again. She's everywhere. He gritted his teeth, glanced in the direction the sound came from, then looked down at Tian Shiwei in his arms, his pent-up frustration almost bursting out. I'm Fuking. He can barely speak properly anymore. Tian Shiwei burst out laughing. She laughed so hard her shoulders shook, but afraid that Lu would hear, she covered her mouth tightly and huddled in Xiang Kun's arms, laughing so hard she was sobbing. Xiang Kun was furious. You're still laughing? Tian Shiwei raised her head, her lips pursed together, her eyes still red from crying. But those eyes were particularly interesting. Xiang Kun, where are you? The sound of egrets is getting closer and closer. The two quickly stood up and hurriedly brushed off the dead leaves and weeds from their bodies. Xiang Kun picked up the axe, gritted his teeth, and glanced in the direction from which the sound came. His eyes were filled with a look that suggested he wanted to chop down the egret as if it were a tree. Tian Shiwei looked at his murderous gaze and his disheveled appearance with an axe handle in his pocket and wanted to laugh again. She took Xiang Kun's hand and shook it gently. Okay, stop making that face. Xiang Kun looked at her, still with that aggrieved expression. Tian Shiwei blushed again, lowered her head, and whispered in a voice barely audible. "This door is open for you, waiting for you to come and gather the herbs." After saying that, she quickly let go of his hand and ran towards the egret. Coming, it's all right." Xiang Kun felt like he was surrounded by countless bees. His mind was buzzing, and that one sentence kept repeating itself over and over. He watched Tian Shiwei's retreating figure, watched her skirt flutter, and watched her turn back and smile. Then he laughed too, although I felt frustrated and my life was disrupted again. But this one sentence will keep him thinking about it until tomorrow. He picked up the axe and strode after him. "They're here." In the distance, an egret was standing next to a tree. Seeing two people walking towards it one after the other, it breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I heard screams and thought something terrible had happened. "It's all right. The tree almost fell down, but it's been dealt with." Although Bai Lu heard Tian Shui say it's okay, she wasn't blind. Xiang Kun's face was as gloomy as if it were about to rain, and yet a certain part of his body hadn't completely calmed down. You could even see a hint of it through his pants. Not to mention Tian Shiwei. Her face turned as red as a sunset, and she was even a little unsteady on her feet. And considering that no one answered when I called out several times. Suddenly, everything became clear to the egret. We're doomed. She ruined someone else's good thing again. She was too clueless to notice Chen Juling's mistake this morning, but she saw Tian Shiwei's clearly this time. The egret was so embarrassed, it wished it could disappear into the ground. Tian Shiwei had already walked a few steps away, so she could only grit her teeth and wait for Xiang Kun to walk to her side, forcing a smile that was more like a grimace. Xiang Kun stopped, turned around, and stared at her. His eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone. "You've ruined my plans twice already. You remember, you owe me twice." The egret's face flushed red instantly. I didn't mean to." She stammered her explanation, but the more she explained, the more confusing it became. "I don't care. You'll have to make it up next time." Xiang Kun ignored her and strode forward, carrying the axe. The egret stood there, stunned for a few seconds, then covered its face and let out a soft wail. Oh no. I owed it twice. How can I return it?" Her face flushed, she jogged after him, not daring to look at Kuin the whole way. But the phrase, "you'll have to make it up to me next time," kept replaying in my mind. To add to it, how to fix it? The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became. In the end, she simply lowered her head, focused on walking, and dared not think about anything. Chapter 60, they really treat people like dogs. Back in the treehouse, the sun was setting, and it was already evening. A fiery orange sunset painted the sky, casting a cool glow over the open space in front of the treehouse. The stove was still burning, but this time it was burning earthenware pots. The water inside was bubbling and gurgling. If anyone was thirsty, they could use a spoon to scoop out the boiling water and pour into their own bowls. Several women sat around the doorway of the treehouse, chattering away. Xiang Kun put down the axe and threw the two banyan trees that had been dragged back onto the edge of the open space, intending to chop them up for charcoal later. The rest of the trees lay fallen in the forest, untouched, waiting to dry naturally. Chen Juling and Zhao Liying have returned. A large pile of iron ore is stacked next to the furnace, enough to smelt for several days. I wonder how many trips they made. What's even more surprising is that they also caught fish from the puddles in the stream. 3 carp, each weighing about a pound, and about 10 palm-sized whitebait, shimmering silver, were jumping and frolicking in the wicker basket. Tian Shiwei ran over to look. So many fish. Chen Juling said with a smile. There are quite a few fish in the puddle. The stones we used to block it were effective. Once the fish swim in, they can't get out. Zhao Liying added from the side. Go try to fish them out again tomorrow. There should still be some left. Xiang Kun walked to the furnace, looked at the pile of iron ore, and then looked at the sky. The cicadas should be coming out soon. Before it gets completely dark, all of you go and catch them. Look for small holes in the ground or those crawling on tree trunks near the edge of the woods and catch them one by one. The egret was the first to respond. I'll go. Zhang Hanyan jumped up and exclaimed, I'm going too. Yu Shuxin is a rich young lady who has never experienced catching cicada nymphs before, and she is unwilling to miss out. Tian Shiwei glanced at Xiang Kun and asked softly, Brother Kuin, aren't you going? Xiang Kun shook his head, picked up the axe, and pointed to the pile of iron ore. I'll continue smelting iron. An axe alone isn't enough. I also need to make a shovel to use for turning over the salt fields tomorrow. We also need to burn charcoal over there. These 2 trees are just right. You and the others can go together, but don't go too far. As he spoke, he began to use an axe to smash the ore into small pieces. The clanging sound echoed across the open space. Tian Shui nodded and followed by Lu and the others toward the edge of the woods. The women chattered and disappeared into the twilight. In the open space, only Xiang Kun, Wang Xinling, Aunt Lu Xiaoli, and 2 others who were unable to move around easily, Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, remained. Sure enough, cicada nymphs were everywhere along the edge of the woods. Some had just emerged from the soil and were clumsily climbing up the tree trunks, while others had already climbed to about half a person's height and were slowly moving around, densely packed together, almost like they were lining up to be caught. The egret picked one up, tossed it into a wicker basket lined with smooth banana leaves to prevent the cicada nymphs from crawling out, and excitedly exclaimed, "This one is so big! This one is so big!" At first, Yu Shushin thought it was dirty, so she used her delicate fingers to pinch the cicada nymphs between 2 leaves and threw them in. After pinching a few, she didn't care about her image anymore and just grabbed them with her hands. "Oops, it's climbed onto my hand. Don't be afraid, just throw it in." Zhang Hanyin was the most enthusiastic, counting as she grabbed 17, 18, 19. Tian Shui followed behind, picking things up at a leisurely pace, but her eyes kept glancing at the firelight over the treehouse. As she was holding on, Zhang Hanyin suddenly stopped. She crouched on the ground, staring at one spot, her excitement slowly turning into fear. Come and take a look." The egret leaned closer. "What's wrong?" Zhang Hanyin pointed to the ground, her voice trembling slightly. "Is this a snake?" The crowd gathered around and looked down at the ground. There was a snake coiled up, its dark brown scales seemingly glowing, its triangular head slightly raised, flicking its tongue. "Ah!" Yu Shushin screamed and jumped back 3 steps. The egret was so frightened that its face turned pale and its legs went weak. Chun Juling was bold. He took 2 steps forward, squatted down, and examined it carefully. "Don't be afraid. This is a king cobra. It's not poisonous." She pointed out the snake's features. "Look at its head. It's not triangular. It's oval. The patterns on its body are like cauliflower. This kind of snake eats mice and doesn't attack people unless provoked." Zhang Hanyin hid behind Zhao Lying, her voice still trembling. "Then, will it bite?" "It will bite if you provoke it, but it's not poisonous. A bite is similar to being scratched by a cat, but it's best not to bother it and just let it go on its own." The group was discussing whether to go around or go back to call Xiang Kun when, unexpectedly, Tian Shui stepped forward. "Need not." Her voice was very calm, completely different from the sweet girl who had been clinging to Xiang Kun and acting coquettishly just moments before. The egret was quite surprised. "Xiao Tian, what are you doing?" Tian Shui didn't answer. She cut a branch off a large tree that had fallen to the ground, quickly stripped off the leaves, and weighed it in her hand. Then, she slowly approached the snake. Sensing the threat, the snake raised its head higher, flicked its tongue faster, and hissed. Tian Shui seized the opportunity and slammed the branch down, wedging it right behind the snake's head. The snake thrashed wildly, its body coiling around the tree branch, but Tian Shui's hand remained steady, not moving an inch. She stretched her left hand along the branch, spread her fingers, and accurately pinched the snake's vital spot. The entire set of movements was fluid, clean, and crisp. The snake, its vital point pinched, instantly went limp, its body drooping, and it remained motionless. The women were all stunned. The egret opened its beak, unable to utter a word for a long time. Yu Shushin stared wide-eyed at Tian Shui, as if she were a stranger. Zhang Hanyin stammered, "Xiaotan, what happened to you?" Tian Shui, carrying the snake, turned around, her face still bearing that sweet smile. "What's the matter? You can catch snakes?" Tian Shui blinked, her tone innocent and naive. "What's so difficult about that? When I was little, I often watched my cousin catch frogs at my grandma's house in the countryside. After watching it so many times, I learned how. I can even catch frogs." As she spoke, she shook the snake in her hand. "And this isn't poisonous," Didis said. "Let's catch it and give it to Brother Kuin so he can have some nourishment tonight." Yu Shushin swallowed hard, and the way she looked at Tian Shui completely changed. This girl usually looks so soft and sweet. How come she suddenly becomes so bold? Zhang Hanyan muttered to herself. Everyone's talking about the iron-blooded marquis, but I think you're the iron-blooded Wei. Chun Juling stood to the side, looking at Tian Shiwei, a smirk playing on his lips. She had long suspected this girl was extraordinary, and now it was confirmed. The Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex could no longer remain hidden. Tian Shiwei held the king cobra in one hand and caught cicada nymphs for a while. The 6 of them were efficient, and there were indeed a lot of cicada nymphs. Soon, the wicker basket was densely packed with cicada nymphs crawling around, which made the girls' scalps tingle. It got dark, and the moon rose, illuminating the woods brightly. Zhang Hanyan looked at the basket of crawling insects and swallowed hard. Is that enough? There must be several hundred of them, right? Chun Juling weighed it in his hand and nodded. That's enough. Let's go back. Several people carrying wicker baskets walked back along the path they had come from. The moonlight shone on them, and their chatter never stopped. Back at the treehouse, Xiang Kun was squatting next to the furnace, smashing iron or with an axe. The firelight reflected on his face as he focused intently. Tian Shiwei's eyes darted around, and taking advantage of Xiang Kun's inattention, she quickly threw the snake in her hand into the wicker basket containing cicada nymphs. As soon as the king cobra entered the basket, it was instantly surrounded by countless cicada nymphs, which terrified it and made it writhe and roll around in the basket. Tian Shiwei took a deep breath and then, Brother Kuin, look! She screamed and ran towards Xiang Kun, her voice trembling with tears, her face pale, looking completely terrified. Xiang Kun suddenly stood up, not even having time to put down his axe, and rushed over in a few steps. What's wrong? Tian Shiwei hid behind him, pointing tremblingly at the wicker basket. Snake? There's a snake? I'm so scared. Xiang Kun looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a snake writhing wildly among the cicada nymphs in the wicker basket. Without saying a word, he threw down his axe and reached into the basket. Tian Shiwei screamed, again, and covered her eyes. With lightning speed, Xiang Kun grabbed the snake by its vital spot the instant its head rose. The snake writhed wildly, its body coiling around his arm, but Xiang Kun's hand remained as still as an iron clamp. He picked it up, looked at it in the moonlight, and comforted him. Don't be afraid. This is a king cobra. It's not poisonous. He handed the snake to Tian Shiwei, who shrank back slightly but still managed to steal a glance. Really not poisonous? It's really not poisonous, and it's quite plump. I'll make you snake soup tonight. It's possible that when you were catching cicada nymphs, they accidentally climbed onto the vine basket. Be more careful in the future. Although this one isn't poisonous, it would be troublesome if you encountered a poisonous one. Tian Shiwei nodded obediently, her eyes red, looking like a frightened little rabbit. I understand, Brother Kun. Beside her, Yu Shushin stared with her mouth agape, looking at Tian Shiwei, then at the snake, then back at Tian Shiwei, unable to close it for a long time. The egret was suppressing a laugh, its shoulders trembling. Zhang Hanyan and Zhao Liang covered their mouths tightly, afraid of laughing out loud. Chun Juling smiled and looked down as he sorted through the cicada nymphs, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Only Zhao Lucy, unaware of the truth, exclaimed from the side, Xiao Tian is such a coward, scared like this by a non-venomous snake. Ha! A burst of clear laughter rang out, and several people laughed together. Tian Shiwei blushed and lowered her head. Chapter 61 Emma, it smells so good. A series of silvery laughs rang out, leaving Xiang Kun completely bewildered. What's wrong? If you go out and encounter a snake, shouldn't you be afraid? Unable to understand, Xiang Kun shook his head, picked up the snake and the wicker basket containing the cicadas, and headed towards the stream. Brother Xiang Kun, wait a moment. A soft voice rang out. Xiang Kun turned around and saw Lu Yifei leaning against the door of the treehouse, looking at him. What's wrong? Lu Yifei spoke softly. I'm just sitting here doing nothing, not really able to help, so I've just been thinking about things. When you told me before that there are very few animals around here, I couldn't help but think that with the appetite of that giant python, it shouldn't have appeared here for no reason. Later I asked Yu Shushin, and she said that when you were processing the cicadeer, the blood was spilled all over the ground and the internal organs were all thrown by the stream. I think the python was attracted by the smell of blood. She looked at Xiang Kun, her tone serious. When you deal with this little snake later, Be careful to clean out the blood and internal organs to avoid attracting other animals. After listening, Xiang Kun suddenly understood. He hadn't really thought that much about it before. The giant python came suddenly, and he was only focused on dealing with it, without thinking about the reason afterward. Only after Lu Yifei reminded me did I realize where the problem lay. You're right, it was my oversight. Beside him, Chun Juling chimed in. Consort E is right. In the future, when we process animals, we must make sure to remove the blood and internal organs completely. Otherwise, it will attract more large predators. Since there are reticulated pythons here, there might also be crocodiles, tigers, bears, and the like. These words startled the women. Zhao Lucy gasped. You mean a tiger? Zhang Hanyun's face turned pale. Are there bears on this island? Wang Xinling also tensed up. No way. Xiang Kun's expression was solemn. What Chen Juling said wasn't impossible. On such uninhabited islands, all sorts of wild animals may exist. If a 9-meter-long python can appear, it wouldn't be surprising if other snakes appeared as well. Okay, I understand. I'll clean it up and dig a hole to bury the blood and internal organs. Don't worry. Xiang Kun picked up the snake and the wicker basket full of cicada nymphs again, turned around and walked towards the stream, with Zhao Liying and Bai Lu following behind. We'll help wash the cicada nymphs. Zhao Liying took the wicker basket, put it in the puddle, and bent over to start working by the stream. The egrets also bent over, put their hands into the water, and washed them one by one. The insects, washed by the water, looked even more menacing, and the egret, while washing them, bared its teeth and grimaced, saying, These things are really ugly. Some insects may look ugly, but they taste quite delicious. While dealing with the king cobra in his hand, Xiang Kun couldn't help but make a joke. He found a flat rock, rinsed the knife in the stream, and began peeling the skin. The knife tip sliced open the snake's chin and went down its belly, separating the skin from the flesh with a soft hissing sound. Cooking skills, +1. Sword skill, +1. After skinning, gut the animal. The internal organs were taken out, and they had a very strong, fishy smell. Then came 3 large crucian carp. He found a secluded spot, dug a pit, and threw all the entrails into it. Just as I was about to pick up the snake head, the snake's head suddenly moved. Even though it had no body and had been cut off for some time, the snake's head seemed to be controlled by something, suddenly sprang up, opened its mouth, and bit straight at his fingers. Holy crap! Xiang Kun reacted extremely quickly, pulling his hand back sharply. The snake's head snapped shut, landing on the ground, still moving its arms and legs, its 2 sharp fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Xiang Kun was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. He grabbed a rock from the side and started smashing it against the snake's head. Bang! 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 After being hit 4 or 5 times, the snake's head was completely flattened and finally stopped moving. Zhao Liying heard the noise, looked up, and looked over with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Xiang Kun? Xiang Kun caught his breath, pointing to the mushy snake head on the ground, still somewhat shaken. This thing almost bit me just now. Zhao Liying looked down at the ground and saw only a small, bloody mess, which she could barely make out as a snake's head. She asked in bewilderment, You mean a snake's head? Wasn't already cut off. It was cut off, but it can still bite. The egret also came over, looking at the puddle of mud on the ground with an incredulous expression. What? A snake's head can bite? It only has 1 head left. How can it bite? Xiang Kun threw the snake's head into the pit, grabbed a handful of grass to cover it, and said as he filled the pit with soil. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, and their nerve reflexes are different from ours. Even if their bodies are severed, their nerve endings can survive for a long time. If you touch them, they will bite. It's a completely unconscious reflex. Let alone the snake's head. Sometimes, even if the snake's body is cut in 2, the head can still bite, and the tail can still whip you. So you have to be careful when dealing with snakes. Even if you cut it off, don't be careless. I was careless just now, but luckily I reacted quickly and didn't get bitten. The egret listened, stunned, and swallowed hard. This is terrifying. Zhao Liying remained calm and nodded. I'll remember that. In the future, when dealing with snakes, you have to bury the head deep, or just smash it. Xiang Kun grunted in agreement, stomped his feet on the pit a few times, and called to Zhao Liying and Bai Lu to go back. Let's go back and cook. The 3 of them carried the washed items back home. The egret kept muttering to itself, A snake's head can bite. A snake's head can bite. Xiang Kun couldn't help but joke, "Stop talking about it. Go back and eat a few cicada nymphs to calm your nerves." The egret's face fell. It was thinking about those insects again. Back in the treehouse, the fire was burning brightly, and several women sat around it, waiting for dinner. Xiang Kun placed the snake meat on a clean stone and began to arrange it. "Who will cook?" Yu Shushin was the first to raise her hand. "I won't do it. I've never even been in the kitchen." Zhang Hanyan also shook her head. "I just want to eat." Zhao Lucy whispered, "I can help wash the vegetables." Chun Juling stood up. "I'll do it. I used to secretly use a rice cooker in my dorm when I was in college." Wang Xinling also stood up. "I help out too. I sometimes do at home." Zhao Liang also said, "I'll help out." Xiang Kun rarely lets himself be a hands-off manager, leaving the ingredients to them. 3 crucian carp, about 10 whitebait, 1 king snake, a handful of green bananas, a large basket of cicada nymphs, and a dozen or so bird eggs. We roast crucian carp and bananas, stew snake meat and whitebait with bird eggs, and roast cicada nymphs directly in the fire. The women immediately got to work. Chun Juling was in charge of setting up the frame and stringing the fish, and she did it quite efficiently. Wang Xinling cracked the bird eggs into a ceramic pot, added water, stirred them with chopsticks made from twigs, sprinkled on the wild scallion flowers that Xiang Kun had brought back, and slowly cooked them by the fire. Zhao Liang then threw the cicada nymphs into the fire and roasted them in batches. Soon, the aroma wafted out. The aroma of grilled fish, the savory fragrance of stewed snake soup, and the unique scent of cicada nymphs roasted over a fire blend together, making one's mouth water. Aside from a light breakfast of oysters, these people didn't eat anything else until evening, only drinking some water. After another day of physical labor, only Zhang Hanyun and Zhao Liang were feeling slightly better after being nourished by the energy from dual cultivation. The rest of the people were so tired and hungry that even snake meat didn't seem so unpalatable at that moment. Zhang Hanyun squatted by the fire, her eyes fixed on the food. "Is it done yet? What's the rush? It needs to be thoroughly cooked." A short while later, Chun Juling announced, "It's ready to eat." The crowd surged forward in unison. The grilled fish was the first to be devoured. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Although it wasn't salted for someone who was starving, everything tasted delicious, and the fish itself was naturally flavorful. As Zhao Lucy ate, she exclaimed, "Delicious, delicious. This fish is so fresh." The snake soup was ready. Serve in earthenware bowls, 1 small bowl for each person. The soup was white with egg drop soup floating on top. 1 sip and I felt completely relaxed. Then came the cicada nymphs. Zhao Liang used tree branches to pull a lot of things out of the fire. They were black and steaming. "Who wants to try first?" Zhang Hanyun was the first to reach out. Pick one up, pat off the charcoal ash, blow it off, and put it in her mouth. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. Delicious, crispy and fragrant, like fried broad beans. After she finished speaking, she reached out to take the second one. The egret also tried one, and after chewing for a while nodded, "It's all right, acceptable." Yu Shushin picked one up, looked at it for a long time, closed her eyes, and put it in her mouth. She chewed it a couple of times, then opened her eyes with a complicated expression. "The taste is all right, but the thought that it's an insect." She took another one. "The body is more honest than the body." Lu Yifei has difficulty walking, so she sat on the side. Aunt Lu Xiaoli gave her a few snacks, which she ate in small bites, and seemed to enjoy them. Zhao Lucy tried one, grimaced as she swallowed it, and then fell in love with the taste. Only Wang Xinling didn't touch a single one from beginning to end. She squatted beside the fire, hugging her knees, watching everyone eat with relish, her expression extremely complicated. Zhang Hanyun held up a golden brown roasted cicada nymph and held it up to her. "Xinling, you really don't want to eat it? It smells so good." Wang Xinling shrank back, shook her head, and said in a soft voice, I really can't. I've been afraid of bugs since I was little. Just looking at them terrifies me." Zhang Hanyun didn't force herself to eat it, and chewed it with gusto. Bai Lu laughed from the side. "Xinling, you can't do this. In wilderness survival, you have to eat everything." Wang Xinling lowered her head and whispered, "We even lost a python before. The egret didn't seem to care, so we've been hungry all day." Only those who have experienced hunger can truly appreciate the feeling of eating. "Wow, it smells so good." She grinned, holding a bowl and chopsticks made of twigs, flashing her classic smile, and even ate a small piece of snake meat, demonstrating with her actions that she was right. Everyone has their own lifestyle habits. Xiang Kun didn't force Wang Xinling's stubbornness, nor was he worried about her. If a person could starve to death when there was food available, it could only mean that she really wanted to die. Chapter 62 if possible, please help Cece. After dinner, Xiang Kun learned his lesson this time. He took a branch and swept all the fish bones, snake bones, and leftover cicada nymph fragments into the fire to destroy the evidence. This time, nothing will come. He clapped his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Next is bedtime preparation. 10 women lined up and walked toward the stone-enclosed toilet. Zhang Hanyan was the first to go in. She had just squatted down when she let out a gasp. Oops! The women outside were startled. What's wrong? What happened? Zhang Hanyan rushed out, pinching her nose, her face turning green. It stinks so badly. That pit is almost full. The egret, not believing in superstition, went in and tried it herself, then pinched her nose and ran out. Ugh, this tastes. She squatted down and gagged twice, her face turning bright red. The small pit that was dug is almost full after these 2 days of use. The power of a dry toilet can only be understood by those who have experienced it in the countryside. The smell hits you right in the head, and there's no escaping it. These women have been pampered since childhood. They have never experienced such torment. Yu Shushin covered her nose as she went in, held her breath to finish, and just as she stood up, her gaze inadvertently drifted into the pit. The thing in that pit was almost popping out. She didn't even bother to cover her nose and rushed out, shouting at Xiang Kun who was pouring iron ore in front of the furnace. Brother Kuin. The sound was sharp and bright, echoing in the night sky. After pouring out the iron ore, Xiang Kun turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Shushin pointed in the direction of the toilet, speaking with righteous indignation. "The toilets are all full. You'd better dig a bigger hole." The room fell silent upon hearing this. The 9 women beside them froze in unison. The egret, its beak agape, felt as if thunder were rolling in the sky. Zhang Hanyan's face flushed red. Zhao Lucy covered her face and secretly peeked at Xiang Kun through her fingers. Tian Shiwei wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Wang Xinling lowered her head, her ears so red they seemed to be dripping blood. Zhao Liying remained expressionless, but her eyelids twitched noticeably. A crack finally appeared on Chun Juling's perpetually calm face. Lu Yifei was leaning against the banyan tree, waiting for her turn. When she heard these words, her lips twitched and 2 red clouds appeared on her face. She subconsciously looked at her mother, Lu Xiaoli, who also looked embarrassed and couldn't help but turn her head away. 9 women, with only one thought in their minds. "You Shushin, shut up. What does fully loaded mean? How could you shout something like this out loud? Is everyone's image even worth keeping?" But Yu Shushin didn't seem to realize the problem and looked at everyone with an innocent expression. "What's wrong? Why are you all staring at me? It's overflowing. How am I supposed to go to the toilet?" She blinked, her expression completely innocent. Zhao Lucy was the first to break down. She tugged at Bailu's sleeve and whispered, come on, let's go inside." The egret seemed to awaken from a dream, nodding frantically. Under the cover of night, the 2 moved stealthily, inching their way toward the tree hollow. I moved to the entrance of the hole and scurried inside, wanting to avoid seeing it. Wang Xinling also realized what was happening and, along with Zhang Hanyan and Zhao Liying, quietly followed them into the tree hole. Xiang Kun stood still, watching everything unfold. He knew it very well. Yu Shushin is giving him a helping hand. Although the way this assist was a bit too direct, the effect was fantastic. He tried hard to suppress a laugh, cleared his throat, and said, "It's all right. After the iron ore in the furnace has been smelted overnight, it will be turned into molten iron tomorrow. Then I'll make a shovel, dig out a big pit, and make a proper squat toilet. That'll be much more convenient." He spoke with such seriousness, as if he were genuinely just discussing toilet issues. After listening, Yu Shushi nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. You'd better get it ready early tomorrow. The smell is too strong." After saying that, she walked towards the tree hole, completely unaware of the complicated gazes behind her. Xiang Kun stood there, watching the women disappear into the tree hole one by one, and finally couldn't help but smile. Yu Shushin is undoubtedly the best at assisting others. From inside the tree hollow came Yu Shushin's exclamation of "Oh dear! Sisters, what are you doing, ouch?" Then came the egret's suppressed laughter. Serves you right for talking nonsense. Serve you right for shouting. Spare me. I promise I won't say anything more. Haha, stop tickling me. Zhang Hanyun chimed in. Now you know you were wrong? Too late. A rustling sound came from inside, mixed with suppressed laughter and pleas for mercy. After making a fuss for a while, everyone was exhausted from the whole day and stopped. The egret lay down on the hay and sighed. I'm exhausted. I have to work again tomorrow. Tian Shiwei also lay down, muttering, This life is more tiring than filming. Chun Juling whispered, but it was quite fulfilling. The rustling sounds gradually quieted down. The breathing gradually became even. After everyone had finished using the toilet, Xiang Kun also went to relieve himself and returned to the tree hole. The furnace was still burning brightly, the charcoal inside hissing and the firelight illuminating a small patch of ground. He bent down, picked up the large rock, and used it to block the entrance of the hole, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. He then used mugwort to block the opening and prevent mosquitoes from getting in. With the threat of the python gone and the large rock blocking the way, there was no need to keep watch at night anymore. But he still habitually checked everything again to make sure nothing was missed before crawling into the tree hole. The cave was pitch black, with only a few slivers of moonlight filtering through the cracks in the rocks. The sleeping positions were actually fixed from the beginning, or rather, it was a tacit understanding. Everyone chose the same old spot from yesterday, and whoever was next to them yesterday will be next to them today. Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy, who were on night watch, were near the cave entrance and were sleeping on the outer perimeter. They had been running the blower for a long time today and were exhausted. Now they were breathing evenly and sleeping soundly. Aunt Lu Xiaoli slept close to Lu Yifei, leaving her daughter plenty of space. Right next to it is where Xiang Kun is located. Xiang Kun lay down. The hay was soft, and her gauze skirt was placed on top of it. Although it was still not very comfortable, it was much better than lying directly on the ground. The soft breathing of women could be heard from one side, and occasionally someone would turn over, with the hay rustling. He closed his eyes and mentally reviewed the things he needed to do tomorrow. Iron smelting, shovel making, toilet digging, tree felling, salt production. There's still a lot to do. Sleepiness slowly crept in. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a hand gently grasp his wrist. The hand was slightly cool, and with a hint of hesitation, it gently guided his hand forward. Then his hand landed on a soft, slightly undulating surface. Aunt Lu Xiaoli's belly. Xiang Kun sleep in it vanished instantly. He turned his head to the side. In the darkness, Aunt Xiaoli was facing away from him, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but he could feel her body moving backward and into his arms. Aunt Xiaoli is still awake. A buzzing sound went through Xiang Kun's mind. The fire that Chun Juling had stirred up during the day, and the energy that Tian Shiwei had ignited, now burned fiercely like firewood doused with oil. I can't stand it anymore. Who cares about the other people around? Never mind. If he kept holding back, he was about to explode. His hand, following the soft touch, slowly moved upwards. The underwear had been torn to shreds that day, revealing everything inside. He touched the pair of purple jade and green clay teapots, which had been made of yellow clay and clay during the day. Lu Xiaoli's body trembled, and she let out a very soft gasp. But she neither dodged nor made a sound. Xiang Kun's palm gently covered the original owner, causing him to tremble slightly. Kun. Her voice was very low and trembling as it rang in Xiang Kun's ear. Cece's foot has been injured, and it got worse yesterday. What should we do? Xiang Kun had no interest in such matters. His mind is now filled with the platform's prompts for modification, which he has revised over and over again, only giving perfunctory responses. It's all right. It'll be fine in 3 months. Just need more rest. He didn't stop what he was doing. In fact, he became even bolder. Aunt Lu Xiaoli gently pressed her hand against his back to keep him from moving, her voice pleading. You don't know. Cece has a very strong sense of pride. Everyone is helping. Lucy's foot is better now, and she can walk normally again. Only she can't move. Watching everyone work, she feels very guilty. Xiang Kun was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Dual cultivation +1. Dual cultivation +1. Gun skill +1. Riding skill +1. The system notification sound seemed to contain 2 inappropriate remarks, but Xiang Kun had no time to investigate further. There were still many things to investigate. He recalled the lonely look in Lu Yifei's eyes as she leaned against the rock during the day, watching everyone busy at work. Remembering that she had volunteered to keep watch, I wanted to help in some way. He remembered how seriously she spoke when she reminded him about dealing with the snake blood. The girl was indeed blaming herself. What should we do then? Xiang Kun asked in a low voice. Lu Xiaoli was silent for a few seconds. Her voice was soft 9 times. Only the last sentence had a heavy nasal tone. And then she said, I wanted to say, can your system heal injuries? If you can, please help Cece. Xiang Kun was stunned. Systemic treatment for the injury? How can this be treated? The system only taught him bone setting and a little medical skill. But no matter how it's treated, the fracture isn't healing very quickly. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he became more alert. You mean, Aunt Lu Xiaoli didn't say anything. She just held his hand, her body trembling slightly. In the darkness, her expression was not visible. But Xiang Kun understood. He was silent for a few seconds, then asked softly, Does Sisai know? Lu Xiaoli shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. She doesn't know. I haven't told her yet. She couldn't continue. Xiang Kun didn't ask any more questions. He simply showed his love for Aunt Xiaoli through his actions. Chapter 63, What an awkward position. Should I suck it? Springtime was in full bloom inside the tree hollow, but the forest outside presented a completely different scene. Although Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong saw the smoke and followed the direction, once they entered the dense forest, the tall tree canopies blocked out the grayish-white smoke completely. After walking for a while, they completely lost their sense of direction. Where to go? Song Yi stopped, panting, and looked around. Lu Tao looked up, searching for the sky through the gaps in the leaves. Walk into an open area, and you'll see smoke. The 3 of them could only rely on their senses, trudging deeper and deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, when you come to an open area, quickly look up to look for smoke. Fortunately, the fire in the furnace never went out, and the smoke was still there. It was grayish-white and stood out against the evening sky. Lu Tao breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in that direction. Over there. The 3 of them rallied their spirits and continued walking. But as we walked, it got dark. The last rays of sunset disappeared on the horizon, and the smoke was no longer visible. It's over. Mao Xiaodong's legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. We can't see the smoke anymore. Song Yi panicked and grabbed Lu Tao's arm. Sister Tao, what should we do now? Lu Tao gritted his teeth, looking at the dark woods all around him, his heart pounding with anxiety. But she couldn't panic. She's a former soldier. What hasn't she seen? Don't be afraid. We've walked for so long. We shouldn't be far now. Keep going, look at the terrain, go uphill, and you'll see the firelight. The 3 of them continued walking forward. After walking a few steps, Mao Xiaodong suddenly clutched her stomach, her face turning bright red. Sister Tao, I need to use the restroom. Lu Tao glanced at her. Hold it in. I can't hold it in anymore. Song Yi quickly helped her squat down by the tree. Quick, let me watch it for you. Mao Xiaodong had just squatted down, untied her skirt, and hadn't even started. Ah! A scream pierced the night sky. Lu Tao turned around abruptly and saw Mao Xiaodong clutching her inner thigh, jumping up so high she didn't even bother to lift her skirt, her face deathly pale. Snake! A snake bit me. A bluish-green snake was slithering past her feet at an astonishing speed. With lightning speed, Lu Tao grabbed the snake's tail and swung it sharply. The snake was flung far away, hit a tree trunk, bounced twice, and disappeared into the grass. How is it? Where did it bite? Lu Tao squatted down to check. Mao Xiaodong clutched her inner thigh, trembling all over, her lips pale, and her voice distorted. It bit my butt. It bit the front of my butt. As she spoke, her whole body went limp, and she collapsed into Song Yi's arms. I'm going to die. Sisters, thank you for being with me. Wah, I have to go now. Song Yi panicked and held her, not knowing what to do. Lu Tao squatted down, lifted Mao Xiaodong's leg, and vaguely examined the wound in the moonlight. 2 small teeth marks stood out against her fair skin, and the area around them was beginning to turn red. She quickly recalled the first aid knowledge she had learned in the army. Don't move. Let's see what kind of snake it is first. Mao Xiaodong cried and said it was bluish-green. Thin. I couldn't see it clearly. Lu Tao remained silent for 2 seconds. It was bluish-green, slender, and quite tall. She wasn't sure herself. But you can't show it on your face. It's okay, don't scare yourself. Mao Xiaodong felt weak all over and leaned against Song Yi, tears streaming down her face. I'm really done for. I have no strength left. It must be a poisonous snake. Lu Tao helped her up and put her on his shoulder. Don't say discouraging things. We'll be there soon. Didn't you pray to God? God won't let anything happen to you. Song Yi encouraged him from the side. Yes, your handsome guy hasn't arrived yet. You'll be fine. Mao Xiaodong sobbed, then suddenly laughed, a laugh that looked even worse than crying. My handsome guy. I won't be able to see him, so I'll leave him to you too. Lu Tao didn't say anything, but just held her even tighter. She was a soldier. Never abandon, never give up. This is something ingrained in our bones. The three of them, stumbling along, continued on their way. After being bitten by a snake, Mao Xiaodong was not so afraid anymore. Since she was going to die anyway, what was there to be afraid of? The three walked for a while, and suddenly, Song Yi pointed ahead, her voice trembling with excitement. Fire! Look! Fire! Lu Tao looked up. In the distance, through the gaps in the trees, a faint orange-red light could be seen, flickering intermittently. It's a campfire. Someone is starting a fire. Mao Xiaodong saw it too, and tears welled up in her eyes again, but this time they were tears of emotion. There's someone. There really is someone. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and helped her quicken her pace. Come on, hold on. The three disheveled women stumbled toward the flickering light. Behind me, in the dark woods, the night wind rustled the leaves. Inside the tree hollow, Xiang Kun had silently vowed in his heart he would definitely give Aunt Shally twice as much time. This time he kept his word. In the darkness, he listened to the breathing of the other 9 women, afraid of waking anyone, especially Lu Yifei. She was sleeping next to Aunt Lu Xiaoli, the mother and daughter only an arm's length apart. He moved very gently, talking softly with Aunt Lu Xiaoli, only occasionally letting out a slightly heavier nasal sound. Fortunately, everyone else was exhausted after a long day. These past few days, I've been on edge, and this is the first time I've slept so relaxedly and soundly. The breathing was even. No one woke up. Xiang Kun was completely absorbed in it, all his senses focused on the tenderness before him. Suddenly, his ears twitched. In the distance, shouts could be faintly heard. It was very light and far away, as if it were drifting from the other side of the woods. He was startled. Is anyone there? In that moment of distraction, I could no longer control the strength in my body. On the battlefield, it's always a fight between spears, bayonets, and shields, one-on-one combat. Once the force gets out of control, the last round might be the end. As expected, the system's dual cultivation notification sound did not ring this time. Oh no! Xiang Kun's mind went blank. This is terrible. It's going to cause a death. He just wanted a new woman, not a new life. Aunt Lu Xiaoli was breathing heavily when she sensed his unusual behavior. She gently nudged him and whispered, What's wrong? Xiang Kun listened intently. The shouting was still there, intermittent, and sounded like a woman's voice. There was no doubt about it. Someone's coming. Aunt Lu Xiaoli's body stiffened. Real. She sat up abruptly, frantically searching for clothes in the dark, grabbing the business suit from beside her feet and hurriedly putting it on. After getting dressed, she rolled up the gauze skirt and hay she was using as a cushion and moved to a corner. That's so embarrassing. Although no one could see her in the dark, her face still turned bright red. Xiang Kun also put on his clothes in the dark, his whole body drenched in sweat and sticky. He walked to the cave entrance, braced his hands against the large rock, gently moved it open a crack, and squeezed out without disturbing anyone else. A night breeze blew by, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, cool and refreshing. It felt wonderful. He took a deep breath and looked towards the woods. Under the moonlight, 3 figures could be vaguely seen stumbling towards this side. There were also intermittent shouts. Is anyone there? Help us! Xiang Kun, carrying a piece of burning wood, jogged into the woods. The firelight leaped ahead, illuminating the path beneath our feet. He ran very fast, fearing that the person who came might have encountered some danger. In this desolate wilderness, appearing in the woods in the middle of the night, they must either be lost or in peril. They hadn't run far when they bumped into 3 figures. Xiang Kun stopped and raised a match. Then he froze. The woman at the front had her dress straps broken, and the whole dress hung loosely around her waist. She was only wearing a gray corset on her upper body, which barely covered what needed to be covered. His hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty, but his eyes were surprisingly bright. The woman next to her was wearing a chong sam, but it was tied crookedly, and her stockings only reached her calves, revealing a large expanse of her fair thighs. She looked quite disheveled. There was another one, being supported by two people. Her short skirt was soaked for some reason, and her shorts underneath seemed to be askew, with a small section, like a cucumber. The three people were stunned when they saw him. Then, tears welled up in her eyes. There's someone. There really is someone. Song Yi's legs went weak, and she almost knelt down. Lu Tao gritted his teeth and lifted the semi-conscious person in his arms up a little higher. Mao Xiaodong felt dizzy and her vision blurred. Her consciousness was beginning to fade. She struggled to lift her head and saw the young face in the firelight. Suddenly, as if in a final burst of energy, a smile appeared on her lips. What a handsome guy, she murmured, her voice growing weaker and weaker. It's a pity I'll never see them again. My sisters. Lu Tao's heart sank, and his eyes instantly reddened. She did consider sucking out the snake venom. I learned in the military that if you're bitten by a venomous snake, the first thing you should do is suck out the venom. But these past few days, the three of them haven't been eating or sleeping well, and they've all developed internal heat, with blisters in their mouths and swollen gums. In this situation, sucking out the poison would also poison you. She could only watch helplessly as Mao Xiaodong grew weaker and weaker. Xiang Kun had already approached and saw the grief on Lu Tao and Song Yi's faces, and his heart tightened. What's wrong? What happened? Lu Tao raised his head, his voice choked with emotion. Xiaodong was bitten by a snake? She's dying. How long has it been? Xiang Kun put down the match and squatted down to check on Mao Xiaodong's condition. It's been about half an hour. Lu Tao gritted his teeth, and tears finally fell. Song Yi and I have mouth ulcers and can't smoke. We can only watch helplessly. I feel so sorry for Xiaotong. Xiang Kun reached out and checked Mao Xiaodong's breathing. She was still breathing, but very weakly. He lifted her eyelids again to look, and her pupils did not dilate. It's not too late. If we suck out the poison, the person might still be saved. He crouched down to examine the wound. Where was it? Was it bitten while walking? On your leg or foot? Lu Tao and Song Yi exchanged a glance, their expressions turning strange. Seeing that they didn't speak, Xiang Kun became anxious. Speak quickly. If you delay any longer, it will really be too late. Song Yi blushed and stammered, pointing to Mao Xiaodong's body. It's at that spot. Xiang Kun was taken aback. Which location? Lu Tao took a deep breath and decided to go all out. She was bitten when she squatted down to relieve herself on her inner thigh near the side. As she spoke, she gestured with her finger to indicate the location. The inner thigh, near the most private area. Xiang Kun was stunned. This, want some? Chapter 64, Purple Swallows Fly Through the Forest. Xiang Kun was still hesitating. After all, it was their first meeting, and the girl's wound was next to a large one. It wouldn't seem appropriate for him to suggest sucking the wound directly. Mao Xiaodong's face grew paler and paler, her breath coming in gasps. In the firelight, her face was deathly white. Lu Tao looked at it and made a firm decision. She came from the military and knew best what was important and what was urgent. Saving lives is the priority. She raised her head and looked at Xiang Kun, her eyes serious and determined. Comrade, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. What a fine way to address someone as a comrade. Xiang Kun instantly straightened up. His face became dignified, and his whole body exuded an aura of righteousness. He was not smoking for the sake of smoking, but to fulfill the sacred mission bestowed upon him by the word comrade. Cough, cough. His cough gave him away. He swallowed hard, squatted down, and reached out to lift Mao Xiaodong's short skirt. At night, Xiang Kun, whose eyesight far exceeds that of ordinary people, could only see a pitch-black expanse and could not see anything clearly. Fortunately, the firelight could illuminate the wound. He lifted his short skirt, revealing his fair thigh. Then, he lowered his head and looked closer. Huh. His heart skipped a beat. 2 wounds. One large, naturally formed wound can no longer be closed. That must be an injury Mao Xiaodong suffered before, and it has nothing to do with this one. There was also a very small wound with 2 thin teeth marks. The surrounding skin was not swollen at all, only slightly red. The hunting and medical experiences in Xiang Kun's mind were instantly activated. Non-venomous snakes. This was from a non-venomous snake bite. Snake venom is divided into two types, neurotoxins and hemotoxins. Regardless of the type, after being bitten, the area around the wound will quickly swell, turn purple, and become extremely painful. Mao Xiaodong's has nothing on it except for 2 teeth marks. The reason she looked like that was probably because she was extremely hungry, and then she was so frightened that she fainted. Lu Tao and Song, you were supporting Mao Xiaodong as they walked, and in their concern, they probably didn't look closely, and since it was dark in the woods, they didn't notice anything. Xiang Kun understood, but he still lowered his head. What if the system malfunctions? The system, in a deserted corner, silently took the blame. Xiang Kun's lips gently touched the wound. Warm, soft, with a slightly salty taste of sweat. He could feel Mao Xiaodong's skin trembling slightly beneath his lips, feel the temperature of that small patch of skin, and sense the faint, youthful scent of her. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Mao Xiaodong was already dizzy, her vision was blurry, and her consciousness was floating in midair. She could still sense the reactions around her. After all, she wasn't really going to die, she was just terrified. When she felt that warm touch, she shuddered. The feeling was like an electric current, instantly coursing through my entire body from that spot. Her body tensed up suddenly, and an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Her short skirt seemed to have gotten a little wet again from the dew on the grass. I was so ashamed and indignant that I wanted to die. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly sat up, shrank back, covered her skirt with her hands, and blushed crimson. You! Xiang Kun was startled by her. Although Lu Tao and Song, he might not be able to see clearly, he was close by and had keen senses, so he clearly felt the abnormality. If he hadn't run so fast, he probably would have had to wash his face. Mao Xiaodong huddled there, panting heavily, a blush spreading from her cheeks to her neck. Then she froze. I'm not dizzy anymore. I feel energetic again. She looked down at her hands, then at her legs, and then at Xiang Kun, her face filled with disbelief. I'm all better. Song Yi watched in stunned silence, her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. She looked at Mao Xiaodong, then at Xiang Kun, then back at Mao Xiaodong, and a thought flashed through her mind. Then she blurted out, "So amazing? Could this young man's mouth possibly be able to bless a legendary instrument?" Xiang Kun's face flushed as he recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Although slightly sparse, the distribution is even, the lines are clear, and the shape is like a swallow flitting through the forest. It is precisely. The wind swirls around the willow branches. Swallows flit through the pavilion. After the light rain of Qingming Festival, apricot blossoms adorn the railing, truly deserving of being among the top 10. Cough, cough. I'm overthinking it. Xiang Kun stood up, dusted off his hands, and pretended that nothing had happened. Xiaodong is all right for now. We'll see how things go from here. If the wound doesn't swell or hurt, then there shouldn't be any problems. He looked at Lu Tao and Song Yi, both of whom were so hungry their eyes were green and their lips were cracked. Are you hungry? I have some roasted cicada nymphs and a handful of green bananas. You can roast them and eat them. Have something to eat first, and we'll go beachcombing tomorrow morning and have a big meal. Lu Tao nodded, his throat bobbing. Mao Xiaodong followed behind, walking awkwardly, as if her 2 legs were about to move in opposite directions. She lowered her head, her face flushed crimson, her mind filled with the sensation she had just experienced. Oh no, I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. The 3 of them followed Xiang Kun, trudging along towards the treehouse. Lu Tao walked for a while, then suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Thank you. I still don't know your name. Oh, my name is Xiang Kun. Lu Tao couldn't continue speaking. She felt that the man in front of her had ill intentions. Who would have such a name? In this kind of environment, perhaps they have ill intentions but are too embarrassed to say it out loud, so they want to use this method to hint at their intentions. Could it be that we've just escaped one tiger's den only to fall into another? As soon as Xiang Kun heard Lu Tao's pronunciation, he knew she had misunderstood. Sigh, he should thank his parents for giving him this name. From childhood to adulthood, no one ever called him by his proper name. They all called him Brother Kuin, a 3-character name. Don't misunderstand, my real name is Xiang Kun. Xiang is the Xiang of one. Oops, I mean the Xiang of to strive for progress every day, which sound a bit strange. Kuin is the re of two children arguing about the sun, plus a compare to form the character Kuin. I'm a crew member from the cruise ship, and I ended up here with you all. Lu Tao then lowered his guard, realizing that he had been overthinking things and had wrongly accused a good person. She continued, recounting the hardships she had endured along the way. We also found some seafood on the beach, but it was all raw, and we didn't have a fire. In order not to starve to death, we had to grit our teeth and swallow it. The taste was both fishy and salty, and it made us feel nauseous when we swallowed it. When I saw the smoke rising from your place today, I went into the woods and searched for a path all day. I didn't have a single bite to eat, and I was really starving. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach growled loudly, the sound particularly clear in the night sky. Sonny couldn't help but laugh. Lu Tao blushed, clutched his stomach, and was about to say something when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Looking down, her shoulder straps had come off completely at some point, and the whole dress was hanging loosely around her waist. The gray corset on her upper body didn't cover anything at all. Even worse, in order to hide more food, she secretly stuffed all the wild steam buns she found in her chest behind Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaodong's backs. Now inside that bodice, two large white steam buns are bulging. As she walks, her swaying motion makes it impossible to hide. Lu Tao's face flushed red. She frantically tried to pull up her dress by tugging at the shoulder strap, but the more she rushed, the more chaotic it became. The strap got stuck on her arm, and she couldn't get it right. Song Yi, watching from the side, suppressed a laugh and kindly helped her by tugging at the knot from behind. Mao Xiaodong kept her head down and didn't notice what was happening. Xiang Kun looked at him for a while, then turned his head away, pretending to look at the trees in the distance. Well, we're almost there. He pointed to the firelight in the distance. It's over there by the fire. Lu Tao blushed, hummed in agreement, and quickened his pace. Behind him, Song Yi muttered to himself, Sister Tao, I never thought you were this kind of person. Those two big white steam buns of yours can't be hidden anymore, can they? Lu Tao turned around and glared at her, but his face turned red. Chapter 65. The handsome man offered himself in return. One man and 3 women returned to the treehouse, and the firelight illuminated everything in the open space. Aunt Lu Xiaoli had already tidied her clothes and neatly combed her hair. She threw the clump of dry grass that had been stained with something into the stove and burned it. The gauze skirt was also washed with the cool water from the coconut shell and hung to dry on a nearby tree branch to avoid leaving any unpleasant smell. As for the clothes on my body, those definitely need to be washed. While Xiang Kun was still away, she had already rekindled the fire at the stove and lit a new pile of firewood. Green bananas are strung on branches and slowly roasted by the fire, emitting a faint aroma of caramelization. She herself had come from a life of wandering and understood the feeling of being hungry, thirsty, and desperate. Before Xiang Kun even returned, preparations had already been made in advance. She didn't wake the others. The tree hollow was quiet. The 9 women slept soundly, their breathing even. When Lu Tao and his 2 companions got closer, they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. The furnace glowed red-hot, its flames roaring. The ground was covered with neatly arranged bowls and jars, some big and some small, clearly handmade, but still usable. There were also wicker baskets, axes, and piles of tree trunks and charcoal. Lu Tao stood there, stunned for several seconds. What kind of life have those 3 been living these past few days? They ate raw shellfish and raw green bananas. Some wild fruits were clearly red, but because they had never seen them before, they didn't dare to eat them. At night, they would squeeze into the cracks between rocks to listen to the calls of wild animals. Look at how they live. She suddenly felt like crying. But now things are better. I can finally live that kind of life. Song Yi and Mao Xiaodong were also in a daze, looking at the bowls and jars with envy in their eyes. Then, Lu Tao's gaze fell on the person next to the fire. Aunt Lu Xiaoli. She was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes instantly welled up with tears. We're all in the same circle. Who doesn't know who? Especially Lu Tao, who filmed a drama with Lu Yifei. At that time, Aunt Lu Xiaoli stayed by Lu Yifei's side every step of the way. She also had contact with Lu Tao for a long time and had a good relationship with her. They often met up for meals in private and were as close as sisters. Aunt Xiaoli. Lu Tao rushed over and hugged Lu Xiaoli tightly. Her voice was trembling, and her eyes were red. Auntie, I didn't expect to see you here. Lu Xiaoli was hugged by her, a warm smile on her face. She gently patted Lu Tao's back, like she was coaxing a child. It's all right, it's all right. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Lu Tao leaned on her shoulder, and tears finally streamed down his face. All the grievances, fears, and helplessness of the past few days, along with the strength I've been putting on in front of Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaotong, all surged up at this moment. Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaotong, standing beside them, also had tears in their eyes. Lu Xiaoli looked up at them, her gaze gentle. Are you all hungry? Come on, sit down and have something to eat. The bananas will be ready soon. She let go of Lu Tao, pulled her to sit down by the fire, and waved to Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaotong. Come, sit down, don't stand. Song Yi pulled Mao Xiaotong down to sit obediently. Mao Xiaotong's face was still red, but the smell of roasted bananas made her stomach rumble. Lu Xiaoli handed them the roasted green bananas and then pulled several cicada nymphs out of the fire. Have something to eat first, and tomorrow morning I'll have Xiang Kun try to get some food back. Then you won't feel so bad. Lu Tao took the green banana, took a bite, and gasped for breath from the heat, but still couldn't bear to spit it out. As she chewed, tears streamed down her face again. But this time, it was a smile that brought tears to my eyes. Song Yi also ate some, exclaiming as she ate, delicious, so delicious. Mao Xiaotong took small bites of the banana, her eyes sneaking glances around. Where's that man? It was just here a moment ago. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? She peeked into the tree hole and then looked around and saw Xiang Kun standing by the stove, busy with something. The iron ore here has been smelted almost completely after being calcined overnight. Xiang Kun squatted in front of the furnace, using a branch to pry open the furnace chamber and pick out pieces of red-hot pig, iron one by one. The crooked, twisted iron lump was still steaming, slowly darkening in the night breeze. He looked around, added another batch of charcoal to the furnace, poured in the iron ore he had previously broken up, and continued to burn it. That way, when I wake up tomorrow, I'll have an extra portion of pig iron, enough to make another tool. Mao Xiaotong ate some cicada nymphs and then ate 3 green bananas. With something in her stomach, she finally felt better, but her eyes kept glancing in that direction. In the firelight, the man squatted in front of the furnace, intently fiddling with the dark iron blocks, his profile flickering in and out of the light. Her heart skipped a few beats. That feel. She quickly shook her head, trying to banish the thought. But I couldn't help but look up and steal a glance. That. She finally couldn't help but speak, her voice barely audible. And Xiaoli, what is he doing? A naive young girl, in her most desperate moment, experienced that intimate and private contact, and her heart was already stirred. Lu Xiaoli followed her gaze, smiled, and her tone was full of undisguised praise. His name is Xiang Kun. We are all still alive, and well thanks to him. Lu Tao was taken aback. Us? She looked around, and then at the tree hole. Could it be that there's someone else? Lu Xiaoli nodded and started counting on her fingers. Yes, there are plenty. You know my daughter, Cici, and Tian Shiwei, Chen Juling, Yushu Xin, Zhao Lucy, and Bai Lu. In addition to Zhao Liying, Zhang Hanyun, and Wang Xinling. Lu Tao's mouth slowly opened wider. Song Yi almost dropped the cicada nymph in her hand. Mao Xiaotong froze, forgetting even her shyness, and suddenly felt a sense of unease. Goodness, they are all popular young actresses and top-tier celebrities. Lu Tao swallowed hard, his voice slightly unsteady. Everything is still here? Lu Xiaoli smiled and nodded, pointing towards the tree hole. They're all asleep. They're exhausted after a long day and are sleeping soundly. Song Yi muttered to herself. What kind of amazing group is this? Mao Xiaotong pouted and didn't say anything, but she glanced at Xiang Kun again. This time, his expression was even more complicated. Xiang Kun had already finished his work. He not only poured the iron ore into the furnace for smelting, but also took out the charcoal that had been burned in the mud kiln and started another furnace. He dusted off his hands, walked to the fire, sat down naturally, took a banana from Lu Xiaoli, took a bite, and while eating, looked at the 3 newcomers. Have you finished eating? Lu Tao nodded, with a banana still in his mouth. Song Yi nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. Only Mao Xiaotong kept her head down and didn't say anything. Xiang Kun glanced at her, his tone gentle. You've eaten and are resting now. You've been traveling for several days. You must be exhausted, right? These words were like flipping a switch. Mao Xiaotong suddenly raised her head, her eyes instantly reddening. She looked at Xiang Kun, her lips trembled, and then she burst into tears with a loud waya. I was so scared. She was sobbing uncontrollably, and between sobs she said, "When I was bitten by a snake, I thought I was going to die. I realized I've never been in a relationship. I don't even have a boyfriend. I realized I haven't spent all the money I've saved." She became more and more incoherent as she spoke, her face streaked with tears and snot, but her eyes remained fixed on Xiang Kun, looking pitiful. "You were gone for so long just now. I thought you didn't want us anymore." Xiang Kun was stunned by her crying. "That's kind of interesting." He glanced at Lu Xiaoli, whose lips were curved in a smile, giving him a "look what trouble you've caused" look. Lu Tao and Song Yi were also surprised by Mao Xiaodong's words. They exchanged a glance, then looked at Mao Xiaodong with complicated expressions, but upon reflection, they could understand. What they experienced these past few days was, if not a near-death experience, certainly not a good one. Especially when Mao Xiaodong was bitten by the snake, they really thought she was going to die. There's no food, no medicine, no doctor, and we couldn't even find our way. Mao Xiaodong felt weak all over, her face was pale, and she cried, "Thank you for being with me, sisters." Lu Tao and Song Yi never want to experience that kind of despair again in their lives. Then, Xiang Kun appeared. He rushed out of the forest with a torch in his hand, like a true hero riding on auspicious clouds. Not to mention, he did that kind of thing, something even more intimate than what a boyfriend would do. Mao Xiaodong grew up in a world lacking love. In her most helpless and desperate moment, someone saved her and had such intimate physical contact with her. Let alone Mao Xiaodong. Wouldn't anyone have something else on their mind? Lu Tao sighed, his eyes filled with understanding and heartache as he looked at Mao Xiaodong. This girl probably sees Xiang Kun as the light in her life. Song Yi also realized what was happening, gently patted Mao Xiaodong's shoulder, and silently comforted her. Mao Xiaodong was still sobbing, but her eyes were fixed on Xiang Kun, looking aggrieved and with something indescribable in them. That look clearly indicated that someone was looking at him. Xiang Kun's heart softened. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Tao and Song Yi were still there, he probably would have hugged Mao Xiaodong to comfort her. Don't cry, let's talk this out." Mao Xiaodong sniffed and whispered, "You can't just ignore me. We'll definitely manage it. Once they're here, they're one of us." Mao Xiaodong then stopped crying and smiled, lowering her head with 2 blushes on her face. Chapter 66, Do Whatever Makes You Comfortable. They sat for a while longer, the firelight casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. "Yawn." A yawn came from Song Yi. She immediately felt a little embarrassed, covered her mouth, and her face turned slightly red. Xiang Kun glanced at her, smiled, and stood up. "I've been working so hard, it's time to rest." He pointed towards the tree hole. "There's still some spots around the tree hole, so you can squeeze in for now." Lu Tao and the other 2 were indeed exhausted. "I haven't had a good night's sleep or a hot meal in the past few days. My mind has been constantly on edge. Now, sitting by the fire, having eaten and drunk hot water, my body relaxes and drowsiness washes over me like a tide." They thanked him quietly, stood up, and followed Xiang Kun toward the tree hole. In the firelight, the 3 men bent over and crawled into the tree hole. It was pitch black inside, but the firelight shining through the cave entrance allowed us to see the layout. 9 women slept side by side, neatly arranged, their breathing even. The middle seats were already packed with people. There were 2 spots near the cave entrance, covered with hay and gauze skirts, which were clearly belonging to Xiang Kun and Aunt Lu Xiaoli. They're not naive people, so naturally they wouldn't sleep here. That leaves only the 2 sides of the tree hole. One is the position above everyone's heads, and the other is the position at everyone's feet. Lu Tao glanced at it and made up his mind. She knew that since she was new, it wouldn't be appropriate to sleep on top of someone's head with her feet next to their head. The spot next to my feet wasn't ideal, but at least I could sleep there. She made her decision after thinking for only a second or 2. She tiptoed to where everyone was standing, crawled through the crack to the very back, and leaned against the tree hole, slowly lying down. The hay was soft, and the tulle skirt on top made it feel surprisingly nice to the touch. This is 100 times better than the rock crevice I slept in a few days ago. As soon as she relaxed, drowsiness overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep the moment she closed her eyes. Song Yi followed behind, imitating her, and lay down as well. Her head was next to Lu Tao's feet, but she didn't care anymore. The touch of hay made her take a deep breath, close her eyes, and fall asleep. Mao Xiaodong was the last to come in. She stood there, looking at Lu Tao and Song Yi lying down, then at the little space left. There wasn't enough room. She had to curve her legs up. She lay down gently, curled up her legs, and found a slightly more comfortable position. The hay was soft, and the gauze skirt was smooth. Although curling up my legs was a little uncomfortable, it was much better than before. She closed her eyes, but her mind was still a jumbled mess, and she couldn't fall asleep. A short while later, soft footsteps could be heard outside. Aunt Lu Xiaoli came in and lay down to sleep. Then came Xiang Kun, who tiptoed to his spot and lay down. Stretch out your leg. What happened? Soft and warm. It was Mao Xiaodong's curled up legs. Xiang Kun quickly pulled his legs back and curled them up. Now, his bent knees were pressing against Aunt Lu Xiaoli's body. Aunt Lu Xiaoli didn't dodge. Instead, she gently stepped back, her soft body nestled in her arms. Xiang Kun stood there, frozen, not daring to move. Mao Xiaodong felt the touch. Her heart skipped a beat, but she closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. It was extremely quiet inside the tree hollow. Only the soft sound of breathing could be heard. Xiang Kun curled up, his knees pressed against Aunt Xiaoli's, his feet next to Mao Xiaodong, with only one thought in his mind. This sleep was so good. This is fucking torture. The next morning, sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the rocks, warming the tree hollow. Zhang Hanyin recovered quickly and was the first to wake up. She rubbed her eyes, yawned, and instinctively tried to stretch. Stretch out your leg. It didn't move. What is that? She looked down groggily and instantly snapped awake. 3 people were lying at my feet. 3. Zhang Hanyun's eyes widened. She froze for 2 seconds, then suddenly sat up and nudged Zhao lying next to her. Yingbao, look at this. Zhao Lying was sleeping soundly when she nudged him awake. What? We have a new employee here. Zhao Lying sat up abruptly and looked in the direction Zhang Hanyun was pointing. There were indeed 3 people lying at my feet, lined up in a straight line, fast asleep. It is Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong. She looked down and saw that her outstretched leg had almost kicked Lu Tao in the chest. Zhao Lying quickly curled her legs up, still shaken. Neither she nor Zhang Hanyun are very tall. Luckily, it would have been so embarrassing if she had stepped on someone else. Look around. Tian Shiwei and Zhao Lucy are different. The 2 girls were tall with long legs, and they were sleeping comfortably with their long legs stretched out straight. One of them was resting on Song Yi's chest, and the other on the top of Song Yi's thigh. Unfortunately, Song Yi was exhausted these days and slept very soundly at night, showing no signs of discomfort. Zhang Hanyin couldn't help but laugh and whispered, Tai Tai is sleeping too soundly. Zhao Lying also smiled and nudged the person next to her. Wake up, a new person has arrived. One by one, the women woke up. Bai Lu rubbed her eyes and sat up, then froze when she saw 3 more people at her feet. Wow, 3 more have arrived. Yu Shuxin also came over to take a look, a mischievous smile on her lips. Who is it this time? Wang Xinling whispered, Don't wake them up, let them sleep a little longer. Lu Yifei also woke up and was helped to sit up by Aunt Lu Xiaoli. Looking at the 3 sleeping people, especially Lu Tao, a smile appeared in her eyes. During filming, Lu Tao took good care of her, and the 2 actually had a pretty good relationship. Tian Shiwei stretched, and then realized that her feet were in the wrong place. She stuck out her tongue, put her hands together, and apologized to herself. Tai Tai, I really didn't mean to. Zhao Lucy also woke up, blushed, and quickly shrank back. I'm so sorry. The 3 people who had slept all night finally made a move. Lu Tao was the first to open his eyes. She stared blankly at the treetops above her head, her mind blank for a few seconds. Where was she? Then, memories of last night slowly surfaced. Smoke would snake that man. In this tree hole. She slowly sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked around. Then, she was completely stunned. Sunlight streamed in through the opening of the tree hollow, illuminating everything inside. Because she saw. The hills varied in size and were covered with jagged rocks. Zhang Hanyun, wearing only white underwear, her long legs were so white they seemed to glow, and her upper body was completely naked. She was smiling and talking to Zhao, lying next to her. The egret, also wearing only underwear, a cute Hello Kitty style, was rubbing its eyes and yawning. Zhao Lucy, wearing only a small pair of underwear, was blushing and pulling her legs back. Tian Shiwei was in a similar situation, stretching lazily without any attempt to hide it. Wang Xinling was wearing underwear with a gauze skirt and a black outer shirt covering her stomach, but her legs were exposed. Yu Shuxin, needless to say, was completely naked and laughing happily. She swallowed hard, her mind buzzing. What's going on? Song Yi also woke up, sat up, and was completely stunned by the scene before her. Mao Xiaodong was the last to wake up. She opened her eyes groggily, and then, she gasped softly, then quickly covered her mouth. The three people looked at each other, each with only one thought in their minds. So this is how they sleep at night. Lu Tao looked at his wrinkled dress and then at the naked women, and suddenly felt that he was dressed too much and looked out of place. She awkwardly tugged at her skirt, unsure of where to look. The women didn't seem to mind and quickly put on their dresses. Zhao Liang explained as she dressed. I'm sorry I startled you. Please don't mind, this is how it is here. She put on a dress and had Zhang Hanyan zip it up for her from behind. As for Zhang Hanyan, she just pulled it up on her body. Before you came, we worked all day, moving stones, cutting down trees, and digging mud. We were covered in sweat. We felt sticky and uncomfortable, and our dresses were filthy. It would be uncomfortable to sleep in them. Bailu nodded in agreement, adding as she put on her skirt. Besides, it's unbearably hot and stuffy in the tree hollow at night. You can't sleep at all without taking your clothes off. Look at yourselves. Aren't you covered in sweat? Lu Tao looked down at herself. The wrinkled dress was sticky and uncomfortable on her body. She hadn't felt anything while she was asleep last night, but now that she was awake, she felt very uncomfortable. Song Yi also touched her arm. It was covered with a thin layer of sweat and felt slippery. Mao Xiaodong's skirt was soaked, and it hadn't dried completely last night. Zhao Liang continued. People like Han Yun and Bailu have sequins on their dresses, which are uncomfortable to sleep in, so they have to take them off. Everyone is used to it, so there's nothing to worry about. The egret nodded in agreement. Yes, lying on those sequins must be really uncomfortable, like sleeping on a bed of nails. Tian Shui had already put on her dress and smiled, pursing her lips. You'll get used to it. Anyway, there are no outsiders here, only women. Song Yi couldn't help but say, Isn't there another man there too? As soon as she said it, she regretted it. But words spoken are like water spilled. They cannot be taken back. There was a moment of silence inside the tree hollow. Everyone looked at each other. Their facial expressions were priceless. How should I put this? They say Xiang Kun has a system, and that this system brings many children and many blessings, and that it's related to them. Or perhaps some of them have become inseparable from Xiang Kun, going from 0 to -20, and are now considered his own people, so they don't care much and just do whatever makes them comfortable. Zhang didn't speak. No one could bring themselves to speak. But their gazes, without prior arrangement, all turned to Yu Shuxin. As Yu Shuxin swayed from side to side, pulling her dress up, she suddenly felt more than a dozen eyes fall on her at the same time. She paused for a moment, then looked up. What? No one spoke, but their eyes clearly said, Come here. Yu Shuxin blinked, looked at Lu Tao, then at Song Yi, and then at Mao Xiaodong huddled in the back, and immediately understood. She chuckled. That smile, how to put it? It was somewhat meaningful, somewhat exciting to watch a good show, and somewhat smug, like you finally thought of me. Lu Tao's heart skipped a beat. That smile, it makes me a little uneasy. Song, he also tensed up and subconsciously took half a step back. Not to mention Mao Xiaotong. She hid behind Song Yi, only showing her eyes, and secretly watched Yu Shuxin. Yu Shuxin slowly put on her dress, tidied her hair, then crossed her arms and smiled brightly. Well, she drew out the last syllable, her gaze sweeping over the three newcomers. It's a long story, but it's not that long. Simply put, Brother Kuin has a system. We all need him, and he needs us. As for the specifics of how we need him, you'll find out soon enough. Chapter 67, Did You Stick Out Your Tongue? As dawn broke, the eastern sea surface was tinged with a pale, fish-belly white. Xiang Kun got up early in the morning. After pushing aside the stone, I admired the various hills inside the tree hole before walking to the stream. I then poured the juice from crushed wild onions and ginger in my mouth and swished it around a few times, using it as a way to brush my teeth. After washing up, he returned to the open space, went to the furnace, and took out the pieces of pig iron that had been smelted the night before, stacking them on the stones next to him. Then they poured in new iron, ore, layering charcoal, and ore, repeating yesterday's steps. Smelting +1. Smelting +1. After doing all that, he stood up and stretched his shoulders. After a night's rest, I felt refreshed. The anger that had been building up all day finally dissipated last night, and now I feel light and energetic. Xiang Kun walked to the center of the open space, facing the purple aura of the rising sun, took a deep breath, and slowly assumed a fighting stance. The way he used Tai Chi at this moment was completely different. Every turn, every punch carries an indescribable charm, a memory naturally formed by the body after countless practices. Even more astonishingly, the surrounding air seemed to move along with his movements. A punch was thrown, and the wind whistled through the air. With a single palm strike, the air seemed to be compressed, producing a slight poof sound. The wind generated by that fist was enough to make the dry grass next to it sway slightly. Tai Chi Delmut. Tai Chi Delmut. Chun Juling sat at the cave entrance, watching quietly. She doesn't understand martial arts, but she can understand people. Xiang Kun's movements were no longer those of the clumsy beginner he was yesterday. Now, every move he makes exudes the aura of a true martial artist. She recalled the kung fu movies she watched as a child, and the set of boxing techniques that the kung fu emperor had once performed, which were fluid and combined strength and gentleness. Xiang Kun is different. His movements were equally fluid, but with an added sense of weighty power. When he threw a punch, it whistled through the air, and you could even hear the distinct sound of the force. One punch, one slap, one push, once collected. The air itself seemed to be stirred by him. Chun Juling was completely mesmerized. She suddenly realized that the man in front of her was no longer the waiter who had carried plates a few days ago. Xiang Kun had already seen Chun Juling wake up, but his energy flowed continuously without stopping. After finishing the last move, he stood up and slowly exhaled. Woke up. Chun Juling stood up, glanced into the tree hollow, and said, "Did Lu Tao and the others come looking for us last night?" Xiang Kun nodded and briefly recounted what happened last night. Mao Xiaodong was bitten by a snake, and Lu Tao and Song, he helped her find him, and he treated her wound. He didn't mention a single detail about sucking snake venom. Chun Juling frowned slightly after hearing this. We've already encountered 3 snakes, which means there are quite a few snakes on the island. This time we encountered non-venomous snakes, but next time we might encounter venomous ones. Does your system have the function of treating snake venom? Xiang Kun shook his head, making no attempt to hide anything. No. However, I have medical skills, including some knowledge of herbs for treating snake venom. If I can find those herbs, I can prepare pills and have them ready in advance. Chun Juling's eyes lit up. What herb? Xiang Kun thought for a moment, and the knowledge in his mind slowly surfaced. Paris polyphylla can be used to treat snake venom. Lobelia chinensis and Hediotis diffusa can also be used in medicine, but I don't know if they are on this island. Chun Juling nodded and kept it in mind. I'll help you look for it later, just so you can recognize what it looks like. That way, if you ever need it, you won't be completely lost. Okay, I'll draw the herbs for you using charcoal right now. Xiang Kun squatted down, picked up a piece of burnt charcoal from the fire, found a flat spot on the ground, and began to draw. The first plant has 7 leaves and 1 flower. A straight stem with 7 leaves whorled at the top. The leaves are slender with clearly visible veins. At the very top, a flower blooms, its petals delicate, like a small, open umbrella. This one is the easiest to recognize. It has 7 leaves and 1 flower. It grows in a damp, shady place in the forest. The second plant is Lobelia chinensis. The stem creeps along the ground, with tiny leaves and small flowers. The most peculiar thing is that the flower is only half formed, as if it has been cut in half with a knife. This plant likes to grow near water, by streams and ditches, in the place where we fetch water. I think I've seen it before. The third plant is Hediotis diffusa. It has slender stems, narrow leaves, and small white flowers. The leaves grow in opposite pairs, like a snake's forked tongue. This can also treat snake venom, but it works a bit slowly, so it's best to use in combination with other medications. Later, he drew several herbs that could detoxify and cure diseases, just in case. Chun Juling squatted down beside him, staring intently at the painting on the ground. She looked at it twice from beginning to end, then closed her eyes and went through it in her mind. He opened his eyes and nodded. I've got it. Xiang Kun was convinced. Your memory is even better than the system's. Just as Chun Juling was about to say something, a rustling sound suddenly came from the tree hole, mixed with a woman's voice. She's awake, she's awake. Oh dear, what a good night's sleep. Don't push, let me get out first. It seems everyone is awake. Chun Juling stood up, patted the dirt off her skirt, and looked at Xiang Kun with a half smile. That look in his eyes was full of meaning. They're probably waiting to see how Xiang Kun will arrange things for Lu Tao and the other two. Could be like what happened with Zhao Liying and the other two. Xiang Kun felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and scratched his head. Let them wash up first. We can take our time with the rest. The first person emerged from the tree hole. It was a white egret, still sleepy-eyed, yawning as it walked. Good morning. Then came the second, the third. There is no breakfast. Yesterday's cicada nymphs and green bananas were completely devoured overnight. Now, apart from a few coconut shells still containing water, there's nothing left. The group didn't mind. Each took a ceramic bowl and walked towards a stream. Some washed up, some drank water, and the three newcomers, including Lu Tao, followed everyone else's example and rinsed their mouths and brushed their teeth with the juice of wild onions and ginger. They frowned because of the pungent smell, but they could only endure it. Xiang Kun squatted in front of the furnace, throwing pieces of pig iron that had been smelted the night before into the crucible. The fire was burning very brightly, and the blower was blowing hard. In no time, the pig iron softened and melted, turning into a pool of molten iron. Xiang Kun carefully poured the molten iron into the mold, holding the crucible. Sizzle. White smoke rose up. He waited a few seconds, and then poured the prepared stream water down it. With a hiss, steam filled the air. Once it cooled down, a black iron shovel appeared before my eyes. Foraging +1. As soon as she finished, Yu Shushin came over. She didn't go to the stream with everyone, but waited until everyone had left and no one was paying attention before coming out of the tree hole and going to Xiang Kun's side to ask for instructions. Is everything proceeding as planned? Should I go and wind up the three new ones? Xiang Kun thought for a moment and shook his head. No rush this time. Yu Shushin blinked, somewhat surprised. Not in a hurry? I just saw Mao Xiaotong leaving, turning back every few steps, her eyes practically drooling over you. Last night, while everyone was asleep, did you secretly eat meat? Xiang Kun said, no way. Mao Xiaotong just arrived, and Song Yi and Lu Tao came with her. How could I possibly have a chance to eat meat? But I think it should be soon, since it's just the two of us here. Can you help me analyze where we are? Yu Shushin became interested. Analyze what? Xiang Kun then told Yu Shushin the whole story of how he sucked the snake venom out of Mao Xiaotong last night. Of course, he tried to be subtle, but some things can't be hidden. Upon hearing this, Yu Shushin's expression immediately turned strange, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You stuck your tongue out? Xiang Kun fell silent. Yu Shushin asked again, did you put it inside? The silence was deafening. Yu Shushin was smiling, her lips curved, with an expression of watching a good show, but when she saw Xiang Kun's tacit approval, her smile slowly froze. Then, a sudden pang of sadness struck me. She snorted and turned her head away. Men are despicable. Xiang Kun was taken aback by her words and quickly protested. Hey, you can just say whatever you want. Why are you making personal attacks out of the blue? Yu Shushin turned around, glared at him, her eyes a little red. Does that mean only Mao Xiaotong smells good, while mine smells bad? I've never seen you put in that much effort for me. As he finished speaking, his voice suddenly trailed off, tinged with a hint of grievance. Xiang Kun was stunned. Looking at Yu Shushin's angry and aggrieved face, he suddenly realized that this girl was jealous. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but what could he explain? Seeing his silly look, Yu Shushin got even angrier, stomped her foot, and turned to leave. Xiang Kun quickly grabbed her. Hey, don't go. Let go. I won't let go. Xiang Kun pulled her back, looked at her red eyes, and smiled. Are you jealous? Who's jealous? Yu Shushin shook off his hand. I just feel it's unfair. Why did you act like that as soon as she arrived? I've been with you for so long, helped you so much, and you haven't even acknowledged it. Xiang Kun looked at her, reached out, and gently ruffled her hair. All right, don't be angry anymore. I'll make it up to you next time. I'll give you all the good food I have, and you can give me all the good food you have too. Yu Shushin looked up and glared at him. Real. Yu Shushin snorted and turned her head away. From an angle where Xiang Kun couldn't see her, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a smile. Mun? Oh. Chapter 68. Now you're really in trouble, aren't you? Chun Juling was the first to wake up. She went to the stream first and came back first. She also pulled a handful of grass from the stream. It was lush and green with slender leaves and small white flowers on one side. Look at this. She walked up to Xiang Kun and handed him the bundle of grass. Xiang Kun took it and immediately recognized it. Lobelia chinensis. You actually found it. This herb was one of the kinds he had drawn that morning, an effective antidote for snake venom. He squatted down and, guided by the medical knowledge in his mind, picked the leaves of Lobelia chinensis, removed the roots, put them in a clean earthenware bowl, and gently crushed them with a stone. The mashed grass was lush and green, emitting a unique fragrance. He then found a few large leaves, wrapped the medicinal mud in them, tied it tightly, and placed it in the tree hole for later use. Prepare it first, then dry it, and it will keep for a long time. Chun Juling nodded and kept it in mind. After washing up, the rest of the people returned. They gathered in the open space, and all eyes turned to Xiang Kun, the only man in the middle of the area. Holding a newly made shovel, Xiang Kun said, "Drying sea salt is not something that can be done in a day or two. It takes a long time. I see the weather is still good, so let's hurry up and filter the salt fields that were dried yesterday again, making dozens of kilograms at a time, enough to last us for a long time. So I'm planning not to come back today and just stay by the beach. What do you guys think?" Chun Juling was the first to agree. "All right, the tide has just gone out. Let's collect more seafood and give Sister Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Xiao Tong some extra nutrition." Tian Shiwei's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand to suggest. "The sun is shining so brightly. Let's go take a bath. We're all dirty. A rinse in the sea will definitely feel great." Just thinking about that scene, sunshine, beach, waves, cool seawater gave her a burst of energy. The others echoed his sentiments. Bai Lu was the first to respond. Yes. I want to take a bath too. I worked all day yesterday, and I felt sticky all over. I also sweated a lot at night. I have to take a bath." Zhang Hanyun nodded in agreement. It's a good time to wash and dry the clothes in the sun. Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaotong nodded eagerly. They had been searching for food and companions for several days, so they had no time to take a bath in the sea. They already smelled terrible. Thinking of this, Mao Xiaotong couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiang Kun. "Bad guy, big bad guy, you're in for it now." Lu Yifei supported herself with a piece of wood and smiled slightly as she looked at everyone's excited expressions. Her foot wasn't fully healed yet, so she couldn't go into the water, but seeing everyone so happy made her happy too. Next, everyone busied themselves at the base camp, packing their belongings. Wicker baskets, earthenware pots, earthenware bowls, gauze skirts, axes, shovels, chisels. The group set off for the beach in high spirits, splitting into 3 teams. At the front were 8 people, including Tian Shiwei, Chun Juling, Bai Lu, and Lu Tao, chatting and laughing. Mao Xiaodong, who was following behind, kept looking back, as if afraid that Xiang Kun had fallen behind. In the middle is Xiang Kun carrying Lu Yifei on his back, with Aunt Lu Xiaoli beside him. Lu Yifei, despite having physical abilities comparable only to Tian Shiwei, a woman with superhuman strength, could only rely on Xiang Kun and her mother's help and remain a mere bystander throughout the entire process. I don't know if Aunt Xiaoli mentioned the things we discussed last night to her. Xiang Kun's thoughts began to drift elsewhere. To be honest, he was tempted by Yu Shushin's suggestion that morning. Of the 3 newcomers, Mao Xiaodong's eyes were practically glaring at her. Song Yi didn't seem like a difficult person to talk to, and although Lu Tao was tough, he wasn't someone who was completely unyielding. If we really follow the old routine, Yu Shushin will go to the upper wing, and I'll play the good cop. Maybe I can handle 1 or 2 of them today. But after thinking it over, Xiang Kun gave up on the plan. This kind of thing happens again and again. What do Lu Yifei, Chun Juling, Zhao Lucy, and Bai Lu think when they see it? Although they don't say it, after it happens a few times, they inevitably start to have thoughts about it. You can't expect people to feel like they're wagging their tails like a male dog in heat every time a new woman comes along, can you? What would that become? The situation is currently developing in a positive direction. At night, with Yu Shushin taking the lead and sleeping naked, everyone is now able to be open and honest with each other, and that tacit understanding is gradually being built up. This is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is the trust that has been gradually built up over the past few days through sharing hardships and joys. What if we rush into things now in order to achieve quick results and provoke their resentment? They have hands and feet and brains. They've already learned how to start a fire and have a few days of survival experience. If they really get rebellious, they might even start their own fire. Then I would be at a huge loss. The situation that had been painstakingly built up was destroyed in an instant. So we can't rush it. The more rushed you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes, and the less likely you are to get the best results. Besides, there's no need to worry about Mao Xiaotong anymore. The girl was completely captivated after taking a sip of his breath. Her soul seemed to flee with him. Judging from her constant turning back to look at her, Yu Shuxin didn't even need to lift the reins. She would sink right in on her own. We'll figure out a solution for Song, Yi, and Lu Tao later. Anyway, they'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. The longer they stay together and become comfortable in their social circle, the less they'll want to leave. As he thought about it, he walked more steadily. On her back, Lu Yifei suddenly asked softly, "Brother Xiang Kun, are you tired?" Xiang Kun snapped out of his daze and smiled. "I'm not tired. You're taking it easy." Lu Yifei gave a soft but her thoughts quietly drifted elsewhere. At the very back of the group were Zhao Liying, Zhang Hanyun, and Wang Xinling. At this moment, Zhang Hanyun, with her face full of collagen, was looking ahead angrily, her eyes searching through the crowd for someone she found utterly detestable. Yu Shuxin. That guy was walking at the front, arm in arm with Zhao Lucy, laughing heartily, completely unaware of the three complicated gazes behind him. Zhang Hanyun grew angrier the more she thought about it, and muttered to herself, "I'm so angry." Zhao Liying glanced at her. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Hanyun counted on her fingers and whispered, "Look, how did that vixen Yu Shuxin treat us when the three of us arrived? They put us on the hot seat, saying they needed to help activate the many children, many blessings system in order to stay, which completely fooled us. And what happened? We got tricked. Except for Sister Xinling, who escaped temporarily because she got her period, the two of us really rode a roller coaster." Wang Xinling listened from the side, her face turning red, because she knew that her period had just ended. Zhang Hanyun continued, "But what about now? Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong have all arrived, and Yu Shuxin hasn't uttered a single word. She hasn't mentioned the rules about being the first and second eldest sister, or the many children, many blessings system." She stomped her foot angrily. "Isn't this bullying honest people?" After listening, Zhao Liying remained silent for 2 seconds, then chuckled softly. Zhang Hanyun glared at her. "You're still laughing?" Zhao Liying said with a hint of helplessness, "You're really silly. You were so focused on Yu Shuxin that you didn't even see the look in Mao Xiaotong's eyes behind her." Zhang Hanyun was a little confused, so she followed her gaze and looked ahead. Mao Xiaodong walked behind the first group, glancing back every now and then. Her gaze was so sticky and affectionate that even the slow-witted Zhang Hanyun realized what was going on. What's going on?" Zhao Liying said. "What else could it be? This morning, Tai Tai told me that Mao Xiaodong was bitten by a poisonous snake and was almost dead, but Xiang Kun saved her. Isn't it normal for a woman who is emotionally fragile and lacks love to become dependent on Xiang Kun after being rescued from the brink of death? Do you think Yu Shuxin will go to such lengths again?" Zhang Hanyun stared with her mouth agape. Then what about Lu Tao and Song Yi?" Zhao Liying continued. "Lu Tao, he's a former soldier, tough-minded, and doesn't respond well to force. If Yu Shuxin goes up and tries to discipline her, do you believe Lu Tao will turn on her right then and there? Then Yu Shuxin will be in a very awkward position. As for Song Yi, she's been with Lu Tao all this way, so we're practically inseparable, just like the three of us. If Lu Tao leaves, she definitely won't stay either. So you see, it's not that Yu Shuxin doesn't want to talk, it's that she can't this time. Mao Xiaodong has already gotten herself into this mess. Why would she need someone else to set her up?" Zhang Hanyun was dumbfounded. Then aren't we at a huge disadvantage?" She grew angrier the more she thought about it, and started shaking Zhao Liying's arm. "Bao, why didn't you stand up for yourself back then? If you had acted like Lu Tao, maybe we wouldn't have had to." Zhao Liying blushed and pinched Zhang Hanyun's arm. "Ouch!" Zhang Hanyun cried out in pain, clutching her arm and backing away. Zhao Liying glared at her, her ears turning red. "You still have the nerve to blame me. It's all your fault, you fatso, for insisting on staying." saying there's fire, meat, and a place to sleep. You wouldn't leave no matter what. I fell into this trap because I was trying to take care of you. Wang Xinling listened from the side, her face quietly turning red, because she was one of the people who wanted to stay that day. If she hadn't gotten her period, felt unwell, and lacked energy, and didn't want to continue walking, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Zhang Hanyan cried out, "Ouch, ouch," as she was pinched, but she still couldn't keep her mouth shut. "Why are you blaming me? I think you were enjoying it too, weren't you? That day in the tree hole, you were shouting even louder than me." Zhang Hanyan. Zhao Liang completely lost her composure. Her face flushed red, and she chased after her, intending to pinch her. "You fat bastard, I'll strangle you." Zhang Hanyan took off running, laughing as she went, her skirt fluttering in the wind. "Help! They're killing me," to cover it up. Hearing the commotion, the people in front turned around. The egret called out, "What are you doing? Come quick." Zhang Hanyan ran while shouting, "Help! Ingbao is going to eat someone." Zhao Liang chased after him, shouting, "Don't run. Stop right there." The two chased each other, leaving behind a trail of laughter. Chapter 69. Xiang Kun is a trustworthy person. Soon, everyone arrived at the beach. The sea breeze blows in my face, carrying a salty, damp scent. In the distance, waves surge onto the beach one after another, then slowly recede. Dozens of seagulls were resting on the rocks. When they saw people coming, they fluttered up and flew up, circling in the air. Xiang Kun carried Lu Yifei on his back and led a group of people to the location of the salt fields. The sandy area that had been irrigated by seawater had dried up. The once flat ground was covered with a layer of grayish-white hard crust, with crisscrossing cracks, like arid land. You can break off chunks of sand with your hands. They are covered with fine salt crystals. Zhao Lucy's foot was finally healed, and she was back to her energetic self. She squatted down, poked it with her finger, and asked curiously, "This doesn't look like salt either?" Xiang Kun put Lu Yifei down and handed her to Aunt Lu Xiaoli for support. Then he squatted down by the salt field, broke off a clump of sand, and kneaded it in his hand. After being exposed to the sun, they are ready for further processing. This is just the first step, the very beginning. He pointed to the salt field and began to explain to everyone. "What we're doing now is called sand drying. We pour seawater onto the sand and let the sun dry it, so the salt from the seawater stays in the sand. This step is to increase the concentration of the brine. Next, we need to collect the sand. We'll gather the dried salt sand and move it into the filtration tank." Zhao Lucy looked around at the empty space, her eyes filled with doubt. "Where's the filtration tank? I can't see it." Xiang Kun smiled and said, "Of course you can't see it yet, because it hasn't been done yet. The filtration pool needs a lot of things: gravel, hay gauze, cotton cloth. By filtering through these layers, the water that flows out will not be ordinary seawater, but brine, a salt water with a very high concentration." Zhang Hanyan was stunned. "Then how do you know if the concentration is high enough?" Xiang Kun stood up, walked into the nearby woods, and broke off a few thick brown branches. "Use this." He showed the branch to everyone. It was dry but very light, with a rough surface. "This is called huanjiusi, a tree that grows by the sea. It can be used to measure the concentration of brine. Put dried yellow croaker branches into the brine. If they float, it means the brine concentration is sufficient and salt can be produced. If they sink, the concentration is not high enough." Zhang Hanyan blinked. "That's amazing." "Yes, that's how people at the beach use it. It's an old method and it works." Xiang Kun put the few yellow croakers aside and continued. "Once there's enough brine, we transport it to the salt vat and let it dry in the sun. By 5 or 6 in the afternoon, most of the moisture has evaporated and a layer of salt will form at the bottom of the vat. That's sea salt. However, this kind of sea salt cannot be eaten directly. It contains a lot of impurities and is bitter and astringent. It has to be dissolved in water, filtered, and boiled before it can be turned into edible refined salt." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The egret whispered, "This is so troublesome." Xiang Kun swizzled. "That's why I said we'd be spending the whole day here. It's a hassle, but if we manage this salt field properly, we can get several pounds of salt, enough to last us for a while." Although Lu Tao had just joined, she was straightforward and spoke her mind. Moreover, as a newcomer, it was the perfect time for her to demonstrate her abilities. After hearing Xiang Kun's words, she immediately stood up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Just this filtration tank you mentioned will probably take a lot of time, not to mention the salt tank we also need to build. With so many of us, we need to divide the work quickly and not waste any time. Chun Juling stood to the side, intending to make arrangements as well, but Lu Tao beat her to it, so she stopped talking. Xiang Kun nodded and began making arrangements. Okay, let's divide the work then. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment. Sister Taoyu, Xinling, Tai Tai, and Xiaodong are still weak, and Lucy's foot is just healed, so don't do any strenuous work. Go to the reef area to go beachcombing, catch fish, pick shrimp, and collect clams. Lunch is up to you all today. Lu Tao nodded. No problem. Yu Shuxin, Zhang Hanyun, and Ing Bao. The three of you go find some gravel. It doesn't need to be very big. Just bring over those flat, appropriately sized stones from over there. We'll use them to make a filtration pool later. Zhao Liang grunted in agreement and pulled Zhang Hanyun away. Zhang Hanyun muttered as she walked. Moving stones, so tiring. Zhao Liang glanced at Yu Shuxin and whispered, stop talking nonsense and get to work. Xiang Kun then looked at Chen Juling and Bai Lu. Dudu, take the egret to collect hay, collect a lot, and spread it at the bottom of the filter tank. Also, pick a few more of those yellow croakers to keep in reserve. Chen Juling nodded and pulled Bai Lu towards the bushes. In the end, only Tian Shiwei, Aunt Lu Xiaoli, and Lu Yifei remained. Xiang Kun glanced at Lu Yifei's feet and said, Aunt Xiaoli, you stay here with Qian, sit here and help watch the things, and also tidy up those stones that were moved over. Aunt Lu Xiaoli nodded and helped Lu Yifei sit down beside her. Tian Shiwei had just heard Xiang Kun calling out names one by one. Lu Tao, Yu Shuxin, Zhang Hanyun, Zhao Liang, Chun Juling by Lu. They assigned me all the tasks, but I wasn't called on. She stood to the side, her lips slightly pursed, a little bit of emotion slowly rising in her heart. Why didn't you call me? I'm strong, hardworking, and not afraid of getting tired. So why don't you call me? Do you think I'm clumsy? Or have you forgotten about me? As she was lost in thought, she heard Xiang Kun say, Shout Yan, come with me to find suitable stones to make salt pans. Tian Shiwei's face instantly blossomed into a smile, as radiant as a flower. Great! I'm sure I can find a useful big rock. She skipped and hopped to Xiang Kun's side, her eyes sparkling, all her previous grievances gone. Lu Yifei sat on the rock, watching the two figures walk further and further away. Her smile slowly faded. The sunlight shone on her face, warm and comforting, yet she felt an emptiness in her heart. Everyone has left. Lu Tao and her friends went to the beach, Yu Shuxin and her friends went to move pebbles, Chun Juling and her friends went to collect hay, and Tian Shiwei went with Xiang Kun to find stones. She's the only one who can't do anything. Lu Yifei lowered her head, looking at her still swollen ankle, and felt increasingly uncomfortable. She was grateful for the care that Xiang Kun took care of her, but the more she was taken care of, the more useless she felt. She was clearly not weak either, possessing a solid foundation in martial arts. She had even studied martial arts for a period of time at a Taoist holy site, including horseback riding, swordsmanship, and qigong, all of which she performed herself without ever using a stunt double. But what about now? She could only sit there, watching, waiting, and being taken care of. Aunt Xiaoli stood beside her daughter, looking at her daughter's gloomy expression, and felt a pang in her heart. She hesitated for a very long time. There were some things she didn't know how to say, or whether she should say them at all. But seeing her daughter's expression, she finally spoke up in a low voice. Cici. Lu Yifei looked up at her mother's hesitant manner. Mom, what's wrong? Aunt Xiaoli opened her mouth, her face slightly flushed. Last time, didn't Zhao Liang and Zhang Hanyun help Xiang Kun activate the system? They said that after receiving some kind of energy replenishment from the system, they were completely different. During this time, Mom has been investigating for you. Xiang Kun is a trustworthy person. Lu Yifei was stunned. Then, her face flushed red. Ma! She gasped softly, feeling both ashamed and embarrassed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Ow! How could you say such a thing? Lu Xiaoli blushed, but the words were already out and couldn't be taken back. I just saw you looking so uncomfortable. You sit there all day, unable to do anything. It must be hard for you to bear. Lu Yifei lowered her head and remained silent. But Xiang Kun's image kept popping into my mind. The man has been there for her these past few days when she needed help the most. Carry her on his back, help her up, take care of her, keep watch over her at night, help her go to the toilet. That man was different from others. No one has ever treated himself as naturally as he has. We didn't treat her like a high and mighty celestial being, nor like a crystal that needed to be carefully held, but rather like an ordinary person with an injured foot who needed care. Even in her most awkward moments, he would squat next to the toilet and say silly things to her, making her laugh out loud. Those images flashed through my mind frame by frame. Her heart skipped a beat. Her face turned even redder, and her mind was in complete turmoil. But once a certain thought pops up, it can no longer be suppressed. Chapter 70 Mao Xiaodong is overthinking it. Xiang Kun and Tian Shiwei were carefully searching for a suitable stone. In the pile of rocks, stones of all sizes are scattered all over the ground, some smooth and rounded by the sea, and others with sharp edges. Xiang Kun specifically chooses those that are flat and have a natural depression in the middle, which are convenient for making salt troughs. Tian Shiwei followed behind him, occasionally pointing to a certain rock. How about this one? Xiang Kun went over to take a look and shook his head. Too small. After walking a few more steps, Tian Shiwei pointed again. What about this one? Xiang Kun looked at him and shook his head again. It's not flat enough. The two walked one after the other. Xiang Kun had originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to be alone to whisper something or have some intimate interaction. However, he overlooked one thing. Lu Tao and her group were also looking for seafood in the vicinity. This sea cucumber is huge. Oh, I have some too. Songy, your basket is almost full. Well, that's it. Everything's a mess. Xiang Kun shook his head helplessly and continued searching for stones. They hadn't walked far when they ran into Wang, Xinling, and Zhao Lucy. Two people were squatting by the rocks, throwing clams into a wicker basket, one in each hand. The basket was already half full, and it looked like a good harvest. Xiang Kun walked over and glanced at the seafood in their baskets, clams, conch, fish, shrimp, and a few small crabs. Quite a feast. Try to find as many clams as possible. Clams from the seaside are high in salt, and if you eat more of them, your body won't be lacking in salt. Zhao Lucy raised her head, blinked, and looked puzzled. Then let's just eat clams directly. Why bother making salt? Wang Xinling chimed in from the side, her voice soft and sweet, typical of Taiwanese girls. We can't eat clams forever. Didn't Xiang Kun say he wanted to find a better place? What will we do if we're far from the sea and there are no clams? Zhao Lucy suddenly realized. Oh, then I'll find more clams. Then he buried himself in his work again. He gave Kuin a few instructions, telling the two of them to be careful not to cut their hands on the shells, and then led Tian Shiwei forward. Finally, they found a few suitable shells deep in the pile of rocks. The first piece weighed 400 or 500 pounds, was half a person tall, had a flat surface, and a naturally concave area in the middle, which was perfect for holding water. The second piece was much larger, weighing over 1,000 kilograms. It resembled a natural stone bed, with deep and wide grooves. With just a little more work with a chisel, it would become a perfect salt trough. He walked over to Kuin, bent down, hugged the largest rock with both hands, and took a deep breath. Then, he lifted the boulder, which weighed over 1,000 pounds, with his bare hands. Tian Shiwei watched from the side. Although she had known for a long time that Xiang Kun was strong, she was still shocked every time she saw him. Xiang Kun carried the stone and walked back step by step, leaving deep footprints in the sand. The women working nearby were all dumbfounded. Lu Tao was still clutching a fish in her hand, but because she lost her focus, the fish jumped and slipped through her fingers. Song Yi froze, and the wicker basket in her hand fell to the ground. Mao Xiaodong covered her mouth, looking at Xiang Kun with disbelief, then at the boulder, and then at Xiang Kun again. Good boy. Is this something that can be done with human flesh? Seeing their expressions, Zhao Lucy couldn't help but laugh and went over to explain. Xiang Kun is very strong and has a systematic approach to things. A couple of days ago, a 9-meter-long python wrapped itself around him and couldn't do anything about it. Lu Tao subconsciously ignored the 9-meter-long python Zhao Lucy mentioned. Although it did sound terrifying, it was nothing compared to having a system. She suddenly remembered the strange things Yu Shushin had said when she woke up that morning. Brother Xiang Kun has a system, we all need him, and he needs us too. I didn't take it to heart at the time, thinking it was just a casual remark. Now it seems... Lu Tao couldn't help but ask, What exactly is this system you're talking about? Zhao Lucy looked up and saw that Xiang Kun and Tian Shiwei had already walked far away. She turned back, approached Lu Tao and the other two mysteriously, and whispered, "You want to know?" Lu Tao nodded, and Song Yi and Mao Xiaodong also perked up their ears. Zhao Lucy looked around to make sure no one was paying attention before continuing. Xiang Kun has a mysterious system in his body called the Many Children, Many Blessings system. The three of them were stunned at the same time. What? Many children and many blessings? Lu Tao's mind went blank for a moment, and his first reaction was, this must be a lie, right? How could such a bizarre thing happen in the world? But then I thought, I'm standing on this deserted island now, and I was inexplicably brought here by a white light. Aren't there plenty of strange things happening here? Having a system for Xiang Kun doesn't seem unacceptable. But the phrase, many children, many blessings just doesn't sound right. Lu Tao swallowed hard, trying to appear calm. That system, have you seen it with your own eyes? She really wanted to ask, has anyone experienced this? Is it real or fake? But she just couldn't bring herself to ask. Fortunately, Zhao Lucy answered her questions. I haven't seen it myself, but Ing Bao and Zhang Hanyan have experienced it firsthand. They said they benefited from it, and a warm current would appear in their bodies, which felt very comfortable. Warm current? Some rather strange images flashed through Lu Tao's mind in an instant. Could it be that kind of energy liquid? Her face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. What warm current? Explain it clearly. Zhao Lucy tilted her head and thought for a moment. It's that kind of warm energy that surges up from the stomach, making the whole body feel warm and comfortable. They say it's like soaking in warm water, and they also feel stronger, and their mental state has improved a lot. Song Yi whispered from the side. It sounds like it's not such a bad thing. Lu Tao glared at her. You just listen to her nonsense. Zhao Lucy panicked. Really? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, go asking Bao and Zhang Hanyan yourselves. Lu Tao fell silent. She recalled Zhang Hanyan's lively and energetic appearance that morning, Zhao Liying's radiant expression, and then looked at Zhao Lucy's sincere eyes. She wasn't afraid to ask others. Could it really be true? Mao Xiaodong shrank back, her face turning red and white in turns. The sensation from last night inexplicably popped in her mind. Warm lips pressed tightly against hers, a tingling, numbing feeling shooting from her skin to the top of her head, making her feel weak all over. She was so ashamed that she wanted to disappear into the ground, thinking how could this man be so cruel, taking advantage of her in her vulnerable state. But after listening to Zhao Lucy's words, she suddenly understood. That electric sensation that spread from my skin throughout my entire body, could that be a warm current? So that man wasn't taking advantage at all, but was using the system to save himself? Does sticking your tongue in count? Mao Xiaodong's face turned even redder, but this time it wasn't from embarrassment, but from another indescribable emotion. She recalled how she looked back then, crying and making a scene, saying things like, I'm going to die, and thank you for being there for me, sisters. Thinking about it now, it was incredibly embarrassing. Xiang Kun didn't explain anything. He just silently sucked out the snake venom and used the system to save himself. He could easily explain it. He could say he has a system and can tell them the truth. But he didn't. He did it quietly, risking being misunderstood. A warm feeling suddenly welled up in Mao Xiaodong's heart, even warmer than the touch she had felt last night. She looked up and stole a glance at the figure chiseling stone in the distance. As I looked at it, the corners of my mouth unconsciously curved into a smile. This person is really nice. Fortunately, I didn't blame him, call him a pervert, or push him away. Otherwise, we would really be misunderstanding good people. She lowered her head, her heart filled with a sweet, honey-like feeling. Whether Xiang Kun is a good person or not is debatable, but at least that's what Zhao Liying thinks. At that moment, the sun was blazing hot, and sweat streamed down her face, but she didn't bother to wipe it away. The wicker basket filled with small stones felt heavy in her hands, but it meant nothing to her. That mysterious energy made her stronger than before. She and Zhang Hanyan carried the wicker basket back, but her mind was racing. She listened carefully to Xiang Kun's division of labor. Lu Tao took Song Yi, Mao Xiaodong, and the others to go beachcombing. Normal, these people are physically weak. Beachcombing is easy and suitable for them. It's normal for Tian Shiwei to go with Xiang Kun to find the stone. Everyone knows about the girl's relationship with Xiang Kun. Chun Juling took Bailu to collect hay. Nothing much. Chun Juling is a steady person. He can take anyone with him. The problem is that Xiang Kun assigned himself, Zhang Hanyun, and Yu Shuxin to the physically demanding task of moving stones. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. Zhang Hanyun and I were assigned to move stones because we have been nourished by the system and were in better physical condition and stronger than the others. What about Yu Shuxin? Why was she assigned to do this job? Could it be that she also helped activate the system? Zhao Liang glanced back at Yu Shuxin behind him. This young lady had only picked up a few stones and had been slacking off the whole time. She looked away, then continued walking forward, her face expressionless. But in my mind, those images suddenly came together. When the three of them first arrived, Yu Shuxin put them on the hot seat without saying a word, talking about the many children, many blessings system, and saying that everyone has already experienced it. At the time, I just thought this girl was a bit of a troublemaker, but now it seems she was clearly already in the water herself, which is why she was so eager to drag others down with her. As for whether Xiang Kun is involved, Zhao Liang sighed inwardly. So what if it is? That's how it is now. What's done is done. It's too late to say anything now. Chapter 71, which part of the bathroom do you want me to help you wash? The efficiency of division of labor and cooperation is very fast. As the sun rose higher overhead, several groups of people gradually returned. Lu Tao returned home with Song Yi, Mao Xiaodong, Wang Xinling, and Zhao Lucy, laden with spoils. The wicker basket was filled with clams, conches, shrimp, 7 or 8 crabs, and a dozen palm-sized silver fish, which were still jumping around in the basket. Look what we've done. Zhao Lucy proudly displayed the wicker basket, his face covered in sweat, but he was smiling happily. Zhang Hanyun, Zhao Liang, and Yu Shuxin also had a good harvest, bringing back a pile of stones of all sizes, which they piled up next to the salt fields, enough to build several filtration ponds. Chun Juling and Bailu returned carrying a large bundle of hay and a bunch of yellow croaker branches, enough for several rounds of use. Xiang Kun had already built a stove out of stones. Several large stones were arranged in a circle, with a clay pot on top, and would filling the space underneath. A fire had been started and was burning brightly. Lu Tao poured all the clams, conch, crabs, and shrimp into the pot, and soon a fragrant aroma wafted out. The fresh, sweet seafood flavor made my stomach rumble. Zhang Hanyun squatted beside the stove, staring intently at the earthenware jar, and swallowed hard. Is it done yet? What's the rush? It needs to be cooked thoroughly. Lu Tao used a twig to pocket the seafood, his movements practiced and efficient. After a while, the aroma became even stronger. Lu Tao poked the crabs with a twig. They were all red and cooked. All right. Xiang Kun carried the earthenware jar to the open space next to him, where clean banana leaves had already been laid out. He tilted the earthenware pot, and the steaming seafood poured all over the banana leaves with a whoosh. Crabs, clams, conch, and shrimp were piled up into a small mountain, steaming hot, and the aroma wafted straight into my nose. Come on, let's eat. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people swarmed around him. He didn't care about his image anymore. He just squatted down and reached out to grab it. Zhang Hanyun snatched a crab, cracked open the shell, and shouted excitedly, "Wow, this is so fat." The egret grabbed a handful of clams, peeling them as it went and stuffing them into its mouth, panting as it burned, but reluctant to spit them out. Delicious. So fresh. Tian Shiwei peeled a few shrimp and handed one to Xiang Kun first. Brother Kuin, you should try it. Xiang Kun took a bite, and found the shrimp meat to be bouncy and sweet with the salty freshness of the sea. It was delicious. Lu Tao also squatted down, grabbed a few clams, and said as he ate, "I didn't think much of this when we were at the beach, but why does it smell so good when it's cooked?" Song Yi nodded in agreement. That's right, raw and cooked are practically two different things. Mao Xiaodong ate a shrimp in small bites, but her eyes kept glancing towards Xiang Kun. Zhao Liang ate slowly and deliberately, but without any politeness. The crab was soon reduced to just the shell. A group of people sat around a banana leaf, eating seafood that had just been caught from the sea, their faces filled with satisfaction. Although I was tired all morning, it was all worth it at this moment. After finishing his meal, Xiang Kun wiped his mouth, stood up, and patted the seafood juice off his hands. All right, let's get started. He picked up the shovel and walked to the spot he had chosen, a slightly elevated flat area only 2 or 3 meters away from the salt fields. Just now, Xiang Kun used a shovel to dig a large rectangular pit, about 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter deep. He pounded the bottom of the pit solid with a shovel, then moved a large, very flat rock and smashed it repeatedly with brute force, making the bottom as compact as a cement floor. Although no machinery was used, his strength was such that after all that smashing, the bottom of the pit was hard enough to be used as a sports field. A small opening was left at the bottom of the pool, leading to a slightly smaller pit next to it, which was used to collect brine. The filtration tank is basically complete. Now all that's left is to lay the bottom. Xiang Kun squatted by the pit, looking at the bare bottom with a troubled expression. The bottom layer needs to be made of cloth. The bottom layer must be made of fine cloth to block out small impurities and allow the brine to flow down. But where can we find cloth on this deserted island? He was deep in thought when a soft voice came from behind him. Brother Xiang Kun, what do you think of this dress I'm wearing? When Xiang Kun turned around, he saw Chun Juling standing behind him, pointing to the long dress she was wearing. It was a fitted evening gown with a long skirt that reached the ground, which she had tied up at her knees, revealing half of her fair calves. Dudu, are you willing to give up your skirt? Xiang Kun was a little surprised. Chun Juling smiled, her eyes crinkling, still with that dazed look, but her tone was very serious. Why wouldn't I want to? My skirt is already long enough. Shortening it won't affect my wearing it. As long as it can help, that's fine. Xiang Kun truly adored Dudu. This girl was always so considerate. He took out the folding knife from his pocket, made Chun Juling stand up, and gestured at a point slightly above her knees without going too far. Is this place okay? Chun Juling nodded. Xiang Kun carefully cut with the knife. Sizzle. The sound of tearing fabric was heard as he cut off a large section of the skirt, about half a meter long, folded it in half, and laid it at the bottom of the filtration pool. One layer isn't enough. We need to add another. Xiang Kun's gaze naturally fell on Lu Tao. Lu Tao also wore a long evening gown. Although the style was different, the skirt was equally long. Lu Tao met his gaze, and a slight thought crossed his mind. For a fleeting moment, she had reason to suspect that this guy was doing it on purpose. It was definitely intentional. But look at Chun Juling. She calmly cut off her skirt and stood there smiling, not feeling uncomfortable at all. As a newcomer, am I supposed to refuse? She sighed inwardly, but didn't show it on her face. Instead, she spoke first. I can cut a little off this skirt too. Anyway, it's hot, and I'll feel cooler with less. Another section of the skirt was cut off. The light blue fabric was soft. As for Song Yi's, it was a Chong Sam, a kind of dress that comes with its own charm. Xiang Kun couldn't bear to cut it up like that. He thought keeping it might add some fun to the future. 2 layers of cloth completely covered the bottom of the pit. A layer of dry grass, a layer of gauze skirt, and a pile of small stones on top were laid out on top. This completes the filtration process. Next, all you need to do is move the dried salt sand over, pour it into the pool, and then add seawater. Once the brine is extracted and dried, it becomes coarse salt. After finishing his work, Xiang Kun straightened up and wiped the sweat from his face. Looking up, the scene before him made him swallow hard. The beach was steaming hot. The sun at the seaside was scorching, making the sand scorching hot. A group of women had just finished working, and they were all sweaty. Their skirts clung to their bodies, damp and outlining their curves. Smooth, moist, and shiny. Some were squatting to rest, some were standing to wipe their sweat, and some were bending over to tidy up things. The scene was indescribable. Xiang Kun turned his gaze away and cleared his throat. Take a break and go take a shower at the beach, but don't go any further in, or you might get swept away by the waves. Tian Shiwei was the first to jump up, her eyes lighting up. Yay! She lifted her gauze skirt and ran barefoot towards the beach, the skirt billowing behind her. Amazingly, when she ran, her hips didn't sway, her legs didn't shake, but her waist seemed to be full of power, like a little leopard ready to pounce. Wait for me. Egret ran after her. Zhang Hanyun pulled Zhao lying along and ran over, with Zhao Lucy and Wang Xinling following behind. Yu Shuxin walked over slowly, not forgetting to turn back and wink at Kuin. Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaotong exchanged glances and followed them toward the sea. These girls were exhausted just now, but as soon as they heard they could go into the water, they immediately perked up. Xiang Kun turned around and looked at the 2 people who were still standing there. Lu Yifei and Aunt Lu Xiaoli. They were also sweating a lot, but Lu Yifei's feet couldn't get wet, so she couldn't go to the sea to wash them. However, there's one place where you can. He pointed to the pile of rocks not far away. You can sit on the rocks over there and wash up. I'll carry you over. Lu Yifei blushed slightly, but did not refuse. Xiang Kun bent down, supported her back with one hand and her knees with the other, and gently lifted her up. It's very light, as soft as a feather. Aunt Lu Xiaoli followed beside her, holding a gauze skirt in her hand, with a complicated smile on her face. Xiang Kun carried Lu Yifei, stepping on the rocks, and walked step by step to the edge of a shallow puddle. The water was very clear, and you could see the sand and stones at the bottom. The water was just up to his thighs. It should have been just right for him to sit on the rock. Is this place okay? Lu Yifei nodded and said softly, okay. Xiang Kun glanced at her foot again. Her ankle was still swollen and was held in place by two newly made wooden boards to prevent it from getting wet. Don't move your feet, just sit here. If you want to wash any part of the area, ask Annie to help you. Lu Yifei fell silent, her cheeks flushed, looking extremely shy, because the words had already been somewhat intimate. Chapter 72. It'll be too late if Sister Tao doesn't go into business soon. After settling Lu Yifei in, Xiang Kun returned to Yintian to prepare for the follow-up work. In the distance, several women were already splashing around in the sea, shouting and yelling. It feels so cool. Don't splash me. Ha ha ha. Come on, let's see who swims the fastest. On the shore, there were 3 other people who were rather reserved. Lu Tao stood under the coconut tree, arms crossed, looking at the group of women fooling around in the sea, a hint of hesitation on his face. The dress she was wearing had been shortened by Xiang Kun, and now it just reached her knees, revealing half of her calves, but she was still completely covered up. Standing next to her, Song Yi became even more reserved, unsure of what to do with her hands, and dared not look at the sea, staring only at her toes. Mao Xiaodong was somewhat eager to try, but since Lu Tao didn't move, she felt embarrassed to do so. Chun Juling had already taken off the dress that had just been shortened, leaving her in only a light-colored bra. Her cheeks were flushed, but her tone was natural. If you want to take a shower, come down together. You're wearing underwear, won't be a problem, just think of it as wearing a bikini. She pointed to the figure in the distance, fiddling with the filter tank. And Xiang Kun won't be coming, so don't worry. After saying that, she crossed her arms over her chest, carefully avoiding any coral or shell fragments that might be on the beach, and walked step by step into the sea. The seawater washed over her ankles, her calves, and her thighs. She let out a soft hum and immersed herself in the cool seawater. Looking at Dudu's retreating figure, Mao Xiaodong felt less hesitant. She reached out and began to unzip her short skirt. Anyway, since we've already done what Kandu did, what's there to hide? With that thought in mind, she quickened her pace. The zipper slid down, and the short skirt fell to her feet. She was wearing a light pink lingerie set, standing in the sunlight, her skin glowing white. Then, imitating Chun Juling, she crossed her arms over her chest to avoid exposing her body and carefully walked into the sea. Song Yi remained standing there, her face slightly flushed. She was the introverted, slow-to-warm-up type, not talkative, typical good girl. She felt embarrassed to be forced to undress in front of so many people, down to just her underwear, with her upper body bare, even though Xiang Kun was the only man nearby. In the sea, Egret splashed water and called out to the shore. Sister Tao, when are you going to go into the adult entertainment industry? It'll be too late if you don't go now. Lu Tao blushed. What does it mean to go into business? Could you please avoid making things so confusing? The egret was still calling out. Look at this sand. It's so white and clean. It's so comfortable to play in. Lu Tao's face turned even redder. What's this about, Bai Jia? What's this about playing around? This girl's speech is so incoherent. She took a deep breath and glanced at Song Yi beside her. Song Yi was also looking at her. The two looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. So be it. It's already like this. Lu Tao gritted her teeth and reached out to untie the ties of her skirt. The light blue skirt slipped down, revealing a gray corset underneath. She has a great figure. Her body is toned and smooth from years of exercise, without an ounce of excess fat. Song Yi hesitated for a moment, but did not immediately take off her cheongsam. Instead, she walked closer to the seaside, until the waves were just enough to reach her toes, and squatted down to let the cool seawater cover her ankles. It feels cool and refreshing, which is really comfortable. She looked up and secretly glanced towards the salt fields. Xiang Kun was squatting next to the filtration pool, holding a large earthenware pot, scooping water from the sea and pouring into the pool, then stirring it with a thick tree trunk. His back was to this side. Just as Chun Juling said, he didn't even raise his head. He was very focused and didn't peek in this direction. As Song Yi watched, the tension in her heart gradually eased. She looked at the sea again. Lu Tao had already been pulled over by Lu and the others. The group formed a circle around him, talking and laughing happily. Mao Xiaodong was also there, bent over, her arms crossed, and stretched into the sea, rubbing the dust off her body. It's so nice to be in the water. Song Yi bit her lip and slowly stood up. Her hand reached to the side of the Cheongsam and found the Chinese knot button. 1, 2, 3. The Cheongsam slipped off her body and piled up at her feet. She was wearing a light blue bra endorsed by Li Fong. The design was novel, with a cutout pattern and not much fabric. It was only slightly better than being naked, which explains why she hesitated. She bent down, folded the Cheongsam neatly, and placed it not far from the shore, thinking that she would wear it directly after washing it, so that Xiang Kun wouldn't see it. Then, she tentatively took a step into the sea. The water was above my ankles, and it felt cool. He took another step, but it didn't even reach his calf. Take another step, and it's above your knees. As the seawater enveloped her, the cool sensation seeped from her skin to her heart, making her, who had been shaken and drenched in sweat for days, feel so comfortable that she let out a soft She mimicked Chun Juling, hugging her chest with both hands to cover her figure, and slowly walked deeper into the room. Tai Tai, over here. Mao Xiaodong waved. Song Yi's face flushed slightly, but she still walked in that direction. The seawater reached her thighs and waist, and she was completely submerged. It was slightly cool, but comfortable. After working for a long time, Xiang Kun finally poured the filtered brine into the stone salt troughs, 1 jar at a time. His waiter's shirt hasn't been washed since the afternoon before yesterday. Soaked in sweat, it dried and then got wet again, then dried again, and now it felt sticky and clinging to my skin. Not to mention the ordeal with Aunt Shally last night. Although I wiped it clean afterward, the smell is still there. No, I need to wash it. He looked towards the sea, where the group of women were still splashing around in the water, their laughter coming in bursts. Their clothes, all of them, were piled up under the coconut trees, a colorful mess. Xiang Kun glanced at the pile of clothes, then at the beautiful figure in the sea, and began to ponder. He wanted to shower with these beautiful women. He must be out of his mind to choose another place to shower when there's such a lovely view of white skin. Going there directly would be too goal-oriented. With such a wide beach, why does he choose to go to these women instead of other places? Only a fool wouldn't guess what he's thinking. We need to find a reason. He thought for a moment, then turned and walked toward the pile of clothes. This unusual behavior indeed attracted the attention of the women in the sea. Song Yi was the first to panic. She was already introverted, and now she was even more nervous. She whispered, "What is Xiang Kun doing? Why? Why is he walking toward our clothes?" Zhang Hanyun looked bewildered. "I don't know. Maybe something's happened." Yu Shuxin rolled over in the water, her smile carrying a deeper meaning. "Isn't that simple? He wants to take all our clothes so we can go ashore naked and see everything clearly. It's just like the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl. The weaver girl takes a bath. The cowherd takes her clothes away, and he won't return them unless she repays him with her body." She gave a mischievous laugh. "Are we all going to become the weaver girls?" The women looked at each other in bewilderment. Although I thought Yu Shuxin's words were too outrageous, the thought of everyone being naked except for their underwear and soaking in the seawater made me realize. Wouldn't that mean we'd be left with no one to turn to for help? Tian Shiwei was furious and embarrassed. "You're talking nonsense. Brother Kuin isn't that kind of person." Chun Jiling also spoke up. "I also believe in Xiang Kun." The egret, standing nearby, couldn't stand it any longer. "Why are you making wild guesses? Why don't you just ask them directly?" She ran straight to the shore and shouted loudly. "Xiang Kun, what are you doing?" Xiang Kun had just walked to the pile of clothes when he heard the shout and turned around. He saw that the group of women in the sea were all staring at him. Some were nervous, some were curious, and some were smiling. "Shout back loudly. I see you've been so busy taking showers that you haven't even prepared a place to rest." I'm planning to clear the grass under the banana trees and then lay down a layer of banana leaves. Once you're done washing, you can rest downstairs. You won't be exposed to the sun, and you can wear your clothes once they're dry. The sea was quiet for a second. Then, Tian Shiwei was the first to laugh. I knew it. Brother Kuin is the best. The egret breathed a sigh of relief. It startled me. I thought he was going to do something. But to be honest, Xiang Kun is quite considerate. Yu Shuxin chimed in. Where can you find a man like that? Song Yi blushed and lowered her head, but the nervousness in her heart dissipated, replaced by a warm feeling. Xiang Kun used a shovel to knock down the weeds, broke off some low-lying banana leaves from the banana grove, stacked them into a thick pile, and walked straight toward the women. Okay, we have our reasons. He didn't come to see the scenery. He came to wash the banana leaves. Well, as can be said, Xiang Kun walked steadily, his expression natural, his pace neither fast nor slow. The stack of lush green banana leaves in his arms covered most of his body, making him look like an honest and hard-working man. As he approached, the women in the sea gradually quieted down. Although everyone felt a little embarrassed, no one said anything. They came with good intentions to help, and were considerate of everyone. If we were to chase them away just for washing a banana leaf, wouldn't that be incredibly inhumane? Xiang Kun had calculated this perfectly. He was certain that these women wouldn't have the nerve to ask him to leave. When he arrived at the seaside, he stopped and placed a banana leaf in the seawater. Then he bent down, pretending to wash the leaves carefully, his eyes fixed on the leaves in his hand, looking very obedient. But his peripheral vision had already been fixed on the sea. Unfortunately, apart from Lu Tao, who was wearing a corset, the rest of them were shirtless. When they saw him coming, they all squatted down and hid their bodies in the seawater, only their heads showing like a flock of ducklings. Xiang Kun was very disappointed, so he could only concentrate on washing the leaves. The banana leaves rustled as they were rinsed in the seawater. He washed them very carefully, one sheet at a time, turning them over and over again. Sweat dripped down his forehead into the seawater and disappeared instantly. His shirt was soaked through and clung to his back, clearly revealing the muscles and lines of his chest. They looked exhausted. Tian Shiwei watched, her heart aching. She soaked in the water and waved to Kuin. Brother Kuin, wash the banana leaves later. You've had a long day. Go take a bath in the sea. Yu Shuxin immediately chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. Get down, get down. You're all soaked. It's a good time to take a shower. Xiang Kun was overjoyed. The opportunity has arrived. Chapter 73. Zhao Lucy was almost scared to death. Xiang Kun was overjoyed. But at the same time, he was also telling himself, I must not panic. I must not show a lewd smile. I must remain calm and natural. He kept that tired yet simple expression on his face and threw the banana leaf in his hand onto the shore. He should have walked up and put it away properly, but he skipped that step altogether. I was terrified that when I went to put out the banana leaves, Lu Tao, or someone else would say, go wash them over there. That would be the end of it all. Although he saw different kinds of scenery while sleeping in the tree hole, it was different from being awake during the day when everyone was asleep. He stood in the seawater, first taking off his soaking wet shirt, then hesitated for a second before leaving his pants on. When he reached waist-deep water, he bent down, took off his pants, and rubbed them and shirt several times before throwing them far away on the pile of banana leaves. This move immediately won over a small wave of potential goodwill. Seeing this, Lu Tao's guard relaxed a little more. This person is quite sensible. Song, he noticed it too, and her previously tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Xiang Kun didn't gravitate towards Chun Juling or Zhao Lucy, nor did he try to get close to Tian Shiwei. He chose a spot that was neither too close nor too far, about 10 meters away from everyone else, and began to pour water over himself. The cool seawater poured onto his burning skin, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing how well he followed the rules, the women gradually relaxed. Some started talking in hushed tones, while others continued to splash water on themselves. However, none of them dared to stand up straight. They all squatted down, hiding their bodies in the water. This squatting posture is very tiring after a while. There was nothing I could do. The moment I stood up, I was exposed. Xiang Kun pretended not to see and continued washing his own clothes. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. A wave crashed over us. It wasn't big, but it was enough to make these people who were half squatting lose their balance. Oops. Careful! Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Chun Juling, Wang Xinling, Song Yi, Bai Lu, and others were tossed about by the waves, some falling this way and some falling that way, creating a chaotic mess. This subtle, hazy beauty is even more captivating than what you see directly in the morning. As the wave receded and everyone regained their footing, the receding seawater, carrying a force, suddenly dragged one person standing near the water into deeper water. Zhao Lucy was already at the very back, and now she was pulled into the deep water. She flailed her arms, her head bobbing up and down, and choked on several mouthfuls of water. "Help, help me!" Everyone was startled and stood up. "Luth! Oh no, she's been swept away by the waves. What should we do? What should we do?" The women looked around in a panic, their gazes finally settling on Xiang Kun. "Xiang Kun, please save her. Only you can save her." Without saying a word, Xiang Kun leaped into the air. His body plunged into the water like a fish, tracing a smooth arc. Water-based +1. A notification sounded in my head. His arms moved powerfully, his legs swung in a coordinated manner, and he moved as fast as 2 arrows in the water. In a few seconds, he swam to Zhao Lucy's side. Zhao Lucy was still struggling, having already choked on several mouthfuls of water, and her eyes were somewhat unfocused. Xiang Kun grabbed her waist, his arm rising to just below her chest. Soft. It was swollen and pressed down on his arm. The sensation was very clear, even in the water. But Xiang Kun didn't care about any of that. He held her with his arm and used his other hand to paddle, leading her to swim towards the shallow water. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now." Zhao Lucy, who was initially panicked, suddenly calmed down upon hearing this voice. She stopped struggling and let Xiang Kun lead her to the shore. Soon, Xiang Kun swam to the shallow water area, stood up, and the water was just up to his thighs. Zhao Lucy, who was being held between his legs, also stood up, panting heavily. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed a few times, spitting out the water she had swallowed, and her complexion gradually returned to normal. "It's all right, it's all right." He released his hand and helped her stand up. Zhao Lucy raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed. "Brother Xiang Kun, you scare me to death." Xiang Kun smiled and patted her head. "It's okay, I'm here." In the sea, the group of women watched this scene with a sigh of relief. Then, suddenly someone realized. Zhao Lucy is not dressed like she would be on the beach now. As the water rippled, her curves were faintly visible. No wonder she's a woman who plays with balls. Her figure is certainly impressive. Although we've all been honest with each other, it was at night when we were sleeping, and it was so dark in the tree hollow that we couldn't see anything. Moreover, Xiang Kun was not there when I woke up in the morning, so we didn't meet and avoided an embarrassing situation. But things are different now. It's broad daylight now, and everyone feels a bit ashamed. The women exchanged glances and realized something even more ominous. When the accident happened, everyone was thrown about by the waves, and when they saw Zhao Lucy being swept away, they instinctively stood up. At this moment, not only Zhao Lucy, but they were all naked. 11 people standing neatly in waist-deep water. 11 pairs. 22. They come in various shapes and sizes, some plump and upright, some delicate and graceful, some small and exquisite, and some full and round. The sunlight shone on the sea, and the ripples on the water created a scene that looked like something out of an educational film, except with a few more key pieces of fabric. The air froze for a second. Then, the clever Chinduling was the first to react. Without saying a word, she quietly squatted down, and the seawater rose to her chest again, covering the parts that needed to be covered. But her ears turned bright red. Zhao Lying reacted quickly, grabbing Zhang Hanyin with one hand and Wang Xinling with the other, and the 3 of them squatted into the water like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Lu Tao did the same, pulling Song Yi and Mao Xiaodong down to squat down together. Song Yi squatted down too quickly and choked on some water, coughing, but who cared about that at that moment? The coughing woke the others. Whether they wanted to or not, Tian Shiwei, Bai Lu, and Yu Shuxin weren't shameless enough to follow suit in front of others. Zhao Lucy was still stunned. She had just recovered from being drowning, and her mind hadn't quite processed what was happening when she saw everyone squat down in unison. Then, she looked down at herself. In a daze, I recalled the scene of being stung on the buttocks by sea cucumber in the seawater. Her face flushed red, and she quickly squatted down as well. The seawater rose up to my chest, obscuring everything. Quiet. Then, someone glanced casually at Xiang Kun. Although Xiang Kun had already turned around, his field of vision was wide enough that he could see everything very clearly. Salute. And respect was very proper. Several women blushed simultaneously, quickly averting their gazes and pretending they hadn't seen anything. You know your own body best. The feeling of that hug when I saved her, the soft, warm touch, is still lingering on my arm. Xiang Kun is a normal man. He couldn't control his reaction. But at this point, saying anything would be wrong. Explain? The more you try to explain, the worse it gets. Apologize? That would be even more awkward. He could only silently take 2 steps back, widening the distance between himself and Zhao Lucy to avoid running into her again, and then walk towards the shore without looking back. Seawater streamed down his body, and sunlight shone on his back. His figure appeared quite composed. But upon closer inspection, his pace was much faster than usual. Reaching the shore, he bent down to pick up his shirt and trousers, intending to hang them out to dry. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process. He didn't even turn his head. The main idea is, I won't speak, I won't respond, you can pretend you didn't see me, and I didn't see you either. The sea was quiet for a few seconds, then, as if a switch had been flipped, it suddenly burst into laughter. Just as when a man sees a beautiful woman, he will stop and stare, discussing whether she is good-looking, has a hot body, and has plenty of vitality. Women see handsome men and feel the same way in private. Don't let them have any romanticized notions about them. Tian Shiwei was the first to break down, laughing so hard her eyes curved into crescents, but she covered her mouth tightly, afraid the sound would be too loud and reach the shore. I didn't see anything. She spoke while laughing, but it was obvious to everyone that she had seen everything. The egret laughed so hard it squatted down in the water, only its head showing. I just peeked. Well, he's got quite the figure. No wonder Yingbao and Hanyan were shouting so loudly. Zhao Lying, who was trying to remain calm, lost his composure upon hearing this. She glared at Bailu, but her lips moved without uttering a rebuttal, because explaining such things would only make things worse. Zhang Hanyan was different. She immediately bristled and reached out to grab the egret. White egret, what nonsense are you spouting? The egret said as it dodged. I'm not making this up. We all heard who had the loudest voice in the tree hollow that day. Zhang Hanyan's face turned bright red, but she couldn't say a word. The women nearby laughed even harder. Yu Shuxin laughed the most arrogantly, standing in the water with her hands on her hips, not caring at all. What's there to be shy about? It's normal. It just proves we're attractive. If he didn't react, that would be a disgrace for us. Lu Tao, who had been trying to remain calm, finally lost his composure upon hearing this, but at the same time confirmed that what Zhao Lucy had said about the system was indeed true. If it were a lie, Zhao Lying and Zhang Hanyan would never have such embarrassed and annoyed expressions. The most embarrassed person was Zhao Lucy. She squatted in the water, her face flushed red to her ears, wishing she could shrink into the seabed. Stop talking. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me. What's it to you? Yu Shuxin interrupted her. Is it because you have too good a figure? Is it because you let Xiang Kun save you like a hero? Lucy, you're praising yourself. The egret said with a smile. Lucy, how did it feel to be hugged just now? Are Kuin Gid's arms strong? Is his chest smooth? Zhao Lucy couldn't help but recall the scene from just now. The arm passing through her chest, the chest pressed against her back, and a voice saying in her ear, Don't be afraid. It's all right. I don't know. I was completely terrified. What else can you feel when you're completely bewildered? Tell me. Forced into a corner, Zhao Lucy muttered softly, It's pretty sturdy, and I was bumped a few times. The women exchanged glances and laughed even harder. Chapter 74 Song, Yi's Darkest Moment. After being so frightened, no one wanted to continue taking a bath. Although the sun was still shining, the light-hearted feeling from the earlier commotion, with its talk of drowning and teasing, had dissipated. The women looked at each other and agreed that it was about time to get ashore. Let's go back and do the laundry. We still need to check on the salt pans. They've gone up to Kindu. Let's go up too. A group of people stood up and walked towards the shore. The egret was the first to come ashore, running under the coconut tree to rummage through its clothes. Tian Shiwei and Chun Dueling followed behind, wringing the water out of their hair as they walked. Zhang Hanyan was skipping and jumping around, completely unaffected by what had just happened. Lu Tao went ashore, picked up her light blue dress, and prepared to wash it in the seawater. Song Yi followed behind, looking towards where she had put her clothes. Then, she was completely dumbfounded. What about that cheongsam? The place where she kept her cheongsams was empty. Song Yi's mind went blank for a moment. She walked quickly to the place she remembered, squatted down, turned over the sand around, and looked around. No, there isn't anywhere. She looked up and watched the seawater surge up, wash over the beach, and then recede. Ocean waves. The waves washed her cheongsam away. Song Yi's face changed from red to white, and then from white to red again. She looked down at the light blue lace lingerie she was wearing. It was a brand she endorsed. The style was novel, but the fabric was pitifully small. The parts that should be covered are barely covered, while the parts that shouldn't be exposed are vaguely visible. While she was in the water, she kept thinking that she should put on her cheongsam as soon as she finished washing, so that Xiang Kun wouldn't be able to see her. But now, what should she do? How do I stand up? How do I walk over there? How do I do it in front of so many people? Song Yi's legs went weak, and she squatted down on the beach, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. Over there, the women had already finished getting dressed. There's no laundry detergent or liquid these days, so you can only rinse your clothes with water and rub them a few times to wash away sweat and dirt. Bai Lu put on a short skirt and shook the water off her hair. Much better. Mao Xiaotong finished putting on her dress, glanced back at Song Yi, and paused for a moment. Tai Tai, why aren't you dressed yet? Song Yi didn't move or say anything. She just squatted there with her knees drawn up to her chest. Mao Xiaodong walked over and squatted down next to her. What's wrong? Song Yi raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice barely audible. My clothes were washed away by the waves. Mao Xiaodong looked at the empty beach and instantly understood. It's been washed away? Really? She stood up, looked around, and then ran to the beach to look around, but there was no trace of the cheongsam. Other women also gathered around. The egret asked, what's wrong? What happened? Mao Xiaotong looked at him with a complicated expression. Tai Tai's cheongsam was washed away by the waves. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Tao walked over, glanced at the see-through lingerie Song Yi was wearing, looked around, and frowned. Yu Shuxin chimed in from the side. What are we going to do? We can't just go back naked, can we? Upon hearing this, Song Yi blushed even more, wishing she could shrink into a ball. She lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't continue. That's so embarrassing. Of all these people, she was the only one who had this happen to her. And the underwear she's wearing is so revealing. Tian Shui squatted down and said softly, Tai Tai, don't worry, let's look again. Maybe they didn't go far. Zhao Lucy nodded. Yes, we'll help you find it. The women searched the beach separately, but there was no sign of the cheongsam. The waves had long since swept that thin cheongsam away. I don't know where it went. Song Yi squatted down and watched them work, feeling both touched and saddened. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have put my cheongsam with everyone else's, and this embarrassing situation wouldn't have happened. She bit her lip and finally couldn't hold back her tears, which fell drop by drop onto the sand. Lu Tao squatted down and gently put his arm around her shoulder. Don't cry, let's think of something. Song Yi buried her face in her shoulder, her voice muffled and trembling with tears. What should I do? I'm too ashamed to face anyone. The women nearby looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Tian Shui whispered, how about I go ask Brother Kuin? Song Yi suddenly looked up. No way. Her face was flushed red, tears were still streaming down her face, but her eyes were filled with terror. No, I can't let him see me like this. Chun Dueling searched the beach, but couldn't find the cheongsam. She returned and squatted down on the other side of Song Yi, her voice as calm as ever. Tai Tai, I understand how you feel right now. Anyone would panic in this situation. Song Yi looked up at her with teary eyes. Chun Dueling continued. But this can't go on forever. You have to go back eventually. You can't stay on the beach forever. Besides, there's a long road ahead, and we'll have to face it sooner or later. There's no way to avoid it. Song Yi bit her lip, and her tears flowed even more fiercely. Chun Dueling thought for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. Several women looked at her. We can weave a short skirt, like the grass skirts that primitive people wear, to cover our bodies so we don't have to go back naked. Song Yi was stunned for a moment, and even forgot to shed tears. Grass skirt? The egret was the first to clap. That's a great idea. It can cover us up without having to hide from people. Zhang Hanya nodded in agreement. Yes, like the primitive people, they would weave grass together, and that would definitely cover it up. Mao Xiaodong chimed in. Didn't we just wash a lot of banana leaves? Can we use those? Everyone started discussing it animatedly, and the atmosphere immediately became much more lively. But then, everyone ran into a problem. Weaving grass skirts? How do I write it? Few of them even work in the fields. Who among them has ever done this before? Tian Shui scratched her head and snapped her fingers. I see. Everyone looked at her. Tian Shui said confidently, I'll have Brother Kuin weave it. His fingers are so nimble, he can hook, knead, twist, and twist. He can even weave a wicker basket. So weaving a grass skirt will definitely be a piece of cake for him. Once Brother Kuin finishes knitting it, I'll bring it back for Tai Tai to wear. That way, Tai Tai won't have to go by himself. Song Yi's face turned red again. Asking Xiang Kun to make a skirt for her. She pictured Xiang Kun squatting on the beach, weaving a skirt out of grass, and then she pictured herself walking back wearing that skirt. Her face turned even redder. But strangely, my heart wasn't beating as fast this time. Lu Tao glanced at Song Yi's expression and roughly understood what was going on. She gently patted Song Yi's hand and said, I think it's fine. Let Xiang Kun edit it. We'll wait here. Tian Shui jogged over. I'll go tell Brother Kuin that he's fast at composing. He'll be done in no time. Soon, she arrived at Xiang Kun's side. Brother Kuin. Xiang Kun was squatting next to the salt vat, poking at the brine inside with a twig. When he heard the shout and looked up, What's wrong? Tian Shui leaned close to his ear and whispered about Song Yi's predicament. Upon hearing this, Xiang Kun's first reaction was neither smugness nor sympathy, but rather regret. Oh my God, that's a cheongsam. Although there were many people at the banquet, very few of them were wearing cheongsams. Song Yi was one of them. Moreover, her figure and temperament seemed to have been born to wear cheongsams. Xiang Kun recalled seeing Song Yi standing on the shore this morning. The cheongsam clung to her body, outlining her rounded curves at the hips. Her waist was so slender it could be pinched, and her shoulder blades were clearly visible. The line on her back was thin and straight, extending all the way to her waist dimples. Pity. What a pity. These will never be seen again. Xiang Kun felt so much regret. It was worse than losing 10 pounds of salt. After Tian Shui finished speaking, she looked at his expression. His brows were furrowed, his eyes were vacant, and the corners of his mouth were twitching slightly. Something seemed wrong, no matter how she looked at it. Brother Kuin? Brother Kuin. She waved her hand in front of Xiang Kun's eyes. What are you thinking about? Xiang Kun snapped out of his daze and quickly put away his thoughts. Nothing. I was just thinking about how to weave a grass skirt. But seeing Tian Shui's suspicious face, he quickly added, I was just thinking, what would you look like if you wore cheongsam? Imagine us on a hillside, in the grass, with the sunlight shining down. That would be so beautiful. Tian Shui's face flushed red. What nonsense are you talking about? She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief. The transfer was successful, but the image of Song Yi wrapped in a cheongsam still lingered in his mind. 75, 52, 85. He silently considered it in his mind for a moment, then quickly dismissed the thought. Wait here for me. After finishing speaking, Xiang Kun turned and walked into the banana grove next to him. Banana leaves are large, but not soft enough to be used for weaving skirts. He walked a few steps further in and found a slender plant with soft leaves, somewhat like a reed, but more resilient. He decided to call it weaving grass. Collection +1. Xiang Kun broke off a large handful, carried it to the beach, and squatted down to wash it. The leaves were washed clean, rinsed in seawater, taken out, shaken off the water droplets, and then the weaving began. His fingers flew across the paper, his movements practiced and skillful. A few blades of grass crossed, intertwined, and tightened in his hands, quickly weaving a small piece. As he wove, he mentally estimated the dimensions. The upper body needs to cover the chest, but it can't be too tight. He estimated the bust size to be 75 centimeters and braided a strapless style, with a tight front and tied with thin straw rope at the back. The lower body needs to be able to wrap around the waist and cover the thighs. With a waist of 52 and hips of 85, he knitted an A-line skirt with a tight waist and a naturally flared hem, the length just above the knee. Two tight-fitting grass skirts gradually took shape in his hands. Knitting plus one. In less than 10 minutes, the two grass skirts were finished. Xiang Kun stood up, shook off the crumbs, picked it up, and examined it. It looked quite sturdy and wouldn't fall off. He walked back to Tian Shiwei and handed her the grass skirt. All right, take this to Tai Tai. Tie the upper body around his back and wrap the lower body around it. So fast. Brother Kuin, you're amazing. Xiang Kun frowned and lightly flicked her head. Don't say fast in front of your man. It's an insult to me. Tian Shiwei curled her lips. Who knows? Talk is cheap. After saying that, without waiting for Xiang Kun's response, she grabbed her grass skirt and ran towards the group of women. Behind him, Xiang Kun looked at her back, then glanced at the figure crouching in the distance, wearing a see-through bra. He sighed. Chong Sam, oh Chong Sam, what a pity. But then again, grass skirts seem to have a unique charm, don't they? Chapter 75, Even the Goddess Gets Her Period. Song Yi took the grass skirt from Tian Shiwei's hand, her fingers touching the loosely woven grass leaves, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lu Tao gently nudged her shoulder. Put them on, it's better than going naked. Song Yi bit her lip, reluctantly put on the tube top, wrapped the short skirt around her waist, and tied it with a straw rope. She was slightly taken aback the moment the grass skirt touched her skin. They fit together perfectly. The strapless top fit her chest perfectly, neither too tight nor too loose, as if it were woven to fit her body. The waistband of the short skirt sits perfectly at the top of the hip bone, and the angle at which the skirt flares out is just right, covering the thighs without hindering walking. The convex parts are convex, and the concave parts are concave. Song Yi looked down at herself, then looked up at the women around her. The egret's eyes swept over her, then it clicked its tongue. Tai Tai, this dress fits it so perfectly. Zhang Hanyan nodded in agreement, then circled around her with a gossipy look on her face. It fits perfectly at the waist, and the chest area is just right too. How did Xiang Kun know the size? Yu Shuxin stood to the side, arms crossed, a meaningful smile on her face. Could it be that you secretly measured it by hand? Song Yi's face turned red from her ears to her neck. That's not true. Don't talk nonsense. Her voice was very soft, but precisely because it was soft, it attracted even more teasing. Bai Lu placed her hands on her shoulders and whispered, Tai Tai, tell me honestly, are you and Xiang Kun? No. Song Yi was so anxious she almost jumped up, her grass skirt swaying. I've only known him for less than a day. We've barely exchanged a few words. Yu Shuxin raised an eyebrow. He knitted such a well-fitting dress after knowing us for less than a day. His eyesight is amazing. He can tell the size even through the clothes. Lu Tao coughed, trying to help Song Yi out of the awkward situation. All right. Xiang Kun is good at basket weaving, so weaving skirts is naturally no problem for her either. As for the size, it's just an estimate. An estimate? Bai Lu didn't believe it. Why don't you let him estimate yours? I guarantee it'll be either too big or too small. Zhang Hanyan chimed in. Exactly. That waistline, that bust size, the estimation was so accurate. Tai Tai, were you? Zhang Hanyan. Song Yi finally couldn't hold back anymore. Her face flushed as she reached out to hit her. Zhang Hanyan laughed and dodged away, shouting as she ran. I misspoke. He made it up. He didn't touch me. Song Yi chased after her for a couple of steps, her grass skirt swaying in the wind, her two fair thighs appearing and disappearing in the mist. The women burst into laughter. Zhao Lucy whispered from the side. Actually, Brother Xiang Kun is really good at weaving things. Look at those wicker baskets. They're so sturdy. Yu Shuxin glanced at her and said with a smile, Lucy, do you also want him to make one for you? Zhao Lucy blushed and fell silent. Mao Xiaotong remained silent in the back, but her eyes were fixed on the grass skirt Song Yi was wearing, while her mind was elsewhere. If Xiang Kun could knit such a perfect fit for Tai Tai, then what about knitting one for himself? She quickly suppressed the thought, but her face quietly flushed. After a while of playful fighting, the women finally calmed down. The sun had already begun to set in the west. Although it was still high in the sky, its heat had dissipated somewhat compared to midday. Let's go rest in the banana grove for a while. It's so hot here. Lu Tao was the first to walk ashore, saying, we don't have sunscreen either. so be careful not to get sunburned. A group of people followed her and went into the banana grove on the shore. The banana leaves were wide and large, blocking out the sunlight overhead. A layer of banana leaves underneath made it an excellent place to cool off. I am exhausted. What a day. Zhang Yun slumped on a banana leaf, her two strong and muscular legs stretched out straight. What are you tired about? Egret rolled her eyes. You haven't done any work. What do you mean I didn't do anything? I moved stones. I even took a shower. Taking a shower is tiring too, you know. Lu Yifei sat beside her, smiling and shaking her head, holding a small banana leaf in her hand as a fan. She had just washed off the sweat when Xiang Kun carried her back and placed her outside the banana grove, instead of going in directly. Xiang Kun is still busy working alone in the salt fields. He used a shovel to dig a storage pool beneath the salt field, a large pool half a meter deep. After the pond was dug, he used stones to sturdy the bottom of the pond, and then used a shovel to dig a shallow ditch that ran from the sea to the edge of the pond. When the tide comes in, the seawater will flow into the pool along this channel. Next time you need it, you can just scoop it up without having to keep running to the beach. Then he walked over to the salt vat, squatted down, and looked at the brine. After a day of exposure to the sun, a thin layer of shiny white crystals had formed on the bottom of the tank. He gently scraped a little with his finger, put on the tip of his tongue, and tasted it. It was salty and had a slightly bitter taste. This is just coarse salt, and it contains impurities. Eating it directly would be harmful to your health, so it needs further refining. But Xiang Kun was already very satisfied. His salt field wasn't big, and after 2 days of work, he was lucky if he could get 8 or 9 pounds of salt. 8 or 9 jin, 4 or 5 caddies, is enough to feed them for quite a while. He stood up, brushed the salt off his hands, and glanced towards the banana grove. The women rested in 2s and 3s. Some were talking, some were dozing, and some were playing with their hair, each with a different posture and shape. That's enough. It's time to go back, he called out. Several women got up from the banana leaves, some stretching and some rubbing their eyes. Is the salt ready? Chun Juling asked. Okay, that's not much, enough to last a while. Xiang Kun carefully scraped off the white crystals, wrapped them tightly in clean banana leaves. Then I put away the wicker basket, the pottery jar, the shovel, and the axe one by one. Lu Tao, along with Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaotong, went to the reef and caught another batch of seafood. Clams, whelks, and a few small fish filled more than half a basket, enough for tonight's meal. Chun Juling, Tian Shiwei, Zhao Liang, and others brought their tools and walked in a grand procession back to the treehouse along the same route they had come from. Song Yi, wearing that grass skirt, walked at the back of the crowd. The grass blades swayed gently in the wind, and her 2 thighs were faintly visible. Xiang Kun carried Lu Yifei on his back and continued walking in the middle of the group. As he walked, Xiang Kun suddenly felt something was wrong with his lower back. It was damp and sticky against my skin through my shirt. His first thought was, could Lu Yifei have peed? But he dismissed the idea as soon as it popped into his head. It was too absurd. Even if he couldn't hold it in, he couldn't possibly pee on his back silently. On her back, Lu Yifei's body suddenly stiffened. She had been leaning on Xiang Kun's shoulder, but now she slowly straightened up, her hand unconsciously reaching down to touch her lower body. Then, as if a spell had been cast on him, he froze. She silently counted the days in her mind. She had been on the island for several days now, and every day she had been busy going to the beach, fighting snakes, and running for her life. Her mind had been on high alert, and she had long forgotten about this matter. Now that you think about it, it's only been a few days, right? She looked down, and her face flushed instantly. A small red stain had already seeped into the back of Xiang Kun's shirt. Not many, but very obvious. Lu Yifei's mind went blank, and she felt as if she had been thrown into a furnace. She wished she could disappear on the spot, wished she could crawl into a crack in the ground, wished she could go back half an hour, and even if her leg was broken, she would not let Xiang Kun carry her. Just like in a scene from before, she was hiding in the haystack of the mill, naked and weak when someone came to her. She now fully understands that feeling of shame that has nowhere to hide and nowhere to conceal. She no longer needs to act it out. The problem is that at least there were haystacks back then, but what about now? She was clinging to Xiang Kun's back with nowhere to hide. Xiang Kun felt the person on his back straighten up, stopped, and wanted to turn around. Don't look back. Lu Yifei's voice was urgent and soft, with a sob in it. She pressed her hand firmly on Xiang Kun's shoulder, preventing him from turning around. After a moment's thought, Xiang Kun understood. He slowed his pace, turned his body slightly to the side, and pretended to be a little tired. He let Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong go first, while he carried Lu Yifei to the back. Aunt Lu Xiaoli was walking beside me, and I didn't notice her at first. She thought Xiang Kun was really tired and was thinking of helping him take his daughter over and supporting her for a while, but when she saw her daughter desperately trying to wink at her, her expression changed slightly. Upon closer inspection, one could indeed see the damp patch on Xiang Kun's shirt at the back. Aunt Lu Xiaoli's heart sank, and her mind raced. This is a deserted island. Where can we find sanitary napkins? Without sanitary napkins, are we just supposed to let Cece endure it like this? Over those few days, you can wash your pants if they get dirty, but what if you get an infection? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and she couldn't help but look at Xiang Kun. Kun. Xiang Kun stopped and gently put Lu Yifei down. Lu Yifei lowered her head, twisting her skirt with both hands. Her face was so red it looked like it could bleed, and tears kept welling up at her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Xiang Kun glanced at her, then at Lu Xiaoli, and scratched his head. There's a solution, and it works really well. Just take maternity leave, and you won't have to get your period for a whole year. But it's inappropriate to say such things. Lu Yifei was still sobbing softly, muffledly, as if something was pressing down on her, and she dared not make a sound. Xiang Kun stood there, thinking and thinking. I've got it. I remember the older generation saying that in the past, when they encountered this situation, they would use a menstrual belt. It was a cloth strip filled with wood ash, which they would place underneath. The wood ash absorbs moisture and can also kill bacteria. Lu Xiaoli's eyes slowly brightened. Yes, I used it when I was young. She was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something. Her face flushed slightly, but she quickly covered it up with anxiety. Then let's do it this way. I'll prepare it for Cece when we get back. The three of them slowly walked back, and in the distance, the shadow of the treehouse could already be seen. Chapter 76, Animals 2. When Xiang Kun carried Lu Yifei back to the treehouse, it was already quite dark. The egret was the first to see them and stood up. Why are you taking so long? We've been waiting for quite a while. That shout drew everyone's attention. Tian Shiwei stepped forward to greet her and saw Lu Yifei hiding behind Xiang Kun with her head bowed. However, through Xiang Kun's neck, she could still see that Lu Yifei's cheeks were flushed, which was very strange. Aunt Lu Xiaoli also looked embarrassed, managing only a forced smile. Tian Shiwei's heart skipped a beat. Brother Kuin, what's wrong? She walked over to Xiang Kun, her gaze shifting back and forth between him and Lu Yifei. The others also gathered around. Zhao Lucy, Wang Xinling, Zhao Liang, Bai Lu, and even Lu Tao, who was grilling fish, came over with a tree branch. Song Yi, wearing a grass skirt, stood at the back of the crowd, glanced in this direction, and then lowered her head. Mao Xiaodong huddled next to her, but her eyes kept drifting towards Xiang Kun. Chun Juling didn't move. He sat by the fire, turning the grilled fish in his hand, but his ears were perked up. Xiang Kun helped Lu Yifei sit down on a flat rock nearby. Lu Xiaoli quickly followed and draped Xiang Kun's vest over her daughter's legs. Lu Yifei lowered her head, twisting her skirt with both hands, her face flushed red. Xiang Kun straightened up, looked at the curious and nervous faces around him, and decided not to hide anymore. Cece got her period, so he came back late. He spoke in a flat tone, as if he were saying, the weather is nice today. The air was silent for a second. Several sharp-eyed women noticed the red on Xiang Kun's shirt and the red line on Lu Yifei's dress, and immediately understood everything. Tian Shiwei was stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't anything else. Zhao Lucy whispered, then, what should we do? Wang Xinling stood to the side, her face slightly flushed. She had just gone through the same thing a few days ago, and knew how difficult it was. Lu Tao, holding the grilled fish, looked at Lu Yifei, then at Xiang Kun, and said, this is indeed a problem. She placed the grilled fish on a banana leaf beside her. Since her skirt had been shortened, she sat down by the fire with her legs together to avoid exposing herself, and her tone became serious. For people like us, there are a few days each month when we don't have sanitary napkins, and life just doesn't work. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The chattering and laughter from before had disappeared, replaced by a quiet that came with the weight of reality. No toothbrush or toothpaste, no shower gel, no sunscreen, and everyone only has one set of clothes. All of this is tolerable. What if you don't have sanitary napkins? This could happen anytime, anywhere, and I only have one pair of underwear. I can't wear the same pair all the time, can I? What if I get infected? But if I don't wear it and let my period flow down my thighs, that won't look good either. For Chun, Juling, and Song Yi, who are relatively conservative in their thinking, the thought of that scene made them even more ashamed and unable to face anyone. Tian Shui's voice rang out by the fire, tinged with unease. What should we do? We need to think of a way, otherwise I'll be... She glanced down at her thin gauze dress, her voice trailing off. I'll be here soon too. The women exchanged glances, a faint blush rising on their faces. This kind of thing is usually best handled privately behind closed doors, but discussing it in front of so many people, especially with a man present, is unprecedented. Aunt Lu Xiaoli said, in the past, the older generation never used sanitary napkins. They used menstrual belts. It was a cloth belt filled with wood ash, which was placed underneath the skin. The wood ash absorbed water and could also kill bacteria. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Yu Shuxin was the first to break down. She came from a wealthy family and was very selective about the sanitary napkins she used. She had never even heard of wood ash. Is that even usable? The ash sticks to the meat. It's filthy. Xiang Kun, don't you have any other ideas? Look in the system. Why not use the system if you have one? Xiang Kun hesitated for a brief second. There are already 13 women gathered here. If we exclude Aunt Lu Xiaoli, Yu Shuxin, Zhao Liang, and Zhang Hanyun, with whom we've already had relationships, then there are 9 people left. Among them, Tian Shui has already said, I'm just waiting for you to come and pick them. Wang Xinling still owes her, and Mao Xiaotong seems to have become dependent on her. If we remove those 3 people, there are still Lu Yifei, Chun Juling, Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, Lu Tao, and Song Yi, a total of 6 people, each with their own ideas, and none of them will succeed so easily. We need to come up with a suitable reason. Following Yu Shuxin's words, Xiang Kun said, the system isn't activated yet either. It's only at 2%. I checked, and the next step is the textile skill, but that requires 5% progress. We're still far from that. The fire crackled. The women quieted down, and then, without prior arrangement, math problems began to pop into their minds. Aunt Lu Xiaoli knew about that time. Yu Shuxin also knew about that time. Chun Juling guessed that Aunt Xiaoli had that time in the woods, and Zhao Liang guessed that Yu Shuxin might have had that time too. Each of them did the math in their minds and realized it should actually be 3 times or 3%, but Xiang Kun said it was only 2%, clearly wanted to take one more person. That's terrible. However, Aunt Lu Xiaoli would never say anything, and since Yu Shuxin's villainous role wasn't over yet, she certainly wouldn't say anything. As for Chun Juling and Zhao Liang, they weren't the type to expose others' shortcomings. Even though they suspected Xiang Kun's motives weren't pure, they were concerned about the many people present. If they spoke out, they would offend him terribly, so they silently lowered their heads in the end. The others were still muttering to themselves. Xiang Kun had told them from the beginning that this system required dual cultivation to activate. 2% progress. That means it's happened twice already. It was a time with Zhang Hanyun and Zhao Liang. We need to gather 3 more people to reach 5%. The women exchanged glances, none of them speaking, but the meaning was conveyed in their eyes. Only Lu Tao, Song Yi, and Mao Xiaodong were newcomers and were still confused. Lu Tao frowned, looking at this and then that, his mind a complete mess. So this system even has a progress bar? She couldn't help but ask, so this system requires accumulating progress? You can only unlock new things after accumulating enough progress. Xiang Kun nodded, yes. The next skill to unlock is textiles. As long as you have the materials, you can make clothes, blankets, and even sanitary napkins. He didn't give a definitive answer, only saying that he had the materials, and if he couldn't find them when the time came, it wouldn't be his fault. Unlike these young girls, Lu Tao was not shy or timid. She sat by the fire, her back ramrod straight. Her tone as direct as if she were giving a military meeting. That's a useful skill, but it's still 3% short. Does that mean it takes 3 people, or 3 times? Xiang Kun's heart skipped a beat. This woman is not easily fooled. He didn't show it on his face, only saying what was advantageous to him. Everyone only gets one chance. Lu Tao then asked, so, When you say dual cultivation, do you mean specifically between people or? She paused slightly, thinking about what she was about to say. Even though she was straightforward, she hesitated for a moment, but in the end she still asked the question. Or something else will do? Xiang Kun, still not quite grasping the situation, asked, what other? They are animals. Lu Tao decided to be frank and said, since that's the case, could we catch some sheep or deer and give it a try? There are only about 10 of us, so we're far from 100% success. Maybe animals will work too. The fire crackled. The air froze. The egret's beak was open, and it didn't close it for a long time. Yushushin was drinking water when she spat it out, choking and coughing. Tian Shui stood there, her face flushing red and then pale as she thought about how Xiang Kun had interacted with the animals first and then with her. Zhao Lucy huddled behind Wang Xinling, her shoulders trembling. Wang Xinling lowered her head, her ears turning bright red. Zhao Liying's expression froze for a second, then her lips twitched. Chen Juling's calm expression finally cracked. Lu Yifei silently mourned for Xiang Kun for 3 seconds in her heart. Her lips moved, but it was unclear whether she wanted to laugh or say something. Mao Xiaodong was even more direct, her mouth agape in an O shape, already imagining Xiang Kun chasing a deer all over the mountain. Xiang Kun stood by the fire, being stared at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes. The feeling in his heart was indescribable, and he gritted his teeth. Wow, you're really something. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound normal. The system is talking about people. Lu Tao pressed further. Are you sure? Have you tried it? Xiang Kun was speechless. Have you tried it? Of course I haven't tried it. Who would try this? But Lu Tao's eyes clearly said, how do you know it won't work if you haven't tried? He opened his mouth, only to find that he couldn't refute it. Bai Lu finally shut her mouth and muttered softly, Sister Tao, what you're saying is too outrageous. Lu Tao glanced at her, his expression unchanged. Whether it's outrageous or not, as long as it unlocks the skill, that's fine. In this situation, you must not get caught up in proving yourself, nor should you follow the other party's pace. If you rush things, you'll fall into a trap. Xiang Kun glanced at Lu Tao and said calmly, Sister Tao, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The system only labels people, not animals. Are you sure? I'm sure. It didn't say mammals, even toed ungulates, it said humans. Xiang Kun shrugged. If animals are acceptable, I'd rather not unlock the next progress. Lu Tao glanced at him but didn't ask any further questions, because the system was with Xiang Kun, so he could only do whatever Xiang Kun said. The women nearby looked at each other, trying not to laugh. Tian Shui leaned closer to Xiang Kun and whispered, Brother Kuin, Sister Tao was just joking. Xiang Kun grunted in response, his face still bearing that it's no big deal expression, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease he was feeling inside. Chapter 77 Nobody is easy to deal with. As Lu Tao fell silent, a brief calm descended around the campfire. Lu Tao's expression remained unchanged, and his movements were very natural, as if nothing had just happened. But she was indeed calculating in her heart. 3 people, 3 stages. She looked down as she flipped the grilled fish, her mind racing with calculations. She has seen things very clearly in the few days she has been on the island. There are no rules, no laws, and no civilized society here. Survival is the most important thing. The system belongs to Xiang Kun, and Xiang Kun is the only man. This is an unchangeable fact. She glanced at Xiang Kun, who was chatting and laughing with a group of girls. He seemed like an ordinary young man, but she knew that on this island, Xiang Kun was the one in charge. She glanced again at the women by the fire. Some had already established a relationship with Xiang Kun, some had already been intimate with him, some hadn't taken that step yet, and some had just arrived. They come in all shapes and sizes, each with their own thoughts and intentions. But everyone revolved around him. She looked away, turning the fish over, her mind calculating the costs and benefits. This was bound to happen sooner or later. Instead of being hesitant and indecisive, it's better to make plans early. But you must never take the initiative. What you get easily will never be cherished. The women here are all prettier and younger than her. Although Aunt Lu Shaoli is much older than her elegant and intellectual temperament is unique among all the women here. My own circumstances are not advantageous here. Unless Lu Tao thought of Bai Jie. There was only a brief moment of peace around the fire. After everyone had eaten most of the food, they chatted in small groups. Some people talked about the salt fields today, some said they would go beachcombing again tomorrow, and some commented that Song Yi's grass skirt fit her perfectly. Song Yi blushed and shrank back, pretending not to hear. The issue of wood ash has been temporarily resolved, and the matter of menstrual pads has also been settled. But no one mentioned the matter of those 3 people again. Xiang Kun looked at him and thought, this won't do. The conversation had been set off, but Lu Tao's beastly roar ruined it all. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? He glanced at Yu Shuxin when no one was paying attention. Yu Shuxin was leaning against a tree trunk, idly poking at the soil with a twig. She felt that gaze, looked up, and met Xiang Kun's eyes. He blinked. Yu Shuxin understood, and a barely perceptible smile curved her lips. My little darlings, your grandma is here. She cleared her throat, threw the branch in her hand into the fire, and aimed at her target. Odo. Tian Shiwei was squatting next to Lu Yifei, asking how she was feeling. When she heard her name called, she turned around. Yu Shuxin tilted her head, her tone incredibly natural. Aren't you and Brother Kuin a couple? Why don't you speed things up a bit? Anyway, your period is coming in a few days, so it's better to plan ahead sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, the women, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, all turned their gazes toward Tian Shiwei. Everyone can see the relationship between Tian Shiwei and Xiang Kun. From the first day, she woke up on the beach. She clung to Xiang Kun's side. She had to use all sorts of tricks and tears to finally solidify her status as her girlfriend. The system needs progress and needs help. If she doesn't step up first, who will? Everyone looked at Tian Shiwei, waiting for her to nod. This way, a candidate would be chosen directly. If it were rock, paper, scissors, their chances of being chosen would be much lower. Tian Shiwei stood up, facing everyone's gaze, but her heart was incredibly strong. She glanced at Xiang Kun and shook her head directly. I don't. Yu Shuxin was stunned for a moment. She had imagined that Tian Shiwei would be shy, would blush and agree, would hesitate and push a few times before half-heartedly giving in, but she never imagined that she would refuse outright. Even Xiang Kun was quite surprised. Wasn't it agreed that you would pick more? His heart grew colder and colder, and he was already on the verge of sneer. It's hard to tell whether he's mocking Tian Shiwei or himself. Why? The egret asked that question. Its mouth moved faster than its brain. Tian Shiwei stood straight, the firelight reflecting on her face. Her sweet and gentle appearance was still there, but her eyes were different from usual. My love with Brother Kuin is genuine and cannot tolerate any impurities. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Xiang Kun. In those eyes, there was grievance, stubbornness, and something else that was hard to describe. Only she knows how much she was thinking at that moment. It's not that she doesn't want it. She simply made a choice. On the first day she woke up on the beach, she discussed it with Chun Juling and Bailu again and again to confirm their surroundings. When Xiang Kun mentioned having a system, she began to observe carefully, probe, and gamble. Pretend to be weak and scared. Hide all your strength and courage, and pretend to be that sweet little girl who can only act cute. She made the right bet. She became Xiang Kun's lover. But what about now? With just a casual remark, Yu Shuxin wanted to turn her into a tool for rushing the schedule. If she agrees, what will this mean to Xiang Kun? A transaction or a mission? What's the difference between this and the one involving Zhao Liying? And what's the difference between this and the one involving Zhang Hanyan? She finally managed to get into the position of lover, and finally got Xiang Kun to say that he was willing to treat her well. If she takes this final step not because of love, but because of the system's progress, then what makes her any different from everyone else? What about the future? When Xiang Kun sees her in the future, will he think of her as my girlfriend or the person who helped me raise 1%? She didn't want to do something that seemed like a losing proposition. Tian Shiwei stood there. Her energy dissipated after she finished speaking, and her expression returned to its usual soft and gentle state. She glanced at Xiang Kun and whispered, I'll go help Aunt Xiaoli get some wood ash. After saying that, she turned and left, her skirt swaying slightly in the wind. No one knows her true thoughts, only she knows. Although she always says she loves Xiang Kun, she actually harbors feelings for someone else from her past. Li Yitong, where are you? Did you come here too? Will I ever see you again? If I don't see you, then I really have to give myself away. Lu Xiaoli was squatting on the other side of the fire, shoveling out a pile of ashes and putting them on banana leaves. Seeing Tian Shiwei coming over, He moved aside to make room for her. I didn't ask anything, and I didn't say anything. On the other side of the fire, someone murmured, such a high level. The voice was very low, mixed with the crackling of the fire, and it was impossible to tell who it was. But the women present silently gave it a thumbs up in their hearts. Bai Lu watched Tian Shiwei's figure, her gaze deeper than usual. She blinked, and beneath that innocent and naive filter, a hint of shrewdness was revealed. She didn't say anything, but in her heart, she had already turned the page on that matter. Yu Shuxin leaned back against the tree trunk, threw the branch into the fire. Her smile faded for a moment, then curved upwards again. She recalled when she first arrived, she was determined to manipulate Xiang Kun. But what happened? Now look what's happened. He's become the villain. But as she played the villain role, she found herself growing to like it more and more. Since she had the assurance of being in the top 5 with Xiang Kun, she decided to let Tian Shiwei, Chen Juling, Lu Yifei, and many others compete for it in the future. Sister, just sit back and watch the drama unfold. Lu Tao subtly swept his gaze across the faces of the people around the fire. What lies beneath the egret's simple and honest exterior? The shifting eyes of Zhang Hanyun when she lowers her head in silence. The slightly pursed lips of Zhao lying beneath his expressionless face. The smugness in Yu Shuxin's half-smile. And the quietness of Chen Juling who sees everything without saying a word. Lu Tao withdrew his gaze, turning to the last page of the mental tally. They're all shrewd people. Nobody on this island is easy to deal with. Chapter 78 Disputes Arising from Sanitary Napkins. Xiang Kun squatted by the fire, gathering the last handful of ashes onto a banana leaf. But what I was really thinking was, this thing can actually absorb water and kill bacteria? I don't know if the methods used by the older generation will work. Lu Xiaoli divided the pile of wood ash into several portions, but that wasn't enough. The most important thing, cotton cloth, was still nowhere to be found. Xiang Kun scratched his head. Cotton? He looked at his pants and shirt. The pants were too rough, and the shirt wasn't absorbent enough. I looked at Tian Shiwei's tulle skirt again. The mesh was too big, letting in all the dust. Not to mention the gowns next to them, sequined, satin, tulle. They look beautiful, but in reality, they're either too slippery or too stiff. His gaze swept around the fire, finally settling on one person. Lu Tao was talking to Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaodong. They had come together, so they were naturally closer. Xiang Kun had already shortened her skirt, and now it just went past her knees, revealing half of her muscular calves. She wore a gray, thick, sweat-absorbing cotton corset that covered her chest and waist, tightly concealing her muscular figure. Xiang Kun's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Lu Xiaoli followed his gaze and saw the gray corset. This isn't quite right, is it? Miss Lu Tao's underwear. Tian Shiwei also saw it, glanced at Xiang Kun with a complicated look in her eyes, but said nothing. Xiang Kun was furious at what Lu Tao had just said. What do you take him for, some sheep or a deer? This feeling is stuck in my throat. I can't swallow it. Now look what's happened. Karma has come quickly. He stood up, dusted off the ashes from his hands, and walked towards Lu Tao. Sister Tao, can I talk to you about something? Lu Tao was talking to Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaodong when he looked up and saw Xiang Kun walking over with that "I need your help" expression on his face. She said in a flat tone, "What is it? You can tell me." Xiang Kun squatted down, a smile plastered on his face, but the smile looked rather sinister. We're making menstrual belts now, to make them convenient for everyone. We're missing the most important material, the fabric. We need cotton, which is absorbent and breathable. Look, he glanced at Lu Tao once, just once, but the meaning was clear. Lu Tao understood immediately. She looked down at the gray corset she was wearing. Of all the clothes here, hers was the only one that was pure cotton. If that corset were given to Xiang Kun, she would only have that curved dress left on her upper body. The dress was daringly designed, curving over the sides of the chest and held together by a corset. Without the corset, her big breasts would jump out if she moved around even a little. She instinctively wanted to refuse. My mouth opened slightly, and a picture suddenly flashed through my mind. She huddled under the covers, twisting her legs, and secretly scrolled through her phone, reading a novel called something like White Knot. The step-by-step tutorial inside made her ears burn, and she quickly banished the image from her mind. But then an idea popped into her head. Lu Tao raised his head, his face showing an expression that said, "I'm going all out for everyone," and his tone was very sincere. "Sai, now Cece is facing a problem that everyone has to face. So I won't be stingy. You can take this corset. Make as many as you can, so that everyone can use them. As she spoke, her gaze swept from Lu Xiaoli's face to Tian Shiwei's, then to Chen Juling, Bai Lu, and Zhao Lucy. As she swept her gaze around, every woman her eyes met showed gratitude on her face. Even Yu Shuxin, unusually, didn't make any sarcastic remarks. After all, she also had to use these menstrual belts that she didn't want to use. Lu Xiaoli's eyes reddened. Tao this. Lu Tao waved his hand. It's all right, Auntie, it's just a breast binder. It's nothing serious. After she finished speaking, she reached out to untie her breast binder. My hand reached for the hidden clasp on my waist, pressed it, but it wouldn't open. I pressed it again, but it still didn't turn on. She kept her head down, fiddling with the snap buttons a couple of times, muttering, "Why are these buttons?" Here comes the iconic scene. Before she could finish speaking, the shoulder strap suddenly slipped off her shoulder. The gray cotton fabric had slipped down from her chest. Lu Tao frantically grabbed the front of the dress, desperately trying to cover the white fabric that was about to spill out. She glanced down, then looked up again, a relieved expression on her face. She let out a soft breath, shook her head, and smiled, as if to say, that was close. The firelight shone on her, revealing that she was clutching the front of her curved dress tightly, creating a deep cleavage. The depth of the ditch made several women present unconsciously look down at themselves. Xiang Kun was no stranger to large things. He had seen it, but I've never seen one this big. It can't be covered with just one hand. He couldn't help but glance at it a couple more times, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Lu Tao pulled the corset out of her skirt, folded it twice, and handed it neatly to Xiang Kun. She still had that calm and collected look on her face, as if her bra strap had just slipped and nothing had happened. But when Xiang Kun took it, he wondered if it was just his imagination, but he could feel her fingers lightly brushing against his palm, just once, as light as a feather brushing against it. Then she withdrew her hand, bent down to adjust the front of her dress, and tightened the cleavage. Take it and use it. Xiang Kun clutched the chest binder, which was still warm from his body. The cotton fabric was soft and felt against his palm, even softer than he had imagined. Lu Tao had already straightened her dress, raised her head, met Xiang Kun's gaze, blinked, and looked completely innocent. What's wrong? Not enough. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. This is the only one. Xiang Kun swallowed hard. As expected, these veteran artists still don't know their own strength when they make moves. They're too succubus-like. He took the corset, turned around, and walked back to his work area, spreading the gray corset out on a banana leaf. There was still that alluring aura emanating from Lu Tao. He dismissed the thought and squatted down to start taking stock of the tools. Needles are easy to handle. There's still molten iron left. Pouring it into a few needles won't be a problem. Silk threads are even simpler. Just pull a few loose threads from the dress Lu Yifei is wearing next to her. Xiang Kun unfolded his chest binder and used his hand to compare the size. This piece of cotton cloth isn't very big, but it should be enough to make a few menstrual belts. As he was pondering how to cut it, a soft voice came from the side. Brother Kuin, it's Lu Yifei. She looked at the piece of cotton cloth, then at the pile of wood ash next to it, and said softly, actually, with cotton cloth, we don't need wood ash. Next, Lu Yifei's voice became even softer, gentle and sweet, as if she were talking to herself. Fold up the cotton cloth and stuff it inside to use as sponge. Sew a layer of cloth on the outside, and when it gets dirty, you can take it apart to wash it, and after it dries, you can reuse it. Cleaner than wood ash, and it's not afraid of being scratched. Xiang Kun slapped his thigh. Yes, why didn't you say so sooner? My aunt and I had even prepared the wood ash. Lu Yifei's face turned even redder. Me too. I only remembered it when I saw Sister Tao's corset. Looking at her shy and embarrassed appearance, Xiang Kun couldn't help but be moved, and his voice softened along with Lu Yifei's. This method is good, much better than wood ash. Wait for me a moment. I'll make it and get it to you to use. Lu Yifei lowered her head and hummed in response, whispering a word of thanks. If Xiang Kun hadn't had such keen hearing, he might not have been able to hear it. Xiang Kun spread the cotton cloth out again. I mentally measured the size. Although it wasn't enough for one for each person, I could make 7 or 8, enough for them to use in rotation. He cut the cotton cloth into palm-sized squares, folded them into 3 layers, and the thickness was just right. It was soft and fluffy, much better than wood ash. He used his own shirt as the outer covering. The shirt was filthy, with a red stain left by Lu Yifei on the lower back. Aunt Lu Xiaoli had already rinsed it with clean water and dried it by the fire. Xiang Kun unfolded it, cut along the hem with scissors, cut the front, cut the sleeves, and laid it flat on the banana leaf. Then lay out the cotton cloth, thread a needle with silk thread, and sew it up stitch by stitch. Sewing plus one. Sewing plus one. Soon, 8 sanitary napkins, shaped like baby angels, were finished. These small cloth bags were passed around among the women. Bailu picked one up and examined it from all angles, clicking her tongue in amazement. The stitching here is much better than mine. Zhang Hanyun leaned closer, reaching out to grab it. Let me see, let me see. The egret withdrew its hand. Didn't you just see that? Just one more look. The atmosphere was initially quite relaxed. But after the baby angel passed around among several women, the flavor changed. There were 8 people, but there were more than a dozen here. Everyone wants this kind of good sanitary napkin. Those who have already obtained something naturally don't want to let go, while those who haven't obtained it are eyeing what others have, and their inner scales begin to tip unbalanced. Bailu was still clutching that one, while Zhang Hanyun stood beside her with her hand outstretched. After waiting for a while, without getting anything, the smile on her face started to falter. I only took one look. Is it really that big of a deal? The egret hid its paws behind its back. Didn't you just see it? I was looking at it in Dudu's hands just now, not yours. The stitches on yours seem to be denser than the other one. Before he could finish speaking, his hand had already reached out. Zhao Lucy sat next to her, also holding one in her hand, looking down and turning it over and over, a smile playing on her lips, as if she hadn't heard what was being argued about next to her. Wang Xinling glanced at her, then looked at her own empty hands, and pursed her lips. Only she understood the feeling of having nothing to cushion your fall. Mao Xiaodong shrank back, her eyes fixed on the one in Bailu's hand, then on the one in Zhao Lucy's hand, and then on the one Yushushin was playing with while leaning against the tree trunk. The grievances in her heart rose little by little. She came with Song Yi, who was still wearing the grass skirt woven by Xiang Kun, while she had nothing. Yushushin has already read the one in her hand several times and is still reading it. She smiled, completely oblivious to the stares and noise around her, and slowly tucked the item into her dress. Zhang Hanyun was already upset because she hadn't managed to grab any of the items. While watching everyone's hands, she noticed Yushushin's little trick and immediately became upset. Yushushin, what are you doing? That's for public use. Yushushin glanced at her and chuckled. I just left it there. I didn't say it was mine. Then put it back. Where should I put it? On the floor? What if it gets dirty? Then you can't hide it away. Aunt Lu Xiaoli tried to smooth things over, but her words were drowned out by the others. These glamorous female celebrities, at this moment, disregarded their image and started arguing over a sanitary napkin, shattering Xiang Kun's initial positive impression of them. It turns out that they were just ordinary women who would fight and scramble for resources. Now, Xiang Kun's illusions were somewhat dispelled. Chapter 79 Tai Tai's Bad Luck continues. The women's argument grew louder and louder. They don't even mention the bond we formed through thick and thin during those days. Looking at this absurd scene before him, Xiang Kun suddenly had a thought. I wonder what it's like when women fight. But the thought was interrupted by Mao Xiaodong as soon as it came to mind. To Brother Kuin, she walked shyly to Xiang Kun's side, her fingers clutching the hem of her skirt, her face flushed red. I want one too. The air suddenly became quiet. Everyone suddenly realized something. What's the point of them arguing here? Who made these things? Whose fabric is it? Who sewed them? Apart from the cotton cloth, which was contributed by Lu Tao, and she was entitled to a priority share, everything else was handled by Xiang Kun, and the decision-making power lay with him. All eyes were on Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun was quite disappointed that he didn't get to see women fighting. Sometimes, watching women fight is more entertaining than watching beautiful women naked. But unfortunately, I was interrupted. He looked at them one by one. Those eyes held anticipation, admiration, shyness, nervousness, and feigned indifference. At this point, filtering out all the filters, Xiang Kun has finally grown a lot compared to before. Without saying a word, he simply extended his hand. Let's start with Yushushin, because she is one of our own. People have a herd mentality. Once the first person gives in, the others will stop disagreeing. Yushushin is a veteran actress, and her acting skills have become increasingly mature. When she handed it in, she was muttering something indignantly, looking very resistant, but her hands were very obedient. If she could return to the original world and be nominated for Best Actress, she would definitely have a place, haha. Xiang Kun walked up to the egret. Bai Lu looked at the hand in front of her and subconsciously put her hand behind her back, but when she met Xiang Kun's unquestionable gaze, she slowly let go and placed the small cloth bag in his palm. Xiang Kun walked up to Zhao Lucy, who lowered her head and handed it over. The rest of the people, including Chun Juling, Tian Shiwei, and Zhao Liang, all paid. Xiang Kun went directly to Lu Tao, even though she was the great contributor who provided the cotton cloth. Lu Tao didn't want to hand it in. There are 8 sanitary napkins in total. I'll keep one for myself. It's perfectly legitimate, and no one will say anything. She provided the cotton fabric, and she personally untied the corset in front of everyone. It's only natural that she keeps one. After all, using one by yourself means you don't have to squeeze in with others or wait for others to finish washing and drying it before it's your turn. You can wash and dry it yourself after use. Keeping something close to your body clean is better than anything else. So, she didn't move her hand. Xiang Kun didn't move his hand. At this point, it's all about who has the confidence to back down first. Whoever retreats first loses. In the open space, only the crackling sound of firewood could be heard, and even breathing seemed to stop. Lu Tao's heart sank. Thoughts popped into her head one after another, like strands of hair. Remembering what she had just said, such as about ewes and female dogs, she asked Xiang Kun in all seriousness in front of everyone, "Have you tried it?" Looking back now, there was only one man on the island, Kuin. All supplies passed through his hands, and everyone depended on him for survival. She's a newcomer, and she embarrassed him in front of so many people. How could he not remember that? Lu Tao's confidence suddenly wavered, and he couldn't help but glance at Xiang Kun. "I'm not giving it to you." The decision popped into her head. Then a chain reaction ensued. He was kicked out of the group and had to survive alone. Mao Xiaodong has already betrayed us, so I doubt she'll go with her. Song, he didn't even have any clothes. She was still wearing a grass skirt woven by Xiang Kun. Going with her would be suicide. That leaves her all alone. A person without tools, fire, shelter, or even a change of clothes. There are snakes, pythons, and other wild animals on the island. She had served in the army and could endure hardship, but this wasn't about enduring hardship. It was about courting death. After a struggle within himself, Lu Tao finally handed it in. But she was good at saving face. When she took the sanitary napkin out from her side, she clicked her tongue softly and said, "It's not even warm yet." His tone was full of regret and a little reluctance, with a hint of, "I'm not admitting defeat, I just haven't had a chance to use it yet." She placed the sanitary napkin in Xiang Kun's palm and gently tapped his palm with her finger, as if to remind him that the fabric of this thing was made by her. Now Xiang Kun felt even more confident. "I really have to thank the system. Without the system, how could I possibly subdue all these female celebrities?" He put the sanitary napkins away, and amidst everyone's bewildered stares, began feeding them carrots. "These sanitary napkins are an important resource for you women. I'm collecting them for unified management. Whoever comes can use it. After use, wash it clean and boil it in a clay pot with boiling water. If you need it, come here to get it so that no one will use it and not hand it over or keep it for themselves." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, and added, "Also, if anyone loses it, then she won't get it anymore. If anyone is found to have deliberately kept it, please leave." This statement may not be heavy in tone, but it carries significant weight. A moment of silence fell over the atmosphere. Yu Shuxin pouted and acted as a peacemaker. "With so many beautiful women, are you willing to let them leave?" A blush immediately rose on the faces of the women. Some lowered their heads, some turned their faces away, and some pretended not to hear. Xiang Kun laughed as usual, a laugh that was both naive and mischievous. Then she must have activated the system first before leaving. "We can't let her get away with it." Bai Lu spat. Zhang Hanyin covered her mouth and laughed, and Zhao Lucy also laughed. The atmosphere around the campfire relaxed just like that. It was as if the argument had never happened. Bai Lu and Zhang Hanyin were bickering again, with one saying, "You were the fiercest when you snatched it," and the other saying, "You hit it the best." Zhao Lucy and Wang Xinling spoke in hushed tones, occasionally chuckling. The rest of the group laughed and joked with their companions, resuming their usual close sisterly relationship. Xiang Kun picked up a sanitary napkin and walked up to Lu Yifei. "Cece, you can take it and use it first." The blush on Liu Yifei's face had mostly faded, but now it was burning again. She looked at the sanitary napkin in Xiang Kun's hand. The thread was sewn by Xiang Kun, and the outer shirt was also Xiang Kun's. It would soon be placed against her most private area. Her fingers gripped the hem of her skirt tightly, and a blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, and from her ears to her neck. Her whole body felt feverish. But she still insisted on thanking him. "Thank you, Brother Xiang Kun." Liu Yifei didn't know how she reached out her hand. She only knew that it felt like she was on a cloud, and she didn't even know how she and her mother entered the tree hole. There was barely any light inside the tree hollow. Because of her leg injury, Aunt Lu Xiaoli helped her place a sanitary napkin on her leg. "Okay, does that feel good?" Liu Yifei nodded. "It's soft and cozy, more comfortable than anything else." Outside the tree hollow, the fire was still burning, making everyone's faces glow red. Having just consolidated his position, Xiang Kun set his sights on that 3%. He remembered what he had said before. Anyone willing to activate the system could come to him, but no one did. It seemed he still needed to increase the intensity. What have you all thought about the previous 3% progress? Upon hearing Xiang Kun's words, the remaining 11 women by the fire immediately fell silent. Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun didn't care. They had already surpassed the progress limit, so this new progress was none of their business. But for some reason, even sitting by the fire, I still felt a sense of emptiness, loneliness, and cold. Before they had any relations, they were quite looking forward to this kind of thing. They thought Xiang Kun was just an ordinary person, like getting a shot in the buttocks, with the medicine going in a few seconds. But to my surprise, the medicine was surprisingly effective. They still have a faint hope, longing to be comforted again. Tian Shui, on the other hand, is Xiang Kun's lover. The young couple is all lovey-dovey and has clearly stated that true love cannot be tainted. With Xiang Kun around, they probably won't get involved. That leaves only 10 people. Choosing 3 out of 10 people is quite a high probability. Everyone fell silent. Just as Tian Shui thought, dual cultivation through the system's progress is different from heart-to-heart communication between 2 people. Nobody wants to be the victim. Unable to get a reply, Xiang Kun continued speaking on his own. "I don't really care. I have a system anyway. Even if my shirt is a sanitary napkin, I won't be cold even if I don't have any clothes on my upper body. But what about you? When winter comes, without warm clothes and blankets, you'll freeze to death. Not to mention that Tai doesn't even have any clothes right now. Can you really bear to let her freeze? What a moral sage." A brief silence fell over the scene. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Bai Lu felt a little uneasy for the first time. She recalled the 2 times she had disrupted Xiang Kun's plans, and how Xiang Kun had told her she owed him twice, at which point she felt secretly pleased. No matter how hard you, Tian Shui, try to strike first, I can still snatch it away for you. But who knew that there would be so many things to do today? Everyone was busy all day, and there wasn't even a chance to be alone with Xiang Kun. With everyone silent, Bai Lu was very worried that Xiang Kun would get angry and bring up the matter of her compensating twice, which would make her look worse than Tian Shui and Chen Duling. Her mind raced, and she glanced at Song, a concerned expression on her face. "It's really a problem that Tai has no clothes to wear right now. Since your system can benefit the other party as well, why not help Tai? We can't let her freeze." Zhao Lucy quickly nodded in agreement, her tone even more urgent than Bai Lu's. Yes, we can't let Tai get sick from the cold. Let's take care of Tai first." Song remained hidden behind the crowd, her grass skirt swaying gently in the wind, the edges of the grass blades already somewhat dry. She felt those gazes on her, Bai Lu's, Zhao Lucy's, and others. Those eyes held sympathy, urgency, and a hint of relief, as if they had finally found a suitable outlet. Her fingers gripped the hem of the grass skirt tightly. I wanted to refuse, to say no need, I can, or I'll think of something else, but my lips moved and I couldn't say anything. The grass skirt she was wearing was woven by Xiang Kun. It was woven so tightly that nothing was visible, but it was made of grass, not cloth. It's fine during the day, but at night, the wind blowing through the woods gets chilly. She dared not think about what she would do in winter. She dared not even imagine what she would be like now without that grass skirt. She lowered her head, and tears streamed down her face. Chapter 80: Intrigue and Backstabbing. The ironclad Rujiamo, Chinese hamburger. Tai Tai's tears made the hearts of the women around her clench. But it was just a quick tug. Even Shun Juling didn't offer any words of comfort. She just seemed a bit dazed, but she was actually extremely intelligent. After Xiang Kun started talking about the system, she remained silent, her mindset very calm. Here, tears are the least valuable thing, especially when it's directed at women who are also women. Whether Song Yi's tears were genuine or simply an attempt to soften Xiang Kun's heart like Tian Shiwei did, she ultimately failed to achieve her goal. Now that Xiang Kun has already brought things up to this point, and they've even voted for their candidates, if they're still hesitating, then they're truly beyond help. He made the final decision immediately, saying, "Then let's decide it like this. Tai Tai is one of them." Song Yi lowered her head, tears still flowing, but upon hearing these words, her whole body trembled. She didn't look up, nor did she refuse. She had no clothes, no choice, and no right to say no. She knows better than anyone else. There was a moment of silence around the fire. Bai Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Tao's palms were sweating, and even Shun Juling couldn't help but slightly curve the corners of his mouth before quickly pursing it. Those who escaped death felt a sense of relief, but dared not show it on their faces. Xiang Kun pressed his advantage, unwilling to let go of this golden opportunity, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. What about the other two? There was a moment of silence. The egret raised its head, abandoning its carefully maintained naive and innocent image, and launched into a tirade. Xiao Tong was poisoned by snake venom, and it was Brother Kuin who saved her. Logically speaking, shouldn't he repay her with his body? Mao Xiaodong sat next to Song Yi, seemingly lost in thought. Hearing Bai Lu's words, he was only stunned for a moment, then felt a slight joy in his heart. She felt quite disappointed when she saw everyone pushing Song Yi out. Why Tai Tai, and not her? Now, when Bai Lu mentions her, she actually thinks that Bai Lu is really nice. She's purely a love-struck girl, and she and Xiang Kun are a perfect match. Lu Tao sat by the fire, watching this scene, feeling a tightness in his chest. Two companions, one already pushed out, the other being pushed out, one crying and the other bowing their head, neither saying no. She wanted to argue, but after opening her mouth, she closed it again. What did you say? That Xiaodong didn't want to? Did she look like she didn't want to? To say Tai Tai was forced? She didn't even have clothes on. What right did she have to say no? She glanced at the egret, her little mouth chattering away, managing to arrange things clearly in just a few words, yet without being able to find fault with it. She could only swallow her anger, angry that her two companions lacked initiative, angry that she couldn't help, and angry that no one on the island, except Xiang Kun, had any say. What's even more infuriating is that the three of them came together. Since their two companions have already been pushed out, is it her turn next? Bai Jia's plan hasn't been implemented yet. If she's pushed out like this, and the three of them are together, will Xiang Kun remember that his is different from the others? She dare not think about it. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Mao Xiaotong, the person involved, did not object. Just when they thought the second candidate had been decided, Xiang Kun suddenly spoke up. Xiaotong doesn't count. Bai Lu's meticulous arrangements were interrupted, and her voice unconsciously rose, as if she were still that top star. Why? Xiang Kun glanced at her, his brows furrowing. He was very uncomfortable with her tone and was quite angry. Xiaodong is already mine. She won't refuse if I ask, so it doesn't count. Everyone was stunned. This statement is too direct, so direct that it leaves no room for negotiation. Mao Xiaodong is his person, no need to calculate because she always was. What about the others? They're not his people, so they need be counted. We need to introduce them one by one and arrange them one by one. No one can escape. Mao Xiaodong's face burned from her cheeks to her ears, and from her ears to her neck, still immersed in Xiang Kun's words. Those who had already been arranged by Xiang Kun looked at him with surprise, seemingly uneasy about his sudden toughness. Bai Lu met Xiang Kun's gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Tao impatiently interjected. Well, since Tai Tai has already been decided, let's leave it at that for now. We can discuss the remaining two candidates later, okay? She spoke very quickly, as if afraid of being interrupted. After saying that, she realized she had been too hasty, but she couldn't help but be in a hurry. When Bai Lu pushed Song Yi just now, she felt relieved. At least it wasn't her. When she pushed Mao Xiaotong, she was even a little relieved. If Xiaodong was willing, then it wouldn't have been her turn. But now, Mao Xiaodong has been definitively labeled as his person by Xiang Kun, leaving no room for argument, and is no longer considered a member of his faction. She was terrified that Xiang Kun would turn his gaze to her at that moment and say, "Then it'll be you." How can she accept that? Refuse in front of so many people? She's a newcomer, and she's even given up her corset. What right does she have to refuse? Not refusing? Then what's the difference between her and Tai Tai? What's the difference between her and Mao Xiaodong? They were pushed out, assigned tasks, and treated as just another number to meet deadlines. At that time, I'm afraid I'll really end up as a concubine's maid. An image popped in her mind. Xiang Kun and Lu Yifei or Chun Juling were in a tree hole, getting a little tired while doing it, and she was being pushed hard from behind. To help a man. How could she possibly have any face back then? Other women could step on her, and even egrets would roll their eyes at her and say, "Oh, all done pushing?" She couldn't let herself become like that. She had to make Xiang Kun remember that she was different from others. Xiang Kun glanced at Lu Tao, his gaze lingering on her face for a second, making her feel flustered before she finally agreed. "Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow." The tense and oppressive atmosphere around us suddenly relaxed. Xiang Kun saw the relief everyone was feeling. He agreed to Lu Tao's request, because he was worried that going too far would put too much pressure on everyone. No, it's okay if it's tight, but not if it's loose. Another option is to have Lu Tao play the villain. She has already agreed to discuss it with the others, which means she has accepted this task. All she needs to do is cover for her. Yu Shuxin stepped down first. Yu Shuxin is his person, and if he uses her too much, it's inevitable that people will find out. Lu Tao, on the other hand, is a newcomer. He is intelligent, courageous, and has his own little schemes. She was afraid of being pushed out, afraid of being used as a makeshift number, afraid of not being able to stand firm among these people. People who have fears are the ones who are most useful. It's much more natural for her to stir things up than for Yu Shuxin to do it. He only needs to sit in the tree hollow and reap the benefits, enjoying a hearty meal of clam meat. There was a noise coming from the entrance of the tree hole. Lu Xiaoli peeked out and glanced at the fire, then shrank back inside. Lu Yifei changed her sanitary napkin, sat in the tree hole with her knees together and her skirt spread out. She could hear everything being said outside clearly. What selection? What to be discussed later? What doesn't count? The voices of Bai Lu, Lu Tao, and Xiang Kun came in word by word. She was afraid to go out. That's so embarrassing. On the other hand, she was also telling herself this. This happens because of system progress, because winter is coming, and because everyone needs to survive. It's not because they're fish on a chopping board, nor because anyone has the final say. Only then did I feel a little better. Those people probably tell themselves the same thing, right? Therefore, Bai Lu pushed people with a straight face. Zhao Lucy agreed with him as if it were a matter of course, and Lu Tao smoothed things over with a natural tone. Nobody thought it was wrong. That's fine too. Lu Yifei thought. It's not because they are fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others, but because of the system's progress. Xiang Kun needed progress, and they needed clothes, blankets, and to get through the winter. Each person takes what they need, like beachcombing, salt production, and basket weaving. These are things that are necessary to survive. The silence continued around the campfire. Song lay on her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. But no one around offered comfort. What was there to comfort them about? Any words would be empty. Xiang Kun stood up, ignoring the puzzled looks from the others, and with the same intensity he had shown when he cultivated with Zhao Liying and Zhang Hanyun, he directly stated, Tai Tai, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Song Yi looked up, her face covered in tears. She looked at Xiang Kun, her eyes and nose red, her lips trembling. When he got up, he seemed to have no strength left in his body, and Mao Xiaodong helped him up. The people by the fire watched the two of them walk into the tree hollow, and then Aunt Lu Xiaoli and Lu Yifei came out. The tree hollow was dimly lit, with a thick layer of dry grass that felt soft and fluffy to sit on. Xiang Kun was already shirtless, and his upper body was bare, so he didn't waste any more time and pulled his pants down completely. He reached out to touch Song Yi's shoulder, and the moment his fingers touched her skin, she felt as if she had been burned. She trembled violently, took half a step back, and pressed her back against the tree hollow. I'll do it myself. Her voice was hoarse, as if it were being squeezed out of her throat, and had a slightly nasal quality. Xiang Kun quickly grabbed her hand. Don't bother solving it. I was hoping to see you in a Chong Sam, but unfortunately, I can't. But it's even better now. Grass skirts are better than Chong Sams. Song, he was crying just now, but when it came to the real fight, her heart was already pounding, and she no longer cared about crying. She could only grit her teeth and desperately try not to shout. It was just her personality. If it weren't for the crackling sound of the matches burning, people outside would have thought that Xiang Kun was unwell, had let Tai Tai go, and had switched from meat to vegetarianism. Chapter 81. I like vacuum, and so does the bottom. The clouds cleared after the rain. After enduring that roller coaster ride, Song Yi felt as if her body was falling apart and slowly slid down the wall of the tree hole. The hay rustled as she rubbed it, and a few bits of grass stuck to her sweaty skin, but she didn't have the strength to brush them off. With a straw in his mouth, Xiang Kun reached out and scooped her up, letting her lean against his chest. This girl is so light, weighing only about 80 pounds in total. She has a slender frame, and her arms feel weightless when wrapped around her chest. She was very strict with her figure, and I don't know how many meals she skipped or how many hula hoops she spun in her original world. Fortunately, the necessary parts weren't cut back. The soft, bouncy sensation he felt when it was pressed against his skin was still vividly imprinted in his mind. If this reduction were gone, then a large part of the fun would be lost. He looked down at Tai Tai in his arms. Song, he had her eyes closed, her eyelashes still wet, the tip of her nose red, and her lips pressed tightly together, as if she was enduring something. That's how she was just now, gritting her teeth and not uttering a sound. Only when his breathing became increasingly rapid and hot, until he could no longer hold back, did a faint sound escape from his throat, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Xiang Kun, with a straw in his mouth, lifted her up a bit. The moment we touched, I could feel her heartbeat, and it was very fast, like a rabbit that had just finished a long-distance run. Iron. He called her name softly. Although he had never formally worshipped the patriarch, Xiang Kun remembered the widely circulated 5-character mantra, Pan, Lu, Deng, Xiao, Xian very clearly. The key word small, and it makes it very clear. It means to be considerate and caring towards women. Song Yi shyly opened her eyes. Her features were already exquisite, but her eyes were particularly long and narrow, with slightly upturned corners. When she wasn't smiling, they looked like they held a pool of clear spring water, but when she smiled, her eyes sparkled and became alluring. Just now by the fire, when Xiang Kun called her name, her eyes were full of panic, like a kitten being grabbed by the scruff of its neck, not knowing how to struggle, nor daring to struggle. The fear in those eyes dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief, a feeling of having surrendered oneself and been assured that one hadn't been torn apart. Xiang Kun's heart skipped a beat. I'm reminded of a profound quote by Eileen Chong about women. I'd seen it on my phone before, glanced at it like a joke, and didn't take it to heart. Now he understands everything. Xiang Kun spat out the straw from his mouth and gently smoothed the hair on her forehead. Her hair was damp with sweat and clung to her forehead. Xiang Kun brushed it aside, his fingers sliding down her temples to behind her ears, his palms resting on half of her cheek. Her face was still burning. Xiang Kun put his lips close to her ear and whispered, "The system just gave me a heads up. Although I haven't learned all the textile skills, it reminded me that I can first find the raw materials to make clothes. I'll go find Remy first thing tomorrow morning. There must be some on this island. Once I find it, I'll peel it, soak it, and twist it into thread so I can weave cloth. Let's make your clothes first." Song Yi, like a docile kitten, pressed her cheek against Xiang Kun's palm, her voice so soft it could melt water. "No need to rush. You can still wear the grass skirt." Xiang Kun pulled her closer into his arms. "Making clothes takes a long time, so it's better to prepare in advance. But even though the clothes are finished, I still prefer you wearing a grass skirt." Song Yi's face was beyond red. The more introverted and slow to warm up a person is, the more rebellious they become after experiencing that subversive stimulation. She can't even control herself. "Then I'll wear it for you every day." Xiang Kun's fingers stopped on her shapely buttocks, and he made an even more outrageous request. "I like vacuums, and so do the ones below." Song Yi's ears were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her long, narrow eyes were watery with an incredibly soft, upturned curve at the corners. She nodded. Xiang Kun felt a chord in his heart, and he was about to put in even more effort. Cough, cough. 2 clear coughs came from outside the tree hole. Tian Shiwei's voice drifted in through the tree hole. Don't you even know what time it is? Everyone's sleepy. It's time to go to sleep. Song Yi wished she could disappear into the ground and suddenly sprang up from Xiang Kun's arms. She frantically reached for the grass skirt, the grass blades rustling as she pulled them, and it took her 2 turns to tie the ribbon. She stood up. Her legs went weak for a moment, but she steadied herself by holding onto the cave wall. Xiang Kun reached out to help her, but she flinched, not out of rejection, but out of shyness. That rebellious spirit vanished completely with Tian Shiwei's cough, and she reverted back to being the introverted, slow-to-warm-up Song Yi who wouldn't even cry. She walked out hurriedly with her head down, and as she passed by Tian Shiwei, she always felt very guilty, as if she had been caught by the legal wife. Xiang Kun didn't care at all. He touched Tian Shiwei's face with his hands, which were covered in sweat or something else. Smelling the strange odor, Tian Shiwei instinctively wanted to run away, but in the end, she forcibly held her head still, while silently admonishing herself. I'll endure it. I'll endure it. Xiang Kun gently pinched Tian Shiwei's cheek, while spouting sweet words. All right, stop being jealous. You know me. I only love you in my heart. Tian Shiwei couldn't hold back any longer. Her pupils dilated instantly, but she quickly covered them up again. She cursed him inwardly. What a scumbag. He takes one woman after another, yet he says he loves me. But she won't expose it. Once she was exposed, she lost even that small bit of her reward. She smiled, a smile as sweet as ever, like a crescent moon, just like when we first met. I know, Brother Kuin. You should go wash up too. The water's all boiled. As soon as Xiang Kun left, she kicked the remaining hay, sending it flying everywhere. When the others were about to come in, her expression instantly changed, and she cheerfully picked up the hay and took it outside to burn. It was indeed late. In particular, there are no corresponding entertainment activities. After everyone was lying in the tree hole and Xiang Kun blocked the entrance, Bai Lu said with emotion, Now I finally understand why people used to love having children. They had nothing else to do at night, so they had to do something. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Lucy, who was shrinking into the hay, heard this and joked, Sister Bai Lu knows so much, I just don't understand. Lu Tao chimed in, Bai Lu, why don't you give everyone a little cuckoo, popular science, first? Haha. Zhang Hanyan couldn't help but laugh, so hard she was hitting the haystack. Bai Lu had only made a casual remark, but unexpectedly, it piqued everyone's interest. Seeing that she was about to fall into a trap, she quickly tried to salvage the situation. Just kidding. Go to sleep. You have a lot to do tomorrow. Another burst of laughter followed. After they had finished laughing, they spoke to Kuin. There are indeed many things to do. Many of our previous plans have not yet been realized. Tomorrow I plan to go further into the island to see if I can find staple food or rami for making clothes. The egret breathed a sigh of relief and quickly slid down the steps. Right. Finding staple food is important. We can't eat seafood every day. Zhao, lying, also stopped laughing, turned over, and rested her head on her arm. How far would that be? Xiang Kun said, I don't know. I can only go wherever the road takes me. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree hollow became lively. I'm going too. The egret was the first to respond, its voice sounding almost impatient. Me too. Mao Xiaodong was still moved by Xiang Kun's words. Xiaodong is my person, and expressed her support. Zhao Lucy peeked out from behind Wang Xinling's shoulder and whispered, I can go too. My foot is better now, and I can walk long distances. Xiang Kun did not agree to all of them. He had already chosen his candidates in mind. Lu Tao had to go. When the woman handed him the breast binder, her fingers clearly brushed lightly against his palm, as light as a feather, but he felt it. That wasn't an accident. It was intentional. He didn't show it at the time, but he remembered it. This is the only person who can play by Jia, so we have to take advantage of the risk of censorship and act out this storyline first. Otherwise, it would be a pity if it were censored. We need to call 2 more companions to keep things lively, just like Evergrande's dance troupe. The candidates are Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyan. One dances, the other sings. They complement each other perfectly. Singing and dancing at the same time. Just thinking about it is fucking exciting. Xiang Kun cleared his throat. It won't work if everyone goes. Too many people will actually prevent us from going very far. I think Lu Tao should come with me. She has experience in the military, is physically strong, and won't hold us back. Mao Xiaodong, Zhang Hanyun, you two come along too. The four of us are enough. The rest of you stay here. Those who need to burn charcoal should burn charcoal, and those who need to gather firewood should gather firewood. Don't just sit around. There was a moment of silence in a tree hollow. This arrangement seems reasonable, but it is actually full of loopholes. Lu Tao's reason for going was that he wouldn't be a burden. But look at Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyun. Do those two seem like people who wouldn't be a burden? Each one of them was delicate and petite, except for Zhang Hanyun's long, white legs, which were particularly impressive. Moreover, Zhang Hanyun has already completed dual cultivation, while Mao Xiaodong is just one step away from it, which makes people wonder. But it was just a thought, and no one objected. The egret gave an "oh" sound, retreated back into the haystack, and didn't try to fight it off again. Zhao Lucy pulled her head back, leaned on Wang Xinling's shoulder, and whispered, "Then be careful." When Zhang Hanyun was called out, she was stunned for a moment, her heart raced, and she held Zhao Liying's hand and agreed. Tian Shiwei remained motionless. She was lying on her side, breathing evenly, as if she had fallen asleep. But her fingers were curled up in front of her chest, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. As for Mao Xiaodong, all she could do was grin foolishly. Chapter 82, A Touch of White on the Horizon. The next morning, Xiang Kun was awakened by birdsong. It wasn't a chirping little bird, nor was it a bird I kept. It was something in the distant woods shouting, like a child crying or a cat meowing in heat, each cry louder than the last. He opened his eyes. The tree hollow was not very bright, with only light seeping in from the cracks in the rocks. Lu Yifei was still asleep next to her, her serene face, without makeup, added to her ethereal beauty. She always wore the formal dress, which looked so out of place among the others who were half naked or completely naked. The white dress was filthy beyond recognition, with indelible bloodstains on the hem, but she always wore it to bed, wrapped up tightly, as if she were encased in a shell. On the other side, Song Yi was also asleep. When she went to sleep, she couldn't wear the grass skirt, so she could only borrow half of Zhao Liying's dress to cover her lower body. But Zhao Liying's dress was open work, so it covered her up but did almost no good. It was so white and clean, like a freshly peeled lotus root with holes in it. She was curled up, her arms under her head, and the skin below her collarbone still bore faint red marks from last night, like petals pressed by fingers. Her constitution seems to be quite special. Her skin gets flushed when it's squeezed, and the flush doesn't fade easily. Xiang Kun sat up quietly, moved the stone aside, and let the light in. Then he nudged Lu Tao's shoulder. Lu Tao opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright, not at all like someone who had just woken up, and sat up quietly. Mao Xiaodong was sleeping next to Lu Tao. When she was woken up, she was still groggy. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at the cave entrance. She saw Xiang Kun standing in the light. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to straighten her skirt. Zhang Hanyun was the soundest sleeper. She only woke up after being nudged twice by Xiang Kun. She mumbled something, turned over, and was about to go back to sleep when Lu Tao pulled her up. She sat up groggily, her hair a mess like a bird's nest. Xiang Kun had already put on a vest. The shirt was gone, but the vest remained, revealing two strong arms. Just as I was about to leave, I heard a soft sound behind me. Ah, Kun. Aunt Lu Xiaoli had already sat up. She was also dressed, but her underwear was torn and empty, and some scenery could be seen through the gaps in the buttons of her shirt. The areas that were sagging after giving birth seemed to have become fuller. Lu Tao and the other two had already woken up, so she couldn't say anything too intimate. She just told Xiang Kun to be careful. He returned a smile to Kuin. Don't worry, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. He stepped out of the cave and began preparing his tools, including a wicker basket and a machete. This machete was made in the last 2 days, and it also comes with a long spear, a spear carved from a small tree trunk. Last night, while I was practicing dual cultivation with Song Yi, the system suddenly popped up 2 notifications. Spear skill +1, writing skill +1. He was busy at the time and didn't have time to look closely. He only realized it later when he was lying on the hay. This even counts? He'd never ridden a horse or practiced with a spear in his life, but he'd only practiced both, and even that gave him an advantage. Sure enough, you can never guess what the system is thinking. However, if you can get 2 skills for free, why not take them? Lu Tao was squatting beside the stove, filling a ceramic jar with boiled water. Mao Xiaotong stood next to her, holding some roasted cicada nymphs in her hand, wrapped in banana leaves and stuffed them into a wicker basket. These cicada nymphs had already molted in the morning, but their bodies weren't completely dry yet, so they were still edible. Zhang Hanyan was the last to come out. She was still adjusting her dress, her hair was messy, and she kept smoothing it with her hands as she walked. With everything prepared, the four of them cautiously made their way into the island. Xiang Kun wasn't actually familiar with Raimi, but after his gathering skill was boosted, some ideas automatically popped into his head. This thing likes warm and humid places, valleys, hillsides, forest edges. It grows wherever there's moisture. It cannot be exposed to direct sunlight or waterlogged. The soil must be loose and have a thick layer of humus. If you see a place where ferns are growing well, there is usually Raimi nearby. The forest grew denser, the canopy completely blocking out the sky, and the light dimmed, making it look almost like evening. The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, so that stepping on them made no sound at all, except for the occasional cracking sound of a dry branch breaking. The air was damp and stuffy. A breath of it felt cool in my lungs, with a sour smell of rotting leaves and an indescribable fishy odor. Most notably, there are significantly more animals. Something was making a sound above my head, a sharp and shrill sound, like it was hitting a stone. Zhang Hanyin craned her neck to look, but saw nothing. She only heard a rustling sound from the branches, and a shadow darted from one tree to another, as fast as lightning, and then there was no sound. "This is a monkey." Xiang Kun noticed the commotion and glanced over. Zhang Hanyin shrank her neck. "Won't it scratch me? If you don't provoke it, it won't provoke you." After walking a few steps, there was a rustling sound in the grass ahead. Mao Xiaodong was so frightened that she took a step back and stepped on Zhang Hanyin's foot. Xiang Kun pressed down on her shoulder to stop her from moving. Something emerged from the grass, resembling a large rabbit or a small pig, and slowly crossed the path. The creature was about 1/2 meter long, covered in short, brownish-brown, glossy fur. It had short, thick legs with pointed hooves and a pointed mouth. When it ate, it would wiggle its head back and forth, looking quite endearing. It glanced up at the four people, blinked its beady black eyes, completely ignoring them, and then lowered its head to continue rooting in the soil. Xiang Kun recognized him. "This is a guinea pig. This thing belongs to the rodent family and is related to guinea pigs, but it is much larger. They are active during the day and are not picky eaters. They will eat whatever they can catch, including fruits, leaves, bark, and insects. Their favorite food is nuts that have fallen on the ground. Their teeth are sharp enough to crack open palm fruits. The fact that there are porcupines on this island means that there must be large areas of palm groves or other hard-shelled fruit trees deep inside the island. More importantly, this thing has a lot of meat, it's juicy and tender, and it sizzles and drips oil when grilled." Xiang Kun swallowed, remembering that he had been eating seafood every day for the past few days, and his mouth felt so bland that he could practically taste nothing. The pufferfish hadn't gone far, slowly burrowing deeper into the grass, its chubby bottom wiggling back and forth, completely unaware that someone behind it had already made it their dinner. Xiang Kun picked up the wooden gun and weighed it in his hand. The spearhead is sharpened, and the wood is hard. A single poke will solve the problem. But if you stab someone until they bleed, the smell of blood will spread and might attract something unexpected. He changed his grip to a clench, pointing the spear tip downwards and using it as a stick, stepping on fallen leaves as he circled around from behind. Zhang Hanyin and Mao Xiaodong covered their mouths, not daring to breathe. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. The porcupine's ears twitched, and its black, beady eyes were about to emerge from the pile of fallen leaves when it swung its arm at Kuin, the wooden spear sweeping across and striking the porcupine squarely on the head. The pufferfish didn't even utter a sound. Its forelegs went weak, and it collapsed to the ground, twitching twice before going still. Zhang Hanyin and Mao Xiaodong finally breathed a long sigh of relief and jogged forward. Xiang Kun picked up the guinea pig by its hind legs, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be quite heavy, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. There was a small dent in the spot on my head where I was hit, but the skin wasn't broken and there was no bleeding. They threw the porcupine into the wicker basket, and the 4 of them continued on their way. After walking for about half an hour, they encountered quite a few porcupines. These creatures had never seen humans before and were not afraid of them. Xiang Kun killed 5 of them in a row, filling the wicker basket to the brim. The light in the woods dimmed. Not because the canopy of trees had grown denser, but because it had gotten dark. The sun had somehow hidden behind the clouds, and the air had changed. Most of the stuffy, humid air had dissipated, replaced by dampness. It's going to rain. We need to find somewhere to take shelter quickly. Xiang Kun, with his keen senses, was the first to notice the anomaly. Lu Tao followed along for half a day, and his legs were sore. She always considered herself to be in good physical condition, but the path in this forest was not one to walk, but one to crawl and crawl through. Vines tripped her, tree roots tripped her, and fallen leaves were so slippery that it felt like walking on ice. She glanced at Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyan secretly. One followed silently, while the other chattered incessantly, but never slowed its pace. Her lingering thoughts resurfaced, making her irritable. When Xiang Kun said it was going to rain soon, she became even more anxious. If this rain starts, it might last all day. Wouldn't all my trip have been for nothing? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. After walking a while, the woods suddenly changed. The trees are sparse, the shrubs are short, there are almost no weeds on the ground, and the view is wide open and unobstructed. Lu Tao was secretly delighted, but slowed down and pretended to look around, then clutched his stomach and cried out, "Ouch! Wait for me. I need to use the restroom." Her voice was hurried, and she looked a little embarrassed as she thought about what she was about to do, and she walked toward the nearest big tree. The tree trunk was so thick that it would take 2 or 3 people to encircle it. She turned sideways and hid behind the tree, sticking her head inside while leaving her body outside. Most of her waist and her entire buttocks were exposed outside the tree trunk, but she was completely unaware of it, or pretended to be unaware. Xiang Kun put the wicker basket off his shoulder and stretched his shoulders. He glanced up at Lu Tao, then froze, his mind going blank, blood rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Use your imagination. It got to the approval stage. Even Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyan secretly compared themselves to Bai Jie and immediately felt discouraged. They couldn't compare. Bai Jie's selection was no empty boast. Lu Tao himself didn't know how he finished relieving himself. While I was squatting there, my mind was a mess, with many scenes replaying in my mind over and over again. When she lifted her skirt, she didn't even dare to raise her head. As she walked back because she was restless and had random thoughts, she slipped and fell backward. Her skirt flipped up, and she landed on her bottom on the wet and slippery ground. Xiang Kun was too far away to help her in time, and could only watch her fall. When he, Mao Xiaodong, and Zhang Hanyan ran over, Lu Tao was frantically trying to pull down her skirt. But she pulled too hard, her hand slipped, and instead of covering the skirt, it was lifted up even higher. All 3 of them saw it at the same time. Her underwear was covered in wet mud, and a large bulge stretched the fabric taut, like a freshly baked steamed bun. Mao Xiaodong was stunned, and Zhang Hanyan was also stunned. The 2 of them glanced down at themselves simultaneously, then quickly looked up again, a blush rising on their faces. A wave of discouragement washed over them. They couldn't compete. They really couldn't compete. Chapter 83. They're fighting again over the number 1 sister. The awkward scene flashed by quickly. Lu Tao pulled down her skirt to cover herself and stood up. She glanced down at her disheveled appearance, a blush spreading from her ears to her neck, but she quickly composed herself, as if stating something perfectly normal. "It's nothing, just a fall. I've fallen many times before." She looked down at the mud on her skirt, then at her hands, and frowned. "These underwear are unwearable now." After saying that, she turned around and walked behind the big tree. After about 10 seconds, Lu Tao emerged from behind the tree. He was clutching a small, gray wad of cloth tightly in his hand. Without underwear to support it, the skirt hung loosely, clinging to her legs in the wind and outlining her 2 rounded curves. She walked over, her face expressionless, as if she had just done something perfectly normal. "Let's go, don't waste time." She took the lead and walked deeper into the woods, her pace much faster than before. Zhang Hanyan and Mao Xiaodong exchanged a glance and quickly followed. Xiang Kun put the wicker basket back on his back and told them to slow down. Snap! A drop of water fell from the sky and landed on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. "It's raining." Chun Juling stretched out her hand, and a drop of rain hit her palm, feeling cool. She stuck her head out and looked up. The sky had darkened at some point, and the clouds were a hazy gray. Another raindrop hit her face, then a third, then a fourth, and then the rain poured down with a whoosh like someone had poured a bucket of water down from the sky. The tree hollow was not very bright, and everyone huddled together, watching the torrential rain outside. Will Brother Xiang Kun and the others be all right? Song Yi's voice drifted from the corner, filled with worry. Zhao Lucy laughed and said, Tai Tai, you were crying last night. How come you're so concerned about Xiang Kun now? I was just asking casually. Song Yi's face immediately turned red. Luckily, it was raining heavily outside. Otherwise, she would have run out to hide long ago. Zhao Lucy, however, wouldn't let her off the hook. With nothing to do on a rainy day, and since she was just idling around anyway, she figured she might as well tease Song Yi. Just asking, why is your face red? Bai Lu chimed in, Tai Tai, you weren't like this yesterday. The look on your face when Xiang Kun called you yesterday. TSK, TSK. She didn't finish her sentence, but that tisk-tisk was even more powerful than if she had continued speaking. Song Yi buried her face in her knees like an ostrich, unable to utter a single word. Aunt Lu Xiaoli smiled and shook her head, then hugged Song Yi and gently patted her shoulder. Song Yi softly said, thank you, Auntie, but still refused to show her face. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, pounding on the treetops like ocean waves. Chun Juling leaned against the banyan tree, listening to the sound of rain, her fingers tapping lightly on her knees as if counting raindrops. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice very soft, as if she were asking herself, or as if she were asking everyone in this tree hollow. You guys say that Xiang Kun's system requires 100 people to unlock. Does that mean there are 100 women on this island? Otherwise, what's the point of God giving him a system that can't be unlocked? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, they never thought about that question. From the very first day they woke up, everyone was thinking about how to survive. They searched for water, food, shelter, salt, and anything else they could find that they could use. No one had ever wondered why it was them, why it was here, or why Xiang Kun's system required 100 people to unlock. But now that Chun Juling has said that, those fragmented and overlooked things have suddenly come together. The 13 of them were inexplicably brought to this island by a beam of white light. There was no ship, no sign of modern life, and no indication of rescue. Xiang Kun is the only man, and he is the only one with the system. But that system requires women to activate it, and it requires 100 women. Are there really 100 women on this island? Lu Yifei sat to the side, looking at her mother, and a thought became increasingly ominous. If it were included, wouldn't that mean? She quickly shook her head, silently cursing herself, and then uttered an even more astonishing opinion. Actually, I've been thinking about this question too. Everyone has probably seen The Truman Show, right? Maybe we're like that too, thrown onto this island by some mysterious force, with someone using technology we don't understand to spy on our lives. The air inside the tree hole suddenly froze. Bai Lu opened her mouth wide. The thought that her words and actions were being watched by countless viewers left her speechless. Actually, there are only tens of thousands of readers and tens of thousands of people watching it. Wang Xinling was no longer introverted. Just thinking about how she was eating the food Xiang Kun gave her by the stream, which was being watched by paid members and broadcast live, made her face turn pale. Tian Shui grabbed Zhao Lucy's hand tightly, and Zhao Lucy gripped her hand in return. Both of them swallowed hard. As for Aunt Lu Xiaoli, she wished she could die on the spot. She was in the woods, which was practically an open-air live broadcast. Zhao Liying was the first to react. She sat up abruptly, her face changed, and a nameless fear swept over her like a tidal wave. She recalled that time when she hid in a tree hollow. Although there were people outside, she couldn't see anything, only the rustling of dry grass and the overlapping breaths of two people. But now someone is telling her that it might not be a secret, that someone might be watching, someone might be listening, and someone might be recording those images, those sounds, and those details that she herself can only secretly recall, frame by frame, through something she doesn't know. She jumped up and frantically groped around inside the tree hole. He dug his fingers into the crevices of the hay, into the cracks in the bark, groping around in those dim corners. The hay was being pulled down in a rustling sound as she pulled it, falling on her hair and shoulders, and it looked like it was about to leak water. "Ingbao, what are you doing?" Yu Shuxin was startled by her movement and dodged to the side. Everyone watched as Zhao, lying frantically, groped around in the tree hole. No one spoke, but the same thought was churning in everyone's mind. If this is true, Then were all those nights when they changed clothes, slept, and whispered in the tree hollow. Those nights when they lay naked on the hay, those moments that Xiang Kun saw, and those that he didn't, recorded. Zhao lying touched the protruding burl at the very back of the tree hole, and her fingers stopped. There was a thin crack behind the burl, which didn't look like a natural split in the bark. It was too neat. Her fingers traced the edge of the crack and touched a small, hard object embedded in the bark, which was barely noticeable without careful examination. Zhao lying pried it out, held it in her hand, and her heart was pounding. What did you find? Lu Yifei's voice was trembling. Zhao, lying slowly, opened her hands. There was nothing in her palm except a small piece of tree bark and crescent-shaped marks left by her fingernails. She examined the bark several times, turning it over and over. It was just a piece of bark, ordinary, rough bark. It's nothing. There's nothing there. We're probably just scaring ourselves. Zhao Liying's voice was hoarse as he threw the piece of bark onto the dry grass and sat back down. But everyone else's hearts were on edge, and they couldn't put their minds at ease anymore. They all thought, without prior agreement, that if they were to have anything happen with Xiang Kun next time, it would definitely have to be in a tree hollow, not outside. Seeing that everyone was somewhat lost in thought, Chun Juling comforted them, saying, "Don't even think about it. If there really were such a mysterious power that could teleport space and bring us from a cruise ship to this island, only a god could do that. We can't resist it. So thinking about it is pointless." Tian Shui nodded hurriedly. Dudu is right. Why think about things you can't change? Chun Juling's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces as he continued. I think what we need to do now is to unite before Xiang Kun brings other women back. If they continue to fight and scramble like they did yesterday, like a disorganized mess, that would be bad. Yu Shuxin immediately chimed in. Unity? How do we achieve unity? How about we first establish a ranking here? Whoever is the top female star, we'll listen to them. This statement made everyone forget what had just happened. Compared to the possibility of being spied on, everyone was more concerned about the actual situation at hand. Everyone was secretly making their own plans. The egret spoke first. Order? How? By when we arrived, or by the size of our contributions? She spoke with such confidence, regardless of whether she arrived early or late. She was one of the first people to wake up on the beach with Xiang Kun. The magnitude of her contributions, she helped move stones, gather firewood, and wash cicada nymphs. What kind of work hadn't she done? After she finished speaking, she straightened her back, as if she had already taken half of the number one position. With Xiang Kun not present, Zhao Liying dropped his pretense and stated clearly, since Brother Xiang Kun's system requires 100 women to activate, then of course whoever goes first gets priority. Although she had guessed that Yu Shuxin had done it once, it was done secretly. In the open, she was the first, so she naturally had an absolute advantage. Tian Shui wouldn't stand for that, and immediately stood up, trying to overpower everyone with her presence. I'm coolness legitimate girlfriend. I'm the real number one. Which of you has a relationship with him like mine? What you're doing is. She paused, her face flushing slightly for a moment, but she quickly masked it with a righteous indignation. That's for the system's progress. I'm the one who's serious. Bai Lu, quick to speak, immediately chimed in. A proper girlfriend? Then why don't you go for it? Who was it that said, true love cannot tolerate impurities when Yu Shuxin was talking yesterday? And now you're stealing the top spot again. Tian Shui was speechless. Her face flushed red. Her lips moved. She wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. Zhao Liying ignored their bickering and only stuck to one point. First come, first served counts, that's the rule. Wang Xinling stood next to Zhao Lucy, and neither of them spoke. But Zhao Lucy lightly tapped Wang Xinling's hand with her finger, and Wang Xinling tapped back, as if exchanging some kind of secret signal. They arrived neither early nor late, did nothing earth-shattering, and made no special contributions. Ordering? They were unsure of themselves, but they didn't want to be last in line. Song Yi remained largely uninvolved throughout. Being introverted, she wasn't good at these kinds of situations and only hoped that Xiang Kun would have feelings for her. Although Lu Yifei didn't want to compete like this, as the old saying goes, when you're in the world, you're not in control of your own destiny, and she couldn't make her own decisions. Someone mentioned that she never did any work and was slowing everyone down, so she wasn't worthy of the top spot. In fact, she was relegated to the very end. Lu Yifei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her her utter speechlessness written all over her face. Come on, ladies, the new guy hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already fighting again? Expecting unity? Unity my foot. Although Liu Yifei has an ethereal beauty, she's actually a quirky and eccentric woman who is just as good at making sarcastic remarks as anyone else. Yu Shuxin leaned against the tree and watched the whole scene from beginning to end, her smile curving even deeper. She didn't say anything, but her mind was racing faster than anyone else's. She wasn't the first to arrive, and probably not even the first one, but she was the one who knew best how to manipulate people's hearts. She knows when to charge, when to retreat, when to stir up trouble, and when to sit back and watch the fight. Now is the time to watch the tigers fight. My little darlings, go ahead and have some fun. It would be best if things escalated to the point where neither side would back down and both were severely injured. Then I'll step in to clean up the mess. The position of number 1 sister belongs to me alone. Chapter 84. I need to find a man right away. The rain outside was still falling, pouring down, as dense as drum beats. Xiang Kun had sensed something was wrong and had taken Lu Tao, Mao Xiaodong, and Zhang Hanyan to hide in a cave. It's called a cave, but it's actually just a small hill made of rocks, with a large rock protruding out and a small space underneath that can barely shelter you from the wind and rain. The 4 of them squatted together, close together, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Xiang Kun became interested. My dear Yun, I've only ever seen you sing on screen before, and I don't have the money to go to concerts. It's raining heavily right now, and I can't leave anyway, so why don't you sing me a song? Let me enjoy the fun of performing solo. Okay, what do you want to hear? Hearing such an affectionate address, Zhang Hanyan smoothed her damp hair and smiled sweetly. She sang her signature song, Sweet and Sour Girl. Her voice like a stream flowing over stones, with the sound of rain as accompaniment and the sound of wind as harmony. Then I'll dance for Brother Kuin. As Mao Xiaodong listened, her body began to sway. It wasn't a proper dance. The space was too small to squeeze in, so it was just a gentle swaying. The dress was sequined, shimmering silver, like a dance costume, clinging to her body and clearly outlining every line. When she swayed, the sequins swayed and glittered. The skirt was short, barely covering her thighs. With a sway, it would lift up, revealing a patch of white skin underneath. With another sway, it would cover her again. With another sway, it would lift up again. She swayed from one end of the stone wall to the other, stepping on an invisible rhythm. The space was small, and she couldn't turn around much, so she just danced back and forth, her waist sometimes strong and sometimes soft. Raise your arms, spread your fingers, and slowly slide them down from the top of your head, past your ears, past your neck, past your collarbone, stop at your waist, then raise them again, and slide them down again. Xiang Kun leaned against the rock, watching her waddle around on that tiny patch of mud. When the skirt billowed up, her 2 thighs were exposed, dazzlingly white. The legs weren't skinny and bony. They were rounded, full, and had a thin layer of muscle. With each sway and movement, you can see the elastic sheen beneath the skin, like a ripe peach that bounces back when you press it with your finger. She danced with such abandon that her steps became larger, her skirt billowed higher, and the top of her thighs was faintly visible, the sequins rustling like rain. Lu Tao had been secretly watching Xiang Kun, and seeing that Xiang Kun's eyes were practically glued to him, he became even more anxious. Taking advantage of Mao Xiaodong's dancing, he squeezed his body backward, bent over halfway, put one hand on Zhang Hanyan's shoulder, and squeezed in front of Xiang Kun. The skirt that had been shortened was rolled up a bit. While seeking shelter from the rain, I took large steps while running, and my skirt rolled up and wouldn't come down. Now, it's become shorts. Her waistline dips in like a shallow valley, then suddenly bulges out at her hips, becoming as full as a large peach. The skirt was wet and clung to her body, revealing a deeper color underneath. Xiang Kun squatted at the very back, directly facing Lu Tao's bent-over waist and hips. The rain was still pouring down, a heavy, dense downpour like someone was splashing water from the sky. Nothing could be seen in the distance. Trees, grass, and mountains were all shrouded in a gray mist. As Zhang Hanyan finished singing her song and was about to turn around, Lu Tao quickly stopped her. Sing another one. I'll choose a song. It's also an old song. Old songs have a special charm. Lu Tao didn't rush back. He just lay there, waiting for the intro to finish, and even softly hummed along. On a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, like a shattered membrane, The voice was low and soft, mixed with the sound of rain and singing, like a tune from a dream. Then, she felt a surge of heat. The heat brushed past her body, startling her so much that she instinctively stepped back and sat down straight. This small hilltop offers ample space for shelter, with an even larger platform at the corner. Two sides are stone walls, and the corner is just enough to block the wind. The other two sides are open, but a low wall has been built with stones at the opening. The stones are of various sizes and are not arranged very neatly, but you can tell that they are man-made and not naturally piled up. Wan Xian squatted behind the low wall and covered Tang Tang with the last banana leaf. The leaves were already wilted, the edges curled up, and they couldn't cover my calves. Tang Tang lay motionless on the ground, her face turned toward the stone wall, only a small section of her pale chin visible. She has been unconscious for almost a day. She hasn't woken up since last night and hasn't eaten anything. My lips were dry and cracked, and my breathing was so light it felt like it might break at any moment. Wan Xian sighed. Tang Tang has been unconscious for almost a day and hasn't eaten a single bite. If this continues, she's really going to die. She placed her hand on Tang Tang's forehead. It was hot. Her palms were damp with a thin layer of sweat, cool to the touch, which made Tang Tang's forehead seem even hotter. She pulled her hand back, rubbed it on the hem of her skirt, and then reached out to touch it again. It was still hot. Demimi leaned against the stone wall, looking at the figure curled up on the ground, and sighed helplessly. Her dress was torn in several places. One of the shoulder straps was broken and tied with vines, revealing a large area of her collarbone and shoulders. His hair was disheveled, covered in bits of grass and mud. His face was dirty, but his eyes were still bright, though now that light had dimmed, like a candle about to burn out. What can we do? It's raining so hard, and we can't find anything to eat. Not to mention Tang Tang has nothing to eat. I'm starving. She lifted it up a little, and she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but it seemed lighter than before. Despite saying that, Demimi still stood up, rolled up a banana leaf, and stretched it out over the stone to catch some rainwater. Wan Xian had already pried open Tang Tang's mouth, and Demimi was slowly pouring it in. Water spilled from the corner of her mouth, running down her chin and neck. Tang Tang choked a little, but didn't wake up. She just moved her throat and swallowed a little. Demimi didn't dare to force-feed her too quickly, waiting for her to swallow a mouthful before giving her another mouthful. After watering, he tossed the banana leaves aside, leaned against a rock, and his chest heaved. Wan Xian tidied up the banana leaves on Tang Tang's body and covered her exposed calves. There weren't enough leaves. If they covered her legs, they wouldn't cover her feet. So she pulled the leaves that were covering her feet up to cover her knees. The three of them woke up together in the woods, searched for fresh water and food together, and finally found a good place to stay, but unexpectedly Tang Tang developed a high fever. She was quite scared, afraid that Tang Tang would just keep sleeping like that and never wake up. The rain still hasn't stopped. Demimi stared at the gray sky outside, at the leaves that were slammed by the rain and couldn't lift their heads, and at the water flowing down from the top of the rocks. Thinking that Tang Tang's day will also be my day in the future, I couldn't help but ask a question, as if asking Wan Xian, and also as if asking myself. If you knew you were going to die tomorrow, what would you most want to do today? Wan Xian paused for a moment, her hand stopping on Tang Tang's forehead. She looked at Tang Tang's pale face, her chapped lips, and the slight rise and fall of her chest. Suddenly, a chill ran up from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She remembered the first night they woke up in the woods, the three of them huddled together, listening to the cries of some unknown wild beast, none of them daring to sleep. She recalled that the next day, she searched for food along the way and saw small animals, but she couldn't catch them no matter how hard she tried. The three chased each other and finally caught one, but because they didn't know how to start a fire, they could only watch helplessly. They were so hungry that one of them drank some animal blood, and the thought of it still makes them nauseous. I remembered last night, when Tang Tang said, "It's nothing, I probably just caught a cold." But after sleeping for a while, Tang Tang woke up in the morning with a high fever and was talking nonsense, tossing and turning and calling for her mother. She remembered that when she was giving Tang Tang water, her hands were trembling, not because she was scared, but because she didn't know if she would end up like that. She lay there, motionless, waiting for someone to pour water in her mouth, waiting for someone to cover her with leaves, waiting for someone to count how many days she had left to live. What if she were to die tomorrow? I need to find a man right away. When the words came out of her mouth, Wan Xian was startled. But she didn't stop. Her voice grew louder and more urgent, as if she were trying to convince herself, as if she were trying to convince Demimi, and as if she were trying to convince that fate that was somewhere unknown. I've heard that sleeping with men is very pleasurable. Demimi's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Wan Xian's eyes shone with an alarming light, like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, as he muttered to himself. Honey, it's real, it's real. She became more and more agitated as she spoke, and stood up. Rainwater poured down from the top of the stone, hitting her shoulders and head, but she didn't care. She rushed into the rain, stood on the open ground, tilted her head back, and let the raindrops splash on her face, into her eyes, and into her open mouth. Facing the gray sky, the leaves drooping from the rain, and that phrase I'd heard somewhere, very happy, I shouted, I want a man. I want a man. Demimi watched Wan Xian standing in the rain, her dress soaked and clinging to her body, her hair soaked and clinging to her face, raindrops streaming down her chin like tears. She could no longer stay strong. The string that had been taut for days, the string that had been taut since he woke up, snapped with a snap when Wan Xian cried out, I want a man. She rushed into the rain, not caring that the heavy rain would soak her and that she might get a fever and get sick, and hugged Wan Xian tightly. The two embraced and wept bitterly. Rain poured down on my head and face, and I couldn't tell if it was rain or tears. While crying, Demimi suddenly stopped. She pricked up her ears, trying to discern something from the sound of the rain. It wasn't the sound of rain, nor the sound of wind. It sounded like a human voice. Wan Xian had obviously heard it too. The two looked at each other and saw hope in each other's eyes. The sound came through the rain, intermittent, like the wind blowing something over and then away. It was a woman's voice, high-pitched and crisp, with extremely strong penetrating power, so strong that even such heavy rain couldn't cover it. Heavenly Bodhisattva, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to ascend to heaven. How comfortable, old man. Time to get going. Quickly shovel the boogers from my ears, Heavens above. Chapter 85, Only My Women Can Join. Xiang Kun never expected that Sister Tao would be so sensitive, showing no intention of restraint and shouting so loudly that the whole forest could hear it. She lay on the rock, her face buried in her arms, her voice bouncing around in the small space beneath it, hitting the rock wall, bouncing back, hitting Xiang Kun's ears, and bouncing away again. Xiang Kun could see that Mao Xiaodong's dance had stopped. Her arms were hanging at her sides, her skirt was no longer swaying, and she was frozen in place, as if she had been frozen in place. Zhang Hanyan's singing also stopped. Her mouth was still open, but the sound was gone. She just stood there with her mouth open, watching Lu Tao lying there, watching her shoulders sway, watching her fingers dig mud out of the cracks in the rocks. Don't stop. Xiang Kun's voice was squeezed out of his throat, hoarse like sandpaper. He glanced at Mao Xiaodong, then at Zhang Hanyan. Keep singing, keep dancing. Zhang Hanyan was the first to react. She swallowed hard, picked up where she left off, raised the pitch a little, and her voice trembled like a candle flame in the wind, but she didn't stop. Mao Xiaodong slowly raised her hand, and her skirt began to sway, slowly and gently, like a child just learning to walk. She looked at Xiang Kun, her eyes wet, as if washed by rain. Xiang Kun nodded to her, and she took larger steps, her skirt swaying and the white of her legs shimmering again. Lu Tao's voice changed. From screams to groans, from groans to panting, from panting to a drawn-out sigh, as if a breath were being squeezed out of the chest piece by piece. Her fingers loosened from the cracks in the stones, scratched a few marks in the mud, then loosened again, scratched again, and loosened again. Xiang Kun placed his hand on her back, his palm pressed against her soaked dress, and he could feel the rise and fall of her spine and the trembling beneath her skin. She was trembling violently, like a butterfly soaked by the rain, unable to flap its wings, and could only lie there, letting the rain drench her. The rain lessened, turning from a downpour into a drizzle, and from a drizzle into a drip. The sounds Wan Xian and Demimi heard became clearer. The two stood on the open ground after the rain, soaked to the bone, their hair plastered to their faces, and water dripping from their skirts. But they couldn't care less. This voice was a human voice, and they had to go and see. Demimi held Wan Xian's hand tightly, and Wan Xian held her hand back. Both of their palms were wet. The closer they got, the louder they could hear the sound, and the more strange it seemed. Something was definitely not right. As they rounded the stone corner, Demimi paused, and Wan Qian nearly bumped in her back. They saw it. Mao Xiaodong is dancing, and Zhang Hanyun is singing. The two women had no time to think about this moment. They were too excited to care. They ran forward, calling out, Xiaotong, Hanyun. The sound startled the singing and dancing duo awake. Instead of showing any surprise, they were dumbfounded. They were still handling some business inside when someone showed up. What should we do? Xiang Kun also heard the sounds outside. Lu Tao was so engrossed in his own thoughts that he only vaguely heard some of them. But at this moment, who cared about such things? When Wan Qian and Mimi ran up to them, their eyes were immediately stung by the sight. It was a white mass, still wriggling. Wan Qian was just shouting, I want a man in the rain, shouting so desperately that even God heard it. But when she actually saw this scene, she froze, as if someone had struck her acupoint, her mouth still open, but she couldn't make a sound. The blinding white expanse, shimmering in the sunlight after the rain, hurt her eyes. Honey is also staying there. She stood a little further forward than Wan Qian, so she could see more clearly. Lu Tao lay there, her skirt rolled up around her waist, her two legs long and white, taut and straight, her toes pointed, digging into the mud, making several shallow holes. Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief. They threw Lu Tao onto the rocks. As if nothing had happened, he turned to Wan Qian and to Mimi and said, So you two ended up on this island too? Wan Qian's mouth was still open, and she made an ah sound at her throat before swallowing it back down. Demimi's lips moved slightly, and she let out an ah sound. The two people stood there, unsure whether to leave or just stand there and watch. My legs felt weak, my palms were sweating, and my face was burning hot. Xiang Kun had already put on his pants and was fastening his belt, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He finished tying his clothes, glanced back at them, as if to say, What's the big deal? Wan Qian felt even more uncomfortable under that gaze, so she quickly looked away and moved her gaze toward Mao Xiaodong. Demimi also moved towards Zhang Hanyun's side. Xiaodong, Hanyun, what's the situation between you two now? Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyun were extremely embarrassed. When Wan Qian and Mimi ran over, they had actually seen them long ago, but they didn't know how to react. Hearing the question, he finally came to his senses and stammered. Many of us have now followed Brother Kuin's lead and built a shelter with salt and tools. She pointed to Xiang Kuin's feet. Look, the basket contains the game we hunted. Wan Qian followed her finger and looked over. Several grayish creatures lay in the basket, plump and stacked together, their fur wet and glossy. They had caught this animal before, but without fire, they could only watch helplessly. Yami is watching it too. She observed more carefully than Wan Qian, noticing the prey in the wicker basket, and then the faces of everyone else, who still looked plump and healthy. In contrast, she, Wan Qian, and Tang Tang had sunken eyes and sallow complexions. Do you have salt? She couldn't help but ask. Mao Xiaodong nodded. Yes, we dried a lot, enough to eat for a long time. Is there a fire? Yes, we also have stoves, pots, and bowls. Honey couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed over and hugged Mao Xiaodong tightly, like a drowning person clinging to a piece of wood. Mao Xiaodong was knocked back a step by the bump, her back hitting the large rock, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Demimi buried her face in her shoulder, crying and trembling, recounting the hardships she had endured these past few days. They said they woke up in the woods, and the three of them didn't know what to do, so they huddled together in fear. They said they were looking for fresh water and found a small puddle, but there were insects in it, so they didn't dare drink it. They said they survived by finding food, collecting seashells, digging for wild vegetables, and eating the heartwood of banana trees. They said Tang Tang had a fever, so high that she was talking nonsense, and they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't even boil water. He said a lot of things, then his voice trailed off, gradually turning into sobs, and his shoulders trembled. Demimi raised her head, her face covered in tears, her eyes red, and her lips chapped and peeling, as she looked at Mao Xiaodong. Xiaodong, can we join you? Mao Xiaodong's eyes also reddened from her crying, but she didn't agree immediately. She glanced at Xiang Kun, her voice soft. It should be possible. You can ask Brother Xiang Kun. In our area, Brother Xiang Kun is the one who makes the decisions. Demimi then looked at Xiang Kun, waiting hopefully for him to nod in agreement. Xiang Kun naturally heard those words and saw their gazes, but he ignored them completely, like a bystander. You didn't ask me for anything, so if I eagerly agreed, wouldn't that be pathetic? Wan Qian also looked at him. Lu Tao was still leaning against that big rock. Her legs were weak, and she hadn't fully recovered. Her skirt had been pulled down, her hair had been straightened, and her face was still red. Her gaze shifted from Xiang Kun to Lu Tao, and a bad thought suddenly popped in her mind. If I want to join, will I have to go through this too? When Mimi and Wan Qian didn't get the response they wanted, their uneasy feelings became even clearer. If you want to join, you have to bow your head first. It wasn't bowing down to Mao Xiaotong, nor to Zhang Hanyun, but to that man. Clearly, Mao Xiaotong's score is too low, Zhang Hanyun's score is too low, and Lu Tao's score was just low. They also have to lower their prices. Mimi bit her lip. Her lips were dry, cracked, and peeling. A little blood oozed out with each bite, and it tasted fishy. She took 2 steps forward and came to Xiang Kun's side, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice dry and hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Brother Xiang Kun. She was startled for a moment after she called out. She had never called anyone so affectionately before. Even she herself felt a sense of unfamiliarity when she uttered Brother Xiang Kun. But she cried it out, and once she did, she couldn't take it back. We'd like to join your team. Is that all right? Wan Qian also came over and stood next to Mimi. We want to join too. Xiang Kun was now satisfied, not only with Mao Xiaodong, but also with these 2 women. But he wouldn't agree so easily. Instead, he asked, I don't support idlers in my area. Tell me, what value do you have? Mimi's tears were still welling up in her eyes, but upon hearing this, she blinked hard, trying to hold back the tears. We can do the work. We can do anything, move stones, chop firewood, dig wild vegetables. We don't eat much, so we can eat less rice. As long as we can stay, anything is fine. Wan Qian nodded in agreement, causing water droplets to shake off her hair. Yes, we eat very little. 2 meals a day is enough. No, 1 meal a day is fine too. We are not afraid of hardship or fatigue. We are willing to do anything. As she spoke, her voice softened, as if she was afraid of bothering people by talking too much. Xiang Kun did not answer immediately, deliberately trying to put some pressure on them. Mimi and Wan Qian stood there waiting, barely daring to breathe, as if awaiting judgment. The wind blew in from outside the stone wall, blowing the water droplets off the tree canopy, pattering and splashing onto the leaves, onto the stones, and onto their feet. They waited for a long time, so long that Mimi thought Xiang Kun wouldn't answer, so long that Wan Qian started counting the pattering sounds. 1, 2, 3. Xiang Kun stared at them without blinking. Their gaze moved from Mimi's face to Wan Qian's face, and then back again, revealing 2 somewhat ingratiating smiles. We won't kick you out, and you'll have enough to eat. But only my women can join me. Chapter 86, Sugar White Tiger. Only my women can join. These resolute words made Mimi's mouth open again, and this time she couldn't close it. Wan Qian raised her head and stared blankly at Xiang Kun. The 2 of them stood there, feeling as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, chilling them to the bone. They looked at Xiang Kun, and Xiang Kun looked at them with a calm expression, as if he were talking about something perfectly normal. Their gazes shifted from Xiang Kun to Lu Tao. Lu Tao had already stood up straight. Although her face was still red, her legs were no longer weak, and her hair was neatly combed. She stood there and smiled at them. The 2 of them struggled internally for a while. Their lips moved, then closed, then moved again, like 2 stranded fish, their mouths opening and closing, but they couldn't utter the words agree. Xiang Kun became impatient. He didn't wait any longer. He bent down, slung the wicker basket over his shoulder, picked up the wooden gun, and turned back to call Lu Tao and the others to follow. Lu Tao had recovered and felt better than ever before, even better than when he was 18. As he passed by Wan Qian and Mimi, he spread his hands, giving her a I can't help you look. Mimi and Wan Qian stood there watching the 4 figures walk further and further away. Their eyes were fixed on Xiang Kun's footsteps. His steps were steady, each one measured as if by a ruler, neither too fast nor too slow, without hesitation. They were waiting for the footsteps to hesitate, waiting for the footsteps to stop. But their steps didn't slow down, didn't hesitate, didn't stop. They were almost at the corner. Wan Qian's heart sank, so deep that she didn't even realize how deep it had sunk. She remembered the time she shouted, I want a man, in the rain. Her voice was bitter, fearful, and filled with the despair of a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Now that man has appeared. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Don't go. Wan Qian stumbled out from under the rock, shouting at Xiang Kun's disappearing figure. I promise you, I'm willing to be your woman. Xiang Kun stopped in his tracks. He was certain that Wan Qian and Mimi would agree. He was currently the only man on the island. So who else could they rely on if not him? If I could truly be self-reliant, I wouldn't be in this haggard state now. He nodded slightly to Wan Qian, basking in the post-rain sunlight like a radiant sage. Then come with me. I'll take you away. Wan Qian's tears welled up instantly. They weren't crying. They just fell down on their own. She took a step and ran towards Kuin. Mimi was still standing there watching all of this happen. The thought that after Wan Qian left, not only would her life improve and she would have a man by her side, but she would be all alone, surviving in a strange place, sent a chill down her spine. She ran forward with Wan Qian, shouting as she ran. I've already promised you. Please, take me with you. Lu Tao stood next to Xiang Kun, watching Wan Qian run over and then Mimi chase after her from behind. She crossed her arms, her lips pursed, and her tone was sour, as if she had just taken a bite of a green banana. You're lucky. You've gotten 2 more beauties. No, 3 plus Tang Tang. Xiang Kun turned his head and glanced at her, then smiled. You're the one who benefits, aren't you? Lu Tao's face flushed slightly. After a long journey of most of the day, I was originally exhausted, but after practicing dual cultivation, I'm not tired at all now. My legs don't ache, my back isn't weak, and the soles of my feet don't hurt. I feel like I've just woken up from a nap, and my whole body is full of energy. Xiang Kun and Wan Qian and Mimi ran up to them and asked, You just said that Tang Tang has a high fever? Mimi nodded vigorously. It's over there, right there, just around the corner. She turned and ran back, then after a couple of steps turned back and shouted, This way, come with me. Turn the corner, and you'll find that crevice in the rocks. 2 large stones were placed together, creating a small recessed space underneath, with a low wall built over the opening. Behind the low wall, Tang Tang lay on the ground, covered with a few wilted banana leaves, the edges of which were curled up and could not cover her calves. Xiang Kun bent down and squeezed into the crevice between the rocks, squatted down, and lifted the banana leaves. Tang Tang was wearing a pink sundress, but to Xiang Kun, it looked more like a coat. It wasn't worn on the arms. It was supported by the chest, without even a thin strap, and it looked like it was about to fall down. Her skirt was very short, barely covering her upper thighs. She lay on the ground, her skirt spread out, revealing everything underneath. It was a small, thin, beige bra that wasn't actually black. Xiang Kun shifted his gaze from there to Tang Tang's face. Her face was small, with a pointed chin, sunken cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and sunken eye sockets. It was clear that she had suffered a lot. Xiang Kun placed his hand on Tang Tang's forehead. It was so hot that it made him frown. He then placed his hand on Tang Tang's wrist, pressing 2 fingers against her delicate wrist, and closed his eyes. Wan Qian crawled outside the low wall, her eyes wide as she watched Xiang Kun's 2 fingers press against Tang Tang's wrist. She glanced at Mimi, and Mimi looked back at her. Both of them had the same question in their eyes. This person can also treat illnesses? And he's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Is he reliable? Xiang Kun was still completely absorbed. His fingers pressed on Tang Tang's pulse, which was beating rapidly, like a startled rabbit, thumping and jumping wildly. The pulse is floating, rapid, strong, and forceful. It does not diminish with heavy pressure. The words popped into his head automatically. They weren't something he remembered, but rather something instilled in him by medical skills, like someone whispering in his ear. Xiang Kun opened his eyes, put Tang Tang's wrist back, and then flipped her eyelids over. His eyes were bloodshot, as red as a rabbit's eyes. He pressed her neck again. The lymph nodes are swollen, and you can feel hard little lumps. He leaned closer and smelled her breath. It was hot and smelly, like over-fermented leaves. High fever, tonsillitis, and possibly pneumonia. The fever has lasted too long, and the person is not eating or drinking. Their body is severely depleted. If it drags on any longer, not only will their brain be damaged, but they will also die. Mimi's face turned pale instantly. She and Tang Tang were inseparable best friends, and having gone through thick and thin together, their bond was incredibly strong. The thought of saying goodbye to Tang Tang forever brought tears to her eyes. Wan Qian panicked and hurriedly asked, What should we do? Please save her. Please save her. Are you a doctor? You can save her, right? Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. He had no medicinal herbs on hand, so he was powerless to brew any medicine. But he had another, albeit not a perfect, solution: injections. Wan Xian was stunned when he heard about this method of treatment. Demimi was also stunned. The two of them stood there, blinking, their minds blank. A shot? What kind of shot? Where did the shot come from? Lu Tao laughed beside him. She smiled, and Zhang Hanyan smiled too. Only they knew that this injection was truly effective, curing Tong Tong's illness with absolutely no effort. Lu Tao said frankly, "Of course it's that needle. Xiang Kun's needles have magical energy. Once you get the injection, the disease will be cured instantly." Demimi's face changed from white to red, from red to green, and from green to white. "You mean, Xiang Kun wants to—" She couldn't continue. Those words were too vulgar. They were too offensive for her to utter. Tang Tang is still lying there, her fate unknown. The man in front of her actually wanted to take advantage of her vulnerability to pick up the body, and while Tang Tang was still warm, he wanted to do that to her as a farewell ceremony. Her tears welled up again, but this time they weren't from crying. They were from anger, hatred, and humiliation. Wan Xian's face turned pale, and her lips trembled, but she could only watch in humiliation. Lu Tao could tell from their expressions that there was a misunderstanding, but she could understand it, since she had misunderstood in the same way before. He then recounted in detail how Xiang Kun possessed the many children, many blessings system, leaving Wan Xian and Mimi completely stunned. Could it really be true? So, can Tang Tang still be saved? Although there will be some price to pay, it seems insignificant compared to life. In Lu Tao's account, Xiang Kun was also busy, taking Tong Tong's pink sundress off her. He supported her back with one hand and pulled her skirt down with the other, like peeling a boiled ear of corn. Tong Tong's body was limp, as if boneless, her head tilted in his arms, her face against his chest, her breathing shallow and rapid, as if it might break at any moment. Her skirt slipped down to her waist, revealing her upper body. 2 rows of ribs protrude like fan ribs, each one clearly visible. The collarbone also protrudes like 2 thin sticks with a deep pit in the middle. She's not very fleshy to begin with. Those female celebrities pursue thinness as beauty, and they're all as thin as bamboo poles. Tang Tang is one of the thinnest ones among them. I haven't eaten much these past few days, not even rice or water. All that little bit of flesh I had is burned away, leaving only a layer of skin covering the bones. 2 meat buns. Xiang Kun removed his hand from her back and went to untie the thin belt around her waist. A sentence suddenly popped into Xiang Kun's mind, and that sentence was the chapter title. He had seen this nickname on his phone before, and at the time he thought it was just a pun, but he never expected it to be real. Indeed, they're only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Lu Tao was still speaking outside. Xiang Kun system. As long as you engage in dual cultivation, you can gain benefits. Women can also benefit. They will feel a warm current flowing through their bodies, which can heal illnesses and strengthen their bodies. Xiang Kun didn't hear what she said next. He simply placed his hand on Tong Tong's back, lowered his head, and whispered something in her ear. "Tang Tang, just bear with it. It'll be over soon." Tong Tong's body twitched slightly. Her brows furrowed, her lips moved slightly, but she didn't utter a sound. After a while, her brows slowly relaxed, her lips stopped trembling, and her breathing was still shallow and rapid, but it was more steady than before. Chapter 87. You're gone. After the injection, Xiang Kun put Tang Tang back on the banana leaf and dressed her again. Then I took his pulse, and as expected, it was still fast, but it wasn't beating wildly like before. It had calmed down. When I touched my forehead again, it wasn't as hot as before. Most importantly, her complexion is different from before. It's not the white of paper anymore. It's pink, tender like the white with a hint of red of a freshly peeled lychee. Now, even Wan Qian and Mimi had no choice but to believe it. Not long after, Tang Tang groggily opened her eyes. She first saw the large rock above her head, gray and covered with moss, with water droplets dripping down its surface, pattering. She saw the banana leaves covering her again, then looked away from the leaves and onto the face of a strange man. The man was shirtless, with red marks on his shoulders, as if he had been scraped by something. Tong Tong's pupils dilated instantly. She screamed, "Ah!" in a high-pitched, thin voice and jerked backward, her back hitting the rock, making her wince in pain. But she ignored the pain, hugged her chest with both hands, and curled up into a ball like a frightened hedgehog. "Who are you?" Go away. It's Shanghainese, and the voice is soft and sweet, like a glutinous rice ball. But that ferocity was real, like a cat with its fur standing on end, claws outstretched, teeth bared, but actually terrified. Demimi and Wan Qian rushed in from outside the low wall. Demimi hugged Tang Dang tightly, and Wan Qian rushed over and hugged both of them. The three of them huddled together. Tang Tang, you're all better. You're really all better. Demimi's tears fell again, this time from joy and excitement. She pulled Tang Dang out of her arms and cupped her face to look at her. I couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined it could be so amazing. Tang Tang was so tightly hugged by them that she could hardly breathe, but she didn't push them away, nor could she bear to. She recalled that when she was delirious with fever, she dreamt that she was in a huge furnace, surrounded by fire, which burned her skin until it was torn and bleeding. She wanted to scream, but couldn't, wanted to run, but couldn't, and wanted to die, but couldn't. Later, someone pulled her out of the fire and held her in their arms. She was cool and refreshing, like a piece of ice. The ice packs were placed on her forehead, on her chest, and on her burning skin, gradually absorbing the heat. She didn't know who it was, but she remembered the coolness and the comfort. I thought I was going to die. I was so feverish that I was delirious and didn't know anything. I never expected that I would recover. It's truly a blessing from God. Demimi and Wan Qian exchanged a glance. I decided not to tell her the truth. Tang Tang is a conservative person, so conservative that she has to change clothes alone on set. If she knew how she survived, she would break down. Demimi pulled Tang Tang out of her arms and helped her straighten her pink sundress. If her skirt slips down, help her hang it up. If the hem rolls up, help her pull it down. If the neckline is crooked, help her straighten it. While tidying up, he said, We've met our companions now. Lu Tao, Zhang Hanyan, Mao Xiaodong, and a whole group of people. If we go there, things won't be so hard anymore. Tangtang's eyes lit up, shining like stars. Really? She peeked out and looked outside. Apart from the man, it really was Lu Tao and two others who immediately waved happily. As I was laughing, my stomach started growling. Tang Dang has gotten used to it. These past few days of hunger, her stomach has been growling from time to time. Upon hearing this, Lu Tao bent down and rummaged through the wicker basket, pulling out a small package wrapped in banana leaves. He opened it, and inside lay about 30 cicada nymphs. These are all caught from tree trunks every night or morning. They eat whenever they can, otherwise they go hungry. The same applies to the three of them, Demimi and her companions. Even though they are insects, as long as they are cooked, they are fine and can fill their stomachs. Xiang Kun watched them wolf down their food and said with a smile, No need to rush. I have plenty of prey here, enough for everyone to eat. In a little while, I'll go find some Rami. You all wait for me here. Whether I find it or not, I'll come back for you. Upon hearing this, Demimi became unwilling, as if afraid that Xiang Kun would abandon them. She quickly said, What does Rami look like? We'll help you find it too. Many hands make light work. Xiang Kun thought it made sense, so he told them what Rami looked like. The Rami stems are reddish, segmented like bamboo. The leaves are wide with serrated edges, green on the front and white on the back, and feel a bit fuzzy to the touch. They like to grow in damp places by streams, in valleys, and at the edges of forests. Wherever there is moisture, they will grow. As Tang Tang listened, the more she listened, the more familiar it seemed. Something was swirling in her mind, like a revolving lantern, frame by frame. She remembered that when she was looking for food before, there was a large patch of this plant growing behind this hillside. The edges are serrated, the stem is reddish, and it's segmented. I don't know if it's Rami. After hearing Tangtang's description, Xiang Kun felt that it was most likely the case. Let's go take a look. It's not far anyway. The group of 7 embarked on their journey once again. Demimi helped Tang Dang up, with Wan Qian following beside them. Tangtang's legs were still weak, and her body was still aching. She thought it was caused by a fever. She had to rest after walking a few steps. Demimi didn't dare to urge her, so she slowly supported her as she walked. After walking for a while, Tangtang's pace suddenly quickened, as if she had gained energy. She walked faster and faster, so fast that Demimi had to jog to keep up. After walking for a while, she finally came to her senses, looked down at her legs, then looked up at the sky, a look of surprise and delight on her face. Why do I feel more and more energetic as I walk? I'm sick, but how come I feel perfectly healthy? Demimi and Wan Qian exchanged a glance. They said nothing, yet they said everything. They remembered Tong Tong's face, which was as white as paper, when Xiang Kun went in earlier. I remember Tong Tong's rosy face when Xiang Kun came out. Maybe the fever has gone down and the person feels more energetic. Demimi could only come up with a plausible reason, but fortunately Tang Dang didn't think too much about it, and the matter passed. Not far from the back slope, after passing through a grove of ferns and crossing this hill, you'll arrive. Xiang Kun stood on the hilltop looking down. The plants grew at the bottom of the slope, spreading out along both banks of a flowing stream, densely packed and taller than him. A gust of wind blows, revealing the white beneath the leaves, swaying gently, refreshing and invigorating. Rami is Rami. It wasn't just one or two clumps, but a vast expanse covering the entire mountainside, stretching from the bottom of the slope all the way to the stream, and from the stream all the way to the opposite slope, densely packed like a green sea. Now, there won't be a shortage of raw materials for making clothes. Xiang Kun, carrying a wicker basket, walked up to them and, without saying a word, got to work. As the machete chopped down, Rami stalks fell one by one. Lu Tao sighed inwardly. My mother actually has to do this kind of work? What can I do? I have no choice but to do it. They could only take out other tools from the wicker basket and peel off the bark along the Rami stems. Mao Xiaodong and Zhang Hanyan also squatted down and peeled it like her. Demimi and Wan Qian exchanged a glance. There was nothing they could do. If newcomers to the group didn't work, they'd be bullied by the older members. Let alone not doing any work. I'd be grateful if the elderly wouldn't assign me any extra tasks. Even when surviving on an island, you can't escape the realities of the workplace. Although Tang Tang had just recovered from an illness, she was not a lazy person. Seeing everyone else working while she was idle, she felt really bad. Plus, I'm full of energy now and don't want to be idle. So I joined the group of sisters to peel Rami husks together. Xiang Kun moved swiftly, slashing the Rami cleanly at the root. He was incredibly strong, with inexhaustible energy. While others were cutting a few stalks, he had already cut a small piece and tossed it together. Be careful not to get pricked by the roots, he shouted without turning his head, and continued working. Rami roots are hard. When you cut them, the cut ends are sharp, and poking them can be quite painful. As they were chopping, something suddenly moved in the Rami bushes ahead. Xiang Kun immediately became alert, his knife hovering in midair. A dark shadow darted out from the Rami bushes and fluttered upwards. Pheasant. A pheasant with brown and yellow feathers, a long tail, and wings that are bigger than a wash basin when spread out. Startled by the noise of Xiang Kun cutting down the Rami, it darted out of its nest and flew into the sky in a panic. Xiang Kun saw it, reacted quickly, and the machete in his hand flew out. The pheasant had just flown to the top of the Rami bushes, its wings not yet fully spread when the knife arrived. With a whoosh, the blade sliced past the pheasant's neck as easily as cutting tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Chicken blood spurted from its neck, splashing onto the Rami leaves, turning them a vibrant red. The pheasant's body fell into the Rami bushes, fluttered around for a while, and then lay still. Oops! Zhang Hanyan called out from behind, dropping the Rami bark in her hand. Everyone stood up and gathered around, asking all sorts of questions. Xiang Kun walked over, bent down, and picked up the pheasant from the Rami bushes. The chicken was still warm and heavy, weighing at least 2 or 3 pounds. Its feathers are beautiful, with black patches on a brown base, and a few particularly long, curved feathers on its tail that look even longer than peacock feathers. Lu Tao took the pheasant and put it in the wicker basket. Xiang Kun retrieved the machete and headed towards where the pheasant had appeared. Just as he expected, there was a pile of dry grass under the Rami bushes, yellowish-brown in color, which stood out from the surrounding green. He squatted down, parted the dry grass, and a nest of wild eggs appeared in the grass, more than a dozen of them, large and small. The smallest was about the size of a pigeon egg, and the largest was even bigger than a free-range chicken egg. Moreover, the eggshell colors are different. Some are light brown, some are bluish-white, some have spots, and some are solid colors, with various patterns and colors. Mao Xiaodong happily picked up wild eggs, forgetting even the hard work of peeling Rami husks earlier. Chapter 88, 2 Unexpected Choices. Peeling Rami bark is no easy task. Without gloves on, my hands became itchy and painful from the fine hairs on the Rami fibers after peeling for a short while. The fine hairs are like needles, invisible when they pierce the skin, but they prick and itch when touched. The more you scratch, the itchier it gets, and the more it itches, the more you scratch until your skin turns bright red, as if it has been burned. Damimi was the first to lose her temper. She raised her hand to her mouth and blew on it, but it didn't work after a couple of tries. So she grabbed a handful of grass from the side and rubbed it. Wanxian wasn't much better off. Her fingers were bright red, like 10 little radishes. Mao Xiaodong was the same. She gritted her teeth and endured it, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead one by one. Only Lu Tao and Tang Dang were completely unaffected, and Zhang Hanyin was also not greatly affected. Xiang Kun cut down a large group of them. He had initially complained that they were too slow, but after seeing the condition of Damimi and the other two, he softened a bit. He had done some farm work when he was a child, so he knew what that itchy feeling was like countless ants biting his body. He couldn't scratch or grab them. It was truly a torment. He walked over, picked up a rami stalk that hadn't been peeled yet, tore a slit from the top, grabbed it with both hands, and pulled it all the way down. The green skin slid off the stem like it was taking off clothes, revealing the white fibers inside, clean and without a single hair. Lu Tao, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded and asked him how he could peel it so quickly. Without looking up, Xiang Kun continued working, picking up another one, tearing it open, and pulling it all the way to the bottom. The more clothes you take off a woman, the faster you'll get. Lu Tao spat, his face burning. Several women nearby heard this. Some lowered their heads, some turned their faces away, and some pretended not to hear. Tang Dang thought Xiang Kun was quite humorous and smiled shyly. With Xiang Kun joining, the work will be much faster. He can do the work of 3 or 4 people all by himself, tearing, pulling, peeling, and releasing in one go. The pile of rami stalks quickly turned green one by one, and Damimi and the others were no longer in a hurry. They peeled them slowly, taking their time to peel as many as they could. The sun sank a little further down, and the rami bark was piled into 2 heaps, which Xiang Kun tied tightly together, using his spear as a carrying pole on his shoulder. On the way back, Damimi was still holding hands. She put her finger to her lips and blew on it, but it didn't work. She then rubbed it against the hem of her skirt, but it was still itchy. Wanxian and Mao Xiaodong were the same. Even after washing their hands in a puddle, they still felt itchy. My finger accidentally touched my skin, and now my whole body is itchy. Tang Tang looked at them, her eyes full of confusion. Why do you guys feel itchy? Taojia, Guai Guai Yun, and I don't feel itchy. She looked down at her fingers. They were clean and white after washing, with nothing on them, just like before. I looked at Lu Tao's hands again. They were clean and white, without even a red spot. Zhang Hanyin's hands were fine too. Although they weren't as white, they weren't red or swollen, and she looked perfectly normal. Xiang Kun touched his nose. The women in front of him, whether they were willing or forced, were all conscious. Only Tang Dang lost her most precious thing while she was unconscious. Although it was done under the guise of saving her, it still felt a bit awkward. He thought about it for a moment, but decided not to say it directly. He planned to let Tang Dang discover it slowly on her own, so that she could gradually accept it in her heart. But a reason still needs to be made up. Perhaps everyone's constitution is different. Tang Dang said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions, continuing to walk. Wanxian secretly rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, their constitution is different now. They don't have a protective barrier anymore. Shouldn't people with a protective barrier be immune to itching? I don't know exactly what this protective film is protecting. She didn't dare say it aloud, but just gripped her hand a couple more times, making her fingers even redder. Seeing that this wasn't a solution, Xiang Kun found a practical craft from the descriptions of some skills. Making soap. The itching can last for several days, which is quite uncomfortable. Well then, when I get back I'll make some soap. I happen to catch some guinea pigs, so I'll render some oil, add some wood ash and shell powder, and that'll do. Tong Tong's eyes brightened. You're quite capable. You can even make soap. I know a lot of things you'll find out later. It was already dark. The sun sank behind the mountains, leaving only a sliver of orange-red light lingering on the horizon. There were 4 people when they went, and 7 people came back. Xiang Kun carried the 2 bundles of rami bark at the front. Zhang Hanyin didn't seem tired at all, jumping around Xiang Kun, asking him how to weave cloth and how to make soap. Damimi followed behind, walking slower and slower. When Mao Xiaodong said that the big banyan tree in front was the place, my heart started to pound. She doubted whether the shelter story was fabricated, whether the salt, the fire, the pot, and the bowl were also made up, and whether she had jumped from one fire pit into another. She gripped Wan Qian's hand tightly. Fortunately, faint lights could be seen in the distance. Zhang Hanyun could see the firelight coming from the tree hole from afar. She became excited, quickened her pace, and left the people behind her far behind. Sisters, we're back. The flame began to flicker, and figures emerged from it. 1, 2, 3. Tian Shiwei ran over, her shoes covered in mud, occasionally slipping off, but she didn't care anymore. Brother Kuin, you're finally back. Huh? What's this? When I saw Mimi and the other two, I immediately felt uneasy. These three women are all different, each with their own unique style. Some have stunning figures, some are youthful and sweet, and some are cool and aloof. Oh, this is the newest sister. Xiang Kun gave a casual reply, which sounded very perfunctory to Tian Shiwei, and her heart sank to the bottom. Back in the treehouse, looking at the still burning firewood, Xiang Kun was a little surprised. He thought the rain had wiped out the embers, but it was still burning. Zhao Lucy squatted by the fire and explained with a smile. Sister Du Ling asked everyone to move the matches and tinder into the tree hole. Luckily, everyone moved them quickly, and the rain started to pour as soon as we finished. Otherwise, we would have all gotten soaked. Chun Juling simply smiled when he heard Zhao Lucy's words. Did you find Raimi? Xiang Kun put the things down. Found it. There's a place that has them all, but it's a bit far and inconvenient to get there and back. All right, I also brought back 3 people. Let's squeeze into the tree hole tonight and discuss a new place tomorrow. This tree house is too small. Good. Chun Juling naturally saw to Mimi and the other 2 as well, and shook his head inwardly. Sisters, I told you to unite before, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. 3 more people have joined. Each one of them is no less capable. Let's see what you're going to do now. Over there, Mimi and the others had already become friends with everyone. Sugar was the first to blend in. She squatted by the fire, her eyes never leaving the sizzling, oily pufferfish. Zhao Lucy handed her a piece, which she took and started gnawing on, her mouth dripping with oil. As she ate, she mumbled, delicious, delicious, making everyone burst into laughter. Wan Qian also took a skewer. She ate slowly, in small bites, but she ate seriously, chewing each bite for a long time before swallowing, as if afraid of missing any of the flavor. Mimi was more generous, saying while eating, you guys are so lucky. Tang Tang, Wan Qian, and I haven't had any proper food for days. We've been living off the heartwood of the banana tree. Tang Tang and Wan Qian nodded repeatedly. After a hearty meal of meat, a bowl of hot stewed chicken soup and egg drop soup, seasoned with salt, made it even better. The hot soup slid down my throat, burning all the way to my stomach, as if every pore in my body had opened up. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiang Kun carried the Raimi bark to a puddle by the stream. He soaked the bark to soften the wood and remove the glue, thus purifying the fiber. Otherwise, it would be prickly and uncomfortable to wear. But as he left, he casually uttered a very heavy sentence. Don't forget, you still have 2 other candidates. I think it's time to make a decision, isn't it? Silence fell around the fire. Lu Tao had already received instructions on his way back. After Xiang Kun left, he took over Yu Shuxin's work and started the conversation. Well, it seems there's no room for discussion on this. Song, he has already made his sacrifice. Now it's our turn. Tang Dang squatted down beside her, blinking her eyes, looking completely bewildered. Who should be chosen? What kind of dedication? She asked softly, but no one answered her. The egret seemed resigned to its fate and said defiantly, Then what do you suggest we do? Either we play rock, paper, scissors, or we vote. You can choose for yourselves. Some say it was rock, paper, scissors, others say it was voting, but overall, voting was more common. Lu Yifei and Chun Juling were starting to feel uneasy, vaguely sensing that most of these people would probably vote for them. But the current situation left them no room for argument. Following the principle of majority rule, Lu Tao picked a handful of leaves from the side, 1 for each person, 16 leaves for 16 people. They also stated in advance that Zhao Liying, Zhang Hanyun, Mao Xiaotong, and Song Yi would not be counted, and only the other people would be voted for. After saying that, she picked up a piece of charcoal, wrote the initials of 2 people's names on it in a crooked manner, turned it over, covered it up, and placed it in front of her. The egret took the leaf, clutched it, thought for a long time, and then wrote 2 more words on it, placing them together. Mimi clutched the leaf, her palms sweating. She glanced in the direction Kuin had left, then lowered her head and wrote 2 words. Wan Xian followed her example and wrote 2 as well. Tang Tang clutched the leaf, still completely bewildered and not understanding what was going on. She wanted to ask everyone, but seeing that everyone was silent, she became a little scared. In the end, she wrote the characters honey and water chestnut on the leaf, which made Mimi, who was peeping, quite angry. Lu Tao collected the folded leaves, counted them, and found that not a single one was missing. The counting began, and as the names were called out, the expressions on people's faces became increasingly strange. Although Zhao Lucy's votes were higher than Lu Yifei's and Chen Juling's, no one was surprised. Zhao Lucy is a rising star, #1 in the number of fans, having already reached half of her goal. But the other person was quite unexpected. This was something no one expected. Even she herself didn't expect it. Aunt Lu Xiaoli. Chapter 89 Mulan takes the blade in place of her mother. Aunt Lu Xiaoli couldn't believe it when the results came out. How could it be me? Her mind went blank. In order to ensure that her daughter's foot could receive timely treatment, she specifically voted for her daughter, Lu Yifei. When the votes were tallied, he found that his votes were actually higher than those of his daughter, Lu Yifei. She didn't dare look at the people next to her. Lu Yifei was sitting next to her. The thought of her and Xiang Kun sneaking into the tree hole in front of Qianqian and being overheard made her face burn. She lowered her head, her hair hanging down to cover her burning cheeks. But deep down, there was a faint sense of anticipation. If my relationship with Xiang Kun is made public, will I no longer have to hide and can be open about it? The thought of this possibility even made her wonder if Cece's foot could wait a little longer, since it would heal in 3 months anyway. It's a strange idea, but it's not entirely unreasonable. Lu Yifei's face was burning even more than her mother's. This is even more embarrassing than if she did it herself. She kept her head down, her fingers gripping her skirt tightly, with enough force to tear it to shreds. The thought of Xiang Kun becoming her godfather sent chills down her spine and made the hairs on her body stand on end. The gazes from the side felt like needles piercing my skin. She understood that those people were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. What talk of unity? Isn't everyone just looking out for themselves? At that moment, she really wanted to grab her mother and leave. But she knew she couldn't leave. Xiang Kun wouldn't let her go, and those women wouldn't let her go either. She also couldn't push her mother into a more dangerous situation. The boiling water in the earthenware pot was bubbling away. She hesitated for a long time. The campfire fell silent for a long time. After a while, the flame even dwindled, and it was time to add more matches. The egret added a piece of firewood that hadn't been rained on, and the crackling sound woke her up. "I'll do it for myself." She opened her mouth, but the last 2 words got stuck in her throat, as if she had choked. She had called her mom for 18 years, but now it felt like a burning sensation in her mouth. She couldn't continue, but everyone understood. Tong Tong's eyes didn't move, but her mind was racing. She vaguely understood something, yet it seemed like she understood nothing at all. On the other side, Xiang Kun squatted by the stream and pressed the 2 bundles of ramie bark into the puddle. Then straightened each strand, spread them out, and placed stones at the base to prevent them from floating. Only after doing all this did he have the mind to think about whether Lu Tao had accomplished what he had asked of him at the treehouse. When we returned to the treehouse, it was still very quiet. No one spoke, no one laughed, and even the crackling of the branches was louder than usual. Xiang Kun's gaze swept across their faces one by one, finally settling on Lu Tao. Lu Tao sat on the other side of the fire and, feeling Xiang Kun's gaze, winked at him. Her eyes glanced at Aunt Lu Xiaoli, then at Lu Yifei, and then she nodded slightly. Just for a moment. It was very light, very fast, so fast that no one noticed. Xiang Kun was relieved. We went to the fire and sat down. Tian Shui moved to the side and took Xiang Kun's hand with her small hand. Her palm seemed a little damp, probably from the sweat she had produced earlier due to nervousness. Actually, that wasn't what he initially thought. His initial plan was for Lu Tao to lead Mao Xiaotong, Zhang Hanyun, and Song Yi to vote out Lu Yifei. It's that simple. As long as you get enough votes, it's perfectly legitimate. But Lu Tao offered him a suggestion, saying that she had spent some time with Lu Yifei and knew her well. She may look soft and ethereal, but she's actually tough, principled, and can turn on you if pushed too far. Instead of voting for her directly, it's better to let her step forward herself. She stepped forward not because she was forced, but because she chose to do so herself. This is different. Moreover, there's an unseen benefit. If she steps forward herself, it means that she can accept the relationship between Xiang Kun and her mother, Aunt Xiaoli. The next time Xiang Kun chose Aunt Xiaoli, she was much less resistant. It's like two melons on the same vine. If you pick one, the other can't escape either. You have to admit, women really do have a talent for palace intrigue. See? It's much more subtle than Xiang Kun's idea, but the effect is also much better. Since no one objected, Lu Tao announced directly, "We have just conducted a fair, just, and open vote and unanimously elected Aunt Xiaoli and Zhao Lucy. But Cece volunteered to take her mother's place. Do you think that's okay?" That's too direct. It's like tearing off Lu Yifei's fig leaf completely, leaving not a single corner exposed. This could have been phrased more tactfully. Simply mentioning Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy would have sufficed. But Lu Tao did not do that. She wanted to leave a deeper impression on Xiang Kun. "Look how loyal I am to you. How useful my knife is." Lu Yifei's face paled for a moment, then turned red. Tears welled up in her eyes, silently streaming down her cheeks to her chin and dripping onto the hem of her skirt. She didn't wipe it away. She just let it flow, like a stream that had been blocked for a long time finally finding its way out. Aunt Lu Xiaoli was heartbroken and quickly went to wipe it, but in her heart she was thinking, "That's good too." Cece's foot healed quickly, and thanks to the benefits of dual cultivation, she won't get sick on this island. Xiang Kun naturally saw it too, but he didn't say anything, nor did he offer any comfort. He used to feel soft-hearted whenever he saw a woman cry, and he wished he could rip his heart out and give it to her. Now when he sees tears, his first reaction is it real or fake? You can't blame him. He's been scammed too many times. Tian Shiwei cried, and then laughed. Yu Shuxin cried, and after crying, she made a scene. Song Yi cried, but after she finished crying, she acted as if nothing had happened. Mao Xiaodong cried, and then she danced. Zhang Hanyan cried, and then she sang. Lu Tao cried, and afterwards he trembled. These women's tears really come on their own. They cry when they're happy, when they're sad, when something happens, and when nothing happens. It's like a tap. You can turn it on and it'll come out just as quickly. He's seen it so many times that it's no longer surprising. After seeing it too many times, it gets annoying. Why get annoyed? I get an erection. It's not that it's hard, it's that its heart is hard. Xiang Kun calmly made a decision while breaking off the small twig in his hand. Okay, but Cece is on her period right now, so it's inconvenient for her. Let's wait until she leaves before we talk about it. But Luce has to go first. Zhao Lucy kept her head down, silently repeating to herself, "You can't see me, you can't see me." When that moment finally arrived, her face turned bright red as charcoal in a fire. She shrank back behind Wang Xinling, then stopped halfway, biting her lip as she said, "That, Brother Kuin, we're talking in the treehouse today, and someone might be spying on us. Could we not talk outside? Besides, everyone's here, and I feel bad. Could we choose a time when no one's around?" After she finished speaking, she lowered her head like an ostrich, refusing to look up no matter how much Wang Xinling pushed her. Upon hearing this, Xiang Kun nearly dropped the branch in his hand. He was completely flustered. Spying? What spy? Tian Shiwei quickly recounted all the wild guesses they had made in the tree hole that afternoon, like spilling beans. Zhao Lying touched the seam behind the tree burl and turned pale with fright. He scratched and felt around, finally prying out a piece of bark, but found nothing. But a seed had been planted in everyone's heart, and they always felt that someone was watching them from the shadows. After listening, Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief, and through the branch he had almost broken into the fire. Thankfully, there wasn't actually anyone hiding nearby. These girls were just scaring themselves. But then again, guessing won't work. These are things you can only experience for yourself. How can you let others watch the show? Okay, let's do it tomorrow at noon, after everyone else has gone out, just the two of us in the treehouse. The egret exclaimed, there are still so many people here. Can you not be so blunt? Let's just go to the treehouse now. After she finished speaking, she winked at Zhao Lucy with a very mischievous expression. Zhao Lucy shrank her face behind Wang Xinling's shoulder, her voice muffled. I don't want to. You're all here. Everyone burst into laughter. Whether it was genuine or mocking, it was still much better than the silence from before. Chapter 90, A Name Perfectly Made. Xiang Kun chuckled twice, then stood up and went over to the combustion furnace. The soap-making project hasn't even started yet. Upon hearing that they were going to make soap, The women completely forgot what had just happened. Over the past few days, although they had taken showers, they had only washed themselves with water and had not used any bathing products. They had also been sleeping on hay, which made them very uncomfortable, but they had all just endured it. At this moment, the fact that Xiang Kun could make soap was undoubtedly good news for them, second only to survival. Xiang Kun took out the gutted and skinned porcupine, used a knife to cut off the fat, cut it into small pieces on a stone slab, and threw it into a pottery jar. Water was added so that the rendered oil wouldn't be too burnt. When the water boils away, the fatty meat starts sizzling in the earthenware pot. Some oil has already rendered out, and a fragrant aroma wafts out. This long-lost aroma of oil makes you feel smooth and slippery all over. Xiang Kun stirred the oil in the earthenware pot with a twig. More and more oil came out, and the pieces of fatty meat shrank smaller and smaller until they turned into golden oil residue, floating on the surface of the oil with a sizzling sound. Demimi's eyes lit up, and holding a ceramic bowl, she pulled Wan Qian and Tang Dang closer to Xiang Kun. 3 heads were squeezed on top of the pottery jar, like 3 cats waiting to be fed, each with an expression more greedy than the last. Tang Tang was really drooling. Her eyes were practically glued to the screen. Wan Qian was half greedy and half embarrassed, her face slightly flushed. Demimi is different. She doesn't crave fried pork cracklings, but something else entirely. Xiang Kun used a twig to pick out a few pieces of golden fried pork fat. Just as he was about to put them into the bowl that Demimi was extending, she grabbed his wrist and pulled him toward her chest. Her movements were so fast, as if she was afraid of missing out on something. Xiang Kun's arm was caught in her trap, soft and yielding, sinking in halfway. Lu Tao rolled her eyes. She was familiar with this trick. She had used it before. However, Yang Mi is even better at it than her. She just gets right to it. Tian Shiwei felt uncomfortable again and snorted. Shameless. They just arrived and already grabbed it. The branch in her hand poked at the fire, sending sparks flying everywhere, almost hitting the egret's skirt. The egret moved aside, this time not arguing with her, but instead leaning closer and whispering. The more people come, the less of our advantage we will have. Logically speaking, we in Dudu were among the first to follow Xiang Kun, so we should have the upper hand. If we continue to fight, it will only benefit others. Tian Shiwei paused for a moment while holding the branch. She glanced at Bailu. This girl, usually so silly, was surprisingly sharp when it mattered. She glanced at Chun Juling again. Chun Juling didn't say anything, but nodded slightly. Tian Shiwei stopped pulling at the branch in her hand and stopped whimpering. She glanced at Xiang Kun. Demimi was still clutching his arm, her soft flesh pressed tightly against him as if it were an extension of his body. Xiang Kun made no attempt to hide his joy. He was overjoyed and neither pushed nor welcomed her, simply letting Demimi cling to him. Tian Shiwei turned her gaze away, clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. The egret is right. Continuing the fight will only benefit others. Yu Shushin noticed the commotion and, with a quick thought, another mischievous idea popped into her head. I originally wanted to compete for the top spot, but when Sister Wan Qian arrived, I knew I had no hope. The area around the fire immediately erupted into chaos. Tian Shiwei was the first to disagree, nearly poking Yu Shushin's face with the branch in her hand. Why? Wan Qian may be good-looking, but who here isn't? She pointed at herself, then at Lu Yifei, and then at Chun Juling. Zhao Lucy stopped hiding and peeked out from behind Wang Xinling's shoulder, her face flushed but her eyes wide open. Exactly. We can't just lock her in as the #1 star based on her aloof appearance and obvious flirtatiousness, can we? When she said the words sassy and charming, her voice was a little softer, but her momentum was still there. Lu Tao was even more unwilling. She had just defeated Xiang Kun and was eager to secure her position as the top female star. She wouldn't allow anyone to interfere. Yu Shushin, stop talking nonsense all the time. Tell me why? There has to be a reason, right? Yu Shushin remained calm and composed. As she thought about what she was about to say, the corners of her mouth curved into a deeper smile, mischievous and cheeky. Are you genuinely stupid, or just pretending? Isn't it obvious? She pointed to Xiang Kun by the stove, then to Wan Qian. Take a close look at the names of brother Xiang Kun and sister Wan Qian. There was a moment of silence around the fire. Tian Shiwei paused for a moment, then muttered Xiang Kun. Wan Qian. Zhao Lucy also muttered Kun. Lu Tao also muttered it, repeating it twice, but still couldn't make sense of it. Chen Juling and Lu Yifei realized what was going on, and two blushes immediately appeared on their faces, but they didn't say anything. They wouldn't say it out loud. Yu Shuxin waited for a while, and seeing that no one reacted, she became anxious and raised her voice. One is Kuin, the other is Qian. One wants, the other is in need. What is this if not a match made in heaven? The area around the fire fell silent. It was absolutely deathly quiet. Yu Shuxin sat back down smugly, her smile both cheeky and wicked, making one want to pinch her. Everyone seemed to think there was nothing wrong with it. Even Tian Shiwei, the official girlfriend, felt superfluous at that moment. Xiang Kun has already refined the oil and poured it into another earthenware jar, waiting for it to cool. His hearing was sharp. The fire was only 7 or 8 steps away from him, and Yu Shuxin hadn't tried to lower her voice, so he heard everything clearly. Not only did he hear it, but Demimi, Tang Dang, and Wan Qian herself also heard it. Kun, Qian. Wan Qian lowered her head, her face flushed and pale, like porcelain that had been baked by fire. Tang Dang stuck out her tongue and turned her head away, while Demimi's eyes narrowed as she considered what to do. Xiang Kun saw everyone's various expressions and nodded silently to Yu Shuxin. This girl has a sharp tongue. She'll say anything. Look at Wan Qian now. Her face is flushed, as if she just finished doing it, and she keeps stealing glances at me. This makes Xiang Kun want to do a live broadcast, and maybe Sister Wan Qian will agree. He loved Yu Shuxin even more. I kept thinking to myself that the guarantee of being in the top 5 was really too low, and it was unfair to Yu Shuxin for working so hard. Previously, he wanted to rank Aunt Xiaoli as the first sister, Chen Juling as the second sister, Tian Shiwei as the third sister, Bailu as the fourth sister, Yu Shuxin as the fifth sister, and Lu Yifei and Zhao Lucy as the last. Lu Yifei didn't dare to move to the front of the line, afraid that it would be awkward to be too close to Aunt Xiaoli, and that it would be too inappropriate to address her that way. Later, as more and more people joined, this ranking was discontinued. If we were to rank them by Kuin now, Yu Shuxin would be a solid 3rd place, and could even challenge for 2nd. Tian Shiwei walked away, her jealousy and controlling nature overwhelming. Before he could even control her, she was already trying to control him. Xiang Kun snapped out of his reverie, ignoring Yu Shuxin's teasing, and let them argue it out themselves. The more intense the competition, the greater the need for one's own support, and the higher the dependence. He continued making soap by burning some seashells in a charcoal stove and then grinding them into powder. The main component of seashells after burning is calcium oxide, also known as quicklime. Then, pour the wood ash into clean water and stir. Filter the solution through several layers of gauze to extract the alkaline water, and then add the crushed seashell powder. After mixing well, filter it again through a sieve and pour it into the cooled oil. Add a little salt and stir clockwise continuously to produce a saponification reaction. Once the oils gradually turn into a thick paste, the soap is almost ready. Simply place it in a cool, dark place to slowly saponify. As soon as the soap paste was made, Yu Shuxin couldn't sit still. She squeezed through the crowd, ran to the stove, picked up the jar of soap she was going to dry the next day, and peeked inside. Brother Kuin, is there any more hot water? Xiang Kun paused for a moment, then said yes. There was a pot still warming on the clay stove. Yu Shuxin took the kettle of hot water down, tested the temperature, found it too hot, added some cold water, tested it again, and it was just right. Then she picked up the jar of soap, scooped out a small dollop, rubbed it in her palm, smelled it, and nodded in satisfaction. She stood up, carried the pot of hot water to the tree hollow, put it down, and then began to untie her skirt. As the shoulder straps were pulled to the sides, the skirt slid off her body and bunched up at her feet. She kicked her skirt aside and went to undo her underwear. The thin strap came undone with a pull. She bent down and pulled her underwear down from her ankles, throwing it together with the skirt. She had nothing left now, standing naked in front of the tree hollow, the firelight shining on her, making her eyes a little dizzy. Yu Shuxin, what are you doing? The egret let out a shriek, covered its eyes, and peeked through its fingers. Take a bath. What else would you do? Yu Shuxin, with her back to everyone, squatted down like a man, rubbed it, and smelled it under her nose. Huh, they all have a flavor now. She quickly scooped up a handful of water and poured it on her arms. The water flowed down her arms, down to her waist, and down to her thighs. He scooped up another handful and poured it on his other arm, then his neck, then his chest, and then his stomach. I rubbed soap all over my body, leaving no inch of skin untouched, washing from my neck to my ankles from front to back, even separating my toes to wash them. This audacious scene stunned everyone. No one dared to speak, dared to look at Yushushin, and dared not look at Xiang Kun. Yushushin finished washing her arms, legs, and front. Now it was time to wash her back. She couldn't reach her back, so she reached behind her and rubbed up and down, but after a long time, she still couldn't reach it. She stopped, took a breath, and turned to look at Kuin. Brother Kuin, there's only so much hot water, not enough for them to wash. Could you please boil some more for them? Phew! Everyone subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Yushushin might suggest that Xiang Kun help with a bath, which would be truly embarrassing. Chapter 91, Yushushin's Shining Moment. Xiang Kun took 2 earthenware jars to fill them with water. As soon as his figure disappeared into the dark forest, Bai Lu jumped up and rushed to Yushushin in a few steps, looking aggressive. Tian Shiwei snapped the branch in her hand in 2 with a crack and walked forward. The others also stood in a row, some in front and some behind, completely surrounding Yushushin, and they all questioned her. Are you being sincere? Yushushin squatted there, having just finished showering, smelling wonderful, her hair still damp and clinging to her face. She looked up at the group of people staring at her menacingly, but remained calm and unperturbed, slowly making her movements. What's with all this talk about sincerity? What's wrong with me taking a shower? Tian Shiwei's face was still red, but this time it wasn't from anger, but from shyness. You stripped naked in front of everyone, and in front of Brother Kuin. What are we supposed to do? What's wrong with me? Yushushin tilted her head, looking completely innocent. Can't I even take a shower? You guys don't want a shower? Then who was that squatting there staring longingly at the soap? It was a ghost. Chun Juling squeezed through the crowd. She was more composed than Bai Lu and Tian Shiwei, but she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Yushushin, you've completely disgraced us. Even if you want to wash, can't you find a secluded place? Xiang Kun is right there, and you just took your clothes off like that. She couldn't continue speaking. Her face was burning hot. Yushushin laughed, her laughter as sweet and cloying as a flower, but she couldn't hide her mischievousness. Sister Dudu, the way you're talking makes it sound like I've done something shameful. It's just taking a shower. If I don't shower here, am I supposed to shower in the treehouse? Wouldn't that make the whole treehouse wet? How are we supposed to sleep then? Besides, I wasn't facing Brother Kuin. I had my back to him. What's the big deal? Sooner or later, everyone will be like Kuin Ji's women. Look at Ing Bao, Guai Guai Yun, and Tai Tai. They haven't reacted at all, have they? Zhao Liang, Zhang Han Yun, and Song Yi's eyes darted around, pretending to look at the scenery around them. This time, even the intelligent Shinjuling had nothing to say in rebuttal. Zhao Lucy stood behind Wang Xinling, her face flushed, and whispered, Then why did you make him boil water for you? Yushushin, with her sharp ears, heard it and winked at her. If I don't let him boil water, am I supposed to let you do it? You want to fetch water from the stream? Would you dare? It's so dark. Aren't you afraid of wild boars and snakes in the woods? Zhao Lucy fell silent and shrank back behind Wang Xinling. Lu Tao stood behind with his arms crossed, watching the show for a long time before finally speaking. Yushushin, stop making trouble here. No one will stop you from taking a shower, and no one will care if you take off all your clothes. But that voice of yours, Brother Kuin, could you please boil some more water for me? Is that for taking a bath? That's for seducing people. She imitated Yushushin's tone perfectly, making the people around her laugh. But they stopped halfway through laughing because they realized something was wrong. Yushushin opened her shoulders, straightened her chest, and stood up from the crowd, smiling broadly. Sister Lu Tao, you're right, I did seduce him. So what? Is it illegal? She spoke with such self-righteousness, as if seducing people was a perfectly natural thing to do. Tian Shiwei stomped her feet in anger. You still have a nerve to talk back? How did I ignore it? Yushushin was not intimidated by the group of people at all, looking them over from left to right, and then from right to left. Do you think I don't know what you're all thinking? Do you want to take a shower? Yes. Do you want Brother Xiang Kun to boil water? Yes. Do you dare take your clothes off? No. Idare. I took my clothes off, I took a shower, and I made him boil water. And you? You just squat there watching, drooling over the soap, watching the hot water steam, watching Brother Kuin carry the earthenware pot to scoop water. Aren't you itching to join in? Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Would you like to take a hot shower, lather up with fragrant soap, and get yourselves all clean? If you do, just say so, don't pretend. Also, I'm not some delicate queen. I have plenty of strength and methods. Your trick for dealing with Brother Xiang Kun won't work on me. Let me say this again, there's not much water in this earthenware pot, and it'll be hard to boil. There are 16 people here, and even if each person washes for 10 minutes, it'll still take 3 hours. You guys can fill it up slowly. I'm not playing with you anymore. When Xiang Kun returned from the darkness carrying 2 earthenware jars of water, Yu Shushin was standing in the middle of the crowd, like a hen that had won a fight, head held high, chest out, and beaming with pride. When she saw Xiang Kun, she immediately changed her expression, becoming sweet and cloying, and waved. Brother Xiang Kun, thank you so much. The way he dragged out the word brother was so cute and endearing. Xiang Kun placed the earthenware pot on the fire, added a few more pieces of firewood, and glanced at her graceful body. It'll be ready soon. Be careful not to catch a cold. Yu Shushin hummed in agreement, obediently squatted down, hugged her knees, and winked at everyone. The other women looked at each other. Let's go. A group of us went up, but didn't gain the upper hand. Staying here will only make us look bad. Zhao Lucy also wanted to leave. She had just taken a step to the side when Yu Shushin grabbed her wrist and pulled her into the tree hole. Lucy, are you stupid? Yu Shushin's voice was very low, so low that only the two of them could hear it. We're on the same side. Why are you making things difficult for me with them? Zhao Lucy pouted and tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. Who's on your side? Don't talk nonsense. If I'm on someone's side, it's consort. Yu Shushin smiled. Isn't that one of my allies? I saved Aunt Xiaoli and followed her to find consort E. Shouldn't they remember my kindness? They can't really argue with what I say, right? To put it bluntly, if I want to compete for the top spot, they'll have to give way to me, right? Zhao Lucy was stunned for a moment. That seems to make sense. Yu Shushin seized the opportunity and moved closer to her. You came with consort E, so you're in cahoots. Just like before, Tian Shiwei and Bai Lu targeted me, and Chen Juling, who was with them, also stood up for me. Her voice subtly changed, becoming completely different from her usual voice. It adopted an English-accented tone, which was highly seductive, one of her special skills. Lucy, think about it. In our group, who's on whose side? Tian Shiwei, Bai Lu, and Chen Juling are in one group. Lu Tao, Mao Xiaotong, and Song Yi are in another. Zhao Liang, Zhang Hanyun, and Wang Xinling are in another. And Mimi and the other two are in the same group. And you and Consort E are on the same side, and Consort E is on the same side as me. So aren't you on the same side as me? Zhao Lucy was a little confused by her words, but upon closer reflection, it seemed to make sense. She looked down at her toes, which were drawing circles on the ground, one after another. Well, you can't just strip naked in front of so many people. I can't bear to look at you like that. Yu Shushin chuckled and pinched her cheek. You little rascal, still pretending with me? Do you secretly want to be the #1 sister too? Zhao Lucy's thoughts were exposed, and her face turned bright red. I'm not qualified. There are so many people here, it's not my turn. Although the voice was soft, the resentment was impossible to hide. Yu Shushin was overjoyed. Isn't this exactly what she was waiting for? She squeezed closer to Zhao Lucy, and the two of them stood very close together, shoulder to shoulder, like sisters. You're quite perceptive. They've all started forming cliques. Even Chen Juling is banded together. How can you possibly compete with them all by yourself? Zhao Lucy stopped drawing circles, looked up at Yu Shushin, and her face showed undisguised disappointment. Yu Shushin knew she had taken a bait, so she quickly pulled the hook up a little. But you can help me. Once our group secures the top spot, we can divide it up then. However, Zhao Lucy wasn't stupid. She glanced at Yu Shushin, then at Lu Yifei outside the tree hole, and whispered, You said it yourself. Consort E and her mother are indebted to you. I can't compete with you, nor can I compete with Consort E. Yu Shushin didn't expect to fool Zhao Lucy with those words. She had other plans. You know all this? Would your sister you lie to you? Who says the top sister is an individual but can't be part of a group? Zhao Lucy was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening. A group? She repeated it to herself, her eyes shining. Yu Shushin finally revealed her plan. Think about it. If the top spot is held by an individual, what's the point of us fighting tooth and nail? Even if we win, can one person suppress so many monsters and demons? Only when we stick together, and the top female star belongs to our group, will she have any real influence. Helping me is helping yourself. When I speak, you have a say too. Don't you think that makes sense? Zhao Lucy's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She recalled when she first arrived, walking across the beach with Lu Yifei, feeling dizzy from hunger and with blisters all over her feet. He also had to support Lu Yifei, whose foot was injured. What happened next? Later, Lu Yifei was carried on Xiang Kun's back and taken care of by her mother, but she had nothing. A person huddled in a corner, watching others share their food. It's not that she didn't want to compete, it's that she wasn't qualified to compete. She barely even said a few words. Now that Yu Shuxin has handed her the ladder, all she has to do is climb up it. Then, if I help you, how can you help me? Yu Shuxin nodded in satisfaction, but said, how come you still don't understand? Helping me is helping you. We're a team. Once we win the top spot, I'll be number 1, and you'll be number 1 too. Zhao Lucy bit her lip and nodded. I understand. So, should we continue recruiting people? She probably guessed that once the group secured the top spot, a new round of competition would likely begin, but she had no choice. Yu Shuxin touched her chin, as if there was a wisp of beard there that could satisfy her confident and self-assured demeanor. Recruiting people? Of course she had to pull them along, and there were even better candidates than Zhao Lucy. That's Mao Xiaodong and Song Yi. These two people have been won over by Xiang Kun, and I can use Xiang Kun as a frontman to secretly win them over without them even realizing it. You can also keep them in their original small group to keep track of their movements. Hee. Thinking of her masterpiece, Yu Shuxin smiled happily. Chapter 92 Words Become Law. With Yu Shuxin taking the lead, the others stopped pretending. The egret squatted by the fire, rubbing soap for ages until its hands were covered in white foam, and its body was already unbearably itchy. She watched as Yu Shuxin crawled into the tree hole, smeared the nearly used-up clump of soap on her arm, stood up, and began to unbutton her skirt. He moved even faster than Yu Shuxin. With a single pull of the zipper, the skirt slid down to his ankles. She came out, put her skirt away, squatted down again, turned her back to Xiang Kun, and started washing. Xiang Kun only glanced at it. He had already seen it on the first day. It was Dragon's Beard vegetable. Lu Tao was the second. She rubbed it all over her body, from her neck to her chest, from her chest to her stomach, and from her stomach to her legs, until her whole body was covered in white foam. Zhang Hanyan was the third. She wasn't as unrestrained as Lu Tao. She squatted to the side, also with her back to the crowd, washing herself very carefully, not missing an inch of her skin. Zhao Liying was the fourth one. She didn't hide from anyone and squatted down next to Zhang Hanyan. The two of them sat side by side, each washing their own things, occasionally passing each other soap or ceramic bowls, their coordination as if they had practiced together. This kept Xiang Kun very busy, taking down the pot of boiled water and putting a new one on the shelf. If it weren't for the large number of pottery jars and other containers being fired, it might not have been possible to use them. He carried 2 earthenware jars toward the stream, but stopped after a few steps. Some images began to surface in my mind. Lu Tao's taut curve, Zhao Lucy's thighs like lotus roots, Demimi's silhouette swaying in the firelight, Wan Xian's shoulder blades glistening with water, and Tong Tong's fair and tender arms covered in soap suds. Some are sparse, some are dense, and some look like a newly cultivated vegetable garden with only a few scattered seedlings. Some are like primeval forests, densely packed, blocking out the sky and the sun. By the time Xiang Kun finished his work, he had no idea what time it was. Those who had taken a bath earlier had already gone into the tree hollows, one by one, like sparrows returning to their nests, and were asleep inside. Only Aunt Lu Xiaoli and Lu Yifei remained. Because of her injury, Lu Yifei was unable to squat, so she sat on a stone next to the stove. She had already taken off her skirt and folded it neatly to the side. She was only wearing the angel baby dress that Xiang Kun had sewn on. When Xiang Kun passed by her to boil water, he could clearly feel her body tremble slightly, and her skin visibly turned red. The wind blew her hair up, and a few strands brushed against Xiang Kun's arm, tickling him. You can smell her scent more clearly. It's not the scent of soap, but a different kind of fragrance, very faint, like gardenia or jasmine. Lu Yifei clearly felt Xiang Kun's burning gaze and unconsciously curled up her uninjured leg, pressing her knee against her chin to cover part of her body. Those legs were very white, like moonlight shining on the snow. Her calves were slender and rounded. Her toes were beautiful, like pearls, painted with light pink nail polish. Now only a few small dots remain. What's most attractive about her is her waist, which is slender as a willow, with a clear waistline and no excess fat, making her a typical hourglass figure. Deep collarbones, straight shoulders, and a long, elegant neck exude a noble air. Between the waist and legs, there's a smooth arc, like a hill, like a wave, like a piece of silk being blown by the wind, slowly unfolding before Xiang Kun's eyes. Lu Yifei didn't know how she managed to take a bath. She had a fever the whole time, and only came to her senses when she was lying on the hay and saw her mother leave. She was still not at peace because her mother, Aunt Xiaoli, hadn't washed up yet. Aunt Lu Xiaoli was taking a bath with soap, her back to Xiang Kun. She was gentle and intellectual by nature, capable of normal communication with her husband, but she felt embarrassed if he took a bath in front of her. Xiang Kun didn't care about any of that. He squatted down next to her, measuring her figure, her shoulders, her waist, and the curve that spread out from her waist. Aunt Xiaoli, have you noticed that you seem to have become fuller? Aunt Lu Xiaoli placed her hand on her chest and felt it. It seems a little different. In the past, those two lumps would sag downwards and needed to be supported by a bra. Now it seems to have shrunk upwards, tightened up, rounded, and upright. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her hands, scooped up a bowl of water, and poured it over herself. Don't talk nonsense. You already have so many young girls. Why would you still be interested in an older woman like me? Xiang Kun pinsitia. I like Aunt Xiaoli's type. She's caring and considerate. Aunt Lu Xiaoli chuckled softly. Who wouldn't like sweet words? When they returned to the tree hollow, the fire had gone out, leaving only a pile of ashes. The room was packed with people, a dozen or so, with their heads facing the center, legs curled up, and feet touching the sides, forming a circle. Some people were already tired and asleep, while others still had energy. Lu Tao's voice drifted out from the darkness. Xiang Kun, this place is already too crowded. Should we build another room? Tang Tang was the first to respond. This is great. This is great. Sleeping in a bed is much more comfortable. I want to sleep in a bed. I don't want to sleep on the grass. Xiang Kun was originally facing Aunt Xiaoli's back, but this time he turned over, and Wang Xinling was there. She was already asleep, but Xiang Kun didn't care and reached out his devilish hand. This woman's figure is no less than Lu Tao's. The dress she wore was the black uniform from the concert, with a cutout at the chest, which has now become Xiang Kun's exclusive dress. I do have his plan. The Remy patch we saw today is a good place. It's down on the hillside where there aren't such dense forests, and the view is wide open. If there's any danger, we can see it immediately. Xiang Kun tried to make as little noise as possible, but the tree hollow was quiet, and everyone who wasn't asleep could hear him. Zhao Lying kicked her foot in the darkness, not knowing who she had kicked, but the person hissed, and she quickly pulled it back. Is that place far away? It's not far. It's a place where Tang Tang and the others used to live. Zhang Hanyun's voice drifted over from the other side, a little sleepy, but also curious. So, shall we move tomorrow? Wang Xinling woke up without realizing it. Hearing everyone still talking, she froze, her face turning red. Fortunately, it was dark inside the tree hole, so no one could see her. Xiang Kun was already imagining himself building a house at the foot of the hillside the next day, pushing stones forward bit by bit, moving with difficulty, while still having to say something. There's nowhere to live now. I'll go over there again tomorrow and build a few frames with stones to make do for now. Dual cultivation +1. Dual cultivation +1. It was already late at night, and those who were still awake were all people who had practiced dual cultivation with Xiang Kun. Their physical condition was far better than those who had not, so they were not sleepy. They were fully aware of these developments. Lu Tao then brought up another matter. When I ran into Tang Tang and the other two today, they all looked pale and sickly. Tang Tang, in particular, almost died. Do you think the others looked the same? Zhao Lying said, of course. Even if you don't starve to death, you'll still be eaten by wild animals. It's relatively better if there's fire, because animals are afraid of fire. Song Yi's voice was soft and full of worry. That would be terrible. How would any of us know how to start fire? Before we met Brother Xiang Kun, Sister Tao, and I tried for 2 days and couldn't succeed. After saying that, it shrank back like a timid snail hiding in its shell. Lu Tao chuckled and teased. Xiang Kun, your system won't be able to start now. 100 people, you know. It might be another 2 days, TSK, TSK. Although she didn't continue speaking, everyone understood. Given the current situation, in a few more days, I'm afraid he'll be dead. Xiang Kun's breathing became heavier, then calmed down. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. Unless God is on our side, and something like a volcanic eruption happens, allowing other women to get their hands on fire. Lu Tao couldn't help but laugh. What kind of dream are you having? A volcanic eruption? Why don't you just say a few balls of fire fell from the sky? That's not necessarily a bad thing. Xiang Kun laughed along, but his laughter was a bit strange. Before he could finish laughing, the ground suddenly jolted. It wasn't a sway, it was a jump, as if the ground had a spring installed, and it bounced upwards. The egret cried out, "Ah!" jolted awake from its dream. Before its mind could process what was happening, it blurted out, "Earthquake! Earthquake!" Wang Xinling finally seized the opportunity to let out in "Ah!" and completed her transformation into a young girl. Just as Xiang Kun stood up, the second violent shaking began. The earthenware jars rolled off the stone and shattered into several pieces. With his left hand, Xiang Kun pulled Wang Xinling up from the dry grass, and with his right hand, he scooped up Lu Yifei and pulled her into his arms. In 2 steps, they reached the cave entrance. He pushed the large rock aside with one hand, and immediately saw the bright red light outside. Mud fell from the sky. On a distant hilltop, smoldering, red-hot mud splattered into the woods, causing tree canopies to burst open and flames to leap up, setting half the forest ablaze. The volcano erupted. The mud, one layer after another, tore the sky to pieces. One of the flames even landed on the large banyan tree that housed the treehouse, causing the trunk to burst open and flames to leap out from the cracks, crackling and popping. Everyone ran out. Looking up at the blazing red sky, his mouth was open and he forgot to close it. That distant mountain was actually an active volcano, spewing fiery red mud from its vent, reaching heights even higher than the mountain itself. The mud flew into the air, scattered, and turned into countless red-hot stones that fell down in arcs. Some fell into the sea, splashing water and steam rising up, creating a white expanse. Some crashed into the woods, shattering the treetops and sending flames leaping up, one after another. The animals have all gone mad. Flocks of birds took flight in the woods, so densely packed that they darkened a section of the sky. The monkeys jumped down from the treetops and scrambled towards the sea. The smaller ones grabbed the tails of the larger ones, while the larger ones held the heads of the smaller ones, not even bothering to cry out. Countless mammals fled in all directions. The power of nature is terrifying. Chapter 93, Heaven's Grace. Chun Juling stared at the astonishing scene before him, muttering to himself, "Is this a volcanic eruption?" Xiang Kun was still shaken. "I didn't expect that mountain in the distance to be an active volcano. Luckily, we're far away. If we were closer, none of you would have had to run." The fire burned down from the treetops. The canopy of the large banyan tree where he had taken refuge had burned into a giant torch, with flames leaping higher than the tree itself. Fire was also seeping out of the cracks in the tree trunk, and waves of heat rushed over from above, making people's skin feel tight and their hair curl up. Zhao Lucy looked at the burning banyan tree, and her eyes immediately reddened. "It's all over. It's all over. Our home is going to be gone." Tang Dang peeked out from behind a Mimi and looked at the burning tree. Her lips trembled, and she looked like she was about to cry. There's also Mao Xiaotong, Song Yi Zhang Hanyan, but luckily, the rain came. The large amount of heat released by a volcanic eruption causes the air to rise and the water vapor to condense and form rain. At first, it was just one drop at a time, but later it started like a continuous stream of beads. The burning banyan tree, after being drenched by the rain, had its flames stunt briefly, then leap up again, then stun again. The fire grew smaller and smaller until it finally went out on the big banyan tree, leaving only a few scattered small flames, and the rain stopped. Xiang Kun looked around and saw that the surrounding area was a mess. Earthenware pots and bowls were shattered on the ground. Tools were overturned. The dry grass in the tree hole was almost burned, and even the cracks blocked with stones were still emitting flames. This is truly like going back to square one. I was originally planning to go there and rebuild the house. Xiang Kun gestured towards the volcano, which was still red. It seems plans can't keep up with changes. Since there's a volcano here, we can't stay here. We'll all move out first thing tomorrow morning. Chen Juling sighed. We have to move. We don't even know when this volcano will erupt. It's too dangerous to live so close by. Without realizing it, Tian Shui walked up to Xiang Kun, grabbed his arm, and asked timidly, "Then where do we go?" Xiang Kun stretched out his hand and pointed in the opposite direction of the volcano. "The volcano is over there. Let's walk this way. Once we're far away, we'll be fine." Tian Shui nodded. He nodded, and his gaze slid down from the direction Xiang Kun was pointing to and onto him. "Ah!" she called out, her voice clear and crisp, startling the people nearby. "Brother Kuin, are you hurt?" Looking down, Xiang Kun saw that there were indeed some bloodstains, but the color was not dark. "Did you prick something just now?" "Luckily, it's a thin one. Not serious, it's still usable, don't worry." Tian Shui's face flushed red. "Who cares if yours will work or not?" She turned her head to the side and mumbled something, but no one could hear her. Xiang Kun bent down and crawled into the tree hole. The scene inside the tree hollow was even worse than he had imagined. Most of the hay had burned, and the ashes were still smoking, the acrid smell making him want to cough. He squatted down and pulled the pile of clothes out from the corner. When we were sleeping, everyone had put their clothes down. We were so scared by the volcanic eruption that we were only focused on escaping and didn't even think about getting our clothes. Now it's all burned down. Xiang Kun threw the pile of clothes, still steaming, onto the rock. 1, 2, 3. After counting them, there were hardly any intact ones left. Most of them were burned in patches, some with big holes burned in the neckline, and some with skirts burned like they were chewed by a dog, with a row of charred black edges. Chen Juling picked up her light blue dress, held it up against herself, and blushed. Although the neckline wasn't burned, the skirt was completely gone, leaving her buttocks uncovered. Moreover, since it was a backless design, only the fabric at the chest remained, making her practically naked. Tang Dang looked at the pile of rags and pouted. "I have no clothes left. I have nothing to wear." Zhao Lying picked up a half-burnt dress, held it up against herself, then put it down and sighed. The others also shook their heads. Their clothes were badly burned and could barely be hung on their bodies. Only Song, he didn't care. She had already lost her Chong Sam and was wearing a grass skirt. If it was burned, so be it. She could just make a new one. Yu Shushin clutched the half-burnt hem of her skirt, held it up to herself, then threw it away, grinning as she said, "That's great. Now everyone's just like Tai Tai. I think it's good. We can't let Tai Tai be lonely. Let's all keep her company and let Brother Xiang Kun have a good look at her." Bai Lu rolled her eyes and put on the dress that had been burned into a t-shirt. "Your mouth will be sewn shut sooner or later." She tugged at her skirt, revealing her belly button again. She tugged at it again, but it was still showing, so she gave up. Xiang Kun put on his tattered pants, which only covered his buttocks, leaving the front exposed, so he simply didn't bother to fix them. This is God's arrangement. God's arrangement is the greatest. It's best to be honest with each other. Besides, you're not at a disadvantage. Didn't I show it to you? Lu Tao laughed and said, "You were forced to look, we were forced to expose ourselves. How can they be the same?" The art style is getting more and more distorted, and everyone is getting more and more sleepy. The woods after the rain are quite chilly. They all hid in the tree hollow, huddled together for warmth, and slowly got through the rest of the night, waiting for tomorrow to arrive. Daylight broke. Volcanic ash was falling, fine and soft, like the ashes of burnt paper drifting everywhere. The woods were char-black. The thick trunks are still there, but the crowns have all been burned away, leaving only bare blackened trunks. The grass on the ground was burned away, and the fallen leaves were burned away, leaving only a layer of black ash. The air was filled with the smell of burning, and there was also a sulfurous smell like rotten eggs. It smelled awful. The crater in the distance was still emitting wisps of smoke. The women also emerged one after another. Tang Tang could hardly believe her eyes, her mouth agape. It was all green last night, and now it's like this? Song Yi stood beside her, also looking at the charred forest, her eyes reddening. Wang Xinling crawled out of the tree hole, looked around for a while, and suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. Under the charred tree in front, a wild boar was lying. It wasn't big, weighing only a few dozen kilograms. It was covered in black soot and had a faint meaty aroma mixed with a burnt smell. Demimi squatted down, poked the wild boar's leg with her finger. It was rock hard. She asked, "Can we eat this?" Xiang Kun squatted down and flipped the wild boar over. There was a burnt patch on my belly. It crumbled at the slightest touch. He peeled back the charred crust, revealing white, steaming meat underneath. It's edible. Xiang Kun nodded affirmatively, carried the wild boar to the stream to process it, and cut open the boar's belly with a knife. They took out the internal organs and threw them away, not caring where they were thrown, since they didn't want that place anymore anyway. He washed the wild boar inside and out twice, carried it back, and put it on the fire. There's no need to select firewood. Although these trees have been rained on, they've been dried by the fire and are usable. The wild boar was placed on top and slowly turned around. As the pig skin was roasted over the fire, it sizzled and dripped oil, which sparked as it fell into the fire, making the aroma of the meat even stronger. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone started packing up their things. Xiang Kun picked out some rami, which had been painstakingly peeled and was meant to be used for making clothes in the future, so it couldn't be thrown away. Bring the salt from the earthenware bowl, the oil from the earthenware jar, and the soap paste. Bring them all. Tools, wicker baskets, earthenware bowls, earthenware jars. Take everything you can. The group started walking in another direction from the volcano. Xiang Kun walked at the front, carrying Rami. Lu Tao followed behind him, carrying a wicker basket on his back. The women behind them lined up in a row, wearing tattered dresses burned to pieces, walking on the scorched earth. In short, everything that should be revealed has been revealed, and everything that shouldn't have been revealed has also been revealed. At first, some people would try to shield them, covering them up here and there. But after walking a short distance, he put his hand down. Whether you block it or not, it's all the same. Who cares about anyone else? We're all in the same boat, so let's not laugh at each other. On the other hand, volcanic eruptions don't only bring disaster. The forest was char black, but the women who hid in the crevices of rocks, caves, and low-lying areas by the streams survived the fire. Some of them hadn't had a hot meal in days. Some hadn't even lit a fire, and some were so hungry they were dizzy and couldn't even walk steadily. Now God has delivered fire to our doorstep. Fire! There's fire! A woman emerged from a crack in the rocks, pointed at the burning tree in front of her, and shouted excitedly. She was wearing a drab gray dress with several tears in the hem. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was covered in dust. She was with 3 other people who were also starving. Elsewhere, several people squatted by a stream with a half-cooked wild rabbit in front of them. The rabbit had been choked to death by volcanic ash. Its body was blackened, and its fur was singed and curled, but its flesh was still intact, steaming in the firelight. A woman flipped the rabbit over, tore off a leg, and handed it to the person next to her. The person took a bite, and as they chewed, tears started falling from their eyes. The embers of fire and the roasted animals fell before those struggling to survive. They don't need to make fire by rubbing sticks together, they don't need to eat raw shellfish, and they don't need to drink water containing insects. Heaven truly heard the prayer from the depths of the soul and granted them a way out. Chapter 94, the joining of Lu Hygiene and Lu Shishir. This was the first time Xiang Kun had ever felt that food could be obtained so easily. Animals burned to death were scattered everywhere on the ground, big and small, and everyone was carrying them in their hands. They were either wild rabbits, pheasants, or porcupines. There were also various bird eggs and chicken eggs. If it weren't for the need to avoid interfering with migration, everyone would have taken even more. Everyone continued walking forward. The forest is getting greener and greener, and it's finally no longer that scorched black. The grass grew taller, the birds sang, and there were more living animals. Xiang Kun walked to the front, his eyes sharp, and he saw 2 dark figures moving in front of him from afar. 2 people were squatting on the ground, shaking their heads and tearing at something. As they got closer, not only Xiang Kun saw them, but the women behind him also saw them clearly. The egret cupped its paws like a megaphone and shouted at the top of its lungs, "Hey!" The sound was so loud that it scared the birds in the tree away. The 2 people were startled and suddenly looked up. When he saw the group of people here, he was clearly stunned for a moment, and then immediately stood up, so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. One of them was wearing skinny jeans, leather boots, and a brown shirt. She has a tall and slender figure with beautiful shoulders, and her tight-fitting clothes perfectly accentuate her small waist and long, straight legs. It's Lu Hygiene. The other one was wearing a black turtleneck sweater, her hair was tied up, and she wore a black skirt with only her knees slightly showing in the front. She just stood there casually, without any makeup on her face, but she was still beautiful, unbelievably beautiful. It's Lu Shishir. The egret calls out, Hygiene. Damimi also shouted, Shishi. The two people, each clutching half a roasted chicken and their hands greasy, ran straight towards this side. Lu Haojian ran fast, her boots making a thud on the ground. As she ran, she saw the crowd and suddenly stopped, then came to Lu Tao's side. I'm so lucky to have met the older sisters. My senior sister, and I couldn't hold on any longer. Lu Shishir ran a little slower, but her strides were long. In the instant Lu Haojian paused, she overtook him and reached to Mimi in a few steps, then hugged her tightly. Honey, I never thought I'd see you again. I thought I was going to die. Xiang Kun, carrying Lu Yifei on his back, stood to the side, waiting for them to finish crying and laughing. The women surrounded them, chattering amongst themselves. One said, What are you doing here? Another said, Once you're in this group, you're one of us. Lu Haojian pointed to the ground covered in ashes and said, My senior sister and I wandered in the woods for several days, not daring to go too far. We survived entirely by eating bird eggs, and we were so hungry that we were dizzy. Fortunately, the volcano erupted yesterday, killing many animals, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see you. Lu Shishir was so shaken that she only saw people at first glance and didn't notice what they were wearing. Once she calmed down, she looked into the crowd and blushed. Bai Lu's dress was burned so badly it looked like a belt, and the area below her navel was clearly exposed. Zhao Lucy's dress was askew, and the neckline had slipped down. Tong Tong's clothes have become practically underwear. You can see everything clearly without even waiting for the wind to blow them up. Chun Juling's was the same. It was a vermilion color, and it was even more voluminous than the area around her chest. I love it. Damimi noticed her gaze, pulled her skirt up a little, then let go, and it bounced back. You're lucky to have witnessed a volcanic eruption. We're the unlucky ones. My clothes burned while I was sleeping, and this is what happened when I woke up. Look, there isn't a single intact piece of clothing left. Lu Shishir quickly looked away and began to comfort everyone. It's good that everyone is all right. We'll figure out what to do with the clothes later. Lu Haojian was so excited just now, but he saw it clearly now. Her eyes darted around, scanning the tattered skirts several times before quickly looking away, and she asked softly, Sisters, where are you all going? Lu Tao glanced at Xiang Kun, considered for a moment, and said, We need to rebuild the shelter. Are you coming? If you are, you should contribute to this group. Lu Haojian nodded hurriedly, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course, we can do anything. She tugged at Lu Shishir's sleeve and smiled at Xiang Kun. Lu Shishir nodded and smiled shyly. Xiang Kun didn't say much, just smiled in response. Now that they were in this group, many things were no longer up to them. He carried Lu Yifei on his back, walking at the front, looking for a suitable spot. Lu Shishir followed to Mimi and Tangdang. The three of them were old friends, and they chattered away together, having endless things to say. Lu Haojian was embarrassed. She wasn't familiar with any of these people. She had met some once or twice, and others only at the grand ceremony. She walked alone on the side, looking around, unsure of what to do with her hands. Lu Tao was closest to her and patted her on the shoulder. You should come with me. Her tone was natural, as if she had known him for years. Lu Haojian was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and jogged after him. Lu Tao's small group originally consisted of only her, Mao Xiaotong, and Song Yi. Now that Lu Haojian has joined, they are more numerous. The egret watched from the side, shaking its head in frustration. What a wonderful person. He was only a little bit late, and Lu Tao snatched him away. Tian Shui was also watching from the side, and she kept shaking her head. She wasn't regretful, but she felt that Lu Tao had acted too quickly. Yu Xuxin was walking a little further back, busy trying to win over Zhao Lying, talking to Wang Xinling. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice this side. At this moment, Lu Tao transformed into a caring teacher, asking Lu Haojian how she had spent the past few days, what she had eaten, and where she had slept. Lu Haojian answered each question in a soft voice, like a new student who had just transferred to the school. Mao Xiaodong and Song Yi also joined in, and the four of them walked together, chatting and laughing. The forest grew denser, and the path became increasingly difficult to traverse. The ground was covered with either thick fallen leaves or slippery, damp moss. One could easily slip and fall if one wasn't careful. The tree trunks were so thick that two people couldn't wrap their arms around them, and their canopies completely blocked out the sky, making the light dim and giving the impression that it was dusk. The air was damp and stuffy. A breath of it felt cool in my lungs and had a smell of rotting leaves and hay. As the egret was walking, it suddenly let out a sharp cry and hopped several steps to the side. She pointed to the bright red thing behind the bushes and exclaimed, "What is that?" It was about the size of a palm, and it was a bright red color. Look closely, and you'll see ants, countless ants crawling in clumps, piling up little red bumps on the fallen leaves. The ants weren't very big, but they were frighteningly red, and there were so many of them that just looking at them made your scalp tingle. Xiang Kun had already walked past them, but seeing that they seemed to have never seen red imported fire ants before, he turned back. These are red imported fire ants. One bite from one of them causes a huge swelling and is extremely painful. Not burning red imported fire ants is like not killing a snake is a crime. Xiang Kun had a piece of firewood that was smoking, which he had saved for starting a fire, and it came in handy at this moment. He gathered a large patch of leaves, blew on the firewood a few times, and instantly set the leaves ablaze. He then pushed the firewood over the anthill and burned it clean. After walking a while, a frog was squatting on a fallen, dead tree ahead. The frog was as small as a thumb, but its colors were frighteningly bright, red back and blue legs, as if it had been painted, making it stand out dazzlingly in the dim forest. Mao Xiaodong leaned closer to take a look, but Xiang Kun pulled her back. "These are poison dart frogs. One touch and you'll die." Mao Xiaodong's face turned pale instantly, and she took several steps back, almost stepping on Song Yi behind her. The little frog glared at them, then slowly hopped away and disappeared into the pile of dead leaves. Demimi patted her chest, trembling slightly, and let out a long breath. "This place is terrifying. There are deadly things everywhere. When you feel that something is wrong, you must be vigilant because it may be your ancestors desperately trying to warn you." Xiang Kun also sensed something was wrong. The further you go, the more venomous snakes and spiders there are, and even several of those brightly colored poison dart frogs have appeared. This is not normal. His heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he turned around and made a straight turn. Lu Tao, standing behind him, asked in confusion, "Why did you turn?" Xiang Kun said something was wrong over there and suggested taking a different route. No one asked any more questions, and they followed him around the corner. This turn led us to the right path. The number of poisonous creatures in the forest has decreased, replaced by lively little things. Forest frogs, stone crabs, birds, etc. After walking for a while, the woods finally opened up. Ahead was an open space with only some low weeds on the ground, not even reaching ankle height. The open space is on high ground. Standing on it, you can see the stream below, its water crystal clear and flowing gurglingly. Xiang Kun put down the remi, looked around, taking in the terrain, the stream, and the surrounding woods, and felt quite satisfied. This is it. He put Lu Yifei down, making the final decision immediately. None of the dozen or so women refuted this. Chun Juling walked up, stood next to him, and looked around. The open space is quite large, enough to build several sheds. The stream is nearby. It's just a few steps away. The woods weren't dense, so any movement could be seen at a glance. She nodded and said that the location was indeed good. Xiang Kun said, "Let's get started." While we were on the other side of the tree hole, we had almost finished making all the tools, an axe, a hammer, a shovel, a saw, a machete, and now they all came in handy. The egret was the first to squat down and pull weeds. This girl is really meticulous in her work. Lu Shishir squatted down, Lu Haojin squatted down, Wan Qian and Zhao Liang squatted down as well. A group of women squatted on the open ground, pulling weeds like a flock of ducks, their buttocks sticking out, pulling and shoveling with shovels. Xiang Kun walked to a big tree at the edge of the open space and started chopping with his axe. With a crack, sawdust flew up, and a gash appeared in the tree trunk. He was strong, and the axe was heavy. In no time, the tree fell. He had Lu Tao use a saw to cut tree branches, while Tian Shiwei used a machete to chop some thin branches, thus dividing the work and improving efficiency. He then went and cut down the second, third, and fourth trees. One by one, the large trees along the edge of the open space fell down, and as more and more sunlight shone down, the once humid air gradually became scorching hot. Chapter 95 Dudu is the one who sacrificed herself for love. By the time the sun begins to set, enough wood has been cut and sawn. Xiang Kun stood the thickest tree trunk side by side and stuck them into the dug pit to make a wall. The part buried in the ground is more than 1 meter high, and the part above ground is about 2.5 meters high. Yu Shuxin and Wang Xinling helped him up, supporting him quite firmly. After all, they were people who had practiced dual cultivation, so they had considerable strength, especially Wang Xinling. Xiang Kun pushed and moved the wall around by himself, and it took him a long time to fill it in. The beams were also laid out piece by piece using logs. To prevent the logs from slipping, he deliberately left the logs at the four corners higher to embed the beams so they wouldn't fall down. A triangular roof was then built on top, covered with a layer of turf mixed with moss and weeds to prevent leaks. Chun Juling led several women to dig mud by the stream, scoop it up in wicker baskets, and paste it into the gaps between the tree trunks. The mud was applied, then slid off. It was applied again, then slid off again. Song Yi's face was covered in mud, making her look like a cat with a painted face, and she was still smiling. As darkness fell, Xiang Kun embedded the sawn planks into the floor of the treehouse and tamped them down with stones, and the shelter was completed. Fortunately, there are many people here. With many people, there is great strength, and the work efficiency is high. The egret was perched at the doorway, having already lit the fire. The newly built stove was made by Chun Juling using stones and yellow mud, with a pottery jar placed on top. The water in the earthenware jar was scooped back from the stream by Wan Qian. The flames leaped up and roared, and the water was boiling, bubbling away. Aunt Lu Xiaoli squatted on the ground, cutting meat into pieces on a wooden board for easy grilling. Standing at the door, Xiang Kun looked at the simple house and the group of busy women and suddenly felt that this kind of life really made sense. Lu Tao skewered the meat on sharpened tree branches and grilled it by the fire. Oil dripped down, splashing up tiny sparks and sizzling. Zhao, lying squatted down beside them to help flip the meat skewers, while Tang Tang squatted on the other side, her eyes fixed on the skewers, her mouth practically watering. Tian Shui handed the first skewer she had grilled to Xiang Kun. A smile appeared on her face, the same smile she had when she woke up on the beach on the first day, innocent, sweet, with her eyes curved like crescent moons. She's been smiling so little these days. She's either pouting, glaring, or muttering sourly, making Xiang Kun almost forget that she could actually smile like that. Xiang Kun took it and took a bite. The meat was grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with just the right amount of saltiness. Tian Shui stared at his mouth, watching him chew, swallow, and nod. Only then did the tension that had been building up in her heart for several days finally ease. She squatted by the fire and handed over another skewer. Xiang Kun took it, and she handed him another. Yu Shuxin rolled her eyes and said, "You can grill it all for him. Are we supposed to eat or not?" Tian Shui blushed, put the skewer of meat back in her hand, and just quietly looked at Xiang Kun's profile. Xiang Kun handed the roasted meat to Lu Shishir. Lu Shishir took a small bite, chewed for a long time, swallowed it, and then took another small bite. Lu Haojin also took a big bite, and his eyes reddened as he chewed. Those eyes were watery, with tears swirling around in their sockets, glistening like two puddles after a rain. She witnessed everything that happened today, and after getting some answers from Mao Xiaotong and Song Yi, she looked timidly at Xiang Kun with her mouth full of meat and tears in her eyes. That look in his eyes is truly divine. It's a pity the timing wasn't right. Xiang Kun understood that look in his eyes. Her eyes were watery, and she looked timid, like a wounded fawn. If that look had been given to him before, his heart would have melted like a cotton candy. But these past few days he's come to understand. Love can be acted out in front of these women. Crying is acting. Laughing is acting. Even this timid, watery look in her eyes is acting. He decided to play along and reached out to pat her head. The hair was all frizzy and looked like a bird's nest when you try to rub it. It had no texture. Eat well, then take a nap, and everything will be all right. Lu Haojin didn't even blink. The tears were still swirling in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. She bit her lip and whispered, "Thank you, Brother Xiang Kun." The other women, seeing this, thought, "Oh, another one with amazing acting skills," and their sense of crisis rose again, even more so than when facing a python attack. After all, there's only one man here, and a person's energy is limited. It's not enough to go around. After finishing their meal, everyone took turns drinking soup from the few remaining earthenware bowls. At this point, no one cared whether the bowls had been used by others. After finishing the salty broth, everyone breathed a satisfied sigh of relief. Xiang Kun's went to prepare for the construction of the toilet. There weren't enough stones here to build even a low wall, so Xiang Kun simply gave up on building one and dug a big hole next to the treehouse. Used several thick logs placed side by side along the edge of the pit, about a meter above it. There was a gap in the middle of the wood, just big enough for someone to squat down. Wan Xin came over, took a look, and asked, "Will this work?" Xiang Kun said, "Why not? There's no need for a wall. You can squat down with your butt facing outwards. Who's going to look at you?" Wan Xin ran away with a blush on her face. Lu Shi stood at a distance, watching the women squat down one after another. As the egret crouched down, it was still talking to Zhao Lucy about what to eat tomorrow. Zhang Hanyin hummed a song as she squatted down, seemingly quite engrossed in the moment. When Tang Tang squatted down, she was quiet, with her head down and her legs hugged. After squatting down, she quickly ran away. Those people squatted on the wooden planks, their backsides facing outwards, chatting, humming songs and talking about birds, as if they were sitting in their own living room. It was her turn. She stood in front of the wooden plank, unsure of what to do with her hands. Demimi urged her to hurry up, as she hadn't finished the soup yet. She squatted down, her face flushed, her eyes fixed on Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun, with his back to her, was stretching his body in the open space, performing a set of Tai Chi moves with great power and strength, seemingly without looking in her direction. She watched for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she was sure the other person wouldn't turn around. Lu Yifei sat at the entrance of the treehouse, watching Xiang Kun practice boxing. A wooden plank was laid out there for him to rest. "Brother Xiang Kun, is practicing this really useful?" "Of course it's useful. Now that I have the system, I'm practically a martial arts prodigy. I've mastered some of the power generation techniques in Tai Chi." Lu Yifei seemed to be deep in thought. She recalled that when she went to Wudong Mountain to study, she stayed in a Taoist temple for a while. Those Taoist priests practiced their skills every morning, and she practiced with them for several months in order to film a movie. The Taoist priest also praised her for her high talent, and spoke to her in a mystical manner, saying some cryptic things. He then gave her a book called Kantanki, which he said was a secret classic of Taoism. She has a good memory. She memorized it after seeing it a few times and can still recite it now. I studied at Wudong Mountain for a period of time before and read a copy of the Kantanki with the Taoist priest. At that time, the Taoist priest said that it could only be passed on to those who were destined to receive it. I thought that since we have been stranded in an unfamiliar world, why don't you give it a try? Xiang Kun was taken aback. The Kantanki? A Taoist secret text? He had seen it on his phone before, and it said that the book talked about the methods of alchemy and immortality cultivation, which seemed to have some connection with Tai Chi. So he asked Lu Yifei to read it to him. Lu Yifei began to read. "If your heart is pure and clear, you will not be alarmed even if the sky falls. The sky reflects the cool air, and the maple leaves whisper in the breeze. 3 times I ascended to the summit, enjoying the elegant breeze. Auspicious marshes contain emptiness, and bright steps lead to the great purity." Xiang Kun listened as those words swirled in his mind. As it turned, it changed. Those words seemed to come alive, seeping into his very bones, mingling with the skills in the system, making his whole body burn with fervor. The system, which had previously only provided notification sounds, suddenly emitted an unusual red light, a bright, dazzling red that made him feel as if he were on fire. Steam rose from his skin in wisps, like smoke. Chun Juling was startled and asked anxiously, "Xiang Kun, what's wrong with you?" Demimi was also startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back before coming back closer. A group of women surrounded him, asking all at once, "Brother Xiang Kun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Don't scare us." Tian Shiwei squeezed the front, looked at Xiang Kun's appearance, and then turned around and shouted at Lu Yifei, "What kind of teaching are you giving me? Are you trying to harm Brother Kuin?" Lu Yifei shook her head, her face turned pale, and her lips trembled as she couldn't speak. She didn't know what was going on. The book was given to her by a Taoist priest, who said it was a secret Taoist text. She had been memorizing it for several years without any problems. So why did it turn out like this as soon as she read it aloud? Xiang Kun squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands, his whole body emitting white steam. The system notification sounds were exploding in my head, one after another. "Your energy is low. Please replenish your energy as soon as possible. Your energy is low. Please replenish your energy as soon as possible." He raised his head, his eyes red and swollen, and scanned the women like a rabbit, his gaze sweeping over their faces one by one. He was already thinking of taking this opportunity to decide on his choice. That's Chun Juling. He fell in love with this girl the moment he woke up on the beach. There was supposed to be another chance for intimacy, but it was interrupted by the egret, and there was never another such opportunity. Because she cared about Xiang Kun, Chun Juling stood only a little further away from Tian Shiwei, but it wasn't obvious. Xiang Kun pounded his chest and stamped his feet, his eyes bloodshot, panting heavily, clearly having lost his mind, and grabbed Chun Juling. Chun Juling was stunned for a moment, but didn't dodge or struggle. She just stood there. Xiang Kun didn't need to lift a finger. He stepped forward on his own. He's playing the role of someone who's lost their mind. If he were to actively try to tear off the rags covering Chun Juling's body, wouldn't he give himself away? So he just kept kissing and nibbling like a starving ox, nuzzling against her neck, panting heavily. Chun Juling's back slammed into Xiang Kun's chest, the force increasing. She gritted her teeth and remained silent, but her worry for Xiang Kun grew stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment she bent down to take off her clothes, her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she were enduring something very painful. The voice was very soft, squeezed out from the back of the throat, as if someone had choked the person. She didn't shout or dodge. She just bit her lip even harder until it turned white. Tears slid down her cheeks, down her chin, and dripped on his Xiang Kun's feet. The tears were hot as her body. Xiang Kun smelled her scent. It wasn't the fragrance of soap, but something else entirely, faint like grass after the rain. He hugged her even tighter. Chapter 96 System Upgrade Bonds. At first, Chun Juling was still bothered by those looks. A dozen pairs of eyes, including by Lu's, Tian Shiwei's, Tong Tong's, and Lu Shishir's, were staring at her, just like watching a live stream. She gritted her teeth, remaining silent, wanting only for it to end quickly. But later she was no longer herself. The energy from dual cultivation surged like waves, one after another, washing away all her sense of shame. She felt herself floating into the air, into the clouds, and onto the moon. There's a Guanghan palace on the moon, cold and desolate, but there's a force that draws her in, soft and warm, pulling her inside. She forgot where she was, forgot those eyes, forgot the cicadas chirping and the birds' calls. All she remembered was Xiang Kun's breath, hot and moist, spraying on her neck, tickling her, both comfortable and uncomfortable. It was so uncomfortable that she wanted to push him away, yet so comfortable that she couldn't bear to let go. Dual cultivation +1. Dual cultivation +1. The notification sounds echoed in Xiang Kun's mind, one after another, like the rhythm of striking a wooden fish. The red light on his body slowly receded, not extinguished, but shrank inward, shrinking under his skin and turning into a thin layer of red blush that clung to his body, almost like he had just been in a sauna. He kept his mouth tightly shut, swallowed his breath, and steadied himself. The broken system in my brain has changed. It's not the bare notification sound of the past anymore. It's a neat and organized interface, just like the icons on a phone's home screen, row upon row, glowing blue. Host, Xiang Kun. Unlock common skills. Gathering LV.3, climbing LV.2, firemaking LV.2, weaving LV.2, blacksmithing LV.2, fishing LV.2, hunting LV.2, healing LV.2, martial arts LV.2. Special skill, the contract of the consort, has been unlocked, current level, LV.1. Skill, origin. Legend has it that this was the secret method by which the Yellow Emperor consummated his relationship with 3,000 women and ascended to heaven in broad daylight. It was lost to later generations, with only fragments remaining. The system reverse engineers and reconstructs this method based on the host's current physical condition and affinity status. Xiang Kun stared at the golden icon in his mind for a full 3 seconds. Did the Yellow Emperor have 3,000 women? I only have a dozen or so right now. Where am I going to find 3,000? The system ignored his complaints and simply listed the skill effects. The Consensual Cultivation Pact is a passive skill that automatically activates when engaging in dual cultivation with a partner. Skill Effect 1, Dual Cultivation Buff for each dual cultivation session completed with a partner. The host's 4 basic attributes, Constitution, Strength, Speed, and Perception, are permanently increased. The more partners a host has, the stronger the buff effect, for instance. Skill effect 2, yin-yang harmony during dual cultivation. It can heal internal injuries, expel toxins, and restore energy. It also has the same effect on the target of a bond. Skill effect 3, Qi guidance. The host can sense the location and status, hunger, injury, emotional fluctuations, etc. of all allies within a radius of 10,000 meters. Current number of players with bonded characters, 9. Xiang Kun was still moving, but in his mind he had already clicked on the bond section. In a flash, the names appeared like a roster. Lu Xiaoli, bond depth 2. Song Yi, bond depth 1. Lu Tao, bond depth 1. Zhao Liang, bond depth 1. Zhang Hanyun, bond depth 1. Sugar, bond depth 1. Wang Xinling, bond depth 1. Yu Shuxin, bond depth 1. Chun Juling, bond depth 1. It was followed by a percentage sign, 1%, 2%, except for Aunt Lu Xiaoli, who was 2%, the rest were 1%. Xiang Kun immediately understood. One time is one bond, which is 1%. But what's the point? He flipped down. At the very bottom, there's a line of small print, which is not very noticeable and can be missed if you don't look closely. Bond sharing. The female character can obtain a percentage of the host's physical attributes based on the number of bond interactions. The host acquires all of the woman's traits. Note, once bound together, they cannot be separated. The host may selectively agree to the sharing of physical attributes, but not skills. The bond cannot be broken. The moment those words touched his eyes, Xiang Kun felt a tension ease in his heart. Once you take them in, they'll be his for life. You can't escape, you can't break free. He tried to pass that 1% to Chun Duling. With a sudden thought, a warm current surged from her chest, flowing down her chest, across her lower abdomen, and seeping into Dudu's body. Chun Juling was in a daze, her eyelids so heavy she could barely lift them. As soon as the warm current entered, she felt as if she had been electrocuted and suddenly jolted awake. She hummed in agreement, instinctively tightening her grip like a crab clamping down on something, holding on tightly. Xiang Kun's face turned pale, and he nearly fainted from inhaling a sharp cold air through his teeth. He wanted to shout, but he was afraid that the people around him would hear him and laugh at him for being weak, so he held it in until the veins on his neck bulged out. It took him a while to finally swallow that breath. Chun Juling had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiang Kun lifted her up by the waist and found that she was limp and had no strength at all. The planks on the treehouse floor still had some lint and hadn't been planed, which was quite uncomfortable. Chun Juling frowned, turned over, buried her face in her arms, and mumbled something that no one could hear. His brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed, and he breathed evenly, falling into a deep sleep. Xiang Kun stood up, turned around, and walked out. He walked out completely naked. The group of women were still squatting by the fire. They stared in disbelief as this was done in broad daylight, in front of more than a dozen people. Seeing the looks in Lu Shishir and Lu Haojin's eyes, Zhang Hanyun quietly explained for Xiang Kun. Brother Xiang Kun has a system. It must have been the system's fault just now. After listening to the many children, many blessings system, Lu Shishir and Lu Haojin found it very strange, but they had personally witnessed Xiang Kun's body glowing red. You can't disbelieve it. Xiang Kun walked over to the pottery jar, picked it up, and poured the contents onto himself to wash away the sweat, rubbing and washing as he did so. After washing up, he came to everyone and pointed at them, saying, "That's enough for today. It's been a long day. Let's plan things out tomorrow. Iron smelting, charcoal making, pottery making, one step at a time." These women, stared at by Xiang Kun, didn't dare utter a sound. Their faces flushed, and they silently agreed, one after another, going to the toilet one last time to prepare for bed. A layer of tattered clothes, a deerskin, and several guinea pig skins were laid on the wooden board, piece by piece, pieced together. The only intact clothes here are those worn by Lu Shishir and Lu Haojin. Lu Haojin really didn't want to take his clothes off. This outfit was all she owned, a brown shirt, jeans, and leather boots. It looked fine on her, but once she took it off, she had nothing left. She looked around. Chun Juling was already asleep, naked, and Yu Shuxin was also naked, staring at her with her eyes open, obviously waiting for her to take off her clothes and lay them on the wooden board so she could sleep. Lu Shishir didn't take her clothes off either. She stood behind Mimi and Tang Tang, her black sweater wrapped tightly around her, as if afraid it would be stolen. But she knew she had no choice but to take it off. Everyone else was naked, but the two of them were dressed, making them seem like oddities. She glanced at Lu Haojian, and Lu Haojian glanced at her as well. They both saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. Take it off. Lu Haojian made the first move. She lowered her head and unbuttoned her shirt one button at a time. The firelight illuminated her round face, making it appear white with a rosy tint, like a just-ripe apple. Her facial features are delicate. Her nose is a nose. Her eyes are eyes. She is everything she should have and nothing she shouldn't have. The problem lies in those eyes, calm, clear, like mountain spring water, always possessing a detached and aloof quality. It was as if these naked women had nothing to do with her, but the blush that spread from her cheeks to her ears and then to her neck betrayed her. When the third button was undone, her collarbone was revealed, fair and smooth, with a shallow indentation in the middle. When we got to the fourth one, those two clumps popped out. It wasn't a big, flashy thing. It was small, round, and upright like a freshly steamed bun, small enough to fit perfectly in your hand. She quickly pulled her shirt up, lowered her head, and dared not look at anyone. Her ears were so red they looked like they could bleed. Lu Shishir also took off her clothes. She was more efficient than Lu Haojian. She flipped up her black sweater, pulled it off her head, and let her messy hair fall over her shoulders, covering half of her face. Her figure has a standard S-curve. He had broad shoulders that held up the black sweater perfectly. Even after taking off the sweater, his shoulders remained broad and straight, like a clothes hanger. Her waist was slender, with two curves that narrowed from her shoulders down and then widened again from her waist down. Her buttocks were full, firm, and perky, perhaps due to years of exercise. They weren't the soft, flabby kind of flesh, but rather bouncy and solid. Her legs were long, with two straight lines running from her waist down to her ankles. Her ankles were thin, like chopsticks. Its neck is also long, and the section from its ear to its shoulder is white and shiny, with a layer of fine downy hair on it. She just stood there, naked, with no expression on her face. But the body was warm, alive, completely at odds with that indifferent face. That face was aloof, distant, and unfriendly to everyone. Her body, however, was bold, fiery, and captivating at first glance. Even Bai Lu, who was also a woman, couldn't help but swallow hard. She took the black sweater, spread it on the wooden board, patted it, and said, "Okay, go to sleep." Lu Shishir bent over and lay on the wooden board. The two curves on her back swayed in the moonlight, revealing that her heart was not so calm. Xiang Kun witnessed all of this firsthand, which was quite a feast for the eyes. He closed the wooden door frame, temporarily isolating himself from everything. Lying on the wooden board, Xiang Kun was still awake, thinking that if he couldn't make a plane tomorrow, he would have to scrape the board with a knife, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep. The grass here is wrong too. It's all short, droopy moss, not the long, dry grass that you'd find. Otherwise, a layer that would make it soft. As they pondered, the treehouse quieted down, and their breathing became even. Chapter 97. Have you taken good care of your little girlfriend? Xiang Kun closed his eyes, ready to sleep, when he suddenly heard a soft sobbing sound coming from behind Aunt Lu Xiaoli. The voice was very low, as if afraid of being overheard, but the night was quiet and it was clearly audible. It's Lu Yifei. She was still blaming herself for what had just happened. She was the one who recited those sentences from the Cantonki, and the red glow emanating from Xiang Kun's body also happened after she finished reciting them. She felt that she had almost caused Xiang Kun's death, and was also blamed by the others. Now that it was late at night, and everyone was quiet, she felt more and more sorry for Xiang Kun, and she couldn't stop crying. Xiang Kun lay there, listening to the sobbing, feeling a pang of sadness. He couldn't even speak a word because of Aunt Lu Xiaoli. He simply rolled over, put his hands under Aunt Xiaoli's body, gently lifted her up along with a rag, turned her over, and placed her on his other side. Aunt Xiaoli hummed softly in her sleep. Half asleep, she sensed the intimate gesture and skillfully reached out her hand, grabbing whatever she could touch. Xiang Kun was grabbed by her, and his face turned green. The thought that Lu Yifei was right next to me, still awake, made me quickly and gently pry her open. Aunt Xiaoli mumbled something, turned over, and went back to sleep. Lu Yifei's sobs had long since stopped. She heard rustling sounds over there and knew that Xiang Kun was coming. She buried her face in her arms, her body tense like a fully drawn bow. She didn't know what Xiang Kun was going to do, and she felt flustered and scared, but also a little bit of inexplicable anticipation. As Xiang Kun lay down, he felt his outstretched hand trembling. That was Lu Tianxian. Who wouldn't be excited? When I placed my hand on her shoulder, it felt slightly cool. What surprised him even more was that the shoulders were also shaking at the same frequency as his. It turns out that Lu Yifei was also nervous. The two of them were shaking so much that they ended up shaking together, unexpectedly on the same wavelength. "Cici," Xiang Kun called softly. Lu Yifei didn't dare to move. Xiang Kun did not back down, but went up again and patted him gently twice. "It's okay, don't cry." Lu Yifei's tears welled up again. This time it wasn't silent, but rather subtle and fragmented. "Brother Kuin, I didn't mean to." His voice, muffled in his arms, was soft and hoarse. "I don't know how it turned out like that." Xiang Kun breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that she responded. I'm afraid she won't say anything. Otherwise it will be difficult to continue my next steps." He stretched his arm forward, slipped it under her arm, wrapped it around her chest, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Her body pressed against him, soft and smooth, unlike any of the women he had ever been with before. It's not an exaggeration. It really is different. Aunt Xiaoli's softness, Chen Juling's firmness, and Yu Shuxin's elasticity are all inferior to hers. Her skin was like cream, like white jade, like the finest silk. Once your fingers touched it, they would slide down uncontrollably. Xiang Kun put his arm around her, rested his chin on the top of her head, and whispered, "I don't blame you." That was a normal reaction, which shows that this technique is indeed effective. It's just that they don't understand and misunderstand you. Speaking of which, I should thank you. Without your guidance, my system wouldn't have advanced. Lu Yifei was held in his arms and dared not move at all. The chest was warm, the heartbeat was real, and it was transmitted through the skin, one beat at a time. As she listened to those words, the weight in her heart lifted one by one, only to be filled by something else she didn't know. She bit her lip and softly hummed in agreement. The sound was very soft, as if it were drifting from a great distance, but Xiang Kun heard it. That sound was like turning on a switch. He lowered his head and pressed his lips to Kuin's shoulder. The skin felt cool and slightly salty, the sweat from a long day's work, and it even smelled nice. He kissed her once, then kissed her again. Start from his shoulder and move upwards to the neck. His neck was so white it shone, and the downy hair gently brushed against his lips, making them tingle. Start from the neck and move upwards to the earlobe. Those earlobes were small and soft. Holding them in my mouth felt like touching some special G-spot. Lu Yifei's body tensed up, relaxed, and then tensed up again. She didn't dodge or push him away. She just let Xiang Kun kiss her. His breathing became erratic, and hot breath came out of his nose, spraying onto his arm. Xiang Kun turned her body around. She did not resist, but turned over with the force, facing Xiang Kun. Moonlight shone through the crack in the door, illuminating her face. There were still tear stains on her face, her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled violently, and her lips were pursed tightly. Xiang Kun lowered his head, kissed her, and pried open Lu Yifei's lips. As their lips and tongues intertwined, Xiang Kun had only one thought in his mind. It was worth it. All those posters plastered on the walls, all those years of drooling over the screen, it was all worth it. Lu Yifei's lips were softer and sweeter than he had imagined. She didn't know how to kiss. Her teeth would bump against Xiang Kun's tongue, scraping back and forth. She just kept scraping like that, and eventually she learned how. Her tongue no longer dodged. It tangled with his like two fighting loaches, chasing each other, neither giving way. She was having trouble breathing, whimpering through her nose, her hands gripping Xiang Kun's shoulders, her nails digging into his flesh. Xiang Kun was also panting, even more heavily than her. His hand slid down her waist, down to that rounded curve, and was about to pull down on the angel baby. Lu Yifei suddenly pushed him. He wasn't very strong, but he was very determined. "No, I haven't left yet." Xiang Kun's hand froze in midair. He froze for a second, then felt as if he'd been kicked down from the clouds, landing solidly on the wooden board. Enraged, he raised his fist and slammed it down on the wooden board, then slammed it down again, making the board creak and groan. "What's wrong? What happened?" Wang Xinling's voice drifted out from the darkness, and she was groggily awakened by the noise. Xiang Kun quickly stopped, his voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. It's okay, you can go to sleep now. Wang Xinling said, oh, turned over, and went back to sleep. Lu Yifei buried her face in Xiang Kun's chest and couldn't help but laugh. The kind of sly laugh you get when you see Xiang Kun get the short end of the stick. Xiang Kun sighed and reached out to hug her tightly. Lu Yifei didn't dodge. She simply nestled her face against his chest, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes. Her breathing gradually calmed down, and this time she was truly asleep. But Xiang Kun couldn't sleep. The fire was stirred up, making his mouth dry and causing him to toss and turn in agony. But then I inadvertently heard a different kind of breathing, one that was deliberately light and taking a breath, pausing, exhaling, and pausing again. It's Chun Juling. She woke up. That's true. We just finished dual cultivation, and my body is very sensitive. How could I fall asleep after being disturbed by that noise? Xiang Kun quietly sat up and stepped over the haphazardly placed legs. Lu Shishir's legs, Lu Haojian's legs, Tong Tong's legs, each one is incredibly alluring. He stepped over to Chun Juling, bent down, supported her back with one hand and her knees with the other, turning her over completely. Chun Juling didn't struggle or make a sound. She just lay on Xiang Kun's chest, face to face, breathing the same air. Have you taken good care of your little girlfriend? She asked softly, as if whispering, with a slight smile on her lips. Xiang Kun opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. This doesn't sound right. What do you mean by little girlfriend? Then who's the big one? He simply stopped talking and used his actions to cover up his embarrassment. After an unknown amount of time, Chun Juling's soul finally drifted back from the highest heavens. She was panting, and suddenly her brows furrowed. What's wrong? Xiang Kun asked. Dudu placed her hand on her chest and rubbed it repeatedly. It's itchy and a little painful. Xiang Kun quickly said, how could that be? I'm replenishing your energy and detoxifying you. How could it hurt? Chun Juling carefully felt it for a moment, then said thoughtfully, I understand. It's because I'm developing, just like when I was in junior high school, that numb and slightly painful feeling. Development. Xiang Kun thought about it and felt that it should be true. The system can enhance the body. Dudu's smaller size compared to others means he hasn't fully developed yet. Now that it has energy, it will naturally grow. Chun Juling said, oh, remained silent for a while, and then suddenly asked, so, if you really become like Lu Tao and Demimi, will you stop sighing? Xiang Kun was dumbfounded. Thinking back to the first time he met Chun Juling on the beach, she was still asleep. He secretly kissed her and even lifted her dress to take a look. When he saw her flat chest, he did sigh. You knew all along? You're not unconscious? Then why didn't you resist? The 3 questions in a row revealed just how unsettled Xiang Kun was. Chun Juling smiled slightly. I woke up when you squatted down, but seeing that this was an unfamiliar place, and not knowing who you were or whether there was any danger, I didn't dare to move. Xiang Kun was truly impressed. These female celebrities truly deserve to be called actresses. Only he naively thought he was getting away with it, but it turned out that the other party knew everything from beginning to end. I know he not only looked at it, but also sighed and kissed it. They didn't say anything, didn't make a fuss, and didn't expose them. They just silently endured it until now. If it weren't for the bond I'd formed with her, she probably wouldn't have told me. You, Xiang Kun pointed at her, his fingers trembling. You're such a shrewd person. But you didn't ask me either. Chun Juling couldn't help but laugh. Like a gentle breeze blowing across the water, creating ripples that then subside. Xiang Kun lay on the wooden plank, staring at the dark roof above him. At first, I thought I had a system that would allow me to manipulate these female celebrities and enjoy life to the fullest. Looking back now, it's still uncertain who's outmaneuvering whom. Chun Juling noticed Xiang Kun's little scheme. She leaned over and gave him a light peck on the cheek. Okay, stop sulking. I was scared at the time, wasn't I? Xiang Kun hogged here tightly. You have to make it up to me, make it up to my fragile heart. Then how do you suggest compensation? Xiang Kun didn't say anything, but placed his hand on the top of her head and gently pressed it down. Chun Juling was stunned for a moment. Then her face turned red. Chapter 98. The squad is on the move. Let's bring back even more women. Xiang Kun woke up just as dawn was breaking. The wooden board had been pressing against his back all night, and Chun Juling had sat on it all night, leaving his back covered in red marks. He sat up quietly and stepped over the haphazardly placed legs. At my feet, I could see Lu Shir and Lu Haojin spot. The mischievous little ones, not wanting to be restrained, squeezed out from under the fabric to breathe in the fresh air. He pushed open the wooden door, and a chill unique to the forest seemed to find an outlet, rushing in all at once. The women inside woke up, shivering from the morning chill, and rubbed their arms. Zhang Hanyan shrank back and refused to move. Only after Zhao Liying kicked her did she reluctantly get up. Lu Shir pulled a black sweater out from under everyone and put it on, then pulled up her black skirt to cover her view. Lu Haojin did the same, wearing jeans and a brown shirt. Seeing other women dressed almost like they were in bikinis, he felt a sense of security. A long queue formed in front of the two wooden planks of the toilet. Bai Lu yawned and squatted down without moving for a long time. Zhao Lucy urged her to hurry up from behind. But when Zhao Lucy squatted down herself, she started to dawdle, touching and rubbing here and there, always trying to make herself look more refined. Lu Tao grew impatient and squatted down, facing outwards. The water was gushing out, and the flow was enormous like rain. Tang Tang felt too embarrassed to just squat there. Last night, it was pitch black, and with the cover of darkness, no one could see anyone else, so I could accept it a little. But now, in broad daylight, with more than a dozen pairs of eyes staring at me, I felt embarrassed, so I went around to the back of the treehouse and found a secluded spot to squat down. Lu Shir followed by Lu Haojin, Mao Xiaotong, and Song Yi. One after another, a row of them squatted behind the treehouse, like a row of toads squatting on the edge of a field. The white-skinned toads all had their heads down and didn't look at each other. Xiang Kun squatted by the stream to wash his face, and Chun Juling squatted next to him, scooped up a handful of water to rinse her mouth, spat it out, and then scooped up another handful. "What are you doing today?" she asked. "Let's talk about it together later." Xiang Kun shook the water off his face and stood up. "The broth is ready." The earthenware pot was placed on the fire, bubbling and releasing a fragrant aroma that drew the women who were squatting behind the treehouse back to their homes. Everyone sat around the stove, each person sharing a bowl of soup and a few pieces of meat, eating heartily. After finishing gnawing on the bone in his hand, Xiang Kun threw it into the fire and prepared to arrange the work. "I plan to divide you into several groups. One group will take shovels and pottery jars to the beach to dry salt. Another group will go to the Rami field to continue cutting Rami, and yet another group will go into the forest to gather food. The rest of you will come with me to the shelter to smelt iron and build mud kilns. Who of you will go?" There was a moment of silence around the fire. Zhang Hanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and whispered, "Ah, do we have to go that far? There are wild animals and snakes in this forest. I dare not go there." Zhao Lucy nodded in agreement. Yes, let's stay here and do these tasks slowly." Tang Tang nodded in agreement, Demimi nodded in agreement, and Wan Qian also nodded in agreement. A group of women were ordering like chickens pecking at rice. Xiang Kun looked at them, but his heart hardened even more. Take it slow sounds nice, but in the end, isn't he the one doing all the work? These women never tell the truth. This is something we must do. Xiang Kun's voice wasn't loud, but it was different from before. Since you're not taking the initiative, I'll just assign the tasks directly. Demimi, Wan Qian, and Tang Tang had worked at the Rami farm before and knew the way well, so they were asked to bring wicker baskets and machetes to cut Rami. Lu Tao is capable and opinionated, and she has also undergone dual cultivation, so she is in good physical condition. She was asked to take Mao Xiaodong and Song Yi to find food. Zhao Liying was more resilient, and Wang Xinling was more patient. Since the salt-making work had to be done continuously, they were asked to take Zhang Hanyun with them. The rest of the people stayed in the treehouse and worked alongside Xiang Kun, building mud kilns, smelting iron, cutting down trees, and so on. They were not idle either. Several people were actually unwilling to accept Xiang Kun's arrangement. But given the circumstances, they had no choice but to comply. These people are all very shrewd. They know all too well what happens to those who stick their necks out. Xiang Kun is currently the only male among them, and some people have already given themselves away. If he were to refute this in front of everyone, he would definitely be targeted, and it's not impossible that he would be kicked out and left to fend for himself. Therefore, no one expressed their opinion. Only Mao Xiaotong said timidly, "Brother Xiang Kun, I don't want to leave you. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you if I go far away." Xiang Kun rubbed her head. "Don't be afraid. My system has been upgraded. I can sense the situation of anyone I've ever been in contact with within 10,000 meters. If you encounter danger, I will come to your rescue. Tang Tang said, oh, then wouldn't Demimi, Wan Xinjia, and I be in danger? We haven't done anything with you. The atmosphere inside the treehouse changed the moment those words were spoken. Those who knew the inside story, Lu Tao, Demimi, and Wan Qian, all had strange expressions. Lu Tao's lips twitched. He wanted to laugh but held it back. Demimi and Wan Qian exchanged a glance and lowered their heads simultaneously. Because when Tang Tang was in a coma with a high fever, the red pill had already been removed by Xiang Kun. Mao Xiaotong was oblivious to the strange atmosphere. Her face was flushed, her head was tilted back, and her eyes were sparkling. She stood in front of Xiang Kun, clutching the last piece of her skirt so tightly that her fingers ached, but her voice didn't tremble at all. Then, Brother Kuin, I want to be your woman too. She spoke directly and bluntly, without any beating around the bush. If she liked something, she liked it. A girl's confession should not be ignored. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. Gently, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Okay, when you come back, I'll make you my woman, okay? Facing everyone's gaze, Mao Xiaodong finally felt shy, her cheeks turning bright red. Lu Tao had already carried the rattan basket on his back. After waiting for a long time, he couldn't wait any longer, so he grabbed her arm and dragged her outside. Let's go, let's go. It'll be dark soon if we don't leave now. Mao Xiaodong stumbled as she was pulled, glanced back, and looked back several times before finally leaving with Lu Tao and Song Yi with reluctance. Once out of sight, Lu Tao chuckled and teased. Xiaotong, I didn't realize you were so good at this. You got Xiang Kun wrapped around your little finger. Listen to that tone of yours. He's even more intimate with you than he is with Tian Shiwei. Mao Xiaodong kept her head down, staring at the road beneath her feet. She had no interest in finding food. A slight smile played on her lips, and she felt a sweet warmth in her heart. I'm different from her. I genuinely like Brother Xiang Kun. I just want to be with him. There's so many other women here. You can't compete with them. Mao Xiaodong didn't seem to care and said softly, It's okay. I'm a traditional person. As long as Brother Kuin and the sisters don't mind, I'm willing to be a concubine. Lu Tao immediately fell silent. Back at the treehouse, before Tong Tong's questions could be answered, Demimi and Wan Qian had already pulled her away. They didn't actually know the way, but fortunately, every time Xiang Kun went to a place, he would make a cut in a tree to leave a mark so that it would be easier to find the way. Zhao Liang also took Wang Xinling and Zhang Hanyan to the beach. With everyone working together, their efficiency immediately increased. Xiang Kun handed Yushushin a knife and asked her to scrape thorns in the treehouse. The work wasn't tiring, just a bit tedious. It was a small favor in return for her efforts in helping the gods. As for Tian Shiwei, Zhao Luci, and Bai Lu, they all went to the stream to dig up yellow mud. When they returned, following Xiang Kuin's instructions, they built a simple mud kiln to fire bricks. Chun Juling searched for a kind of reddish-brown soil by the stream. This was the residue left in the soil after iron or was washed away by the stream. Although it was not as much as the pig iron refined from iron or every little bit counted, and it was better than nothing. While things were bustling with activity here, the fire had been completely extinguished over the old tree hollow. The ash heap was blown away by the wind and mixed with the charred fallen leaves, making it impossible to distinguish which was ash and which was mud. The charred banyan tree still stood there, pitch black, its hollow trunk empty, the dry grass gone, leaving only the smell of burnt clothes. The peaceful scene was suddenly broken by a surprised voice. Look, there are signs that people live here. The newcomer had fair and delicate skin, with a youthful and clear complexion. Faint blue veins were faintly visible beneath her pale skin, as if covered with a layer of blue and white porcelain glaze. His eyebrows and eyes were deep set, with a slight upturn at the corners of his eyes that gave him a sense of aloofness. His amber pupils were like a shallow pool in autumn, and his thick eyelashes cast shadows. His eyebrows are short, thick, and sword-like, giving him a heroic air, and his profile features straight, three-dimensional lines. The bridge of the nose has a hump, but the curve at the turning point is a gentle arc, which is well connected and does not have a strong sense of feminine delicacy. Overall, her facial features are perfectly balanced, rugged yet not coarse, charming yet not overly delicate, creating a unique kind of heroic spirit. It's Zhou Yi. Really, there's a clay stove and bowls here, but unfortunately they're all broken. Another voice rang out. A girl who looked very much like Zhou Yi stepped forward. Her skin was as smooth as a peeled egg, fair as jade, and exuded freshness and delicacy. Her facial features were equally exquisite, with a straight nose, beautifully drawn eyebrows, a delicate jawline, a wide distance between her eyebrows and eyes, slightly raised eye bags when she smiled, and slightly drooping eye corners. With a high skull and a head-enclosing face bone structure, a mole on the tip of the nose, eyebrows and eyes reminiscent of the misty reign of Jiangnan, and a cool and dashing British temperament, she possesses a unique charm. It's Zhang Jingyi. The two were cousins, so they looked very alike. One was like the biting winter wind, and the other was like the gentle breeze of March. My older sister, Zhou Yi, is winter. My younger sister, Zhang Jingyi, is born in spring. Chapter 99. More and more people are coming. Besides Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi, another person also came closer, Wang Yuan. Her skin was radiant and glowing, showing vitality even without makeup, and natural beauty even with heavy makeup. However, due to long hours of travel and fatigue, her makeup had already faded, but she was still the best choice to go without makeup. Wang Yuan has a standard oval face with soft, smooth lines, no sharp angles, a rounded chin, and a full crown, giving her a superior head-to-face ratio. Its eyes were bright and alert, with the corners slightly upturned. Seeing signs of life in the tree hole, it smiled, its smile as bright as a crescent moon. A high, straight nose bridge is what people often call a precious straight nose, with a rounded, fleshy tip, full, rosy lips, and naturally upturned corners of the mouth. Her overall temperament is elegant and lively, combining purity and gentleness, as if she were a girl who stepped out of a dream. She stood next to Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi. None of the three were inferior to the others, and none dared to claim a clear advantage. Zhou Yi's heroic spirit, Zhang Jingyi's gentleness, and her ethereal beauty. These three faces together are like three camellias of different colors blooming on the same branch, each beautiful in its own way. Wang Yuan stood in front of the charred tree hole, looked left and right, and circled around it. If people live here, where are they? Why can't we see them? Zhou Yi squatted on the ground inside the tree hole, shoveling dust into the ground with his fingers. Some of the ash was clearly left from burned clothes, unlike the ash left from burned ordinary hay. They were obviously living in a tree hollow. It's quite close to the crater, and their clothes were burned off, so they couldn't live there anymore. I guess they want to find a new place. Zhang Jingyi noticed the footprints outside. The footprints went west, some deep, some shallow, some large, some small, indicating a group of people. Sister's right. Just looking at the footprints here, it doesn't look like 3 or 5 people. There could be more than a dozen. Let's go find them. Since they can make so many things and have so many people, once we get there, we won't have to worry or be afraid anymore. Wang Yuan glanced westward, as if she could already see her companions waving to her. Come here quickly. Come here. She lifted the hem of her skirt, which was torn by thorns, and felt a surge of energy. Let's hurry up and go. Follow these footprints. Oh, charge. After saying that, she ran westward, but stopped after a couple of steps. She looked back and saw that Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi were still standing there. She stomped her foot and shouted, "Come on, what are you standing there for?" Zhou Yi's eyes widened, and he pointed behind her, saying, "Look again carefully, isn't someone coming over there?" Wang Yuan looked back again and saw 3 figures moving around in the woods. She was so excited just now that she was rushing forward that she didn't even see the 3 big people. Oh my, isn't that Ing Bao? And Zhang Hanyan and Wang Xinling too. Huh, why are they all covered in leaves? Oh, right, their clothes are all burned. Wang Yuan muttered several sentences to himself, then waved his hand frantically. Sister Lying, we're here. Zhao Lying and her 2 friends had just returned from drying salt at the beach. Yesterday, the volcano erupted and a lot of volcanic ash floated in the salt fields, so they needed to be cleaned up again. And then another rain fell, filling the already dried out salt fields again, making the work especially laborious. If it weren't for the 3 of them holding them back, they really wouldn't have been able to keep going. Zhao Lying put down the wicker basket, wiped her sweat, and smiled as she looked at the 3 figures running towards her from the tree hole. It's you guys. What brings you here? Wang Yuan, being very outspoken, eagerly spoke up. You have no idea how long we've been starving. Luckily, the volcanic eruption killed a lot of animals. My two sisters and I thought that if there was a volcano, we could make fire, so we followed this crater here. We never expected to meet you. Zhou noticed the tools in the hands of Zhao Liying and her two companions, especially the shovels, and became even more convinced that there were quite a few capable people in Zhao Liying's team. She turned her gaze back to Zhao Liying's face. That face was rounder, fairer, and more energetic, with bright eyes, unlike the haggard and distressed faces of the other three. Without the slightest hesitation, she spoke up. Sister Liying, can we join your team? Zhao Liying was stunned for a moment. She wanted to agree immediately because she knew that Xiang Kun only thought about Xiang Kun and wished there were as many people as possible. But how should she say it? This slight hesitation instantly made Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's hearts jump. Wang Yuan didn't care about any of that. She grabbed Zhao Liying's hand and shook it, pouting her lips as she began to act coquettishly. Sister Liying is the best. She would never bear to see us suffer and go hungry, right? Before Zhao Liying could speak, Zhang Hanyan couldn't hold back any longer, her lips forming a strange shape. Yingbao, what's there to be embarrassed about? If you won't tell me, I will. Let me tell you, Yingbao doesn't have the authority to make decisions for our team. She spilled everything out like beans, telling everyone about Xiang Kun, the system, and dual cultivation. He got more and more excited as he talked, emphasizing the phrase, many children, many blessings especially. You have to help Brother Xiang Kun activate the system before you can join. Otherwise, why would they take you in? Are you just going to freeload? After she finished speaking, she stood there with her arms crossed, her smile both sly and wicked, just like Yushu Xin's. At that moment, she suddenly understood Yushu Xin. Watching the newcomer get humiliated and find himself in a dilemma was so interesting and satisfying. Zhou Yi and the other two stared wide-eyed. He let out a long ah, and his eyes widened. They looked at each other, their expressions quite fascinating. They all spontaneously recalled the arduous struggle for survival these past few days, the nights when they were too hungry to sleep, the moments when they huddled together in fear of wild beasts, and the days when they were soaked to the bone in the rain. Especially on the beach, we saw the carcass of a 9-meter-long python, its flesh torn and bloody by seabirds. A truly horrifying sight. They didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. When a lonely and helpless person sees a safe and familiar group, their first reaction is always to join, no matter what. We are willing. When these words were spoken, all three of them were startled, but no one bothered to investigate who had said them. Zhang Hanyan clapped her hands, smiling brightly. That's more like it. Come on, let me introduce you to Brother Xiang Kun. Let me tell you, after Brother Xiang Kun got the system, he turned into a tall and handsome man, with 8-pack abs all over his body, one by one, like a washboard. Besides, he's incredibly capable. Once you experience it for yourselves, you'll realize that in this kind of situation, we might not necessarily be the ones who suffer. Zhou Yi swallowed hard. She didn't want to swallow, but her throat moved on its own. Zhang Jingyi also swallowed, even louder than Zhou Yi. She lowered her head, afraid that someone would see her burning face. Wang Yuan, however, got really into it. She darted over to Zhang Hanyan's side and walked alongside her, leaning closer with an excited expression. Really? What do those abs feel like? What do they look like to the touch? Have you tried them? Zhang Hanyan chuckled. I've tried it, and it's amazing. Then tell me quickly, what else? What else? The two walked forward oblivious to everyone else, their heads close together, whispering to each other, their dirty jokes getting spicier and spicier. On the other side of this scorched forest, Tang Tang, Demimi, and Wan Qian also stopped. They just left the rainy forest, two people carrying a wooden pole with a pile of rainy bark hanging on it, and were walking back when they heard people talking ahead. Look, the footprints have reached here, and there are marks on the tree. There must have been someone ahead of us. Tang Tang hid behind a Mimi, only showing half of her eye. Demimi gripped the machete tightly in her hand, and Wan Qian also gripped the wooden stick tightly. 3 figures emerged from the woods, looking as if they had been dug out of the ground, their bodies filthy. It is Wang Churen, Lu Yuxiao, and Zhang Runan. Wang Churen was wearing a spaghetti strap lace feather dress. The dress was originally ethereal and radiant, with sheer lace adorned with rhinestones, a perfectly cinched waist, and swaying feather tassels. Now look what happened. The skirt is stuck to my legs, covered in mud and volcanic ash, and the feathers are dirty, all clumps up. I'm a complete drowned rat. Her hair was sticking up like it had been struck by lightning, and her face was dirty, but her eyes were still shining. She saw Mimi and the other two, paused for a moment, and then burst into tears. Lu Yuxiao was wearing a black tulle jumpsuit. The skirt, which was already at the top of her thighs, was now even higher, and the two shoulder straps were hanging diagonally on her arms, about to slip down. She had a small bag slung over her shoulder, and the bag was dirty. Her hair wasn't particularly frizzy, but it was still messy. When she saw the machete into Mimi's hand, she was startled at first, but when she saw who it was, she went limp and sat down on the ground with a thud. Xiang Kun wore a yellow dress, similar in style to Lu Yuxiao's. The dress is made of good quality, high-end fabric, and doesn't attract dust. But now it's covered in smudges of gray and mud in patches. The skirt, which was originally at the top of her thighs, had now ridden up, exposing her two legs, which were white and slender, but her knees were scraped and red. When she saw Wan Qian, her lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. When the three of them saw Tang Tang and the others, they screamed and rushed over, as if they had seen family. We finally saw people. When we woke up, we didn't see anyone except the three of us. We were so scared. The three of them hugged Tang Tang and Damami tightly, as if they were long-lost sisters, and tears streamed down their faces. Tang Tang was so tightly hugged by them that she could hardly breathe, but she didn't push them away. She patted Lu Yuxiao on the back, and unlike Zhang Hanyun, she didn't directly talk about the system. Instead, she comforted her. All right, don't cry. Come with us. There's a fire and food over there. Lu Yuxiao lifted her head from her shoulder, her eyes red, and asked in surprise, Really? Damimi nodded and lifted the wooden stick again. Let's go, it's not far. Xiang Kun let go of Tang Tang, wiped away her tears, and wiped her face until it was covered in grime, making her look like a little cat with a dirty face. The group of 6 followed the black footprints they had come from, walking back step by step, unaware that the seeds of danger had already been sown. Chapter 101 and Zero's Best Friends. Zhao Liang and Mimi both encountered women, and Lu Tao was no exception. She walked in front, with Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaodong following behind. The three of them had walked quite a distance, and their wicker baskets were full of food. Some of the animals, though not burned to death, had been half dead from the lava from the volcanic eruption, which benefited them. There were even more than a dozen chicks in the wicker basket. They were newly hatched wild pheasants. The mother hen, in order to protect her chicks, did not even try to hide from the fire. She was burned to a crisp, but her chicks were well protected. As they walked, a commotion arose ahead, and someone shouted, 1, 2, 3, lift. Lu Tao parted the bushes and saw 4 women carrying a wild boar that had been burned to death. That wild boar was quite large, weighing at least 100 pounds, lying on its back with its legs in the air, and it was rock hard. The leader was a round-faced girl with her hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a heavy dress tied to her body with vines, and her voluptuous figure was incredibly hot, creating a stark contrast with her baby face. She directed while helping out, displaying remarkable strength, carrying the collected food on her shoulders without breaking a sweat. It is Yang Chaoe, the youngest and the most efficient worker. Having grown up doing farm work, I was good at everything from husking corn and weeding to cooking. When she was stranded on this island, while others cried and wailed, she didn't hesitate to start gathering firewood and making a fire. She built the thatched hut. She started the fire by rubbing sticks together, and she made the bowls for eating from coconut shells. The women next to them joined in gradually. Li Yitong squatted on the ground and tied the wild boar's legs with vines. Meng Zi stood to the side, clutching a wooden stick in her hand, unsure of where to begin. Reba stood on the outermost edge, holding a nest of bird eggs in her arms, carefully holding them without daring to let go. They saw Lu Tao. The group of people froze at the same time, and all their hands stopped moving. Yang Chaoe put down the food, wiped her sweat, looked Lu Tao up and down, and then glanced at Song, Yi, and Mao Xiaodong behind her. Song, Yi was wearing a grass skirt. The grass leaves had already turned yellow. Lu Tao and Mao Xiaodong were wearing tattered dresses with a string of leaves on their shoulders and their lower bodies exposed, looking as miserable as could be. She immediately felt a pang of sadness. Sisters, we found lots of food. Are you hungry? Come with us. There's strength in numbers. Lu Tao was stunned for a moment. When she saw this group of people, her little scheme started racing through her mind. It would be great if we could bring them into our own little group. But when he looked at Yang Chaiyue and then at the women behind her, there were more of them than on his side, and they seemed to be living quite well. Although they were dirty and tired, they were healthy and had bright eyes, unlike those who were dizzy from hunger. Lu Tao put away that thought and smiled. There are about 16 or 17 of us there. We built a tree house in the back. We also came out to find food. Yang Chaiyue blinked. 16 or 17 people. A tree house? She smiled. As long as they were doing well, that was all that mattered. She had thought the other person was desperate. You guys are really amazing. You even built a tree house. I only built a thatched hut, but luckily it didn't leak when it rained yesterday. Yang Chaiyue didn't notice anything, but the women behind her were quick to figure it out. 16 or 17 people in a tree house. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with envy. Lu Tao had been observing them closely, noticing their expressions. The thought that had crossed his mind went through him several times, but he ultimately swallowed it back. She didn't mention Xiang Kun, the system, or the dual cultivation. Those words were on the tip of her tongue, but she forced them back down. If I say it now, these women might just turn around and leave. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Where is your shelter located? Is it far from our side?" Yang Chaiyue pointed in one direction. "There's a stream over there. We don't dare build our thatched hut too close, for fear of encountering wild animals drinking water." Lu Tao looked in the direction she pointed. He looked back at the direction he had come from and guessed that Yang Chaiyue's thatched hut was upstream of the treehouse, about 2,000 meters away. This distance is just a few steps away on flat ground. But in this dense forest, with trees blocking the way and vines entwining everything, there are no directions or conspicuous landmarks. You might not even come across it after walking for 2 days. She looked away, revealing a warm, caring older sister smile. "Would you like to come over and take a look at our place? We have ironware and salt, and we're currently preparing to make clothes." Before Yang Chaiyue could speak, Meng Zi interrupted. Okay, let's go take a look. If it's possible, let us stay here too. We'll all be together and can look out for each other. Yang Chaiyue wasn't angry. She thought that if it was really as Lu Tao said, with iron and salt, everyone could live a better life. It would be good for her to join in. She nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, let's go take a look together, as if we're guests." Several soft gasps were heard at the same time. Yang Chaiyue's agreement finally made the other women breathe a sigh of relief. In this place where there is nothing, who wouldn't want a better life? Lu Tao led the way with steady steps, but his mind was constantly racing, plotting how to poach a few people from other places. Mao Xiaotong and Song mingled in the crowd. One was talkative, and the other was shy. Mao Xiaotong spoke with great enthusiasm about how to smelt iron, how to produce salt, and how to make ceramic bowls, his face beaming with excitement. But he didn't mention a word about the crucial systemic issues. In her heart, anything that was detrimental to Xiang Kun was something she absolutely could not say. Song just smiled from the side, only saying a word when someone was looking at her. The group walked quickly and arrived in less than half an hour. Lu Tao led them to the treehouse, and the sight before them stunned Yang Chaiyue and the others. Rows of mud bricks were neatly stacked on the open ground, drying in the sun. There was a muddy pile mixed with dry grass nearby, and 2 people were walking barefoot in it, the mud squeezing out from between their toes with a squelching sound. Another person squats beside the mold, stuffs the tamped mud in, smooths it out, pours it out, and a brick is made. Further over there, a furnace was burning brightly, with flames leaping out of the furnace opening. A woman squatted by the stove, using a twig to pick out red-hot mud balls and throw them on the ground. Another person squatted down, scooped up a ladle of water, and poured it on, and with a hiss, white smoke rose up. Once the mud ball has cooled, smash it open with a hammer, pick out the iron particles that have been smelted inside, and throw them into an earthenware bowl. The clanging and banging of watering plants, the hissing and splashing of footsteps in the mud, all blend together to create a delightful atmosphere of everyday life. It is especially alluring in these helpless moments when there is no hope and no idea where the future lies. Chen Juling, Yu Xin, and others also noticed the newcomers and stopped what they were doing to come over and greet them. Yang Chaiyue. Meng Zi, you're here too? Sister Doraba, we meet again. Chen Juling was happy that more people had come, while Yu Xin thought that her small team could grow stronger. Tian Shiwei, who was squatting on the ground mixing mud in preparation for firing, raised her head when she heard the noise. She spotted the figure that stood out in the crowd at a glance, and the mud in her hand fell to the ground with a plop. Yitong! She stood up, shouting excitedly, and rushed through the crowd, throwing herself into Li Yitong's arms, startling the people around her. With her arms wrapped around his neck and her legs around his waist, she clung to him like an octopus, their bodies pressed tightly together. The sudden force made Li Yitong lose her balance, and she had to take 2 steps back to regain her footing. Yitong, what are you doing here? Tian Shui buried her face in Li Yitong's shoulder, rubbing against him, as if she were being affectionate. Li Yitong laughed too, supporting Tian Shui's waist with one hand and rubbing her head with the other, making her hair stand on end. Little Tian, be good. Her voice was soft, like she was coaxing a child. Her doting tone was no different from how she would treat her own girlfriend. Tian Shui lifted her head from her shoulder, and the two looked at each other with a sticky, ambiguous gaze, as if something was even more off. Xiang Kun was carrying logs back from the other side of the woods when he saw this scene. His mind went blank for a second, and then exploded. No, damn it, do you think it was easy for me to build this harem group? Hunting, smelting iron, and building houses. They were exhausted like grandchildren. I haven't even gotten my hands on Tian Shui, my official girlfriend, yet I've already been cheated on by another woman? He was cheated on by a woman. This is so embarrassing to say out loud. Xiang Kun stood there, his expression incredibly interesting. Seeing Xiang Kun's dark face and darting eyes, Tian Shui quietly slid off Li Yitong and stuck out her tongue. Brother Kuin, this is Li Yitong, my best friend. Looking at the 2 hands clasped together, and then at Li Yitong's doting smile, Xiang Kun felt an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. Oh, my best friend. He emphasized those 3 words so much that the surroundings seemed to grow cold. Tian Shui quickly let go of his hand, her expression very unnatural, while Li Yitong glanced at Xiang Kun, seemingly lost in thought. Xiang Kun threw the wood he had chopped back onto the ground with a loud thud. He dusted off his hands, but his eyes remained fixed on the 2 men. Li Yitong said something that made Tian Shui smile, with her eyes crinkling. Then Li Yitong's hand landed on Tian Shui's buttocks and patted them lightly twice, the movement very natural. Xiang Kun raised an eyebrow, his face cold. Shouty Yan, come inside with me for a moment. Tian Shui stuck out her tongue and whispered to Li Yitong, I'll be right back, before jogging after her. Li Yitong stood there, watching the backs of the 2 people, and a sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Chun Juling, Bai Lu, Zhao Lucy, and others who knew about Xiang Kun and Tian Shui's relationship, as well as Li Yitong and Tian Shui's past relationship, all had extremely strange expressions on their faces, like they were watching a show. Chapter 101 Actors, please take your seats. The 2 people walked into the treehouse one after the other. Standing behind Xiang Kun, Tian Shui twirled the hem of her skirt with her fingers and asked softly, Brother Kuin, what do you want to see me about? Xiang Kun turned around and looked at her. That gaze was different from usual. It wasn't gentle or tolerant, but cold, hard, and no longer bewitched by her. What's your relationship with her? Tian Shui blinked. Who is it? Li Dong. Tian Shui said, oh, and smiled. She's my best friend. We've known each other for a long time, and we're very close. My best friend? My best friend rubs your butt. We were just joking around. Tian Shui's face flushed red, and she secretly groaned in her heart. Oh no, I've been found out. Xiang Kun took a step forward, grabbed her by the neck with his backhand, and forced her down onto the wooden board. Just kidding? Then I'll kid you too, okay? Tian Shui panicked. She tried to get up, supporting herself on the wooden plank, but Xiang Kun pushed her back down. No, Brother Kuin, didn't we agree that I would give my body to you after Lu Si and Yifei have activated the system for you? Xiang Kun ignored her. His hand slid down her neck, gripping her waist, his voice low and menacing. I can't wait any longer, damn it. Tian Shui still wanted to resist. Her strength was among the best of all the women. When she flexed the muscles in her arms, she really looked impressive. But compared to Xiang Kun, that little bit of strength was like an ant trying to carry a big tree. Not worth a second. Xiang Kun pressed one hand on her waist and lifted her skirt with the other. The skirt was torn and didn't cover much anyway. Once lifted, it was completely exposed. Number of bonded players. Tian Shui. Bond depth. 1. Xiang Kun ignored the notification sound and pulled out his belt. Tian Shui lay face down on the wooden board, her face buried in her arms, her shoulders tense. She dared not move, nor dared she turn around. She could hear rustling sounds behind her, the clicking of a belt folding in half, and Xiang Kun's heavy, labored breathing, clearly sensing his anger. The first punishment. Tian Shui cried out, ah. The sound came out muffledly from her arms, thin and sharp, and she involuntarily curled up like an arched bridge. Tears fell, pattering onto the wooden board. Xiang Kun ignored the tears, his heart as hard as stone. He was annoyed by the sight of tears now, whether they were real or fake. He gripped the belt and punished him again. This time the punishment was on the other half, making it symmetrical, one red mark on each side. The mark was bright red and swollen, which showed how much force Xiang Kun had used. Tian Shui bit her lip and didn't call out again. The punishment brought pain, but after the pain subsided, something indescribable welled up from the bottom of my heart, and I felt a strange sense of anticipation. The group of newcomers outside were completely dumbfounded. Yang Chaiyue stood in the crowd, muttering to herself, "Wait, we're still outside, and they've already started? What's going on?" Lu Tao, worried that Reba and Gao Yuan might feel resentful, quickly smoothed things over. Xiao Tian and Xiang Kun are boyfriend and girlfriend. They were already exchanging glances before you arrived. Li Yitong's face turned pale instantly. She turned her head sharply and stared at Lu Tao. What did you say? Are Xiao Tian and that jerk in a relationship? Her eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. The thought of her beloved Xiao Tian enduring such humiliation before a man stirred a protective instinct within her. She rushed toward the treehouse without a care in the world, determined to snatch her beloved little field back. But the moment she rushed in, she was dumbfounded. Seeing Tian Shui's disheveled appearance and pitiful expression, she assumed she was suffering. Li Yitong's eyes immediately reddened, and tears streamed down her face. "Odo!" she shouted and rushed to Xiang Kun, reaching out to push him, but he wouldn't budge. She pushed him again, but he still wouldn't move. She panicked and started punching Kun's back with her hands, making loud thuds as she did so, shouting, "Odo! Odo!" Tian Shui lifted her head from her arms. Her face was red, her eyes were wet, but the corners of her mouth were curved. "Yitong, I'm fine. I love it. It's so different from the fake one. It's a completely new experience." Li Yitong was stunned. Her heart was broken. Xiang Kun was in high spirits. His energy was like a wild horse galloping, and he couldn't be restrained. When Li Yitong rushed in, he smiled, the kind of smile you get when you see your prey come to you willingly. He threw the belt on the ground, turned Tian Shui over, and then grabbed Li Yitong's wrist. His wrists were so thin that he could hold two in one hand. Before Li Yitong could react, he pulled her over, causing her to stumble a couple of steps and fall onto Tian Shui, her face pressed against Tian Shui's. Xiang Kun's voice descended from above her head, exceptionally deep. "Since you two are inseparable best friends, then you should share Xiao Yan's pain." Li Yitong lay face down, her face pressed against Tian Shui's. The face was hot, wet, and red. She could see the tears on Tian Shui's eyelashes, the curve of her lips, and smell her scent, the fragrance of soap, and another scent that resembled some kind of flower. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed, and the pain made it hard to breathe. God knows that she didn't even care about the gender of her partner for Xiao Yan's sake. Now it's all right. Her little Tian, whom she cherished, dearly told, "I love her so much." Li Yitong's heart is broken. She bit her lip until it turned white and almost bled. She looked at Tian Shui, hating her for betraying her. Fine, Xiao Tian, you actually abandoned me for some stinky man? Well then, I'll steal this stinky man away and see what you do then. Li Yitong is a character with a bond level of 1. Li Yitong looked at Tian Shui beneath her with tears in her eyes, her heart filled with grievance. "Xiao Tian, you're dating Xiang Kun now. Your love is overflowing, and you've forgotten about me. I'm caught in the middle, torn between you two. Do you know how empty I feel inside? How much I crave your love?" So Xiang Kun granted her request. Li Yitong's eyes widened suddenly, and she spoke in a daze, blurting out incoherently. Little Tian, now it's your turn to understand how I feel." The group of people outside were gathered around the doorway, watching the drama unfold, and they were even more dumbfounded now. Meng Zi was the first to come to her senses. Her mouth was still open, her finger pointing into the room, her face filled with disbelief. "Wait, Wasn't she going to support her teammates? How did she end up giving away first blood onto the tower? Reba pursed her lips, watching the commotion inside the treehouse, and blushed. It wasn't a light red. It was a fiery red that burned from the base of the ears to the neck, and from the neck to the collarbone. Her thought process is similar to Meng Zi's. Both of them tend to go astray automatically. I thought everyone had come to this strange land to endure hardship, but it turns out they're just trying to avoid it. It really proves the saying, beauty brings suffering. Meng Zi understood immediately, her eyes darting left and right. So, do we also have to wait to suffer? Yang Chaiwet covered her mouth and pulled her outside, saying, let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore. We have plenty to eat and drink back home. It's no worse than here. Let me see some more. I've only ever heard of 2 men fighting over 1 woman or 2 women fighting over 1 man, but I've never seen a sandwich with 1 man and 2 women before. Let me have my fill of this before I leave. Meng Zi wanted to watch a little longer. Reba craned her neck to look, then craned her neck again, then looked once more, following along reluctantly. What about Li Yitong? Do we still want her? I saw she couldn't bear to part with Xiao Tian. She was hugging and kissing him all the time. Yang Chaiwei dared not let the 2 people watch any longer. The sound from inside the treehouse kept drilling into her ears. She only caught a glimpse of the scene, but her heart started pounding like a rabbit's. If those 2 Fujoshi, female fans of male-male romance, fall for her and stay, won't she be left all alone? She had no companions at the time, but she managed to persevere on her own. Gathering firewood, starting fires, building sheds, what hardships haven't we endured? But now that she sees so many companions, all together, laughing and chatting, she simply can't bear to stay alone in that simple thatched hut. She grabbed Meng Zi's wrist and used her other hand to tug at Reba's sleeve, abandoning the food she had painstakingly collected and wanted to go back. However, it's easy to come but hard to leave. Lu Tao smiled and blocked their way, but his words were very polite. Wait a bit before you leave. Tang Dang and Ing Bao haven't come back yet. You should at least say hello when you see them before you go, right? As she spoke, she gestured with her lip toward the treehouse. Besides, don't you still have a companion? You're not going to abandon her, are you? Yang Chaiwei was stunned for a moment. She glanced towards the treehouse, where Li Yitong was still using the 3 waves mantra, a technique that had been circulating in the martial arts world for a long time. Her voice was like singing high notes, which gave an idea of how intense the battle inside was. She knew that Li Yitong was probably reluctant to leave, but she felt bad if she didn't even ask her. Then wait a while. As soon as she loosened her grip on Meng Zi's wrist and Reba's sleeve, the 2 of them, like rabbits running wild, joined everyone else in peeking through the doorframe, chattering away about technical issues. Yitong's aerial yoga is quite good. 1 leg extended forward, the other hooked back. It's incredibly artistic. Xiao Tian is no slouch either. As expected of a weightlifter, look at her carrying 2 people without any effort. Look, it's a change of people. Now it's Yitong's turn down there. What's she doing? Why is her head facing the other way? Keep pretending. I don't believe you don't understand. Oh dear, I don't understand. Dear sister, please tell me. Without fluorescent lights and cameras, in this deserted place, the women finally dropped their airs and revealed their true nature, acting as directors on the sidelines. Chapter 1, 2 Tauntauns Cry for Help. As everyone knows, April 1st was a gray day. The data was too good and it got reported. If it can still be published, please try to watch the ads while reading. The ads have a higher retention rate, which will increase my chances of a successful appeal. Please. Meanwhile, Demi Mi, Tang Tang, and Wan Qian are still on their way back. Lu Yuxiao walked beside Tang Tang, her eyes never leaving her, looking her up and down. She held Tong Tong's hand, touching her from her wrist to her fingers, and then from her fingers to the back of her hand, turning it over and over, as if touching a fine piece of blue and white porcelain. Tang Tang felt embarrassed by Lu Yuxiao's touch and tried to pull her hand back, but she couldn't because Lu Yuxiao was holding it tightly. Sister Tang Tang, why is your skin still so good? Lu Yuxiao's voice is sweet. The reason she entered the entertainment industry was to see handsome men and beautiful women. In the past, she was concerned about her image in the cameras, so she could only stare at them with a sweet smile. Sometimes she gets so engrossed in what she's watching that she drools. If someone talks to her, the curve of her lips is harder to suppress than an AK. Now things are much better. Having been stranded on this island, I've not only spent several days with Wang Churen and Zhang Runin, whom I can see whenever I want, but I've also met Tangdang, Wan Xian, and Mimi. Not content with just holding one of Tong Tong's hands, she reached out with her other hand, cupping Tong Tong's hands in both, turning them over and over to examine them, making clicking noises as she did so. Your skin is so radiant and glowing. I don't think Sister Mimi or Sister Wan Xian have skin as good as yours. Do you have some secret? Tell me. Tangdang couldn't stand the excessive enthusiasm and blushed as she was praised. It took some effort to pull her hand out of Lu Yuxiao's palm and walk 2 steps to the side. There's no secret. I just ate a few days' worth of good food and drank some milky, white meat broth. Lu Yuxiao didn't believe it, so she moved even closer, her nose almost touching Tong Tong's face. No, you're lying. Sister Mimi and Sister Wan Xian also ate their fill and drank meat soup. How come I didn't get to eat as well as you? Wang Churen simply couldn't stand it anymore. These past few days, the 3 of them have been crammed together, and Lu Yuxiao has suffered quite a bit because of her illness. I look at it during the day, I look at it at night, I even mutter to myself when I'm asleep and I'm touching it in my dreams. She tolerated it. After all, that's just how Lu Yuxiao is, like a cat that's caught a fish, unable to move when it sees something pretty. But things are different now. They've come here, seeking refuge, begging for someone to take them in. They haven't even entered the door yet, and they've already scared Tang like this. How are they supposed to get along with her in the future? She walked over, grabbed Lu Yuxiao's arm, and pulled her away from Tang. All right, calm down for a bit. You scared Sister Tang. Lu Yuxiao was being pulled along, her neck twisted as she looked towards Tang, her eyes still glued to Tong's face. Zhang Runin also came over and stood on the other side of Lu Yuxiao, helping Wang Churen to block him. She reached out and wiped away the drool that was almost dripping down Lu Yuxiao's chin, then flicked her forehead. Don't lose sight of the big picture for small gains. Sister Tangdang already said there are still many people at headquarters. Lu Shishir, Lu Yifei, Chun Juling. She counted on her fingers, and with each count, Lu Yuxiao's eyes lit up a little more. Hurry up, let's go take a look. This scene made Mimi and Wan Xian shake their heads, thinking that there was no need to negotiate with Kuin anymore. With this infatuation, Lu Yuxiao would be willing to offer herself to him. The group continued walking forward, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. The Rami forest wasn't in a dense forest, but on a wide, desolate hillside. In the wilderness, the most common animals to encounter are packs of wolves. A volcanic eruption is undoubtedly a disaster for the surrounding ecological environment. But for some predators in the distance, it is a feast. As Tang walked along, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The feeling wasn't from hearing or seeing anything, but rather a sudden chill, as if someone had breathed cold air on the back of her neck. She stopped and looked around. The forest was blackened by the fire, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The wind was still the same wind, and the sun was still the same sun, but the coolness remained. It shoots up from the soles of your feet, up to your knees, down to your waist, and up to the top of your head. She turned her head sharply. In the distance, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were watching them. Those eyes were a vibrant green, twinkling in the woods. The leader was an old gray-white wolf with protruding shoulder blades and fierce eyes. Wolves! A pack of wolves! Tong's legs went weak, and she took 2 steps back, bumping into Mimi. Mimi and Wan Xian were carrying Rami bark when she bumped into them, causing them to lose their grip on the wooden stick and the Rami bark to fall to the ground with a thud. The 2 of them turned around and followed Tong's gaze, then froze on the spot. There were at least 7 or 8 wolves, big and small, gray, yellow, and black, slowly peeking out from the woods. They didn't make a sound or rush at us. They just stood there, their emerald green eyes fixed on us. Wang Churen immediately reacted, grabbed Lu Yuxiao's arm with one hand, and pulled her behind him. Don't make a sound, don't run. Lu Yuxiao stumbled as she was pulled. The drool in her mouth had long since stopped. Her face was pale, and she felt as if she was about to burst into tears. Zhang Runin looked around, trying to find something handy to use for self-defense, but the surrounding area was burned bare with only a few big trees and nothing else. She could only retreat to Mimi's side. Mimi gripped the machete tightly, her palms sweating profusely. Sweat seeped from the lines of his palms, making his hands sticky when he gripped the knife handle. Her legs were trembling, shaking. She tried to shout, but something seemed to be blocking her throat. She opened her mouth, only managing to squeeze out, "What do I do? What do I do?" Wan Qian was more reliable than her. She gripped the wooden stick used to carry the Rami bundle tightly, facing the wolves, tilting her head slightly towards Tang Tang, and said urgently, "Tang Tang, we're counting on you here. Can't Xiang Kun's system sense people connected to him? Hurry up and call him remotely." Tang Tang was stunned for a moment. Xiang Kun's system can sense people connected to him, but what does that have to do with him? He's never had any ties with them. She was about to ask what was going on, but before she could even speak, the wolf had already moved closer. The wolf pack behind it followed 7 or 8 wolves, 7 or 8 pairs of bright green eyes, all staring at this side. A half-grown gray wolf crouched down, licked its lips, and its long, red tongue instilled a sense of dread in the wolf. Zhang Runin followed the others backward until her back hit the bare tree trunk. 6 women huddled together, fear spreading silently. The alpha wolf is quite intelligent and seized this opportune moment. It opened its mouth, revealing its yellowed teeth. The wolves behind them howled and whimpered, and the situation was on the verge of erupting. An old wolf lunged forward. With a push of its hind legs, its whole body sprang up, shooting straight towards Demimi like an arrow piercing the clouds. Demimi raised her machete, her hand trembling violently. She swung it wildly with her eyes closed, not even touching a wolf's fur, and almost chopped Wan Qian next to her. The wolf brushed past her, its claws slicing across her arm, tearing a gash from which blood immediately seeped out. "Ah!" Demimi screamed, and the machete slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Wang Charan reacted quickly, picked it up, and stood facing her with the machete. The second wolf caught up. It was a size smaller than the alpha wolf, but more agile, slipping between Tang Tang and Lu Yuxiao like an eel. "Ah!" Tang Tang was terrified, her face drained of color, and she was completely scared. All she could remember were Wan Qian's words, and she instinctively cried out. Towards Kuin. At this moment, Xiang Kun was still checking whether Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong had finished their homework when a sudden wave came from the depths of his soul. A red that was rapidly radiating ripples. Dongji. Through his senses, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Tang Tang. Without thinking, he drew his spear. With a twist of his waist, he shot out of the treehouse. At the entrance of the treehouse, Meng Zi, Riba, Lu Shishir, Lu Haojian, and others were watching, all of whom were startled by Xiang Kun's sudden action. "Brother Xiang Kun, what's wrong with you?" Chun Juling's voice caught up from behind, filled with worry. But Xiang Kun had already run far away. His silhouette flashed briefly at the edge of the woods before being blocked by the trees. Only the sound drifted over from that direction, broken and intermittent by the wind. "Be careful. Tang Tang is in danger." Lu Yifei stood quietly by the furnace, mixing mud with the clay, without joining in the fun. Seeing the commotion, he immediately stood up, only managing to utter "Brother Xiang Kun" before swallowing the rest of his words. Xiang Kun was long gone. Only the wind remained over the woods, rustling the treetops. She stood there, clenching her empty fist, for a long while. Lu Shishir and Lu Haojian were still in shock from what had just happened. The two people stood by the door frame of the treehouse, their mouths wet and warm. Lu Shishir reached out and touched it. It was a white, gooey substance like bird droppings. How disgusting. She looked up at the sky. Lu Haojian also touched it and looked up at the sky. The sky was a deep blue, without a single cloud, yet a bird flew slowly by. The two exchanged a glance, then turned away, cursing inwardly. That damn bird. Of all times to poop, why now? Isn't it deliberately trying to embarrass them in front of their sisters? Sure enough, Meng Zi and Riba, the two Fujoshi, female fans of male-male romance, both covered their mouths and laughed. After a couple of laughs, it turned into a burst of laughter. Haha. Chapter 103, An Alternative Beast Taming. Xiang Kun ran through the woods at full speed, using all his strength. The sprinter only has a speed of 9 seconds for 100 meters, but he achieved a superhuman speed of 4 seconds for 100 meters, which is comparable to a car speeding on the highway. The straight line distance is the shortest. He doesn't care about the road, only the direction. The red dot in his mind is flashing, pointing him in the right direction. There was a tree blocking his way, so he slid sideways past it, his shoulders scraping against the bark and burning with pain. He didn't care and kept running. A vine blocked his path. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, leaped over the vine, landed on a patch of wet mud, slipped for a moment, steadied himself, and continued running. All the small animals in the forest were in an uproar. A pheasant fluttered up from the grass and flew away, but before it was even halfway up the mountain, Xiang Kun arrived. He slammed his chest into it, and with a loud bang, the pheasant didn't even have time to squawk. Its feathers bristled, and its body flew a long way before crashing into a tree trunk, sliding down, and lying still. Xiang Kun didn't even glance at him and kept running. A venomous snake was basking in the sun on a tree root when it was startled by the tremor. It sprang up, opened its mouth, revealed its fangs, and tried to bite the snake's leg. The moment his mouth closed, Xiang Kun's leg had already passed right through it. The snake missed its target and fell from midair, landing with a thud in a pile of fallen leaves, where it remained motionless for a long time. Xiang Kun ran faster and faster. His legs no longer felt like his own. Only one thought occupied his mind. Faster, faster. Meanwhile, Tang Tang, Demimi, and Wang Churen are all delicate girls who have never experienced such a life-or-death situation. When I first arrived on this island, I never encountered such a dangerous situation. By this time, the 6 people had already been scattered by the wolf pack. Tang Tang is being chased by a gray wolf. She ran unsteadily, her hair disheveled. The gray wolf followed behind her, unhurriedly, wanting to pounce and bite, but seemed to sense a hint of danger and hesitated to attack. Demimi lost her wood-chopping knife and hid with Wan Xian. Wan Xian held a long stick and swung it back and forth, briefly slowing down the wolf pack's movements. Wang Churen pulled Lu Yuxiao against a tree. In her hand was the wood-chopping knife that Demimi had dropped. The knife was still quite sharp, gleaming coldly. The two of them were leaning against a big tree, with nothing to worry about, and could barely catch their breath. Zhang Runin was the most unfortunate. She was the first to be targeted. She had nothing in her hands, not even a stick. She stepped back, and the old wolf followed her step by step. As she retreated, her foot slipped, and she instantly lost her balance. The old wolf grinned and pounced on her. Zhang Runin subconsciously raised her arm to block. The old wolf opened its mouth, revealing its gleaming yellow teeth, and bit down on her forearm. The tooth pierced her flesh and hit her bone, causing her to arch her back in pain, like a shrimp. Her face turned pale instantly, the kind of paleness that comes from excessive blood loss and extreme pain. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead and streamed down her cheeks. Her eyesight was failing. Everything she saw was double. One tree appeared as 2, and one wolf as 4. She could hear the sound of her blood dripping onto the ground, patter, patter. She wanted to shout, but the excruciating pain had already rendered her vocal cords mute. At that moment, Zhang Runin suddenly felt relieved, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Am I finally going to die? That's fine. That way I won't have to suffer anymore. She closed her eyes, waiting for the breath to pass. But things didn't go as planned. She was beautiful, with a delicate, moonlit appearance and an inherently melancholic air, which destined her to suffer. You beast! How dare you? A flash of cold light appeared first, followed by the spear thrusting out like a dragon. The spear shot out from the edge of the forest, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, heading straight for the old wolf. Hearing the noise, the wolf raised its head, still biting Zhang Runin's arm. It turned its head to look in the direction of the sound, and a glimmer of light appeared in its green eyes, growing brighter and larger. It tried to hide, but the moment it moved, the light arrived. Puff! The gun tip pierced its eye socket, went through its skull, and came out from the back of its head, bringing with it a spray of blood, red and white, splattered all over the ground. The gun continued its momentum, piercing the wolf's head and embedding itself in the ground, the shaft vibrating and humming. The old wolf hung from the tip of the spear, kicked its 4 legs a few times, and dug several furrows in the ground with its claws, then remained motionless. Zhang Runin stood there, stunned. She looked down at the dead wolf, then looked up at the person at the edge of the woods. That was a man. He was naked, covered in sweat, and had red marks on his shoulders from tree branches. He drew his spear and threw it, spear and wolf alike. The wolf flew a long way and crashed to the ground, leaving only the spearhead dripping blood. Zhang Runin's face immediately turned red. Tang Tang can't run anymore. Her legs were as weak as noodles, and her knees trembled with every step she took. The gray wolf followed behind her at a leisurely pace. It moved quickly when she moved fast and slowly when she moved slow. Tong Tong's mind went blank. All she could remember was running forward, running. She couldn't run anymore. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground. The gray wolf stopped, tilted its head, glanced at her, and took a step forward. The alpha wolf kept patrolling the area, watching for any movement around it, and directing the pack to launch an attack. When that thunderous shout rang out, it immediately stunned them. When the alpha wolf saw its head pierced through with a whoosh, it grunted and took a half step back. It wanted to leave. It didn't want to fight anymore. This guy is not to be trifled with. That gun is too fast, and that wolf died a horrible death. It turned around, opened its mouth, and prepared to shout, "Let's go." Before the howl could even escape his throat, Xiang Kun had already moved. Xiang Kun brushed past Zhang Runin, the wind whipping up her hair. This time, Xiang Kun didn't bring a gun. Compared to Zhang Runin's critical moment, Tong Tong's situation was better, and he was confident that he could rescue Tang Tang unharmed. Hearing the noise, the wolf chasing Tang Tang raised its head, and its emerald green eyes reflected an ever-growing shadow. It tried to run, and as soon as it put its forelegs up, it reached Kuin. Xiang Kun was faster than the wolf. He grabbed the gray wolf by the scruff of its neck with one hand and its mouth with the other, but he didn't kill it like before. The wolf pack retreated. The alpha wolf finally realized the danger. Of its 7 or 8 subordinates, it had lost 2. If it didn't leave now, it would be trapped. The pack of wolves followed it, 1, 2, 3, until they disappeared into the woods. Xiang Kun held the wolf's head in one hand. The wolf curled up in his hand, its tail tucked tightly between its legs like a dead dog. He freed his other hand, reached out to Tang Tang, and pulled her up. "It's all right now." Tang Tang knelt on the ground, her knees scraped and bleeding, looking pitiful. She gripped that hand. Suddenly I felt safe, and tears streamed down my face. Wang Churen pulled Lu Yuxiao out from behind the tree. Lu Yuxiao's face was still pale, but her lips were no longer trembling. Demimi and Wan Qian walked over from the side. When they saw Xiang Kun, their legs went weak, and they sat down on the ground, panting heavily. "Xiang Kun, thank goodness you came, otherwise we would all be dead." Demimi was panting, looking at the wolf in Xiang Kun's hand, still somewhat afraid. "You'd better kill this wolf quickly. I can't bear to see it again." Xiang Kun picked up the wolf, weighed in his hand, and thought, it's a female wolf. No male wolf is allowed here except for him. I'm keeping it to do an experiment. Wan Qian blinked in confusion. Experiment? What experiment? You'll see when you see it. Xiang Kun grabbed the mother wolf by the neck with his left hand and slapped her head with his right. The slap landed on the wolf's head with a crisp, loud smack, reminding Xiang Kun of the feeling of being whipped with a belt earlier. I got goosebumps. I'm just taming animals, not letting wolves sing songs of conquest. The wolf's head lolled to the side after being hit. Its eyes saw stars, and even the howling it made became distorted. "You better behave, and I'll beat you to death." Xiang Kun slapped the wolf again, this time harder than before. The wolf was so dizzy from the blow that it kicked its forelegs wildly on the ground for a few moments before going still. It lay there, trembling like a leaf, its whimpering turning into humming, as if trying to please its owner. Beast taming +1. A system notification sounded in Xiang Kun's mind. Xiang Kun had anticipated this, so he ignored the warning and slapped him again. The wolf's head was shaken back and forth like a rattle drum as he fanned it, and the whimpering sounds from its mouth grew fainter and fainter until they disappeared completely. Beast taming +1. The system notification sounded again. Xiang Kun hadn't stopped yet and was about to slap him again. The wolf suddenly raised its head, and the green light in its eyes disappeared, turning into a pitch-black light. It stuck out its tongue and licked the back of Xiang Kun's hand. "You have successfully tamed a wild beast." Xiang Kun was satisfied now and threw the mother wolf to the ground. This action immediately terrified the women, who screamed and jumped up and down in fright. Xiang Kun, are you going to die? Catch the wolf right now." Seeing their flustered state, Xiang Kun laughed and said, "All right, don't be afraid. I've tamed this wolf. From now on, it will be our dog. I've named it Laifu." "Laifu? Laifu." Demimi repeated it twice. She felt something was off. The name sounded like a proper dog name, but don't forget, Xiang Kun is a frivolous person now. Would he have such a proper name? But she didn't quite grasp it at first, so she let it go. She stared at the wolf crouching at Xiang Kun's feet. It was panting with its tongue lolling out, its tail sweeping back and forth on the ground, just like a lapdog. Xiang Kun kicked it, and it let out a howl, shrank its neck but didn't run away. Demimi finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she wouldn't dare touch the wolf's head. At that moment, a cry of surprise rang out. "Runin, how's your arm?" It was Wang Churen's scream. Everyone then realized that Zhang Runin was still injured, and quite badly so, and that Yami also had some injuries on her arm. Xiang Kun walked over to Zhang Runin and then noticed her appearance. She was filthy. Her clothes were covered in wet mud, and when she sat down, her short skirt rode up, revealing her filthy body. Not to mention the deep wound running through her arm, with holes on both sides, bleeding profusely. She was as pitiful as could be. Wan Qian stepped forward, saw the wound, and couldn't help but shake his head. "This injury is too serious. It might leave a scar." Demimi also came up, but she was much more optimistic. "What's the big deal? Xiang Kun has a system, so we can just use that. Anyway, Runin won't lose out." System. Zhang Runin, Wang Churen, and Lu Yuxiao were all completely baffled. Logically speaking, having a system should be a good thing, but why is Demimi's tone so strange? Also, why does Tangtang's expression look so strange? Seeing Xiang Kun's disheveled appearance, having not even had time to put on his clothes while saving people, the three men felt a sense of unease. Xiang Kun, however, smiled silently. "You think he'll use the bond system to heal Zhang Runin's injuries? You're seriously underestimating him." Chapter 104, Giving Zhang Runin a Magical Elixir. Zhang Runin's injuries were indeed quite serious. The old wolf had sharp teeth and bit into her arm, almost breaking the bone. At this moment, the wolf pack retreated, and the pain finally swept over her entire body. Although Zhang Runin had a resilient core, she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Ouch, it hurts so much." She bit her lip so hard it was almost bleeding. The pain surged up in waves, like the evening tide, one wave receding before another arrives. Demimi also clutched her arm, which had several bloody marks from wolf claws. Although they weren't as bad as Zhang Runin's, they still hurt so much that she grimaced. She hissed as she inhaled the cold air. "Xiang Kun, you have to think of something quickly." Xiang Kun glanced at the 4 bloody holes on Zhang Runin's arm, then at the bloody marks on Demimi's arm, and teased. "How about I give you an injection?" Demimi was stunned for a moment. She recalled how Tang had been these past 2 days. She didn't seem tired at all, and her skin was amazing, fair and rosy. Looking at her and Wan Qian, they were not only exhausted, but their skin was also quite dark. Even Lu Yuxiao noticed that just moments ago, Tang was holding his hand and asking him all sorts of questions. She hesitated for a moment. An injection? That seemed like a good idea. Xiang Kun didn't wait for Demimi's reply, but he was thinking about something else entirely. Since the energy from this bond system can be ingested internally, can it also be used externally? He's not a stingy person. As the saying goes, you have to give to receive. He'll give up whatever he wants. In front of everyone, she took out a medicine pouch from her waist. Inside was a medicinal liquid that Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong had brewed, made from wild grass roots and various herbs. It hadn't been used yet because they needed to save Tang. He poured out a small half bowl of the medicine into his palm. The liquid was sticky and had a pungent smell. Zhang Runin frowned when she smelled that odor. All the goodwill I had towards Xiang Kun for stepping forward and saving her from the brink of death has shattered. "You perverted freak. Get away from me." Zhang Runin took a step back, almost stepping on Lu Yuxiao's foot. She even forgot the pain in her arm, only caring about dodging the liquid medicine in Lu Yuxiao's palm. She was simply afraid of hardship since she was a child, and it was definitely not for any other reason. As Xiang Kun drew closer, Zhang Runin became so anxious she jumped up and down, completely losing her composure, and burst into a tirade. "You son of a bitch. You bastard." Xiang Kun got angry. He tried to help people out of kindness, but was instead subjected to a barrage of insults. Although he did have a mischievous thought at first, he was essentially saving people. Now look what happened. He didn't get to be a good Samaritan. Instead, he became the damn it in her eyes. "I'll settle the score with you later." Xiang Kun grabbed Zhang Runin's arm, aggravating her wound. Zhang Runin hissed in pain, losing even the strength to curse. She tried to struggle, but her injured arm was propped up, and she seemed to have no strength left in her body. Xiang Kun poured the medicine from his palm onto her wound. He originally intended to pour it all out, but in the end, he left a little. After all, this girl had just cursed him, and cursed him so rudely. He would pour it all in her mouth later to teach her a lesson. When Wang Charn saw this, his eyes turned red. He clenched his fists and took a step forward. She and Zhang Runin had been relying on each other for several days. The three of them struggled to survive together, searched for food together, and shared a piece of plant root. Their bond was incredibly strong. Now that she sees Zhang Runin being forced to take medicine, how could she stand it? Just as she was about to rush forward, Demimi grabbed her arm. Wait and see, Xiang Kun is really saving people. Although the method doesn't look like saving people, it must be effective. If you don't believe me, ask Wan Qian. Wan Qian stood to the side, staring in disbelief as she nodded. Seeing this, Lu Yuxiao also stopped. Half of it was because of Yang Mi's explanation, and the other half was because I saw Xiang Kun's figure clearly. Xiang Kun stood there shirtless, the muscles on his back and chest bulging, sweat dripping down his cleavage, leaving wet streaks. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened, and drool started flowing again. She recalled the shot Xiang Kun fired as he charged out of the woods, the cold glint of light, the gun tip glowing brightly, and wolf blood dripping from the tip. She chuckled, then quickly covered her mouth. Zhang Runin is still struggling. Her arms were being held by Xiang Kun, and since she couldn't kick them, she tried to bite them with her mouth. She couldn't even use her mouth. Xiang Kun's hand was pressed against her wound, so all she could do was curse. This time, Xiang Kun completely lost his patience. Just now, in order to save Tang Tang, the final impact was not yet completed, and there was already a fire burning inside. When Zhang Runin did this, he immediately slapped her back. Smack! A crisp slap rang out, and everyone was stunned. Zhang Runin covered her face, looking at Xiang Kun in disbelief. She stopped crying and making a fuss, and became very well behaved. It wasn't just because she'd been slapped in the face. Another reason was that her arm no longer hurt. It wasn't the kind of pain that gradually subsides. It disappeared suddenly. Just a moment ago it was burning, but now it feels cool, numb, and itchy. She looked down at her arm. The 4 bloody holes were still there, but the bleeding had stopped, and the swelling around them had mostly subsided. She shook her arm. It didn't hurt. I shook it again, but it still didn't hurt. She was stunned. Is this medicine really that effective? Xiang Kun shook his hand, sighing that this trick still worked. Look how well-behaved Zhang Runin is. He held his other hand out in front of her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This medicine is for both internal and external use. It only relieved the pain before, but if you drink it now, your skin will be restored to its original state, or even better than before. Otherwise, without medicine here, you'll have 4 holes in your arm forever. Think it through. Zhang Runin looked at the liquid medicine, which resembled jelly, and then at the 4 bloody holes on her arm. She hesitated. Hesitation is tantamount to acquiescence. Before Zhang Runin could speak, Xiang Kun grabbed her chin and easily pried her mouth open, then poured the liquid into her mouth with his other hand. Zhang Runin couldn't help but swallow with a gulp, then swallowed twice more, and the medicine was gone. Her face immediately turned bright red. It wasn't a red of anger, but a different kind of red, a bewitching red, an alluring red. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, muttering to herself in a soft, fragmented voice. I was forced to drink by Xiang Kun. It wasn't my own choice, and everyone can testify to that. Wang Charan stood to the side, mouth agape, feeling utterly shocked. But seeing that Zhang Runin was no longer crying out in pain or cursing, he could only pretend not to see it. Now that Zhang Runin had drunk the medicine, Yang Mi was more relaxed. She was already prepared to let go, and now she didn't care about shame anymore. She rushed to Xiang Kun and grabbed his hand to rub it on her arm. There's still a little bit left. Don't waste it. My arm is injured too. Demimi carefully rubbed the last bit of medicine left in Xiang Kun's palm onto the bloodstains on her arm, just like applying sunscreen, rubbing it back and forth several times. Sure enough, the burning pain in the wound immediately stopped. It felt cool and comfortable, so much so that she squinted her eyes. She let go of Xiang Kun's hand, looked down at the bloodstains on her arm, which were no longer red, and the swelling had subsided considerably. She nodded in satisfaction and went to pull Tang Tang's bowl. Tang Tang, your knee is scraped too. Do you want me to clean it? Tang Tang shuddered at the thought of that scene and took several steps back. No, no, I'm not badly hurt. I'll be fine in a couple of days. As she spoke, she took 2 steps back and hid behind Wan Qian. To avoid getting herself into trouble, she changed the subject. By the way, Brother Xiang Kun, what are you doing here? You're not even dressed. Xiang Kun glanced down at him, his expression unchanged. Oh, you mean this? I sensed you were in danger, so I rushed over. Luckily, we were nearby and arrived in time. Tang Tang was stunned. She recalled what Wan Qian had just said, that Xiang Kun could sense the location of women he had been intimate with. There are 6 women here, including her, but Wang Churen, Lu Yuxiao, and Zhang Runen are newcomers and obviously not them. That leaves only her, Demimi, and Wan Qian. Tang Tang recalled how, when she was terrified, Wan Qian had told her to call out to Xiang Kun, which she did. She called out, and Xiang Kun came. Tang Tang's face changed from white to red, then from red to purple, and a real and clear thought emerged in her mind. She remembered the day she had a fever. She was delirious and couldn't remember anything. When I woke up, my fever had subsided, I felt energetic, and my skin was better. Demimi and Wan Qian said she was very lucky and that God had blessed her. Looking back now, it's probably not God who's blessing us, but rather Xiang Kun who's blessing us. Tang Tang involuntarily glanced at Xiang Kun. She wanted to ask but dare not. She was afraid to ask because the answer wouldn't be what she wanted. She was even more afraid to ask because that was the answer she wanted, but she didn't know what to do with it. Xiang Kun noticed her hesitation and directly revealed the truth. Now it was time to win Tang Tang's heart back. You had a high fever that day and were unconscious. I could only save you through dual cultivation. It was the only way I could do it. In the past, he might have said, I'm sorry, or I'm sorry first, but now no amount of sweet talk or pitiful helplessness will work. Tang Tang felt relieved after receiving an affirmative answer. There's a sentence stuck in my throat, going around and around, but I just can't get it out. Finally, he managed to squeeze out only one sentence. Then, Xiang Kun smiled and said, Don't you feel anything? It's okay. We can reenact it next time you're sober. Tang Tang spat. You scoundrel. Who wants to act with you? After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment. Then her face turned even redder. This matter is now in the past. Xiang Kun picked up the wolf again, then turned to look at Wang Churen and the other 2. Do you want to come back with me? Lu Yuxiao was the first to nod, her hair flying as she nodded. Yes, yes, yes. She took a step forward, then stopped and looked back at Wang Churen and Zhang Runen, seemingly worried that they might disagree. Zhang Runen did not refuse. She recalled how, when the old wolf pounced on her, her mind went blank, and she had only one thought. Am I going to die? Now that we don't have to die, and we have somewhere to go, what is there to hesitate about? Only Wang Churen remained. She had nowhere to go. All these days of struggling to survive were for the sake of finding a warm place to stay. Now I have a place to stay. Even though I have to face a naked man, it's better than facing unknown dangers, right? So, a group of people, stumbling along, followed Xiang Kun back home. The lucky dog followed at the very back, wagging its tail. It really was lucky. Chapter 1:05 I knew you would come back. When Zhao Liang returned to the base camp with Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, and Wang Yuan, the atmosphere in the open space was strange. Yang Chaoyue, holding Meng Zi and Reba's wrists, was about to leave. The scene of Xiang Kun rushing out was so explosive that it carried away the sweat that had been pouring out of Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong, and even smeared the lips of Lu Shishir and Lu Haojin. The 2 of them are still rinsing their mouths and squatting on the ground, gagging incessantly. Even those who haven't been exposed to the contamination are feeling nauseous. Therefore, Yang Chaoyue didn't want to wait any longer and wanted to leave with her companions. She has hands and feet and can survive on her own. She doesn't want to suffer such a humiliating life. Lu Tao blocked their way, preventing them from leaving, and muttered slowly and deliberately. What's the rush? Tang Tang and the others haven't come back yet. Xiang Kun has already gone to rescue them and will be back soon. What if you encounter danger on the way if you leave now? Yu Shuxin stood beside her, arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips. That's right, that's right. You can wait until Brother Xiang Kun comes back before you leave. Putting everything else aside, you should at least ask what kind of danger it is, just in case you encounter it too. This dangerous warning indeed triggered the defenses of the 3 people. Yes, what kind of danger could there be? What should 3 vulnerable women like us do if we encounter such a situation? Zhao Lying didn't know the reason and assumed that her sisters had come over again. She greeted them with a smile. Reba, Chaoe, Z, you're here? Perfect timing. Zhou Yi and the others are here too. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, and Wang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing so many people and stepped forward to greet them. But as the fight went on, they realized something was wrong. The fact that Yang Chaoyue and the other 2 weren't with the group and were now making a fuss about leaving piqued Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's interest. They were initially reluctant to become Xiang Kun's 13th wife, but were forced to submit due to the pressure of survival. Now I unexpectedly find out that Yang Chaoyue also has a shelter. Although the conditions may not be as good as here, it's still much better than paying the price with my body, right? The 2 sisters were of one mind. After exchanging a glance, they came to Yang Chaoyue's side and said, "Let's go with you too." Yang Chaoyue quickly raised her hand to welcome him. Now only Wang Yuan is left. Wang Yuan watched as Zhou Yi and her sister chose to leave, and her mind quickly began to wander. She spent several difficult days with Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi, searching for food together and huddling together in fear of wild animal cries. Are the feelings deep? Yes, they are. But even the deepest feelings only last a few days. A few days is far from enough for her to vow to follow him to the death. She resisted those commands of submission. Why should she obey? Why should we have to live like that? When did Wang Yuan ever need to rely on that kind of thing? But she's an adult and knows what reality is and what variety shows are. On variety shows, one can refuse these submissive instructions, whether they are to create a persona or are required by the script, but reality does not allow it. Moreover, she easily gleaned a key piece of information from the conversation of those people. There's a system for Xiang Kun. I'm not bragging, it really exists. This person actually abandoned Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong at the most crucial moment of the double flight, without even putting on clothes, and relied on some kind of bond system to save Tang Tang. People with a systematic approach will excel anywhere. Rather than choosing to face unknown dangers, the kind of life where there are pythons in the forest and who knows what other wild beasts, and no salt, no iron, and no soap, it's better to stay here. As for the price to pay, on this wretched island, who doesn't have to pay a price? They put in effort and they put in other things. That's normal. It's an equivalent exchange. She's neither the first nor the last. Didn't you see Lu Yifei here? Didn't you see Lu Shishir here? Didn't you see Chun Juling and Bai Lu here? They're all doing well, eating well, living well, and their skin is fair and rosy. What is there to hesitate about? I'm not leaving. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, I also advise you not to leave, because as long as you're alive, you'll come back sooner or later. It must be said that Wang Yuan's understanding is quite insightful. However, Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi did not choose to stay. Yang Chaoyue seized the opportunity and immediately pulled them away. Lu Tao and Yu Shuxin were outnumbered and outmatched. They tried to stop one person, but couldn't stop another. The others were too embarrassed to step forward and could only watch helplessly as they left. As soon as Meng Zi stepped out of the area around the treehouse, she felt a pang of regret. Chaoyue, why don't we stay too? Actually, there's nothing wrong with staying. It's just lying on the ground, easy and carefree. Why suffer a hard life? Doraba nodded repeatedly. Yes, Yu Shuxin is right. It's very dangerous outside right now. It's safer for us to stay with the main group. Yang Chaoyue pouted. Isn't this just like going to the market in our countryside? You can't make a living by rushing around. There are already so many people there. A few more of us won't make a difference, and a few less of us won't make a difference either. It's no fun to actively join in. I've thought all out. Let's build the shelter closer together, near the treehouse. If we encounter danger, Xiang Kun can't just stand by and watch us die, can he? Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi exchanged a glance, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Yang Chaoyue's method was indeed the best. Now, they wouldn't have to pay the price physically. The 2 sisters were happily lost in thought when they were suddenly jolted awake by Meng Zi's cry of "There's a wolf." The wolf was covered in gray fur, with its ears standing up, its mouth wide open, and it let out a low growl as it pounced straight at them. The 5 people were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale. All thoughts vanished from their minds, except for one. I should have stayed in the treehouse. It would have been so comfortable to lie down on the ground. But there's no going back in life. The wolf was extremely ferocious, giving no one time to react before biting at the legs of the group. Yang Chaoyue lunged to the side, landing face first in the mud. Meng Zi scrambled up and down, her skirt flipping up to reveal her two pale, white thighs. Reba ran a few steps with a bird egg in her arms, then tripped and fell flat on her face. The egg flew far away and shattered on the ground with a clatter, leaving her hand covered in egg white and yolk. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi were in the worst condition. The two of them huddled together on the ground, too exhausted to even run. Fortunately, everyone dodged in time and was not bitten by the wolf. Reba lay on the ground, shouting at Yang Chaoyue, "Chaoyue, we're going to be killed by you. It's all over." Meng Zi also cried, tears streaming down her face. "We have no connection with Xiang Kun, so it's too late to cry for help." Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi were filled with remorse. They remembered Wang Yuan's words, "As long as you're alive, you'll come back sooner or later." Now they realized that he was the smart one. The two women hugged each other, tears of regret streaming down their faces. The wolf pounced again. It chose Meng Zi, opened its mouth, and went straight for her thigh. Meng Zi closed her eyes, waiting for the bite to come. "Get out of my way." A sound like thunder rang out, shaking the leaves. The wolf had just opened its mouth when it heard the sound. Its ears perked up, its eyes darted around, and it howled in fear before tucking its tail between its legs and running away. As Xiang Kun approached, the five men were still lying on the ground, covered in mud, tears, and utterly disheveled. Demimi stepped forward, her expression somewhat strange, and after helping Dorabai up, asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you all right? If you're all right, come back with us. It's too dangerous out there." Tang Tang and the others came closer and pulled the others up, saying, "Yes, it's too dangerous outside. We just encountered a pack of wolves. If Xiang Kun hadn't arrived in time, we would have been eaten by them long ago." Yes, look at Zhang Runnen's arm. It was bitten by a wolf, and the wound is quite deep." Meng Zi, Zhou Yi, and the others all looked at Zhang Runnen. Sure enough, the 4 bloody holes on her arm were shocking. Now, the group dared not leave and turned their attention to Yang Chaoyue. Yang Chaoyue was also terrified. Meeting her sister's gazes, she realized that if she insisted on leaving, these 4 people would never follow her. What use would she be if she went back? "Well, we thought we still had some things to get from the thatched hut, so we went back to check on them. We didn't expect to encounter danger." Yang Chaoyue was quick-witted and immediately came up with a suitable excuse. Xiang Kun knew perfectly well what was going on, but didn't expose her. He then told everyone to head back. Meng Zi and Reba quickly followed, and Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi also followed silently. Thinking of how she had just vowed to leave and how Wang Yuan had tried to dissuade her, but now she was asking to go back, her face immediately turned bright red. This is incredibly embarrassing. As soon as they returned to the camp, Wang Yuan went up to them and took their arms. "Well, I knew you would come back." Zhang Jingyi lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ignored your advice just now." "I'm so sorry." Wang Yuan asked, "Are you in danger?" "Yes, we encountered a wolf that pounced on us and was right in front of us in the blink of an eye." "And then what?" "Then Zhou Yi and I quickly dodged, and everyone else dodged too." "Sister Yuan, we will definitely listen to you in the future if anything happens." "That's right. I'll take good care of you. We've just arrived, so remember this. Listen more, do more, and talk less. You can't go wrong with that." Chapter 106, What Happened to the Saying. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Xiang Kun picked up the old wolf's carcass and threw it onto the camp. Although wolf meat is tough and dry, it's still much better than having nothing to eat for those trying to survive. Not to mention, there are wolf pelts that can be used. After peeling them off and drying them, they can be used as mattresses in winter to keep you warm. Lu Tao squatted down next to him, helping to hold down the wolf's legs, but his mouth was still busy. She recounted in detail what had just happened when Yang Chaoyue was about to leave. How Yang Chaoyue pulled Meng Zi, how Meng Zi turned her head, how Reba held the bird egg, and how Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi followed along. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Xiang Kun's face. At first, his face was expressionless, just like usual, but as he listened, his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes turned cold. Xiang Kun's anger flared up instantly. These people eat the prey he hunts, live in the houses he builds, and use the iron he refines. They all pretend to be high-minded and reserved. They know what he's thinking, but they still watch Yang Chaoyue and the others leave without even stopping them. Okay, you're so high and mighty, you're amazing. But don't forget, this is my home turf. Don't blame me for what happens next. The opportunity came even faster than Xiang Kun had imagined. There are almost 30 women here, and just one sentence from each of them could fill half a chapter. With so many people, there are always a few days like that each month. As time goes on, more and more people will feel unwell. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi followed behind Wang Yuan like two chicks who had done something wrong, heads down and necks hunched, trying their best not to attract attention. Wherever Wang Yuan went, they followed. When Wang Yuan squatted down to make bricks, they squatted down to hand him mud. When Wang Yuan went to knead mud balls to smelt iron, they worked with the mud. Zhou Ye's hair was loose, covering half of his face. Zhang Jingyi's hair was also loose, covering half of her face. Neither of them spoke or looked at each other, just staring at Wang Yuan's back, as if only in this way could they dispel the awkwardness in their hearts. Lu Yuxiao's habit of looking around aimlessly has resurfaced. With nothing to do, she started looking around. I glanced at Lu Yifei's face, then at Zhao Liying's neck, then at Chun Juling's collarbone, then at Lu Tao's chest, and finally my eyes fell on Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi. Oops! Her voice was sharp and shrill, startling the people around her. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, you two are on your periods. The sound echoed in the open space, and everyone's eyes turned to look at them, focusing on Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi. Zhou Yi paused for a moment, then looked down. Her white dress, after several days of wear and tear, had turned a dark gray color, but the original color remained. At this moment, a patch of red had seeped onto the hem of her skirt, making it particularly noticeable. Zhang Jingyi also looked down. Her white dress was even worse, as red as a piece of red cloth, and the amount of red was even more than her cousin Zhou Ye's. The two of them had long forgotten about their aunt. They were only concerned with survival, so who would even think about that? I was constantly on edge, so much so that I didn't even realize my period had started. Their faces flushed like the sunset, or the vibrant blush of spring flowers in full bloom. The blush and shyness intertwined, giving them a mysterious and exotic charm. Just when they thought they could only silently endure it, a heavenly voice rang out. It's Lu Haojian. There are sanitary napkins in the treehouse. I saw Sister Yifei change them, and she still has several left. A longing welled up in Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's hearts, and their eyes turned to Lu Yifei with pitiful expressions. Lu Yifei nodded. Seeing the surprise in their eyes, I felt a pang of sorrow for the two of them. She had been observing Xiang Kun's activities lately, and increasingly felt that he had changed. He was no longer the shy boy who would blush when he saw her. The Xiang Kun of today has something in his eyes, a wildness like a bottomless pool. Really, Xiang Kun didn't say anything like, use it as you like, but simply said in a flat tone, Mao Mao, go and get the sanitary napkins. Mao Xiaodong glanced at Xiang Kun, then at Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi. She was an innocent person and felt sorry for Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi, who were in such a state and didn't even have a sanitary napkin. But she was more concerned about what Xiang Kun said. After a while, Mao Xiaodong came out of the house, clutching a few neatly folded pieces of something wrapped in a clean gauze skirt. She walked up to Xiang Kun and handed him the bag. Xiang Kun took it, opened it, and counted the items. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 7 pieces. He carefully wrapped the baby angel up again, held it tightly in his hand, and stood among the group of women. These supplies are actually useless to me, but they are crucial to you. Every one used is 1 less available. There are about 20 people here. If each person uses it for 7 days, how many pills do we need in 7 days? Who will use these 7 pills? You don't want to be left without anything when it's your turn, do you? Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's faces turned from red to white. Because Xiang Kun's words were very clear, he wasn't going to give them the opportunity to use it. The two weren't fools, and they immediately guessed that it must have been their return that angered Xiang Kun. But Xiang Kun's reasoning was excellent. There were too many people and too few resources, and every person used was 1 less available. If anyone felt sorry for them, then he shouldn't use them. Therefore, no one stepped forward. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi, the 2 sisters, were filled with shame and indignation. But this was indeed a top priority for women. They were too embarrassed to speak up, so they turned their attention to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, being like sisters to the 2 women, couldn't very well pretend she hadn't seen it. Besides, she wanted to test Xiang Kun's character beforehand, so she smiled and asked, Brother Xiang Kun, although we're new here, we genuinely want to join this group. When we arrived, Sister Liang told us we're willing to be your women. Look at these sanitary napkins. Xiang Kun felt relieved. Wang Yuan really knows how to talk. He looked at Wang Yuan, who was blinking her big, sweet, and adorable eyes. Unfortunately, everyone here was just as good as her. Xiang Kun had seen this kind of smile many times before, and he found it quite ordinary. He turned his gaze to Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi, looking into their expectant eyes, but his heart remained completely unmoved. Just now in the woods, Zhang Runin was hitting and scolding him, but when I slapped her, she became obedient. As long as she has needs and wants to live, she can only depend on herself. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi were not surprised. It's not that you can't use it if you want, but Xiang Kun dragged out that, however, making it longer and thinner, until Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's hearts were in their throats, unable to go up or down. The people around also perked up their ears, waiting to hear what came after that, however. I want to see the wound. Right here. Zhou Yi's expression changed. Wound? What wound? She looked down at her arm. It was perfectly fine, without even a red mark. She looked at her legs again, and they were perfectly fine, without even a bruise. She suddenly understood, and her face turned bright red. Zhang Jingyi understood as well. Her face was even redder than Zhou Yi's, and even the tips of her ears were red. She lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest, her hair falling down and covering half of her face. Seeing that they still hesitated and didn't agree, Xiang Kun grabbed a nearby ceramic bowl and splashed it on them, startling Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi into screaming. Don't think that just because you're wearing a formal dress, you're still that high-class person. On this island, once you take off your formal dress, what's the difference between you and a pheasant? Stop pretending. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi felt incredibly embarrassed. They hugged their arms, stared at the ground, and couldn't help but sob softly, their faces wet with what looked like tears or cold water. The two women, who had once enjoyed the spotlight, had their lingering pride resurface. They looked at each other and saw a decision in each other's eyes. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. They would rather die than suffer such humiliation. The two were still sobbing. After walking a few steps, they came to Xiang Kun. The dress hanging on their bodies slipped down from their chests, revealing everything. Chapter 107, A Tense Battle of Wits. The edges of your wound are quite symmetrical, and it feels thin and fragile to the touch. Does it hurt? Jingyi's wound is more fleshy, and it's quite long, with the flesh almost turning inside out. No wonder there's so much bleeding. We need to apply Yunnan Baiyao properly. Xiang Kun carefully examined the wounds on Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi's bodies. It was all his fault for his tamed beast, Laifu. He had only meant to scare them, but it actually bit them. Look how badly it bit someone, they're bleeding. As he examined the wound, he made clicking noises, completely infuriating the others. Bai Lu, filled with righteous indignation, said indignantly, Xiang Kun, you've gone too far? How could you do this? This isn't how you bully people. Yang Chaiwa also said, that's right, don't you see what the situation is like now? There are wild wolves outside. Xiang Kun withdrew his hand, took out two angel baby figures, and had Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi put them on, while sneering. Blame me? How dare you blame me? Do you know how I've been these past few days? Do you know? You treat me like a fool, toy with my feelings, trample on my dignity, and hone your acting skills on me. Does that feel good? Tian Shiwei, recalling her series of cunning maneuvers that had completely manipulated Xiang Kun, immediately turned pale and stammered. Brother Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun merely glanced at her. Looking at the group of people around him, at their faces, white, red, purple, and blue, he said coldly, the old Xiang Kun is dead. You chose him. The current Xiang Kun is just his name, a codename. The open space fell silent. That silence wasn't just any silence. It was a silence so profound that even the fire dared not crackle. Everyone was stunned by Xiang Kun's cold and direct words. The expressions in people's eyes as they looked at Xiang Kun varied. Some were puzzled, some were confused, some were infatuated, some were heartbroken, some were adoring. The first thought of these newcomers was, whose subordinate is this? Is he that brave? My second thought was, holy crap, didn't I get scammed? She made a fool of Xiang Kun, and now I'm the one suffering the consequences. Zhang Runin covered her face as she stood in the crowd. She remembered the slap she'd received in the woods. Her cheeks still stung. She knew she brought that slap on herself, but she doesn't think that way anymore. She blamed everything on that person. If she hadn't driven Xiang Kun to this point, would Xiang Kun have hit her? What a wonderful person he is. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi had just put the baby on, and the feeling of being cared for made them feel instantly relaxed. But immediately afterward, because of Xiang Kun's words, he developed a deep resentment towards that person. They were deeply humiliated. Their wounds were examined in public, and they didn't dare utter a sound. Their hearts were filled with resentment, as if a stone were stuck inside them. Now, the culprit has been found. They dare not hate Xiang Kun, for it would be useless, but they dare to hate that person. That fire burned from the bottom of their hearts, making their eyes red as they stared intently at everyone's expressions. Bai Lu and Chen Juling looked at Tian Shiwei. Their lips moved slightly, and they began to pray silently for her. Yu Shuxin, Lu Yifei, Zhao Luci, and the others couldn't help but look at Tian Shiwei. Although they didn't say anything, they felt a little guilty. Look, things have gone too far. They've ruined Xiang Kun's life, and now everyone else is suffering as a result. Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong stood together, facing everyone's gaze. Those gazes were like knives stabbing her face, her body, and her heart. Especially Zhang Runin, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Jingyi, who reacted as everyone's gaze fell upon them. Their gazes were so direct, so piercing, like a tangible knife, as if they wanted to skin her alive. Oh, it's Tian Shiwei. You've been bullying Brother Xiang Kun like this. Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Zhang Runin was the first to stand up. After being slapped, she understood what had happened. Here, Xiang Kun possesses a magical system, which is the foundation of everyone's survival. Now, there's a great opportunity to stand up for Xiang Kun, to show my own presence, and to have a group of sisters as my support. Why not take advantage of it? Li Yitong was a beat slow to react. As soon as she saw someone dare to question her little darling, her mouth moved faster than her brain. What explanation do you expect? Who do you think you are? The moment Li Yitong uttered those words, the atmosphere became tense. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi were the first to surround them. The two people stood on either side of her, like two walls, sandwiching Tian Shiwei in the middle. Zhou Yi's eyes were red. The thought of himself and his cousin making a fool of themselves in public made his eyes and voice turn cold. What if we add the two of us? Tian Shiwei has caused us so much trouble. If she doesn't give us an explanation today, we're not done with her. Zhang Jingyi stood with her hands on her hips, demonstrating her attitude through her actions. Wang Yuan's eyes darted around, and she walked over from the side. Standing next to Zhou Yi, she said with a smile. Count me in two. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi are my sisters. I can't let them suffer any injustice. She wouldn't let such a clear advantage slip by. Yang Xianhua led Riba and Meng Zi to stand up as well. The three people walked up to Wang Yuan and lined up in a row, making quite a show of themselves. During the brief moment of silence, the three sisters whispered their conversation. They were newcomers and had little influence in the group. They didn't even have a voice. Xiang Kun said to go east, but they dared not go west. Xiang Kun said to beat a dog, but they dared not chase a chicken. Now, the opportunity has arrived. But that's not the main problem. The real issue is that everyone has a problem with Tian Shiwei. It's not just one or two people who have objections. It's almost everyone. Standing up at this time is not about offending anyone, but about standing up for Xiang Kun. How could Xiang Kun not be happy if he stood up for him? If Xiang Kun is happy, their lives will be easier. Most importantly, these newcomers can take this opportunity to unite as one, project their momentum, and firmly establish themselves within the group. Chen Juling and Bai Lu glanced at each other and secretly groaned inwardly. They haven't even recruited any new members yet, and they're already facing a choice. The other side has more people, but even more haven't stepped forward. But what can be done? Tian Shiwei is with them. They've been through thick and thin together for so long. Everyone knows they're in the same group. If she doesn't stand up, she won't have any influence here anymore. Two groups of people stood in the open space. One group consisted of Zhang Runin, Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, Wang Yuan, Wang Churen, Lu Yuxiao, Yang Xiaoyue, Riba, and Meng Zi, 9 people in total. Standing together, they exuded quite a presence. The other group consisted of Tian Shiwei, Li Yitong, Chen Juling, and Bai Lu, a total of only 4 people, less than half the number of the opposing team, and they lost in terms of sheer momentum. The rest of the people crossed their arms and watched the show. Yu Shuxing, Liu Tong, Zhao Ling, Zhao Luzi, Damimi, Liu Shishi, Wen Qiao. Although some people felt that the newcomers were too flamboyant and clearly trying to stand out, they had no choice but to suppress their thoughts because the other side was acting under the banner of avenging Xiang Kun. Thus, the fierce online battle officially began. It's unclear who started it. Maybe it was Zhang Renin, maybe it was Zhou Yi, or maybe it was someone who had been holding back their anger and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Anyway, it was just a quick push, and he pushed Tian Shiwei's arm. Li Yitong's eyes immediately reddened. With so many people crowded together, she didn't see who pushed her, and regardless of who it was, she flung her hand away. The slap was delivered with a whooshing sound, carried by the wind after being restrained, heading straight for Wang Churen's arm. Wang Churen tried to dodge, but failed and was hit on the arm, which stung painfully. She got angry and reached out to grab Li Yitong's hair. This caused chaos. Zhou Yi was the first to pounce on her, grabbing Tian Shiwei's arms with both hands. He took all the grievances and humiliations he had suffered into his hands, digging his nails into her flesh. Tian Shiwei hissed in pain and kicked him. That kick landed on Zhou Yi's shin. She was already strong, and it was also restrained, so this kick was a combination of all her strength. Zhou Yi's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. Sister. Seeing her sister suffer a great loss, Zhang Jingyi gritted her teeth in anger, pounced over, grabbed Tian Shiwei's hair with both hands, and pulled it down hard. Tian Shiwei cried out in pain, and her body fell backward. Li Yitong tried to help, but Meng Zi rushed over from the side, grabbed her waist, and dragged her backward. Lu Yuxiao's eyes lit up instantly, and she chuckled strangely as she rushed over. However, instead of grabbing her hair or pinching her, she hugged Li Yitong's chest and started moving her hand around. Li Yitong still had plenty of strength, but she never expected that Lu Yuxiao would take such an unconventional approach, resorting to such underhanded methods to take advantage of her. She shuddered. All her strength vanished, and she collapsed limply to the ground. Not to be outdone, Doraba sat on her lap and, in a similar manner to Lu Yuxiao, began to undress her. It's all in chaos, complete chaos. Chapter 108, the climax of the feud. Such a dramatic and intense feud cannot be described in just a few words. Before Chen Juling could even make a move, her mind raced. She knew that of the four of them, only Bai Lu hadn't gone through the dual cultivation process and was just an ordinary person. She could only fight one-on-one with the other party and wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. There are four of us on our side, and we can only rely on Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong. Without hesitation, she rushed to Li Yitong's side of the battle. Having been bound by fate twice in one night, she possessed 2% of Xiang Kun's immense strength, and her physical attributes were even better than Tian Shiwei's, making her the best among these people. She grabbed Lu Yuxiao with one hand and Reba with the other, pulling the two of them off balance and making them shuffle their feet on the ground. With a strong jerk, she flung them to the sides, and Lu Yuxiao and Reba were thrown out involuntarily, crashing to the ground, rolling twice, and ending up in a muddy pile, covered in mud. Li Yitong broke free, got up from the ground, her eyes blazing with anger, and kicked Reba in the stomach. That kick was quite forceful, making Reba let out a whoosh. Her whole body arched, and tears streamed down her face. Wang Churen quit. She didn't have much of a relationship with Doraba, but she was part of the group, and she couldn't just stand by and watch Doraba get beaten up. She lunged at him, grabbing Chen Juling's hair with both hands. Chen Juling tried to dodge, but failed. Her hair was grabbed, and her scalp was pulled painfully. She didn't back down either, reaching out to grab Wang Churen's face. Her fingernails left 3 red marks on Wang Churen's face, stinging with pain. Wang Yuan also rushed over from the side, grabbed Chen Juling's waist, and pulled her backward with all her might. Chen Juling was dragged back a step by her, her foot scraping the ground before she regained her balance. She grabbed Wang Churen's hair with one hand and used the other to pry open Wang Yuan's fingers. Unfortunately, Wang Yuan was cunning. He clenched his fists tightly and, as if performing artificial respiration, repeatedly slammed them against her stomach, making her feel nauseous and causing her to loosen her grip a little. Wang Churen seized the opportunity and slapped Chen Juling across the face, making him see stars. This completely enraged Chen Juling. Although she couldn't pry open Wang Yuan's fist, she was strong. She swung left and right, turning left and right, making Wang Churen and Wang Yuan dizzy and unable to stand steadily. She could only stagger and follow along, but Chun Juling held her down and elbowed her several times. Over there, Meng Zi and Bai Lu were still locked in a standoff. The two of them stretched out their arms, one grabbing and the other dodging, one taking a step forward and the other taking a step back, circling around like two fighting cocks. In short, Bai Lu has been eating and sleeping well these days, so she is in good health and moves faster than Meng Zi. She seized the opportunity, grabbed Meng Zi's collar, and pulled her back with all her might. Meng Zi stumbled as she was pulled, lurching forward before regaining her balance. He then raised his foot and kicked the egret in the leg. The old egret was cunning and had anticipated her kick. He dodged it by turning his body to the side. She applied more force with her hand, this time pulling it to the side. Meng Zi lost her balance and leaned to one side, her legs splitting apart like a ballet dancer, a perfect split. Fortunately, she was flexible and had trained since childhood, so her most precious possession wasn't torn. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to explain it to Xiang Kun. Yang Chaiyue also joined the battle, and together with Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, and Zhang Runan, they specifically targeted Tian Shiwei. Tian Shiwei was outmatched by 4 opponents and was beaten so badly she was wincing in pain. She couldn't help but beg Kuin for help. "Brother Kuin, I know I was wrong. Please save me." Xiang Kun ignored her. This was the first time he had ever seen women fighting like this. He couldn't miss such a scene. Moreover, everyone here, whether they've been inside or not, is his woman, and he must treat them all equally, without discrimination. Even if there's differential treatment, it is towards those who are completely obedient to you. That's exactly what I'm talking about, like Yu Shuxin. Yu Shuxin leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, grinning from ear to ear. Oh dear, Xiaoyan's already done for? Wasn't he doing pretty well just now? Her eyes darted back and forth between the group of women wrestling together, occasionally adding fuel to the fire. Lu Tao was also clicking his tongue in disapproval. TSK, TSK, TSK. That was a hard kick. Doraba probably won't be able to get up for 3 days. Look at Dudu. He looks dull, but his hands are anything but. With that claw, Wang Churen's face is probably too swollen to show to anyone. Lu Shi and Lu Haojian stared in disbelief and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Tian Shui really got the short end of the stick this time. She was pinned down and beaten by 4 people. Look at her arms. They're all red from being pinched. Li Yitong's momentum has vanished. Look at her. She's being forced into retreat by Doraba and Lu Yuxiao. Over there, Li Yitong was indeed being beaten and forced to retreat. Having suffered a loss, Doraba and Lu Yuxiao are now fighting back with all their might. Doraba's stomach was still hurting, but she gritted her teeth and grabbed Li Yitong's arm with both hands, her nails digging into her flesh. Lu Yuxiao hugged Li Yitong's waist from behind and pulled her backward with all her might. Li Yitong was dragged along by them, her feet scraping on the ground. After struggling for a few moments, she fell to the ground again. This time, no one was there to help her, and she was slapped hard several times by Doraba. Chun Juling couldn't hold on any longer either. Wang Churen and Wang Yuan were both taller than her, both standing at 1.72 meters, and not as thin as her. They quickly adjusted their strategy, focusing on a pincer attack from both the front and back. Chun Juling was caught off guard, and Wang Yuan seized the opportunity from behind, grabbing her thigh like in a wrestling match and slamming her forward, knocking her to the ground. Wang Churen immediately rushed up, straddled her, and grabbed her neck with both hands, choking her until her eyes rolled back and her tongue almost came out. He grabbed at the ground with both hands, grabbing a handful of mud and handful of grass, but he couldn't grab anything. Looking at Xiang Kun, he realized that the fight was getting more and more heated. They quickly stopped everyone, otherwise people would have died. All right, stop hitting. Reason returned to everyone's minds. Wang Churen loosened his grip, rolled off Chun Juling, and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Wang Yuan also let go, took 2 steps back, and his chest heaved. Reba released Li Yitong, slumped to the ground, her stomach still aching. She clutched her stomach and hissed as she gasped for air. Lu Yuxiao seized the opportunity to come over and tenderly massaged Doraba's stomach. As she massaged, her eyes widened again. Li Yitong, Chun Juling, and Tian Shui got up from the ground, their hair a mess like a bird's nest, their clothes torn to shreds, and their bodies covered in mud. A group of people were in an open space, covered in wounds, mud, and in a sorry state. Some were standing, some were sitting, and some were slumped over. No one spoke. Only breathing could be heard. Only Bai Lu and Meng Zi seemed to be fine, which gave Xiang Kun reason to suspect that they were slacking off. Xiang Kun tried hard to keep his face calm, afraid that he might accidentally burst out laughing. He didn't say anything grand or try to comfort either side. He just waved the roasted meat in his hand. Dinner is ready. This statement also indicates that the farcical friction that just occurred should come to an end. Both sides dusted themselves off as if nothing had happened, splitting into two groups to wash their hands and faces and tidy their clothes by the stream, one in the east and the other in the west. Zhou Yi, Zhang Runin, and Wang Churen were having a lively time washing themselves, splashing each other with water, the spray flying high, their laughter crisp and clear, as if they had just won a battle. There were fewer people around Chen Juling and Tian Shiwei, so it was much quieter. No one spoke, and the only sound was the rushing water. Tian Shiwei's arms were covered with pinch marks, some red and some purple. Li Yitong squatted down next to her, her face covered in red handprints. Chen Juling had 2 red marks on her neck and was also badly injured, but they were not discouraged. They were all bound by dual cultivation, so their injuries healed quickly and the pain disappeared rapidly. Although the other party's injuries looked minor, only Riba, Zhou Yi, and Wang Churen knew the true extent of their injuries. After dinner, just before bedtime, everyone started dealing with hygiene issues. There are too many people. One squat toilet is simply not enough. There was a long queue in front of the 2 wooden plank pits next to the treehouse. Xiang Kun had to dig another one. Yang Xiaoyue was still squatting in the pit, and with a glance, she could see Xiang Kun less than a meter away from her, huffing and puffing. Her buttocks tightened, and it snapped. My heart broke, and I completely resigned myself to my fate. Chapter 109, Who Wouldn't Love a Shir like this? Xiang Kun's treehouse is indeed spacious. When he was cutting down trees, he thought that the population would grow in the future, so he planned to expand the operation. A large area was covered with wooden planks, and a thick layer of hay that had been collected was laid on top. On top of that, there were deer hides, wolf hides, and guinea pig hides, making it soft to step on. But even the most spacious room can't accommodate a large number of people. There are nearly 30 people, or rather 29, lying down, arm in arm, leg in leg, and if you turn over you would bump into the person next to you. The first hurdle for newcomers is to take off their formal dresses. Wang Yuan was very outgoing and not embarrassed at all. Standing on the wooden board, she reached behind her back to pull the zipper of her skirt. With a rip, the zipper opened and the skirt slid off her body. She bent down to pick it up, laid down on the wooden board, and shared it with Song, each to cover their stomachs. The resilience of Chinese people throughout their lives lies in the fact that no matter the circumstances, they will cover their navel if they can. Wang Churen undressed quickly, but after she finished, she covered her chest with her hands, as if afraid of being seen. Lu Yuxiao was the slowest to undress. As she undressed, she looked around like a little bird in a new cage, looking around curiously. The summer heat is gradually subsiding. When I first arrived, it was still very hot at night, but now it can feel cool. Xiang Kun glanced at them. They were shirtless, some with their arms crossed, some with their necks hunched, and some rubbing their arms. It seems the hunting and clothing-making schedule really can't be delayed any longer. Lu Shirshir crossed her arms, her body trembling slightly. Lu Yuxiao clearly noticed this slight tremor. She draped her dress over Lu Shirshir, earning a thank you in return, which thrilled her. Goodness, Lu Yuxiao was originally with Wang Churen and Zhang Runin, but when she saw Lu Shirshir in the crowd, she immediately abandoned her friends and squeezed next to her. Lu Shirshir's temperament is indeed far superior to others, as serene as ink painting and as clear as morning dew, possessing a sophisticated ascetic beauty. No wonder Lu Yuxiao chose her over so many other people. Taking advantage of the act of covering herself with clothes, Lu Yuxiao casually placed her hand on Lu Shirshir's arm. Senior sister, are you feeling any warmer? Lu Shirshir originally had a good impression of Lu Yuxiao, but when she felt a sensation like Lu Yuxiao's hair brushing against her buttocks, it was so itchy that her hair stood on end. Oh my God! She quickly shrank closer to Lu Haojian, like a frightened rabbit, and leaned to one side. The dress slipped off her body and fell onto the hay. She didn't pick it up, she just huddled there, arms wrapped around herself, legs curled up, her whole body curled into a small ball. Lu Yuxiao's hand was suspended in midair. Before she could react, she had disappeared. Just as she was about to continue, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, standing between her and Lu Shishir. It is Xiang Kun. Xiang Kun was still asleep, pondering whether to eat Zhao Lucy, when he never expected that his backyard would catch fire. This infuriated him. That's Lu Shishir. In his heart, Lu Shishir was even more ascetic than Lu Yifei and Chen Juling. He had a 16-minute video saved on his phone, which he watched over and over again, just to catch a glimpse of Lu Shishir's panting. Now look what's happened. He's been entangled with Lu Yuxiao, that infatuated girl. Xiang Kun pushed Lu Yuxiao away and warned her, "Stay away from me. If you keep acting like a lovesick fool, I'll beat you with a stick." Lu Yuxiao stuck out her tongue and obediently turned to the other side to find a Mimi. Lu Shishir felt the feathers brushing against her again, even more intensely than before, like needles pricking her skin. She couldn't help but whisper, "No, everyone's still awake. It's okay, just listen to them next time." Lu Shishir immediately fell silent. A summer evening breeze blew by, scattering a tree full of crabapple blossoms. Amidst the falling petals, Xiang Kun embraced Lu Shishir in his arms. Lu Shishir turned her face away in embarrassment, but he gently pulled her back. "Look at me, Shishir." Under the moonlight, Shishir's hair was disheveled, and her almond-shaped eyes were full of spring, making her even more beautiful than a pair of lotus flowers. Xiang Kun's Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly bent down. Inside the treehouse, figures overlapped, their black hair intertwined, and whispers and sighs occasionally drifted out. Lu Shishir's cherry lips were small and delicate, making her look endearing, but inside her lips lay a hidden world, open and deep. If you encounter someone with little experience, you may feel relaxed and comfortable at first, but after the kiss, it's like falling into a boundless ocean, making it difficult to reach the tenderness deep within. To reach that hidden paradise, one needs sufficient patience and sincerity. It may feel strenuous at first, but as long as you persevere, it will be like a gentle whirlwind, bringing warmth and immersing you in it. Like a lone boat adrift on the waves, unable to reach the shore. At this point, the woman would also involuntarily become anxious, and the atmosphere would become increasingly tense. The vast ocean would then surge and churn, with wave after wave, making even the most experienced sailor pale in comparison. It is said that women with such a unique temperament often have eyes that are filled with tears, as if they have 1,000 words to say, but hesitate to speak. That is it. A beauty shines under the moon, her brows radiant with spring-like beauty. A light veil conceals her jade-like bones, as she shyly whispers her heartfelt feelings. On a summer night, flowers glisten with dew, their delicate forms as slender as willow branches. Unable to bear the whipping, tears fell silently onto my arm. For a long time, Qingru remained entwined in the room, their figures intertwined until dawn. As dawn broke, those who had been disturbed all night and then fell asleep again yawned, rubbed their eyes, and prepared to get up. Lu Shishir also woke up. At this moment, her hair was disheveled, her almond-shaped eyes were misty, and her snow-white skin still bore the red marks of last night, like a begonia covered in dew, making her incomparably beautiful. "Don't go!" Lu Shishir clung to Xiang Kun's arm, her voice soft and weak. "Please stay with me a little longer." Xiang Kun felt his throat go dry and hoarse again, and he could barely hold back. He finally understood why so many heroes who aspired to great things could not escape the erosion of a gentle life. It's not that a beautiful woman is more important than the country. It's that with a hug, a touch of the face, and a whispered voice, the country becomes less important. He took a long breath, inhaling the cold morning air into his lungs, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Sure, there's plenty of time in the future. Then you'll have to think about her all the time. Xiang Kun finally hardened his heart, gently pried her hand off her arm, and pulled it out. The skin was wrinkled, as if it had been soaked in water all night. There is still a lot to do today. The ramie bark has been soaking for several days. It's time to take it out and twist it in a thread. The loom hasn't been made yet. A lot of wood has been cut, but it hasn't been sawed, planed, or drilled. People gradually came out of the treehouse to wash up. People who have shared experiences with each other will have good oral health after eating delicious food, and their teeth won't smell bad even without brushing. They just rinse their mouths casually, and that was it. People without bonds can't do it. Salt is precious, and Xiang Kun didn't give it to them. Therefore, the Mimi, Wan Xian, Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, and others all used the juice of wild onions and ginger to wash themselves. Xiang Kun didn't sit idle. He forged 2 iron plates, nailed them to the wood, leaving a gap in the middle. He stuffed the softened, ramey bark inside and pulled it out with both hands. With a rip, the outer skin was scraped off, leaving only white fibers. This is scraping hemp. Scrape out the ramey fibers. Here, Zhou Yi, this job is yours. Zhou Yi was very obedient at this moment. He imitated Xiang Kun, stuffing the ramey bark into the gap of the iron sheet, and pulled it out. A complete fiber came out. She was skillful. She got the hang of it after just a few scrapes, making long, white hairs one by one. It was too inefficient for one person to do it, so Xiang Kun asked Zhang Jingyi to help, and they worked together using another newly made hemp scraping machine. The ramey fibers produced need to be split into fine strands, which are then twisted together end to end into a continuous, uniformly thick ramey yarn. This task was extremely time-consuming, so Xiang Kun assigned it to Wang Churen, Lu Yuxiao, Wang Yuan, Reba, and a few others. Since they've joined this group, they have to follow orders. Don't even think about getting food without working. The rest of the people continue to split into small groups to go out and find food and make salt, mainly looking for plants that could be used as staple foods. While the women were making linen yarn, Xiang Kun used wood to make a hand-crank spinning machine that could turn the linen yarn into warp threads for weaving. The next step is to weave the cloth. He remembered seeing the old women in the village weaving cloth when he was a child. The loom was made of wood, with a shuttle that went back and forth through the thread. You stepped on the pedal and pushed the stop with your hand, and the cloth was woven inch by inch with a clanging sound. Although I've seen it before, this thing has a complex structure, and ordinary people have no idea how it's made. But Xiang Kun has a system. Once the weaving process begins, the system will teach him the necessary equipment. That's how he came up with that hand-crank spinning machine. The moment he finished twisting the first strand of linen yarn, a mental diagram of the spinning machine appeared in his head. Xiang Kun stood up and walked to the pile of wood. He picked up a square piece of wood and, following the system's instructions, began to chisel holes. The chisels clanged and clattered, and sawdust flew everywhere. After who knows how long, a pile of wood was chiseled out. He erected the hewn timbers and built a rectangular frame. The beams, columns, and panels were installed one by one and tightened with tenons, without using any nails. The framework is set up. Next comes the heel counter. Xiang Kun made 2 square frames with thin wooden strips and stretched hemp thread in the middle, one by one, densely packed. How to describe it? It was similar to a harp. He installed the heeled frames on the frame, one at the top and one at the bottom, connected by ropes. Then came a footboard. He used a long wooden plank as a footboard, nailing one end to the frame and connecting the other end to the heddles with a rope. When you step on it, the heddle frame moves up and down. Next is the shuttle. I found a piece of hardwood, whittled it into a small thing that was pointed at both ends and bulging in the middle, and dug a groove in the middle that was just big enough to fit a conduit. He wound the linen yarn around the loom shaft, tightening it strand by strand, passing it through the heddle frames, and securing it to the roll shaft at the other end. In this way, a loom was made. Chapter 110 blessing arrive, gao yuan. When the piece of cloth produced by the loom, all the women in the camp were stunned. Of all these people, probably not a single one would recognize this thing. Therefore, everyone stopped what they were doing, stepped forward to touch it, and praised it repeatedly. Wang Yuan was also a rich young lady who had been pampered since childhood, and this was the first time she had ever seen the real thing. She held the shuttle, moving it back and forth in her hand. The shuttle slid back and forth in her hands, so smooth and slippery that she became addicted to it, moving it left and right, unable to stop. This thing can actually be woven into cloth. Meng Zi stood to the side, her eyes following the shuttle, moving left and right, until her eyeballs almost popped out. Can you be serious for once? Stop being so dirty-minded. I'm not being improper. I'm doing research. Wang Yuan's lips involuntarily twitched slightly. She has a slight protruding mouth feature, and when she smiles or widens her mouth, her upper lip lifts up, which looks a bit strange. But it is precisely this unique characteristic that makes her stand out from the crowd. Meng Zi chuckled. All right, all right. You do the research, you do the research. Study it carefully, don't waste it. Wang Yuan felt embarrassed and threw the shuttle onto the loom as if it were a hot potato. All right, stop fooling around. Watch I weave cloth. You all learn from me, and I'll leave everything to you from now on. Xiang Kun stopped their playful antics, sat down in front of the loom, stepped on the pedal, and the heddle frames separated, opening a gap in the hemp yarn. He inserted the shuttle from the left, and with a whoosh, the shuttle passed through the opening and reached the right side. Pull the baffle to press the line firmly, switch the foot pedal, and the heddle frame opens another opening. The shuttle went from right to left with a whoosh, and then again. Textiles +1. Textiles +1. With Xiang Kun's skillful movements, a piece of taut cloth gradually emerged from the end. It was real cloth. Cloth is out. Song Yi jumped up excitedly beside her. Her grass skirt fluttered in the wind, and the large rabbit hidden inside hopped about, looking exceptionally alluring. Lu Yuxiao's eyes widened as she stared at the two large, hopping rabbits, and she swallowed hard. Song Yi went to the loom and reached out to touch the cloth. It was soft and smooth. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt it was even better than the finest silk. Who told her Chong Sam to be washed away? She turned around and shouted at the group of women who were still scraping hemp, mixing mud, and making bricks. Come quick, everyone. The fabric is out. The group of women swarmed around them all at once. Lu Yifei's foot wasn't fully healed, but she refused to stay idle. She sat with Aunt Xiaoli by the stove burning mud balls. When she heard the noise, she limped over. Her skirt was burned, and her angel baby top was old, with frayed edges. She walked to the loom, reached out and touched the piece of cloth, rubbing it back and forth several times, reluctant to remove it. How much cloth can be woven from this Rami? Is it enough for everyone to make clothes? Xiang Kun stopped the shuttle on the left and made a calculation. It's about 5 meters long, enough to make 3 sets of clothes. Now that it's getting cold, we can't wear short sleeves anymore, otherwise we can make 4 sets. Aunt Lu Xiaoli said, it's better to make 3 sets, the long sleeves are warmer. Xiang Kun nodded, pushed the shuttle forward, and with a whoosh, wove a little more. Then make long sleeve shirts first, and make them for the people who do the most work. Once the Rami is harvested, the finished shirts can be given to the next group of people. Song Yi, who was standing to the side with her hand still touching the cloth, quickly raised her hand when she heard this. I have more work to do. I'll get dressed first. Zhao Lucy also raised her hand. I also do a lot of work. Then a group of people also raised their hands. Don't argue. Everyone gets one. Take turns. Xiang Kun casually brushed it off, handed the loom to Song Yi, and went to plan the new house. Tree houses are indeed nice, but living like that isn't a long-term solution. A proper house is much more comfortable. There's a bed, a table, a stove. The first step in building a house is laying the foundation. Xiang Kun recalled his childhood in the countryside, where villagers used a rotary rammer to build houses. The diesel engine would make a gurgling sound as it tamped the soil firmly. Of course, it's not here. He could only rely on his brute strength. He sawed open a section of tree stump, chiseled a hole in the side, inserted a piece of wood as a handle, and thus a huge wooden hammer was made. Bang! The sound of the wooden stake hitting the pit was so loud that it startled the women around, and then they all went about their own business. Xiang Kun slammed it again, and dirt splashed up, covering his leg. He pounded on it a dozen times, and that section of the foundation hardened. When you stepped on it barefoot, the soles of your feet felt uncomfortable. As he continued hammering, Xiang Kun stopped, his hand remaining motionless as he held the wooden hammer. The people around him just thought he was tired and was taking a break, and didn't take it seriously. Only Xiang Kun himself knew that the information about the beast tamer Lai Fu had appeared in his mind. Lai Fu waited until everyone was asleep at night before standing guard at the door of the treehouse. During the day, it was sent out by Xiang Kun to use its sense of smell, which was 100 times stronger than that of humans, to find women. Sure enough, Lai Fu lived up to Xiang Kun's expectations and actually found a woman. The red dot in my mind flashed again. Xiang Kun threw the wooden hammer into the pit, turned around, and walked into the woods without saying goodbye to anyone. The women who were working were surprised by sudden action and wanted to ask, "Where are you going?" But Xiang Kun didn't say anything, and he had already gone far away, so she had no choice but to give up and continue to work with her head down. Xiang Kun walked quickly through the woods, following the directions on the map. Lai Fu was chasing after her, trying to shoo her this way. Whenever the woman deviates from the correct path, it chases after her and blocks her way, forcing her back onto the right path. Closer, closer. As he approached, Xiang Kun saw in the distance a dirty, wild-looking man staggering toward him. The woman was wearing a drab gray dress with several tiers and a hem. Her hair was disheveled and messy, and her face was covered in mud, making it impossible to recognize her. She would run 2 steps and then look back at the wolf behind her, then run 2 more steps and look back again. Lai Fu followed behind her, neither biting nor barking. When she ran, it ran. When she stopped, it stopped. She couldn't run anymore and leaned against a tree trunk, panting. Lai Fu stopped too, squatted down nearby, and tilted his head to look at her. Xiang Kun emerged from the woods. The woman heard footsteps and suddenly looked up. When she saw Xiang Kun, her eyes widened, her lips trembled, and she tried to shout but couldn't. Looking back, the wolf was frightened by the sudden appearance of the strong man and scurried away with its tail between its legs. A surge of immense joy at surviving a disaster welled up within her, and her vision went black as she collapsed to the ground. Xiang Kun squatted down and reached out to brush away the tangled hair on her face. My hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to my face in strands. He parted one strand of hair, then another, revealing his face beneath. That face was so thin it was unrecognizable. His cheekbones protruded high, his cheeks were sunken in 2 places, his eye sockets were also sunken, his eyelids were swollen, and there was a bluish-black patch underneath. My lips were dry, cracked, and peeling, with several cuts and dark red scabs forming in the creases. It's Gao Yuan. Xiang Kun recognized the face. I've seen her on screen before. She has big, watery eyes, puffy under-eye bags, and her eyes crinkle into crescent moons when she smiles. Her skin was so white it seemed to glow. Standing on a red carpet, she resembled a gentle and elegant white magnolia. Now those big eyes are swollen like walnuts, the eye bags are gone, and the corners of the eyes droop, making them look rather mean. She has lost too much weight. Her cheeks used to be full and her chin round, but now they're so sharp they could pierce paper. The veins on his neck bulged out, one by one, looking ferocious and terrifying. Xiang Kun lifted her skirt, his brows furrowing into a knot. The inside of the skirt was covered in black and red stains, which dried and then got wet again, forming a crust. 2 leeches were crawling on my thigh, plump and shiny black, still burrowing deeper into my wound. Blood seeped from the wound and trickled down my thigh. Unfortunately, Gao Yuan was already delirious and felt nothing at all. Xiang Kun looked at the 2 leeches, then at her gaunt face. The thought that had been on my mind vanished instantly, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on it. He's not Dao Baifeng. They could even bring themselves to eat a beggar covered in maggots. If Duan Yanqing was already on his last breath, how did he manage to stand up? Did Dao Baifeng really do it with her mouth? Getting off topic, Xiang Kun pinched the leech's body and gently pulled it. The leech is clinging tightly. You can't pull it off. He put in a little more effort, and the leech's body was stretched out like a rubber band, but it still wouldn't fall off. In this situation, it's not easy to force the issue. Xiang Kun thought for a moment, then unzipped his pants and poured a stream of water onto the leech. Human urine contains salt, which is the nemesis of leeches. Sure enough, when a stream of hot urine was poured on it, the leech immediately shrank back. The suction cup loosened, detached from the wound, fell to the ground, twisted a couple of times, and was flattened by Xiang Kun's foot with a smack, like a blister being popped. Gao Yuan, who was feeling drowsy, shivered as a certain part of her body was stimulated by the warm liquid. Her eyelids twitched a few times, then slowly opened. My vision was blurry. First I saw a handsome face, then a strong chest, and then pants with the belt undone. Her mind was still foggy, and she couldn't understand what was going on until she saw the man standing in front of her, holding something in his hand. She opened her mouth, trying to shout, but her voice was hoarse, and she could only make a hissing sound. Then her head lolled to the side, and she fainted again, completely losing consciousness. Xiang Kun fastened his pants and kicked the 2 flattened leeches aside. Then, arranged Gao Yunyuan's wet skirt to cover her legs. When I picked her up, a sour, foul smell hit me right in the head. It wasn't the smell of sweat, but a sour smell that had been stale for days, mixed with the stench of blood and dirt with a pungent odor. Xiang Kun frowned, held his breath, and carried her quickly toward the camp. Chapter 111 Gao Yuan's Misunderstanding. When Xiang Kun carried the barely alive Gao Yuan back to the camp, everyone was shocked by the tragic scene. Lu Yifei sat by the stove, and the mud ball in her hand fell to the ground, which she forgot to pick up. Song Yi sat on the loom, the shuttle suspended in mid-air, forgetting to push it. Lu Yuxiao was holding an empty basket, her mouth open, and she forgot to close it. Wang Yuan was the first to speak. "Who's that?" "A savage." She threw down the brick mold in her hand, stood up, took 2 steps forward, and then stopped. Gao Yuan's hair was stuck together in several strands, stiff and unyielding, almost like hemp rope. Because Xiang Kun was hugging her, her face was pressed against his chest, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Wang Sharon also stood up. "How could they be savages? They must be our companions. We just don't know who they are." She walked up to Xiang Kun, looked down at his gaunt face, and, after a long time, couldn't recognize him. "It's Gao Yuan." Xiang Kun placed Gao Yuan on a table, which was originally made to hold pottery jars, bowls, and other daily necessities, and it came in handy right now. A group of people suddenly surrounded them. Wang Yuan squeezed to the front and looked down at Gao Yuan's face. Her cheekbones were prominent, her cheeks were sunken, and her eye sockets were also sunken. "I used to envy Gao Yuan for becoming a national goddess. Now, all I feel is sympathy." Song Yi got off the loom and squeezed in as well. She remembered the day her Chong Sam was washed away by the waves, and she squatted on the beach crying. It was Xiang Kun who wove a grass skirt for her. Grass skirts don't keep you out of the wind, but at least you have something to wear. Then look at Gao Yuan. Although she has clothes to wear, she looks terrible and is even worse off than her. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and the others felt much more relieved and were no longer as resistant as they had been the day before. They felt a surge of hatred when they recalled how Xiang Kun made them take off their clothes in public to check their wounds, thinking that this man was a scoundrel. Looking at Gao Yuan like this now, I suddenly feel that taking off her clothes in public is nothing, and checking her wounds is nothing. It's better than being out there alone, being sucked dry by leeches, and starving to the bone. Yang Chaoyue, Meng Zi, and Reba had similar ideas. The thought that one day I would become this inhuman, ghostly figure sent a chill down my spine. Aunt Lu Xiaoli and Mao Xiaodong brought over a ceramic pot containing freshly prepared warm water. The 2 men didn't mind that Gao Yuan was dirty. They took off all her clothes and slowly and carefully washed her with a gauze skirt. Mao Xiaodong wiped diligently, not missing any place where dust might be hidden. Remembering how damp Gao Yuan's area had been while the rest of her clothes were relatively dry, an inexplicable thought popped into her head. Does Brother Xiang Kun have some kind of peculiar preference? Does he like bitter or salty food? Then I won't wash it next time. Well, thank goodness Xiang Kun doesn't have the ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. Otherwise, I'd really have to thank her. While washing, Gao Yuan opened her eyes. She blinked, her mind still foggy. But my body felt much clearer. It wasn't itchy or painful anymore. It felt warm and damp, a comfortable feeling I hadn't experienced in a long time. A group of people surrounded her. They stood head to head, eyes wide open, as if looking at something rare and unusual. "She's awake. She's awake. Gao Yuan is awake." The chaotic noise startled Gao Yuan. She sat up abruptly, then fell back down, still feeling weak all over. She tried to sit up, supported herself on the table, but her arms were too weak to support her, so she had to lie down. The moment she lay down, she saw herself naked, washed clean, black and white, like a hairless pig waiting to be slaughtered. A bad thought suddenly popped into Gao Yuan's mind. Are these people so hungry that they have to eat themselves? She knew what hunger felt like. When there was nothing to eat, she would stuff anything edible into her mouth. Luckily, she had found some animals that had been burned to death in the last couple of days. But later, the food rotted and smelled bad. The thought of this possibility made her blood rush to her head, to her face, and her face turned bright red. Gao Yuan waved her hands and kicked her legs, struggling desperately, like a frightened rabbit. "Get away from me. Please don't eat me. Please don't eat me." She struggled so violently that she almost fell off the table, but luckily Mao Xiaotong caught her. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, Wang Yuan, and others couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Look, The struggle for survival can really drive a person crazy. Aunt Lu Xiaoli quickly helped Gao Yuan up, placing her hand on her shoulder and gently patting the back of her hand with her other hand. Don't be afraid. No one will eat you. The voice was warm and gentle. Gao Yuan looked at her, at that gentle face, at those gentle eyes, and tears fell down her cheeks. Aunt Lu Xiaoli held her in her arms and comforted her for a while Mao Xiaodong brought over a bowl of hot soup from the side. Gao Yuan's eyes widened, not with the light of someone seeing something good, but with the green light of someone starving. The bowl that Mao Xiaodong had just brought over was snatched away before it could even be handed to her. The soup splashed out and scalded her hand, turning the back of her hand red, but she wouldn't let go. She brought the bowl to her lips and slurped it up, burning the mucous membranes in her mouth, but nothing could stop her craving for food. After finishing the bowl of soup, Gao Yuan licked it clean before putting it down, leaving not a single drop. Mao Xiaodong scooped out another bowl and handed it to her. This time she drank slowly, taking small sips one at a time. The heat hit his face, making his gaunt face flushed and giving him a healthy glow. The soup slid down her throat, hot all the way to her stomach, warming her whole body. Director Gao Yuan let out a long breath. Her consciousness, which had been wandering for several days, finally returned to her body. She looked up at the group of people. Liu Yifei, Meng Zi, Didaba, Wang Yuan, Wang Churan, Liu Yuqiao, Zouye, Zhang Vingyi, Mao Xiaotong. They were all familiar faces. Some she had greeted before, others she only vaguely recognized, but they were all looking at her without any malice in their eyes. She blushed when she remembered how she had been shouting and yelling that these people wanted to eat her. I'm sorry. I thought. Aunt Xiaoli patted her on the back. It's all right. Gao Yuan lifted her head from Aunt Xiaoli's arms, her eyes scanning the crowd before finding Xiang Kun. She looked at his bare chest, sweat streaming down his cleavage, and remembered how he had unzipped his pants and faced her in the woods earlier. I examined my body more closely. It felt tingly and itchy. Was that the feeling after something like that? Could be that it's over. She dared not say it. How could I possibly say something like that? The man who saved me did something indecent to me while I was unconscious. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. I've decided not to say anything more. I will never tell you this in my lifetime. Chapter 112 News from Yuan. Now that everyone was awake, they all dispersed. Song Yi walked back to the loom, picked up the shuttle, but forgot where she had left off. Reba took a shovel and quickly mixed the mud, adding stream water every now and then. Wang Yuan squatted down beside the mud pile, grabbed a handful of mud, stuffed it into the mold, smoothed it out, and poured it out, and a brick was made. Gao Yuan lay on the table, covered by a thin, translucent gauze dress that revealed her dark skin underneath. She slowly sat up, her gauze dress slipping off her shoulders. She quickly grabbed it and covered her chest. I looked around and tried to find some clothes to wear. My own clothes were so dirty, black and red, covered in bloodstains that I couldn't wear them anymore, so I threw them on the ground. Louis Fei sat by the stove, dressed only in a straight line, her expression unchanged. Mao Xiaodong was similar, wearing a tattered cloth that looked like a fishing net, revealing everything that should and shouldn't be revealed. Song Yi was in an even worse situation, wearing only 2 grass skirts, one on top and one on the bottom. Through the gap in the grass skirt at the waist, it was clear that there was no fabric underneath to cover her private parts. There were no extra clothes. Not a single one. All the rags have found their owners. Gao Yuan understood that unless she put on her own filthy clothes, she would have to be naked like everyone else. She thought about it and decided not to wear it. She had already entered a safe and comfortable living environment, and she couldn't bear to go back to that disgusting and slovenly life. So I simply wrapped the gauze skirt around my waist, barely covering myself, and comforted myself. Since that man has already taken advantage of me, there's no harm in taking a look. Mao Xiaodong busied herself, bringing over a bowl of soup and a piece of roasted meat, and placed them on the table in front of Gao Yuan. Sister Yuan, you must be hungry. Have some meat. Gao Yuan couldn't help but swallow, looking at the golden brown roasted meat, sizzling with oil. The meat was processed wild boar meat, a bit dry, but roasted just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With each bite, the oil seeped out from between your teeth, making it incredibly fragrant. Gao Yuan chewed twice, and her eyes widened immediately. She swallowed, took another bite, looked at Mao Xiaotong, still chewing, her cheeks bulging. Is this meat salty? Did you put salt in it? Where did you get it from? This is salt that brother Xiang Kun dried on the beach. There are several jars of it. When Sister Lying and the others come back later, they will bring back even more salt. As Mao Xiaotong spoke, she pointed towards the stove. Look, that's what's in that earthenware jar. Gao Yuan looked in the direction she was pointing, and there was indeed a ceramic jar next to the stove, with white salt overflowing from it. She swallowed hard, took another bite of meat, and chewed slowly this time, savoring each bite. Mao Xiaodong watched her eat, a feeling of sympathy rising in her heart, and asked, Sister Yuan, how'd you been these past few days? How'd you get into this state? Gao Yuan lowered her head, stared at the half-eaten piece of meat, and remained silent for a while before speaking. I'm all alone. I go wherever I feel like. When I'm hungry, I find something to eat, and when I'm thirsty, I find water to drink. Once I saw a tree by the stream with long, thin roots that were exposed, like a sweet potato. I dug it up and tasted it. I could chew it, and it wasn't bitter. I survived on that for several days. After she finished speaking, she took another bite of meat, and as she chewed, tears started falling again. Xiang Kun is laying the foundation. Hearing Gao Yuan say, it's long and thin, like a sweet potato, an idea popped into his head, and he quickly put down the wooden hammer and walked over. What kind of root or stem are you talking about? Long and thin, like a sweet potato. Gao Yuan said, it's the kind of tree growing by the stream with roots as thick as a forearm, growing in long, long clusters. Edible? Not bitter? Not poisonous? Xiang Kun continued to ask. Gao Yuan shook her head. Yes, I can eat it. I've been eating it for several days, and I'm fine. Xiang Kun had a vague idea in his mind. Could the root that Gao Yuan mentioned be cassava? He had seen this on his phone before. It's widely grown in rural areas of southern China, with high yields. When steamed or boiled, it's similar to a sweet potato and can be eaten as a meal. In the past, during famines, many places survived on cassava. But he also knew that there were many kinds of cassava, some of which were edible and some of which were poisonous. Eating it raw will cause poisoning, but it will be fine if it is cooked. Gao Yuan ate it for several days without any problems, which means that what she ate was not poisonous. This is really good news. Xiang Kun then asked Gao Yuan where she saw it, but Gao Yuan couldn't remember the place at all. She couldn't tell which way was which in the woods, and she had been chased by wolves all the way, so she didn't remember at all. But it doesn't matter. Xiang Kun has good fortune. Through his senses, Lai Fu has already followed the instructions and started looking for Gao Yuan by following her scent from the moment he met her. You guys stay in the camp and be careful. I'm going to check out the place Yuan mentioned. After giving Kuin a brief explanation, Wang Yuan was about to leave when he dropped the mold and rubbed the mud off his hands. Brother Xiang Kun, let me go with you and help you carry your things. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi stopped playing in the mud and stood up, saying, I'll go too. Meng Zi, Reba, and Yang Chaiwa also surrounded Xiang Kun, chattering and wanted to go with him. Xiang Kun thought for a moment and concluded that Gao Yuan was most likely talking about cassava. Anyway, whatever it was, as long as it was edible, it was good stuff. I simply dug some up and planted them around the camp, so we could eat them anytime. These women went along, and each of them carried some back, saving themselves the trouble of making several trips. Okay, everyone go. So, Xiang Kun led these women, carrying wicker baskets on their backs, and followed the path Gao Yuan had taken, marching in a grand procession into the woods. By sensing the map, we can detect Lai Fu's movements. It doesn't wander off to other places, it just follows a fixed route. After walking for about half an hour, the forest thinned out, and through the gaps in front of us, we could see that the area ahead was much more open. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, the view suddenly opened up ahead. A stream meanders through the woods. The water is so clear, you can see the stones at the bottom. Clumps of plants grew along the stream, taller than a person, with broad, bright green leaves. As I walked towards Kuin, I could tell it was cassava just by looking at the plant. He gripped the plant stem with both hands and pulled it upwards with force. The soil was loose, and a clump of roots and stems came out with it. As thick as a forearm, there were long, clustered stalks like sweet potatoes, but longer and thinner than sweet potatoes. It really is cassava. Xiang Kun cut off a piece with his knife, weighed it in his hand, and found it to be quite heavy. Peel off the outer skin with a knife. The flesh inside is white and looks like a yam. He took a small bite, chewed it, and found it crunchy and slightly astringent, but not bitter. Wang Yuan watched as Xiang Kun swallowed the cassava, then broke off a cassava, peeled off the skin, and ate it. It tastes pretty good. Why didn't we come across this back then? We went hungry for days. Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi tasted it, and, recalling the hardships they had endured, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Looking at the clumps of cassava, Xiang Kun had a fleeting thought that he should set up camp here. However, seeing that there wasn't much cassava bushes, and that the foundations for the original campsite had already been laid with a lot of mud bricks, wood, and other materials, it would be too much trouble to move them, so they simply gave up. Cassava is very easy to grow. You just need to cut off a section of the stem and stick it into the ground. In that case, we might as well plant cassava around the camp. With that in mind, Xiang Kunju began pulling up cassava. He's strong. He can pull them out accurately with one stroke, and a clump of roots will sprout out. Yang Chaoyue, Meng Zi, Zhou Yi, and a few others picked cassava. This thing is incredibly productive. It has large roots and produces a lot of plants. Several grow on one stem, filling half a vine basket. He pulled out a dozen or so, then stopped. That's enough. I can't take any more. He bent down and gathered the pile of cassava together, tying it into 2 bundles with vines, 1 bundle under each of his arms. The remaining ones were given to each woman, who carried them back, while Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi carried the wicker baskets. Lai Fu hid where no one could see him, squatted by the stream, drank a few mouthfuls of water, stood up, wagged his tail, and followed. A group of people carried cassava and walked back along the road they had come from. Chapter 113, Why Wouldn't You Eat Meat Delivered to Your Door? While Xiang Kun found his staple food, the others weren't idle either. Tian Shiwei, Chen Juling, Li Yitong, and Bai Lu were the 4 girls who went to cut Raimi this time. Tang Tang was leading the way. Demimi and Wan Qian followed Zhao Liang and the others to dry salt, thus becoming proud members of the working class. The demand for Raimi bark is currently very high. After harvesting the Raimi, the group of people barely rested before going back to harvest more. This really exhausted the egret. The egret walked at the very back, carrying a bundle of Raimi bark on its shoulder, its steps growing heavier and heavier. She watched the backs of the people in front of her. Chen Juling walked at a leisurely pace. The bundle on his shoulder was bigger than hers, and his steps were lighter. Tian Shiwei and Li Yitong chatted and laughed, as if they were strolling in a park. Tang Tang led the way, carrying a bundle of goods, which she did with ease. The egret felt sad. Her feet hurt, from her heels all the way to her toes, and her shoulders hurt too. The Raimi bark was burning where it was pressed, and she didn't know if her skin was chafed. She gritted her teeth and walked for a while, but she couldn't hold on any longer. She put down the Raimi bark and squatted down to rub her feet. Chen Juling glanced back, walked back, and squatted down next to her. Are you tired? The egret raised its head, its eyes reddening, not because it wanted to cry, but simply because it was exhausted. You guys are having a good time, but my feet are killing me. I'm even more tired than on the first day on the beach. Chen Juling knew perfectly well that they were comfortable now, because they were comfortable back then. She took the bundle of Raimi bark from Bai Lu and added it to her own bundle. The egret said, What are you doing? Can you even lift it? I can carry it. Chen Juling retied the 2 bundles of Raimi bark, hoisted them onto his shoulder, and used his other hand to pull Bai Lu up. As they walked, Chen Juling suddenly said something completely unexpected. I heard from Science magazine that a man's penis isn't produced day and night. It usually takes 2 to 3 days to fill up, and if the concentration is high, it takes about 5 days. Xiang Kun has more and more women around him. Lu Shishir even dominated him all night last night. If you don't make your move now, you might not get one when it's your turn. Bai Lu was pulled up by Chen Juling. The bundle of Raimi on her shoulder was taken away, leaving her empty-handed. Her feet still hurt, but her heart ached even more. Chen Juling's words were like a thorn. Once they were in, they couldn't be pulled out. She remembered that when she woke up on the beach on the first day, she felt something was wrong with her body. At the time, I thought I was scared out of my wits. Later, after listening to Mao Xiaodong and Song Yi chatting, I realized what was going on. Xiang Kun had a history of sticking out his tongue, but she didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking that there were so many men on the cruise ship, handsome and with good figures, none of whom were better than Xiang Kun, the waitress. She even thought that once the rescue arrived, she would leave this broken island, leave these people, and return to her own world. So when Xiang Kun told her about the system, she didn't believe him, thinking that he had ulterior motives. She found it laughable when a group of female celebrities surrounded Xiang Kun, until the python coiled around Xiang Kun, a python over 9 meters long. How powerful must its coiling force be? Xiang Kun was completely unharmed. His internal organs were not damaged at all. She believed it. This person really has a system. He's no ordinary person. What's the point of being credible? Tian Shui had already made her move, and Chun Juling also made her move when she was teaching Xiang Kun Tai Chi that morning. Later, Zhao Liang, Zhang Hanyun, Wang Xinling, Song Yi one by one, they all made their moves. And her? She's still carrying Raimi, doing the hardest work, still playing the silly egret. She regretted it. I regret having high aspirations but low abilities. I regret not pursuing him immediately, and I regret foolishly waiting for some Prince Charming. There aren't any white horses on this island. Not even a donkey. Just like Kuin, a male who was snatched away by someone else. Chun Juling is right. A man's thing isn't like tap water. You have to save it up after you've used it all. By the time it's your turn, there might not even be any left. The more the egret thought about it, the more panicked it became, and its pace quickened unconsciously. But thankfully, I hadn't already owed them twice. That way, it's perfectly legitimate, and I won't feel embarrassed. If Bai Lu had this idea, then Demi Me on the other side had the same idea. It has to be said that Xiang Kun is a very cunning guy. When assigning people to work, he mixed those who hadn't gone through the dual cultivation bond with those who had. This creates a stark contrast when working. Demimi and Wan Qian, following Zhao Liang, Zhang Hanyun, and Wang Xinling, were also extremely tired. Salt production is no easy task. Just ask the old salt-producing veterans along the coast if you know how tiring it is. Demimi carried a ceramic jar and scooped seawater into the salt field for a whole day. Even with a diversion pool, she still worked all day due to a lack of tools. She held her back and stood with Wan Qian at the edge of the salt field, looking at each other. My back aches, my legs feel weak, my hands are covered in dirt and sand, and my fingernails are filled with mineral debris that hurts when touched. Zhao Liang walked past them carrying the pottery jar, without blushing or panting. Zhang Hanyun and Wang Xinling even hummed a song. My first love, so bittersweet, is just like me, immersing themselves in happiness. Demimi put the earthenware jar she was holding on the ground and squatted there, refusing to get up. We're so tired. Ingbao and the other two are fine, but we're exhausted. Wan Qian also put down the pottery jar he was holding and squatted down next to her. Yes, Tang Tang and Shir have both become Xiang Kun's women, so they have less work to do. It's just the two of us who are like factory workers, working 996. No, it's even harder than being a factory worker, working from morning till night. Demimi looked around and, seeing that no one was paying attention, whispered to Wan Qian, "We need to think of something too. We can't just keep doing this stupidly." "What method?" Mimi bit her lip and swallowed her anger. "What other options are there? Let's go to Kuin. Look at those new people. Zhou Yi, Zhang Jingyi, Wang Yuan, Wang Churan, Lu Yuxiao, Zhang Runan, Yang Chaoyue, Riba, Meng Zi. They're all younger and better looking than the last. If we don't hurry up, we won't even get a taste of Xiang Kun's soup." Wan Qian blushed. Then, what should we do? Yang Mimi definitely felt a sense of crisis. Seeing that Tang Tang and Shir looked better and better, a competitive spirit of not wanting to lose to others arose in my heart. She secretly observed them while they were sleeping at night. Everyone's figure is different. Some are very unique, some are full-figured, some are thin and narrow, some are long, some are outward curving, some are teardrop-shaped, and some are butterfly wings spread. Her own features were nothing special. In fact, they looked asymmetrical, with one side larger than the other, as if the two children were not born of the same mother. But that's not the point. The main issue is that her skin is a bit dark. She privately asked the female doctor why her skin had become like this without a proper lifestyle. The doctor told her that this was normal, due to excessive hormone secretion and pigmentation. But can Xiang Kun love someone like this? Demimi felt a little uneasy. "Let's go together." Wan Qian was stunned for a moment. Together? Demimi nodded. Tian Shui and Li Yitong are together too. Since they're together, and Xiang Kun keeps saying it's great, we can too. Wan Qian's face turned even redder, as red as the sunset in the distance. Demimi thought the idea was better and better and continued to entice Wan Xian. I'm telling you, when we get back tonight, we'll go find him. He's working over there at the stove, so we'll go help him. What if he doesn't want it? As soon as the words left her mouth, Wan Xian felt like a fool. Sure enough, Yami rolled her eyes at her. Isn't that obvious? Why wouldn't you eat meat that's been delivered to your door? Chapter 114, Mao Xiaodong Performs Dance. As darkness fell, the open space came alive. 2 earthenware pots were placed on the stove, one boiling cassava and the other simmering meat broth. The cassava was cooked until it cracked open, revealing white starchy chunks steaming out. The broth was bubbling away, oil swirling on the surface, and the aroma filled the entire camp. Tang Tang, Tian Shiwei, and Li Yitong returned with Raimi fabric. The 3 of them each carried a bundle and walked in front, followed by Chun Juling and Bailu. Lu Haojian and Lu Tao had returned early from finding food. They were squatting by the stove, each holding a piece of cassava and eating it with their mouths full of it. Seeing them return, Lu Haojian felt he hadn't done any heavy work, so he quickly stood up, stuffed all the cassava in his hands into his mouth, and ran over to help unload the Raimi. Newcomers Meng Zi and Reba also rushed over, and a group of people helped unload the Raimi, some carrying it, some arranging it, all working up a bustling atmosphere. Demimi and Wan Xian are back too. The 2 men carried earthenware jars filled with sun-dried salt, enough to last them for quite some time. Gao Yuan has already integrated with everyone. After the brief embarrassment of the dress passed, she carefully washed it with soap. Although it was still a bit dirty, it no longer felt prickly when she wore it. She squatted by the stove, helping to peel the cassava. With a simple tear, the skin came off. Mao Xiaodong, standing beside her, cut the peeled cassava into sections and put them into the earthenware jar. The cassava was cooked, and Xiang Kun took the earthenware pot off the stove and placed it on the table. A group of people gathered around, each taking a piece and gnawing on it until their mouths were covered in white starch. Eating only meat for a long time will get boring. You need to eat starchy staple foods in addition to it. A dozen or so pheasant chicks scurried around on the ground, pecking at the cassava scraps that had fallen to the ground, and digging in the dirt with their tiny legs, looking for insects. These little creatures were brought back by Lu Tao when he went looking for food last time. They were furry, yellow and brown, and huddled together. When Xiang Kun reached out and touched them, the system notified him that his taming skill had increased by 1, and the chicks then stayed at the camp and refused to leave. It runs around all day and sleeps in a straw basket next to the treehouse at night. It's very well behaved. Yang Chaiwa broke off a piece of cassava, crushed it, and threw it to them. The chicks rushed over to grab it, their wings flapping and kicking up dust. Watching the chicks running around, scrambling for food, pecking at each other, finally added a bit of fun to this monotonous life. As everyone was talking, a gray shadow darted out of the woods and rushed straight towards the camp. Lu Haojin nearly dropped the cassava in his hand. His mouth was agape, and he was terrified. Meng Zi jumped back and stepped on Reba's foot. Reba cried out, "Ouch!" and the 2 almost fell over. Yang Chaoyue was squatting on the ground feeding the chicks when she heard a noise. She looked up and was so startled that she fell down on her bottom. The bowl in Zhou Ye's hand fell to the ground, spilling soup all over the floor. Gao Yuan, in particular, dropped the cassava in her hand. Her face turned pale, and she shrank back, hiding behind Mao Xiaotong. Lai Fu ran to Xiang Kun's feet, sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail. Xiang Kun bent down, patted its head, took a bone with meat on it from the stove, and put it in its mouth. Lai Fu grabbed the bone and lay down on the ground to gnaw on it, crunching away happily. It spent the whole day running around trying to improve its sex life with Kuin, barely eating anything, but it still managed to find Gao Yuan, which was quite an achievement. Xiang Kun raised his hand, signaling everyone not to panic. "Don't be afraid, everyone. This is our camp's pet, named Lai Fu." "Pets? You call this thing a pet?" Zhang Hanyan looked at Lai Fu, and Lai Fu looked at her too, its tail wagging. Only Wang Churen and Lu Yuxiao were not particularly surprised. They had seen Lai Fu before, and although they didn't recognize him clearly, they had a preconceived notion that there was no other wolf as stupid as Lai Fu who would run into such a large group of people. Mao Xiaodong had such unconditional trust in Xiang Kun that she pulled Gao Yuan out from behind her. "Don't be afraid. If Xiang Kun says it's a pet, then it must be. It definitely won't bite." Gao Yuanyuan's legs were still weak, and she had a hold on a Mao Xiaodong's shoulders to steady herself. She looked at Lai Fu, then at Xiang Kun, and remembered that earlier that day in the woods, the wolf had been following her and driving her towards Xiang Kun. It doesn't bite? Xiang Kun nodded. I won't bite. Speaking of which, you should thank it. If it hadn't found you and brought you this way, you might not even be alive. Lai Fu was gnawing on a bone when he heard Xiang Kun's words. He looked up and grinned. Those fangs, which should have been ferocious and terrifying, now appeared gentle and cute thanks to the enhancement of the beast-taming attribute. Mao Xiaodong stepped forward and reached out to touch its head. It didn't resist. Instead, it rubbed its head against Mao Xiaodong's palm, making its fur stand on end. Mao Xiaodong giggled and scratched behind Lai Fu's ear with her finger. Lai Fu squinted and wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. It really is. It feels so soft to the touch. She turned around and called out to Gao Yuanyuan, Sister Yuanyuan, come and pet it. It doesn't bite. Gao Yuanyuan was still shaken and dared not touch it, but the others were not so afraid. They formed a circle around Lai Fu, touching and scratching it as a pet wolf to pass the time. Lu Tao patted it and said, should we catch a few more pets? That way, the camp will be safer and less boring. As Xiang Kun munched on cassava, his mind was already racing. Lu Tao is right. One wolf is not enough. We need to catch a few more. Catch a monkey. It can climb trees and pick fruit. Catch a wild boar. Raise it and eat it. Catch a deer. It can be used as a mount. The more beasts he tames, the more secure he becomes on the island. If you're followed by a huge horde of animals, what's there to be afraid of? You're practically invincible. Okay, I'll have Lai Fu lead the way tomorrow and catch a few more. Xiang Kun finished eating the cassava in his hand, patted the crumbs off his hands, and chuckled. Speaking of boredom, it is indeed quite dull here. Why don't you perform some talents here in the camp, and let me feast my eyes on it? These words immediately piqued everyone's interest. One reason is that there are no electronic products or books here, so it's quite boring. Secondly, there are talented people who want to show off their skills and make a name for themselves in front of Xiang Kun, and they also have the intention of suppressing others. However, the question of who goes first becomes a problem. Everyone understands that the first person to perform on stage is at a disadvantage. At this time, Xiang Kun may still be immersed in the day's affairs. His attention is relatively scattered. His emotions are not fully engaged, and it is difficult for him to quickly enter a state of appreciation. Furthermore, the recency effect also exists, with people having a stronger impression of the last thing to appear. They were all seasoned performers and knew this principle, so no one stood up. Only Mao Xiaodong. The thought of dancing for her Xiang Kun brother had already made her mind wander, and she was the first to step forward. Her dress was already tattered, so to make it look even better, she borrowed Lu Shishi's gown and wore it. The moonlight shone on her, as if she were sprinkled with a layer of silver light. A group of people stared at Mao Xiaodong, their eyes fixed on her. Mao Xiaodong moved. Her arms rose up, so soft they seemed boneless, and slowly slid down for the top of her head, past her ears, her neck, her collarbone, and stopped at her waist. His body followed the movement of his arms. His waist twisted once, then twisted again like a snake. The hem of her skirt fluttered up and then fell down, fluttered up and then fell down again. Mao Xiaodong skipped along, barefoot, and gracefully walked up to Xiang Kun. She touched his thigh with her toes, not too lightly, not too heavily, like a woman's cat kneading her breast with its paws. She made a heart shape with her fingers, slowly pushed it out from her chest, down to under Xiang Kun's chin, hooked her index finger around his chin, and lifted it up slightly. The dress had a side slit, and as she moved, the slit opened and closed, revealing glimpses of her white thighs, making her even more alluring than if she weren't wearing anything at all. Xiang Kun's chin was being held up, and his eyes looked up, meeting Mao Xiaodong's bright, sparkling eyes. She smiled, her lips curving like a crescent moon, her eyes reflecting the firelight, twinkling. Xiang Kun's throat went dry. He reached out and grabbed her hand that was hooking his chin. Mao Xiaodong blushed and smiled even more happily. She stood on tiptoe, leaning forward, her skirt billowing up, the slit opening a little wider, revealing even more of her pale thighs. She leaned close to Xiang Kun's ear, her breath warm against his skin. Brother Kuin. The voice was soft and gentle, even more so than when she was being coquettish. Bai Lu and Chun dueling exchanged a glance and muttered to themselves. Who can withstand this? Chapter 1:15, a series of throws into her arms. When the song ended, Xiang Kun was still reluctant to leave. Keep the music playing and keep dancing. Next, Zhang Hanyun took the initiative to appear. This woman's thighs were incredibly taut and strong, smooth and glossy. She stretched out her left hand straight out, her fingers taut, and her body began to sway up and down. Lift your hips, sway your hips, one movement at a time. With her right hand clenched into a circle and held in front of Xiang Kun, she began to perform the rice cake dance. The ring was just the right size to cover the microphone. Xiang Kun leaned against the door frame, his eyes following the circle of the rice cake dance up and down, up and down, up and down. His hands were on his knees, and his fingers were tapping away until they became jumbled. Chen Juling also joined in the dancing. Hands are hands, and feet are feet. Every second she jumped up was hilarious. Despite her best efforts in every movement, her uncoordinated and stiff movements made the dance appear particularly awkward. It not only lacks aesthetic appeal, but also the charm of dance. It feels like I have an allergic reaction all over my body and urgently need a shower to relieve it. It's like Kuin has gone mad while searching for a child. Not only Xiang Kun couldn't help but laugh, but everyone else also burst into laughter. She herself felt embarrassed from laughing so much that she joined in and sat down next to Xiang Kun. Next up are egrets. She walked to the middle of the open space, turned around, and faced Xiang Kun. She was wearing a tattered rag that had been burned into a t-shirt. Her navel was exposed, and the hem of her skirt was so short that it barely covered the top of her thighs. She took a deep breath and tossed her hair back. Since there was no music, she hummed to herself, and the song she hummed was Fly. The egrets hop differently from others. Mao Xiaodong is alluring, Zhang Hanyun is sexy, and she is wild. Like an untamed wildcat, fierce and ruthless. With a swing of her arm and a kick of her leg, her white thighs swayed so hard they made people dizzy. She twirled around, her hair whipping around and brushing against Xiang Kun's cheek, tickling him slightly. Next, everyone performed a talent show, either singing or dancing, but mostly dancing. There were people alone, and there were groups of 2 or 3, which gave Xiang Kun a real treat for his eyes. After the dance, it was already quite late at night. Lu Yifei was helped into the treehouse by Aunt Xiaoli. Lu Shishir followed, Lu Haojin inside, and Mao Xiaodong stood at the door for a while before going in as well. Only a few people remained in the open space. Xiang Kun stood by the squat toilet, his pants unzipped. The sound of water rushing out was particularly clear in the night. Because of the strong impact, some mud and water splashed onto Wang Yuan's shapely buttocks, earning her a glare. "Oh dear, Brother Xiang Kun, are you doing this on purpose? My freshly washed bottom is now all dirty." Xiang Kun put the things away, tore a piece of woven cloth off the vine rope, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and came to Wang Yuan's side. "Then I'll wipe it for you." Wang Yuan didn't dodge at all. She was quite generous, bending down and trying her best to stick her buttocks out. "That curve, round and perfectly taut. You're the one who made it dirty, so you need to clean it up for me." Xiang Kun pressed the cloth against her buttocks and wiped them very carefully from left to right and from right to left. Her skin was smooth. The cloth glided across it without any resistance. Wang Yuan bent her waist even lower and her buttocks sticking out even higher. She swayed gently, then swayed again. Xiang Kun's hand followed the movement, the cloth sliding back and forth across her buttocks. After Wang Yuan finished teasing Xiang Kun, he turned around and glanced at Xiang Kun, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. "Is it clean?" As Xiang Kun wiped, the cloth became quite wet, and Wang Yuan's buttocks were slippery. Before he knew it, the cow shape turned into a all shape. Ouch! Wang Yuan couldn't help but cover herself, straighten her body, and turn around to glare at Xiang Kun with a look that was both angry and resentful. Xiang Kun slapped her buttocks with a smack, the sound crisp and loud. "You little brat. You've even learned to use your beauty to your advantage. I'll eat you up tonight." Wang Yuan tugged at her bottom, then turned back and winked at him, her eyes watery and alluring. "Then come on, let's see who eats whom." This scene was clearly seen by Bai Lu, Demimi, and Wan Qian. The egret bit its lip and swallowed its anger. Wang Yuan is new, but he's quick to act. She hasn't even made a move yet, and they've already started using their charms. Demimi whispered in Wan Qian's ear, "Another one." Wan Qian pursed her lips and frowned, agreeing even more with Demimi's suggestion. After washing his hands, Xiang Kun told Lai Fu to keep watch at the camp that night. When he turned around, Bai Lu was half squatting behind him with her hands on her knees. Brother Xiang Kun, you have to keep your word. I can handle this. Xiang Kun looked puzzled. What's the meaning? The egret bit its lip and lowered its voice. Twice. Xiang Kun paused for a moment, then laughed. He remembered that back then, Bai Lu had caught him and Chun Juling having an affair, and later interrupted his intimacy with Tian Shiwei. In his anger and embarrassment, he said that Bai Lu owed him twice. I've been so busy these past few days, hiding in the cave at night, that I'd almost forgotten about this. Unexpectedly, Bai Lu brought it up herself. Xiang Kun smiled, because the world had changed. He used to have the desire but not the courage to do it. He would only dare to steal a glance at any woman and had to rely on Yu Shushin to act as his wingman. Now, the egrets have come to us of their own accord. The balance of power has shifted, and he has become highly sought after. Xiang Kun extended his index finger and gently lifted the egret's chin. Her face was tilted back, the moonlight shining on it. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyes blinked, revealing light, like 2 stars. Then you wash up and wait. She just washed herself with soap several times. The egret was being affectionate, its voice soft and sweet, its 2 little tiger teeth looking incredibly cute. Xiang Kun withdrew his hand and patted her head. Then go inside and wait. The egret grunted in agreement and, looking back every few steps, entered the treehouse. As soon as she went in, Demimi pulled Wan Qian over. The 2 men flanked Xiang Kun, one on each side. Demimi also looked up at him. Brother Xiang Kun, we're still here. Didn't you say you wanted us to be your women when you saved us? You can't go back on your word. Wan Qian stood to the side, not saying a word, but her face was red, burning from her ears to her neck. Looking at the 2 of them, Xiang Kun felt a surge of accomplishment. Look, even Demimi and Wan Qian have offered themselves up. Don't rush, take it one at a time. Xiang Kun reached out and rubbed Demimi a few times, not even sparing Xiao Qian. Go wash up first and wait. Wan Qian never expected that Xiang Kun would take such an unconventional approach. She was completely exhausted and let out a soft moan before almost collapsing to the ground. Demimi said, "Oh," and pulled Wan Qian away. Xiang Kun took one last look around the camp before following him into the house. The breathing sounds inside were mixed together, some even, some disordered, some light, some heavy. It was obvious that some people were asleep, but others were pretending to be asleep. Xiang Kun was in a dilemma. Wang Yuan's buttocks were so perky and bouncy. My fingers sank into them when I wiped them. The egret's cry, they've washed it several times already, was soft and sweet. Demimi and Wan Qian flanked him from both sides, their eyes filled with anticipation. Which one to choose? He remembered that Bai Lu went in alone, and Wang Yuan also went in alone. Demimi and Wan Qian are 2 people. 2 people are always better than one, right? When 2 people are together, there are more things they can do, more things they can talk about, and they can also lend each other a hand. It's decided. Chapter 116, it's ridiculous how they managed to avoid being cheated on. Xiang Kun stepped through a group of women, his feet sinking into something soft. Someone groaned, but no one woke up. He walked over to Demimi and Wan Qian and squatted down. Demimi was secretly delighted. She touched Wan Qian's finger in the darkness, the meaning of which was clear. See, having 2 people still has an advantage. Wan Qian didn't move, but her breathing became heavier and then lighter again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the house, the egret let out a soft breath. Wang Yuan also let out a breath, even softer than the egret's, but it was clearly audible in the quiet night. There seemed to be more than 2 sighs. The tree house was pitch black, and no one could see who was sighing, but the sound came from every corner, disturbing and unsettling. Xiang Kun ignored the sighs. His hand rested onto Mimi's body. Her figure was top-notch, and one hand couldn't even hold it. Demimi bit her lip, remaining silent, but her body was tense. She gripped the dry grass tightly, her nails digging into the stems with a crunching sound. Wan Qian was busy on the side. She stretched out her foot, hooked it around Xiang Kun's body, and gently pressed her heel against the skin. My legs were very slippery, sliding from my ankles all the way down to my knees. Xiang Kun was drawn forward by her and pressed his hand onto Mimi's chest, making her groan. Someone turned over in the treehouse. The hay rustled, and then it was quiet again. Awoke. Early in the morning, Aunt Xiaoli was the first to get up. She looked at Xiang Kun, who was squeezed between Demimi and Wan Xian, waved to him, and hesitated to speak. Just as Xiang Kun was about to go over, he heard Lai Fu's unusual shouts and immediately became alert. Lai Fu won't bark unless there's an emergency, but judging from the sound, it doesn't seem to be in any urgent situation. The others were also startled awake by the shouts and sat up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there any danger? Xiang Kun opened the door, and a cold wind rushed in, causing some of the women who were still unburdened to shiver. Lai Fu squatted by the stove, his tail no longer wagging, his ears perked up, his eyes fixed on the woods to the east, and a low woof sound came from his throat. The voice was neither hurried nor slow. It was merely a reminder, not the kind of cry for help that came from someone in danger. Xiang Kun squatted down, placed his hand on Lai Fu's head, and closed his eyes to sense it. The footsteps weren't those of wild animals, but those of humans, rustling on the fallen leaves in the same rhythm as the egrets walking. He opened his eyes, stood up, and looked eastward. He had cut down all the trees around him, leaving a wide and unobstructed view. A woman emerged from the woods. She was wearing a backless pink halter-neck shimmering dress, the hem of which trailed on the ground, covered with bits of grass and mud, but overall clean, unlike the disheveled state Gao Yuanyuan had appeared in. The waist is cinched tightly, creating a thin curve, and above the chest are two straps around the neck, revealing the collarbone and shoulders. Her hair was tied up at the back of her head and held in place by a twig. Even after surviving in the woods for so long, it was still a lovely pink color. Xiang Kun recognized him. That face is round and chubby, with a pointed chin, big eyes, and slightly upturned corners. It must have a sweet smile. Young Zi, the egret emerged from the treehouse, its hair still disheveled and its eyes not fully open, squinting as it looked in that direction. He glanced at it and his mouth dropped open. Young Zi. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at them again. That's really Yang Zi. Meng Zi peeked out from behind her and looked in that direction as well. Where? Reba peeked out, and Yang Shaoa peeked out too. A group of people crowded at the entrance of the treehouse, their heads close together like a brood of chicks peeking out. Wang Yuan stood on tiptoe, craning her neck as far as she could. It really is her. I recognize that dress. She wore it to the gala dinner. Lu Yuxiao squeezed through the crowd from the back, almost drooling. Young Zi? Fing Young Zi. Wang Churen patted her on the head. Have you seen enough living once? Lu Yuxiao covered her head, said oh, and fell silent, her eyes still glued to Yang Zi. Yang Zi clearly saw the bookstore and the group of people in the open space. She was both happy and surprised, but she still ran over. As he ran closer, still catching his breath, he bent over, supporting himself on his knees, his chest heaving violently. She looked up at Xiang Kun, then at the group of women who had surrounded her. Her lips trembled, and the words burst from her throat. It's dangerous here. There are natives chasing me. I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this dangerous situation as well. Xiang Kun was greatly surprised. A native? Still chasing you? You mean there are other people on this island? Not like us. They're natives? Chun Juling squeezed from the back of the crowd to the front, staring at Yang Zi's face. Did you see it with your own eyes? How many people? What were they carrying? How far away from here? Her voice wasn't loud, but she asked questions quickly, one after another, like a machine gun. Yang Zi was stunned by her question. She swallowed hard, took a breath, and her voice trembled slightly. I'm not entirely sure how many there were, but there were probably several hundred. I was caught by them before. I was on the other side of the island at first, much more remote than you are here. I was unlucky. I didn't run into you, but I ran into them first. They emerged from the woods, a large, dark mass, their bodies painted with paint, their hair adorned with feathers, and carrying spears and bows and arrows. I tried to run, but I couldn't outrun them, and they caught me. Upon hearing this, Xiang Kun felt a chill run down his spine. Yang Zi has already been caught, so isn't that like a lamb entering a tiger's den? How can she possibly escape unscathed? Yu Shuxin noticed Xiang Kun's ulterior motive and chimed in. Did they bully you? Yang Zi was stunned for a moment, then said, they bullied me. They grabbed me, tied me to a wooden frame, stripped me of my clothes, and gave me a bath. Xiang Kun was heartbroken. That was Yang Zi. How could it be ruined by the natives like that? Yu Shuxin continued to ask, I wasn't talking about this bullying, I was talking about that. Which one is that? Yangzi didn't react at first, until she saw Yushushin make a circle with one hand and hold up one finger with the other, gesturing back and forth. Her face flushed slightly, and she immediately said coquettishly, "Oh dear, what are you thinking? Those natives are all women." "A woman?" Yang Zi's words left everyone even more confused. If they're all women, how are they supposed to reproduce? Liu Yifei thought of a possibility and said, "Could it be that these natives have a mother-child river, like the one in the women's kingdom?" This speculation, as expected, attracted everyone's attention. If Yang Zi wasn't lying, then this is the only possibility. No, shouldn't we be focusing our attention on the dangers posed by the indigenous people? Yang Zi looked completely bewildered, but still managed to pull herself together and quickly reminded him. "There's several natives who came to arrest me, and they are armed. We have to be careful." Several women burst into laughter. Even Xiang Kun was somewhat dismissive. Now that he possessed the system, his strength was more than 1,000 pounds. Dealing with a few natives would be a piece of cake. These days of smooth sailing have made him arrogant. Once a person becomes arrogant and complacent, displaying a smug attitude of "I'm doing so well," they're bound to suffer a major setback. Chapter 117, I couldn't bear it. Everyone laughed for a while, without any malice, but they subconsciously looked down on the natives because they felt they didn't have modern weapons. Xiang Kun then asked Yang Zi, "How did you escape?" Yang Zi stood by the stove, holding a bowl of hot soup in her hands. After taking a sip, she felt relieved of the fatigue from a night of fleeing. She stretched out both hands, and 2 red marks could be seen on her wrists, slightly swollen. He began to recount his heartbreaking journey. "They tied me to a wooden stake, bound my hands and feet, and there were people watching me. I had no chance to escape. Later, they brought out a snake statue, carved from wood, a python, coiled there, with red eyes, just like a real one. They placed the snake statue in front of the fire, and then danced around me, chanting something I couldn't understand. They jumped for most of the night and were so tired that they fell asleep. I struggled with the rope for a long time until my hands were blistered before I finally broke free. I sneaked out and kept running and running without daring to stop." Xiang Kun then asked, "How long did you run?" "It's been a day and a night. Luckily, I took some food from them when I escaped, otherwise I would have been caught and taken back." Xiang Kun was truly impressed by Yang Zi. That is Yang Zi. She is confident and intelligent. She has also acted in several TV series with hardship and high-intensity challenges as the core elements, which has honed her tenacious character and strong survival skills. Even when they were escaping, they knew to bring food with them. If it were anyone else, they would probably be terrified and waiting to die. Xiang Kun told Yang Zi to rest for a while, then took the spear and went to the edge of the woods, looking in the direction Yang Zi had come from. The view in the early morning wasn't very wide. There was nothing there except the wind, which dispersed some of the mist. He turned around, about to speak, when Laifu suddenly stood up and let out a low woof sound. The sound wasn't a shout. It was completely different from the sound that had alerted Yang Zi to her arrival. It was a warning. "The natives are here." Xiang Kun felt a jolt in his heart, and a strange sense of tension welled up inside him. He gave a low shout, placed his hand on his spear, and was already in a state of readiness. Chun Juling picked up the wood-chopping knife from the stove and walked to Xiang Kun's side, clearly intending to stand with him through thick and thin. Tian Shiwei also picked up an axe and stood on the other side of Xiang Kun. Yu Shuxin, Mao Xiaodong, Lu Shishir, Lu Tao, Zhao Liang, and the others were not afraid. They looked for tools in the camp. If they didn't have any suitable tools, they picked up the dried bricks or chopped firewood that were lying around. As for the newcomers, regardless of their true intentions, they naturally wouldn't hide away at a time when others were brave enough to step forward. They are all shrewd and know that they can slack off or cheer from the sidelines, but they must never desert. Otherwise, once Xiang Kun has dealt with these natives, he'll turn around and deal with them as well. Liu Yifei was completely embarrassed. She was still just a bystander when she saw everyone else acting as if they were facing a major crisis, while she could only be a mascot. Only she could understand how she felt. She thought to herself, she had heard Zhang Renan say that Xiang Kun's medicine had miraculous effects both internally and externally, and that it had completely healed the wounds on her arm, leaving no scars and making it even smoother than before. Or you could go have a drink yourself. 7 or 8 people rushed out of the woods. It didn't walk, it rushed like a gust of wind, darting out from the shadows of the trees. They were wrapped in animal fur, brown, yellow, and black, in patches, tied with vines to cover their chests and waists. The arms and legs were mostly exposed, dark and covered with paint, with red and black stripes. His face was also covered in paint, his eye sockets were blackened, his lips were painted red, and 2 white lines were drawn on his cheekbones, making him look like a ghost. Feathers were stuck in its head, red, yellow, and blue, one by one. He held a spear in his hand, the tip of which was polished from stone, and a bow and arrows hung at his waist. The bow was made of hardwood, and the string was made of twisted tree bark. Xiang Kun glanced at her and realized that this indigenous woman was no different from the people around her. She was all dark-skinned, so dark that she seemed to shine. The one in the lead was the tallest, half a head taller than Wang Yuan and Wang Chuan. She saw the people in the open space, shouted a few times, stuck her spear into the ground, and danced wildly. The men behind them also shouted, brandishing their spears to amplify their momentum. Xiang Kun couldn't understand what they were saying, nor did he intend to listen. Thinking that these people had arrested Yang Zi, they must not be good people. He relied on his strength and speed to walk forward. Yu Shushin was stunned for a moment and almost dropped the wicker basket in her hand. "Where are you going?" "I'll go and test their limits." Xiang Kun didn't look back and continued walking forward. Chen Juling and Tian Shiwei exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and followed. The 2 men walked behind Xiang Kun, one on each side, almost like 2 guardians. Yu Shushin and the others carried wicker baskets and firewood, and although they followed, they were a little slower and fell behind. The leading indigenous woman did not expect that Xiang Kun was not afraid. She shouted and danced for a long time until her voice was hoarse, but instead of running away, the person opposite her walked over. She glanced back at the 7 or 8 people behind her, then looked across at the dark mass opposite her. Those stone spears in his hands were enough to stab 1 person, but he couldn't stab so many. She sheathed her spear, stopped waving her hands and shouting, and took a step back. The men behind him stopped waving their spears and took a step back. Xiang Kun felt more confident now. As they continued walking, getting closer and closer, they pondered how to deal with these indigenous women. "Put it back." Yang Zi said there were at least several hundred of them, and letting them go back would be like starting a fire in the mountains. "Why not put it back? Then I'll become an executioner. I wonder if it will unlock skills." As Kuin approached, the indigenous women became frightened. At the shouts of the leader, they all put down their spears and took down their bows and arrows. Upon seeing this situation, Xiang Kun felt alarm bells ring in his mind, and the hairs on his body stood on end. "Be careful, don't get hit by the arrows." Before he finished speaking, his body moved with his mind, his strength rose from his heart, and with a push of his feet, he shot straight towards the enemy like an arrow released from a bow. The 7 or 8 native women had already drawn their bows and knocked their arrows. With a flick of their fingers, the arrows pierced the air. With a flick of his spear, Xiang Kun subconsciously unleashed the spear technique he had acquired from these women. The spear tip drew a circle in the air, and with a few clangs, he knocked down 4 or 5 women. Fortunately, this time it was a real spear, otherwise the spearhead would have been ruined. The arrow shaft snapped, and the arrowhead flew a long way before embedding itself in the ground, humming and vibrating. But 2 or 3 still slipped through, heading straight for the group of women behind him. With quick reflexes, Tian Shiwei swung her machete and knocked one of the branches away with a crack. Lu Yuxiao was too slow to dodge. The arrow grazed her ear and flew straight towards Meng Zi. So, Meng Zi clutched her shoulder and cried from the pain. Her reaction time was slightly better than 0. Even Lu Yuxiao, that infatuated girl, managed to dodge it, but she saw it, her brain processed it, and her body just stood there dumbfounded. He became the only one to be wounded before even touching the enemy. After a volley of arrows, Xiang Kun was unharmed and had already charged close. Before the indigenous women could fire a second volley, they quickly dropped their bows and arrows, drew their spears, and stabbed him. Facing the tips of these spears, Xiang Kun swallowed hard. He had killed deer, snakes, and wolves, but he never committed murder. Although these women were dark-skinned and painted like ghosts, they were still living, breathing human beings. Xiang Kun felt extremely reluctant. Puff! The spear encountered only slight resistance, like piercing through a thick piece of cowhide, followed by the sound of it piercing flesh. The spearhead pierced the leader's chest and emerged from her back, blood gushing out along the shaft, dripping onto the fallen leaves and instantly staining them red. The woman looked down at the spear embedded in her chest, her mouth agape, wanting to scream but unable to. The spear in her hand fell to the ground, and blood and foam gushed from her lips. Xiang Kun drew his gun. Blood gushed from the wound, almost splattering all over his face. The woman clutched her chest, staggered back 2 steps, and fell to the ground. The men behind her froze, their spears hovering in midair, forgetting to stab. I think. The indigenous women stopped. Xiang Kun did not stop. He swung his spear, the shaft sweeping across the waist of a native woman, sending her flying. She crashed into a tree trunk, slid down, and lay motionless on the ground. With a sweep in the opposite direction, another indigenous woman was also sent flying, just like in martial arts movies and TV dramas, with a muffled thud, and she was gone. After a dazzling display of marksmanship, only one of the indigenous women remained. She threw down the spear in her hand, squatted on the ground, covered her head with her hands, and started yelling. It seems there are always people who surrender, no matter where they are. Xiang Kun swung his spear, tip pointing downwards, aiming it at her neck. That one blow will end it all. He raised his hand, about to plunge it down. Don't kill her. An urgent voice sounded from behind. Xiang Kun's hand stopped in midair, the tip of the gun just 1 centimeter away from the native woman's neck. He turned around and saw Lu Tao squeeze out of the crowd and come to him. Could he be a master? Xiang Kun's heart was already turning cold. If Lu Tao really said something inappropriate, then he shouldn't blame himself. Lu Tao, unaware of all this, pointed to the indigenous woman squatting on the ground and said very kindly, "Doesn't your system require someone to start the progress? I think this native woman is perfect. Wouldn't it be a waste to just kill her like this?" Xiang Kun was stunned. Why is Lu Tao's perspective always so bizarre and unpredictable? There are sheep and deer ahead, and now they've set their sights on the native women, even more eager to activate the system than I am. I am fucking speechless. Xiang Kun felt that his lie was about to be exposed. Previously, in order to deceive these women, I lied to them, saying that I needed to make progress, and that each of them would have to do it once. Now that a native woman has arrived, does that mean this time it doesn't count? He subconsciously looked at the indigenous woman squatting on the ground, who was covered in makeup like an avatar. Could he really bring himself to kiss her? Xiang Kun, without batting an eye, said, "My system is a specially customized version. Only female celebrities can use it. It's useless for others." Damn. So we traveled here just to play the fool with you. Lu Tao was somewhat on the defensive. I thought it was for survival, but it turns out it's a herbivore eating grass. Those who hadn't yet been bound by any ties had strange expressions. The thought that they had fallen to this state entirely because of Xiang Kun's system filled them with both anger and anticipation. Xiang Kun ordered Tian Shiwei and a few others to tie up the indigenous woman and take her back to the camp. Over there, Meng Zi was still clutching her shoulder, sitting on the ground crying, her face covered in tears and snot. "Brother Xiang Kun, please save me. I'm in so much pain." An arrow was lodged in her arm, the arrowhead embedded in the flesh, and blood was flowing down her arm, a horrifying sight. Xiang Kun squatted down, looked at the arrow, and frowned. "This arrowhead has barbs, so you can't pull it out directly." He held the arrow shaft in his hand and shook it gently. Meng Zi hissed in pain, and tears welled up in her eyes again. "Then what should we do?" "The meat needs to be cut out." When Meng Zi heard that the meat was to be cut open, her eyes rolled back, her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak. Xiang Kun glanced at her and said, "Let me give you an injection." Zhang Runin was bitten by a wolf before, and it hurt terribly, but she got better in 2 days. Meng Zi had seen Zhang Runin's injuries. There were 4 bloody holes on her arm, and the surrounding area was swollen like a radish. Later, she applied some white medicine and drank some medicinal soup, and it healed in just 2 days without leaving any scars. She nodded hurriedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. "Then hurry up and give me the injection. I can't wait." Xiang Kun then ripped off Meng Zi's clothes. Meng Zi looked at the people around her, and her face flushed red. Everyone's eyes were glued to her. She mumbled, "It's right here." Xiang Kun couldn't wait any longer. It was the morning when his temper was at its strongest. He lowered his head, pressed his lips to Meng Zi's shoulder, and began to nibble all the way down from her shoulder. Mengzi froze, her hands gripping the grass on the ground until her fingers ached. She bit her lip until it turned white, without uttering a sound. Her eyelids were tightly closed, and she had to rely on Xiang Kun to gently pry them open. Number of bonded members increased by 1. Yangzi stood to the side, watching this scene, her eyes practically popping out of their sockets. That. Despite everyone's explanations, she still couldn't accept it. Gao Yuanyuan was also very shy, thinking that Xiang Kun was treating her secretly, but she didn't expect that he was doing it openly. But she thought to herself, if it's true, why haven't I ever experienced this feeling of energy repairing my body? She still became flat and thin, without any sign of becoming plump. She couldn't help but ask Mao Xiaotong, who was standing next to her. Mao Xiaotong was still watching the scene with envy, without even turning her head, and said, "You must have misunderstood. You were perfectly fine when I wiped your body. You were stinking back then, and you could bring yourself to kiss Brother Kuin, but you couldn't bring yourself to bend down." Gao Yuanyuan listened to her rambling, but felt relieved, realizing that she had misunderstood. But then, a wave of disappointment washed over me. Compared to the first time, she was more concerned about her figure and appearance. Everyone else is beautiful and in the prime of their youth, while she feels like a frail old woman. No woman can bear such a disparity. While Xiang Kun was still receiving treatment, Meng Zi's tears had stopped, but her eyes were still red. The redness spread from her eyes to her cheeks, and from her cheeks to her neck, like she had applied a layer of rouge. She bit her lip and remained silent, but her breathing became heavier. Xiang Kun still had the mind to do this. He asked Mao Xiaodong to burn the knife he had brought earlier and use it to cut open Meng Zi's shoulder to remove the arrowhead. The major injury has healed, but minor injuries have appeared. When Yang Ziqing poured Yunnan Baiyao onto Meng Zi's wound, she couldn't help but swallow. She swore it wasn't for any other reason than that it was just too offensive. Gao Yuanyuan felt it was a pity. She wanted to go forward and secretly wipe some back with her finger, but she hesitated to take the step. Xiang Kun felt completely refreshed and tossed Meng Zi aside, as if she were a towel. Meng Zi was still chuckling foolishly when Yang Chaoyue and Reba came over and asked if she was still in pain, but she didn't react much. Well, there's no need to ask anymore. On the other side, Bai Lu and Chun Dueling squatted down next to the natives, trying to communicate. Xiang Kun walked over and said, "Isn't this a waste of your time? She can't understand what we're saying, and we can't understand what she's saying. It's a complete waste of time. I think we should just bury her." But the egret frowned, listening to the native's gestures and muttering to himself. "Na, se, concave." She rambled on, then suddenly jumped up happily, saying, I know what she meant." The egret's cry stunned everyone. "No, you understand the language of the natives now? We were talking at cross purposes just now, and now you're acting as a translator?" Xiang Kun was also taken aback. He recalled that Bai Lu had indeed demonstrated a talent for languages before, such as Korean, Thai, and dialects, and could guess most of what Bai Lu was saying after hearing just a few sentences. Now it seems this woman's language talent is truly terrifying. She can even understand the native's language. Communication is ongoing. The egret squatted in front of the native woman, gesturing wildly and muttering incomprehensible words. The native woman got excited too, grabbed the egret's hand, and started spewing beans out her mouth. The two chatted enthusiastically, like long-lost sisters. After chatting for a while, Bai Lu stood up, turned around, and smiled broadly, her tail practically wagging in the air with pride. She raised an eyebrow at Xiang Kun. "You still have to rely on me, right? I'm not a useless pretty face." Lu Yifei felt that she was being subtly criticized, and she curled her lip in disapproval. Xiang Kun was too lazy to argue with her and asked directly, "What did she say?" Bai Lu stopped laughing, and her face darkened. This native woman said that they came to capture Yang Zi to offer as tribute to the snake god. Now that the snake god has not received the tribute, he will certainly not let us go. She then added, she said the serpent god is very powerful beyond our ability to deal with. Xiang Kun Puronet. Lord Snake God? He recalled what Yang Zi had said before. Snake statues, offerings, bonfire parties. He crouched down and looked at the native woman. The woman looked at him too, her eyes no longer filled with fear, but with something else, reverence. It seemed this serpent god was no ordinary being. What else did she say? Xiang Kun asked. The egret squatted down again and spoke to the native woman in a language for a while, its expression growing increasingly grim. She stood up and swallowed hard. She said that the serpent god often eats living people. This year, he chose Yangzi. If they can't bring Yangzi back, the serpent god will come to take her himself. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yangzi. Yangzi was not afraid at all and said loudly, "Don't worry, I won't implicate you. I'll leave in a bit. At worst, I'll get eaten. There's nothing to be afraid of." Xiang Kun was once again impressed by Yangzi, but he absolutely could not let her go. "We're all in this together. It's too formal to talk about being implicated. Besides, we also live on this island, and we'll have to face this so-called serpent god sooner or later. So what do you plan to do?" Xiang Kun stroked his chin, his mind racing. Even if the natives ran for a day and a night, no matter how fast they walked, the distance wouldn't be too far. The ringleaders have been arrested. They'll find out sooner or later. If they can't wait for anyone to return, they will definitely send someone else to look for them. There won't be too many people, maybe a dozen or 20 at most. He needs to take advantage of this gap, exploit the time difference, and kill them wave after wave until they dare not come. The egret swallowed hard. What if they come in large numbers? What if it's that serpent god? Xiang Kun merely stroked the now blackened red barrel of the gun, his tone indifferent. "Kill as many as they come." The egret stood beside him, unsure of what to do. Looking at Xiang Kun's cold face, she realized that this person was no longer the waiter she knew when she woke up, no longer the fool who softened at Tian Shiwei's tears. He just killed people, more than one. They're not animals, not NPCs. Even if they're indigenous people, they're still living, breathing human beings. Xiang Kun turned around, looked at the group of women still standing there dumbfounded, waved, and chuckled. "Stop standing around. Get to work. Those who are smelting iron, smelt iron. Those who are making hemp, make hemp. Hurry up and finish making the tools and clothes." Everyone quickly realized what was happening and started stomping in the mud, making bricks or smelting iron, working busily and enthusiastically. The camp was bustling with activity, but beneath that liveliness lay a heavy weight pressing down on everyone's hearts. Aunt Lu Xiaoli had been watching over Lu Yifei. Seeing that everyone was busy and hadn't noticed them, she quietly passed by Xiang Kun, coughed, and then went into the house. The sound was extremely faint, but Xiang Kun heard it. He walked around the camp twice, looked at the mud that Zhou Yi and Zhang Jingyi had stepped on, and then walked to the loom to look at the cloth that Song Yi was weaving. After wandering around for a couple of hours, I finally went inside. Aunt Xiaoli stood in the corner near the door frame, clutching the hem of the shirt in her hand. Seeing Xiang Kun come in, she nervously looked behind her. Seeing that no one had followed, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then her face turned red as the sunset. She looked down at her toes, where the shoes were worn out. She curled her toes, then relaxed them. "Ah, Kuin, I think I'm